In the universe of the original Spider-Man, Peter Parker stared at his hands, his mind still replaying the highlights of his day at school. Overnight, he had become something of a celebrity on campus. First, he nimbly saved Mary Jane from slipping, moving with the grace of a trained dancer. Then, he caught falling food midair with astonishing reflexes, leaving everyone around him amazed. When faced with the school bully, Flash, Peter dodged his attacks effortlessly. With a single, powerful punch, he sent Flash stumbling several meters backward, as if the other boy had suddenly become weightless. Thrilled by these changes, Peter dashed out of school and into a quiet alley. There, he discovered even more remarkable transformations. Tiny barbs had appeared on his fingertips, allowing him to scale walls as effortlessly as a spider. His jumping ability had soared. He could leap from one building to another with ease. He even found he could shoot webs from his wrists, snagging a passing crane and swinging through the city like a child on a playground swing. Though he eventually crashed into a wall, his excitement was undiminished. He felt as if he'd won the lottery. While Peter reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound powers, a mysterious phenomenon that would forever alter his fate was quietly unfolding. Completely unaware, Peter never thought to look up. It was a tranquil afternoon, and people bustled about as usual. Suddenly, a massive black screen appeared in the sky, like a shroud draped high above the earth. It seemed to cut the world off from the universe beyond, visible to everyone. An indescribable sense of oppression radiated from it. Sunlight filtered through the screen, casting strange shadows and cloaking the land in an air of mystery. Birds scattered in panic, their frantic cries filling the air, clearly terrified by this sudden, inexplicable sight. People everywhere stopped what they were doing and gazed upward, confusion and astonishment written across their faces. Scientists around the globe sprang into action, desperate to unravel the mystery. Yet their efforts were like searching for a path through dense fog. No answers could be found. At the same moment, in another universe's Earth, the same black screen appeared in the sky. Tony Stark gazed up at it, his brow deeply furrowed. He turned and addressed the empty air. "Jarvis, help me analyze what this thing is." The voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, immediately sounded. "Sir, satellite scans show that there's actually nothing at that location." Tony's expression darkened at once, confusion welling up inside him. How could there be nothing? The black screen was right before his eyes. Was it just an illusion? "I want to see for myself what that is," he said, turning as he began to suit up in his Mark armor, ready to fly up and investigate personally. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, the well-known director of S.H.I.E.L.D., watched the black screen in the sky with a grave expression. The riddle gnawed at him, nearly giving him a headache, and he still couldn't figure out what it was. The moment the screen had appeared, he immediately dispatched a jet to scout it out, but the pilot soon reported back. No matter how close they got, the black screen remained the same size, as if distance had no effect on it whatsoever. This phenomenon caught Nick Fury completely off guard, forcing him to halt further attempts to approach the screen for the time being. Without delay, Fury instructed his team of scientists to pinpoint the exact location of the black screen and to find a way to get closer to it. His mind raced. Who could have created this screen? For what purpose had it appeared here? Hesitating, he glanced at the pager he always carried with him, torn by indecision. Should he contact Carol Danvers now? Carol had told him not to call her unless it was absolutely necessary. He wasn't sure if things had reached that point just yet. After a long moment's thought, he slipped the pager back into his pocket, choosing to wait and see what this mysterious screen might do next. Still, he resolved not to give up the investigation, no matter what. As Nick Fury pondered, the black screen in the sky suddenly lit up. A voice echoed through the air. "What is Spider-Man's greatest regret?" Spider-Man. Fury froze. He had never heard the name before, but judging from its meaning, it sounded like another superhero, perhaps someone like Captain America. At that very moment, Peter Parker also heard the question. Still flushed with excitement from his newly acquired superpowers, the sudden voice felt like a cold splash, jolting him out of his happy reverie. He looked up and finally noticed the enormous screen looming across the sky, displaying the very question he'd just heard. Next, several more lines of text appeared on the screen in quick succession. Was it the first Spider-Man, who watched his best friend die before his eyes? Was it the original Spider-Man who saw his dearest friend die right in front of him? Was it the second Spider-Man, who held his beloved girlfriend as she died in his arms? Or was it the second Spider-Man, who cradled the love of his life as she slipped away in his arms? Or was it the third Spider-Man, who was forgotten by the whole world and lost everything he once had? Or was it the third Spider-Man, erased from everyone's memory, losing everything he once held dear? Let's take a look at Peter Parker's life. Is he truly a failure? Let's examine Peter Parker's journey. Was he really a failure? This final sentence stirred up a storm in Peter Parker's heart. He couldn't help but question himself. Is this talking about me? No way, this has to be a joke. I only just got my powers. How could I possibly be Spider-Man? Tony Stark had been about to suit up in his armor when Jarvis's alert caught his attention. Instantly, he dashed over to the armor platform like a gust of wind, and as he looked up, he saw the first line of text on the screen. His brows knitted together in concern, and his mind raced to catch up. Spider-Man? Peter Parker? Jarvis, run a search on the name Peter Parker for me. There was a note of tension and curiosity in his voice. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment, Jarvis replied promptly. At the same time, Nick Fury was issuing the same command. And it wasn't just them. The world's governments and security agencies were all springing into action. Whoever Peter Parker was, right now, the most important thing was to find him as quickly as possible. Sir, I found 5,462 people named Peter Parker, of whom 1,637 currently reside in New York, Jarvis reported swiftly. Tony wasn't surprised. After all, New York was a sprawling metropolis, and duplicate names were common. He replied calmly, filter out the candidates most likely to be Spider-Man. Jarvis began the analysis, and, after a brief moment, replied, analysis complete. The results show that none of these individuals possess the potential to become Spider-Man. This time, Tony was genuinely surprised. How could there not be a single trace of webbing? If Spider-Man truly existed, how could there be no clues at all? Search for all information related to Spider-Man, Tony ordered. Searching. Excluding any data after the appearance of the celestial screen, there is no information on Spider-Man prior to the event, Jarvis quickly confirmed. Across the entire global network, there were no photos or videos of the web-slinger. There wasn't even a single mention of the name Spider-Man. Only a few folktales about Spider Spirit surfaced, but those were all ruled out after investigation. Tony let out a sigh, but a trace of excitement curled at the corner of his mouth. This is getting more and more interesting. Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Jarvis, from this moment on, record everything displayed on this screen around the clock. I don't want to miss a single detail. Understood, sir, Jarvis responded. Just then, Tony was lounging in his chair, enjoying a drink, when a new scene appeared on the screen and caught him completely off guard. The sip of alcohol he had just taken nearly came sputtering out as he burst into a fit of coughing. What on earth is that? He muttered to himself in astonishment. The celestial screen quickly provided the answer. Peter Parker, having just discovered his superpowers, was attempting again and again to shoot webs from his wrists. At first, his aim was off and the webs flew wide. On his second try, after gathering his courage, he carefully aimed at a distant crane and fired again. This time, the web hit its mark, sticking firmly to the crane's arm. Peter tugged at the strand, glanced down at the dizzying height beneath him, and shouted, "Here goes nothing," before swinging out into the open air. He managed to make it to the other side, but as he landed, his momentum was too great. Unable to stop himself, he crashed into a billboard-covered wall and slid awkwardly down to the ground. Tony couldn't help but laugh out loud at Peter's clumsy efforts. A rookie superhero really does have a lot to learn. Meanwhile, all over the world, people watching the broadcast were equally amused. After all, it was rare to witness such an awkward and unforgettable scene, especially when the protagonist was a real-life superhero, as though a character from a novel or comic book had suddenly stepped into reality. Wow, that looked like it hurt. I hope he's okay, a balding middle-aged man said to himself, watching Peter slam into the wall with concern. The footage kept rolling. Night had fallen. Peter hurried home. By then, his uncle and aunt had already gone to bed. Parker found a note in the kitchen that read, "Little genius, dinner is in the oven." As he was about to get his food, he happened to glance out the window and saw Mary Jane across the street, arguing with her father. It wasn't his place to meddle in someone else's family matters, so Parker simply grabbed the trash and headed outside. Just then, Mary Jane came out of her house as well. Seeing Parker, she asked, "Did you hear everything?" "No." Parker denied at first, but quickly admitted he had overheard a little, explaining he was only taking out the trash. "I bet you heard it all," Mary Jane said, fixing him with a look. "Every family has arguments, sometimes," Parker tried to comfort her. "But your aunt and uncle never fight, do they?" "Oh, sometimes they shout at each other too," Parker replied, smiling. Wanting to change the subject, Parker said, "By the way, about what happened at school with Flash today." Mary Jane stepped closer, scolding him. "You scared us half to death." "I'm sorry, he's okay, right?" Parker asked, genuinely concerned. "He's just glad you didn't give him a black eye before graduation," Mary Jane teased. Then she asked, "What do you plan to do after graduation?" I want to move to the city, hopefully become a photographer. Work while going to college." "What about you?" "I'm going to the city too. I can't wait to get out of here. I want to..." "What?" Parker asked, curious. A little shy, Mary Jane said, I want to act. Be on stage. Really? Parker sounded a bit surprised. Mary Jane nodded. That's amazing. You've always been wonderful in the school plays. I remember when you were Cinderella. I was so moved, I nearly cried. Mary Jane's smile faded as she replied, Peter, that was all the way back in first grade. Parker looked a bit embarrassed, but said earnestly, You're really talented. I believe you'll be a star. Suddenly, Mary Jane laughed and said, You're actually taller than you look. Parker blushed, explaining, I always slouch a bit. Don't slouch anymore. Mary Jane encouraged him. End of the main text. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by the roar of Flash's new car as he pulled up. Mary Jane's eyes lit up, and she called out excitedly before hurrying over to the passenger seat. As she left, the sky seemed to darken, as if the world itself was giving everyone a moment to process what had just happened. Unlike the fascinated audiences around the world, Peter Parker felt nothing but overwhelming shame, wishing he could find a place to hide. He could hardly face the people around him. Although some of the scenes shown on the sky screen hadn't actually happened yet, Peter quickly realized that they were probably glimpses of his own future. When he returned home, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were already waiting for him. Uncle Ben sat at the dining table, watching Peter rush in and motion for him to sit down. Peter, let's talk. What's going on? He asked. At the same time, Peter's close friend Harry immediately recognized the person on the sky screen as Peter Parker and saw that Peter seemed to be hurrying home. Meanwhile, journalists were also doing everything they could to track down Peter's whereabouts. Thanks to details in the sky screen, they quickly deduced where he had crashed into the wall, as there was a highly distinctive poster in the background. Peter's house and his school could also be seen clearly in the broadcast. Before long, Peter's classmates exposed his home address online, though no one was willing to admit who let the secret slip. Reporters from the Daily Bugle realized this was the scoop of a lifetime and immediately sent out journalists, including Eddie, to hunt for any trace of Peter. When Peter got home and faced Uncle Ben's questioning, he had no choice but to tell them the truth. After being bitten by a spider, he had gained special abilities, tremendous strength, lightning-fast reflexes, and the power to shoot webs, just as shown on the sky screen. Uncle Ben spoke with deep gravity. With great power comes great responsibility. You should use these gifts to help others, not run away. You can't hide anymore. The sky screen has revealed everything about you. He continued, maybe, just as the sky screen warned at the beginning, one day you'll have to watch your best friend die in your arms. Now, the sky screen has given you a chance to change that fate. You must seize it. I understand, Uncle Ben. Peter looked at Uncle Ben's serious expression and nodded silently. At that moment, Harry finally arrived at Peter's house. As soon as he walked in, he called out loudly, Peter! Harry, you're here. Harry asked urgently, Are all those things on the sky screen true? Peter nodded. Yes, you saw it all. I really did take down Flash at lunchtime today. But the things in the latter half of the sky screen, I haven't gone through those yet. They'll probably happen tonight. Harry frowned and suggested, You can't stay here any longer. Reporters and media are going to swarm this place. Maybe even the government will get involved. Why don't you move out? For now, my dad has an empty house. You could stay there for the time being and wait to see what happens next on the sky screen before deciding what to do. If you need further adjustments to the details or wish to add specific emotional descriptions, please let me know. Now, here's the revised version of the novel excerpt you provided. I have made the logic clearer and the meaning more coherent, while retaining the relationships between characters, emotional expressions, and the core plot, making it easier to translate into English. But Uncle Ben and the others. With a heavy sigh, Uncle Ben said helplessly, At this point, we don't have any other choice. I can pretty much guess those people will show up soon, so we really can't stay here any longer. I'll go pack some things, Aunt May said, standing up and heading toward the bedroom. Let me help you, Aunt May. Peter Parker immediately followed after her, eager to lend a hand. Just pack a few changes of clothes. There's no need to bring too much, Uncle Ben called out from behind them. All right, Peter replied without hesitation. Before long, the group hurried into Harry's car and left the house behind. Not long after they were gone, a group of reporters found the place where they had been staying. The reporters checked the photos to make sure they had the right address, but the house was already empty. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and Tony Stark were reviewing the footage that had just played on the sky screen. Suddenly, Tony seemed to remember something and asked, Jarvis, I recall the sky screen mentioning that Spider-Man was parasitized by venom, which amplified the darkness in his heart, right? Yes, sir. Would you like me to replay that segment? Jarvis responded. Play it again. Anything that can possess someone and magnify their worst impulses is extremely dangerous, no matter how you look at it. As Tony watched the replay, his mind raced, trying to recall everything he knew about venom. But the sky screen only briefly mentioned that Venom could possess a host and amplify their inner darkness. There was little else to go on. At that moment, Jarvis suddenly reminded Tony, "Sir, the narrator on the sky screen also said that Spider-Man took off his most powerful Venom spider suit. You should pay special attention to the phrase most powerful. Most powerful." So, after the first Spider-Man put on the Venom spider suit, he reached his peak? Wasn't he already at his strongest? No, wait, I get it now. Tony paused, a realization dawning on him. Venom must be able to enhance the host's abilities. Spider-Man is already a superhero with extraordinary powers. If you add Venom's strength on top of that, of course he'd become even stronger. That means, when he wears the Venom spider suit, that's truly his ultimate form. Tony's thoughts finally became clear. He realized that Venom could significantly boost the host's power, but just how much was still uncertain, since they had so little information to go on for now. Jarvis, create a dedicated file for Venom and record everything we just analyzed. Mark it as high risk. Also, add these findings to Spider-Man's file. And remind me to initiate the plan for developing an anti-symbiote spider armor. Understood, sir. Jarvis carried out the order at once. Regardless of whether Spider-Man would eventually be completely consumed by Venom, or if, as the celestial screen suggested, he might manage to shed the symbiote suit, Tony knew he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Of course, what follows has been optimized for clarity and logical flow, in line with your request, so it's more coherent and easier to render in English. Just like Tony, Man had also noticed the issue with Spider-Man's transformation. After delegating tasks to his subordinates, he began to review the events that had just unfolded. The conversation between Mary Jane and Peter Parker had revealed the nature of their relationship. To Mary Jane, Peter was at best just a friend. Compared to the financially strapped Parker, she clearly preferred dating boys with money. Although she'd been happily chatting with Parker moments before, the instant Flash pulled up in his sports car, she put Peter out of her mind and hopped into the car, her face alight with excitement. Looks like Mary Jane's a bit of a gold digger, but that's pretty normal. What girl doesn't like a sports car? Nick Fury wasn't the least bit surprised by Mary Jane's choice. Tony, on the other hand, took it even more lightly, grinning as he said, "If they didn't like sports cars and designer handbags, how would I ever get them to come along with me?" Then Tony turned the conversation to Peter Parker. "So Peter's dream is to become a photographer? Just an ordinary high school kid. I thought after getting superpowers, he'd aim a little higher. Still, the kid's a bit naive. He actually shared some embarrassing freshman year stories in front of everyone. Talk about awkward. But his intentions were good. He just wanted to encourage Mary Jane. When a guy has a crush and doesn't have the guts to confess, all he can do is keep complimenting the girl, right? Tony genuinely understood how Parker felt. At this moment, Peter was still that insecure, timid teenager, not yet the superhero. Spider-Man he would one day become. He hadn't had time to make that psychological leap. The transformation was simply too recent. Is it his uncle who's guiding him? Seems like his uncle's a good man. Jarvis, have you found any information on his uncle and aunt? Negative, sir. None of the facial recognition scans have found a close match. The highest similarity is only 71%, and after multiple checks, we've ruled out any connections. All right, so we've got nothing to go on. Could these videos playing on the celestial screen be coming from the future? Or maybe from a parallel universe? People like this just don't exist on Earth, and yet their timeline seems to be ahead of ours. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony quickly deduced the time setting of the first Spider-Man film. It was set just after the dawn of the 21st century, following the 9/11 attacks, which would place it somewhere between 2002 and 2005. If these people truly existed in the real world, there would surely be some trace of them, unless, of course, they weren't on this Earth at all. Tony had absolute faith in Jarvis's technology, his own proud creation. He was convinced that no one could possibly evade Jarvis's surveillance. Meanwhile, more and more people around the globe began to pay attention to the Skydome. Countless individuals followed the news, shared on social platforms, or witnessed the Skydome's appearance with their own eyes. In a matter of moments, discussions about the Skydome swept across the world, becoming a universal focal point for people everywhere. Soon after, Peter Parker himself became a hot topic, consistently landing in the top 5 trending searches on social media platforms worldwide. It was clear that this level of attention would continue for quite some time, at least until people everywhere gradually grew accustomed to both him and the Skydome. Have those scientists made any progress in their research? Nick Fury sat in his chair, rubbing his brow with tired fingers. He let out a weary sigh and joked to himself that it was a good thing he was already bald, or he surely would have lost a good deal of hair by now. One of the scientists has put forth a theory, Maria Hill replied, glancing down at the tablet in her hands to confirm the details before continuing. It hasn't been proven yet, but we've invited him here to explain it in person. What's the theory? He says it has to do with dimensions. He'll scroll through the scientist's research notes, filled with dense technical jargon that left her a bit uncertain herself. Send him in, Nick Fury said, intrigued by the mention of dimensions. He resolved to hear the explanation directly from the expert. He'll quickly arrange for the scientist to be brought in. It was Dr. Eric Selvig, a renowned authority in both astrophysics and quantum mechanics. Doctor, can you elaborate on your theory that the sky dome is not part of our dimension? Nick Fury asked in a calm tone. Of course, I'll try to put it as simply as possible, Dr. Selvig replied, nodding. First, you know that the world we inhabit is a three-dimensional space, correct? I'm well aware of that. Go on. Now, imagine something that, no matter how close we get, we can never touch, but wherever you are on the planet, you can see it. Even if you're on the opposite side of the globe, the sky dome remains perfectly visible. At first, I was at a loss until I came across an illustration in a book, and in that moment, the answer became clear. We live in a three-dimensional world. If you imagine a painting as a two-dimensional world, what would happen if the figures in that painting could see us, the three-dimensional beings? Dr. Selvig explained patiently. No matter how hard they tried, the characters in the painting would never be able to touch us, the creatures of three dimensions. In the same way, we can never make contact with beings from a higher dimension than ours. Even if we can perceive them, we can't truly interact because we don't exist on the same plane. If we want to interact with them, we have to be on the same dimensional level. But clearly, neither we nor this canopy are on equal footing. To let every observer in the universe see the same point from an equal distance, you'd need at least a four-dimensional space, or something even higher. In four-dimensional space, time itself becomes a dimension you can observe and traverse. We could even see the state of objects at different moments in time. As the number of dimensions increases, so does the ability to observe and perceive the universe. But to achieve a truly universal perspective, one that operates on the same scale throughout the cosmos, you'd probably need even higher dimensions and technologies of incredible complexity. As for which dimension this canopy actually exists in, that's a different question. I can't give you a definitive answer yet. This is only my theory. No matter which dimension the canopy is in, the technology behind it must far surpass anything on Earth. In fact, it's possible that no civilization in the universe has yet reached such a level of technological prowess. As Eric Selvig spoke, his voice slowly fell, and a trace of melancholy crept into his tone. A higher dimensional civilization. If they truly set their sights on Earth, do we stand any chance of resistance? Nick Fury listened intently to Eric's analysis, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. Resistance. Eric gave a wry smile, a hint of helplessness and worry in his eyes. He took an old notebook from his pocket, his fingers, gently tracing its worn cover as if lost in memory. Then, right in front of Nick Fury, he opened the notebook and carefully tore out a page. Nick Fury watched the piece of paper in Eric's hand without blinking, suspicion flickering in his eyes. He didn't bother to examine the dense writing on the page. Instead, he waited, all attention focused on Eric's next words. Look, if we imagine the space on this piece of paper as a two-dimensional world, Eric laid the sheet flat on the table, his finger lightly touching its surface. Then, when we, as beings from the three-dimensional world, come and tear this paper, would the inhabitants of the two-dimensional world even realize what's happening? He paused, letting the question hang, then continued. Even if they sensed that something was amiss, what could they possibly do to stop us? Or, to put it another way, do they truly have the power to resist? At this point, Eric's gaze sharpened, fixing intently on Nick Fury as if awaiting his response. Yet Nick Fury merely sat in silence, his brows tightly furrowed, lost deep in thought. This is what they call a dimensional strike, Eric said, his tone growing heavy. In the face of a higher dimensional civilization, beings of a lower dimension are as fragile as dust, even more helpless than insects. At least insects can resist or bite, but a lower dimensional civilization might not even comprehend how it was destroyed. Eric's eyes grew distant, his voice tinged with profound despair as he looked at Nick Fury before him. I've devoted my life to the pursuit of scientific truth, only to realize now that humanity simply cannot grasp the existence of higher dimensional civilizations. Their level of technology is far beyond anything we can imagine, and we can't even manage to leave Earth. Faced with such an overwhelming gap, all I feel is helplessness. As he finished speaking, his shoulders slumped slightly, and he seemed more dejected than ever. He went on, at present, all we can do is use mathematical models to speculate about how higher dimensional civilizations might behave. But this method is extremely limited. It cannot truly reveal their intentions. Perhaps to them, were merely curiosities or even experimental subjects. Whatever the case, before the vastness of the universe, we are insignificant. At these words, he withdrew his gaze from Fury and turned instead to the distant horizon, as though staring into the endless starry sky and the worlds yet unknown. Our understanding of the universe is far too limited, he said quietly. Perhaps, in the eyes of a higher dimensional civilization, we're like naive children trying to explore a world filled with mysteries and dangers. A deep sense of resignation appeared on Eric's face. He sighed and said, I once believed that science could answer every question, but now I see that science is only a finite tool. In the face of higher dimensional power, our science is almost powerless. As he finished, he gently shook his head, a look of loneliness crossing his features. I've spent my life fighting for science, but in the end, I cannot cross the chasm between dimensions. We haven't even set foot beyond Earth, and yet they possess the ability to annihilate our universe with ease. Just then, seeing Eric so dispirited, Hill spoke up to comfort him. Doctor, maybe things aren't as bad as they seem. Perhaps that celestial veil isn't hostile after all. After all, they still needed Eric's expertise to study the mysterious screen in the sky. He couldn't give up just yet. Eric forced a bitter smile and replied, Sometimes, ill intent isn't even necessary. It's like when I accidentally crumple a sheet of paper. Meaningless to me, but for tiny creatures living on that paper, it could spell disaster. He paused, then added, But you're right. So far, that sky screen has only been showing Peter Parker's story. Maybe it just finds it amusing, or maybe it wants us to know something about the future ahead of time, to see if we might change some outcomes. Hill pondered aloud. According to your theory, shouldn't they already know everything? Even if Peter Parker makes different choices on the screen, they'd still have complete knowledge of it all, right? Eric nodded and explained patiently. Have you ever seen light? Sunlight takes 8 minutes to travel from the sun to Earth, but for light itself, it's just an instant. Perhaps, in a higher dimensional civilization's world, our existence has long since faded from their attention. It's just that our universe can't process such an enormous amount of information all at once. So these events are unfolding for us bit by bit, the way they are now. Huge amounts of information. Hill pressed further. More precisely, Eric corrected himself. The volume of information perceivable in a higher dimensional world far exceeds our imagination. Almost limitless. Every move we make might already be within their field of vision, even though we remain completely unaware. All we can do is move forward at our own pace. Director, that's all I have for my theory, Eric concluded at last. All right, take a break for now. You've worked hard. Nick Fury nodded, signaling for Dr. Eric to leave. Then he turned to Hill and asked in a low voice, Hill, what do you think? After a moment's reflection, Hill replied, The doctor's speculation isn't without merit, but right now, we can neither prove it nor take any concrete action. We're better off watching and waiting to see what this sky screen really intends to do. With that, she walked to the window and gazed at the unmoving sky screen, letting out a long, weary sigh. As Hill watched the sky screen, it suddenly lit up again after an entire day of silence. She immediately reported, Director, there's activity on the sky screen again. Nick Fury gave an immediate order. Alert everyone. Keep a close watch and don't miss a single detail. Meanwhile, Peter Parker found himself envying Flash's new sports car. He longed to have a car of his own, but even the cheapest used cars were far beyond what he could afford. By chance, he spotted a want ad for a boxing match in the newspaper. 3 minutes in the ring, $3,000. In prize money. The ad set his heart racing. He pictured himself picking up Mary Jane in a gleaming sports car, and couldn't help but break into a smile. The scene shifts, and Peter begins designing his own costume for the match, since the boxing competition requires contestants to wear brightly colored outfits. He experiments with various designs before finally settling on a red and blue suit, adorned with a spider emblem across the chest. After completing his costume, Peter starts training to use his webbing to grab objects. At first, he can't control his strength and ends up breaking quite a few things. But with practice, he soon masters the knack of skillfully pulling a can of Coca-Cola to his hand with a flick of web. Still, he sometimes slips up. For instance, when he accidentally reels in the table lamp, sending it crashing against the wall in a shower of debris. The loud crash startles Aunt May, who begins to suspect that something unusual is going on with Peter lately. Meanwhile, the front page of the newspaper screams the headline, Will Norman Osborn fail completely? Norman stares at the paper in his hands, when suddenly a shrill, mocking laughter echoes from above. He squeezes his eyes shut in pain, struggling to compose himself. Back at the Parker home, Uncle Ben has also noticed changes in Peter's behavior. He senses that something must have happened, but Peter refuses. to open up, and Ben feels awkward about asking directly. So, he comes up with an excuse to give Peter a ride, hoping to talk to him on the way. When they reach their destination, Uncle Ben stops the car and speaks to Peter in earnest. Lately, you haven't been helping with chores, you've been conducting strange experiments in your room, and you even got into a fight at school. Peter, growing impatient, replies, I already told you I didn't start it. Uncle Ben presses, but didn't you win? Peter retorts, puzzled. So what should I have done? Run away. Uncle Ben shakes his head. No, of course you shouldn't run from responsibility. It's just, he looks at Peter, his tone softening. You're growing up. I understand. At your age, there's so many changes. I went through it too. Peter lowers his head and murmurs, It's not the same, Uncle Ben. This time, it's really not the same. Peter Parker has discovered his superpowers, and a clear rift has begun to form between him and Uncle Ben. Peter, Uncle Ben says with heartfelt concern, the choices you make in these next few years will determine the person you'll become. You have to be careful. Don't lose your way. He looks at Peter with gravity. Flash Thompson may have done something wrong, and maybe he should face the consequences. But just because you can beat him doesn't mean you have the right to hurt him. In the end, Uncle Ben solemnly reminds Peter, with great power comes great responsibility. Yet Peter brushes off his words. You're worried I'll turn bad? Don't worry, this time is different. I can handle it myself. I don't need you teaching me a lesson, okay? I'm not lecturing you, and I'm not your father. Uncle Ben's words were cut off by Peter's impatient interruption. Then stop talking to me like you're my father. Peter snapped, a trace of irritation in his voice. Uncle Ben wanted to reason with him further, but finally just said quietly, All right, I'll pick you up at 10. Peter realized he had gone too far, but pride kept him from apologizing. Instead, he pushed open the car door and walked away. Just then, a voiceover echoed from above. Poor Peter doesn't know it yet, but this will be his last heartfelt conversation with Uncle Ben. His mind is filled with thoughts of Mary Jane, leaving his family neglected. Only after loss will he be consumed by regret. Peter and Harry, along with the others, heard the narration. Their faces grew somber as they sat together, worry etched in their eyes. Each word struck them like a hammer, heavy with foreboding. They realized that such a narration wouldn't appear without reason. Uncle Ben was likely in danger. Peter clenched his fists, anxiety tightening his chest. He knew how much Uncle Ben meant to him, and he couldn't let anything happen to him. Harry, too, looked tense, concern for Peter's family clear on his face. Peter, don't worry too much. I'm sitting right here with you. Uncle Ben reassured him, reaching out a comforting hand. And what I said is true. With great power comes great responsibility. Night had fallen by the time Peter arrived at the boxing arena. Two fighters were locked in a fierce match in the ring. One of them, known as Bonesaw, clearly had the upper hand, drawing wild cheers from the crowd. With a powerful elbow strike, Bonesaw finished the bout, and the announcer, amid enthusiastic applause, declared him the winner of the $3,000 prize. Peter glanced at the ring, then turned and headed to the registration desk. At that moment, the announcer loudly called for the next contestant, introducing the Flying Dutchman. The staff member at the desk eyed Peter's slim build and reminded him this wasn't a lightweight contest. But Peter insisted on entering. With a resigned sigh, the staff member informed him that the New York Wrestling League wouldn't be responsible for any injuries. Contestants entered at their own risk. And with that, Peter was allowed through. Back in the ring, Bonesaw easily hurled another opponent out, earning fresh cheers from the audience and another victory. Now it was Parker's turn. The announcer approached him and asked for his name. Nervous, Parker replied, the human spider. The announcer hesitated, a little taken aback, then couldn't help but quip. That's got to be the worst name I've ever heard. Off to the side, Harry burst out laughing. Parker, your talent for naming is truly something else. Uncle Ben joined in with a chuckle. Looks like I'll have to give you a lesson in naming. Paxton was so embarrassed he wished he could crawl under the table. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about Uncle Ben's feelings. But now his mind was consumed entirely by shame, silently berating himself for coming up with such a clumsy name. Because Parker's name was so uninspired, the host racked his brains and finally gave him a new nickname, Spider-Man. While Parker was still tangled up in the awkwardness of his name, the crew backstage pushed him onto the ring. The audience greeted his entrance with complete indifference, not only shooting him disdainful looks, but some even giving him a sarcastic thumbs up. A few women in the crowd, bold and brash, openly mocked Parker, while others pelted him with trash. It was all because his costume was painfully simple. Though he had already sketched designs for his spider suit, he had neither the money to buy materials nor the time to make it himself. As Parker stepped into the ring, he suddenly realized that a heavy iron cage was dropping from above, trapping him inside along with Bonesaw. The host's voice boomed out as security locked the cage tight. This was Parker's first fight, and he had never seen anything like it before. He kept shouting, "I never signed up for a cage match." But nobody paid any attention. Bonesaw, meanwhile, sneered and threatened, "Let's have some real fun for 3 minutes," then charged straight at him. With a nimble twist, Parker leapt to the top of the cage and shot back. "Nice outfit. Did your husband pick it out for you?" The taunt infuriated Bonesaw, who let out a furious roar and lunged at him. Parker flipped gracefully behind his opponent, then fired webbing and dodged Bonesaw's attack with ease. At that moment, someone from the audience handed a chair into the ring. Bonesaw grabbed it, and, before Parker could react, smashed it down hard on his head, sending him sprawling to the floor. Parker sighed in resignation. The blow barely hurt him at all. He started to get up, but Bonesaw kept hammering him with the chair, knocking him down again and again. After several strikes, Bonesaw finally tossed the chair aside, then grabbed Parker by the legs and hurled him against the bars of the cage. The crowd erupted in cheers at the spectacle. Just then, a woman in the audience passed a crowbar into the ring. At the sight of the crowbar, a flicker of anxiety finally crossed Parker's face. He reacted quickly, kicking Bonesaw repeatedly and leaving him reeling in dizziness. In one swift move, Parker trapped Bonesaw between his legs and flung him across the ring, sending him crashing into the side of the cage. Bonesaw collapsed unconscious. As Bonesaw went down, the audience leapt to their feet with applause. Another host, brimming with excitement, raised Parker's hand and declared Spider-Man the new champion. Yet when it came time to award the prize money, the boss handed Parker only $100. Parker tried to argue, but the boss brushed him off, claiming the rules required him to last 3 minutes, and Parker had only fought for 2. With a helpless sigh, Parker turned and walked away. That moment, he brushed past a stranger. The man walked straight to the boss, threw a bag at him, pulled out a loaded pistol, and ordered the boss to fill the bag with money. While Parker was waiting for the elevator, he heard shouts coming from the finance office. He turned around and saw that same man rushing out, clutching the bag stuffed with cash, while the boss yelled at the top of his lungs that there had been a robbery. Parker witnessed the scene and chose to let the robber pass. As the man was leaving, he even thanked Parker. The security guard, furious, demanded to know why Parker hadn't stopped the thief, then dashed out toward the main hall. The boss quickly followed, berating Parker for standing by and doing nothing when he was clearly capable of stopping the criminal. Parker replied with the very words the boss had said to him earlier, "That's none of my business." The boss was momentarily speechless and could only walk away in frustration. "Damn it, pack up. We need to get out of here." Realizing his underground fighting ring had been exposed because of the robbery, the boss hurriedly cleaned up the scene and fled with his men. By the time the police arrived, the place was already deserted. At this point, a narrator's voice echoed. Parker had no idea that he'd just made a terrible mistake. By letting the thief go, he may have punished an unjust boss, but he also abetted a crime, an act that would ultimately cost him the life of someone he loved most. Parker was walking down the street when he suddenly noticed a crowd gathering ahead. His spider sense tingled with danger, so he squeezed his way through. Lying on the ground before him was none other than his Uncle Ben. Peter called out anxiously to the police, telling them it was his uncle, and rushed forward to check on Ben's condition. At Peter's voice, Uncle Ben struggled to open his eyes. Seeing Peter, he forced a painful smile and softly called his name twice. "Peter." With great effort, he said to Parker, "With great power comes great responsibility." And with those words, he closed his eyes forever. Tears streamed down Peter's face as he watched his uncle die in his arms. Just then, he heard the police reporting the robbers. Location over the radio, 3 patrol cars were in pursuit. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, Peter left the scene and began to run. He tossed his jacket into an alley, scaled a wall, and raced down 5th Avenue. With a few leaps, he crossed over several buildings, quickly spotting the police cars and the fleeing suspect. He tried swinging between buildings with his webs. At first it was awkward, but he soon got the hang of it and caught up with his target with ease. Finally, he landed squarely on the suspect's car. Parker drove his fist through the roof, seizing the suspect by the face. The terrified criminal began firing wildly upward. Worried about stray bullets, Peter quickly jumped onto a nearby truck. With agility, he vaulted over the upcoming bridge and landed back on top of the truck, keeping his focus locked on his quarry. Peter sprang forward, landing heavily on the hood of the suspect's car. With a single punch, he shattered the windshield. The out-of-control vehicle finally crashed into a gate, and the suspect scrambled out in panic, dashing into a nearby abandoned building. As the suspect reloaded his gun, he glanced around in terror, failing to notice a dark shadow flickering overhead. He fired a volley of shots upwards, but hit nothing. Just as he was about to make a run for it, Peter suddenly appeared behind him, seized his head, and slammed him hard against a glass window. The suspect drew a knife, desperate to fight back, but Peter effortlessly kicked him away, sending him sprawling toward the edge of the window. The robber cried out, begging Peter to let him go. Peter, burning with anger, demanded, "Did you ever give my uncle a chance? Did you?" Consumed by rage, he hoisted the suspect into the air. At that moment, a flash of lightning lit up the sky, and Peter finally recognized the man before him. It was the same robber he had once let escape. Stunned, Peter released his grip in disbelief, stumbling backward in a daze. Thinking he had found his chance, the robber raised his gun at Peter, sneering goodbye. Instantly sensing the danger, Peter reacted without hesitation, twisting the man's wrist until it broke. Overwhelmed by pain, the robber lost his balance, tripped on a pipe, and tumbled from the upper floor to his death below. Peter stood frozen by the window, staring down at the unmoving figure of the robber. Just then, the police arrived, their searchlights illuminating Peter's silhouette. But by the time they rushed upstairs, Peter had vanished without a trace. Though the criminal was dead, Peter's heart was left in turmoil and anguish. When he returned home, he found Aunt May still waiting for him. The two embraced tightly. Aunt May broke down in tears, unable to accept Uncle Ben's sudden passing. "No, how could this happen?" Parker buried his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably, tormented by the knowledge that he had once let the criminal go, indirectly causing his uncle's death. At that moment, it was as if he could once again hear Uncle Ben's gentle voice. Uncle Ben comforted him warmly. "Peter, this isn't your fault. If I had been your age and faced the same situation, I might have made a similar choice." Uncle Ben looked at Peter, patiently guiding him. "Now you see the consequences of letting a criminal go. The greater your power, the greater your responsibility. What you possess isn't just ordinary strength. It's a responsibility. Use your abilities wisely and make sure they bring more good to others and to society. Don't forget, everyone is unique, even if you have extraordinary powers. Seek out those who share your goals and values and connect with them. Don't let loneliness consume you. Use your gifts to make a difference and help the world." Of course, here is the revised and polished novel excerpt, clearer and more coherent, suitable for translation into English. You must never misuse your powers. Trust must be built through concrete actions and honesty. Maintain sincere communication with others, letting them clearly understand your intentions and motivations. Only through acts of integrity and kindness can you earn the trust and respect of others. When making decisions, consider your values and long-term goals. Don't let immediate gains or external pressure sway you. Trust your own heart and be willing to accept the consequences of your choices. Everyone experiences confusion at times. When you feel lost, pause, take a deep breath, and carefully reflect on your inner thoughts. You may seek advice from trusted elders or mentors, but in the end, the decision should be yours alone. Most importantly, maintain humility and a lifelong willingness to learn. Your abilities may be innate, but there is no end to growth and improvement. Use your talents to help others and bring positive change to the world. Peter Parker made his choice and bore the consequences. You are no different. Once you've made your decision, don't look back with regret. Everyone makes mistakes, but we must have the courage to admit our errors and set things right. As Uncle Ben patiently spoke these words to Parker, Flint Marko was watching the images on the giant screen. With a single glance, he recognized the man as his partner. Tonight, they had planned to rob an underground boxing ring. But Marko hadn't anticipated how complicated things would become. They were drawn into Spider-Man's affairs, and even indirectly caused Uncle Ben's death. Damn it, now we can't do anything. What about my daughter? Anxiety gripped Marko's heart, and he couldn't stop worrying about her. What are you thinking? I've been disgraced, nearly killed. Damn it. His partner was clearly losing his composure. Although Marko's identity hadn't been publicly revealed by the police, his partner's face was splashed across the screen, and there were even hints that, if he continued down this path, it would only lead to his own ruin. There was no doubt. A swarm of police officers must be searching for them outside. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? His partner was restless, mind racing for a way out. I'm going to run, get to Mexico. If I can just get out of here, everything will be fine. How are you going to escape? I bet someone's already recognized you and called the police. Actually, you could turn yourself in. After all, you haven't actually committed the robbery yet. The police might not be able to do much to you. Marko sighed, offering his advice with a cool head. And what about you? You think you could just walk away from this? His partner snapped, anger flaring. They both needed the money, but Marko's situation was even more desperate because his daughter was waiting for him. It was for Marko's sake that his partner had agreed to the plan in the first place. I can't go to the police. My daughter's still waiting for me. If I end up in prison, there'll be no one left to take care of her. Marko's voice was filled with helplessness and worry. If you need further adjustments to the details, feel free to provide more feedback. Now, here is the revised novel excerpt, with clearer logic and meaning and narration more suitable for English translation. He looked at Marco, drawing several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. At last, he spread his hands with resignation and said, "All right, it seems I have no choice but to turn myself in. If it weren't for this screen, I might not even be alive right now. Getting tangled up with Spider-Man. Now that's never a wise move." With those words, he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, then turned on his heel and left. Out on the street, he found the nearest public phone booth and called the New York Police Department, choosing to surrender himself. Meanwhile, Tony replayed the footage on the sky screen, musing to himself, a rebellious teenager, for sure. You can tell how much. He resents Ben's discipline. And that narrator, could that be the person behind the sky screen? What exactly are they trying to do? Regarding Parker's clothes, Tony couldn't resist making a jab. No wonder people laugh at him. He looks more like a petty thief than a boxer about to step into the ring. What intrigued him even more was that the name Spider-Man had actually been given by the host, which left Tony both amused and exasperated. When Peter gave himself the nickname, the Human Spider, Tony burst out laughing. The host was right. What a terrible name. I can't even imagine how awkward it would be if the Human Spider showed up to save the day. He went on teasing. Anyone rescued by the Human Spider would probably feel a bit uncomfortable just thinking about it. Peter Parker's effortless defeat of the burly man didn't surprise Tony. After all, Parker was a superhero. How could he possibly fail against a regular guy? What would catch Tony off guard, though, was Peter's decision to let the robber go, which ultimately led to his uncle's death. That morning, they'd quarreled. By nightfall, his uncle was gone forever. The sky screen's right, Tony thought. Parker is bound to regret this. Even if the killer is brought to justice, Uncle Ben will never come back. He hoped Peter could find a way to heal from this trauma. An experience like this would be too much to bear for anyone. Parker might just blame himself for everything. If he can't let it go, it'll cast a long shadow over the rest of his life. The world's attention on Parker was growing by the day. After giving Peter some advice, Uncle Ben casually switched on the TV, only to find a group of experts and scholars on air discussing Peter's decision to let the robber escape. At the same time, media outlets across different regions were scrambling to report on whether the event was justified, sparking heated debate. Some argued that letting the robber go was a grave mistake, as it amounted to condoning crime and could lead to more innocent people being harmed. They also pointed out that such an action violated the fundamental principles of law and society. Others believed that Parker was just an ordinary high school student and couldn't have weighed every consequence so thoroughly. In their view, it was the employer's unethical behavior that led to Parker's exploitation, and the robbery incident simply provided him with an opportunity to rebel. To them, Parker's decision represented a rightful retaliation against unfair treatment. Moreover, not everyone can rise to become a hero like Spider-Man. Perhaps Parker let the robber escape to avoid a more violent confrontation, thereby protecting his own life. Meanwhile, there were also voices suggesting that issues should be resolved through legal channels, such as reporting the employer's misconduct to the relevant authorities. Yet, some argued that in certain exceptional situations, personal moral judgment might transcend the boundaries of the law. Just as the debate was reaching its peak, a news flash interrupted the program. The robber who had appeared in the city had turned himself into the police. The broadcast showed crowds of reporters gathered at the entrance of the police station, jostling for space in the crowded scene. The picture shifted. Night had fallen. A car pulled up in front of a military base, and a man in uniform, adorned with medals across his chest, stepped out, clearly a high-ranking officer. Another man, waiting outside, approached to greet him, addressing him as General. As the two shook hands, their conversation revealed that the gathering was arranged to witness the military's latest development, a powered exoskeleton suit. They entered an armored bunker together, mentioning in passing that the general was quite pleased with the news of Norman Osborn's bankruptcy. Soon after, the exoskeleton suit slowly rose into view. As everyone's attention was fixed on the demonstration, alarms suddenly blared, warning of an unidentified flying object rapidly approaching. The pilot, baffled, barely managed to shout, "Oh my God," before chilling, unnatural laughter echoed through the air. In an instant, the exoskeleton suit was obliterated. The general was stunned by the abrupt attack. Before he could react, a shadowy figure shot out of the flames, astride a glider, unleashing a blinding weapon toward the bunker. In the blink of an eye, the fortress was reduced to rubble. These images sent shockwaves across the globe. The secret development of powered exoskeleton armor by the American military had already stunned the world, but to see such advanced technology so easily destroyed by a mysterious enemy was even more astonishing. The military leaders of the first universe were plunged into panic, especially the general from the Department of Defense, who had planned to personally inspect the armored suits that very night, never expecting it would cost him his life. At the same time, all the other permanent members of the UN Security Council, except the United States, sent diplomatic notes demanding explanations about the development of the exoskeleton armor. All these events placed immense pressure on the White House. Tony Stark watched the news footage and couldn't help but remark sarcastically, "So this is their exoskeleton armor? Looks like a child's toy. No wonder it was destroyed so easily. They died without ever knowing who their enemy was." Peter, for his part, was deeply intrigued by the Green Goblin's glider. It was a pity they didn't belong to the same world. Otherwise, he would have loved to compare his latest Mark suit with the glider to see which was superior. Meanwhile, Black Mask grew even more grim. His thoughts immediately turned to Tony Stark, who possessed similar technology. Though Tony was famous for his flamboyant lifestyle, at least he was a man of integrity. Nick Fury was well aware that the Senate was planning to convene a hearing, demanding that Tony surrender his Mark suit. Yet Fury knew such a request was impossible to fulfill. "Hill, help me find Natasha. I have an urgent assignment for her. The sooner, the better," Fury commanded as he browsed through the files for the Avengers Initiative. He realized that assembling his own team of superheroes could wait no longer. The scene shifted from the aftermath of the explosion to the lively atmosphere of a graduation ceremony. Today was Peter Parker's high school graduation. Aunt May, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and kissed Peter on the cheek. Harry came over to congratulate him, sharing the news that his father had bought a house in New York and that they would be moving in the fall. Peter was genuinely happy for Harry. Norman Osborn also approached, offering his congratulations to Peter and expressing his pride in Peter's Science Award. He comforted Peter, aware of the difficult times he'd recently been through, encouraging him to be happy on this special day and to see graduation as the start of a new chapter in life. At that moment, Harry noticed Mary Jane talking with Flash. When he drew closer, he overheard Mary Jane breaking up with Flash and returning his ring. Flash shrugged it off, showing little regard for the relationship. Norman continued his conversation with Peter, urging him to see Norman as family and to ask for help whenever he needed it. When Peter returned home, he declined Aunt May's offer of food, instead retreating alone to his room, where he spent the entire day silently weeping. Aunt May understood how Peter felt and quietly entered the room, taking a seat beside him. In a hushed voice, Peter said that he missed Uncle Ben especially much today. If Uncle Ben could have been at the graduation ceremony, he would have been proud and happy for him. Aunt May's eyes grew moist as she gently told Peter that, in truth, Uncle Ben had always been by his side. A wave of guilt swept over Peter as he remembered how, on that day, Uncle Ben had wanted to talk to him about something important, but he had answered back instead. Aunt May comforted him, assuring him that Uncle Ben had never doubted Peter's abilities and believed he would accomplish great things in the future. She was certain Peter would not let Uncle Ben down. With those words, Aunt May left the room. Peter pondered Aunt May's words again and again. At last, he opened a trunk and took out his Spider-Man suit and the sketches he'd drawn for it. He remembered something Uncle Ben had once said, "With great power comes great responsibility." From that moment on, the world welcomed a new superhero, Spider-Man. In a neighborhood convenience store, two robbers were threatening the shopkeeper, forcing him to put cash into their bags. Just as they were about to leave, Peter Parker, dressed in his Spider-Man costume, swung in from afar. He swiftly subdued the two criminals and returned the bag of money to the shopkeeper. Before long, stories about Spider-Man began appearing in newspapers everywhere, and people on the street started excitedly talking about his deeds. Often, by the time the police arrived at a crime scene, they would find the criminals already bound tightly in webs, hanging above the ground. Spider-Man's reputation in New York grew steadily. More and more people believed that he was a true hero, sincerely devoted to protecting the city and its people. One day, a woman was robbed on the street. Just as the thief threatened her with a gun, a strand of web shot out of nowhere, snatched the weapon away, and left the robber dangling from a lamppost, securely wrapped in silken threads. Meanwhile, street performers in the city began composing and singing their own Spider-Man songs, strumming guitars as Spider-Man's image took root in people's hearts. Yet not everyone was pleased with Spider-Man's rising fame. The newspaper editor, Jameson, nicknamed Spider-Man 1.5, began publicly attacking Spider-Man, insisting that he was a criminal. He angrily questioned his staff as to why Spider-Man should be on the front page of the Daily Bugle. This sparked a heated argument between Jameson and his colleague Robbie. Robbie pointed out that Spider-Man had saved 6 passengers during a subway accident, but Jameson stubbornly maintained that the accident itself must have been Spider-Man's fault. He stubbornly believes that whenever something happens in the city, Spider-Man always appears mysteriously, and he accuses Spider-Man of slipping away right after doing good deeds, saying it's just running away from responsibility. Robbie counters, suggesting maybe Spider-Man leaves to help someone else. Jameson starts to doubt Spider-Man's true identity and demands, if he's a hero, why does he wear a mask? Was he really hiding? Just then, Miss Brandt comes in to ask about his wife's choice of tablecloth for the restaurant. He replies absent-mindedly, pick the cheapest one. At that moment, another employee, Hoffman, enters the office to report that the paper has sold out 4 times that day, no matter how many copies they print. Jameson immediately changes his tune, deciding that Spider-Man's story needs to be on the front page first thing tomorrow, and orders that it be presented with even more weight. When asked what to do with the article scheduled for page 6, he brushes it off, saying it can be moved to page 7 or 8. He first promises a 10% discount to the client, but then quickly changes it to only 5%. Hoffman tries to argue, but Jameson impatiently shoos him away. Soon after, Jameson learns that they still don't have a decent photo of Spider-Man. Photographer Eddie has been on the lookout for weeks, but hasn't even managed to catch a glimpse of him. Jameson isn't fazed. Instead, he declares with confidence, if we can get a photo of Julia Roberts, we can get one of Spider-Man. He instructs his staff to publish a notice in the paper offering a reward for any photos of Spider-Man, and announces with determination, he doesn't want to be famous? I'll make him infamous. Meanwhile, Tony sits nearby, sipping a strangely colored green vegetable juice, and remarks with biting sarcasm, classic capitalist behavior. If there's profit to be made, nothing's off limits. Though he, too, is a businessman, he never fusses over trivial matters. Only those with vision and the courage to take responsibility can achieve great things. In contrast, many citizens are deeply dissatisfied with the owner of the Daily Bugle. Despite Spider-Man's constant efforts to help others, the boss is always publicly belittling and attacking him, an attitude that has stirred widespread resentment in society. At a restaurant called Moondance Diner, Mary Jane hurries out, careful to shield her uniform with a leather jacket so that no one will recognize her as the hostess. Just at that moment, Parker happens to walk past the diner. Thanks to Spider-Man's sharp instincts, he sensed Mary Jane's presence. He turned around and caught up with her, greeting her warmly. At first, Mary Jane thought a stranger was trying to strike up a conversation, but when she recognized Parker, surprise lit up her face and she broke into a delighted smile, wrapping her leather jacket tighter around herself. The two stopped to chat on the sidewalk. Parker mentioned he was looking for a job. When he asked how Mary Jane was doing, she didn't mention her job as a receptionist, instead claiming she was headed to an audition. Parker congratulated her and playfully called her a big star. Just then, the fast food shop owner burst out of the door, shouting across the street that $6 were missing from the register and that he'd deduct it from Mary Jane's paycheck. Mary Jane tried to ignore him, but the boss wouldn't let up. With a resigned sigh, she turned back and agreed. The owner, still dissatisfied, warned her not to roll her eyes before stomping back into the shop. The episode left an awkward silence hanging between them. Mary Jane sighed, unzipped her jacket to reveal her uniform, and gave a self-mocking smile. Dreams, huh? Parker comforted her, saying there was nothing to be ashamed of. Mary Jane then asked him not to tell Harry about her job. Parker, puzzled, asked why. Mary Jane shot back. Aren't you two roommates? Isn't Harry dating me? Didn't he tell you? She confessed her worry that Harry might think being a waitress wasn't respectable enough. Parker reassured her it was honest work, and guessed Harry just thought making money had always come too easily. Mary Jane thanked Parker before walking away. Parker wanted to invite Mary Jane to dinner, but changed his mind at the last second. Instead, he suggested meeting at the cafe where she worked, promising several times he wouldn't say a word to Harry. As she left, he muttered the promise to himself once more. Meanwhile, Tony watched Parker on the screen, shaking his head in disbelief. Parker's lack of confidence exasperated him. After all, this was Spider-Man. Yet here he was, tongue-tied in front of an ordinary girl, unable even to ask her out for dinner. To Tony, it was an embarrassment for all superheroes. As Iron Man, Tony believed superheroes ought to brim with confidence. He'd been a notorious playboy, always surrounded by beautiful women, at least until Pepper came along and changed things. Watching Parker fumble now, Tony couldn't help but wonder if Parker was truly worthy of the superhero title. Harry, meanwhile, apologized to Parker. He admitted he truly liked Mary Jane, but if Parker had feelings for her too, he was willing to step aside. After all, there are still many wonderful girls in the world. There's no need to be fixated solely on Mary Jane. Yet Parker didn't dwell on this matter. Although the thought that Harry might date Mary Jane in the future made him a bit sad, he resolved not to interfere if Mary Jane truly liked Harry as well. Mary Jane gazed up at her reflection cast upon the sky, her feelings tangled and conflicted. Parker was destined to become a future superhero, Spider-Man, while Harry was the young, wealthy, and handsome ideal type. Faced with choosing between these two, she found herself at a loss, unable to make a decision. By now, both Parker and Harry had moved elsewhere to avoid being tracked by the media, leaving her unable to contact them. At the same time, she had to endure the constant bouts of temper from her father. Fortunately, thanks to her association with Parker and Harry, many reporters and news outlets were clamoring for a chance to interview her, offering generous payments. If she agreed, she could leave her current environment at once, but she hesitated, worried that doing so might hurt Parker's feelings. So she kept turning them down. When Parker returned to Harry's house, he found Harry's father, Norman, speaking on the phone nearby. Noticing Parker at the door, Norman made a point to greet him. Parker walked over to Harry, with a helpless shrug, gestured toward Norman, explaining that his father had come by to check on them, but really spent most of his time on the phone. Harry was relieved to see Parker return, as he'd been struggling with a few assignments. But when he noticed Parker's weary sigh, he grew concerned. Parker confided that he'd been fired by Dr. Connors for being late to work. Harry couldn't understand why Parker was always late, but Parker brushed off the question with a vague answer. Norman soon walked over and jokingly asked Parker which mysterious girl he'd been seeing lately, and wondered aloud when he might get to meet her. Parker didn't let on that he already knew the mysterious girl was Mary Jane. Caught off guard, Harry hurriedly shifted the conversation to Parker, suggesting that perhaps his father could help him find a job. Norman certainly had the means to help, but Parker insisted he wanted to earn a job on his own merits, which Norman appreciated. Parker said he wanted to be a photographer, and just then, he spotted a notice in the newspaper offering a substantial reward for photos of Spider-Man. An idea sparked in his mind. Parker secured his camera high above the city using his webbing, then swiftly subdued a gang of robbers, making sure the camera captured the entire scene. Afterwards, he brought the photos to the newspaper office and handed them to Jameson. At first, Jameson dismissed the photos as worthless, offering only $200. Dissatisfied, Parker threatened to take them elsewhere. Seeing this, Jameson quickly raised his offer to $300, instructing his staff to put the photos on the front page. Then, right in front of Parker, he dictated the headline, Spider-Man, Hero or Menace? After this revision, the plot becomes clearer and more fluid, and the emotional expression is also easier for English readers to understand. Of course, here is a rewritten version of the content you provided from the Chinese novel, focusing on logic, coherence, and ease of translation. Parker had always longed for a proper job, but once again, he was turned down. The 1.5T generation Spider-Man gave Parker a reassuring pat on the shoulder, gently ushered him out of the office, and told him to see Miss Brandt for his payment. The scene shifts to Oscorp, where a board meeting is underway. Norman's face glowed with delight as he announced that Oscorp had surpassed exploratory aerospace, becoming the largest supplier to the military. Yet, no sooner had his words left his lips than another board member suddenly suggested selling the company. Norman's expression froze instantly. He hadn't imagined the board would conspire behind his back, plotting to kick him out and sell Oscorp to exploratory aerospace. Furious, Norman demanded answers from a board, then turned helplessly toward Max. With an air of resignation, Max informed him that the board had already passed the decision unanimously, and it would be made public after the conclusion of the World Expo. Across the table, a calm director told Norman that he was now excluded from the company. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, with a single sharp eye, watched Norman closely. That final, twisted smile on Norman's face only deepened Fury's suspicions. Though the Sky Curtain project hadn't revealed any direct details of Norman's serum injection, Fury's keen instincts had already pieced together the clues. There's definitely something wrong with Norman, Fury thought, recalling the look on Norman's face, his wariness growing. The Oscorp World Expo went ahead as scheduled. Parker arrived at the scene, camera in hand, filming the lively crowd. By chance, he caught sight of Mary Jane chatting cheerfully with Harry. Up on the terrace, Harry asked Mary Jane why she hadn't worn a black dress, noting that his father preferred black, and it would leave a good impression. Harry thought Mary Jane looked especially beautiful that day and couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. But Mary Jane turned away, letting Harry's lips brush only her cheek. Just then, Harry noticed Parker watching them from the upper level. Feeling uneasy, he tried to find an excuse to leave with Mary Jane. At that moment, Parker's spider sense suddenly blared a warning. Danger was drawing near. A wave of unease swept over him as he spotted a glider hurtling toward the venue, leaving a long trail in its wake. Tony noticed the scene as well. He immediately realized that the glider's exhaust meant the pilot was still using conventional energy. clear sign their technology lagged far behind his own mark armor. Still, he ordered Jarvis to analyze the glider's capabilities. The guests at the venue initially thought the glider was part of the carnival's new entertainment program, never suspecting that the Green Goblin would launch a brazen attack. With Harry still on stage, the Goblin hurled a pumpkin bomb straight onto the terrace, blasting it apart. Parker saw two people about to be crushed by falling debris and immediately shot out webs to rescue them. Meanwhile, Mary Jane was trapped in peril on stage, teetering on the verge of falling from the high platform. Parker dashed through the crowd, quickly shrugging off his jacket to reveal the Spider-Man suit hidden underneath. In the throng, he caught a glimpse of a familiar elderly man. At the same time, Mary Jane's situation grew ever more dangerous, as part of the terrace, now hung precariously, held up by only a few chains. Just then, the Green Goblin reappeared at the edge of the terrace atop. His glider. With a cold sneer, he called out, "Have I already been cast aside?" Without waiting for an answer, he hurled another grenade, the explosion instantly reducing several board members to nothing but bones. Nick Fury's expression remained calm. He had already deduced that Norman was likely the Green Goblin who had killed the military general, and realized the Goblin would never let the board announce his expulsion from the company. Amid the chaos, Harry was struck by a chunk of stone and collapsed, unconscious. Mary Jane, confronted by the Green Goblin at arm's length, screamed in terror. At that moment, Parker arrived just in time, delivering a flying kick that knocked the Goblin off his glider. The glider spun out of control, slicing through a massive hot air balloon. Below, a young boy stood frozen in fear. Without hesitation, Parker leaped down and snatched the boy to safety at the very last moment. Nearby, several police officers tried to apprehend the Goblin, ordering him to surrender. But the Goblin easily dispatched them with a few swift blows. Parker rushed in to stop him, swinging a punch, but his strength was no match. The Goblin deflected the attack and sent Parker flying, causing him to crash into a pillar, which then toppled and injured an unlucky bystander. The Goblin leapt back onto his glider as it swooped to his side, opening fire on Parker as he ran. Parker swung up to another hot air balloon using his web, only to be horrified at the sight of Mary Jane's terrace about to collapse. He tried to reach Mary Jane, but was rammed mid-air by the Goblin and slammed against a building window. Parker's mind was consumed. With worry for Mary Jane's safety, he had no time to spar with the Goblin. After taking several hits, he tumbled back onto the terrace. The Goblin prepared to fire a missile, but Parker reacted in time, sealing the Goblin's mask with webbing. He then flipped off the terrace, quickly yanking a battery from the glider and forcing the Goblin to retreat. Before leaving, the Green Goblin threatened Parker with a menacing promise. "We'll meet again." Finally, the terrace gave way, and Mary Jane plummeted toward the ground. Parker dove after her, catching her in his arms and swinging them both safely into the nearby garden. Narrator's voice emerges. Toby Spider-Man always prefers to hold those in need of rescue close in his own arms, believing that only then can he truly guarantee their safety. The brain storage every zombie dreams of. In the original Spider-Man universe, Peter Parker stared at his own hands. Just moments ago, he had shown off his newfound abilities at school, not only saving Mary Jane from slipping, but also catching falling food midair, dodging the school bully Flash's attack with ease, and sending him flying several meters with a single punch. He dashed out of the school and into an alley, where he discovered barbs sprouting from his palms that allowed him to scale walls. His jumping abilities had increased dramatically. He could now leap from one building to another. Threads of silk shot from his wrists just like a spider. Using his webs, he snared a crane and swung across. And though he crashed into a wall at the end, exhilaration surged through him. While Peter Parker was still reveling in his excitement, something destined to change his life appeared, though he remained completely unaware, for he never thought to look up. On a tranquil afternoon, people bustled about as usual. Suddenly, a massive black screen appeared in the sky, like some enigmatic curtain that could be seen clearly. From every corner of the earth, the screen loomed overhead, an oppressive presence hanging in the heavens, as though it were connected to the very fabric of the cosmos. People stopped in their tracks and gazed upward, their hearts filled with wonder and confusion. Some tried every possible means to approach the screen, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not get close to that mysterious darkness. It was like an insurmountable barrier, sealing the earth away from whatever lay beyond. Sunlight filtered through the black screen, twisting into strange rays that cast a shroud of mystery over the land. Birds circled in the sky, seemingly bewildered by this sudden marvel. The appearance of the black screen plunged people into a mix of fear and curiosity about the unknown. Scientists worldwide scrambled to investigate, desperate to unravel the secret behind this phenomenon, but their efforts all ended in vain. Time went by, Yet the black screen hung motionless in the sky, unchanged and unmoved. Meanwhile, in another universe's Earth, the same black screen appeared. Tony Stark gazed at it, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Turning to his side, he ordered, "Jarvis, analyze what this thing is." "Sir, satellite scans show absolutely nothing there." Jarvis's voice replied. Tony's face darkened. How could there be nothing? The black screen was right there, plain as day. He could see it with his own eyes. Could this be some kind of mirage? "I'm going up to see what it really is," Tony said, turning to suit up in his Mark armor, determined to investigate for himself. And our Madhav, hero, too, gazed solemnly at the black screen above. His shiny bald head might as well have been worn thin from thinking, but even he couldn't figure out what on earth that thing was. The moment this thing appeared, he immediately dispatched a plane to approach it. However, the pilot reported back. No matter how he flew, the black screen remained the same size, showing no sign of shrinking with the supposed change in distance. This was beyond Nick Fury's expectations. He had no choice but to abandon the idea of getting closer to the black screen. The first order he gave to his scientists was to figure out exactly where this black screen was and how to approach it. Nick Fury had no idea who had put the black screen up in the sky, or who he might be. But what mattered more right now was understanding why it had appeared on Earth. What did it intend to do here? Lost in thought, Nick Fury glanced at the pager he always carried with him. Should I call Carol back? Carol had once told him not to contact her unless it was absolutely necessary. Nick Fury wasn't sure whether this counted as such a moment. After much deliberation, Nick Fury set down the pager he'd already picked up. He decided to wait a little longer to see what exactly the black screen intended, but that didn't mean he'd stop investigating the screen itself. While Nick Fury pondered, the black screen suddenly lit up and a voice rang out. "What unresolved regrets does Spider-Man have?" Spider-Man? Nick Fury was stunned. It was a name he had never heard before, but from the sound of it, it might refer to a superhero, perhaps someone like the legendary Captain America. Peter Parker heard the words as well. Still lost in the euphoria of his newfound powers, he was suddenly jolted back to reality. Looking up, he noticed a screen had inexplicably appeared in the sky, displaying the very question he had just heard. Was it the first Spider-Man, forced to watch his best friend die before his very eyes? Was it the second Spider-Man, holding the love of his life as she died in his arms? Or was it the third Spider-Man, forgotten by the entire world, everything he once had now lost? Let's take a look at the life of Peter Parker. Is he truly a failed man? This final question stirred up a storm in the heart of the original Peter Parker. Is this my life? No, how could it be? This has to be a joke. He had just gained his powers. How could he possibly be Spider-Man? Tony Stark had just been about to suit up when Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted him. He rushed to the armor platform, and as he looked up, he saw the first line on the screen. "Spider-Man? Peter Parker? Jarvis, search for the name Peter Parker." "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." Jarvis replied at once. At the same time, the man with the eye patch made the same decision. It wasn't just these two. Officials across the globe sprang into action as well. Whoever this Peter Parker was, they all agreed. The first step was to find him. "Sir, there are 5,462 people named Peter Parker, with 1,637 currently in New York." Tony had expected there would be many people with the same name, so he wasn't surprised. Analyze which among them could possibly be Spider-Man. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Among them, the number of possible Spider-Man candidates is 0. This time, Tony was genuinely surprised. 0? If Spider-Man truly existed, how could there be absolutely no trace of him? Search for information related to Spider-Man. Searching. Excluding results that mention Spider-Man after the appearance of the sky screen. There is no information about Spider-Man prior to its appearance. Jarvis quickly confirmed through the internet that there was not a single video or photo of Spider-Man in the world. Not even the name Spider-Man had ever appeared before. Instead, there were plenty of results about spider demons and the like, but Jarvis ruled those out after a careful check. All right, things are getting interesting. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Jarvis, from now on, record everything related to this screen, 24 hours a day. I don't want to miss a single clue. Yes, sir. What exactly does this narrator want? Why is it so interested in how Spider-Man saves people? Does it have nothing better to do? If it's so free, why doesn't it tell me how to cure this damn palladium poisoning? Tony glared up at the sky screen, unable to hold back a furious outburst. The after effects of palladium poisoning were already starting to show, and he was forced to rely on chlorophyll juice to slow the toxins. Then something happened that the billionaire playboy could never have imagined. The sky screen actually responded to his question. Narrator, Tony Stark, the answer is right beside you. You will find it. People all around the world. In an instant, whether they knew Tony or not, everyone had heard of him. Some people scratched their heads, unable to fathom why such a powerful presence would respond to Tony's question, like a certain bald man. Nick Fury, Stock? What did he ask? Looks like I'll have to go have a word with him. Even Pepper couldn't resist calling Tony, though he was far too busy to answer her now. The answer is right beside me. Tony stared blankly at the sky screen, deep in thought. Snapping back to reality, he immediately ordered Jarvis to begin checking all his personal belongings. The sky screen had given him a clue. Now it was up to him to find the answer. Meanwhile, in a small apartment, Harry was on the phone with Mary Jane, who was bubbling with excitement and had even turned down Harry's offer to come see her. Peter Parker sat quietly to the side, listening in. After ending the call, Harry said that Mary Jane was fine, just frightened. He then apologized to Parker for not telling him about it sooner, explaining that it was because Parker had never taken any action. Parker, feeling a pang of regret, admitted that it was indeed his own inaction. Before bed, Harry asked, "What was that thing?" Parker replied that he didn't know either, but whatever it was, they had to stop it. Norman's hand trembled as he lifted a glass of wine. Halfway through his drink, he was startled by a strange, chilling laugh. "Is someone there?" he called out. To his shock, a voice actually answered, telling Norman to stop pretending to be clueless, insisting that he'd always known the truth. Norman followed the voice and turned to see another version of himself in the mirror, his evil alter ego. The sinister figure explained that everything that had happened was for Norman's own sake. He raised a newspaper, and Norman saw on the front page that members of the board had been murdered. "You killed them," Norman exclaimed. "We killed them," the voice corrected him. "We," Norman stammered. "Don't you remember? That little accident in the lab," the voice taunted. "The performance enhancer," Norman gasped. Only now did Norman realize that the super serum had gone terribly wrong. The evil persona wanted to recruit Spider-Man to their side. As Norman listened to this dark inner voice, he grew more and more terrified, but he knew there was no turning back. "Dad!" Harry stared up at the night sky in disbelief, unable to fathom that behind his father's gentle face hid such a terrifying monster, a murderer responsible for so many deaths. "Where's Uncle Ben? I need to find him before anything happens." Parker realized the gravity of the situation. If the Green Goblin truly intended to kill so many people, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. "Peter, please don't hurt my dad. There must be some other reason for what he's done," Harry pleaded, looking at Parker with desperation in his eyes. Parker nodded, then took the spider suit out of the box and put it on, the very suit Aunt May had made for him. Meanwhile, Norman, or rather, the Green Goblin, had taken full control after learning the board plan to oust him. He armed himself and set out with a deadly purpose. He would eliminate the board members and that general, so that even if something happened to him, Harry could take over the company. As fate would have it, the general from the Department of Defense, having been tipped off by the visions in the sky, decided not to attend the exoskeleton demonstration that night. Instead, he went straight to Oscorp, hoping to persuade the board to sell the company behind Norman's back. Parker raced to the place Harry had mentioned, but he was still a step too late. From a distance, he saw the Green Goblin attacking the company's conference room. By the time Parker arrived, everyone inside was already dead. Knowing he couldn't let the Green Goblin escape, Parker launched himself at him without hesitation. Remembering Harry's plea, Parker held back at first, only gradually increasing his strength. This hesitation put him at a disadvantage in the early moments of the fight, but soon, Parker grew accustomed to fighting the Green Goblin. He was no longer confined to the ground, nor did he hold back his strength so cautiously. Instead, he shifted the battle to the towering skyscrapers of New York. Relying on his extraordinary agility and strength, Parker swung freely among the buildings, deftly dodging the Goblin's attacks. He shot webs that wound tightly around the Green Goblin, binding him and leaving him unable to move. Yet the Green Goblin quickly broke free, launching a fierce assault at Spider-Man with his glider. Parker twisted aside just in time, then spun a massive web in an attempt to trap the Goblin. However, the Green Goblin blasted through the web with ease, continuing to attack Spider-Man with his arsenal of weapons. Seeing this, Tobey Spider-Man immediately relied on his spider sense, dodging each of the Goblin's attacks with pinpoint accuracy. He skillfully made use of the environment, leaping and rolling through the air, forcing the Goblin to struggle just to keep up. As the fight raged on, neither Spider-Man nor the Green Goblin was willing to yield. Parker used his formidable physical strength to send the Goblin flying, while the Goblin retaliated with green energy spheres conjured from his glider. Spider-Man seized the opportunity to lunge forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Goblin hurtling backward. The Green Goblin quickly regained his balance and charged at Spider-Man once more. But Spider-Man dodged with agility and, with a flick of his wrist, shot a web that snagged the Goblin's foot and flung him aside. The Green Goblin crashed hard against a wall, and his glider suffered severe damage. Furious, the Goblin bellowed, "You wretched pest!" Parker didn't give him a moment to catch his breath, rushing forward at once. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, he noticed a bystander. Below the building, right beneath a rain of falling debris. Without hesitation, he dashed down and rescued the person in the nick of time. When he looked back, the Green Goblin had vanished. Parker hesitated for a split second, and in that instant, the Goblin circled around behind him and struck with a powerful blow to his back. Parker crashed to the ground as the Goblin laughed with glee. But Toby Spider-Man refused to give up. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to his feet, his gaze resolute as he stared down the Green Goblin. He knew he had to defeat this monster and bring back the kind-hearted Norman that lay within. Seeing Parker's determination, the Green Goblin swung his glider once more, poised to deliver a fatal strike. But Spider-Man spun around in a flash, hurling a web that stuck fast to the Goblin. The villain struggled, but the web only tightened around him. Spider-Man seized the moment, leaping forward and landing a solid punch, smashing the Goblin's glider beyond repair. Staggering backward from the blows, the Green Goblin refused to surrender, desperately trying to strike back with his weapons. Spider-Man dodged nimbly, shifting position in midair and keeping the Goblin guessing at every move. He fired more webs, wrapping the Goblin in a massive web that pinned him fast. The Green Goblin thrashed with all his might, but the webbing held strong, refusing to budge. Just then, the wail of police sirens echoed through the streets. At last, the police arrived at the scene, swiftly surrounding the Green Goblin. "This time you won't escape. I won't let you hurt anyone else." Parker pulled off his mask and spoke firmly to the trapped Green Goblin. The Green Goblin glared at Peter Parker, his teeth clenched in frustration, but he was too exhausted to fight back. "Thank you, Peter Parker. No, Spider-Man." The leading officer saluted Parker, grateful that he had subdued the Green Goblin. Although some damage had been done, he knew it was inevitable under such circumstances. "You're welcome. Can I ask, what will happen to him?" Parker looked at the Green Goblin, who had stopped struggling. After this devastating defeat, the Goblin had receded, and Norman's true self had resurfaced. "Peter, please, look after Harry for me. I made a terrible mistake. I was too reckless." Norman looked at Parker, his voice weak, imploring him to take care of Harry. Parker nodded in agreement. "As for his fate, we'll have to wait for the higher-ups to decide. That's beyond our pay grade," the police chief said helplessly. He, too, was unsure what would become of Norman. Parker nodded in understanding. By now, Norman had already been escorted into a police vehicle reserved for high-risk criminals, shackled at both the wrists and ankles, though Parker doubted such restraints would be much use. For now, however, what mattered most was uncovering how Norman had ended up this way. Norman's projection in the sky had mentioned the performance-enhancing serum, so Parker resolved to investigate, hoping to find a way to rid Norman of his evil persona. Suddenly, a new scene flickered across the sky. The supposedly dead General Sloan was now inspecting a glider developed by Oscorp, making it clear he wasn't interested in the glider itself. Norman hurried into the lab, greeting the board members along the way. The general inquired about the effects of the performance-enhancing serum. Dr. Strom explained that, after the serum was administered to mice, their physical abilities increased eightfold, but there was a single troubling side effect. The general wanted to know what that side effect was. Upon hearing that it included violent tendencies, aggression, and bouts of madness, he asked for recommendations. Norman cut the doctor off, explaining that everyone, except Dr. Strom, believed they were ready for human trials. Ignoring Norman, the general turned to Dr. Strom, who insisted that the entire project needed to be rolled back to the formula stage. The general sighed at Dr. Strom's suggestion, and Norman glanced back at him, unable to believe what he was hearing. The general told Norman he had never truly supported him. The project was approved by his predecessor. He added that approval had just been given for research into manned armored suits for space exploration. If the human trials of the performance-enhancing serum failed, Norman's funding would be revoked and redirected to another company. With that, the general left without another word. However, the screen did not show how Parker became Spider-Man. Instead, it jumped directly to Norman in the laboratory, preparing to use himself as a test subject. Dr. Strom stood beside him, repeatedly trying to dissuade him, warning that the experiment was far from ready. He pleaded with Norman to give him more time to find a medical professional and a willing volunteer. But Norman insisted that without securing the contract, Oscorp would go bankrupt. Seeing Norman's resolve, the doctor had no choice but to hand him the catalyst, which would allow the performance enhancer to fuse more quickly with the human body. Norman drank it down in one gulp, then smashed the vial with force. With Dr. Strom's help, Norman strapped himself into the machine. The doctor hesitated, but Norman gave him a reassuring nod, and Dr. Strom reluctantly pressed the switch. Behind them, the green performance enhancer quickly vaporized and was drawn into Norman's body. Emerald smoke engulfed Norman completely. His heart rate soared wildly. His body convulsed uncontrollably. The doctor hurried to vent the gas, but Norman's eyes rolled back, and his heart flatlined. Panicked, Dr. Strom rushed to Norman's side, calling his name, unfastened the restraints, and began CPR. The heart monitor beeped back to life. Just as the doctor turned to look, Norman's eyes snapped open. In a sudden burst of strength, he seized Dr. Strom by the throat and hurled him across the room, crashing him into a machine. The scene shifted. Harry entered the room to find Norman lying on the floor. He rushed over to help his father up, but Norman had no memory of what had happened the night before. Just then, a woman burst in, informing Norman that Dr. Strom had been murdered in the lab, and that both the flight suit and the glider had been stolen. Witnessing this, Harry remembered that something like this had indeed happened, but since it was a company matter, he hadn't paid much attention. At the time, it turned out that Norman had already become the Green Goblin back then, though the two personalities had not yet fully merged. Neither the military nor Oscorp had expected such severe side effects from the performance enhancer. With Dr. Strom dead, they decided to suspend all research on the project, planning to resume only if the issue of the evil personality could be resolved. At that moment, the narrator's voice returned. "Peter Parker, you have changed Norman's fate. The evil within him was destined to destroy him, but you saved him before it was too late. This is your reward." A beam of light descended from the heavens, landing in Parker's hands. As the glow faded, he saw it was a vial of medicine. In that instant, Parker understood. This was the cure for Norman's dark side. Without hesitation, he caught up to the police car and injected the antidote into Norman. "What was that?" one of the officers asked, his hand resting warily on his holster. He didn't draw his weapon, only regarded Parker intently. A reflex, born of long habit. The antidote provided by the overhead screen. It can cure Norman Osborn's violent tendencies. "It's a reward for me," Parker spoke, bluntly. When the police heard it was an antidote, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Norman might look harmless now, but if you'd ever witnessed his battles with Spider-Man, you'd know every one of these escorting officers was on edge, terrified the Green Goblin would suddenly lash out. Meanwhile, our Generation 1.5 Spider-Man wore a look of deep frustration. Because of his actions broadcast on the overhead screen, many New Yorkers had stopped buying his newspapers. This morning's sales were less than a tenth of the usual, a bolt from the blue for him. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, An Age of Fear. That was today's front-page headline in the Daily Bugle. Generation 1.5 Spider-Man announced it with pride and even had Hoffman file for copyright. Parker felt it was a malicious slander against Spider-Man. After all, he hadn't attacked the city. But Generation 1.5 Spider-Man disagreed, pointing out that slander spoken is one thing, but printing it is libel. Parker believed that Jameson didn't trust anyone, so he stood up and prepared to leave. Just as Generation 1.5 Spider-Man cigar was tossed out the window, it flew right back in, and at that moment, the Green Goblin smashed through the glass, seized Jameson by the throat, and demanded to know who provided the photos of Spider-Man. This time, Generation 1.5 Spider-Man showed real courage. He refused to betray Parker, insisting the photos were mailed in by Spider-Man himself. The Green Goblin didn't buy it. But Generation 1.5 held firm, his lips sealed. Just as the Goblin was about to use force, Parker appeared behind him in the nick of time, saving Generation 1.5 from disaster. But as soon as Jameson got back on his feet, he immediately accused Spider-Man of being in league with the Goblin. Parker silenced him with a quick shot of webbing over his mouth, telling him to stay out of it. In the confusion, Parker was caught off guard and fell victim to the Green Goblin's hypnotic gas. He plummeted from above, unconscious, and the Goblin whisked him away. Just a high school kid after all," the bald-headed agent muttered, shaking his head in dismay as he watched Parker collapse. No sense of precaution. To fall for a trick so easily, he's still too inexperienced. Even Ben felt Parker needed to sharpen his awareness. Spider sense isn't infallible. It won't warn him of non-lethal threats. Relying on it too much made Parker vulnerable to tricks he should have seen coming. All around the city, countless people saw Spider-Man fall unconscious and be carried away by the Green Goblin. Worry swept through the crowd, and shouts of encouragement for Spider-Man filled the air. In his daze, Parker could vaguely hear the Green Goblin's voice. The Goblin claimed that he and Spider-Man were very much alike. Parker disagreed. "You're a murderer," but the Green Goblin countered, "People have different ambitions. You chose to be a superhero, but the public's interest in you is fleeting. All they really want is to watch their heroes fail, to see them fall, to see them die. No matter what you do, in the end, they'll hate you. So why bother? Because it's the right thing to do. The Green Goblin smacked Parker on the head and told him, the only purpose of New York's 8 million citizens is to lift a handful of exceptional geniuses onto their shoulders. Just like he was doing with Parker, he boasted shamelessly that he could crush Spider-Man under his foot at any moment. Yet he was offering Parker the chance to join him, to achieve greatness together and create a new future. He left Spider-Man with a choice: join forces with him, or fight against him and let countless innocents suffer and die until one of them finally fell. With that, the Green Goblin told Parker to think it over carefully, then disappeared. The next morning, headlines blared news about Spider-Man and the Green Goblin colluding with each other, along with citizen call for the authorities to rid the city of these pests. As Parker read the papers, a storm of emotions churned inside him. The Green Goblin's words echoed in his mind. No matter what you do for them, in the end, they'll hate you. This scene once again stirred up the anger of the masses. Crowds began to gather outside the Daily Bugle, demanding that the Spider-Man 1.5 step forward and publicly apologize to Spider-Man, and insisting that reporters leave Peter Parker's life alone. Luckily, even with disaster looming, Spider-Man 1.5 hadn't revealed anything about Peter, which won him a small measure of understanding from the public. Otherwise, Peter really might have been beaten to death by the furious crowd right on his doorstep. That day, Mary Jane walked out of a company building, and Parker, who had been waiting for quite a while, hurried over as soon as he saw her. Mary Jane was delighted to see him. Parker asked, "How did the audition go?" Mary Jane was puzzled. "How did you know about that?" "I've got good sources. Your mom told Aunt May, and Aunt May told me." Mary Jane asked if he had come just to see her. At first, Parker tried to play it cool, saying he just happened to be passing by and wanted to see a friendly face, but under Mary Jane's gaze, he admitted that he'd actually taken a bus and a cab from way across town just to see her. Parker asked again, "So, how did the audition go?" At the question, Mary Jane looked a bit downcast. "They told me to take acting classes. Even soap operas want me to take acting classes." She laughed at herself. Parker offered to take her out for burgers, with a budget cap of $7.84. Mary Jane was happy that Peter wanted to treat her, but she said she already had dinner plans with Harry and invited Peter to join them. Peter politely declined, then asked, "So, how are things between you two?" "No, never mind. It's none of my business." But Mary Jane didn't see it that way. "Oh, then why are you so interested?" Peter denied it flatly. "I'm not." "You're not. Why would I care?" "I don't know. Why?" Peter stammered. I don't know," she repeated twice, a hint of regret in her voice that Parker wasn't joining them. Then Mary Jane turned and left. From a distance, Parker watched her figure disappear down the street. Unexpectedly, he saw her being harassed by a group of men. His expression changed at once, and he strode over. Sensing trouble, Mary Jane broke into a run, but soon the men blocked her path. They surrounded her, taunting and jeering. One of them grabbed her shoulder and tried to pull off her coat. In panic, Mary Jane fought back, but she was no match for several grown men. Thankfully, Spider-Man arrived in the nick of time. With swift precision, he shot out webs, yanking the thugs away and knocking them to the ground. The situation was so urgent that Parker hadn't even managed to pull on his mask. Worried about revealing his identity, he slipped into a nearby alley as Mary Jane approached, vanishing from sight before she could see him. Mary Jane looked around, searching for her savior, when suddenly Parker appeared upside down right behind her, startling her. With a relieved laugh, Mary Jane said she felt like she had a superhero bodyguard, praising Spider-Man's incredible skills. Parker sighed. "Not everyone thinks so." Hearing this, Mary Jane repeated with conviction, "You really are amazing." For a moment, Parker felt the joy of being admired. Mary Jane wanted to thank Spider-Man with a kiss. Parker hesitated, asking her to wait. Understanding his concern, Mary Jane carefully rolled up his mask just enough to reveal his lips, then kissed him deeply. They shared a passionate kiss. Afterward, Mary Jane helped him pull the mask back down. With a quick flick of his web, Parker swung away, leaving Mary Jane standing there, breathless and exhilarated. Back at home, Uncle Ben watched Parker return. He patted Peter on the shoulder and said, "Peter, you might really like this girl. But I want to tell you, maybe she isn't right for you. What she likes is Spider-Man." Parker gazed in silence at the night sky, where Mary Jane's image lingered in his mind, his heart swirling with complicated feelings. He wanted to encourage himself to bravely pursue her, to tell her honestly how he felt. But doubts held him back, making him hesitate. For the first time, Parker saw himself as an outsider, acutely aware of Mary Jane's admiration for Spider-Man. He feared her feelings were only a fleeting infatuation, not something real and lasting. He thought Mary Jane was better suited to his friend Harry, mature, steady, someone who could offer her stability. Besides, Parker knew all too well that a life as Spider-Man was fraught with danger and uncertainty. He couldn't bear the thought of dragging Mary Jane into that world or risking her safety. In his heart, Mary Jane's happiness and safety mattered far more than his own desires. There was a trace of helplessness and conflict in Parker's eyes as he quietly resolved to bury his love deep within himself, choosing instead to protect Mary Jane as a friend. He wished for her to find true happiness, even if that happiness was something he could never give her. Uncle Ben knew that because of the vision from the sky curtain, Peter had learned many things about the future. His feelings for Mary Jane had eased a great deal, and he understood now what kind of life Mary Jane truly desired. As someone who had been through all, Uncle Ben realized that Peter wanted to help Mary Jane be with Harry, so that he could let go and fully embrace his destiny as Spider-Man. Mary Jane gazed up at the sky curtain, watching her future self's excitement after kissing Spider-Man. It was clear that in the days ahead, she would be inclined towards Spider-Man rather than Harry. Yet she couldn't decide whether that was a blessing or a curse. Harry felt that the choice should be left to Mary Jane. Without delay, he began searching for a way to contact her. But lately, Mary Jane was constantly surrounded by reporters eager to catch a glimpse of Spider-Man. Dodging the press was no simple matter, unless Peter stepped in. Still, if Spider-Man swept Mary Jane away in front of everyone, it would only draw more attention to her. One day, a house caught fire. A mother, weeping and frantic, begged to rush inside for her child, only to be held back by firefighters. Just then, a woman in the crowd spotted Spider-Man's arrival. Peter swung in on his web and plunged straight into the blaze. All eyes watched with hope and anxiety. Suddenly, an explosion shook the building. The mother nearly collapsed in terror, but Spider-Man emerged safely, carrying the child in his arms. He returned the child to the grateful mother, reassuring her, "He's safe. He's all right." The mother thanked Spider-Man again and again, but just then, a few police officers dampened the moment. They announced that Spider-Man was under arrest and needed to come with them. At that very instant, a cry for help echoed from above. Peter glanced upward, then turned back and declared, "I have to save someone." One of the officers took a deep breath and replied, "I'll wait for you to come back." "I won't be coming back," Peter called out as he shot a web and launched himself back into the burning building. Without hesitation, the officer shouted, "Go! Go!" The building was on the verge of collapse. The upper floors had already given way. Following the desperate sound of a woman's sobs, Spider-Man crept up behind a figure swaddled in cloth. But as the figure turned around, Peter was caught off guard. It was the Green Goblin. Without warning, the Goblin swung at Peter, sending him crashing backward. The Green Goblin mocked Peter for his lack of originality, always rushing headlong into danger, and asked if he wanted to join him. At the same time, the Goblin secretly squeezed a pumpkin bomb in his hand. Peter didn't hesitate for a second. "You're insane," he shot back. The Goblin hurled the bomb. Several pumpkin bombs hurtled toward him, but with his spider sense, Peter twisted through the air, ducking and dodging every last one. As he landed, the Goblin was already in his face, landing a series of blows. Peter's spider sense kicked in again, allowing him to evade the spinning bombs and return a powerful kick of his own. Then, smashing two bombs with his fists, Peter was caught off guard and grazed by a third, leaving a cut on his arm. Instantly, another bomb whistled toward him. Peter arched his back, letting it sail past, then sprang to his feet and landed a punch that sent the Green Goblin flying. In a flash, he pulled the Goblin back with his web and launched another kick, sending him tumbling away. Seeing that the house was about to collapse, Parker realized the situation was dire. To avoid being trapped beneath the wreckage, he immediately left the burning building. By the time the Green Goblin got back on his feet, Spider-Man had already vanished without a trace. Furious, the Goblin roared, "No one can refuse me." Tony watched all this and thought to himself that Spider-Man's vaunted spider sense wasn't all it was cracked up to be. He actually got scratched. Shouldn't he have dodged every attack or broken those weapons? How did he end up getting hurt? But Jarvis noticed something different. After analyzing the situation, he found that those throwing blades only appeared to move slowly. In reality, they were incredibly fast and razor-sharp, easily slicing through buildings without losing momentum. Yet all they did to Spider-Man was leave a shallow cut on his arm. Moreover, Spider-Man's reactions seemed to change dramatically. At first, a single punch from the Green Goblin sent him flying several meters, but later on, Spider-Man managed to block all of the Goblin's attacks, and even sent the Goblin himself flying with a single punch. Is it kindness? Is he afraid to use his full strength when fighting? Tony recalled the initial assessment shown on the sky screen. What a shame they weren't on the same Earth. Otherwise, he might have become good friends with Peter Parker. Meanwhile, Harry was busy tidying up the house, while Mary Jane, carrying a bowl of food, set it on the table at Harry's urging. Outside the door, Norman wore a stern expression, but as soon as Aunt May opened the door, he switched to a friendly smile. He apologized to Aunt May, explaining that work had kept him busy, and handed her a fruitcake. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Norman noticed Mary Jane, and Harry introduced the two to each other. They shook hands. Norman had been wanting to meet Mary Jane for a while now. At that moment, Peter was hurrying home, while Aunt May was wondering if he'd forgotten to buy the cranberry sauce. Parker landed outside the house, and the noise caught the attention of everyone inside. Aunt May called out curiously, "Peter?" When no one answered, she went upstairs, calling his name as she climbed. "Peter?" Parker had just entered the house and was taking off his mask when Aunt May reached the door. Fortunately, Parker reacted instantly and disappeared from sight in a flash. Aunt May turned, seeing nothing, and Norman, Harry, and the others followed her into the room. Aunt May remarked, "How strange, no one's here." The scene shifted to reveal Parker clinging to the ceiling. But his arm was injured, and now blood was about to drip down, right as Norman happened to be standing directly below. Norman glanced around Peter's room, finding it a bit messy, but Aunt May excused it, saying all geniuses were like this. Just as Norman turned to leave, a drop of blood finally fell. The sound of the dripping blood was impossible to miss for Norman, whose senses had been heightened. He turned sharply and immediately spotted the blood on the floor. Instantly, Norman looked up, but saw nothing on the ceiling. His eyes narrowed, and in that instant, he realized something. He strode straight to the windowsill and glanced up and down. Fortunately, Parker had cleverly hidden beneath the sill, so Norman couldn't see him from above. Parker hurriedly came inside, still holding a jar of red plum jam in his hand. Norman and Harry and the others had already gone back downstairs and were waiting for him. When they saw Parker come in, everyone greeted him warmly. Jokingly, Parker said he had to wrestle an old lady just to get that jar of plum jam. Aunt May quickly came over and kissed Parker on the cheek, then called everyone to the table to get ready for dinner. After shaking hands with Norman, Parker took his seat. He noticed Mary Jane sitting next to Harry, and a trace of loneliness flickered in his eyes. Aunt May set a platter of roast chicken down in front of Norman. Just as Norman reached out for some food, Aunt May smacked his hand, and his expression instantly shifted. Aunt May invited Norman to carve the turkey. With a smile, Norman picked up the knife, sharpening it as he stared intently at Aunt May. At that moment, Aunt May noticed there was blood on Parker's arm. Norman's face subtly changed when he saw it. Although Parker claimed he'd been hit by a cyclist, when Aunt May unbuttoned his cuff and saw the wound, Norman's suspicions were confirmed. He locked his eyes on the injury and asked Parker again how he'd gotten hurt. Parker repeated his explanation, but it didn't convince Norman. Setting down the knife, Norman apologized to everyone, put on his coat, and prepared to leave. Harry, confused, hurried after him. Harry wanted Norman to get to know Mary Jane better, but now Norman suddenly insisted on leaving. Norman had no interest in listening and tried to walk away, but Harry grabbed his arm to stop him. At this point, with the Green Goblin taking hold, Norman turned on Harry without mercy and demanded, "She's hanging around you. Do you really think it's because she likes your personality?" Harry was baffled. Norman brought up his mother, saying, "Your mother and she are both beautiful, but once they found out about your trust fund, they turned into wolves." Norman's meaning was all too clear. Harry insisted that Mary Jane wasn't that kind of person, but Norman gave him a bit of advice. Once you get her, drop her. Everyone inside overheard the father and son's conversation, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing. Harry pushed open the door and came back in. Mary Jane thanked Harry for standing up for her, grabbed her coat, and, too embarrassed to stay, prepared to leave. Harry asked, "Did you all hear that?" Mary Jane replied bluntly, "Everyone heard what that creep said," even though it was Norman who insulted Mary Jane. First, when Harry heard her call Norman a creep, he got angry and snapped at her. Mary Jane ignored him, apologized quickly to Aunt May, and walked out. Off to the side, Parker could only shake his head. Harry gazed up at the figure projected on the sky. His father, whose face appeared kind and gentle, yet whose heart was consumed by unspeakable evil. Harry shut his eyes in anguish. That damn performance enhancer had turned his good father into a monster. "Mary, please believe me. My dad isn't like this. He must have been affected by that cursed, twisted personality. That's the only reason he would say such things." Harry turned to Mary Jane, who stood nearby. She had only just snuck in, brought secretly by Parker, because the reporters had made it nearly impossible for her to stay at home. Even her parents had been harassed to their limits. It was around that time that Harry called her. "It's all right," Mary Jane replied, though she was deeply hurt and furious at how she'd just been described on the sky screen. Yet, in some twisted way, Norman hadn't been entirely wrong. She could sense it herself, even if she was unwilling to admit out loud. Seeing her spirits sink, Harry walked over and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Parker watched in silence. His feelings for Mary Jane had already begun to fade, especially after what he'd seen on the sky screen. He realized now that Mary Jane had never truly liked him. She'd fallen for Spider-Man and for the dashing, wealthy young man of high society. Yet, watching the girl he'd loved all his life held in someone else's arms stirred something deep inside him, a pang he quickly buried. Suddenly, the Green Goblin's voice echoed out, "Spider-Man is unbeatable, but Peter Parker can be destroyed." "I can't do it." Norman's voice trembled with pain. "I will not tolerate betrayal. Peter Parker must be taught a lesson." Norman turned to face the Green Goblin, mask resting on the chair, seeking guidance from the monstrous persona. The Goblin was all too eager to instruct. He would teach Parker the true meaning of pain and loss, make him suffer until life itself became a torment. Norman slowly sank to his knees before the mask, submitting to the Goblin. "And then?" he asked. "Then you kill him," the Goblin snarled. He told Norman that a clever enemy doesn't strike head-on. They attack where it hurts most. Oh hell, I bet he's either going after Aunt May or Mary Jane next. That fiend. Tony already saw through the Goblin's plan. A chill ran down Parker's spine as well. Sure enough, the sky screen revealed the Green Goblin's next move. Night had fallen. Aunt May was praying before Uncle Ben's photograph when an explosion suddenly erupted behind her. The Green Goblin, riding his glider, swooped in and landed. Before her, Aunt May was paralyzed with fright, murmuring her prayers in panic. The Goblin forced her to finish her prayer, his presence looming over her like a nightmare. Parker burst into the hospital, only to find Aunt May writhing in pain, her cries echoing through the halls as nurses rushed to tend to her. From her anguished wailing, Parker caught a glimpse of those terrifying yellow eyes. He realized, with a jolt, that the Goblin now knew his secret identity. "I'm sorry, Peter. I'm so sorry, Aunt May. Please forgive my father." Harry knelt painfully before Aunt May, sincerely apologizing for what his father had done. Uncle Ben and Aunt May hurried over to help him back to his feet. "Harry, this has nothing to do with you. There's no need for this. We're all right, aren't we?" Aunt May stroked Harry's face with concern, treating him as her own nephew. Though his father had made mistakes, she knew it wasn't Harry's fault. "Aunt May is right, Harry. This isn't your fault. Norman has already been cured by Parker. He won't hurt anyone anymore. But you must promise me you don't ever let those performance enhancers fall into the wrong hands." Ben tried to comfort Harry as well. He didn't want Harry to live weighed down by guilt. "Thank you both." Harry wiped the tears from his eyes and thanked them earnestly. In the hospital room, Parker held Aunt May's hand as she slept, and after a long, silent moment, he whispered an apology to her. His expression showed the deep guilt he felt for bringing harm to Aunt May. The next morning, Mary Jane arrived at the hospital to visit Aunt May. Parker told her that Aunt May had slept the entire day and thanked Mary Jane for coming. As they talked about what had happened that night, Mary Jane admitted, with some regret, that she shouldn't have left Aunt May alone. Parker then asked her about things between her and Harry. Mary Jane said that Harry had called her, but she hadn't called him back yet. "In fact, I've fallen in love with someone else," she confessed. "Are you serious?" "At least, I think I am," Mary Jane replied a little shyly. But Parker was eager to know, curious about who it was. Mary Jane explained that this person had saved her twice, but she'd never seen his face. Parker immediately understood and sat down with a smile. Mary Jane thought he was teasing her, but Parker sincerely praised Spider-Man, unable to hide a touch of pride, like a peddler admiring his own wares. Parker even pretended to be Spider-Man's photographer, saying Spider-Man had mentioned her before. In Parker's own words, Mary Jane's greatest quality was that when their eyes met, everything felt extraordinary. He felt braver and more vulnerable at the same time, excited and afraid. Parker couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was like chasing a dream just out of reach. Hearing Parker's words, Aunt May smiled with relief. Mary Jane realized then that Parker was confessing his feelings to her and reached out to hold his hand. Just then, Harry walked in with a bouquet of flowers. Seeing him, Parker quickly let go of Mary Jane's hand. An awkward silence settled between the three of them, and Parker forced himself to greet Harry. That night, as Harry returned home, he suddenly heard a strange, unsettling laughter. Calling out for his father, he climbed the stairs in search. Norman appeared with a blank expression and asked, "What's the matter?" "You were mistaken, Mary. You were right. She's fallen in love with Peter." "Parker? Well, does he love her?" Harry replied. "He's had a crush on her since 4th grade. He pretends not to, but she's the one he cares about most." Norman apologized to Harry for not being there for him all these years, but Harry said he understood his father. Norman dismissed it as just an excuse. He was genuinely proud. of Harry and regretted neglecting him. He promised to make it up to him, vowing to fight for his son's justice. The two embraced tightly, father and son reunited in warmth. Meanwhile, Tony, who had just found new hope from the sky screen, couldn't resist his sharp tongue. No, Harry, you've got it all wrong. Mary Jane isn't in a Parker, though it might be even worse. Your real rival is Spider-Man. Not everyone can be both Iron Man and a billionaire at the same time. Tony quipped with his usual flair. Suddenly, Pepper appeared behind him without his noticing and asked, "So, do you think Mary Jane would fall for you?" "Pepper, when did you get here? How come I didn't notice?" Tony stammered. "I just arrived and heard someone being all full of himself," Pepper replied with a bright smile, walking toward Tony. For once, Tony's face betrayed a rare hint of panic. Just then, the Green Goblin leapt out from the screen. The sudden shock startled some audience members who had been completely absorbed, including a black man in Florida who was about to shoot from a rooftop. He was so frightened he nearly lost his balance. The scene shifted. Peter Parker had fallen asleep at Aunt May's hospital bedside. Aunt May gently stroked his head, calling his name and urging him to go home. He looked completely worn out. Peter didn't want to leave her alone, but Aunt May assured him she felt safe. Peter asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" "You've done more than enough for me, working part-time and going to school, and still keeping me company. You're not Superman, you know." Peter couldn't help but laugh at her joke. Aunt May watched him finally crack a smile, and said with relief, "There it is, you finally smiled. I haven't seen you smile since Mary Jane left." It dawned on Peter then that Aunt May had been awake earlier. Aunt May reminisced about when Mary Jane moved in next door. Peter was only 6. She said Peter fell for Mary Jane at first sight and thought she was an angel. Peter looked incredulous, but quickly protested, saying Harry loved her and that she was still Harry's girlfriend. Peter said he felt Mary Jane didn't really know him, but Aunt May thought otherwise. She believed it was Peter himself who never let her in, always shrouded in mystery. Aunt May encouraged Peter to tell Mary Jane how he really felt. What did it matter, anyway? Everyone could see it. Her words struck Peter like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly realizing Mary Jane might be in danger, he dashed out to call her. The phone rang, and just as Peter was about to warn her, he realized it was her voicemail. Helplessly, he left a message, urging her not to go down any dark alleys after hearing the recording. But then, the Green Goblin's voice crackled through the line, inviting Spider-Man out to play. Peter's tone went cold as he demanded, "Where is she?" Mary Jane awoke from her stupor, still unaware of what had happened. As she stood up, a gust of wind made her realize she was on a bridge she had barely avoided falling off just moments before. The Green Goblin swooped overhead, his glider slicing through a section of steel girders. If Mary Jane hadn't ducked in time, she might have perished on the spot. The Green Goblin narrowly missed the sightseeing cable car, greeting the passengers inside with a wicked grin. The children on board, oblivious to the danger, thought it looked cool, but that sentiment would soon change. As he soared through the air, the Goblin chanted a sinister rhyme of his own invention. Then, with a swift missile, he blasted the structure holding the cable car's lines to the bridge. An explosion erupted, sending cars on the bridge into chaos. On the other side, Parker finally arrived, his eyes blazing with anger at the scene before him. "Green Goblin, what have you done?" he demanded. The blast had destroyed the support on one side, causing the cable car to plunge downward. Suddenly, the Green Goblin swooped in, grabbing the snapped cable, and slowly lifting the car back up. At the far end of the bridge, Parker used 2 strands of web like a slingshot, launching himself toward the disaster. He raced along the bridge, quickly closing in on the Green Goblin. When he landed in front of him, the Goblin had one hand clutching the cable car and the other gripping Mary Jane by the throat, suspending both over the empty air. "Spider-Man, this is why only fools become heroes," the Green Goblin sneered. "Because you never know when some madman will force you to make a cruel choice. Will you save the woman you love, or the innocent children?" Mary Jane was terrified. Panic etched across her face as one of her shoes slipped from her foot and tumbled into the void. On the other side, the children screamed, begging Spider-Man to save them. "Come on, Spider-Man, make your choice," the Green Goblin urged. "Being a hero always comes with a price." "Goblin, don't do this," Parker pleaded, trying to reason with him. But the Green Goblin was unmoved. He insisted that their choices defined who they were. Then, with a wicked grin, he let go with both hands. What a despicable fiend. He only knows how to torment women and children. This Green Goblin is utterly shameless. He resorts to threatening Spider-Man's loved ones, showing not a shred of decency. He's nothing but a coward, incapable of facing Spider-Man head-on, resorting instead to such vile tactics. Such actions are beyond depraved. He's forfeited any right to be called human. He's a true demon. He ought to feel nothing but shame for what he's done. To threaten the innocent. He's the lowest of the low. These cruel threats against the families of others are truly monstrous. The Green Goblin deserves the harshest punishment. He's a blight on society. We can't let him get away with this. We must stand together in support of Spider-Man, united against his evil. Because of the delay in the news, many people were still unaware that the Green Goblin had already been subdued by Spider-Man in reality. So when they saw the Green Goblin kidnapping and hurting others, they erupted in anger, cursing him loudly. The 1.5 generation Spider-Man immediately ordered his staff to make the call for the authorities to punish the Green Goblin. Tomorrow's front page headline. He hoped this would help win back his newspaper sales, which have been disastrous these past 2 days. After all, if sales didn't improve, he'd have to face his wife scolding at home, be banned from the bed, and be forced to sleep on the sofa. His back was practically breaking from it. In Spider-Man's lenses, the image of Mary Jane and the cable car plummeting was reflected. In a split second, Parker made his choice. He ran first toward the lighter Mary Jane, caught her as she fell, then used the momentum of his web to swing himself toward the cable car. He managed to grab hold of the car, secured Mary Jane between his legs, then freed one hand to shoot webbing, successfully rescuing them both. Beautiful. Using the momentum from his web swinging to increase his speed, and even freeing up a hand to shoot more webbing. This Spider-Man would make a fine partner. In a fight, he keeps his cool, even in the most critical moments. Tony admired Parker's actions greatly. If it were him, he'd be hard-pressed to do any better. Spider-Man, I want to have little spiders with you. A passionate female fan screamed up at the sky. Well done. You save your love and those kids. Now go knock that damned Green Goblin into next week. To Spider-Man, cheers. In a bar, the crowd lifted their glasses, eyes fixed on the sky screen, celebrating together Spider-Man's successful rescue. The sky screen could not be blocked by anything. As long as you wanted to see it, all you had to do was look up. Even indoors, the images on the sky screen were clear, and even someone with severe nearsightedness could see everything sharply without glasses. Even people who were blind or deaf could experience the world's reality through the sky screen. Now, many deaf-mute people had the chance to learn to speak. Or once they could not hear and thus could not learn to talk. Now, with the help of the sky screen, many could at least mimic Parker and the others' conversations. Inside the cable car, the children were panicking while the teacher shouted for them to hold on tight. Mary Jane was screaming again and again. Parker sensed something was wrong. Looking up, he saw that the web was starting to give under the weight and could no longer hold on. In the distance, a boat approached slowly, its searchlight cutting through the darkness. The sailors on board called out to Parker, saying they would bring the boat directly underneath. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin was already flying in their direction on his glider. Hearing the Green Goblin's wicked laughter, Mary Jane cried out in fear, "He's back!" Parker told Mary Jane to climb down, but she insisted she couldn't do it. Parker encouraged her. At that moment, the web broke a little more, sending the two of them and the cable car dropping another stretch, triggering another terrified scream from Mary Jane. "Mary, you can do this. You have to. Trust me. Hold on tight, and get down quickly." Parker's encouragement gave Mary Jane the courage to grab the cable. But halfway down, her nerves got the better of her, and she froze again. The Green Goblin swooped around in a vicious arc, bearing down on them once more. The Goblin landed a brutal blow on Spider-Man, sending Parker spinning through the air. Mary Jane nearly slipped from the cable, but, summoning all her strength, she managed to cling on. Parker too fought to regain his balance, and finally steadied himself. The Green Goblin swept past again, delivering a powerful punch that flung Spider-Man away, tearing the cable from his grasp. Yet Parker's reflexes were lightning fast. He shot a web, swinging himself back just in time, and, to the sound of Mary Jane's terrified screams, managed to seize the cable again. But this time, Mary Jane lost her grip. She plummeted downwards, only to catch the edge of the tram just in time, narrowly avoiding a fall into the sea below. Once more, the Green Goblin streaked toward them, while Parker was starting to lose his hold on the cable, which slipped further from his grasp. The Goblin triggered the razor-sharp blades at the front of his glider, preparing to charge at Spider-Man. In that desperate moment, something heavy crashed down from above, knocking the Goblin off course so that he hurtled past Parker by a hair. Glancing back, the Goblin saw a furious crowd gathered on the bridge, hurling all manner of objects at him and shouting threats. Just then, a ferry arrived beneath the tram. Parker lowered the tram onto the deck, and the onlookers erupted in cheers at the sight. Mary Jane, seeing the Green Goblin charging for Parker, shouted out a warning to Spider-Man. But the Goblin lashed a steel cable around Parker's waist, yanking him away and dragging him through the air before hurling him into a building. Parker crashed through the wall and landed hard, right above a cluster of sharp, upturned objects. Reacting instantly, he shot a web and pulled himself to safety, barely avoiding being impaled. He smashed through a window and slammed against a wall, finally coming to a stop. Before he could rise, a green goblin bomb bounced across the floor, landing right in front of his face and detonating in a blinding flash. "Oh my God, Spider-Man. He'll be okay, right? Please don't die, man." Seeing Spider-Man hit point-blank by the green goblin's bomb, the crowd was gripped with worry. After all, they'd already witnessed the bomb's terrifying power several times. Half of Parker's mask was obliterated by the blast, exposing part of his face. The explosion hurled him through yet another wall, slamming him into a pillar before he collapsed to the ground. The green goblin leaped down before him and declared, "You chose a tragic fate. I treated you as a friend, but you threw it all away." Parker braced himself and struggled to his feet. The goblin swung a punch. Parker barely dodged, but couldn't avoid a brutal knee to the chest. The green goblin unleashed a flurry of heavy punches, sending Parker flying through the air. In a flash, he leapt forward, landing another brutal blow as soon as he closed in. Parker tried to use his web to put some distance between them, but mid-air, the green goblin caught him with a powerful kick, knocking him right back. Another punch sent Parker stumbling and crashing backward. As soon as Parker hit the ground, he spun around and quickly wove a web, trapping the green goblin in its sticky threads. Seizing the chance while the goblin was still stuck, Parker moved in for an attack, but the green goblin lashed out with a kick, sending him flying again. With a final flying kick, the green goblin hurled Parker straight into a wall. Parker was clearly exhausted. He wavered unsteadily as he tried to lift his arm to fire another web, but the green goblin stomped down, pinning his hand. "You've spun your last web, Spider-Man," the green goblin sneered. "If you hadn't been so selfish, I would have made your little girlfriend's death quick and painless. But now you've made me angry, and I'm going to make her suffer, slowly." "Villains always talk too much," Tony muttered, watching the green goblin's rant play out on the sky screen. They gain the upper hand, then start monologuing, trying to provoke Spider-Man. Don't they realize he's been holding back this whole time? Tony could tell, even without thinking too hard, that Parker would be furious at those words. And an enraged Spider-Man was a terrifying thing, something the green goblin clearly didn't grasp. Tony's right. Look at Parker's eyes. There's real menace in them now, Nick Fury observed keenly, his single eye catching every detail. Of all the people to provoke, why him? Doesn't the goblin know that when the quiet ones snap, even they're afraid of themselves? The goblin's in for it now. "I'm going to have so much fun with Mary Jane," the green goblin taunted, flicking out his blade and lunging at Parker. But Parker stood up slowly, determination burning in his gaze. As the blade came at him, he grabbed it with his bare hand, eyes blazing with fury. He gritted his teeth, mustered his strength, and hurled the green goblin backward. Before the goblin could recover, Parker shot a web to snare his leg, yanking him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. Then, with another shot of webbing, Parker tore down a section of the wall behind the goblin, bringing it crashing down on top of him. The green goblin struggled, reaching out with one hand, barely managing to haul himself upright. But Spider-Man swung in on a web and landed. A crushing punch, knocking him flying once again. Grabbing the goblin by the throat, Parker unleashed a barrage of heavy blows to his mask. The green goblin couldn't take it anymore. He begged Parker to stop and finally tore off his mask. Parker was shocked. It was Norman Osborn beneath. Switching tactics, the green goblin tried to appeal to Parker's emotions. "You killed those people on the balcony. That was a goblin, not me. It had nothing to do with me. Please, don't let the darkness take over again. I beg you, protect me," Norman pleaded, his face full of desperation. "You tried to kill Aunt May and Mary Jane." Parker glared at him, unable to forgive. "But I never wanted to hurt you. I tried to fight the darkness, but I couldn't. I would never harm you. I always knew that if something happened to me, you'd be the one to help me." A look of pleading washed over the green goblin's face, but one of his hands was secretly pressing a switch on his arm. "You, Peter Parker, you'll save me. I knew you would." Thank heavens. Norman slowly got to his feet, reaching out as if hoping Spider-Man would take his hand. "Trust me, just as I trust you. I'm like a father to you. Be my son." Behind Parker, the glider rose silently into the air. Parker stared at Norman's outstretched hand and replied, "I have only one father, and his name is Ben Parker." Norman's expression shifted in an instant. "Farewell, Spider-Man." Parker's eyes widened, his senses instantly alert to danger. The glider behind him snapped open sharp blades and shot toward him. Parker flipped backward on the spot in a perfect somersault. Norman had only enough time to gasp, "Oh." and then the glider's blades plunged straight into him. He let out a cry of agony as Parker watched silently from the side. With the last of his strength, Norman gasped, "Peter, don't tell Harry." And with those words, his breath left him and he collapsed onto the glider. Parker looked at Norman's lifeless body, lost in thought. He brought Norman's body back to his house. As he laid Norman carefully on his bed, he was caught off guard. Harry walked in at that very moment and witnessed everything. Harry's face twisted with fury. "What did you do? What did you do?" he demanded. He immediately pulled a handgun from a drawer, but when he looked up again, Parker had vanished without a trace. Harry stood there, confused and helpless, staring around the room. So, he finally reaped what he sowed. Did he really think Spider-Man could be taken by surprise so easily? Still, that kid's physical resilience is off the charts. Jarvis, play back the footage of Spider-Man taking a pumpkin bomb to the face. Tony watched as the sky screen fell silent for a moment, hurrying Jarvis to help analyze the situation. That bomb could blow up an entire balcony and reduce a person to bones in an instant, but Peter Parker took it right to the face. The explosion was obviously massive. Spider-Man was blasted clear through a wall, yet all it did was tear his mask. His face wasn't even scratched. He was just left dazed and a bit weak for a moment. The masked vigilante rubbed his brow as he looked over the analysis report. S.H.I.E.L.D. had submitted at the moment the sky screen went quiet. So his physical toughness is off the charts? No wonder that razor-sharp boomerang, which could cut through steel, only left a scratch on his arm. And later in the fight, it seemed like his injury didn't bother him at all. That points to an incredible healing ability. No ordinary person could recover from a wound so fast. As for Tony Stark, I once invited him to join the Avengers, but he turned me down. Later, the Sky Screen's narrator answered a question for Tony, and I've been dying to know what exactly he asked. Nick Fury put down the report in his hand and looked up at Hill, who was standing nearby. I wonder if he's found that answer yet. Natasha says he still hasn't gone back to work. He just stays at home every day. No one knows what he's up to. I think I'll have to go ask him myself. You just gonna show up at his door? He was pretty upset the last time you let yourself into his home without asking. Hill commented from the side. It doesn't matter. He never liked me to begin with. It can't get much worse, so why not? Get everything ready. I have a feeling he might need it, Fury replied. At Norman Osborn's funeral, Harry stood in front of the grave, dressed in black. Parker approached from behind and greeted him. I'm so sorry, Harry. I know what it's like to lose a father. I haven't lost him. He was taken from me. Someday, Spider-Man will pay for what he's done. I swear, I'll make Spider-Man pay. Harry's face was twisted with hatred, leaving Parker with a tangle of emotions. He truly didn't know how to face his friend. Harry looked at his best friend. At least I still have you, Peter. You're the only family I have left. The two embraced. Then Harry turned and walked away. Parker watched his friend's departing figure, his heart heavy and conflicted. He glanced back at Aunt May and Mary Jane, who were deep in conversation. No matter what I do, no matter how hard I try, the people I love always end up paying the price, he thought, Green Goblin's words echoing in his mind. Standing before Uncle Ben's grave, Parker was joined by Mary Jane. They held each other tightly. Mary Jane's eyes were red as she spoke. You must miss him so much. It's hard losing him, Parker replied. There's something I've always wanted to tell you. When I was on the bridge, and I thought I was about to die, there was only one person I could think of, and it wasn't who I imagined it would be. It was you, Peter. I kept thinking, if I make it out alive, all I want is to see Peter Parker again. Mary Jane reached out and gently touched Parker's face. Parker, a bit surprised, asked, Really? There's only one person who's been there for me, through everything. You make me feel like I'm more than I ever thought I could be. I am who I am, and that feels wonderful. The truth is, I love you. I love you so much, Peter. With that, Mary Jane leaned in and kissed him. In that kiss, Mary Jane sensed something was off. She gazed at Parker, her eyes brimming with tears. I wish I could tell her just how much I love her, Parker thought. But I can't. The words slipped out before he could stop himself. Mary Jane stroked Peter's face and asked, You can't what? Tell you everything. I mean, there's just too much, he said. Yeah, there's so much to say, Mary Jane replied, her eyes still shining with unshed tears as she tried to smile at Parker. But deep down, she already sensed something was terribly wrong. I want you to know that I will always be by your side, and I'll always take care of you. I promise you, I'll always be your friend. Hearing this, Mary Jane closed her eyes in disappointment. Just a friend, Peter Parker? That's all I can give you. The two gazed at each other, and at last, tears slid down Mary Jane's cheeks. Parker watched her weep, then quietly turned and walked away. Suddenly, Mary Jane touched her lips, as if she had just realized something. She turned to look at Parker, but he was already walking farther and farther away. No matter what the future holds for me, I will never forget those words. With great power comes great responsibility. That is my gift and my curse. Who am I? Spider-Man. The final scene shows Spider-Man swinging through the city on his webs, finally landing atop a flagpole. Does he choose to be Spider-Man because he doesn't want to burn Mary Jane? What a hopelessly pure-hearted kid. Too bad he didn't meet me. Otherwise, I'd have told him that a superhero can have both their powers and their love. Tony watched as Parker chose to be Spider-Man and gave up his love for Mary Jane. He couldn't help but sigh, while also feeling a little self-satisfied. After all, he was both Iron Man and had Pepper by his side. Just then, Nick Fury, who had just arrived at the Malibu mansion, overheard and replied gruffly, "That's only because you're a billionaire. Peter Parker is just an ordinary kid. He can't be in two places at once. Because of Spider-Man, Aunt May and Mary Jane have been put in terrible danger. For someone who is determined to become a hero, that's the biggest obstacle of all. To accept Mary Jane means to accept that she'll be put in harm's way. For Parker, that's absolutely unacceptable. He'd rather suffer himself than let the people he loves get hurt. And are you so sure you'd never put Miss Pepper Potts in danger? How long has it been since the Obadiah incident? If it hadn't been for Coulson, Miss Potts would have been in serious trouble." Fury unleashed a torrent of criticism at Tony. "I'll protect her. You don't need to worry about that." Tony shot back. "But you're a global celebrity now. Other than Peter Parker, you're probably the most famous person on the planet. Even more famous than the president. What makes you so sure you can keep her safe?" The one-eyed director fixed Tony with an unyielding stare. For once, Tony fell silent. The Sky Curtain answered your question directly. "What did you ask?" This question had been haunting him all along. At this moment, Nick Fury still didn't know about Tony's palladium poisoning. Although he'd been keeping an eye on Tony, it was still early days. Tony's symptoms hadn't shown up yet, and only Tony himself was aware of them. "So what if I tell you?" Tony replied quietly. "Would you know the answer?" "It only said it was by my side. But I've searched every inch of this house, and I still haven't found that damned answer." Suddenly, Tony's frustration boiled over. He knocked his glass of chlorophyll juice off the table, sending it crashing to the floor. The green liquid splattered everywhere, catching Nick Fury's attention. "What's that? I don't recall you having a taste for such strange drinks." Fury raised an eyebrow. "You want to know? Here, let me show you." Tony pulled off his shirt, revealing the arc reactor embedded in his chest, and the unmistakable signs of palladium poisoning spreading across his skin. Palladium poisoning? Fury immediately recognized the issue. He knew Tony's arc reactor was powered by palladium, but he hadn't realized it was poisoning him. And, judging by the looks of it, this had been going on for a while. The symptoms just weren't pronounced enough before for his people to notice. No wonder they'd missed it. "I've been searching for a substitute for palladium. I've tried every combination of elements I could think of," Tony admitted, slumping in defeat. The Sky Curtain hadn't given him any more clues, and his exhaustive search had turned up nothing. "I think you haven't tried everything just yet," Fury said with a sly smile as an idea struck him. "What do you mean? What haven't I tried?" Tony asked, bewildered. Because of the Sky Curtain's cryptic response, Stark Industries had drawn a lot of attention. Plagued by palladium poisoning, Tony decided to hand over the position of CEO to Pepper ahead of schedule, an act that deeply moved her. It was around this time that Natasha approached Tony under the guise of a notary. Using the alias Natalie Rushman and her striking beauty, she quickly caught Tony's attention. At their very first meeting, Natasha made a lasting impression with her skills. Her SHLD Forge resume was flawless. She was fluent in several languages, had worked as a model, and with a single move, she managed to take down Happy. Tony immediately wanted her on his team. With his approval, Natasha easily joined Stark Industries as his assistant, though she was soon transferred to Pepper's side, until the day the egg-headed director came knocking. As Fury and Tony continued their conversation, Natasha approached, clad in a sleek bodysuit. "I've cut off all communications between here and the outside world," she announced. Tony stared at her, eyes wide, suddenly realizing what was happening. Without hesitation, he said, "You're fired." Natasha smiled faintly. "That's not your decision to make." Now that Pepper was CEO of Stark Industries, Tony no longer had the authority to dismiss her. "Tony, let me introduce you," Fury interjected. "This is Agent Romanoff. I'm a S.H.I.E.L.D. undercover agent. After the Sky Curtain answered your question, Director Fury sent me to keep an eye on you," Natasha explained. Tony covered his face with a hand, exasperated. "You'd better apologize to me. We have to ensure your safety, Tony. You're too famous now. Do you have any idea how many people try to get close to you after all that happened? We're the ones who took care of those headaches for you." Nick Fury gestured to Natasha, and she stepped out of the room. "At first, we thought all we needed to do was keep outside threats away from you. But then you hit us with palladium poisoning. Luckily, it's not too severe yet." "Natasha, soon returned, now holding a syringe, something Nick Fury had ordered scientists to prepare as soon as he learned about Tony's condition, and it had just arrived. Let's get this over with. Without hesitation, Natasha jabbed the needle into Tony's neck. Ow, what are you doing? Planning to harvest my kidneys and sell them. Tony complained. That's lithium dioxide. It'll ease your symptoms and buy you more time to find the answer that the Timu mentioned, Fury explained. He then revealed to Tony that Howard Stark had been one of SHELD's founders. Howard had only seen the arc reactor as a stepping stone in technology. He'd wanted to spark a new energy revolution, but was limited by the science of his era. Fury told Tony that Howard had placed great hopes in him, believing Tony could finish what he couldn't. At last, Fury handed Tony a box left by his father and left Agent Coulson to keep an eye on him. He also informed Tony that Natasha would continue her undercover work at Stark Industries, and that a whole team had been stationed to secure Tony's mansion. Tony wanted to discuss things further with Coulson, but Coulson flatly told him that his orders were to keep Tony here by any means necessary. If Tony tried to leave or pull any tricks, he'd simply knock Tony out and watch TV while Tony drooled on the floor. Faced with Coulson's deadpan threat, Tony quickly assured him he understood. Tony rummaged through the box and found all sorts of items, blueprints for the arc reactor, old newspapers, and even Howard's vintage home movies. As he pored over his father's notes and watched the old footage, Tony made a new discovery. He noticed how much Howard had focused on the scale model from the 1974 Stark Expo. Determined, Tony decided to leave the mansion, but Coulson blocked his way. Tony explained that there was something at Stark Industries he needed to retrieve in person. In the end, with Coulson accompanying him, Tony went to the company and brought the model back home. On the way, he ran into Pepper, who was swamped with work, but with Natasha and Coulson watching, he didn't have much chance to talk to her. Back at home, Tony stared at a label on the model, "The key to the future lies here," and fell into deep thought. With Jarvis's help, he created a digital model of the scale display, searching for the breakthrough he needed, drawing inspiration from the sand table design that Howard left behind. Tony originally intended to do the work himself, but then he thought, why not take advantage of Coulson and his team as free labor? So he simply had them renovate the entire villa while he focused on building the Prism accelerator himself. In the end, he successfully created a new element. News of Tony's achievement in synthesizing the new element quickly reached Nick Fury through Coulson. Fury let out a slight smile, a little surprised that Tony had actually pulled it off. But there was little time to dwell on it. Tony was about to face a Senate hearing. Not long after Stark created the Cosmic Cube isotope, the celestial screen, which had been dormant for a long time, suddenly lit up again. Wow, I thought you were going to stay blacked out for a year or two. That was quick, Tony quipped sarcastically, glancing up at the sky after finishing the hearing and seeing the screen flare to life once more. This time, the celestial screen ignored him. Instead, a stirring piece of music played, and the images flashed rapidly across the sky. She watches me every day, Mary Jane. I only wish she knew how much I love her. But she'll never know. I've chosen a life of responsibility, a life that means I can never truly be with her. Who am I? I'm Spider-Man. I have a sacred mission, but I'm also Peter Parker, and I have work to do. Peter Parker's monologue stirred the hearts of many. To protect her, he chose to stay away, a helpless choice born of being a superhero. Because the screen had stayed dark for a month, the buzz surrounding Spider-Man had gradually died down. He no longer dominated the trending searches, but he remained the headline in the newspapers every day. New York experienced a wave of new residents because everyone knew Spider-Man was there. Even the NYPD entered a rare period of leisure. Yet, the upper ranks found Spider-Man's existence to be a headache. He had become a global icon. With his presence, New York's crime rate kept falling, but this also trapped the police in a storm of criticism about their own usefulness. There was nothing the police could do to Spider-Man now. If his fans could be counted, they would number at least 2 billion. Eventually, a senior official in New York came up with an idea. Pay Peter Parker a visit and invite him to become an honorary member of the NYPD, offering him a salary. They wouldn't put any restrictions on Parker, just give him a title, so the police wouldn't look utterly powerless. After some thought, Parker agreed, much to Uncle Ben's delight. At the same time, now that Mary Jane and her friends had become famous, she finally achieved her dream of becoming an actress. Yet, limited by her acting ability, no one could say whether a director's efforts to promote her would pay off. For now, she was simply given a lead role as a trial run. Aunt May and Uncle Ben also moved back into their original house. After Parker became a special consultant for the police, Chief Stacy of the New York Police Department held a press conference, herself sternly warning reporters not to disturb Parker's family. Otherwise, they'd all end up arrested. From that moment on, no journalist dared to block their door. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn was charged with murder, but since his actions were a side effect of the performance enhancers, his sentence was reduced. He is currently being held in a psychiatric institution for further evaluation. On the streets, Mary Jane's promotional photos were everywhere. Parker rode his little motorbike, helmet on, gazing absent-mindedly at Mary Jane's picture. A pizza shop employee waved in front of him, shouting, "Parker! Parker!" Snapping out of his daze, Parker turned his head and hit the brakes just in time, so hard that the back wheel lifted off the ground, barely stopping before hitting the employee, who shouted in alarm, "Stop! Stop! Parker, you're late again. You're always late." "I'm sorry, Mr. Aziz. Something held me up." Parker quickly shoved the half-exposed Spider-Man mask back into his pocket. "Something came up, again. Something always comes up for you. Hurry. There was an order 20 minutes ago." Aziz hurried into the shop. Howe Rand Law Firm wants their pizza delivered in 8 minutes. If you're late, you don't get paid, and we lose a big client. Aziz looked at Parker as his last hope and told him gravely, "Peter, you're a good kid, but you're always making people worry. This is your last chance. 7.5 minutes to cover 42 blocks. If you don't make it, you're done." Parker froze for a moment. Seeing this, Aziz roared, "Go." Parker tore off on a scooter, speeding through the streets, so fast the engine almost smoked. He narrowly avoided disaster when a car door swung open and was finally forced to a stop at an intersection by a city bus. Glancing up at the clock above the street, Parker made a decision. Clutching the pizza, he dashed into a nearby alley. A young black man nearby caught sight of this, and the next second, Spider-Man soared from the alley holding the pizza. The young man shouted in astonishment, "Whoa, he stole that guy's pizza." Tony clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he almost ran out of breath. Even Nick Fury couldn't help but crack a smile at the scene. The guy's imagination was wild, picturing Spider-Man as a pizza thief. "Word up, I'm on the big screen," the young man exclaimed as he spotted himself on the city's giant display, drawing the attention of everyone. Nearby, embarrassed, he quickly slipped away. Thankfully, his dark skin hid any trace of a blush. Parker was wildly swinging through the streets on his webs when he suddenly noticed that 2 children's ball had rolled onto the road, right as a delivery truck was barreling toward them. Without hesitation, Parker tossed aside his pizza, then dove down and whisked the children to safety at the very last second. He gave the kids a stern warning, accepted their grateful thanks, and then leapt away into the city. Meanwhile, a man arrived on a rooftop and stared in surprise at the pile of pizzas lying nearby. As he reached out and grabbed a slice, Parker swooped in again and snatched up the whole stack in one swift motion. The man, left holding just a single piece, opened his mouth to take a bite, but at that very instant, Parker's web shot out, yanking the pizza from his grasp and leaving him biting nothing but air, startled and bewildered. "Wow, you must be pretty brave to steal Spider-Man's pizza," a sharply dressed gentleman remarked with a laugh. "It looks so delicious. Mommy, can we have pizza for dinner tonight?" A little girl gazed up at the sky, her mouth watering with longing. Parker made his way to Howe Rand Law Firm, slipping in through a window and landing in the janitor's closet. As he emerged the front desk, receptionist eyed him with confusion, noticing how the brooms and cleaning supplies were scattered in disarray from his entrance. Parker struggled awkwardly to close the door behind him, then picked up the pizzas, carefully peeling off the webbing from the box before handing it over to the front desk. The receptionist, chewing gum, glanced at the clock and informed him that he was late and wouldn't be paid. Hearing this, Parker had no choice but to remove the delivery strap with a sigh, intent on retracing his steps. "Elevator," the receptionist called out, and Parker obediently took the elevator down. Back at the pizza shop, Parker was met with a scolding from Azzy. "I guarantee delivery in 29 minutes. You may not take that promise seriously, but I do." Parker tried to explain, but his boss cut him off with no chance for an excuse, firing him on the spot and tearing the advertisement off his helmet. The city sky screen fell silent. Poor Peter Parker. He has to save the city and hold down a job. If this keeps up, it'll crush him. Tony watched the sky, his brow furrowed, all traces of his earlier laughter gone. He realized that Parker was headed for trouble if things didn't change. Inside the Daily Bugle, Spider-Man 1.5 was reviewing Parker's submitted photos. He turned to Parker and announced, "Parker, you're fired." "Why?" Parker asked in confusion. "Dogs catching frisbees? Pigeons in the park? 2 old men playing chess. I just wanted to show the warm side of New York," Parker replied. At that moment, the portly Robbie entered to remind Jameson that they were 6 minutes from deadline and still lacked a front-page story. "I pay you for news, not for art," Jameson barked. He yelled at Brant to stop bothering him as she came in yet again, then turned back to Parker. "It's because Spider-Man only lets you take his picture. He won't let me photograph him anymore. You turned him into public enemy #1. Well, then I was quite pleased with myself. Take these photos away before I lose my lunch. You're not even going to use a single one? I really need the money. Jameson let out a dismissive sound, then suddenly said, Miss Brandt, quick, bring me a tissue so I can wipe away my tears. As Robbie pressed him for an answer, Jameson immediately came up with the idea of publishing a photo of a dead chicken with a headline, Food Poisoning Panic Sweeps the City. Parker watched as the 1.5th generation Spider-Man remained unmoved by persuasion or reason and could only hand him the photos of Spider-Man. Jameson grinned smugly. Pathetic. Now that's headline news. Masked menace strikes. Robbie protested angrily. I've told you, Spider-Man isn't a bad guy. And I'm warning you. I'll handle it myself. Robbie ultimately didn't dare go head-to-head with the boss and left without another word. I'll pay you $150. $300. Jameson looked up in surprise. That's highway robbery. Fine deal. Give this to Miss Brandt. Thanks. Goodbye. Parker took the slip to Miss Brandt, who greeted him warmly. Hey, Peter. She glanced at the slip and said regretfully, This isn't enough to cover the advance I gave you 2 weeks ago. Parker closed his eyes in disappointment and lowered his head. Sorry, hey. Chin up, all right. Miss Brandt gently lifted his chin and offered him some encouragement before turning to leave. A smile appeared on Parker's face. Why am I so foolish? Why does Spider-Man only let Parker take his pictures? Jameson stared up at his own reflection in the ceiling, berating himself for his own stupidity. A sharp-tongued boss, but maybe not all that bad. He even lets Peter Parker get advances on his salary. Not completely without a bottom line, Tony commented, sipping his drink. Miss Brandt, could you help me get in touch with Peter Parker? Tell him I'm willing to pay top dollar for photos. After much deliberation and regret, Jameson finally decided to offer Parker a high price for Spider-Man pictures. Oh, that's not up to me. I can't reach him, either. You know, too many people want to get in touch with Spider-Man. If you really want to find him, why not put an ad on the front page? Miss Brandt didn't think she could. Find Peter Parker. With the police involved now, reporters no longer dared to act recklessly as before. Besides, he doesn't live with Uncle Ben's family anymore. The place he used to share with Harry was found, but Harry soon bought a new place, and now no one knows where Spider-Man lives out on the university campus. Peter Parker was hurrying along, weaving through the crowd. Suddenly, he collided with another passerby, earning himself a sharp rebuke. His textbooks slipped from his hands and scattered across the pavement. As he crouched down to gather them, people stepped carelessly on his books, and someone's bag even knocked him on the head. Finally, clutching his books, Peter rose to his feet and dashed onward toward his classroom. But fate wasn't on his side. He ran straight into someone else. When he saw who it was, Peter exclaimed in surprise, Dr. Connors. I'm so sorry. Dr. Connors looked at him, puzzled. Parker, where are you rushing off to? I'm trying to get to your class. Peter replied breathlessly. My class is over already. Didn't you notice I'm standing right here? Connors retorted, folding his arms. I'm sorry. I really tried my best to make it. I want to be in class. I do, Peter said earnestly. Then be on time. Connors snapped. Look at yourself, Peter. Your grades are slipping. You're always late. You constantly look exhausted. And you still haven't handed in your fusion paper. I know. I was planning to write a paper on Dr. Otto Octavius. Peter replied, a bit sheepish. There's no major in planning here at college. Connors shook his head in exasperation, then took a few steps before turning back to Peter. Octavius is a friend of mine. Do your research properly, Parker. Do it well. Otherwise, I'll have to fail you. With a weary sigh, Peter thought to himself, just as he'd expected, he simply couldn't balance being Spider-Man and being Peter Parker. His life was a mess. Tony let out a sympathetic sigh as well. Managing school, working part-time, and saving the city was simply too much for Peter to handle. Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchanged worried glances and sighed, too. The path Peter had chosen was destined to be rough and winding, but they still supported his decisions, willing to help however they could. Dr. Connors cared about Peter. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with these earnest lectures. There was still some time before Peter officially started college, and Connors found himself looking forward to working with this young hero. He was determined to help Peter become someone truly remarkable. At first, Harry had been shocked that his father could die by his own glider, but he knew it was a consequence of his father's choices. In reality, Norman had already been cured by Peter's antidote. The sinister personality was gone, leaving no trace. Now, Norman was confined to a psychiatric hospital, spending his days reading newspapers. Norman himself understood the gravity of his mistakes. It had been his second personality at fault, and thanks to Spider-Man's testimony, he was placed in the hospital instead of prison. Otherwise, jail would have been his fate. That night, Peter rode his beloved little scooter back to Aunt May's house. As soon as he walked in and took off his helmet, Mary Jane and Harry and the others jumped out and shouted, "Surprise!" Aunt May beamed, and urged Peter to say a few words. But Peter's face was still blank. He hadn't quite figured out what was happening or why this day was special. Peter, today is your birthday. You see, even you forgot. Aunt May hugged Parker's face and kissed him twice before Parker realized that today was his birthday. Parker must be living in another world. Isn't that right, Peter? She teased. Parker greeted Mary Jane and Harry with excitement. Long time no see. He looked at Mary Jane, praising her for the rave reviews her stage play had received and how smoothly everything was going. Harry chimed in, saying her performance was outstanding. Mary Jane blushed and mentioned that Harry had even sent her roses. Why haven't you returned my calls? Harry asked, grinning at Parker, who could only reply evasively that he'd been busy lately. Busy taking photos of Spider-Man? How's that pest doing these days? Sensing the tension between the two, Aunt May quickly interjected. You'd best stay away from that fellow. Come on, everyone, let's eat. With Aunt May's interruption, the awkward topic was dropped. Parker asked Harry how work at Oscorp was going. Harry told him he was now the director of a special project and that they made a major breakthrough in nuclear fusion research. You're so capable. Your father will be so proud of you from above. Aunt May walked over, beaming as she praised Harry. After Aunt May had moved away, Harry confided in Parker, I'm funding your idol, Dr. Otto. Parker told him that he was currently writing a report on Otto's work. Hearing this, Harry immediately offered, Do you want to meet him? You'd really take me to see him? Of course, Harry replied readily. He added that Dr. Otto would help Oscorp achieve things even his father had only dreamed of. Mary Jane watched Parker and Harry's conversation from behind, but Aunt May soon called her over to help. Harry glanced at Mary Jane. She's waiting for you, you know. What do you mean? She keeps sneaking glances at you. Haven't you noticed? I don't have time for a girlfriend right now, Parker replied, his tone a bit heavy. Are you clueless? Harry teased. Parker tried to explain again that he was just too busy. Busy taking pictures of your friend? Harry asked, a bit confused. Parker didn't want to continue this line of conversation. Norman's death had left him at a loss about how to face Harry, his close friend, and he had no idea how to resolve Harry's growing hatred of Spider-Man. Will they end up fighting, and then Spider-Man kills his own best friend? That would fit with what the narrator said at the beginning of the story, that the first Spider-Man's greatest regret was watching his best friend die before his eyes. Tony watched Harry's hatred for Spider-Man, clearly seeing that Norman was the cause of his own demise, though Harry obviously didn't know the truth. If this misunderstanding couldn't be resolved, then once Harry learned Parker's true identity, the two would inevitably turn against each other. As the superhero and the main character of the story, Spider-Man certainly wouldn't die, so the only one who could fall in the end would be Harry. I hope we can be true friends, Harry. We have to trust each other. Then let's be honest. If you know who he is, will you tell me? Parker could only answer with silence. Seeing Parker like this, Harry stood up in disappointment, sighed, and didn't know what else to say. Aunt May, drunk, had fallen asleep, slumped over the table. Parker accidentally discovered a notice about a mortgage on a debt. He took Aunt May's hand and gently woke her. At first, Aunt May thought it was Ben calling her. Instinctively, she asked, What is it, Ben? Then she remembered Ben was gone, and she called on God. Aunt May told Parker she'd dreamed of things from many years ago, and asked if Harry and the others had fun before they left. Peter answered, Of course. Aunt May urged Parker to go home, insisting she was fine and he didn't need to worry about her. She told him to head home without concern, and reminded him to be careful on the road. She confessed she didn't really like Parker riding a motorcycle, thinking it might be too dangerous. I worry about you, all alone. Just now I saw a letter from the bank. Oh, you saw that? So, it's just a little trouble, that's all. Everybody runs into that sometimes. Aunt May didn't want to continue the topic. She hurried Parker to leave, handing him $20 as a birthday present, saying he needed the money more than she did. No, I can't take it. You can. Aunt May suddenly raised her voice. For God's sake, it isn't much, but take it. You must take it from me, I'm sorry. Her voice broke, and she began to cry. I just miss your Uncle Ben so much. It's hard to believe, but next month it'll be 2 years since he's gone. Sometimes I think about facing everything ahead by myself, and I don't know what to do. Aunt May kissed Peter on the cheek and told him to take the leftover cake home. Peter's heart ached. He hated himself all over again for not stopping that robber when he could have. Watching Aunt May cry, Flint Marko also felt his heart twist in pain, but he had no choice. Thankfully, the timeline had changed everything. Ben didn't die, but Marko had lost his partner and had no idea how to get money now. He didn't dare face Spider-Man, either. If not for the change in fate, both of them would have been Uncle Ben's killers. It's hard enough for a hero to get by without a penny, let alone for someone all alone. May, you've been through so much. I'll always be here for you. Uncle Ben hugged Aunt May, who sat beside him, crying for her future self, so lonely and helpless. Peter took out the trash and stepped out of the house. It was the same familiar spot, the same familiar time, and the same familiar person. Mary Jane came out from next door and greeted him. I saw your poster. Was it a little silly? Honestly, I felt kind of embarrassed. No, it's not that. You look beautiful. This way I get to see you every day. Mary Jane gazed at Parker, her eyes brimming with tenderness. I'm really glad to see you tonight, Peter. Parker looked at Mary Jane, and the two of them locked eyes in a moment filled with emotion. Is there something you want to say to me? Under Mary Jane's gentle gaze, Parker stammered a little. I just wanted to know if you're still living in the village. Mary Jane seemed a bit disappointed. You're really hard to figure out. She reached out and caressed Parker's cheek. Peter, what? Happy birthday. Mary Jane turned to leave, but halfway down the path, she looked back and told him that she was seeing someone. You mean a boyfriend? Parker asked. Mary Jane said she liked him. Hearing this, Parker lowered his head in disappointment. Facing Mary Jane's question, he forced a smile and said, That's good. You have someone to keep you company. Maybe we'll take it further, Mary Jane said. Take it further? Parker echoed. I don't know either, she replied. I'll come see your performance tomorrow night, Parker said. Mary Jane looked at him in pleasant surprise. Will you really come? Parker gazed at her with determination. I'll be there. Don't let me down. I won't. I'll bet Parker won't make it. There's bound to be a heap of trouble waiting for him, making him late or even causing him to miss it entirely, Tony predicted, relying on his intuition as he weighed in on Parker's plan for the dance tomorrow night. Parker, don't promise things you can't do, understand? Uncle Ben looked at Parker and reminded him gently. Parker returned to his rented apartment. Just as he was about to go in, the door across the hall swung open and a voice called out, Rent. Parker turned to look. The landlord was playing cards with someone, yet he somehow heard Parker come back. Even though the door was closed and he hadn't even turned his head, he knew it was Parker. Parker greeted him, Hi. The landlord didn't give him any slack. What's the use of hi? Can you pay the rent with hi? Parker walked over and tried to explain, I'll have my paycheck this week. You're late by a month again. Same old story. I promise I'll pay as soon as I can. If promises could fill our bellies, my daughter would be a heavy weight by now. The landlord gave a dry chuckle. I'm really sorry, Mr. Dickovich. I only have $20 left for the week, Parker said, pulling out the $20 bill Aunt May had just given him. The landlord snatched the 20 from his hand. Sorry, that won't cover the rent. And don't even think of sneaking out. I got eyes and ears everywhere. Though Parker was a bit exasperated, he was still grateful that Dickovich let him stay, keeping him from being completely out on the streets. His daughter, Ursula, waved at Parker. Hi, Peter. Then, by accident, she grabbed the scalding hot spoon in her hand. Startled by the burn, she let out a gasp and instinctively tossed it away, accidentally setting a pot on fire. Mr. Dickovich could only shake his head at his daughter's antics. He stood up and closed the door, hoping to spare her from further embarrassment in front of Parker. She seems to have feelings for you. Do you like her, Peter? Uncle Ben leaned closer to Parker and whispered the question in his ear. Peter lowered his head, a little embarrassed to answer. Although her father looks like a tough man to deal with, the fact that he tolerates your overdue rent and even hints that you shouldn't move out shows he's not as cold-hearted as he seems. With his years of experience, Uncle Ben could easily tell that Dickovich's harsh words were just a front. He was actually quite kind to Peter. You can see the spark in that girl's eyes when she looks at Parker. Young love is always so intoxicating, Tony remarked with a gentle laugh, raising his glass. He was well-versed in the subtle glances exchanged between men and women. Most women he'd met had only wanted something from him, but Pepper's gaze had always been different. Peter returned to his room, set his things down, and sat on the bed, lost in thought. Morning arrived, bright and clear. Carrying his toiletries, Peter knocked on a bathroom door, asking if anyone was inside. The landlord, still half asleep, shuffled out from the side, pushed past Peter, and went straight in. After closing the door, he seemed to remember something, so he opened it again and called out to Peter, Rent? Peter simply shut the door for him. The scene shifted. Now, a man in a red sweater sat at a desk, hard at work. An assistant led Harry and Peter into the room. Doctor, Mr. Osborne is here. Nobel Prize, Otto. The Nobel Prize. We'll all be rich. Harry, wearing sunglasses, strode over to Dr. Octavius with a grin. It's not just about the Nobel Prize, Harry. Harry shook hands with Otto. You need funding. You need Oscorp. Otto glanced over at Peter Parker. And who's this? This is my good friend, the one I told you about on the phone. He helped me pass science back in high school. Peter Parker. Nice to meet you. The two shook hands. I'm writing a paper about your work. I know why you're here, but I don't have time to chat with students right now. At this, Harry gave a discreet cough, and Otto softened his tone. But, since you're a friend of Osborne, I have a board meeting to get to. My work here is done. Now it's up to you two geniuses. Good luck tomorrow, Otto. The Nobel Prize. See you in Sweden. Harry waved goodbye to them both. Your friend is quite the character, Otto remarked once Harry had left, glancing at Peter. I won't take up too much of your time. Parker, I remember now, you're Connor's student. He told me you're very bright, but he also mentioned you could be a bit lazy. Hearing this, Peter Parker looked at Otto and replied, I'll do my best to improve. Intelligence alone isn't enough, young man. You need diligence as well. Your intellect is not a privilege. It's a gift, and it should be used for the benefit of humanity. Parker seemed thoughtful, catching the seriousness in Otto's eyes. Not knowing how to respond, he changed the subject, glancing at the machine nearby and asking, Did you design this? Yes, I did. It's my perpetual energy system. Parker stepped closer. Is this based on a harmonic atomic energy frequency? Compatible frequencies, Otto replied. Harmonic amplification, then? Parker pressed on, surprising Otto with his insight. Go on, Otto encouraged. Does it generate exponentially increasing energy output? Otto couldn't help but nod. Tremendous energy, just like the sun, able to provide the Earth with a continuous supply of renewable power. That sounds awfully familiar, Jarvis. He's not talking about my arc reactor, is he? Tony listened to Otto's description, finding it strikingly similar to the massive arc reactor he'd built at Stark Industries. Yes, sir. Based on the description, even if it's not exactly the same, it's certainly analogous to the arc reactor, Jarvis confirmed Tony's suspicion. At that same moment, Nick Fury also thought of the reactor Howard had worked on, the one Tony had later miniaturized to keep himself alive, though it nearly killed him as well. Fortunately, Tony had eventually discovered a new element thanks to clues left by Howard. Just yesterday, Tony had finished a hearing. He'd watched the footage and, truth be told, he'd utterly humiliated those people, especially Justin Hammer. Because of Parker's impressive and unexpected performance, Otto invited him to stay for dinner. During the meal, Parker asked, Are you certain you can ensure fusion stability? Otto bristled a little at the question. Peter, what have we been discussing for the past hour and a half? I've devoted my entire life to this. Of course I know what a tiny miscalculation could lead to. Parker apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to question your research. Otto turned to his wife Rose with a teasing smile. Rose, our friend here thinks we might blow up the whole city. You can sleep soundly tonight. Rose also tried to reassure Parker, telling him not to worry. Otto's just doing his homework. They'll be presenting their results tomorrow. You can judge for yourself then. She reminded Otto to get a good night's rest. Otto, however, waved off her concern. Did Edison ever get a good night's sleep before inventing the light bulb? Did Marconi sleep well before inventing the telegraph? Did Beethoven ever get a good night's sleep before he wrote his Fifth Symphony? Parker added, Did Bernoulli sleep well before he solved the brachistochrone problem? Otto grinned and said, Rose, I like this kid. Rose picked up a cup of coffee and asked Parker if he had a girlfriend. Parker stammered, admitting he wasn't really sure himself. If even you don't know, then who would? Otto frowned, looking at Parker. Rose came to his rescue, saying, If he doesn't want to say, that's fine. Maybe it's a secret romance. Otto wasn't convinced. He looked at Parker seriously and said, Love should never be a secret. If you keep all those tangled feelings bottled up, they'll make you sick. I was lucky enough to find true love. Otto gazed at Rose with feeling. We found it together. Love is rarely perfect. You have to work at it. We met in college, Rose said, looking sweetly at Otto. I know falling in love isn't easy. Otto studied science, and I majored in English literature. Otto remembered those days fondly. Yes, I tried to explain relativity to her, and Rose tried to explain Eliot's poetry to me. They both laughed in unison. Otto shook his head in mock exasperation and admitted that to this day, he still hadn't figured out what Rose had been talking about. Rose looked at him in disbelief, and Otto declared that Eliot's poems were far more complicated than cutting-edge science. Turning to Parker, Otto said, If you want a girl to fall for you, recite poetry to her. Read poetry. Otto nodded. Works every time. I disagree. Why bother with poetry? Tony was the first to object. I've never had to recite poetry, and women still fall for me. He said he didn't see the appeal of those poets anyway, and was grateful Pepper didn't care, or else he'd have a perpetual headache. Still, he thought Otto had a point. Even without poetry, he could still take Pepper out for some fun. That thought led him to the Monaco Racing Club competition. Jarvis, when does the Monaco Grand Prix start? I want to take Pepper with me to watch it and unwind a little. At the laundromat, Parker cradled a book in his hands, with 3 or 4 other books stacked nearby. He recited lines of poetry from the pages. As the washing machine finished and his clothes spun dry, Parker stepped up to collect them, only to find someone else already unloading their laundry there. Back turned toward him. Relieved, Parker quickly stuffed his Spider-Man suit into a bag, then noticed his pants and socks had picked up a reddish tint. Looks like I'll have to find you some better fabric for your costume, Parker. Spider-Man's colors running just won't do. Harry couldn't help but burst out laughing at the faded suit. Shut up, Parker shot back. Parker watched Harry laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath, and his irritation flared up. He strode over and clamped a hand over Harry's mouth. Muffled sounds spilled out as Harry struggled, but Parker's strength was far beyond what Harry could resist. He was caught in an unbreakable hold. Back at the rented apartment, Parker took off his shirt, revealing a physique marked by perfectly sculpted, powerful muscles. Not bulky, but full of strength. He glanced at the wardrobe where his Spider-Man suit and his suit hung side by side. To attend Mary Jane's performance, he had specially knotted a tie and put on the suit. Looking at himself in the mirror, Parker smiled with satisfaction. Tucked beside the mirror were a few photos of Mary Jane. He reached out and took the ticket wedged in the frame. No sooner had Parker stepped out the door than he heard a booming rent from the apartment across the hall, startling him enough to send him hurrying down the stairs. Just then, the bathroom door burst open. The landlord, dressed in nothing but his boxers, came dashing out, shouting after Parker, "Where's my money?" The commotion caught the attention of his daughter next door. She stepped out, only to see her father with his fly undone. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Following her gaze, Ditkovich noticed too, hurriedly did up his pants, and ducked back into the bathroom. "Oh, I can't show my face anymore." "Dad," Ursula groaned, covering her face. Her father had embarrassed her so completely, she wondered how she could ever look anyone in the eye again. This was a disaster. Sorry, Ditkovich muttered, never expecting that such a socially fatal moment would play out for all the world to see. Now he had become infamous, too. That night, crowds flowed in and out of the theater. In the backstage dressing room, the girl next to Mary Jane noticed she seemed unusually tense. It was obvious, even to outsiders, that Mary Jane was especially nervous because Parker was coming to watch her perform tonight. Meanwhile, Parker picked up a bouquet at the florist and handed the money to the owner, only to find the flowers were pricier than he'd thought. The owner handed him just a single flower. Parker could only give a wry smile as he walked away. With only 5 minutes left before the musical began, Parker was speeding down the road on his motorcycle when a car carrying a gang of thugs came barreling toward him from behind. Sensing danger, he leapt from a bike, flipping through the air in a perfect backflip to dodge the collision. But his beloved little motorcycle wasn't so lucky. It was smashed beyond recognition. 2 kids standing nearby watched Parker's acrobatics in astonishment and shouted, "How are you so awesome?" Parker paused awkwardly, then told them to exercise more, get plenty of rest, and eat their vegetables. The kids took his advice seriously, their eyes wide with amazement. "Oh, I just knew it. Unlucky Peter Parker is going to stand her up again. How will he ever win the girl's heart like this?" Otto sighed as he watched the scene unfold. He felt a real fondness for Parker now. "He's making sacrifices for the people," someone said. "He has no choice." Rose approached with a plate of food, set it down in front of him, and spoke. Out on the street, the chase between police and criminals was still in full swing. The criminals told the driver to keep steady, then, swaggering, pulled out a shotgun and fired directly at the police car. Fortunately, the shot only shattered a headlight and didn't injure anyone, but the police car careened out of control. The runaway police car blocked the path of the cars behind, causing several vehicles to crash into one another. One car lost control completely, soared high into the air, spun around, and came crashing toward the crowd. People were so terrified they collapsed to the ground in shock. Luckily, at this critical moment, Parker arrived just in time and used his web to catch the police car, saving the bystanders from certain harm. A woman recognized the web was Spider-Man's. The next instant, Parker swung overhead, prompting her to shout excitedly, "Go, Spider-Man!" Parker, swinging at lightning speed, sped toward the criminals. The criminals spotted Spider-Man closing in and quickly turned to fire their shotgun at him, but Parker dodged the shots with ease. He caught up to their vehicle from behind, shot 2 webs that landed squarely on their faces, and leaped onto the car's roof. The criminals tried to keep shooting, but Parker simply webbed up their guns and then strung both of them up on a lamppost. Leaving the criminals for the police to handle, Parker commandeered their vehicle and raced toward the musical theater at top speed. Inside the theater, Mary Jane was performing in a play, but with Parker's seat conspicuously empty, her mind kept wandering, and she even made a small mistake, though she quickly recovered. Parker finally arrived at the theater, pulling the car to a stop right at the entrance. A nearby security guard called out, "Hey, buddy, park there, and I'll have it towed." Parker hopped out, hastily pulling on his suit jacket as he walked. Without missing a beat, he replied, "Be my guest," and strode into the theater, leaving the guard utterly bewildered. No sooner had he stepped inside than a staff member pointed out that his shoelaces were untied. Parker knelt to fix them, then smiled and headed onward. only for the staffer to remind him that his tie was askew. Parker quickly straightened it. Once Parker had tidied up, the staff member asked, "Do you need any help?" "I'm here to see the show," Parker said, pulling a ticket from his pocket. The staffer, regretful, replied, "I'm very sorry, sir, but we can't let anyone in after the performance has started." He even turned to show Parker the notice. "It's to avoid disturbing the audience." Parker tried to plead his case. "Miss Watson is a friend of mine. She invited me to the show." "She didn't invite you to be late," the staffer retorted. Parker tried to say more, but the staffer simply shushed him. This sort of problem is usually easy to solve. Just slip a little money and the door opens. But Parker didn't understand that. And besides, he didn't have any money. Tony swirled his glass, lounging in his chair as always, shifting to a more comfortable position to gaze up at the sky. Uncle, in his usual fashion, had told Parker that such matters could be solved with a bit of money. Just tip someone and you could get a little leeway. Since Parker couldn't get inside, he sat outside on a bench, waiting for the play to end. While he waited, he noticed a lady nearby drawing her bow across a violin, singing a song that praised Spider-Man. In that moment, Parker felt that what he was doing truly mattered. He had lost so much, but in return, he had gained just as much. At last, the play was over. The audience began to stream out of the theater, and Mary Jane emerged from a side exit. Parker stood across the street, watching her from afar. When he saw her turn down an invitation from her friends, a smile spread across his face. He thought he might get a moment alone with her. But just as he hoped, Mary Jane turned and spotted her boyfriend, and with a delighted laugh, she threw her arms around him and kissed him. Parker's smile slowly faded. His eyes grew inexplicably red. At that moment, several police cars with flashing lights sped down the street, sirens blaring. Parker stood in silence for a second, then set off in the direction of the police. Mary Jane's boyfriend asked if she was hungry. Mary Jane pouted and said she was starving. As they walked away together, Mary Jane suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She turned to glance back at the spot where Parker had stood, but he was already gone. "Peter!" Mary Jane couldn't help but wipe away a tear, her heart aching for the love she and Peter Parker once shared. Peter had become Spider-Man, giving up their life together. She knew she still held a place in Peter's heart, just as he did in hers. But reality had come between them. Now that Peter was the city's beloved Spider-Man, there was little hope they could ever be together again. It seemed inevitable that the two of them would only drift farther apart. Tony himself never had much faith in Parker and Mary Jane's relationship. He understood all too well what Mary Jane truly wanted, something Parker could never give her. Parker darted into a shadowy alleyway, breaking into a run. He tore off his suit, revealing the Spider-Man costume hidden beneath. Pulling the mask over his head, he leapt, firing a web and soaring away into the night. On the street below, 4 or 5 police cars raced after fleeing criminals. Overhead, Parker swung on his webs, following the wail of the sirens. Reaching a dizzying height, he shot out another web, but suddenly, nothing came out. He let out a cry as he plummeted from the sky, crashing straight onto an exhaust vent atop a nearby building. From the crowd below, a chorus of gasps and shouts broke out. Everyone was stunned by the sight of Spider-Man falling from such a height. "Oh my God, how did he fall like that?" a woman exclaimed in terror. "Is he going to be all right?" someone asked anxiously. "I hope he's okay. That was terrifying," an elderly man said, his voice trembling. "What on earth just happened?" "Jarvis, help me analyze. Why can't Peter Parker suddenly shoot webs anymore?" Tony grew tense, setting down his glass and fixing a grave gaze on Parker, who was perched atop the exhaust vent. "Sir, after conducting both physical and psychological analysis, I can confirm there's nothing wrong with Peter Parker's body. My conclusion is that a psychological change has caused his powers to malfunction." Jarvis quickly deduced the most likely cause. "Is this the classic hero's dilemma over love?" Tony muttered, frustration in his voice. He should just be brave and confess to Mary Jane, instead of getting stuck like this, unable to forget her, but too afraid to get close. "I told him something like this would happen." Parker picked himself up, confusion clouding his face. "What's going on?" he wondered aloud, glancing at his own wrist. With a nimble leap, he landed by the edge of the building. Watching the busy traffic below, he reached out, trying to shoot a web, but nothing happened. To his bewilderment, he even felt a sudden fear of heights creeping in. Inside the building, a man was waiting for the elevator with his dog. When the door slid open, he was startled to find Spider-Man standing inside. Parker stepped aside to make room, and the man entered with his dog. It was his first time standing so close to his idol, and he couldn't help but grin, sneaking glances at Spider-Man. He asked how he'd been lately, to which Parker simply replied, "Good." An awkward silence began to settle between them. Suddenly, the man blurted out, "Cool suit." Parker glanced over. Thanks. The man studied the spider's suit curiously. Where'd you get it? I made it myself. Looks like it might be uncomfortable to wear. It is. Feels itchy, and the crotch is tight, Parker admitted. The man couldn't help but look at Parker with surprise. Thank goodness he's all right. I was so worried when he fell, a woman said, relief washing over her as she saw Parker unhurt. Me too. I really thought he might not make it. Thank God he's okay, added another man standing nearby, his voice full of gratitude. They exchanged glances, both genuinely happy that Parker was safe. Peter, are you sure you're all right? Why did you suddenly fall? Aunt May held Peter's hand, her worry evident in her voice. But Parker felt perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with his body. He suspected it was just the weight of stress catching up with him, and maybe he needed some rest. Peter, if you ever feel unwell, you have to tell us, understand? Don't make Aunt May worry about you. Uncle Ben chimed in from the side, reminding Parker to take care of himself, or they would be concerned. Parker, dragging his battered little scooter along a silent street lined with Mary Jane's posters, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loneliness in Professor Connor's class. Connors was explaining concepts up at the podium while Parker listened absent-mindedly, holding a notebook in his hand. Scrawled across its pages were words like fusion, excessive energy, and explosion. When class ended, Parker used a public phone to call Mary Jane, but unfortunately, no one answered. He could only leave a message. Hi, Mary Jane, it's Peter. I made it to your show last night. I rode my motorcycle. Just then, Mary Jane returned home. Hearing Peter's voice coming from the machine, she tossed her keys onto the table with a clatter, which caught Peter's attention on the other end. Are you home? I really had the whole day planned out, but I know. You probably expected me to let you down, Mary Jane replied in a quiet voice. You guessed right. Hard to believe, isn't it? I mean, how hard can it be to show up at 8 o'clock sharp? Somehow I managed to turn something so simple into a mess. Mary Jane stood by the table, listening to Peter's explanation. The truth is, it was that annoying doorman. Someone's got to talk to him, MJ, before Peter could finish. The allotted phone time cut off, and the line went dead. Hearing this, Mary Jane let out a sigh. Peter still hadn't recognized his own mistake, blaming others instead, and she turned away in disappointment. Elsewhere, Peter longed to tell Mary Jane the truth. Summoning his courage, he raised the phone to his ear. Here's the thing. I'm Spider-Man. Hard to believe, right? Now you understand why I can't be with you. If my enemies ever found out about you, if you ever got hurt because of me, I could never forgive myself. I wish I could tell you just how much I love you. Then he gently placed the phone back on its receiver. It must be so hard, balancing Peter Parker and Spider-Man, an ordinary bystander remarked, marveling at Parker's struggles. Who can argue with that? Another woman chimed in with heartfelt agreement. Peter Parker's busy enough already, working, going to class. He can barely scrape together $1. And then at night, he has to turn to Spider-Man and fight crime. It's just too much. That afternoon, Otto's experiment proceeded as scheduled. People from all walks of life gathered in his laboratory at his invitation. Otto and Rosie greeted their guests as they arrived. Before the experiment began, Otto even told a joke to lighten the mood. Parker and Harry were there as well. Though Otto thought his joke had flopped, the crowd genuinely laughed. Otto's expression grew serious. Today, you will witness with your own eyes the birth of a revolutionary new energy technology based on nuclear fusion, a safe, sustainable energy source to provide affordable electricity for everyone. He then introduced his assistant to the audience. Astonishingly, it was a set of 4 mechanical arms. As he took off his jacket, he explained their purpose. These 4 mechanical arms were specially designed and built to operate this fusion system. They are completely impervious to heat and magnetic fields. He stepped onto the stage and made a few adjustments on the computer. The mechanical arms fastened themselves around his waist, anchoring securely to his body with his spine as the central axis. When the sharp tips pierced his spine, a surge of pain shot through him, but Otto gritted his teeth and endured it. The onlookers gasped in horror at the sight, making a notable contribution to global warming with their collective intake of breath. With a thought, Otto commanded the 4 arms to extend slowly, moving gracefully behind him. These intelligent arms are controlled by my brain, with commands transmitted through my spinal nerves. Tiny wires connect directly into my cerebellum, allowing me to operate the arms in environments far beyond human endurance. At that moment, a woman raised a question. Doctor, if these mechanical arms are as smart as you claim, isn't there a risk that they could end up controlling you instead? Otto looked at her with appreciation. That's an excellent question, which is why I designed this inhibitor chip to safeguard my brain functions. This way, I control them. They don't control me. Turning around, Otto pointed to the inhibitor chip at the back of his neck. Tony was the first to sense something was amiss. What? Just a single chip? What if it fails? That's a pretty flimsy safeguard. As one of the world's top scientists, he knew all too well that relying on a single chip was far from secure. If anything happened to it, Dr. Otto would become a slave to his own machines. Besides, Tony muttered as he examined the material analysis Jarvis had provided. The chip itself is made of such low-grade material, there's no way it can withstand extreme stress. It's bound to fail sooner or later. He felt a surge of irritation at the doctor's recklessness. If it were him, he'd never rely solely on such a basic chip. Even if he had to use one, he'd at least reinforce it with a high-strength protective case. But Otto, he just left the whole thing exposed, as if he had no fear of disaster. Otto, meanwhile, directed the mechanical arms toward the equipment he'd be using next. He walked over, and the 4 arms began their work. With a few keystrokes, he opened the vial containing the isotope tritium. The vial extended from the machine, and the mechanical arms carefully retrieved the precious element inside. This system requires the rare element tritium to operate. There are only 25 pounds of it on the entire planet. My heartfelt thanks to Harry Osborne and Oscorp for providing us with such a valuable resource. Harry, standing behind him, laughed and said he was more than happy to foot the bill. As the robotic arm released the tritium, the element hovered in midair, spinning faster and faster. Rose brought him a pair of safety goggles, her face beaming with delight as she watched him. Otto put on the goggles. "Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts," he announced. Without further ado, he activated the device. From 4 different positions, a total of 8 beams of light shot out, intersecting from above and below. The tritium began to release energy, and an intense radiance burst forth. In the center of the apparatus, a blazing orb of energy appeared, like a miniature sun. The assistant declared that the nuclear fusion had been successfully completed. At these words, the crowd erupted into applause. Even Harry felt that he had finally achieved a dream his father had never dared to believe. At this very moment, the fusion reaction was generating energy at a rate of 1,000 gigawatts per second, 1,000,000 kilowatts. "Impressive, Dr. Otto. You've actually built an arc reactor," Tony said, his tone turning serious as he observed Otto's artificial sun. "It looks unstable, though. Still, that's a massive output, much more than my last reactor could handle. But can you really control it?" Tony couldn't help but respect Otto's accomplishment. It was indeed a thermonuclear fusion reactor, an arc reactor in its own right. Its energy output outclassed even the large-scale reactor at Stark Industries, not to mention the miniature version he carried with him. But there was one glaring flaw. It wasn't stable. Tony's arc reactor employed the principle of cold fusion, which allowed him to wear it on his chest and even hold it in his hand. If it were based on hot fusion, the sheer heat and pressure would have been lethal. Both the artificial sun and the arc reactor had their strengths, but Tony's version was far more stable, a scaled-down triumph built on the foundation of Stark Industries' industrial reactor. "It's a pity we're not from the same world," Tony thought. "We'd have so much in common. Maybe even collaborate on research." He managed to develop nuclear fusion single-handedly, and with such rudimentary equipment, too. Indeed, in Tony's eyes, Otto's setup was laughably primitive, almost useless, with barely any safety measures in place. If it had been up to Tony, he would have invested heavily in constructing a robust magnetic containment field, utilizing a tokamak for controlled ion plasma fusion, just like he'd done in that cave all those years ago. Gazing at the tremendous energy unleashed by the fusion reaction, Otto was entranced. "The power of the sun, right in the palm of my hand," he exclaimed. Parker, too, stared in awe at the overwhelming surge of energy. Suddenly, he sensed something odd. Looking down, he noticed a paperclip on the floor slowly inching forward, drawn as if by an invisible magnet. Moments later, the chandeliers in the lab began to tilt toward the energy source, one after another, pulled by its force. Thankfully, for now, the mounting brackets managed to hold them in place. The artificial sun generated an immense magnetic field, and its powerful force began pulling in every metal object around. At that moment, Dr. Otto sensed that something was amiss. In the next second, everyone's necklaces, laptops, and any other metal items were suddenly yanked away by the magnetic pull. Otto tried to reassure everyone, saying, "Don't panic. It's just a power surge. Everything will stabilize soon." As he spoke, he glanced back at Rose, who looked at him with worry etched on her face. "Damn it, that's not a surge. It's the protective magnetic field collapsing. I told you, the equipment is too crude and the energy reaction is way too intense. That blasted field couldn't even hold for 5 seconds. Tony shouted, furious. He had already realized what was about to happen. the energy would spiral out of control, and everyone present would be in serious danger. Whoa, looks like we'd better go find Tony and ask what's going on. He's the expert in this field. Muttered mother of man, squinting his one. Good eye at the chaos unfolding on the screens overhead. He wasn't a scientist and didn't understand the technical jargon, but he knew Tony would. Meanwhile, Parker's spider sense was going haywire, warning him of imminent disaster. Without hesitation, he slipped away to change into his suit. Harry turned to call out, "Peter," but realized Parker had already vanished. The assistants began urging everyone to leave at once, and at that moment, the computers blared with urgent alarms. On the screen, a warning flashed: system overload. System unstable. The artificial sun continued to generate more energy, its magnetic field growing even stronger. Metal counters were pulled off the floor, and steel panels were ripped from the walls. Everything metallic was flying toward the artificial sun. The protective shield had been completely breached, and the immense energy even formed solar flares. In a heartbeat, the unleashed power tore through the laboratory, ripping apart the walls and equipment. Rose, tense and frightened, called for Otto to come back to her. She narrowly dodged a chunk of ceiling that crashed to the floor right beside her. Harry shouted at Otto to shut down the artificial sun immediately, but Otto refused to give up. He was convinced he could regain control and stabilize the system. Furious, Harry yelled, "I'm in charge here. It's my money, so I make the calls." But as he screamed at Otto, he failed to notice a metal rack flying straight at him from behind. Luckily, Parker arrived just in time, pulling Harry out of harm's way. Even after being rescued by Spider-Man, Harry couldn't bring himself to forgive him. But Parker said nothing. He headed straight for the power source. Seeing this, Otto demanded, "What are you doing?" "Shutting down the power," Parker replied, dropping down to disconnect the main power supply. But by this point, Otto was consumed by obsession. Refusing to let anyone interfere with his experiment, he bellowed, "No," and, with his mechanical arms, struck Parker and sent him flying across the room. Parker was thrown through the air, crashing hard into a pillar with such force that a deep dent was left in the concrete, a testament to the sheer power of Otto's attack. The energy continued to build, and the magnetic field grew ever stronger. Metal doors and windows buckled under the strain, twisting and warping, while Rose, hiding behind a pillar, watched the scene unfold in terror. In the next instant, the doors and windows shattered. A torrent of metal, accompanied by a shower of glass shards, hurtled toward her. She screamed in terror, her reflection flickering for a moment in the splintered glass before she was swallowed by the debris. Otto spun around at the sound of Rose's anguished scream, tearing off his goggles. When he caught sight of her crumpled form on the ground, lifeless and still, he stared in disbelief, calling out her name in despair. At that moment, the artificial sun unleashed another wave of energy, a blazing solar flare erupting from its core. The surge shot directly through Otto's mechanical arms into his body. The suppressor crystal, overwhelmed by the onslaught, failed instantly. Parker finally managed to stagger to his feet. Seeing what was happening, he rushed over, grabbing hold of several massive power cables, and, with all his strength, wrenched them free. But it was too late. Otto had already collapsed. Deprived of its power source, the fusion reaction could no longer sustain itself. After one final, minor eruption, the artificial sun imploded, collapsing inward until it vanished without a trace. "Damn it, Otto, what the hell are you doing? Why didn't you shut it down? Didn't you realize the magnetic containment field was failing? What made you think you could control it?" Tony couldn't hold back his fury any longer, shouting in exasperation. Otto's arrogance had blinded him. He truly believed he could keep everything under control and had stopped Parker from shutting off the power, a decision that led to tragedy. Otto was overcome with despair and guilt. He was tormented by regret over his own pride and blindness, wishing he had approached the experiment with greater caution, and cursing himself for stubbornly preventing Parker's intervention. Memories of the beautiful moments shared with his wife flooded his mind, her unwavering support, her love. Now, he knew it was his actions that had doomed her. The thought tore at his heart, leaving him unable to accept that he was the cause of all this destruction. Fear and unease gnawed at him as he wondered what other disasters might follow from the failure of future experiments. He worried his reputation and career would be destroyed and that no one would ever support his research again. In this inner turmoil, Otto began to reconsider his path. He questioned whether his pursuit of scientific achievement was worth the risks, or if he should abandon such dangerous work altogether. Rose, ever gentle, offered him comfort. With her encouragement, Otto resolved to face his mistakes. He vowed to find a way, not only to restore his reputation, but also to ensure such a tragedy would never repeat itself beneath the looming threat of the artificial sun. Peter. Harry glanced at Parker, standing beside him. He knew that Otto had always been Parker's idol, someone Parker deeply admired. After Harry took over Oscorp, the very first thing he did was to provide funding for Dr. Otto, all because he was Parker's hero. Now, with Otto's experiment a failure and Otto himself likely in trouble, and with Rose having lost her life as a result, Harry had no idea what Parker must be thinking. Parker's heart was a storm of grief and shock. Like Otto, he simply couldn't accept what had happened. His admiration for the doctor was shattered in an instant, replaced by overwhelming disappointment and confusion. He kept asking himself, how could this happen? Dr. Otto had always been his role model, the embodiment of wisdom and skill. He struggled to comprehend how someone so brilliant could encounter such a devastating failure. Yet, beneath the sorrow, Parker began to contemplate. Harry, I'm all right. This is just footage from the sky screen. The doctor will fail in the future, but now that we know in advance, we can strive to do better next time. He realized that the experiment's failure wasn't a sign of the doctor's incompetence, but rather a natural part of scientific exploration. Every scientist faces setbacks. It's an inevitable step on the path toward truth. Harry, can I go see him? He must be feeling terrible right now. I know exactly how he feels. Just like when I realized letting that robber go led to Uncle Ben's death. No problem. I'll call him right away. Let the famous Spider-Man go comfort him, Harry replied with a smile. Even though Otto had failed, Harry still had faith in him. After all, he was Parker's idol. Harry believed that as long as Otto reviewed what went wrong this time, he'd surely succeed next time. The sound of ambulances echoed through the city as police and medical staff hurriedly loaded the injured onto stretchers and into the waiting vehicles. At the scene, a member of the Oscorp board, visibly relieved, remarked that it was fortunate disaster had been averted. Had they used more than a single drop of tritium, New York could have been wiped out. Harry, looking disheveled, emerged from the chaos. He had suffered a tremendous blow. The failure of the experiment had shattered his dream of surpassing his father and left him facing serious consequences. He might even bear legal responsibility. With a bitter laugh, he muttered to himself, "That's it. I'm finished." Harry was seething with resentment, desperate to vent his anger. The most convenient target was Spider-Man. When his assistant mentioned that Spider-Man had saved him, Harry snapped back furiously, "I don't need him to save me." Before the reporters arrived, the assistant quickly ushered Harry away, hoping to keep him out of the whirlwind of public scrutiny. Medical staff gently draped a white sheet over Rose's body and lifted her onto the ambulance. Parker also stepped outside, gazing around in a daze. Surrounded by the wounded outside the laboratory, he was at a loss, uncertain what the future would bring. Late at night, in a hospital room, a group of doctors were discussing Otto's injuries. Otto's spine had been pierced by mechanical arms, with severe nerve damage in multiple areas, so surgery was absolutely necessary. The doctors knew that to treat Otto, they would first have to saw off those mechanical arms. If needed, they might even have to remove parts of his vertebral plate and fuse the back of his spine. One doctor picked up an electric saw and moved toward the mechanical arms. But just as he was about to begin cutting, one of the arms suddenly rose up behind him and, with a powerful blow, sent him flying several meters across the room. The sudden chaos caused a female nurse to scream in terror. In the next instant, all four mechanical arms sprang into action, launching a frenzied attack on the hapless doctors and nurses. The medical staff tried to escape, but the mechanical arms moved with lightning speed, easily snatching them up and hurling them aside. One doctor, clutching a scalpel, was lifted into the air and impaled into the ceiling light, electrocuted on the spot. Throughout this carnage, Otto remained unconscious. The mechanical arms were acting entirely on their own. The staff were caught by the face, slammed back and forth as the chaos unfolded. One doctor managed to grab an electric saw and desperately try to cut through a mechanical limb, but these arms were custom-made, exceptionally strong and heat-resistant, far beyond what any ordinary saw could break. In the end, he too fell under the relentless assault of the arms. Only after the mechanical arms had wiped out all the doctors and nurses in the operating room did they finally wake Otto. Regaining consciousness and seeing the grisly scene before him, Otto cried out in anguish, "No!" Guided by the mechanical arms, Otto easily broke open the hospital's main doors and walked out. Shirtless and disoriented, he wandered into the street. A taxi, unable to stop in time, barreled straight toward Otto, only to be effortlessly tossed aside by the mechanical arms, crashing into another cab on the roadside. Staring at the taxis that had just been hurled away, Otto looked thoughtfully at the mechanical arms waving in front of him, realizing that these limbs would now protect him automatically. As police sirens wailed in the distance, the mechanical arms whisked Otto away from the scene. They arrived at the edge of a bridge, where Otto gazed at an abandoned building in the distance and made his way toward it. Just as I thought. Once that inhibitor chip was damaged, the intelligent mechanical arms were no longer under his control. I always said those safety measures were far too flimsy. There was no vigilance at all, Tony muttered, frowning as he watched the mechanical arms wreak havoc in the operating room, letting out a sigh. Otto, you really need to be more careful. That inhibitor chip can't be trusted, Rose said, looking anxiously at Otto while glancing at the slaughtered medical staff. She had just received a call from Harry. He and Parker were on their way. Hearing this news, Otto's mood finally seemed to improve. If only a little. I'll make sure to take proper precautions, or try another method. Otto gazed at that mechanical arm with deep sorrow. Not only had his experiment failed, but the robotic arm had gone out of control and taken the lives of so many doctors and nurses. The guilt weighed heavily on him. By the next morning, news of Dr. Otto's failed experiment had spread throughout the city. Rumors and gossip buzzed everywhere. In his office, Jameson was already discussing the incident with Robbie. If we're lucky, this'll throw the whole city into panic. A mad scientist transforms into a monster. He's got 4 mechanical arms attached to his body, making him an 8-limbed freak. Sounds absolutely outrageous. What should we call this creature? Hoffman didn't miss a beat before blurting out, Dr. Octopus. That's terrible. Octopus scientist? That's even worse. Dr. Strange. That name's got a certain flair. Too bad someone's already using it. Wait, Dr. Octopus. Hoffman raised his hand, wanting to argue, but with Jameson outranking him, he could only nod in agreement. Dr. Octopus, the city's brand new supervillain. Dr. Octopus. Jameson declared. You're a real genius, Hoffman said, laying it on thick. Are you angling for a race? Get out of here. Jameson waved dismissively, shooing him away. In another corner of the city, the name Dr. Strange flickered in the Ancient One's eyes. Did their world also have a Dr. Strange? She had already chosen Strange as her successor, waiting only for the right moment to hand over the mantle. Miss Brandt pushed open the door, ushering Parker into the room. Boss, I found Parker. Jameson threw up his hands and barked. Where have you been? Couldn't pay your phone bill? And you didn't get any pictures of the mad scientist. Robbie chimed in. I heard Spider-Man was there too. Parker and Robbie exchanged glances. Jameson glared at Parker. What? Were you off photographing squirrels? You're fired. The very next second, Miss Brandt re-entered, reminding him about tonight's planetarium party and nudging Parker toward the door. At that, Jameson immediately changed his tune. You're not fired? I need you. Miss Brandt smiled, leaving Parker and stepping out herself. How much do you know about high society? Jameson asked. Parker started but was cut off. No need to answer. My last photographer got knocked out by a polo ball, so you're all I've got. There's a gala tonight to honor America's heroes. My son's an astronaut, you know. Can I get an advance on my paycheck? Parker's question made Jameson burst into that classic laugh, the kind that shook his whole body. Slapping his thigh, Jameson looked at Parker and barked. You serious? I'm gonna pay you to just stand around? Be there tomorrow night at 8 sharp. Now, get out of here. In an abandoned wooden shack by the Manhattan riverside, Dr. Octopus stood silently at the edge of the floor, gazing at the flowing water. He muttered to himself, My beloved Rose is gone. My dreams are shattered. These dreadful things, they should be sunk to the bottom. He looked at his writhing mechanical arms in anguish. Let me be buried in the river along with them. Hearing Otto's words, the intelligent machinery began to rebel against his will. Otto sensed another voice speaking to him inside his mind. Only then did he realize something had gone wrong with the inhibitor chip, but it was already too late. He listened to that other voice inside his head. Start over. Otto tried to resist. No, Peter was right. I made a mistake. But the AI quickly seized control of his thoughts. He spun around suddenly. I couldn't have been wrong. The fusion was a success, wasn't it? The other voice in his mind continued to brainwash him, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. That's right. We'll start from scratch. Make the containment shield even bigger and stronger than before. But we need money. Rob a bank? No. I can't commit a crime. Otto didn't want to break the law, but the mechanical arms cared nothing for legality. They persuaded Otto. That's right. Not fulfilling my dream. That's the real crime. A sinister expression twisted his features. Otto was now completely under the control of the intelligent arms. He turned toward the Manhattan River, and the mechanical arms lifted him into the air. Right here, the power of the sun, in the palm of my hand. No one can stop us. No one. Dr. Octopus is being controlled by his own mechanical arms. This is horrifying. He'll stop at nothing to finish his experiment. Who knows what the consequences will be? We have to find a way to stop him. Are we just going to stand by and watch him march toward destruction? Voices filled with anxiety and helplessness echoed among the people. They understood all too well the catastrophic consequences Otto's experiment might bring. Some began to pray in silence, hoping someone would step up and put an end to it all. Others debated fiercely about possible solutions, but every suggestion seemed powerless. Fear spread through the crowd, panic gripping their hearts. Some people began to make their way to Otto's laboratory, hoping to stop him from continuing his fusion research. Yet, many others still believed Otto's intentions were good. He wanted to benefit the world, and this was just a mistake. If he recalculated, everything would be fine. There was no need to throw everything away because of one failure. In the bank, Peter Parker and Aunt May were at the loan department, completing paperwork. They held Social Security documents and Uncle Ben's life insurance policy, hoping to secure a loan. But the bank employee regretfully informed them that these were not enough for them to qualify for another loan. Hearing this, Aunt May hurriedly added that she had started teaching piano again. Peter turned to her and asked, "Really?" Aunt May tried to kick Parker, but accidentally kicked a staff member instead. The man yelped in pain, clutching his foot as he looked at Aunt May. "Thank you for opening a Super Saver account with our bank, but I'm sorry, your assets aren't enough to qualify for another loan," he said apologetically. Aunt May pulled an advertisement out of her bag. "At least I'll get a toaster," she said. "You have to deposit more than 300 yuan to get one," the staff member replied awkwardly, glancing at Aunt May. She looked down at the ad and sighed. "I understand." Parker tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, there's always a way." While the two were talking, not far behind Parker, Otto used his mechanical arms to rip the vault door right off its hinges and tossed it aside. The heavy door landed directly above Parker and Aunt May. Reacting in a flash, Parker spun around, kicked Aunt May's chair out of harm's way, and used the momentum to slide back himself before quickly jumping to his feet and running over. Aunt May, startled and flustered, called after him, "Peter, don't leave me behind." Parker didn't hesitate, sprinting to where the vault door had crashed down. Nearby, the staff member praised him. "That kid's a real hero." Meanwhile, the bank security guards, guns drawn, ordered Dr. Octopus not to move, telling him to raise his hands and his tentacles. The remark only enraged the mechanical arms. They lashed out, sending the guards flying, then strode toward the vault, grabbing bags of money. By now, Parker had donned his Spider-Man suit and arrived on the scene. Otto instantly noticed him and hurled a bag of cash at him with his tentacle. Parker dodged nimbly among the columns as coins spilled everywhere from the flying sacks. Leaping to another spot, Parker shot a web to snatch one of the bags Otto had thrown, then flung it right back at him. "Here's your pocket money," he quipped. Parker's strength was tremendous. The bag hit Otto before he could react. Luckily, a tentacle deflected some of the blow, but Otto was still slammed into a column, leaving a huge dent. Infuriated, Otto grabbed several more sacks of coins from the vault and hurled them at Parker, but Parker dodged them with ease. Springing onto a column, Parker tried to shoot a web, only to find his powers failing him again. No web came out. "No, come on," he muttered desperately. Unable to shoot webs, Parker was struck by a flying bag and toppled off the column. Otto exhaled a triumphant laugh. Meanwhile, Tony watched, his brow furrowed, as Parker failed yet again to shoot webs. Walking briskly, he asked, "Jarvis, are you sure there's nothing wrong with Peter Parker's body?" "Sir." After analyzing Peter Parker's bodily movements and facial expressions, there's no difference from before. He hasn't shown any physical abnormalities at all. Jarvis ran the comparisons again and again, confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary. At that moment, Nick Fury arrived at the door. He stood outside as Tony opened up and let him in. Fury had already overheard Tony's words from the hallway, so as soon as he stepped inside, he reported, "Our people looked into it. They think Peter Parker's powers have failed because he's exhausted, physically and mentally. The pressure's just too much, and Mary Jane is having a huge impact on him. They also believe that if Peter can't strike a balance between his life as himself and as Spider-Man, his powers may weaken even further. In the worst case, he might end up as just an ordinary person." "Oh, that's terrible news. What do you think he should do?" Tony offered his condolences to Parker, then turned to Nick Fury, curious about what the one-eyed director might suggest. "Well, he's got a few options. He could give up being Spider-Man, follow his heart, and finally find the courage to pursue Mary Jane. Or he could let go of Mary Jane for good, stop hesitating, and focus on being the best Spider-Man he can be. Alternatively, he might reveal his identity to the world, free himself from this mess, and maybe things would get better. If Peter keeps trying to have it both ways, wanting Mary Jane while hiding his Spider-Man identity, he might end up with nothing at all. That's what my people are telling me." Fury shrugged, hands spread in resignation. Tony nodded. What made things hardest for Peter Parker was that he had no money and couldn't dedicate himself fully to any one thing. He was always late to school, late to work, late for dates. Being Spider-Man took up too much of his time. Our psychologist came up with another scenario. Peter might just walk away from being Spider-Man, return to normal life, focus on school, work his job properly, and actually go on dates with Mary Jane. The one-eyed man gazed at the frozen image on the sky screen, paused on the moment Parker fell. With great power comes great responsibility. If he loses his powers, he won't have to carry that burden anymore. Tony let out a heavy sigh. Uncle Ben's words had left a deep mark on Parker, guiding him, yes, but also weighing him down with impossible expectations. Well, let's not think about it until the sky screen starts rolling again. That's Parker's business, not mine. Tony walked over to the bar, picked up a bottle, and poured 2 glasses, one for himself, one for Nick Fury. But the one-eyed director declined. So Tony drank alone. Nick Fury asked Otto why he had failed, wanting to know where exactly he went wrong. Tony pointed out all the problems he had noticed, but didn't go into detail. After all, Fury wasn't an expert in such complicated matters either. When a blow struck Parker, the gold coins in his bag spilled and scattered across the floor. One coin rolled right up to the feet of a lone officer, who promptly picked it up and tried to slip it into his own pocket. Aunt May, watching from nearby, slapped his hand sharply. With a yelp of pain, the man dropped the coin, which landed on the ground with a clear, ringing sound. Who is he? Fire him. Immediately. Right now. The bank manager, seeing one of his employees caught red-handed trying to steal in the chaos, flew into a rage. By the end of the day, that employee had packed up and left for good. Dr. Octopus grabbed both of Parker's hands with his mechanical arms and snarled, "You've really gotten on my nerves." Parker stared back at him, unafraid. "I catch bad guys for a living." "Then you're finished." With that, the remaining 2 mechanical arms clamped down hard on either side of Parker's head. He groaned in pain, but the agony triggered a sudden resurgence of Parker's powers. Both his hands shot webs at once, and with a powerful yank, he sent 2 desks flying toward Otto from either side. Otto was forced to release Parker, using his arms to block one desk, tearing it in half. But as he turned, the other desk was already upon him. He barely managed to shield himself as it slammed into him, sending him hurtling out of the bank and crashing heavily onto a taxi waiting at the red light outside. Thanks to the shock-absorbing power of his mechanical arms, he escaped serious injury. Parker raced out of the bank after Otto. In response, Otto ripped both doors off the taxi with his arms and hurled them at Parker. Parker dodged the first door with agility, but Otto timed it perfectly and flung the second door before Parker could recover. The door struck Parker midair, sending him crashing back into the bank, drawing horrified screams from the bystanders. At that moment, 2 police cars screeched to a stop at the scene. Faced with armed officers shouting warnings, Otto didn't hesitate. He reached into the crowd with his mechanical arm and grabbed a hostage. By a cruel twist of fate, that hostage happened to be Aunt May. Terrified, Aunt May screamed and swung her umbrella in desperation at the metal arm, but it was useless. With the hostage at risk, the police dared not open fire. Otto, clutching his bags of stolen money and dragging Aunt May along, made his escape. Oh dear Lord, that must have been terrifying. Aunt May, watching her own panicked image on the big screen above, felt her eyes well up with tears. She never imagined that after losing her husband, she would one day be taken hostage herself. Then, beside her, hurried to comfort her, inside a certain company. Several employees were hard at work. Suddenly, a woman seemed to hear something unusual and walked over to the window. In that instant, a tentacle stabbed. Through the wall from outside, Otto was passing by their building with Aunt May in tow. The employees were terrified, their screams echoing through the office. Poor Aunt May was gripped by the tentacle, suspended in midair, looking around in helpless confusion. Just then, Parker dropped down above Otto, intercepting him. "Hand her over to me," Parker demanded, looking down at Otto from above. Otto responded with a broad grin, "No problem." With a wicked smile, he slowly lifted Aunt May higher. Just as Parker was about to reach her, Otto suddenly flung her downward. "Oh, how careless of me." Otto's sinister grin was fully revealed, and Aunt May's terrified screams echoed between the tall buildings. Thinking fast, Parker shot a web and yanked Aunt May back up, catching her mid-fall like a bungee jump. Otto, seeing this, lunged upward and struck Parker hard with his tentacle. Luckily, Parker had already pulled Aunt May to safety. Gasping, she managed to hook her umbrella onto the hand of a statue outside the building, narrowly avoiding a fall. Otto grabbed Parker and slammed him against the outer wall. Down below, an elderly man hurriedly pulled a woman back, just before a chunk of debris crashed down where she had just been standing. Pedestrians on the street scattered in fear, dodging falling rubble, but the cars on the road weren't so lucky and were smashed by the debris. After taking a few hits, Parker managed to dodge one of the mechanical arms, shooting a web straight onto Otto's face. He yanked Otto close and landed a powerful punch, sending him flying. Above, Aunt May kept crying. Out for help. Parker glanced back at her and scrambled towards her, but Otto's tentacle suddenly slammed Parker against the wall. Parker only had time to shout, "Hold on," before Otto flung him to the other side. The two of them wrestled on the wall, Parker clinging tightly to Otto's body, landing several punches. Still grappling, they fell through the air, continuing to fight as they plummeted. High above, Aunt May was barely hanging on, her grip on the umbrella starting to slip. Otto finally shook off the determined Spider-Man and, seizing the moment while Parker couldn't grab him, smashed him into a window with a tentacle and then hurled him through the building across the street. Aunt May couldn't hold on any longer. Just as she lost her grip on the umbrella, she landed on the base of the statue. Realizing she wasn't going to fall, she let out a sigh of relief and whispered a grateful "thank you" to the statue of the Madonna. But almost immediately, Otto snatched her up again. "You ruined my plans last time. Now I want you to watch this old woman die and be haunted by guilt forever." Otto glared at Parker, his voice seething with rage. Otto is nothing like the man he once was. The idealistic Dr. Otto, who once dreamed of benefiting the world, has disappeared. All that's left is Dr. Octopus, obsessed only with completing his own experiments. Tony sighed, a deep sense of regret in his voice. If you had the chance to meet him, could you cure him? Or, if someone else experienced the same thing, could you fix it? Nick Fury glanced at Tony as he asked. In theory, Dr. Otto was taken over by the mechanical arms because his inhibitor chip was damaged. That's what turned him into Dr. Octopus. So if we could reinstall the inhibitor chip, there's a chance he could break free from their control. Tony replied thoughtfully, outlining a solution, the very one that, in the future, young Spider-Man would use to save Otto. But we'd have to reinforce the new inhibitor chip. The old one had no protection at all. It shattered at the slightest touch. Tony added, finishing his drink and then reaching for the glass Nick had left untouched. Meanwhile, Parker clung to the wall with his webs, using them to launch himself across the room. Otto watched Spider-Man's movements and muttered under his breath, "Come on, then." At the same time, the mechanical arms behind him snapped open, one of them suddenly brandishing a sharp spike. Aunt May gasped in fright. Realizing what Otto intended, she shouted, "Shameless." Then, just as Dr. Octopus lashed out with the tentacle, she swung her umbrella handle and struck Otto hard on the head. Her blow came at the perfect moment. Parker managed to grab the tentacle in time, avoiding the attack. The sharp pain made Otto lose his balance, causing him to topple sideways, and the tentacle hurled Aunt May across the room in an attempt to steady Otto. As she fell, Aunt May let out a piercing scream. Parker leapt after her, shooting webs mid-air to close the distance. He caught Aunt May in his arms, then fired another web upward and swung them both to safety. With his hostage gone, the police wasted no time. They opened fire on Otto, but at that distance, their shots only grazed past him. Otto, still clutching 2 bags of money, darted around to the far side of the building and slipped out of sight, forcing the police to cease fire. On the other side, Parker landed on the street with Aunt May in his arms. He turned to her and said, "You're safe now." Aunt May, overwhelmed with emotion, thanked Spider-Man. "Thank you. I owe you my life." The nearby onlookers recognized Spider-Man and began to gather around. Parker said to Aunt May, "We beat him." Aunt May retorted, "I was the one who beat him." With that, Parker laughed, turned, and swung away on his web, disappearing into the city. A group of women chased after him, calling out, "Take me with you, Spider-Man. Take me with you." Parker paid them no mind, swinging effortlessly between the skyscrapers until he was lost from sight. "You're a hero, May." Uncle Ben burst into laughter. If Aunt May hadn't landed that heavy blow on Otto at the last moment, Peter might have been in real danger. As long as I could help Peter, that's all that matters. Aunt May managed to smile through her tears. At the planetarium party, the room was packed with people, each group deep in conversation. Peter Parker was there as well. He reached for a plate of snacks, only to have someone else snatch it right before him. He could only smile helplessly at the little mishap. Spotting an elderly couple passing by, Peter thought to take a photo of them. But as he raised his camera, he realized he'd forgotten to remove the lens cap. By the time he took it off, the couple had already been called away by someone else. Meanwhile, Harry was at the bar, watching the bartender pour a glass of wine. Just as the bartender was about to set the glass down, Harry snatched it away. "Don't take that," he snapped, but in his haste, he knocked over another glass. The bartender could only sigh and leave him be. Reaching for a fresh glass, Harry tried again. Peter walked over and put an arm around Harry's shoulders. Hey, take it easy, man. Harry glanced at him. Why shouldn't I? Isn't this supposed to be a party? If you pinned your hopes for fame and fortune on a madman, only to end up with nothing, wouldn't you want to drown your sorrows too? He paused, eyes narrowing. And that bug friend of yours? Peter shook his head. Not tonight, Harry. Please. Anytime, anywhere, 24/7, until I find him. Harry shot him a cold look. They stared each other down, but just then, the voice of the 1.5-generation Spider-Man called out from across the room. Parker, 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 are you deaf? I've called you twice already. Dressed to the nines, he hurried over and quickly whisked Peter away. Harry watched Peter's retreating figure, then drained his champagne in a single gulp. Jonah Jameson bustled over, pushing Peter forward. I'm not paying you to sample the champagne. Take a picture of my wife and the minister. Jameson's wife smiled warmly at Peter. Lovely tie, she said. Peter snapped a photo for her, then took a group shot of Jameson, his wife, and an elderly district attorney. Jameson spotted the mayor and called out, Come on, get a picture of the mayor and his girlfriend. At those words, the mayor, his wife, and Jameson's own wife all looked mortified. Realizing his blunder, Jameson quickly corrected himself. I mean his wife. Peter dutifully snapped photos of them all. Just then, a master of ceremonies took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Natural Science Library Committee is honored to introduce our distinguished guest tonight, the first man to ever play football on the moon. Her words brought laughter from the crowd. Please welcome the handsome, charming, and courageous Colonel John Jameson. As the music began, the crowd broke into applause. Amidst the clapping, John entered arm in arm with Mary Jane. The moment Parker turned his head and caught sight of Mary Jane, the smile instantly vanished from his face, and he stared at her in a daze. Mary Jane, too, spotted Parker in the crowd. After their eyes met briefly, she looked away, leaving Parker with a lonely, downcast expression. Later, during the second half of the party, Parker pushed open a door and stepped out. He noticed there was still a snack left and moved to take it, but someone else beat him to it yet again. Not far away, he saw Mary Jane standing alone. Parker approached her from behind and greeted her. He wanted to explain and apologize, but Mary Jane cut him off, saying she'd heard enough of that. With pain in her eyes, Mary Jane looked at Parker. I can't keep thinking about you. It's just too painful. Parker tried to recite a poem to express his feelings, but Mary Jane wouldn't have it. She interrupted him before he could begin. Seeing this, Parker hurriedly changed the subject, asking, Would you like something to drink? I'll get it for you. But Mary Jane turned him down again. I came here with John. He'll get it for me. Under his breath, Parker repeated, John. Mary Jane then said to him, Just so you know, John has come to see my show 5 times. Harry came twice. Aunt May came once. My sick mother went despite her illness, and even my father showed up backstage to borrow money for a ticket. But my best friend, the one who's supposed to care about me most, couldn't even make it on time at 8 o'clock. All these years, to me, you've been nothing but an empty seat. With that, she turned and walked away. Mary Jane's words left Parker speechless. He was deeply troubled. As a waiter passed by with a tray of drinks, Parker grabbed the last glass, only to find it empty. Oh, not again, he muttered. It was as if life itself was telling Peter Parker that things never go his way. Whatever he wants always slips through his fingers. Tony, watching Parker's repeated failed attempts to get food and drink, sighed. It's like the universe is out to get him. Marie F.A. Cousian nodded in agreement and gave a thumbs up. The party carried on, but Parker stood rooted to the spot, lost in his own world, completely out of place among the revelers. Just then, Harry, clearly drunk, stumbled over. You make me so mad. All you care about is Spider-Man, and you ignore your best friend. He killed my father, and you keep protecting him because you need him to make a living. Parker tried to calm him, but Harry's anger only burned hotter. Don't push me. Don't pretend to be my friend. You took Jane from me, you took away my father's love, and you refused to hand over that freak just standing by while my father was killed, didn't you? Harry suddenly slapped Parker hard across the face. Parker was too stunned to react at first. Harry pressed on, Isn't that right? Am I right, brother? Then he slapped him again. Parker was left completely bewildered, and only then did Harry's anger begin to subside. He turned on his heel and walked away. Oh, Harry, how could he do that? Aunt May looked at Parker, feeling deeply sorry for him. No one truly understood the troubles Peter Parker faced. Sorry, man. Harry, realizing what he'd done, turned back and apologized to Parker. Parker hastily replied, It's all right. I get where you were coming from. We're brothers, aren't we? Parker's smile was enough to make Harry pull him into a hug. You two really are brothers from different mothers, aren't they, Otto? Rose said with a warm smile, turning to Otto. Yes, your bond is truly special. Don't let misunderstandings ruin your friendship, Peter. Encouraged by Parker's words, Otto found his resolve again. He was determined to prove himself and make amends for his mistakes under the city's Great Dome. Their commotion drew some curious glances from people nearby. After Harry walked away, Parker's spirits sank even lower. Just then, John took the stage to introduce Mary Jane to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to announce that the beautiful and charming Miss Mary Jane Watson has accepted my proposal, John declared proudly. Mary Jane was radiant, delighted that John chose to announce their engagement at the party, and she joined him on stage. Parker, meanwhile, felt as if he were drifting through a fog, his mind numb and unfocused. Jameson couldn't help but remark, "What a surprise, Parker! Wake up, get the camera." Snapped back to reality by Jameson's shout, Parker took a deep breath and began snapping photos. Later that night, Parker, now clad in his Spider-Man suit, swung between the skyscrapers under the dark sky. But once again his web shooters failed him. Alarmed, he stared at his hands. "Oh no," he cried out. Instantly, he lost his grip and tumbled from the building, crashing hard onto a row of garbage bins below. Just watching that makes me wince. I can't imagine how he feels. Rhodey had just arrived at Tony's house and witnessed Parker's painful fall onto the bins. Unlike last time when Parker landed on an exhaust pipe, this time he had smacked right into the sharp corner of a trash can. Parker pulled off his mask and tried once more to fire his webs, but nothing happened. He stared at his wrist in confusion. "What's happening to me?" he wondered. Examining both hands, he looked up at the nearby wall. Approaching it, he placed his palm against the surface and attempted to climb. But suddenly, he lost his grip and slid downward. Barely managing to steady himself, Parker let out a sigh of relief, only to lose his hold completely and tumble into the alley below. Parker sat slumped beside the trash bins. As he turned his head, he noticed a bundle of newspapers. He casually picked one up, only to realize that his nearsightedness had returned. His superpowers were officially starting to fade. His powers, his responsibilities, and his ideals are now in conflict with his family, friends, and love interests. Superpowers have thrown his life into chaos, and deep down, he no longer wishes to have them. That's why he's losing his abilities, isn't it? Tony glanced at Parker's lost and broken expression while listening to Nick Fury relay the analysis from his team psychologist, and summed up his own thoughts. Fury nodded his bald head in agreement. "Peter, I think I know what's going on," said Rose. After all, she was a top student. By reading Parker's expressions and sensing his inner turmoil, she pieced together a likely explanation and shared it with Parker, who fell into thoughtful silence. The scene shifted. In a rundown, abandoned building, Dr. Octopus was preparing for his second experiment. Using the money he'd stolen from the bank, he successfully purchased the equipment he needed. As he worked, he grabbed a cigar and had one of his mechanical arms light it for him. Meanwhile, Parker, worried that something was wrong with his body, went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor, after examining him, concluded that he was physically healthy. "In my opinion, the problem is up here," the doctor said, tapping his own head. Parker wasn't sure what to think. "You said you're suffering from insomnia, grief, and nightmares," the doctor continued. Looking at the doctor, Parker said, "I had a dream. In it, I was Spider-Man. I lost my powers, and every time I tried to climb a wall, I just kept falling." The doctor immediately understood. "So you're Spider-Man," he exclaimed. Parker rushed to clarify. "In my dream, I was." Clearly, the doctor didn't believe a word of it. So Parker added, "Actually, it wasn't my dream. It was a friend's dream." The doctor smiled and took off his glasses. A friend's dream." He walked over to the operating table and sat down beside Parker. "What is your friend like? Why does he climb walls? How does he see himself?" "That's the problem. He doesn't know," Parker replied. The doctor shook his head. "If you can't understand yourself, you'll go mad. You'll lose your soul. The worst thing in the world is to lose yourself." He looked at Parker with a curious, knowing expression. "Listen, maybe you're not destined to leap from rooftop to rooftop as Spider-Man," the doctor said. "That's why you keep falling. But you can choose for yourself, Peter." Parker nodded thoughtfully. He murmured to himself, "I can't choose." The doctor quietly nodded along beside him. That doctor must have figured out Peter's identity. He realized what was troubling Peter Parker, so he advised Peter to choose his own path. Tony said, as a few people gathered around the bar in his house. He clinked glasses with Rhodey as he spoke. "As long as you're not a fool, you'd know that when someone talks about a friend, they're just talking about themselves. Making up imaginary friends is a trick anyone can pull off." Rhodey couldn't help but mock Parker's clumsy attempt at covering up. Tony burst into hearty laughter at that. Back home, Parker lay on his bed, listening to the storm raging outside, the wind howling and thunder cracking, lost in thought about the doctor's words. In his mind, Uncle Ben's voice echoed, and in a hazy moment, it was as if he was dreaming of Uncle Ben speaking to him again. Those thoughts of yours, Peter, they make me sad. You don't understand, do you? I've fallen in love with Mary Jane. Peter, all those things we always talked about, honesty, fairness, justice, I always hoped you'd bravely carry those dreams out into the world. In his dream, Parker looked at Uncle Ben. I can't live inside your dreams anymore. I want a life of my own. You've been blessed with extraordinary gifts, Peter. With great power comes great responsibility. Take my hand, son. Uncle Ben held out his hand, hoping Parker would agree. But tears streaming down his face, Parker refused. I'm just Peter Parker. I'm not. Spider-Man anymore. Not anymore. Back in reality, Parker muttered to himself. Not anymore. On that stormy, thunderlit night, Parker found himself in a familiar alleyway. He stared at the Spider-Man suit in his hands, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely tossed it into the trash and walked away. Sigh. In the end, he still chose this path. What about you, Tony? Rhodey down another drink, gazing at Tony with a tipsy expression. Me? I'm Iron Man. Tony, clearly drunk as well, slurred his answer before collapsing beside the bar. No one even seemed to notice that Nick Fury had slipped out at some point. Having set aside his Spider-Man identity, Parker felt an obvious sense of relief. He walked down the street with a smile on his face, though a sudden tumble did bruise his ego a bit. Tony, after a night of heavy drinking, was roused by Jarvis's voice. The big screen flickered to life once again, and when Tony saw Parker's failed attempt at being cool, he nearly spat out his mouthwash from trying not to laugh. After nearly tripping, Parker pulled out his glasses and put them on. Now he didn't have to worry about stumbling anymore. He walked down the street, energized and full of spirit. The scene shifted. Parker was now on the rooftop of his rented apartment, fixing up his motorcycle. He tightened a bolt with his wrench, but forgot to secure it. With a careless flick, the wheel rolled right off the bike, flew off the balcony, and crashed through the glass below. Idiot! The shop owner downstairs bellowed in outrage. Parker crouched down to apologize. Clumsy as ever, huh, buddy? Harry laughed, throwing an arm around Parker's shoulders. With his new paycheck from the police, Parker's life was much better than before. No more odd jobs just to get by. But once school started up again, he figured he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with Harry. Parker bought a hot dog from a street vendor, and as he stepped onto the sidewalk, he saw several police cars racing by, sirens wailing, with a few officers running after them. Parker glanced in the direction of the chase, and remembering that he was no longer Spider-Man, he took a hearty bite of his hot dog and turned away. Now, Parker could arrive on time for Dr. Connors' classes. He sat attentively, taking notes and listening carefully. When Dr. Connors asked a question, Parker raised his hand and answered without hesitation. After class, Connors told Parker he was very pleased with his performance today and encouraged him to keep it up. Buoyed by the praise, Parker broke into a genuine smile, a happiness that shone straight from his heart. That evening, at the musical theater, Parker arrived on time for the first time to see Mary Jane's play, just as he'd promised. On stage, Mary Jane was reciting her lines when she suddenly spotted Parker in the audience. She froze, momentarily, forgetting her words. Backstage, the director frantically whispered her next line, "I'm so happy." Mary Jane snapped back to the moment, seamlessly picking up the cue from her fellow actor. The director, seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As fate would have it, the actor's line was exactly what Parker longed to say himself. After the performance, Parker and Mary Jane walked side by side. Looking at her, Parker said, "You were fantastic. That scene was really well done." Mary Jane looked at him in surprise. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Parker explained, "I was afraid you'd tell me not to." Hearing this, Mary Jane looked away bashfully, then turned back to study Peter Parker closely, surprised by how much he had changed. "You seem like a whole new person." Parker glanced down at himself and grinned. "I polished my shoes, ironed my pants, finished my homework. I'm starting to take my studies seriously now." Mary Jane was happy to see Parker's transformation, but in her eyes, it was already too late. Parker tried to invite Mary Jane out for some fried noodles, but she told him, "Peter, I'm getting married." At her words, Parker fell silent for a moment, but he still managed to smile at her. "I often imagine you getting married on a mountaintop," he said. Mary Jane asked, "And who's the groom?" Looking at her, Parker replied, "You haven't chosen yet." Catching his gaze, Mary Jane scoffed. "You think coming to see my show is enough to make me call off my wedding?" Parker tried to win her back. "You said you love me. Let's be together again, just like before. I used to think there were things only I could do, but I don't have to anymore." With regret, Mary Jane said, "It's too late. Can't you at least think it over?" Parker pleaded. "Think about what?" she replied. "About us, giving it another chance. And where will we even start? There was never an us to begin with. How can we pick up where we never left off, Peter?" Mary Jane was growing frustrated with Parker's wishful thinking. It's not that simple. Of course you think that way. You always make things more complicated than they have to be. You just don't understand. Mary Jane let out a sigh as Parker tried to convince her. I'm not just an empty seed anymore. I'm not who I used to be. If you hit me, I bleed now. Parker looked at Mary Jane with hope in his eyes, while she only looked helpless. She said goodbye to Parker, telling him that she would be having her wedding at the church. Before leaving, she glanced back at Parker and said, "You really have changed." Parker managed a faint smile. "Harry, take care of her for me, will you?" Parker bowed his head slightly and patted Harry on the shoulder. He had harbored feelings for Mary Jane for a long time, but in the end, he wanted to let Harry and her be together, so he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Harry didn't say a word, just watched him quietly. He'd been keeping in touch with Mary Jane lately, and their relationship was gradually deepening. Mary Jane also knew Parker had decided to fully embrace his role as Spider-Man, choosing not to be trapped by romance. At the Daily Bugle, Spider-Man 1.5 was on the phone with his wife. "Darling, we agree to have a wedding, but not one that would bankrupt us. Caviar? Are we inviting the Tsar himself? Just get some cheese, crackers, maybe a few cocktail sausages, and that'll do." Just then, Miss Brant hurried in, followed by a man carrying a sack. "Boss, there's a junk collector here who says he has something you'll be interested in." Jameson scoffed. "Don't tell me it's an alien's head in there. If it is, that makes you the third person this week to bring me one." The homeless man calmly pulled Spider-Man's mask from the sack. Suddenly, Spider-Man 1.5 tensed up and stood. "Where did you get that stuff?" Robbie, the chubby editor nearby, snatched the mask from the man's hands and examined it closely. The homeless man remained unfazed. From the trash heap, Jameson immediately started rummaging through the sack. The trash heap. He held up the Spider-Man suit. "Looks like he's finally hung up his tights. No more masquerade. Parties for him. Ha ha ha." Jameson's face lit up with glee as he looked around the room. "At last, I brought him down. A glorious victory for the power of the press." The homeless man, meanwhile, only cared about getting paid. Yeah. I mean, I should get something out of this, right?" Once again, Jameson's stinginess showed. "I'll give you $50. The homeless man protested. "I could get more than that selling it on eBay." "Fine, 100. Miss Brant, pay the man, and give him a bar of soap while you're at it." Spider-Man 1.5 looked at the homeless man with obvious distaste. As Miss Brant led the man out, she called back, "Your wife's still on the line." The homeless man followed her out the door. Jameson grabbed the phone and shouted, "Flowers? How much did they cost?" When he heard his wife's reply, he roared, "If you spend another penny, you might as well pick flowers for my grave. Just get some plastic ones." He slammed down the phone in a hurry. Robbie, standing nearby with Spider-Man's mask in his hands, felt a pang of regret in his heart. He was genuinely sorry for Spider-Man and had no desire to see the triumphant grin on Jameson's face, so he turned away and gazed out the window. Meanwhile, the 1.5th generation Spider-Man, after seeing his own smug face broadcasted on the city screen, immediately sensed trouble brewing. Though he had never slandered Spider-Man in real life, the image on the screen had already enraged a large number of citizens. He knew he was headed for serious trouble. Without delay, he left the Daily Bugle, tossing the mess to Robbie to handle, and slipped away in his car, planning to wait for a shift in public opinion before returning. If there was no shift, he would bide his time until things cooled down. As the Daily Bugle's papers hit the streets, news of Spider-Man abandoning his suit spread far and wide. Street performers who once sang Spider-Man's praises now began singing songs asking where he had gone. The front page headline of the Bugle boldly declared, "Spider-Man is finished." It was impossible to miss. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a figure in a Spider-Man suit, striking all sorts of Spidey poses, only to accidentally bump into a pen holder on the desk. As the camera zoomed out, it became clear. It was Jameson himself, a cigar clenched between his teeth, mimicking Spider-Man's moves as he leapt onto his desk. He even pretended to shoot webs, providing his own exaggerated sound effects. Hoffman, Brant, and Robbie peeked in, barely able to stifle their laughter at the sight. Robbie shook his head, thinking, "There's another one gone mad." The whole scene was so ridiculous that the three hurried away, covering their mouths to keep from bursting out. Jameson, turning around in confusion to where they had just been watching, saw nothing amiss and immediately returned to his self-absorbed antics. "Huh, what's this? A new Spider-Man?" Tony laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, and even the usually stone-faced Fury couldn't hold back a grin. Miss Brant was out of breath from laughing as she called Jameson. "Mr. New Spider-Man, you can stop running. Just come back already." "Shut up, Brant. Watch out, or I'll dock your pay." The title New Spider-Man pierced Jameson's heart, leaving him instantly on edge. Still, he drove back to the Daily Bugle. As embarrassing as it was, at least it proved he was a Spider-Man fan. Maybe that would save him from a beating. After school, Parker strolled down the street. Two female classmates whispered to each other as they passed him, their faces bright with smiles. Seeing this, Parker's mood lifted even higher. As he passed an alley, Parker saw two men mugging a boy. The boy struggled desperately to escape, but they grabbed hold of his clothes, refusing to let him go. The smile vanished from Parker's face. He turned away, his back to the scene, unwilling to witness it any longer. The boy began to cry out for help, his voice echoing down the alley. With a heavy heart, Parker walked away. Kindness and justice still live in his heart, but he's been crushed under their weight. Peter Parker. Tony watched, feelings tangled and conflicted, as Parker quietly withdrew from the scene. When Parker arrived at Uncle Ben's house, Uncle Ben, who had been waiting for him for some time, immediately invited him to sit on the sofa. Parker, it's been hard on you. Maybe I put too much pressure on you, and that's why you're so exhausted. Uncle Ben reflected on the Peter Parker he once knew, and could plainly see how much he had changed. Being Spider-Man was simply too much for Parker. He had to work, attend school, and fight crime at night, all of which left him drained, unable to do anything well. After he gave up his Spider-Man identity, a visible weight was lifted. He smiled more, attended classes properly, and was no longer late. Uncle Ben, don't worry, Parker reassured him. The school has already spoken with me. The principal said I have permission to miss classes or be late if I need to. My lessons are being recorded, so I can catch up later. Dr. Connors even called and told me I can ask him if I have any questions. And now I have a salary. The police department pays me enough to get by, so I don't need to take on extra jobs. You don't have to worry about me. And as for Mary Jane, I trust Harry will look after her. Parker watched the video on the screen and seemed ready to let many things go. Seeing it all from the outside, he realized there were things Mary Jane wanted that he probably could never give her. He didn't want her caught up in his troubles. Though things were messy enough already, at least no one dared mess with her. After all, anyone considering it had to weigh whether they could face Spider-Man's retaliation. Uncle Ben nodded, and their conversation went on for a long time, only interrupted when Aunt May came in carrying a tray of food. The scene shifted, and Uncle Ben's tombstone appeared before everyone's eyes. Aunt May's voice sounded soft and mournful. He's gone, just like that. The world is so unfair. He was a gentle soul. It's all my fault. Aunt May placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the grave, with Parker standing silently behind her. Today, he realized, was the second anniversary of Ben Parker's passing at Aunt May's house. She poured Parker a cup of tea. Parker comforted Aunt May, telling her she shouldn't blame herself. Aunt May knew she shouldn't, but she couldn't help thinking, if only things had gone differently. Back then, Parker had wanted to take the subway, while Uncle Ben insisted on driving him. If only Aunt May had persuaded Uncle Ben not to go, the three of them could be sitting there together, enjoying tea. Parker was struck once again by the memory of letting Uncle Ben's killer go free. Regret and turmoil surged in his heart, his remorse deepening with every breath. He looked at Aunt May, let out a quiet sigh, and said softly, "The one responsible is me." Aunt May looked at him in confusion. Why? Because everything that happened to Uncle Ben was my fault. But you were at the library then. You were doing your homework. He dropped me off at the library, but I never went inside. Aunt May's expression changed. What do you mean? I went somewhere else. I went to a place where I thought I could win some money, because I wanted to buy a car, to impress Mary Jane. He paused, pain flickering across his face, his gaze distant. Things happened so fast. I did win some money, but the guy refused to pay me. Then he got robbed. The thief ran right past me. I could have stopped him, but I wanted revenge. Parker's voice trembled. I let him go. I let him get away. He sighed again. That man wanted a car, so he tried to steal Uncle Ben's. Uncle Ben resisted, and the man pulled the trigger. Aunt May stared at Parker in disbelief. She had never imagined the story could be like this. Uncle Ben died that night, because he was the only one who did the right thing. Later, when he was dying, I held his hand. Parker placed his hand gently over Aunt May's. So many times, I want to tell you everything. Slowly, Aunt May withdrew her hand, looking at him in shock. She stood up and walked upstairs without a word, unwilling to let Parker see her tears. Finally, he said out loud, "Peter Parker, it must feel a lot lighter now, right?" Pepper stood beside Tony, speaking quietly. Today, Tony was in high spirits and had come to Stark Industries, where the two of them watched the sky outside the enormous windows. "Yeah, that's true. It's better to say it than to keep it bottled up forever," Tony agreed with a nod. Rhodey arrived soon after. They had business to discuss today. Seeing this, Pepper gave him the room and went off to take care of other matters. The scene shifted. Otto adjusted a device's position with his mechanical arms. As the camera pulled back, it revealed the machine was finally complete. All that was missing was the raw material. Thunder rumbled outside. In his private villa, Harry watched news reports about Spider-Man, slamming his fist on the table in anger. He shouted furiously, "Where are you?" The butler, Bernard, walked over and said to Harry, who was sitting there drinking in silence, "It's getting late, sir. I'm heading home." Harry replied absent-mindedly, "All right." Seeing the gloom written all over Harry's face, Bernard couldn't help but add, "Your father was only ever troubled by matters of work." Harry said nothing to that. "Good night, Bernard." After Bernard left, Harry took his glass and strolled out onto the balcony. Amid the rumble and flash of thunder and lightning, a strange vibration began to sound, growing louder and closer by the second. Sensing something amiss, Harry cautiously approached the edge of the balcony. Just as he leaned forward to look down, a mechanical tentacle shot up out of nowhere, knocking him to the ground. His glass flew from his hand, tumbling through the air, but just before it could shatter, a mechanical arm snatched it out of the air. Harry focused his gaze and saw Otto standing right on the wall of his balcony. Otto looked at Harry and said, "Hello there, Harry." Staring at this uninvited guest, Harry demanded, "Otto, what do you want?" Otto took a sip from the glass, utterly calm. "Tritium, worth more than gold. This time, I want even more." With a flick, the tentacle hurled the glass against the wall, where it shattered. Slowly, Otto advanced toward Harry. Hearing Otto's words, Harry's face twisted with panic. "More tritium? Are you insane? You'll level the whole city. You maniac." At that, one of Otto's tentacles lashed out at him. Harry tried to run, but the tentacle was far swifter. It seized him by the ankle, hoisted him upside down, and dangled him over the edge of the balcony. Terrified, Harry screamed, "Hey, hey, stop, stop." Looking down at the dizzying drop below, Harry shouted, "Put me down. We can make a deal." Otto smiled faintly and pulled Harry back in, setting him upright on the floor. Heart pounding, Harry steadied himself and stared at Otto. "Kill Spider-Man. I'll get you all the tritium you want." But almost at once, Harry changed his mind. "No, I want him alive." Otto fixed Harry with an intense stare. "How do I find him?" Catching his breath, Harry replied, "Peter Parker." Otto frowned, puzzled. "Parker," Harry explained. "He takes pictures of Spider-Man for the Daily Bugle. He can tell you where to find him." Without another word, Otto turned to leave, instructing Harry to have everything ready. Worried Otto might harm Parker, Harry chased after him, shouting, "Don't hurt Peter." The next morning, the latest newspaper hit the stands, its bold headline screaming, "Crime rate up 75%. Where's Spider-Man?" Peter Parker stood in front of a shop, staring at the headline, lost in thought. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out nearby. "Help! Somebody help!" Parker heard the commotion and walked over, only to see a house engulfed in flames. Witnessing the scene, he instinctively reached to take off his jacket, but suddenly realized he was no longer Spider-Man. His movements froze mid-air, and he slowly lowered his hands, retreating in a daze, a lost look on his face. Oh no, he's not Spider-Man anymore. He can't rush into the fire to save anyone now, a white-haired elderly lady said, her face creased with worry. Well, Peter Parker isn't Spider-Man anymore. There's no reason for him to risk his life in a fire. Another onlooker remarked, watching the blaze consume the building. A nearby firefighter, all too aware of the dangers such a fire posed, understood that an ordinary person entering would be putting their life on the line. "Peter Parker, what will you do?" A stunning blonde girl watched Parker as he slowly backed away, hope flickering in her eyes. Just then, the awning above was consumed by flames and crashed down, drawing gasps from the surrounding crowd. A black man burst from the side and called out anxiously to a woman, "Alyssa, the Chun family's daughter is missing. Have you seen her?" Around them, shouts for someone to call the police and cries for help rose in a frantic chorus. Though Parker was no longer Spider-Man, he still dashed forward, running to the black man's side and urgently asked, "Is there anyone left?" Inside, the man glanced at the flames licking up the building and shouted over his shoulder, "I think a kid is trapped on the second floor." Without hesitation, Parker fought his way against the stream of people fleeing the building and plunged inside. "Hey, where are you going?" the black man yelled after him in alarm. Inside, Parker headed straight for the second floor. He heard the sound of a child crying and followed the voice, locating the terrified child hiding inside a room, but the door was locked. He shouted through the door, assuring her that he had come to help. Parker braced himself and rammed his shoulder against the door, but now just an ordinary man, the impact left him reeling in pain, failing to break it. Down, grimacing and clutching his shoulder for a moment, he gathered his resolve and then delivered a powerful kick, finally breaking the door open. No sooner had Parker crouched and entered the room than the ceiling above gave way. He rolled to the side just in time, narrowly escaping as debris crashed down where he'd just been standing. He flung open the wardrobe and found the little girl huddled inside. Speaking loudly to reassure her, he said, It's all right now. Come on, I'll get you out quickly. Taking her hand, he scooped her up into his arms. They had barely stepped out of the room when a beam crashed down just behind them, nearly hitting Parker and the girl. But their way forward was suddenly blocked as the floor ahead collapsed, leaving a gaping chasm, while behind them, electrical wires sparked and burst, set ablaze by the fire. Parker stared at the collapsed floor ahead, took a deep breath, hugged the child tightly, and suddenly dashed forward before leaping with all his might. He landed on the floor on the other side, but to his dismay, this section was also about to give way. His foot slipped right through, and his entire body plunged down. This thrilling moment made Aunt May cry out in alarm. She couldn't believe Parker was in such danger, and was on the verge of tears again. Uncle Ben could only comfort her at her side. The crowd watching through the sky screen was also startled, and they began cheering Parker on, hoping he'd make it through. Fortunately, even though Parker had lost his superpowers, he still had some skills to rely on. He managed to grab onto the last remaining edge of the floor with one hand, holding the child with the other. The little girl, terrified, screamed in panic. Parker glanced down at the raging fire below and, with a sudden burst of strength, managed to hoist the little girl up onto the floor. Above, he struggled to pull himself up, but for the moment there was nothing for him to push against, making it impossible to climb. The little girl crawled over and grabbed Parker's hand, giving him a desperately needed boost. With her help, Parker managed to scramble back onto the floor. Without missing a beat, he scooped up the girl and dashed away, just in time, as the spot they'd just escaped from was instantly buried. The flames roared ever fiercer. Outside the burning house, the Chinese couple watched each other in despair. Just then, Parker burst out of the building with the child in his arms, coughing as he ran. He returned the girl to her parents and left right away. The girl, safe at last, broke into a smile. Looking at her parents, she called out, "Mom." "Yes, Peter Parker, you're the best." "Woo, Peter Parker is so brave. He doesn't even have his superpowers anymore, but he's still charged into the fire to save that little girl. He's a true hero. Even without his powers, his courage and kindness are truly admirable." Peter Parker's actions show his noble character. He risked his own safety, all to save another life. He's our role model. Whether he has superpowers or not, he uses his actions to show what real courage and selflessness mean. Peter Parker's brave deeds are deeply moving. He's proven that you don't need superpowers to be a superhero. All it takes is a brave heart. His actions remind us that anyone can be a hero, no matter how much strength they have. In no time, stories about Parker risking everything to save someone from the fire, even without superpowers, shot to the top of global trending lists, with media outlets everywhere rushing to report on it. However, quite a few people tried to imitate Parker's heroic rescue, leading to some needless injuries and casualties. Fire departments and police stations around the world had to issue urgent statements, warning citizens not to recklessly imitate Peter Parker's actions, as it was extremely dangerous. They do not deny Peter Parker's courage and kindness, but they don't encourage people to rush into a burning building unprotected. Some things are best left to the professionals. The scene shifts. The fire has been extinguished, and firefighters are checking to make sure there's no chance of it reigniting. Parker sits nearby, breathing from an oxygen mask, still coughing incessantly. One firefighter walks over, pats him on the back, and praises him. "Kid, that was brave of you." Another firefighter approaches and informs him some poor souls were trapped on the 4th floor. They didn't make it out. Upon hearing this, the first firefighter shakes his head in dismay. "Oh God." Parker listens to the firefighter's words, a heavy weight settling on his heart. He wonders, if he were still Spider-Man, would those people have survived? Back in his room, Parker leans against the window, speaking softly to himself. "Maybe I'm not meant to have what I want. What I need. What should I do?" Just then, the sudden arrival of Ursula, the landlord's daughter, interrupts his brooding. He turns to look at her, as she quickly apologizes. "I shouldn't have come in without knocking." She steps back out, closes the door, and knocks politely. Parker turns to face the doorway. "Come in." Ursula opens the door and walks in. "Hi," she greets. Parker smiles and returns her greeting. A little nervously, Ursula asks, "Would you like a piece of chocolate cake?" Parker agrees, and her face instantly brightens with a smile. "How about a glass of milk with that?" Parker nods. "That would be great." Ursula, beaming, says, "All right," and leaves to fetch the cake and milk, carefully closing the door behind her. Under Ursula's gentle and tender gaze, Parker finishes the chocolate cake. Ursula quickly takes his plate and empty glass, and Parker thanks her. She's clearly delighted. At the door, Ursula suddenly remembers something. She has a note for Parker from Aunt May. She hands it over, and Parker thanks her again before opening the slip of paper to read it. "I'll bet you anything that girl likes Parker." Tony immediately raises his hand and announces loudly. Rhodey rolls his eyes. Anyone with eyes and half a brain can see that girl likes Parker. Hey, you making me look bad here. Tony protests, looking at Rhodey with mock indignation, but Rhodey just ignores him. Parker arrives at Aunt May's house and finds her packing up her things. Confused, he asks, "What's going on?" Without looking up, Aunt May replies, "Oh, they gave me a few weeks, but I've decided not to play their game. I'm moving out now. I found a little apartment." Parker steps closer. "Why didn't you tell me?" Aunt May, unfazed, waves him off. "I can handle this all by myself." There is also Henry Jackson, who lives across the street, helping out. "I gave him $5 as a reward." Parker glanced at the boy nearby and asked, "Is that Henry Jackson?" Aunt May smiled and replied, "Yes. So many interesting things have happened in these past 2 years. He's only 9, but he's already full of big ambitions." Parker wanted to bring up the matter Henry mentioned last time, but Aunt May waved her hand dismissively. All right, there's no need to talk about that anymore. Whatever happened, it's all in the past." Aunt May looked at Parker with pride and walked up to him, saying, "But you had the courage to take that first step and tell the truth. I'm so proud of you." "Thank you. I love you, Peter. I love you so much." Aunt May wrapped Parker in a warm embrace. After they parted, Aunt May went back to her work. Parker glanced around at the things in the room and suddenly asked, "Hey, what happened to my comic books?" Aunt May said she'd given them all away. Hearing this, Parker sighed and lowered his head in resignation. Henry came out and announced that he had finished packing up the pots. He greeted Parker, and Parker couldn't help but remark how much Henry had grown. While tidying up, Aunt May called out, "Henry, could you put those recipe books together with the cooking utensils, please?" Henry agreed eagerly, then looked at Parker with anticipation. "You used to take photos of Spider-Man, right?" Parker replied, "I used to, yes." At this, Aunt May glanced up from her work, curious about their conversation. Henry asked, "Where is he now?" Aunt May chimed in, "Henry and I have both wondered about that. We haven't seen his photos in the paper for ages." Parker shrugged. He hung up his mask. Henry looked baffled. Why? He wanted to try something new. Henry's eyes were filled with hope as he looked at Parker. "He'll come back, won't he?" Parker didn't know how to answer and simply said, "I don't know." A bit disappointed, Henry turned away to get back to work. Aunt May called out from behind, "You can never guess what kind of person he wants to be. Spider-Man." Parker was puzzled. "Why?" Aunt May answered, "You can tell just by looking at him. He's a true hero. There aren't many people who can swing from rooftops and come to the rescue of an old lady like me." She kept speaking while putting things away. God knows, kids like Henry need heroes. Heroes who are selfless and brave, willing to make sacrifices. They'll become everyone's role model. People love heroes. They'll line up for hours just to catch a glimpse, calling out their names in excitement. And even years later, they'll still talk about how they waited in the rain just for a chance to see him. The one who taught them to hold on just 1 second longer, no matter what. She turned her head to look at Parker. "I believe each of us holds a hero in our hearts, someone who teaches us honesty and integrity, who gives us strength, who inspires us to be better, and who, in the end, allows us to leave this world with dignity. Although sometimes we have to compromise, give up what we want most, even our dreams. For Henry, Spider-Man is just that kind of hero. That's why he wants to know where Spider-Man has gone. He needs him." Parker looked at Aunt May and nodded, his mind lost in thought. Aunt May asked Parker to help her move the table into the storage room, reminding him to be careful not to hurt himself. Parker agreed. The scene quickly shifted to the rooftops between 2 buildings. Parker stood at the edge, gazing out in silence before quietly stepping back. He whispered to himself, "Focus on what I want to do." He turned, took a deep breath, and suddenly sprinted full speed toward the edge of the rooftop. With all his might, he leapt into the air, shouting with excitement, "I'm back! I'm back!" But as he soared through the air, his momentum faded, and panic overtook his face as he let out a terrified yell, plummeting down once again. Luckily, a strand of webbing caught him mid-fall, softening the impact as he slammed hard into the wall. Immediately after, he crashed down onto the roof of a car, leaving a dent in the metal, and tumbled off, colliding with another car nearby. Flushed and wincing, Parker struggled to his feet, clutching his back and crying out in pain, "My back! My back!" Then, moving like a 90-year-old man, he hobbled away, step by unsteady step. Sigh. I really thought he was back for good. Lucky he didn't break his neck. Otherwise, he'd be the world's biggest joke, Spider-Man, falling to his death between skyscrapers. Tony couldn't help but remark at Parker's failed attempt to become Spider-Man again, and then burst out laughing. "Oh, Peter Parker, that was truly embarrassing." "Parker, just watching them made me hurt all over," Harry said as he worked, glancing up at the sight of Parker's fall. He instinctively rubbed his own back, as if he too had felt the pain. Meanwhile, Mary Jane was opening invitations. John Jameson lay sprawled on the sofa and asked, "Honey, are you really not inviting your photographer friend, Peter Parker?" Mary Jane glanced at him with a smile, then looked down at the invitation in her hand. "No, I'm not inviting him." John looked at her in confusion. "I thought he was your good friend, Peter Parker." "Yeah." Mary Jane let out a sigh. "He's a total jerk." "There are plenty of jerks in this world," John replied. His answer made Mary Jane smile. She found him rather endearing. John took her hand and kissed it. "You said it." Mary Jane gazed at John, then suddenly grinned and said, "Can you tilt your head back for me? Lean your head back." "Yes, just do as I say." John did as she instructed. After Mary Jane helped adjust the pillow under his head, she leaned down and kissed him. For a while, they stayed like that. But soon, a strange look flickered across Mary Jane's face. John felt as if he were back on the moon, kissing the goddess Chang'e. Yet it was clear Mary Jane's mind was elsewhere. He had no idea what she was thinking about. "Oh, I get it. She's thinking about that famous upside-down kiss with Parker. Or rather, with Spider-Man." As a seasoned playboy, Tony immediately saw through Mary Jane's thoughts. "Seems like having a lot of experience with women does come in handy, huh?" "Of course. I always know exactly what's on a woman's mind," Tony said, unable to hide his smugness. Only then did he realize the voice beside him wasn't Rhodey's. Turning his head, he was startled to see that Pepper had returned at some point and was watching him with an amused smile. That seemingly ordinary smile looked downright devilish to Tony. He shot up from his seat, scrambling to explain himself to Pepper, and kept shooting accusing glances at Colonel Rhodes, his utterly unreliable teammate who hadn't warned him at all. Pepper ignored Tony's anxious explanations and calmly took her seat. Sensing trouble, Rhodey slipped away in a flash, leaving Tony to gaze helplessly at Pepper. In a small cafe by the street, Mary Jane sat alone. Peter Parker walked up quietly behind her. "Hey, you didn't expect to see me?" "I was totally surprised." Mary Jane looked at Peter. "Thank you for coming." Peter met her gaze. "Are you all right?" Mary Jane hesitated, unsure how to put it into words. "I suppose so. It's funny, I don't even know what to say. You know how sometimes people just fool themselves?" Peter's eyebrows lifted. "Tell me about it." "I'm the perfect example. That night, after the performance, the things you said, you told me you'd change for me, but I just couldn't hear it. I was scared to believe you." Peter looked down, and Mary Jane went on. "I keep thinking about what you said." Peter suddenly interrupted. "Listen, I have something I need to say too. The things I said that night, I didn't really think them through." Mary Jane realized something and cut in. "Wait, what are you trying to say?" "What I mean is, I thought I could be with you, Mary Jane. But I can't. I've been fooling myself too." Mary Jane's expression darkened. She demanded, "Do you love me or not?" Peter fought to keep his pain inside and shook his head. I don't." Mary Jane's face fell. "You don't love me?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Then, suddenly she said, "Kiss me." Parker looked at Mary Jane in confusion. "Kiss you? I need to make sure of something. Just one kiss." Mary Jane grabbed Parker's hand and slowly leaned in. Just as their lips were about to meet, Parker's spider sense suddenly returned. Behind him, a black car came hurtling toward them. With lightning reflexes, Parker lunged forward and pulled Mary Jane into his arms. Amid her startled gasp, they narrowly escaped the oncoming car. After they got to their feet, the ground trembled with ongoing vibrations. Mary Jane asked in puzzlement, "What's going on?" Standing beside her, Parker's expression grew increasingly grave. Several mechanical arms crashed to the ground. It was Dr. Octavius. He looked at Parker with a sly grin. "Peter Parker and his girlfriend." Parker stared at Octavius, his face tense. "What do you want?" Octavius suddenly seized Parker's throat with his tentacle, hoisting him up to eye level. "I want you to find your Spider-Man friend. Tell him to meet me at the West Side Clock Tower at 3 o'clock. Parker looked back at him. "I don't know where he is." The tentacle snatched off Octavius's glasses. He glared at Parker. "Find him, or I'll carve her up." He shot a glance at Mary Jane, and two metal arms snaked toward her back. Parker glared at Octavius with fury. "If you lay a finger on her." "Oh, and what will you do?" With that, Octavius slammed Parker into the wall, shot Mary Jane a wicked grin, and dragged her away with his mechanical arms. Lying amid the rubble, Peter Parker summoned all his strength and pushed himself upright. But by the time he reached the street, Octavius and Mary Jane had already vanished. Suddenly, Parker's vision blurred behind his glasses. When he took them off, he realized his powers had returned. Burning with rage, Parker felt all his superhuman abilities flood back into him. "Mary Jane's really gone too far," muttered Uncle Ben, frowning. "She already has a boyfriend, yet she's still leading Peter on." His opinion of Mary Jane fell even lower. Peter Parker lost his powers because of her, and regained them because of her. That's how men are. They have to protect the ones who matter most. Tony remarked with a sigh. In fact, after Spider-Man disappeared, the crime rate there shot up by 75%. That says everything about how important he is. Thank goodness he's back, Pepper chimed in. The narrator's voice suddenly rang out. To protect the ones we love, sometimes we have to give up something precious. Did Natasha not know? She would die. And yet, she unflinchingly pushed Barton away and leaped off the cliff, trading soul for just a sliver of hope. Did Tony Stark not know he would die? He knew better than anyone that although Banner possessed the Hulk's body, he still couldn't withstand that immense power. The agony tormented him to the point of wishing for death, and his screams echoed unceasingly. And despite enduring such tremendous pain to bring everyone back, Banner was unable to bring back the one he loved most, Natasha. She was truly gone, with no way to return. There was only a 1 in 14 million chance. When Strange raised that single finger, Tony understood immediately that this was the only hope. So, without hesitation, he staked his own life to secure victory in the war, thereby saving every living being in the universe. In the end, Tony Stark, with the body of a mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Even as his life faded away in those final moments, he remained the Iron Man he had always been. Tony what? Banner. Wait, this has something to do with me too. Natasha, huh? All living beings in the universe. What? The explosive revelation from the narrator by the celestial screen sent shockwaves through the entire universe. Thanos, seated upon his throne, pondered aloud. Tony Stark. What does that mean? Explain it clearly. Tony stared in utter confusion at the celestial screen, but it had already gone silent, ignoring his question. They said you saved the entire universe. Rhodey looked at Tony in disbelief. Was this really the same Playboy he knew? Natasha Romanoff. I think that's your name, right? Tony ignored Rhodey and instead turned to Natasha, who was standing beside Pepper. Although Nick Fury had only mentioned it once, Tony had remembered her name. Tony, you must be mistaken. Her name is Natalie Rushman. Pepper looked at Tony, puzzled. That's just a cover. Her real name is Natasha Romanoff, Tony said, fixing his eyes on Natasha. What? Pepper was taken aback. She's the undercover agent Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. placed in Stark Industries. I found out after the celestial screen answered my question. Tony explained to Pepper about Natasha. But none of that really mattered right now. What truly mattered were those few brief sentences from the celestial screen. There was so much information hidden within that Tony didn't even know where to begin unraveling it all. Okay, let's assume Natasha's sacrifice was just to bring a sliver of hope, and Banner managed to bring everyone back. By the way, does this Banner refer to that big green guy? Tony mused aloud. Dr. Banner is the Hulk's normal form. When he loses control of his anger, he transforms into the Hulk. Natasha confirmed Tony's suspicion. You know so much about him? Does that mean he really likes you? After all, you're his beloved Natasha. Tony joked around, trying to lighten the mood, while Natasha rolled her eyes. Under Pepper's icy stare, Tony coughed twice and dared not continue with the topic. Ahem. Okay, let's keep sorting things out. Banner brought everyone back. Why brought back? What happened to them? Did they die? Or were they forced to leave? Judging from the fact that I ultimately sacrificed myself to save the whole universe, let's just assume all those people died. So what happened then? The narrator mentioned victory in a war. Let's suppose there was a universe-wide war with countless casualties, but still no victory. To win, Natasha sacrificed herself, trading soul for a sliver of hope. Then Banner brought everyone back. Yet even after that, we still couldn't win. So in the end, I had to sacrifice myself. Tony pointed at himself as he spoke. Rhodey nodded from the side. That's pretty much how it sounds, isn't it? So here's the question. Who is this Strange? Jarvis, search for him. And what's with that 1 in 14 million chance? Isn't that a little much? 14 million outcomes, and we only win once? And I have to die for that one. Tony complained about the odds being absurdly low, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel that only he could save the universe. Sir, I found some information about Strange. The most famous is a renowned neurosurgeon in New York, full name Stephen Strange. Jarvis listed a multitude of people named Strange. Tony glanced over the list quickly. Just keep an eye on these people for now. Whatever the sky curtain described must be something that happens in the future. He waved his hand, signaling Jarvis to flag those individuals as high priority. Banner, even with the Hulk's body, was tortured by immense energy, screaming in agony. And after Banner brought everyone back, I was still able to use that enormous energy again. That means it's not a one-time thing. It can be used repeatedly, but at a tremendous cost to the user. That's how I died. Do you have any idea how powerful the Hulk is? I know he's caused massive destruction before, but I don't know his physical stats. Tony turned to Natasha, who was on a call with the Egghead. Hearing Tony's question, she looked over at him. We don't have exact data right now. What we do know is that none of our current conventional weapons, except for nuclear bombs, can hurt him. The military tried sonic weapons, which only had a minor effect. In the end, he still managed to escape. Natasha recalled what she knew about the Hulk. Wow, the Hulk, who's not even afraid of firearms, was completely wrecked by that tremendous energy. I guess I need to seriously revise my estimate of just how overwhelming that power must have been. Tony shrugged, and, as an afterthought, asked Jarvis to create a new file titled, Must Endure Unimaginable Energy. But what I don't get is a soul for a soul. What does that even mean? Is Natasha's soul that important? Could it bring back countless people who've died? And Barton, who is that? Why would you push him off? Agent Clint Barton. He's my colleague. Maybe he was just trying to stop me. Natasha had just finished her call with Nick Fury and turned to answer Tony's question. As for your other question, how would I know? Natasha had no way of knowing what the future would bring, so she couldn't offer Tony any real answers. Well, it looks like for now, we can only draw some rough conclusions. Aren't you all supposed to be the experts? I'll leave the analysis to you. I'd rather not strain my brain over this. After a moment's thought, Tony decided to give up. The information was overwhelming, but there were too few clues for him to bother with. I'm afraid that's not an option. Director Nick Fury has ordered me back to headquarters immediately. And you're coming with me, Tony. Let's go. Natasha nodded, then relayed the bald-headed boss's orders. At that, Tony rolled his eyes. Hey, I'm not one of your employees. I don't take orders from him or his nonsense. Tony, this is for your own good. You were already famous, but now you're even more in the spotlight. I wouldn't be surprised if, any minute now, reporters swarm the front gates of your mansion. Natasha tried to reason with him. Looking at Natasha's face and remembering how she had sacrificed herself for victory, Tony found he couldn't refuse her request. He left Stark Industries with her, leaving Pepper behind despite her wish to come along. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury held a pager in his hand, finger poised on the switch. His single eye fixed on the blinking lights, he muttered to himself, Carol, I think it's time to call you back. Hill led Natasha, Tony, and the others into the room. Natasha and Stark are here. Barton is on his way back. Nick Fury set the pager aside. Tony flopped into a chair, immediately noticing the device and asking curiously, What's that? An old-school pager? This is my last resort. For summoning help when things are truly desperate. Nick Fury replied, glancing at the pager as it continued to send out its signal, memories of Captain Marvel flickering through his mind. Last resort? Summoning help? What do you mean? You got backup out there somewhere. Tony looked at the bald-headed director, puzzled that such an outdated pager could call in any kind of reinforcements. That's right, a powerful reinforcements, but she might need some time to get here. After all, she could be very far away from us. How far? I don't know. I'm not even sure when she'll arrive, but I don't think it'll take too long. After all, the message in the sky, everyone in the universe can see it. After such a long period of research on the celestial screen, Earth scientists had pretty much confirmed that this phenomenon was visible to the entire universe, and that it appeared simultaneously. There wouldn't be a situation where something happened here, and it took ages for others out there to find out. Okay, what have you guys figured out from analyzing the information in the sky? Tony looked at Nick Fury, eager to hear their perspective. How about you go first? Tony gave a non-committal shrug and shared his earlier speculations. Nick Fury nodded, then handed Tony a dossier and said, I'm still not sure what that tremendous energy is, but we have something similar, just like what's described in the file you're holding. The Cosmic Cube? What's that? Interesting. Tony studied the information about the Cosmic Cube in his hands, but it wasn't something he could grasp immediately. Let's set this aside for now. We can study it more thoroughly later. What do you think about this so-called war? Tony put the file aside. As fascinating as the Cosmic Cube was, it wasn't something he could crack overnight. My opinion? How should I know? We're talking about a war involving the entire universe. Does Earth even have the capacity to start a war on that scale? Honestly, I can hardly believe it myself. Do you? Nick Fury clearly had no faith in Earth's capability to pull off something like this. Besides, Earth isn't the only intelligent life in the universe. Maybe aliens started the war, and it ended up affecting Earth. Earth, unable even to leave the solar system, suddenly becomes the savior of the universe? Sounds like something out of a third-rate novel. To be honest, I don't buy it either. Tony shifted in his seat as he spoke. Besides, how do you know there are aliens? Have you ever met one? I have actually, Tony. Did you really think we've done nothing all these years? Is that so? Let's hear it, then. Tony sounded skeptical. You don't need to know that much. There are plenty of things you don't understand, and there's no need for you to know. Nick Fury brushed aside the topic and continued. As for Strange, we've already tracked down everyone with that name. but so far, nothing stands out. We'll just have to keep watching. A 1 in 14 million chance. There's no doubt Strange knows how to win this war. And Tony trusted him completely. That's why he chose to sacrifice himself without hesitation. And then there's Natasha. She exchanged a soul for soul. We haven't done any research on souls, but since the Sky Curtain mentioned it, it proves that humans must have souls. Natasha made a deal with some being, trading her own soul, so she can never come back. Agent Barton went with her, but I suspect at first they didn't know it would require a soul for a soul. Otherwise, Natasha wouldn't have had to push Barton aside and jump off the cliff herself. It all happened so suddenly, which is why Barton tried to stop her. Perhaps he even wanted to offer up his own soul, but in the end, he couldn't outdo Natasha, Nick Fury explained, drawing a series of nods from those around him. There's another thing. Banner possesses the Hulk's body. I don't quite understand this part. As far as I know, Dr. Banner can't control that big green monster. Whenever he gets angry, he transforms into the Hulk, but at that point, he's not himself anymore, just a being bent on destruction. Now that you mention it, it does seem odd. Maybe in the future, Dr. Banner manages to rein in that temperamental giant. Tony mused, chewing on the end of his pen and leaning his head on his hand as he gazed at the pager. We can't be sure about that yet, so let's set it aside for now. Fury was cut off as someone appeared at the doorway. A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent knocked, drawing everyone's attention. He glanced around the room. Put it here, Fury instructed, tapping the table. The agent stepped forward, set a file on the desk, and quietly withdrew, closing the door behind him. What's that? Tony asked, ever the curious one, always eager to know. It's Bruce Banner's file. We found his current location. Natasha, I'll need you to go and bring him back. We can't let him wander around on his own right. Now, Fury handed her the folder. After all, if Natasha was his beloved Natasha, that green giant wouldn't dare harm her. So sending her was the best choice. Natasha nodded, took the file, and left without delay. Time was of the essence. The longer they waited, the greater the risk. What were you about to say? Tony turned to Fury. I mentioned the Avengers Initiative to you before. You didn't agree at the time. Have you changed your mind now? Fury locked eyes with Tony. Tony Stark paused for a moment, then said, I'll join, but let's be clear. I won't serve the government, and I won't take orders from you. Fury frowned, but he knew Tony's worth. I understand where you're coming from, but we need your technology and your genius. Tony shrugged. I'll offer my expertise, but don't expect me to take orders like a soldier. I'm my own person, and I'll do things my way. With that, Tony tossed his pen onto the table and stood up. All right, now that we're all clear, let's get to work. But remember, I'll only do what I believe is right. Tony left S.H.I.E.L.D., determined to return home immediately and start building a new Mark suit. He had already successfully created the portable Mark V armor, but that wasn't enough for him. He needed a stronger suit. His ultimate goal was to survive unimaginable energy, to ensure he would never be killed by that enormous force in the future. He wasn't ready to die. He hadn't even given Pepper a real home yet. How? Could he just accept his fate now? Even if it meant saving the whole universe, if there was a chance to live, he wasn't going to give up. While Tony and the others were analyzing the information from the voice beside the celestial curtain, the nations of early Earth were also poring over the details. But they couldn't find anyone named Natasha, Tony Stark, Banner, or Barton who fit the description. They didn't even know what the so-called Hulk form was, so naturally, they couldn't glean any useful information. Inside the Daily Bugle, the 1.5-generation Spider-Man stood by the window, smoking a cigarette. Robbie walked in and said, There's still no sign of your future daughter-in-law. I am sorry, Jonah. Jonah Jameson, clutching a cigar, blamed himself. It's all my fault. I drove Spider-Man away. Hoffman chimed in from behind him. He's the only one who can stop Dr. Octopus. Jameson looked up at the Spider-Man suit hanging on the wall and let out a heavy sigh. You're right. Spider-Man is a hero. I just couldn't bring myself to admit it. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room. Jameson lost his balance, and when he turned back, he shouted in outrage, Thief! Bandit! The Spider-Man suit that had been hanging on the wall was gone. In its place was a note that read, Your friendly neighborhood, Spider-Man. He stole my tights. He's a menace to society. I'll see that webhead brought to justice. I'll have him strung up by his own webs. He looked up and caught sight of the wide-open skylight. Roaring, I'll catch Spider-Man. Next came the Daily Bugle's headline, blaring, He's back. The masked menace returns. Parker swung between the towering buildings, racing at breakneck speed toward the place Otto had mentioned. In the distance, Otto already spotted Spider-Man's figure and immediately climbed up the bell tower. Swinging on his webs, Parker landed above Otto, glaring down and demanding in a furious voice, Where is she? Otto looked at Spider-Man, who was now just a few steps away, and smiled. Oh, she's fine. Why don't we have a little talk? With that, he gave Parker a taunting gesture beckoning him over. Parker didn't hesitate. He charged straight at Otto, who responded in kind, swinging his mechanical tentacles at him. But every strike was effortlessly dodged by Parker. Landing right in front of Otto, Parker weaved between the flailing arms and landed several quick punches. However, he was holding back, so Otto barely felt the blows. Seizing his chance, Otto suddenly grabbed Parker with a mechanical arm and slammed him against the wall, then hurled him downward with immense force. Unfazed even in free fall, Parker managed to catch hold of the giant clock's hand just in time. Otto's tentacles came crashing down after him, and while Parker dodged the attack, the clock hand was smashed off by one of the mechanical limbs. Parker tumbled down along with the broken hand. As he fell, Parker used his extraordinary balance to flip himself, firing a web straight upward that smacked Otto right in the face, throwing him off balance and leaving him unable to counter for a moment. Taking advantage of the opening, Parker shot out another web to steady himself, then quickly webbed the falling clock hand. Using the elastic force of the stretched web and his own strength, he yanked the hand back and sent it hurtling toward Otto's feet. Otto had no time to react. The clock tower beneath him was struck by the massive hand. With a thunderous crash, the upper section of the clock tower shattered. The shockwave sent Otto flying, and he crashed hard against the side of the tower. The clock hand, its momentum undiminished, embedded itself deeply into the wall, missing Otto's head by a hair. For a moment, Otto was startled, but then his shock gave way to rage. He seized the clock hand with his mechanical arms, snapped it in half, and with a furious roar, hurled the pieces at Parker. Parker was mid-swing on his web when the broken hand came flying at him. He had just enough time to kick both pieces away, but a tentacle lashed out and struck him, sending him plummeting downward as his web slipped from his grasp. Quickly, regaining his composure, Parker shot webs from both hands, pinning Otto in place, and used the momentum of his fall to yank Otto down with him. Otto, unaccustomed to such a dizzying drop, let out a piercing scream as he was pulled down. In a blur, Parker reeled Otto in, and the two collided midair, tumbling together until they crashed onto the roof of a passing train. The impact sent them rolling and tumbling across the top of the train, denting the metal roof with each hard landing. Inside, the passengers looked up in terror, bewildered by the chaos above. Whoa, that was close. If they'd fallen a second faster, they would have been hit head-on by the train. Peter Parker might have survived, but that Dr. Otto would have been done for. Meanwhile, Tony, who had rushed home and locked himself in his workshop to build a new suit, finally put down his tools when Jarvis reminded him that the big screen was about to start broadcasting. He took the chance to rest for a moment. But Peter Parker, can't you hit harder? Are you really that afraid of killing him? Tony thought to himself, considering Parker's strength. The fact that Dr. Octavius, just an ordinary man, could take so many punches and still fight back was simply absurd. He was clearly holding back way too much. Oh, God, please let Peter be all right. Aunt May prayed quietly from the sidelines, her hands clasped tightly together. Uncle Ben watched anxiously as well, his heart pounding with worry. He was beginning to wonder if encouraging Parker to become a superhero had truly been the right choice. Parker steadied himself first and looked toward Otto. At that moment, Otto was just getting to his feet. Without hesitation, Parker shot out a web, but Otto's mechanical arms reacted with lightning speed, catching the web midair. With a powerful yank, the tentacle pulled Parker straight toward Otto. Yet, even in midair, Parker managed to regain his balance, using the momentum to land. Two strong kicks on Otto. Otto staggered back a step from the blows, and Parker seized the chance to backflip away, putting some distance between them. Regaining his composure, Otto lashed out with his mechanical arms, but Parker dodged every attack with ease. Just then, both the mechanical arms and Parker noticed the bridge approaching. In perfect unison, they ducked low, narrowly avoiding a collision. Once back on their feet, Otto's mechanical arm delivered another heavy, straight punch. Parker narrowly avoided it with an acrobatic backbend and grabbed hold of the tentacle. While the arm was retracting, leaving Otto briefly exposed, Parker landed another kick. This kick sent Otto flying backward, but his mechanical arms braced behind him, catching his fall. With a burst of strength, the two tentacles propelled Otto into the air, allowing him to grab Parker's leg just as Parker was still airborne and had nothing to brace himself against. With a vicious swing, Otto hurled Parker toward a bridge. Fortunately, Parker's spider sense and remarkable balance let him twist his body in midair, slipping effortlessly through a gap in the bridge railing. By this time, Otto, moving even faster, had already gotten ahead of Parker. Parker collided straight into Otto's back. Otto managed to turn just in time, but couldn't react quickly enough, and Parker's impact sent him tumbling off the roof of the train. The fight spilled onto the train side, drawing the attention of passengers inside, who gathered to watch in alarm. In the midst of the struggle, Parker failed to dodge one of the mechanical arms, which grabbed him and slammed him hard against the train door. Parker crashed into the carriage, startling the passengers, who cried out in fear. He grabbed onto a handrail to steady himself. Otto tried to yank him back outside, but only managed to tear Parker's suit, failing to pull him out. Using the rail for leverage, Parker spun around and burst through the window, launching himself back at Otto. He fired another web, but the mechanical arms blocked it again, nearly knocking him off the moving train. At that moment, Otto caught sight of an oncoming train speeding toward them. He immediately gave up the fight with Parker and climbed to the roof. Parker's spider sense blared in warning. He glanced back, straightened his body in an instant, and the train roared past, missing him by a hair. As soon as the train passed, Parker immediately climbed onto the roof, but Otto was nowhere to be seen. He carefully looked around and caught sight of a tentacle disappearing beneath the train from the other side. Parker crawled down along the glass, when suddenly Otto appeared in the opposite window. With a devastating blow, Otto's tentacle shattered 2 layers of glass and sent Parker flying off the train, slamming him hard to the ground. But Parker was hardly fazed. The moment he landed, he fired a web to catch the tail end of the train, while another web shot out to stick to a nearby building, launching him back into pursuit. Otto stood at the rear of the train, watching. Parker, without hesitation, he broke the window with 2 mechanical arms and pulled out 2 passengers, a man and a woman, whose terrified screams pierced the air as they dangled above the tracks. Otto hurled the woman straight at Parker. Acting quickly, Parker dropped down to catch her in his arms, then tossed her to the side and instantly spun a web beneath her, creating a net to break her fall. Otto threw the man after her, and Parker repeated the maneuver, saving him as well. "Oh no, how could I do something like this?" Otto cried out in anguish as he watched the events unfold on the sky screen, clutching his head in pain. Lately, the criticism from the media had only grown louder. Even though Parker had come forward to assure everyone that what was shown on the sky screen would never happen, rumors and whispers among the public refused to die down. "It's all right, darling. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side," Rose said, her eyes brimming with tears as she comforted him. Despite Otto's determination to prove himself, he still struggled beneath the weight of public pressure. Only Parker's unwavering support kept him from succumbing to despair. Realizing his tactic had failed, Otto stormed toward the front of the train in a rage, knocking the conductor out cold with a single blow. Parker finally caught up, landing right behind Otto. Otto turned to flash him a wicked grin, then his tentacles cranked the train's speed to its maximum. With a violent jerk, he tore the entire control lever from its base, and the train accelerated even more, barreling straight through the station. Inside, the passengers were thrown into chaos by the sudden burst of speed. Otto tossed the control lever to Parker with a smirk. "You've got a train to catch," he said, then leaped onto a nearby building. Parker watched Otto make his tactical retreat, but a desperate cry for help rose from inside the train. One of the engineers was frantically trying to stop the train, only to discover the brakes were gone. He shouted for Parker's help at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the train, and the blast caught Parker's mask, forcing him to tear it off. Through his spider sense, he saw that far ahead, the tracks were unfinished. "Jarvis, what should I do if I ever face something like this? Can the Mark armor withstand the speed of a runaway train?" Tony watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing as he immediately asked, "Sir, the power of the Mark armor is not enough to compete with a fully loaded passenger train running at full speed. It would be extremely difficult for you to stop it in a short distance by simply counteracting its momentum." Hearing Jarvis's report, Tony's expression darkened. "Add increased power to the next Mark armor prototype. I don't want to ever be in a situation where all I can do is stand by and watch a runaway train." "Understood, sir. I have added this option to the plan," Jarvis replied calmly. Tony's gaze lingered on Peter Parker's face, and he muttered to himself, "What would you do, Peter Parker?" "Sir, under the current circumstances, perhaps Peter Parker could use his webs to evacuate the passengers from the train. That might be a good solution. But what about the train itself? There's a major road right below the tracks. There are countless people and buildings down there. If the train goes off the rails, the casualties would be unimaginable." Tony's face was grim, the disaster that might follow playing out vividly in his mind. "Sir, given the current capabilities of your armor, I'm afraid you're powerless to help," Jarvis answered. Tony was not satisfied with this response. "Shut up, damn it," he snapped, unable to control his frustration. He strode to the bar, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and downed it in one gulp. Meanwhile, Parker landed in front of the speeding train. The passengers inside, startled to see Parker without his mask, exclaimed, "That's Spider-Man. Oh my God, that's really him." Parker turned to face the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, hold on tight." His words quickly spread from one end of the train to the other as the passengers passed the message along. Parker glanced at the railroad ties beneath the train, took a deep breath, and leapt down, trying to slow the train with his own feet. The wooden ties splintered and shattered effortlessly under the force, but after a few moments, Parker couldn't hold out any longer. He had to jump back up, clutching his aching feet, gasping for breath. Inside the train, all the passengers pinned their hopes on Parker. One of them asked, "Any other ideas?" "A few more," Parker replied, turning back to offer them a glimmer of hope. His eyes caught sight of the buildings on both sides of the tracks. He shot webs onto the walls on either side, but the immense force pressed him flat against the front of the train. The walls, unable to withstand the train's momentum, soon exploded and crumbled away. The rebound from the snapping webs nearly flung Parker off the train. The passengers gasped in alarm as they saw him lose his balance. Thankfully, he managed to steady himself just in time and stand up again, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Parker stared at the rapidly approaching end of the tracks. Without hesitation, he fired countless webs, anchoring them to dozens of buildings. The immense force crushed the train's front car, glass shattering in a deafening cascade. Parker gritted his teeth against the pain racking his body, but even as he cried out, he refused to let go of the webs. His spider suit tore apart under the strain, seams splitting as he held on with every ounce of his strength. With Parker's anguished screams echoing through the chaos and his desperate efforts, the train finally began to slow down. One by one, the webs snapped under the stress, but at last the train crashed into the stone barrier at the end of the tracks and screeched to a halt. The entire front of the train dangled above the ground, and Parker, utterly exhausted, lost consciousness and plummeted downward. Incredible. Tony watched the unconscious Parker, genuinely astonished. He hadn't expected Peter Parker to stop a speeding train with nothing but his own body. Pouring himself another drink, he raised his glass. To Peter Parker, his physical resilience is beyond anything I anticipated. The sheer force he withstood should have torn any ordinary person apart. "I'm honestly amazed," Tony mused. "Have you calculated the strength of his webs? And his bodily endurance?" Tony set down his glass and turned to Jarvis for answers. Based on the available data and all known research on spider silk, Peter Parker's webs have an average strand diameter of about 1.75 millimeters. This gives his webs a minimum tensile strength of 3.12 times 10 to the 10th pascals, Jarvis reported. That's 240 times stronger than human bone, 45 times tougher than high-strength alloy steel, and 11 times the strength of diamond. Furthermore, the webs didn't snap back or tighten when the train stopped, indicating they were still within their elastic limits. For a fully loaded four-car train weighing about 200 tons, and considering the speed was still increasing, it took roughly 50 seconds from full acceleration to a complete stop. That means Peter Parker exerted a force in the range of 50 to 80 tons. The true figure may be even higher, and his physical durability is astonishing. He withstood a force of at least 300,000 newtons without being torn apart. Data referenced from Baidu. Corrections are welcome. Impressive. Is there really spider silk in reality with such strength? Tony wondered aloud. There is. Darwin's bark spider silk can reach up to 1.21 times 10 to the 10th pascals, even higher than the webs Peter Parker produces, Jarvis replied. File that away. Maybe it'll come in handy for future research, Tony said absently. Meanwhile, as Parker collapsed from exhaustion, his strength spent, the passengers who had been standing behind him rushed forward. They reached out together, pulling him back inside the train, and, with the help of others, carefully carried him farther in. Easy, slow down, lay him down gently, someone instructed as the group carefully lowered Parker onto the floor of the train car. The passengers crowded around, concern etched on their faces. Is he still alive? One of them asked anxiously, and one answered the question. They stared at Parker's face in astonishment and exclaimed, He's just a kid. He's not even as old as my son. Slowly, Parker began to regain consciousness. He saw the passengers crowding around him and only then realized that he'd taken off his mask earlier. His expression changed as he slowly sat up. A black man crouched in front of him and said reassuringly, It's all right now. Then he looked back, and two little boys stepped forward. We found this, they said, handing Parker the Spider-Man mask. We won't tell anyone. A faint smile appeared on Parker's lips as he put on the mask. One of the boys looked up at him and said, Spider-Man, it's so good to have you back. With the mask secured, Parker tried to stand. Immediately, people around him reached out to help him up. Just then, Dr. Octopus suddenly burst through the side of the train car, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. At that moment, Parker was weak and exhausted, with no strength left to fight. Otto looked at Parker, who could barely stand, and roared, "He's mine." A white man stepped forward, staring bravely at Otto. "You'll have to get through me first if you want to hurt him." Hearing this, the rest of the passengers stood up as well, forming a protective barrier in front of Parker. Otto sneered wickedly at them. "Very well." With a shout, his metallic arms swept the passengers aside, pinning them against the sides of the carriage. Parker knew these people couldn't stand up to Otto. He signaled to those holding him to let go, and, staggering, made his way toward Otto. Otto didn't hesitate. With his mechanical tentacle, he struck Parker's head hard. Parker immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. Damn it, the coward, attacking when he's down. He deserves to rot in hell. Oh God, please protect Spider-Man. Countless people watching from the city's screens saw Otto's despicable act and erupted in angry outrage. Harry watched the scene, fury igniting in his chest. Unable to contain himself, he hurled his glass against the wall, where it shattered with a sharp crack. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. It was because of his own mistakes that Parker had suffered so much. Now, he even felt too ashamed to face Peter Parker. That night, thunder rumbled outside while Harry, as usual, nursed his drink inside. Suddenly, he heard something and turned to see Otto standing there, carrying the tightly bound Parker. "Where should I put him?" Otto asked. Harry gestured to the sofa, and Otto laid Parker down. Harry fixed his gaze on the unconscious Spider-Man, while Otto asked from his side, "Where's the tritium I asked for?" Harry caught sight of the menacing clawed, mechanical arms and hurriedly ran to open the safe. The moment he unlocked it, Otto shoved Harry aside and stepped forward himself, removing his glasses to gaze longingly at the tritium he had dreamed of obtaining. A flash of lightning streaked through the room, and in the blink of an eye, Otto had vanished from in front of the safe. Harry whipped his head around, only to find Otto's figure already gone, disappearing by the balcony. Looking over at the unconscious Parker, Harry picked up the dagger resting on the table and began to walk slowly toward him. "As long as I can make. You taste the pain you brought upon me," he muttered, drawing the blade. In the flickering light, the sharp dagger gleamed with a chilling glint. "Let me see your true face first. That way, I can look into your eyes as I kill you." Harry tore off Spider-Man's mask with a swift motion, only to be stunned by the sight of Peter Parker, his best friend, beneath it. Just as Harry was about to plunge the knife down, he recoiled in shock at the revelation. The dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor as he stumbled backward in disbelief. "Peter, no, this can't be happening." He backed up to the table, lost his balance, and collapsed awkwardly onto it. At that moment, Parker fully regained consciousness, and, seeing the scene before him, immediately broke free from the chains that bound him. Parker strode over to Harry and demanded, "Harry, where is she? Where's he keeping her? He's taking MJ." Harry was still reeling from the shock of discovering Spider-Man's identity. He muttered, almost to himself, "No, he just wanted the tritium, that's all." Tritium? Parker's mind raced as he instantly realized Otto's intentions. He's building that fusion machine again. If he succeeds, she, and half of New York, will be doomed. Tell me, where is he? But Harry could barely process any of this. He stared at Parker and said, "Peter, you kill my father." Parker fell silent for a moment before saying, "There's something more important than what's between you and me right now. Harry, please, I have to stop him." Looking into Parker's eyes, Harry finally relented and revealed what he had discovered. After all, Harry wasn't a fool. Everyone knew what Otto wanted the tritium for, and he couldn't just let him run wild. He had quietly investigated Otto's hideout. "Oh, it really is a staggering revelation," Tony mused. "The man who killed your father turns out to be your best friend." But didn't Harry ever examine his father's body? The wound was clearly caused by a blade. Did he really believe Spider-Man killed his father with a glider? Tony looked at Harry, puzzled. After all, the body was right there. Norman had died by his own glider. Any halfway competent coroner would have figured that out. Yet Harry stubbornly clung to his belief that Spider-Man was to blame. The hatred of a father's killer is indeed irreconcilable, but Norman brought about his own demise. He deserved it. Peter Parker was the real victim. He was only acting in self-defense. "Remember what you're thinking today, Tony Stark." The sudden voice from the sky startled Tony so much he nearly jumped out of his skin. "Hey, have you been watching me this whole time? Or are you just interested in me?" Tony didn't even bother with his drink. He sprang to his feet, shouting up at the sky. But the narrator ignored him, leaving Tony with no choice but to give up and start pondering the meaning behind those words. Just then, Nick Fury's call came through, and the first thing out of his egg-shaped head was, "What did you ask this time?" Tony relayed his thoughts about what had just happened to the man known as the Mother of Fury mulled it over, but said nothing more before hanging up abruptly. He turned to Hill and said, "Help me look into how Howard Stark really died. Find every bit of information you can get your hands on." In an abandoned house by the Manhattan River, Otto stared at the tritium before him and restarted his experiment. Nearby, Mary Jane, locked up, kept shouting at him, her voice echoing through the rundown room, until Otto finally lost patience and turned to face her. "I'm talking to you," Mary Jane yelled. "You've got what you wanted. Can't you let me go now?" Otto responded calmly. "I can't let you go. You'll just bring the police here. No one can stop me now. That Spider-Man is already dead." Mary Jane shook her head in disbelief, her voice trembling. "He can't be dead. I don't believe it." Otto replied coolly, "You'd better believe it," then ignored her and went back to his experiment. At that moment, Parker had already slipped into the abandoned house without a sound. Otto sensed his presence and shot him a sly, wicked smile, but paid him no further mind. Parker quietly positioned himself above Mary Jane and whispered, "Surprise." Mary Jane's eyes lit up with joy as she looked at him, then glanced nervously back at Otto, still busy with his experiment. "I'll get you out." Parker had barely started when a steel rod suddenly shot down toward Mary Jane. She shrieked in terror, but Parker's quick reflexes saved him from the attack. Otto had stopped working the machine. Several mechanical arms lifted him into the air. He took off his goggles, glaring at Parker as he shouted, "I knew Osborn didn't have the guts to kill you. Shut it down, Otto. This time you'll get even more people killed." Parker pleaded with him to stop, but Otto, completely consumed by his obsession, snapped back. "That's a risk we're all willing to take." "Well, I'm not." Parker finished speaking and leaped toward Otto, attempting to entangle the mechanical arms midair with his webbing. But he failed. Instead, the arms seized him and, with a powerful swing, flung him out of the house. Parker soared into the night sky, quickly righting himself. He shot a web to stick onto the roof, pulled himself back, and, using the rebound force of the web, crashed through the glass and kicked Otto straight into the wooden floor below. The two of them tumbled into the river. Parker raised his fist and landed several hard blows on Otto. At that moment, the artificial sun once again erupted with solar flares, causing the magnetic field to intensify even further. Metal objects all around were drawn irresistibly toward it, and so was Mary Jane, her ankle chain pulling her off her feet. The metal pillar that had been supporting her began to bend under the strain of the magnetic pull, drawing Mary Jane even closer to the artificial sun. Mary Jane's screams caught Parker's attention. He turned his head and shouted for her to hold on, then landed a powerful punch that sent Otto flying. Just as Mary Jane was about to be swept away, Parker shot a web and latched onto the rope tied to her hands. As Parker wrestled with the magnetic forces, the metal shackle on Mary Jane's ankle was sucked into the artificial sun and melted away. Freed from its grip, Mary Jane was pulled safely back by Parker. He only had time to shout, "Run!" before Otto smashed him to the ground with a wooden beam. Otto grabbed the fallen Parker, swung him, and hurled him against the wall, then seized him by the leg, suspending him upside down. Hiding nearby, Mary Jane witnessed this and summoned her courage. She grabbed a wooden stick and tried to strike Otto, but his mechanical arm effortlessly blocked her feeble blow, sending her flying aside. A sharp, menacing spike emerged from one of the mechanical arms. "Let's see how scared you really are," Otto taunted, as the spike lunged toward Parker. His spider sense kicked in. He snapped back to his senses and fired a web, pulling up a thick power cable from the ground to block the attack. Electricity surged from the cable, coursing through Otto's mechanical arms and into his body, drawing a howl of pain from him. Seizing the moment, Parker jumped to the power source and yanked the plug out with all his strength. Both he and Otto were thrown back by the force. Yet, even with the power cut, the artificial sun did not implode as it had before. Instead, the magnetic field grew even more intense. Parker stared in confusion at the scene, muttering, "What?" Now, even the large metal objects inside the house could no longer resist. They began to bend, twist, and break apart, flying toward the artificial sun. Even street signs and cars from distant roads were being dragged in by the overwhelming magnetic force. Otto finally began to recover from the electric shock, though his mechanical arms, having absorbed too much current, were temporarily overloaded and unresponsive. Parker sensed Otto's movement and rushed to his side, gazing at Otto, who looked a bit bewildered. Parker called out to him, "Dr. Octavius." Pulling off his mask, Parker looked at Otto and said urgently, "We have to shut it down. Tell me how to do it." Otto stared at Parker's face in astonishment. "Peter Parker." A faint smile crossed his lips. "The clever but lazy fellow." With a heavy heart, Parker pleaded, "Look at what's happened. We have to destroy it." Otto watched as the artificial sun accumulated more and more energy, relentlessly drawing in the surrounding metal. He shook his head and said, "I can't destroy it." Just then, one of the mechanical arms finally regained function and slowly lifted. Otto's expression changed. "Nor do I want to." In a sudden movement, the tentacle clamped tightly around Parker's neck. Parker looked at Otto in pain. "You once told me about wisdom. You said it's a gift meant to benefit humanity." Listening to Parker's words, the fierceness faded from Otto's face. He nodded and added, "Not a privilege. These things have turned you into someone else. Don't let them control you." Parker implored. Otto glanced at the mechanical arms around him, replying, "This is my dream." Parker shared what Aunt May had once told him. "Sometimes, to do what's right, we have to be steady. We have to give up the thing we want the most, even our dreams." Otto heard Parker's words and began to reflect. The mechanical arms behind him grew restless. Otto muttered to himself, "You're right." Sensing this, the mechanical arms spread their pincers toward Otto, trying to seize control of him again. Otto, listening to the voices in his mind and looking at the metal limbs, declared, "He's right. Listen. Listen to me now listen to me." With a surge of willpower, Otto broke free from the arm's control. The tentacles released Parker, who quickly asked, "Now tell me, how do we stop it?" Otto shook his head. "It's too late to stop it. It's running on its own now." Parker's anxiety spiked as the situation grew more dire. "Think. There must be a way." After a moment's thought, Otto said, "Unless water. Sink it into the river." Hearing this, Parker turned to carry out the plan, but Otto's tentacle held him back. Parker looked back at Otto in confusion. Otto, calm and resolute, said, "Let me do it." Rising from the water, Otto strode straight toward the artificial sun. He turned and gave Peter Parker one last, lingering look, then walked directly beneath the fusion reactor. At that moment, Parker sensed a piercing gaze fixed on him. He turned and saw Mary Jane, who was staring at him in utter disbelief and delight. As their eyes met, the steel beam supporting the wall behind Mary Jane was suddenly pulled away, causing the wall to collapse. Parker shouted at the top of his lungs, "No!" Mary Jane noticed the wall hurtling toward her and, terrified, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. In the nick of time, Parker rushed over, bracing the wall with his back as he locked eyes with her. Unsure of what to say, Parker could only manage a simple, "Hi." Mary Jane responded in kind. Straining under the weight of the wall, Parker forced a wry smile and said, "This thing is really heavy." Meanwhile, Otto had reached the spot directly beneath the artificial sun. With a furious roar, his mechanical arms tore apart two of the supports holding up the machine. The artificial sun began to tilt ominously. Back with Parker, he was still holding up the wall, but it was starting to lean more and more. Looking at Mary Jane, Parker said, "Jane, if we really die here." Mary Jane interrupted him. "You love me." "Yes." At this point, Parker had nothing left to hide. He didn't even know if he'd live to see another sunrise, so he admitted it without hesitation. "Even though you always said you didn't." Mary Jane locked eyes with him, and Parker nodded in silent agreement. Back under the artificial sun, Otto looked up. "I don't want to die as a monster." With a final, desperate wrench, he twisted the last two supports free. The entire artificial sun plummeted toward the Manhattan River, dragging Otto down with it. Sensing the impending danger, Parker mustered all his strength, heaved the wall away, and tossed it aside. He scooped Mary Jane up in his arms, but as he turned, he saw a metal frame rolling straight toward them. "Mary!" Jane let out a terrified scream as it barreled closer. With a burst of speed, Parker leapt, swinging away on his web with Mary Jane in his grasp, just as the abandoned building was being devoured by the artificial sun. Below them, the building collapsed and was sucked into the river, vanishing beneath the waves. Otto's lifeless body floated alongside the artificial sun, slowly sinking to the riverbed. Oh, Dr. Otto, what a tragedy. In the end, he chose to atone for his mistakes with his own life. Tony watched Otto's death with sorrow. His fate was to disappear without a trace. It's a pity we're not from the same world. Otherwise, we could have discussed scientific research together. Farewell. Though Otto had his flaws and made grave errors, there was no denying his brilliance as a scientist. Yet his arrogance and crude equipment meant he couldn't stabilize the artificial sun after creating it. Otto! Rose gazed at Otto as he sank to the bottom of the river, tears welling in her eyes as she held him close. Dr. Otto gently wrapped his arms around her in return, and the two embraced in silence. On a crane by the riverside, Mary Jane lay atop a giant web. Parker climbed up beside her, the two locking eyes with deep affection. "I think I should have always known who you really are," she whispered. "You know why we can't be together," he replied. "Spider-Man will always have enemies, and I can't let you face that kind of danger. He looked into Mary Jane's eyes. I will always be Spider-Man. You and I can never truly be together. At Parker's words, Mary Jane trembled, closing her eyes and turning away. In the distance, the wail of police sirens drifted through the air. John Jameson arrived at the scene in a police car, just in time to see Mary Jane carefully descending from the crane, gripping a strand of web. He ran towards her, calling her name as he went. Mary Jane and John embraced atop the crane, but her thoughts were far from him. She turned to gaze at Peter Parker in the distance, and Parker looked back at her from afar. At last, Parker pulled on his mask and slipped away. Mary Jane watched his figure disappear, her sorrow evident as she leaned into John's arms. Peter Parker is truly responsible. He'd rather stay away from her to keep her safe. But I have a feeling Mary Jane will find her way back to him. What do you think? Tony remarked once more, marveling at the tangled emotions between Peter Parker and Mary Jane. Swearing by his words, he looked to Pepper. I think so too. Pepper nodded in agreement. Women are emotional creatures. When she learns Peter Parker's true identity, the intensity of her feelings will drive her to seek him out, no matter the cost. Tony grinned mischievously. And what about you? Would you ever throw caution to the wind for me? Pepper turned, smiling playfully. Well, that depends on how you behave. She made to leave, but Tony leapt up, pulling her into a warm embrace. Then watch me. Meanwhile, Peter Parker stood under the night sky, his gaze troubled as he looked up at Mary Jane on the city's towering screen. Their relationship, he realized, was growing more and more entangled. Impossible to sever, impossible to sort out. Harry liked Mary Jane, and she seemed to care for both Harry and himself. Peter wanted to be a good Spider-Man and let Harry and Mary Jane be together, but fate kept drawing him and Mary Jane back into each other's lives. For a moment, he was lost in a sea of emotions, unsure what to do. The scene shifted. Back at home, Harry sat, absently running his fingers along the edge of a dagger. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he stood up. A faint, eerie laughter echoed through the air. Who's there? My boy. It's me. Harry turned to look at the mirror, and there, reflected, was Norman's figure. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad? I thought you. No. I live in your heart, Harry. Now it's your turn to take the stage. You swore to make Spider-Man pay with blood, so let him pay now. Harry spoke hesitantly. But Peter is my best friend. Faced with Harry's uncertainty, Norman replied coolly. I am your father. You're too weak. You've always been weak, and you'll stay that way until you learn to take control. Now you know Peter's true nature. Be strong, Harry. Avenge me. Norman's voice was guttural and full of menace. As Harry listened to Norman's words, tears streamed down his face as he shook his head. Norman roared at him, Avenge me! In agony, Harry cried out, No! And hurled the dagger with all his might, shattering the glass. Unexpectedly, behind the broken glass lay a hidden passage. Harry, puzzled, stepped inside, only to be startled by the green goblin mask that confronted him. He stumbled backward, crashing into a glass case filled with goblin bombs. As the lights flickered on, Harry saw an entire wall lined with these bombs, along with vials of performance enhancers, the infamous glider, and the looming mask of the Green Goblin behind him. The scene shifts to a church. Inside, Mary Jane stands before a mirror in her wedding gown, her mind clearly troubled. As the music begins to play, the priest and John wait expectantly for Mary Jane's entrance. Harry, too, has been invited to the ceremony. The grand doors swing open, but Mary Jane's figure is nowhere to be seen. Spider-Man 1.5 pokes his head out in confusion, just as a figure finally appears at the entrance. Not Mary Jane, but a woman clutching a card, rushing breathlessly down the aisle. She hands the card to John. The priest, witnessing this, silently closes his Bible. John reads the card, and his expression darkens. Spider-Man 1.5, watching the events unfold from the stage, leans toward his wife and whispers, Call Deborah. His wife, incredulous, quietly asks in his ear, The caterer? He nods. Tell her to hold off on the caviar. At this, her suspicion that Jameson was about to make Deborah the new bride dissolves. She stiffly turns to look at Jameson, at a loss for words. Outside the church, Mary Jane, still in her wedding dress, runs away with a radiant smile on her face, disappearing into the distance. In his room, Peter Parker sits at the edge of his bed, his back to the door, lost and forlorn. He doesn't notice the figure that has quietly appeared behind him. At last, his sluggish spider sense tingles, and he turns to see Mary Jane, still dressed in her wedding gown, standing in the doorway. Flustered, he rises to his feet, unsure of what to say. Mary Jane smiles at him and says, What needs to be done must be done. Mary Jane. Parker stared at her in disbelief. Peter, I can't live without you. Mary Jane beamed, her happiness shining through. Parker stepped up to her, shaking his head. You shouldn't have come here. I know you think we can't be together, but can't you respect my decision and let me choose for myself? I know this is a huge risk, but I want to face everything with you. To lose your other half and live all alone, it just isn't right. I love you. Hearing Mary Jane's heartfelt confession, a smile slowly spread across Parker's face. That's why I'm here at your door now. In fact, I've always been standing at your door. Mary Jane reached out, gently caressing Parker's cheek. Maybe it's time for someone else to rescue you for a change. She gazed into his eyes. Don't you have something to say? Thank you, Mary Jane Watson. Parker shook his head at first, then leaned in and kissed her. The two melted into a passionate embrace. Suddenly, Parker heard the wail of sirens. He turned to look out the window, then glanced back at Mary Jane. She smiled and said, "Go on, my hero." Parker grinned, spun around, and leapt out the window. Mary Jane hurried over and watched as he donned his Spider-Man suit and swung off into the distance. Spider-Man soared between the city's towering buildings, his webs slicing through the air. Two rescue helicopters swept past him, while fire trucks sped along the streets below. Elsewhere, Uncle Ben looked at Mary Jane, surprised she'd come back for Peter, though he still had his doubts about their relationship. Jane's been swept away by Peter's true identity, but that's only temporary. Before he could finish, Aunt May gently interrupted. No matter how it ends, at least she found the courage to seek Peter out. That proves her love for him. You're right. Whether their feelings can last, only time will tell. Uncle Ben nodded in agreement. Let the young people handle their own affairs. As Aunt May spoke, she poured Uncle Ben a cup of tea. We old folks should stay out of it as much as we can. Meanwhile, with Harry, Mary Jane gazed up at the sky. When Harry discovered Norman's secret hideout, she looked at him with growing concern, but Harry squeezed her hand, signaling that he was all right. Yet inwardly, Harry began to worry for Peter's safety. He knew himself too well. He'd be driven to vengeance against Peter Parker. He didn't want to hurt Peter, but the events unfolding above them were out of his control. Mary Jane sensed this too, and the two of them couldn't help but silently pray for Peter Parker. Up there on the screen, the mood of the 1.5th generation Spider-Man was far from cheerful, although it was now undeniable that he was a fan of Spider-Man. Watching his own son's wedding fall apart halfway through as the bride ran off, he couldn't help but think at least the sky screen broadcasted this scene. Otherwise, wouldn't all the money spent on the wedding banquet have gone down the drain? Meanwhile, Tony, who had just shared an intimate moment with Pepper, was chatting with her about their upcoming trip to Monaco. They were set to leave early the next morning, and the day after, they would attend a race at the motorsport club there. Conveniently, the sky screen had finished playing its latest video for the time being, and judging by past experiences, it would likely be quiet for about a month. This gave them the perfect opportunity to take a vacation. Tony owned a racing club in Monaco and was a passionate racing enthusiast. Before becoming Iron Man, racing had been his greatest love. With a competition scheduled over the next few days, they could relax and enjoy themselves, while also handling a bit of contract business on the side. On the morning of the race, Happy drove them, escorted by traffic officers, to the Paris hotel. As soon as Tony stepped out of the car, the crowd of fans nearby erupted in wild cheers. Tony greeted them with a wave and was the first to stride into the hotel, with Pepper following close behind and Happy carrying the most advanced portable Mark V Plus suitcase. This was Tony's latest invention, and it was only after perfecting this model that he felt at ease enough to spend some intimate time with Pepper. Walking alongside her, Tony said, "This is Europe. Whatever happens, just go with the flow." Go with the flow? What exactly do you mean by that? Pepper asked, puzzled. But before Tony could answer, Natasha, who had already been waiting for them in the hotel, greeted them and interrupted their conversation. Since this was just a routine business gathering, Natasha, true to the original story, wasn't carrying any weapons, except for 2 widow's bites strapped to her body, just in case she needed to protect Pepper or Tony. Tony turned to Natasha and asked, "What's on the schedule today?" "There's a lunch at 9:30. "All right, I'll be there at 11, Tony replied, trying on a pair of sunglasses. Finding them unsuitable, he took them off and pointed at a nearby table. "Is that our table?" "Yes, it's yours if you want it." Natasha nodded. For Tony, nothing was out of reach if he set his mind to it. "Perfect, go ahead and handle it," Tony said with a nod. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw Elon Musk greet Pepper, and the two even shook hands. Tony hurried over to Pepper's side. "Elon, the Merlin engine is fantastic," Tony said, positioning himself between Elon and Pepper before shaking Elon's hand. "Thanks. I'm hoping to build an electric jet." "For real? Let's work together on it." Tony and Pepper were deep in conversation as they made their way to the bar. The moment Tony heard Justin Hammer's voice, he turned to Pepper with a look of annoyance. He had no desire to talk to Hammer, But since the man had already come over, there was little he could do. He simply averted his gaze, signaling his reluctance to engage. Hammer, not content to come alone, had brought along Christine for Vanity Fair. Pepper knew Christine had once interviewed Tony, and even spent the night with him. Tony was aware of this as well, and was eager to distance himself from Christine. Hammer's intention in bringing her over to Pepper was all too obvious. Unwilling to see one of Tony's former lovers paraded before her, Pepper quickly found an excuse and slipped away. Tony's expression darkened further, but Hammer acted oblivious, insisting they take a photo together. Tony barely managed to extricate himself from Hammer's grasp, and before leaving, took the opportunity to make a cutting remark about Hammer's contract being cancelled. Hammer, embarrassed, hurried to explain that it was merely postponed. It was clear Christine was far more interested in Tony, following him closely with her recorder, and Hammer had no choice but to trail behind. At one point, Hammer tried to persuade Christine to turn off her recorder, but she was no fool. She kept it running, capturing every word of their conversation, sensing a big story. Finally, Hammer revealed his true purpose. He wanted to showcase his products at Tony's expo. Tony shot back with biting sarcasm, saying that if Hammer ever managed to invent anything useful, he'd be sure to reserve a hall for him. With that, and taking advantage of Natasha's arrival, Tony excused himself, as Hammer turned to Christine and said, "This year, I have an opportunity." Tony, who hadn't walked far, overheard and couldn't resist calling back, "Hammer's looking for a chick opportunity." Hammer, trying to mask his embarrassment, forced a laugh, saying, "We're always joking around." Having developed a new element and freed himself from palladium poisoning, Tony had no need to participate in the race. Instead, he sat at a table with Pepper, perusing the menu. As they waited for their food and watched the race, an unexpected figure in work overalls approached the hotel entrance. Lacking an invitation, the man was stopped by the guards. Ivan Vanko, unfazed by the guards' attempts to bar his way, activated the reactor strapped to his chest. In an instant, powerful currents arced from his makeshift armor, burning away his work clothes. Two whips crackled with electricity in his hands, their deadly power apparent at a glance. The two guards, sensing danger, reached for their guns, but Ivan, with a single lash of his whips, sliced them both in half. The guests at the entrance were struck with terror at the grisly scene, their horrified screams echoing through the hotel. Tony and Pepper, startled by the commotion, turned toward the entrance, just in time to see a bloodied corpse, cleaved in two, tumble into the hotel's lobby. Tony instantly realized something was wrong. At the same moment, Happy, equipped with a Mark V+ suit, also heard the commotion and spotted Ivan Vanko's actions. He hurriedly ran toward Tony. Natasha, intending to intervene, nearly got struck by the whip herself. Escaping by a hair's breadth, she understood she couldn't get close to Ivan Vanko. Instead, she fired the widow's bite, sending a powerful electric charge in an attempt to subdue him. But the electricity was absorbed entirely by the armor Ivan wore. Seeing Natasha attempt an attack, Ivan responded without mercy, snapping his whip at her again. Natasha narrowly dodged the strike. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tony had already received the new Mark V+ suit from Happy. With a swift stomp, the suitcase-style Mark V+ sprang open. Tony reached out, and the armor instantly began assembling itself around him, locking into place in a matter of seconds. By now, Natasha had been pressed into a corner by Ivan. She wanted to find an opening to shoot and end the fight, but the cramped space and the presence of many hotel guests left her no safe shot. To avoid harming innocents, she could only lure Ivan into a safer corner. But this left her in a dangerous position herself. Just as Ivan was about to crack his whip again, Tony, now clad in the Mark V+, grabbed the whip from behind. A surge of electricity coursed from the whip toward the suit. Unlike the original Mark V, this latest version had been engineered by Tony with external energy resistance in mind. After all, deadly energy attacks, especially electricity, were a real threat. The Mark V+ boasted exceptional heat resistance and could convert incoming electrical attacks into its own power. As a result, Ivan's whip was completely ineffective, even serving to recharge Tony's suit, though Tony hardly cared for that meager boost. Because of time constraints, the Mark V+ didn't differ much from the original, but this was just an experimental prototype. Tony intended to use it as a basis for even more advanced suits in the future. Clutching the whip tightly, Tony mustered his strength and flung Ivan Vanko straight out the window. Without missing a beat, Tony smashed through the wall and landed in front of Ivan. Before Ivan could get to his feet, Tony delivered a powerful kick, knocking him flat. Without hesitation, Tony reached down and ripped out the crude arc reactor from Ivan's chest, holding it firmly in his hand. Ivan was left utterly powerless. At that moment, the security guards who had been watching rushed in and dragged Ivan away. As he was being taken, Ivan looked back at Tony and laughed. "You've lost. Ha 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 ha." Watching Ivan being hauled off, Tony crushed the arc reactor in his hand, ending the confrontation. Justin Hammer cowered in a corner of the hotel, his gaze fixed on the reactor embedded in Ivan Vanko's chest. For a moment, he forgot his fear and even allowed a faint smile to cross his lips. Tony Stark, your technology, 20 years ahead of its time, is no longer yours alone. Tony arrived at the detention center, trailed by a group of police officers. As they walked, the officers explained that they had already run his fingerprints, but found nothing. No records, not even a name. They were unsure if he could speak English at all, since Ivan Vanko hadn't uttered a single word since his arrival. Hearing this, Tony turned to the officers and said, "Give me 5 minutes alone with him. Wait outside." The lead officer, somewhat anxious, warned Tony that the man was extremely dangerous and urged him to be careful. Tony looked at Ivan Vanko, who was facing away from him and wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. For a moment, Tony didn't know how to begin. He finally broke the silence by commenting on Vanko's reactor. "Impressive technology, but the rotation speed is a little low. You could easily double it, let the counter energy flow through the ionized plasma channels. It's useful, though not very efficient. Still, at best, it's just a crude imitation." Tony proceeded to tell Ivan how he could make the reactor more powerful, but unlike before, Tony had already built a second-generation reactor himself and had little regard for Vanko's handiwork, so he couldn't resist. A bit of sarcasm. "What I don't get is, with just a few tweaks, you can make a fortune off this. This is technology that Dr. Otto spent his entire life chasing and never achieved, and you're just wasting it." Ivan scoffed at Tony's words, and seeing his expression, Tony knew exactly what he was thinking. "Looks like all your friends are thieves and criminals." That jab struck a nerve in Ivan, and he shot back. "Your family were thieves and butchers. You're just like every other sinner, trying to rewrite your history. But you forget all the lives the Stark family has taken. If we're talking about thieves, where did you steal those blueprints?" Tony countered. "My father, Anton Vanko." "Anton Vanko? I've heard of him. He worked with my father on the arc reactor, but he tried to cash in on it. When my father found out, he had him deported. The Russian government saw he couldn't deliver, so they sent him off to Siberia. Looks like he was too busy drowning in misery to teach you properly." Tony's words cut Ivan deeply. Ivan glared at Tony with the intensity of a furious lion, but Tony just smiled, unfazed. "My father always saw the arc reactor as just a stepping stone to something greater. His dreams reached further. Your father only wanted a profit, and, without mine, he was nothing, just like that thing you're wearing." Anton Vanko had to take several deep breaths before he could calm himself down. He decided there was no point in being angry at someone who was already dead. "You're alive because of my father," he said. Tony glanced at him and replied, "I'm alive because you tried to kill me, and failed." "Oh, really?" Ivan Vanko responded non-committally, then continued, "If you can make God bleed, people will cease to believe in him. Once there's blood in the water, the sharks will come. All I have to do is sit back and watch. The world will devour you." "We'll see if the world really will devour me," Tony countered. "Don't forget, the celestial narrator said I'd sacrifice myself, and, as a mortal, stand shoulder to shoulder with gods to save the universe." Tony shrugged. With the narrator's endorsement, his reputation was at an all-time high. Only a madman like Ivan Vanko would dare to try to kill a future savior of the world. "And what about you? Where will you be watching all this from?" "That's right, from your cell. I'll even send you a bar of soap," Tony said, rising to leave. Ivan Vanko had nothing left to say. In the end, he could only call after him, "Hey, Tony, let me give you a word of advice. Dying from palladium poisoning is a painful way to go." Tony paused as he reached the door of the cell, smiled faintly at those words, but chose not to reply. He left Ivan Vanko alone with his hope that Tony would succumb to palladium poisoning. Meanwhile, on the electric jet, Musk was still in the realm of ideas, but Tony had already turned them into reality. On board, Pepper was watching an interview with the senator from the Senate Armed Services Committee, the one they'd faced earlier. On television, the senator openly expressed his dissatisfaction with Tony's technology being imitated, accusing him of treating the Iron Man suit like a toy. He even repeated Tony's words from the hearing, mocking how Tony had been publicly slapped in the face. Tony didn't feel much about it. If he hadn't discovered a new element, perhaps he would have been affected, but now, no matter how advanced Ivan Vanko's technology became, he could never be Tony's equal. Pepper, however, looked visibly shaken. Everything that had happened today had left her deeply unsettled, especially the two guards who'd been cut in half. The sight had left a lingering trauma in her mind. Tony noticed how down she was, and decided to cook something himself to cheer her up. When he lifted the lid off the dish, Pepper couldn't help but turn away at the sight of the fried egg, half burnt, half uncooked. "You made this?" she asked, unable to watch. "Of course. What do you think I've been doing for the last 3 hours?" Tony replied. Up in the air, Pepper and Tony found a moment to talk things through. After everything that had happened, Pepper knew the company would have a mountain of problems for her to clean up. As Tony and his team were flying back to New York, Ivan Vanko had already changed into prison garb and was sitting in his cell. A guard brought him his meal, and as Ivan took it, he noticed a slip of paper on top. He quickly and discreetly checked the note, which read, "Enjoy the mashed potatoes." Turning the mashed potatoes over, he saw a timer set to 35. Ivan recognized instantly that it was a time bomb. Just then, the guard opened the cell door and shoved in another man who looked strikingly similar to Ivan. Ivan glanced at the man's number, 6,219, the same as his own. Clearly, this was no coincidence. Without warning, Ivan knocked the other man unconscious. As the guard walked past the door, he left the key hanging in the lock. Ivan activated the time bomb, opened the cell door, and slipped out. Dressed in his prison uniform, Ivan walked down the corridor, drawing the attention of another guard. Taking advantage of the guard's distraction, Ivan swiftly broke his neck. At that moment, the bomb went off, plunging the prison into chaos. Ivan tried to head downstairs, but saw guards already swarming the lower floor. Forced to change course, he darted upstairs and ran straight into the guard who'd given him the meal. In the stairwell, 2 guards pulled a hood over his head, led him away, and threw him into a vehicle. When the hood was finally removed, he found himself on Justin Hammer's turf. Justin Hammer was already seated at a table, dining. The moment he saw Ivan arrive, he greeted him with a broad smile, ordered the guards to remove Ivan's handcuffs, and sent them away. He then invited Ivan to sit. Unaccustomed to such scenes, Ivan looked around uncertainly as staff bustled about, tending to the meal. Justin got straight to the point. Both he and Ivan hated Tony Stark, but instead of killing Stark, he proposed they destroy his achievements first. Confident, Justin presumed Ivan needed his sponsorship and resources. Ivan understood Justin's intentions and immediately agreed to the partnership in Russian, though it was clear Justin didn't understand a word and thought perhaps an interpreter would be necessary. However, Ivan quickly switched to English, dispelling that idea. But then Ivan surprised Justin by insisting he wanted his bird. Justin was puzzled, but promised to find the bird for him. Back at the Malibu mansion, Pepper and Natasha were on the phone, reassuring their clients that Stark Industries' foundations remain solid. At that moment, Natasha showed no hint of her true identity as a secret agent. Meanwhile, the news media began to question whether Tony Stark still had the ability to protect the public. Yet, internet users retorted, if even the savior can't protect the people, should they really rely on the White House? Rhodey arrived at Tony's house, but didn't see him anywhere. Pepper told him Tony was downstairs, so Rhodey headed down to look for him. At that moment, Tony was reviewing Ivan Vanko's file. Until now, he'd only looked at Anton Vanko's records. He discovered that Ivan Vanko had once been sentenced to 15 years at Kapay's prison for selling weapons-grade plutonium to Pakistan during the Soviet era. And after that, there was no more information available. Rhodey entered the basement by punching in the code. "Tony, you need to keep things under control. Listen, I've spent the whole day on the phone with the National Guard, trying to convince them not to roll up in tanks, smash down your door, and take all this stuff. They want to take your Iron Man suits, you know? They're done playing games with you. You said no one would have this kind of technology for another 20 years, but yesterday someone showed up with it. And it's no longer just theoretical." Tony glanced over his shoulder at Rhodey. "His tech is way behind mine. There's no comparison. Relax. And if those military idiots want to go after the future savior of the world, let them come. They'll be the ones paying the price." Tony had nothing but contempt for the military's threats. If they could handle things themselves, there wouldn't be a need for him to risk his life in a war that could one day engulf the entire universe. Rhodey felt a bit helpless hearing Tony's words, but Tony was right. The military wouldn't dare make a move against him right now. All they could do was threaten. The fact that Tony might be the world's future savior was his greatest shield. "Hey, Tony, have you ever thought that you don't have to be the savior all on your own? You don't have to do it alone. I'd love to believe that, but you have to trust me. Besides, I'm not alone. Natasha, Banner, Strange, Barton, and that Carol." Tony didn't exactly know who Strange was yet, but it didn't matter. He was sure he'd be on their side. Captain Marvel had already visited Earth. She'd had some talks with the bald guy, and after meeting Tony and the others, she joined the Avengers too, though she soon left Earth again for other reasons. "So what are you going to do?" "Don't worry about it. I know exactly what I'm doing. Just make sure you come to my birthday party, all right?" Tony gave Rhodey a friendly pat on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko followed Justin Hammer into his facility. "You can work here in peace. Playing dead is fun, isn't it? No pressure, Hammer said with a sly grin. Then, gesturing toward the Iron Soldiers in the distance, he added, "There they are. I'm so excited. They're ready for action at a moment's notice. Maybe I made a few miscalculations, rushed into mass production off a prototype, but feel free to take a look around." Ivan Vanko walked up to the computer and began operating it directly. Justin tried to stop him, saying that the password needed to be unlocked first, and ordered his men to handle the password. But before he could finish, he turned around and saw that Ivan Vanko had already bypassed their password with ease. Embarrassed, Justin muttered, "Never mind." Watching Ivan work, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's impressive." Ivan replied in Russian, but Justin didn't understand a word. So Ivan repeated himself in English. "Your software is garbage." Justin Hammer could only force a laugh. After all, Ivan had just cracked their password effortlessly. There was no way to argue, so he could only praise Ivan's skills. Ivan casually pulled over a ladder, climbed up, and began inspecting the Iron Soldiers. Justin had just finished mentioning that each unit was worth a hefty sum, $125 million, when Ivan promptly yanked the head off one of the Iron Soldiers. Although Justin was a little unhappy about Ivan wrecking the Iron Soldier right away, he managed to swallow his irritation. He then explained his plan to Ivan. He wanted to embarrass Tony on stage at the Stark Expo. Ivan agreed without hesitation, promising that he would get the job done. Hearing this, Justin could hardly hide his delight. At Tony's birthday party, Natasha approached with a watch box and asked Tony which watch he wanted to wear. After thinking for a moment, Tony replied, "The one with the gold face and brown strap, the Jaeger LeCoultre." Natasha sat down beside him, and Tony casually asked, "How's the superhero team? Are they coming?" "Barton and Coulson are already here. Deputy Director Hill will be coming too. Director Nick Fury is handling some things for you and can't make it. Dr. Banner said he doesn't like this kind of event. He's worried he might lose control." All right, we'll invite them next time." The night passed in raucous celebration. This time, since Tony didn't mess around in his armor, Rhodey didn't get angry or suit up in the Mark II to fight him. Tony even introduced Rhodey to Barton and Coulson, telling them, "This is my teammate." Meanwhile, on Ivan Vanko's end, Justin had gone to great lengths to find a parrot in Russia, only to discover it wasn't Ivan's bird. Justin insisted it was the right one, but Ivan could never mistake his own bird. Hearing Justin's confident claim, Ivan slammed the table and said, "Man, this isn't my bird." Justin was flustered and a bit annoyed, retorted, "Even if it's not your bird, it's a beautiful bird. Don't be so stubborn. You gotta learn to let go." Right then, Justin caught sight of the Iron Soldiers Ivan had modified. Puzzled, he walked over and discovered that the helmet had been replaced with a solid head. He demanded to know what Ivan was doing. Ivan Vanko insisted that autonomous driving would be better, since humans are prone to making mistakes. Justin explained that what the government really wanted was something like Iron Man. That's what everyone truly desired. Ivan Vanko turned Justin's own words against him, telling him it was time to learn to let go as well. Justin, exasperated, warned Ivan that these Iron Soldiers had better be a smashing success from the very start. But what Justin didn't know was that Ivan deliberately made the Iron Soldiers into drones so that he could easily transfer control. There would be no one inside to compete with him. After the birthday party, Tony pondered Rhodey's words. He decided to invite Rhodey to join the Avengers. Though it wasn't a decision he could make alone, he would have to consult the others. Coulson paid a special visit to Tony's home to say goodbye, informing him that he'd been reassigned to a mission in New Mexico. Barton had been sent there as well. Curious, Tony asked what the assignment was. Coulson replied that a hammer had fallen from the sky there, and mysteriously, no one could lift it. Intrigued, Tony wished he could check it out, but with the expo about to begin, he didn't have time. Still, he told Coulson to call if they needed help. He might be able to lend a hand. Coulson agreed. On the day of the Stark Expo, Justin Hammer also sought out the senator, hoping to give him a sneak preview of the Iron Soldiers. But Ivan informed him that, at the moment, the Iron Soldiers could only salute, they couldn't fly or fire weapons. Ivan planned to exact his own revenge, so if Justin tried to seize control early, he'd discover that the reins of power weren't his at all, something that would ruin Ivan's plans. He had to play for time. Meanwhile, Ivan used the spare moments to build himself a wearable suit of armor and craft a new, even more powerful electric whip. Furious, Justin stormed into Ivan's room and took away the bird Ivan had grown attached to. The guard's rough treatment left Ivan visibly displeased. Then Justin grabbed his pillow and shoes as well. "How does it feel, me taking your things? Not so pleasant, is it? Good, because I'm not feeling pleasant either. We had a deal. I saved your life. You promised me Iron Man armor. That was our agreement, and you haven't delivered. I don't know if you're a genius or a fraud. I don't know what you are." With Rhodey having taken a Mark II suit, Justin truly found himself backed into a corner. If your Iron Soldiers are just going to be window dressing, then you're exactly the same as you used to be. Nothing's changed, said Justin. Listening to Justin, Ivan replied in Russian, It's not time yet. Hearing the Russian, Justin laughed in anger. Maybe you haven't figured it out yet. I don't speak Russian. If you don't deliver what you promised by the end of today, it'll be just like before. You'll be a dead man. Do you understand? Justin pointed at Ivan Vanko, spitting out his threat. With venom. He then left 2 guards to watch over him while he headed back to work. Justin was convinced that if he went down today, he'd make sure Ivan Vanko went down with him. Meanwhile, in a Malibu villa, Tony and Rhodey were still hard at work. Tony was directing the robots to clean up the place, having just finished research on the upgraded Mark 6 suit. Rhodey lent a hand, chatting with Tony about the Avengers Initiative. Suddenly, Tony received a call from an unknown number. He first assumed it was Carlson and even joked, asking how the Land of Enchantment was treating him. But a different voice came through. Hey, Tony, how are you? I've doubled the output speed. What? Tony listened, puzzled, struggling to recall who the caller was. You told me to double the speed to generate more energy. Great suggestion, the voice continued. Ivan Vanko had already dealt with the 2 guards, suspending them out of his way. Hearing Vanko's words, Tony finally realized who it was. You sound awfully lively for a dead man. Rhodey, standing by, stayed silent. At Tony's signal, he pressed the call tracing button. The history of the Stark family is about to be rewritten. Ivan boasted triumphantly, unaware that villains often meet their end by talking. Too much. Jarvis immediately began tracing the call through the Oracle network as Ivan rambled on, toothpick clenched between his teeth. What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I'll do to you in the next 40 minutes. Tony tried to buy time. Sounds intriguing. Why don't we have a proper chat? Meanwhile, Jarvis's trace was growing more accurate. But Vanko wasn't foolish. He realized Tony would be tracking him, so he spat out one last threat and hung up. The trace failed. Still, Vanko's words put Tony and Rhodey on high alert. Both thought instantly of the expo. If Vanko caused chaos and mass casualties at the Stark Expo, Tony would face enormous pressure, even with his reputation as a savior. Tony immediately ordered Jarvis to assemble the latest Mark 6 suit and hurried down the stairs, with Rhodey close behind. Hey, Tony, I want to help. Rhodey called out as Tony began suiting up. Tony paused for a second, then nodded. He knew that to win the coming battle and survive, he'd need all the allies he could get. Jarvis was instructed to help Rhodey suit up in the Mark II armor. The Mark V was not chosen because that suit sacrificed too much performance for the sake of convenience. Besides, Tony had already upgraded all of his Mark armors with electric shock resistance. The Mark III and Mark IV were Tony's backup suits. If the Mark VI was damaged, he could return and swap them out. Weighing all the options, Tony felt that the Mark II was the most suitable for Rhodey. The 2 of them donned their armor and set off in a hurry toward the expo. By the time they departed, Happy had already driven Pepper and Natasha to the event site. Coincidentally, Justin Hammer's presentation was underway, the loudspeakers broadcasting announcements throughout the venue. Backstage, Justin took several deep breaths, struggling to calm himself. Now that the arrow was knocked, there was no turning back. Even if his Iron Soldiers could do nothing more than salute, he would have to push through with the show. Forcing a cheerful smile, he walked straight to the podium, skipping the dance routine he performed in the original story. His nerves simply wouldn't allow it. He launched into his speech, taking the opportunity to criticize Tony for refusing to share his cutting-edge technology. In the audience, Pepper grew visibly impatient as she listened to Justin's words. Once the speech was nearly finished, 2 staff members came on stage to remove the podium. Justin then adopted a grandiose air, introducing his Iron Soldiers to the crowd with feigned enthusiasm. In that moment, prompted by Rhodey's reminder, Tony finally remembered to call Natasha and the others, warning them that danger was imminent. Natasha wasted no time. She immediately pulled Pepper from the scene and alerted the mother-lover hero as well. With so many people present, Natasha dared not act rashly. She had no idea what method Ivan Vanko would use to attack the expo, but her intuition told her it would almost certainly involve those Iron Soldiers. Meanwhile, Justin was already introducing the 4 models of Iron Soldiers: Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, having them salute the audience. As the hall erupted in applause, Tony and Rhodey arrived at last. The moment the crowd saw Tony and Rhodey flying in, the audience rose to their feet, clapping enthusiastically, believing this was a surprise part of the show. But Tony had no patience for the crowd. He strode directly toward Justin Hammer. Where is he? Tony's question left Justin bewildered. What? He asked with a frown, still unaware that Ivan Vanko had already dispatched the men he'd left behind. Where is Vanko? Who? Justin feigned ignorance. He would never willingly reveal anything to Tony. Tell me, Tony's impatience was palpable. Vanko could launch his attack at any moment. "What are you doing here, man?" Justin tried to deflect. While the two argued, Ivan Vanko had already begun remotely controlling the Iron Soldiers, effortlessly wresting control from Justin Hammer. Tony had his back to the Iron Soldiers, so he didn't see what was happening, but Justin Hammer noticed the Iron Soldiers moving on their own, and his face changed instantly. Tony caught sight of Justin's sudden change in expression and immediately turned around, only to see that the Iron Soldier had already raised its arm and aimed directly at him and Rhodey. "Let's take this fight outside," Tony shouted as he shot up into the air, blasting straight out of the venue. Rhodey, flying the Mark II for the first time, was a bit clumsy with the controls, and, as he took off, a hail of bullets from the Iron Soldier tore after him. Luckily, the Mark II's armor was tough enough to withstand the barrage, and although Rhodey wobbled at first, he soon steadied himself and followed Tony out of the hall. Meanwhile, shattered glass rained down on the audience below, causing chaos among the crowd. The Air Force model Iron Soldier fired up its engines and gave chase, unleashing a wild storm of bullets at the two men. On the ground, the other three models of Iron Soldiers sprang into action as well, marching off to secure different positions around the venue. Justin Hammer rushed backstage, demanding, "What's going on out there?" "The software has been altered," someone replied. "What do you mean, altered?" Justin pressed. "He's taken control of the Iron Soldiers." "That's impossible. Call security," Justin barked. But when he found out all the phone lines had been cut, his frustration boiled over. "Then call their cell phones." "Cell phones aren't working either. We're locked out of the main system." At that moment, Pepper Potts arrived backstage with Natasha, confronting Justin sharply. "What did you do? Get out of my way. I can handle this." Justin snapped, wanting nothing to do with Pepper. "Oh, really?" Pepper's anger was palpable. Having a disaster like this unfold at their expo was a massive scandal for Stark Industries. Justin tried to shift all the blame onto Tony. "If Iron Man hadn't shown up, none of this would have happened. Please, just get out of here." "Thank you." He motioned for someone to escort the two women away, but Natasha wasn't about to sit back and let things unravel. She strode up to Justin, grabbing him firmly. "Tell me where Ivan Vanko is." "He's at my company," Justin replied helplessly, giving in to Natasha's demand. With her answer, Natasha let go and strode off without another word. Meanwhile, Pepper dialed for emergency services. "Give me the NYPD," she demanded. Hearing this, Justin tried desperately to stop her, but Pepper ignored him completely and insisted that his staff tell her everything. Justin, lacking the courage to confront Pepper directly, could only step aside sullenly. At that very moment, Tony and Rhodey were circling the venue, weaving between buildings to dodge the relentless storm of bullets. Outside, the Navy model Iron Soldier had also arrived, ready to join the fight. They fired the missiles on the shoulders of the crowd, desperately fleeing the scene. Ivan Vanko watched the chaos unfold with a broad grin, utterly indifferent to human life. His only desire was to see Tony Stark's utter ruin. Outside, Happy was waiting by the car, unaware of what had happened. When he saw Natasha step out, worry creased his face as he hurried over to ask what was going on. Natasha didn't have time for explanations. She ordered him straight into the car and told him to drive her to Hammer Industries. Although Natasha's status was unusual, Happy bristled a bit at her abrupt demand. "What about Miss Potts? Where is she?" he asked, dissatisfied. "She's safe. You don't need to worry," Natasha replied briskly. "I've already notified Director Nick Fury to send backup. Now hurry. Take me to Hammer Industries." "All right, get in." With her firm answer, Happy jumped into the driver's seat without another word. Just as the two of them sped off, the Army model Iron Soldiers emerged outside. They unfolded the supports on their legs, bracing themselves, and began to take aim at Tony and Rhodey with the anti-material sniper rifles mounted on their shoulders. Tony dodged the attack with ease, but Rhodey was a fraction too slow. He narrowly escaped being hit, managing to evade at the last instant. One of the Iron Soldiers following behind Rhodey wasn't so lucky, and was taken out with a single shot. Seeing his own Iron Soldiers accidentally hitting their ally, Ivan Vanko immediately changed his orders, commanding the Iron Soldiers to attack the expo buildings and the crowd instead. The audience members who hadn't managed to escape the venue were now in grave danger. One of the Army Iron Soldiers took aim at young Peter Parker, who was wearing an Iron Man mask. Little Peter Parker raised his toy repulsor in defiance, pointing it at the Iron Soldier, who, in turn, leveled its sniper rifle right at him. Tony spotted this from a distance and swooped down beside the boy, raising his arm in unison with him. With a single blast, he blew away half of the Iron Soldier's body. "Well done, kid." Tony praised him before immediately launching back into the sky. Meanwhile, Rhodey was being relentlessly pursued by the Air Force Iron Soldiers, struggling to keep them at bay. Thankfully, Tony arrived just in time and took out one of the Air Force Iron Soldiers, freeing Rhodey from his predicament. The two decided to put some distance between themselves and the expo, fighting as they flew away. In the car, Natasha turned to Happy and said, "When we get there, I want you to stay outside. I'm going in to eliminate the target." She began, changing the back seat, her striking figure catching Happy's eye in the rearview mirror, so much so that he nearly drove off the road. Snapping himself back to his senses, Happy righted the car, but his gaze couldn't help but drift back to the mirror. "Eyes on the road," Natasha snapped, annoyance in her voice. "Got it." Caught red-handed, Happy replied awkwardly. Up ahead, Tony led the way with Rhodey close behind. The two zipped away at full speed, darting under an overpass and using the pillars for cover as they dodged the relentless gunfire. Ivan Vanko saw that the Iron Soldiers were too densely packed, making it easy for them to accidentally harm their own side. So he separated a few units and sent them toward the expo. The rest of the Iron Soldiers unleashed a relentless barrage of fire, their attacks, destroying many of the cars parked beneath the bridge. Seeing that things couldn't go on like this, the two quickly moved away from the overpass. At that moment, Happy finally arrived at Hammer Industries with Natasha. Natasha wanted Happy to stay in the car, but there was no way he'd let her go in alone. "I can't let you go in there by yourself. You want to help? Then keep the engine running." "All right," Happy agreed out loud, but it was obvious he intended to follow her inside. Natasha didn't have time to argue. With lightning speed, she hacked the security system and unlocked the door. Their entry immediately triggered an alarm in Ivan Vanko's system. The on-site security, baffled by the intrusion, tried to intervene, but Happy strode forward and landed a powerful punch. The guard was caught completely off guard, and the two started fighting. Right there at the entrance, Natasha didn't spare them a glance. She pushed open the inner door, and when more guards rushed in, at the sound, she slid across the floor and fired Widow's Bite discs, sending a jolt of electricity that dropped them instantly. Happy was locked in a fierce struggle with the first guard. Another security guard stepped through the door, only to be knocked out cold by a swift kick from Natasha. She darted toward a fourth guard, incapacitating him with a quick, painful move, then finished off the last approaching guard with a precise scissor kick. All the while, Ivan Vanko watched everything unfold through the security monitors. Back at the expo, chaos continued. The Air Force Iron Soldiers had returned, forcing Tony and Rhodey to double back. One of the Iron Soldiers crashed hard into a wall, but after hitting the ground, it immediately sprang back up, unfazed, and opened fire on the two. As they flew off, it gave chase. Ivan Vanko then sent in the Marine Iron Soldiers, which had so far stayed out of the fight, commanding them to take off and pursue Tony and Rhodey as well. Meanwhile, Pepper was still trying to hack Ivan Vanko's system to regain control. They discovered that each squad of Iron Soldiers communicated in its own language. Without hesitation, she ordered the technicians to randomly choose one unit and concentrate their efforts on breaking through. Off to the side, Justin Hammer, with nothing better to do, chimed in, "Try Russian." "Why don't you try Russian?" Back at Hammer Industries, Happy was still brawling with the guard. Natasha waited around a corner and spotted two more guards approaching. She tossed two smoke bombs their way, and the sharp irritation left them squinting and helpless. Natasha made quick work of them, then drew a cord from her Widow's Bite. With a seamless flurry of moves, she knocked all three guards unconscious. She turned to see that one of the guards she had just taken down was struggling. Back to his feet. Without hesitation, she dashed over, locked his neck in a hold, and flipped him to the ground. Then, with a swift kick, she knocked out another black security guard, snatching the spray came from his hand as she moved. Striding down the hallway with an air of crisp confidence, she encountered a guard just emerging from a room. Natasha wasted no time, spraying him directly in the face. He dropped to the floor, clutching his face in agony. Meanwhile, Happy finally managed to subdue his first guard, sweat streaming down his face. Buoyed by his success, he looked out into the corridor, only to see guards already lying all over the floor. The smile quickly faded from his face. Ivan Vanko realized that the security guards alone would never be able to stop Natasha's advance. He immediately left the room to don his specially designed suit of iron armor. Elsewhere, Tony and Rhodey found themselves unable to shake off the relentless pursuit of the Iron Soldiers. Left with no other choice, they made a daring dash toward the massive globe model at the expo. Tony calculated a safe route, and with Jarvis's help, Rhodey managed a hair-raising turn just in time to avoid a collision. The Iron Soldiers, however, were not so lucky. They crashed headlong into the globe, sending a shower of sparks in every direction. When Natasha kicked open the door, Ivan Vanko was already gone. She began working to disable his control over the Iron Soldiers. She managed to get in touch with Tony, asking for an update on his situation. Tony told her that he had taken out most of the soldiers, but there were still many left. He needed a place where he could finish the fight without risking collateral damage. Just then, Natasha noticed on the map that a large number of iron soldiers were converging on their position. Tony made a snap decision. He'd lure them all to one spot and take them out in one move. Rhodey suggested a nearby park, empty at night, and perfect for their purpose. Tony agreed immediately, and together they raced toward the location. As they landed in the park, the iron soldiers descended around them one after another. The two men exchanged tense glances, bracing themselves as the battle was about to erupt. Tony disabled a few of the iron soldiers, but soon noticed Rhodey was in trouble. His Mark II suit was underpowered and couldn't pose much of a threat to the iron soldiers. The enemy began to close in on them. "Rhodey, get down!" Tony shouted. His arm began to glow with a fierce red light, and a charging bar appeared on his HUD. Instinctively, Rhodey dove to the ground. In the next instant, twin beams of red laser cut through the iron soldiers, slicing them all apart in a single stroke. "Next time, you should start with that move," Rhodey quipped. "Sorry, boss. That one's a one-off," Tony replied, ejecting the spent power cell from his wrist. Natasha failed to disable the mind control at the company and could only watch as the others fought on. When she saw Tony take down all the iron soldiers with a single burst of laser, she exclaimed, "Looks like your brand new energy core is fantastic. The output is even stronger, and your vital signs are perfectly normal." "Yeah, the Skynet saved my life, so for now, I'm not dying anytime soon. I guess I'll have to wait until it's time for me to make some self-sacrificing move," Tony replied, his tone light and teasing. "What do you mean? You were about to die?" Pepper, still at the expo, overheard Tony's conversation with Natasha and asked in shock, "Pepper, is that you?" "No, I'm not dead. Not for the moment." Tony was just as surprised to hear Pepper's voice and instinctively asked before remembering to answer her question. "What happened?" Pepper was deeply shaken by the fact that Tony had nearly died. He said the Skynet had saved him, and it reminded Pepper of how the Skynet's narration had answered Tony's question earlier. No wonder he always brushed her off later with some flimsy excuse whenever she asked. "I was going to tell you, but then the Skynet gave me a hint." "You were going to tell me? You were about to die." Pepper cut him off abruptly, unable to believe Tony would keep something so important from her. "It wasn't that serious, Pepper. Back then, I was just poisoned, but I was still a long way from dying," Tony said helplessly, unsure how to explain. "Poisoned? What do you mean? What kind of poison? Why didn't you tell me?" "Palladium poisoning. I was always trying to find a cure, which is why I kept drinking that absolutely awful chlorophyll juice. Later, the Skynet gave me a reminder. I solved the problem, and I just didn't want you to worry." "Not wanting me to worry? You not telling me about all this makes me really angry." Pepper's fury shot through the roof as she suddenly learned about all this. "I'm officially apologizing. Sorry. Honey." Hearing the anger in Pepper's voice, Tony immediately offered a heartfelt apology. Just then, the police finally arrived, albeit late. They made their way backstage, and Pepper, now too busy to deal with Tony, watched as Justin Hammer was handcuffed and taken away under her accusation. Still defiant, Justin insisted Pepper was just trying to eliminate her competition, threatening her with trouble and promising they'd meet again soon. Pepper walked out of the expo with several officers, giving instructions as she went, "Once they get here, have them guard the exits on the southeast and west sides." One of the officers nodded and said, "We've already shut down subway line 7. Pepper immediately arranged for buses to transport people to the still operating subway stations. The other party agreed without hesitation and asked if Pepper wanted to go with them. Pepper replied, "I'll wait until everyone has been evacuated before I leave." "Okay." The officer nodded and began organizing the work. Meanwhile, Natasha spotted an iron soldier heading toward Tony and the others. She instantly alerted Tony, saying, "This one looks different. Its energy readings are off the charts." No sooner had she finished speaking than Ivan Vanko, clad in his iron suit, soared above Tony and his group. He landed with a heavy thud, then lifted his visor to look at the two men before him. "It's good to be back," he growled. "This is bad," Rhodey muttered, his face grave as he studied Vanko's armor. The earlier models paled in comparison to this one. With a sweep of his arms, Vanko unleashed two whips crackling with high-voltage electricity, their arcs gleaming ominously in the dark night. Because Hammer hadn't modified this suit, there was no infamous ex-wife moment. But in truth, the ex-wife failed earlier simply because Tony and Rhodey were too close. That weapon needed distance and speed to activate. At close range, its explosion would have killed them both. Rhodey simply hadn't understood how to use it. Tony took aim at Vanko's exposed head and, in a flash, launched 12 micro-missiles from his shoulder, hoping to catch Vanko off guard and end things quickly. But Vanko reacted with lightning speed, snapping his visor down just in time. The micro-missiles struck harmlessly, sparking against his armor. Vanko wasn't about to sit back and wait for defeat. He lashed out with his whips at both men. Tony and Rhodey dodged in opposite directions, narrowly avoiding the attack. Relying on his suit's electric resistance and energy absorption, Tony grabbed one of the whips, trying to wrench it away. But Vanko's armor was far heavier and more powerful, easily overpowering Tony's Mark VI. With a forceful twist, Vanko flung Tony aside, sending him crashing into the rocks. Rhodey tried to sneak up on Vanko, but Vanko caught him with a whip around the waist, yanked him in, and delivered a punishing punch that knocked Rhodey to the ground. Seeing Rhodey in trouble, Tony rushed in to help, forcing Vanko to abandon his finishing blow. Vanko turned and punched Tony, sending him flying. Rhodey seized the moment to fire off 2 blasts from his palm cannon, then accelerated away while Vanko's back was turned. Gathering himself midair, Tony reversed course, using gravity and momentum to slam into Vanko from behind, staggering him. Rode quickly widened the distance and, without hesitation, fired his repulsor blast from afar. Although the rapid shots couldn't break through Ivan Vanko's defenses, they kept him too occupied to pay any attention to Tony, forcing him to raise his arms in defense. Taking advantage of the opening, Tony also put some space between them. The two began attacking Ivan Vanko from left and right, their repulsor blasts converging on him in the middle. In response, Ivan swung his whip, lashing it around Tony's waist. Tony noticed the energy readings in his suit climbing rapidly, and an idea sparked in his mind. He grabbed hold of the whip, refusing to let Ivan pull him closer, and signaled to Rode to fall back and charge up a full-powered repulsor blast. At the same time, Tony began charging his own weapon. Realizing the danger, Ivan quickly lashed out with his other whip, wrapping it around Tony's ankle and yanking him hard to the ground. But in doing so, Ivan exposed his back. Rode seized the chance, unleashing a fully charged repulsor blast at Ivan's armor, finally managing to injure him. Tony, still on the ground, took the opportunity to unleash his own fully charged blast. Ivan Vanko's armor was hit by 2 powerful repulsor blasts in quick succession. Overwhelmed by the damage, the suit began to malfunction, and Ivan himself was left barely conscious from Tony's attack. The two heroes walked over to where Ivan lay sprawled on the ground. Before they could say a word, Ivan spoke first. "You've lost." As soon as the words left his mouth, the reactor on his chest began to flash red, and at the same time, all the iron soldiers around the area began to blink with the same ominous light. Rode instantly realized that all the iron soldiers were about to self-destruct. They had to get out immediately. At the same moment, Tony's thoughts flew to Pepper's safety. Both men took off at full speed, racing toward the expo. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Pepper looked on in confusion as the iron soldiers in front of her began to flash ominously. Before she could process what was happening, Tony swooped in, scooping her up in his arms and carrying her to safety as she cried out in surprise. Moments later, the iron soldiers behind them exploded in a series of thunderous blasts. Tony flew her to the rooftop of a nearby building. The sudden acceleration left Pepper breathless, and as soon as they landed, she pushed Tony away, overwhelmed by the shock and adrenaline of the ordeal. In that moment, the danger and intensity of it all made her suddenly feel like quitting her job. Tony stepped forward. "Now, that's a surprise," he remarked, suspecting that Pepper was just looking for an excuse to be angry at him for hiding the truth about his near-death condition. Pepper explained that she wasn't making excuses, but Tony gently took her hand. "You deserve better. You've always looked after me so well. If I'm destined to make sacrifices, I hope I can go without regrets. I can't lose you, Pepper." Tears welled up in Pepper's eyes, her voice catching in her throat. Seeing her like this, Tony couldn't hold back any longer. He leaned in and kissed her. As the two shared their tender moment, Rode, standing nearby and feeling like a third wheel, couldn't help but interrupt with a wry comment. "You two look just like a pair of seals fighting over a bunch of grapes." Pepper instantly felt a bit embarrassed and hurried to explain, but Rhodey cut her off, saying, "No need to explain. I heard everything." Tony pointed at Rhodey, his face darkening. "You'd better get out of here right now. I got here first. Go find your own rooftop." Rhodey shot back. At that, Tony couldn't help but laugh. "And here I thought you'd run out of bad jokes. That was the last one." Rhodey grinned. With the tension broken, Pepper's mood eased. Tony turned to her and said sincerely, "You really fought hard just now. Thank you." Rhodey responded in kind. "My car got blown to pieces. I'm going to have to borrow your Iron Man suit for a while." "No way. Don't even think about it." Tony refused without hesitation. "I wasn't asking. You said yourself you need a teammate." Rhodey snapped his helmet shut and took off into the sky. The expo business finally drew to a close, and afterward, Tony and Rhodey were recognized for saving the day and stopping Ivan Vanko from causing more damage. Washington, D.C. decided to present them both with medals. Tony, never one to miss an opportunity, used his shield connections to arrange for the very senator who had always disapproved of him to present the award, just for the satisfaction of seeing the man force a smile despite his obvious disdain. But that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, just as Tony wrapped up the business with Ivan Vanko, Coulson arrived in New Mexico and discovered the hammer that had fallen from the sky. Rewind to the previous night. Dr. Eric Selvig, along with Jane Foster and Darcy Lewis, noticed unusual phenomena in the sky. Believing something new was happening in the heavens, they drove out into the desert to investigate. Unexpectedly, their car struck Thor, who had just fallen from above. They tasered Thor, intending to take him to the hospital, but none of them noticed the hammer that had landed nearby, embedded in the earth some distance away. After dropping Thor off at the hospital, Thor awoke and immediately started fighting the doctors, only to be sedated and knocked out again. Meanwhile, an old man in the desert found Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't lift it. At the same time, Eric realized that they had captured a human figure in the storm on their footage. Jane quickly guessed that it must be the man they took to the hospital, Thor. The three of them returned to the hospital, only to find that Thor had broken free from his restraints and caused quite a commotion. As they tried to drive off to search for him, Jane accidentally hit Thor with her car as he was passing by, knocking him to the ground. Back at the hammer's resting place, a crowd had already gathered. People were taking turns trying to lift it. One man tied a chain from his pickup truck to the hammer's handle, floored the gas, and even as the truck bed lifted off the ground, the hammer didn't budge an inch. The familiar old man poked his head out and called, "Any luck?" Coulson looked at the crowd gathered around where the hammer had landed and called Nick Fury. "Director, we found it." Meanwhile, Jane had already brought Thor back to her home. He was bare-chested, revealing a physique both lean and powerful. Daisy couldn't take her eyes off his impressive build. Her gaze lingered in admiration. Though Thor was a stranger in a strange land and unfamiliar with many of the rules here, he could still see the sky curtain. Once he realized he was on Earth, the very first thing he asked was, "Where is Peter Parker?" It took quite some effort for Jane to explain to Thor that this Earth didn't have the Peter Parker from the sky curtain. Hearing this, Thor could only sigh helplessly. He had hoped to meet that kind and special Peter Parker and maybe become friends. At the same time, Loki discovered his true heritage as a frost giant, a fact Odin finally admitted. Odin revealed Loki's origins, brought him home, and treated him as his own son. Loki couldn't believe that Odin would so kindly bring back the son of his greatest enemy, Lao Fei. He suspected there must be some other motive. Odin believed that, in time, Loki might help unite the two kingdoms and forge a lasting alliance of peace. But Loki stubbornly convinced himself that Odin saw him only as a tool, someone to be locked away until the day he was needed. He shut his ears to Odin's words, willfully ignoring Odin's good intentions and twisting their meaning. Loki, seething with resentment, accused Odin of favoring Thor, insisting Odin would never allow a frost giant to become king of Asgard. The accusation struck Odin so deeply that he fell into the Odin sleep. Odin's sudden collapse startled Loki. Though he resented Odin's favoritism, he still called for the guards in alarm. Back on Earth, Thor was devouring an entire box of egg tarts without even pausing, but thanks to his knowledge from the sky curtain, he at least understood that smashing cups wasn't customary here. So after finishing his soda, he refrained from breaking the cup. As Thor was still enjoying his feast, a portly man walked in, talking animatedly about a satellite that had fallen in the desert, so remarkable that agents from the Bureau had shown up to investigate. His story caught the attention of Eric and the others. Eric asked him what this satellite looked like, but the man didn't know, only that it was incredibly heavy, so much so that no one could lift it. That last detail drew Thor's attention. Thor strode directly over and asked where it was. Though his blunt manner left the man a bit annoyed, he still replied that it was 50 miles to the west. Without hesitation, Thor set off in that direction. Seeing this, Jane quickly grabbed her coat and hurried after him. "Where are you going?" 50 miles west from here." Jane caught up to him, pressing, "Why?" "To get my property." "The satellite is yours?" "Whatever it is, the government seems to think it's theirs. Are you planning to just take it by force?" "Yes. If you take me there, I'll tell you everything you want to know." "Everything?" "Yes. I'll give you the answers as soon as I reclaim Mjolnir." As Eric listened to their conversation, he realized something and pulled the two women aside. He thought Thor was delusional. Mjolnir, Thor the Rainbow Bridge. These were all just stories he'd heard as a child. But Jane felt it was only a matter of giving him a ride. What harm could it do? Still, Eric insisted that Thor was a dangerous person, and Jane had no choice but to refuse Thor's request to drive him to where the hammer had fallen. Thor said his farewells to the three of them, and even performed a gallant hand kiss for Jane, leaving her a little flustered and shy. Just as the trio were about to head home, they discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already loaded all their equipment and research materials into trucks and taken everything away. They rushed inside and found Agent Coulson waiting for them. "I'm Detective Coulson, with the International Bureau of Security and Justice," Coulson said, beaming as he introduced his new identity to Jane. Jane couldn't understand how they could be so high-handed, simply hauling away all her equipment. She'd built much of it herself. Eric, having met Coulson before, tried to persuade Jane to let it go, warning her that the situation was more serious than she realized. But Jane was unwilling to listen. Coulson also spotted Dr. Eric Selvig. He recognized him instantly. When the anomaly first appeared in the sky, Coulson had been the one to invite Eric to S.H.I.E.L.D. "I remember you, but I don't recall you using this title last time we met," Eric said, looking at Coulson with some confusion after trying to calm Jane down. Coulson, a bit embarrassed, touched his nose, sidestepped the question, and said, "Since it's you, why don't you come with us as well? There are matters where we could use your expertise." Jane was still determined to reclaim her things, but Eric quickly stopped her and said to Coulson, "I'll come with you, but these two are my assistants. I need their help." Coulson pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, we're only borrowing your data and equipment for now, Miss Foster. Everything will be returned to you." With a genial smile, Coulson ushered all three of them into the car. They were brought to the base S.H.I.E.L.D. had set up around the site where Thor's hammer had landed. Meanwhile, Thor had found a horse and was riding with all his might toward the hammer's resting place. Back in Asgard, Sif and the others hoped to find Odin and plead Thor's case, but instead they were met by Loki, who had assumed the throne and now ruled Asgard. The four were taken aback by this unwelcome news. Though reluctant, they knelt before Loki and begged him to lift Thor's banishment. But Loki, invoking their father's ancient laws, refused them. Sif was on the verge of protesting, but the others held her back. Inside the base, the scientists from S.H.I.E.L.D. were busy studying Mjolnir. Thor had also arrived near the base, lying low on the same hillside where Coulson had stood that morning, quietly observing what was happening. The clouds summoned by the hammer had cut off the signal to the reconnaissance satellites, and all of their equipment was being affected by Mjolnir, making normal operations nearly impossible. They had cleared the airspace, forcing every plane to reroute away from this area. Coulson led the group into the heart of the base. Eric, now up close to Mjolnir, stared at it in disbelief. He pulled out a book, comparing its descriptions to the hammer before him, and to Thor, his suspicions growing stronger. With every glance, at that moment, the breach Thor had made to infiltrate the base was noticed by a guard on the security monitors. Sitwell, standing nearby, immediately dispatched someone to inspect the western perimeter fence. When two guards arrived by car at the breach, Thor attacked from the other side, swiftly knocking them both unconscious. Sitwell soon realized he couldn't reach Delancey or Jackson. Someone had broken into the base. By now, Thor had donned the raincoats of the two guards and was quietly making his way toward the center of the base. Another guard soon discovered Delancey and Jackson lying on the ground, unresponsive, and immediately reported the injured personnel and the damaged fence to his superiors. The entire base snapped into emergency mode. Security teams began searching for the intruder, and inside, Jane, Eric, and the others immediately thought of Thor. Mjolnir sensed Thor's approach and began to emit a strange, resonant hum. Thor felt the pull of the hammer too, and a smile broke across his face as he pressed forward, undeterred by anything else. His movements, of course, did not go unnoticed by the many guards. Someone quickly spotted him entering a tent from the southern passage. Fortunately, the communications blackout meant that most people weren't receiving the alerts. Thor easily dispatched two more guards and pushed deeper inside. His figure was clearly visible through the semi-transparent tent walls, and the guards kept reporting his position. Inside, Coulson immediately ordered his men to take up positions with firearms at higher ground. Hearing this, Jane quickly stepped in front of Coulson, insisting that the intruder must be Thor, the man who had fallen from the sky. "He's here for the hammer," she exclaimed. Coulson was taken aback. Though he still wasn't sure if Thor was really who he thought, he immediately ordered his men not to shoot unless absolutely necessary. Barton responded with a calm nod, grabbing his bow and sprinting through the downpour. Thor continued to push toward Mjolnir. Ordinary guards were no match for his strength. He felled them effortlessly as he advanced. Just then, Coulson received word from Sitwell and hurried toward the center with Jane and the others. "What happened?" he asked. "That thing triggered a massive electromagnetic surge. Our systems can barely hold together," came the urgent reply. Jane spoke up immediately. "It knows he's here." Eric nodded in agreement beside her. "Oh." Sitwell looked at Jane in confusion. He didn't know this woman. "Are you sure he's here for it?" Coulson turned to Jane, his tone serious. "I'm sure. He told me himself." "All right." Coulson nodded, quickly trying to contact Tony and Dr. Banner. But when he tried to make the call, he realized all communications were completely cut off. The radios still worked a little, but contacting the outside world? Forget it. Barton had already stepped onto the lift and was now perched above, keeping his bow trained on Thor at all times. Barton, do you copy? Sir, do you want me to take him down? Or should I let you send more people for him to knock out? Barton drew his bowstring taut, asking Coulson for orders. Hold your position for now. Wait for my command. Don't engage yet. Let's see what he intends to do. Coulson, having gotten Jane's confirmation, dared not move against someone who might be the legendary god of thunder. He ordered everyone to clear out, allowing Thor to approach the hammer. With no one standing in his way, Thor easily reached the center of the base and saw his hammer resting atop a mound of earth. His face lit up with joy as he slowly moved closer to it. Coulson watched from above, observing Thor's every move in silence. Thor, completely absorbed in the joy of finding Mjolnir, had no idea someone was watching from above. He gripped the hammer, but couldn't lift it. The smile vanished from his face in an instant. He tried again, disbelief clouding his features. But the hammer, which once felt light as a feather, now weighed as heavy as a mountain. Even with all his strength, he couldn't lift it. Realizing he'd lost Mjolnir, Thor stared up at the sky, his eyes full of disbelief, and let out an anguished roar. Then, devastated, he sank to his knees, gazing at the hammer just out of reach. Why? Tell me. He raised his head, calling out to the heavens, desperate for an answer. Thor, why do you always believe that only by holding the hammer do you possess your godly power? Are you the god of the hammer? Your strength has always resided within you. The hammer merely channels and amplifies your power. If losing the hammer renders you powerless, then you are unworthy of it. And in the end, you will lose everything you have, and everything you are yet to have, all of it. Thor stared wide-eyed at the sky. Coulson, too, stared wide-eyed at Thor below. He really was the god of thunder, the legendary Thor. The sky had answered him. What should I do? Thor slowly rose to his feet. Mjolnir was right before his eyes. He couldn't lose it. Meanwhile, Jane Foster lay weakly on her hospital bed, knowing full well that if she dared to lift the hammer again, her life would be claimed. By illness for good. She still chose to pick it up and used her own life to help you defeat Gore. What was she thinking at that moment? Everyone has the chance to lift the hammer. It all depends on whether you possess what it takes to do so. You can ask anyone, but ultimately you should ask yourself, do you truly have that right? Thor fell into deep thought, while the sky screen above grew silent once more, ignoring the countless cries from the crowd below. Coulson silently glanced at the three people whose faces were filled with shock. Eric and Daisy were staring at Jane as if they'd seen a ghost, while Jane herself gaped in astonishment, looking from the sky screen to the hammer of Thor lying below, then at Thor himself. Nick Fury frowned as he stared at the pitch-black sky screen. Just moments ago, someone had reported to him that they'd lost contact with Coulson's team, and he'd immediately realized they must be in trouble. Before long, the narration from the sky screen suddenly spoke, mentioning several names. Thor? Hammer? Godly Power? Jane Foster? Who on earth is Gore? Nick Fury felt this time the sky screen had revealed a lot of information. Wearily, he rubbed his brow. The previous message about war had already been keeping him up at night, and the Security Council had been urging him nonstop to find out more. No matter what, he decided to send Tony to New Mexico to check on Coulson's situation. Losing contact with Coulson at such a critical moment was certainly not good news. Coulson courteously had Thor brought into a room and arranged for someone to clean the mud and grime off him. So you are the legendary god of thunder, Thor, son of Odin. Coulson sat across from him, setting a steaming cup of coffee in front of him. But Thor paid no attention to Coulson's words. He simply stared at his own hands, the words from the sky screen echoing ceaselessly in his mind. Slowly, he clenched his fists. Seeing that Thor was ignoring him, Coulson could only nod helplessly and called Jane, who had been waiting outside, into the room. Jane Foster, you two know each other, right? I suppose the Jane Foster mentioned by the sky screen can't just be someone with the same name? As expected, Jane's arrival caught Thor's attention. He suddenly stood up, looking at her and asking, back then, what were you thinking? She was startled, clutching her chest. I don't know. Once she calmed down a bit, she thought for a moment and added, maybe it was love? A willingness to sacrifice oneself to save others. Love? Father, is this what you wanted me to understand? Thor slowly sat back down, staring blankly at the ceiling. Coulson watched Thor lapse into silence once more, shook his head helplessly, and waved for Jane and the others to leave the room. Can you tell me why you came to Earth? Do you know this Gore fellow? When Gore was mentioned, Thor lifted his head and glanced at Coulson, shaking his head as he replied, I don't know him. I've neither seen nor heard of him. All right, if you can tell us what happened, maybe we can help you. We have the world's best experts and professors, Coulson encouraged. Thor sighed and began to recount his story. After discovering Asgard had been invaded by the frost giants, he launched an attack on Jotunheim without permission, which ultimately led to his father banishing him to Earth. Coulson listened in silence to Thor's tale. Just then his phone chimed. He glanced at the screen and said, "Excuse me for a moment," before stepping outside, leaving Thor alone with his thoughts. Meanwhile, Nick Fury finished listening to his team's analysis of those puzzling words. One expert pointed out that possessing love and the willingness to sacrifice for others might be the key to wielding the hammer of Thor. Without delay, Fury contacted Natasha, who was still tangled in the aftermath of the expo, and told her Coulson urgently needed her assistance. He ordered her to drop everything and rendezvous with Coulson immediately. Natasha had barely set foot in her home when she found herself boarding a plane once more. It was a private jet arranged by Nick Fury, bound straight for New Mexico. As for the rest, she'd deal with it after meeting this Thor. Coulson had barely left the room when Loki appeared inside. His sudden arrival left Thor bewildered. "Loki, what are you doing here?" "I came to see you," Loki replied. "What's happened? Tell me. Is it the people of Jotunheim? I'll explain everything to Father." Thor's heart pounded with anxiety, fearing that Jotunheim had invaded Asgard again. But Loki's next words cut through the air like a blade. "Father is dead." Thor was stunned, disbelief etched across his face. "What? You were banished, the threat of another war." He simply couldn't bear it any longer. "You mustn't blame yourself. I know you loved him. I wanted to tell him, but he wouldn't listen. To leave the hammer so close, yet you can't lift it. What cruelty. Naturally, the crown has fallen to me." Hearing that Loki had ascended the throne, Thor looked at him with hope in his eyes. "Can I go home?" "The truce with Jotunheim was agreed upon on the condition of your exile," Loki answered. Thor tried to plead his case, but Loki cut him off. "Mother, too, has forbidden your return. Brother, I came to say goodbye. I am truly sorry." Thor closed his eyes in sorrow, a single tear tracing down his face as he shook his head. "No, I am sorry. Thank you for coming to see me. Farewell." Loki's masterful performance completely deceived Thor. "Goodbye. Goodbye. I just got back." Coulson had barely stepped into the room when he heard Thor's words, looking at him with utter confusion. Loki approached Mjolnir, the enchanted hammer. None of the many staff members around could see him. He tried to lift the hammer, but even after giving it his all, he still failed. All he could do was sigh in disappointment. Meanwhile, Sitwell found Coulson. Rushing in behind him was Tony Stark in his Mark VI armor. Although the suit had suffered a bit of damage in the fight against Ivan Vanko, its performance was hardly affected. After leaving Earth, Loki went straight to Jotunheim, where he met King Laufey of the Frost Giants. The moment Laufey saw Loki, his first words were, "Kill him. I've done quite a bit for you, haven't I?" Loki smiled at Laufey. "You were the one who led us into Asgard." "Oh, it was just for a bit of fun, really, to stir things up on my brother's big day, and to keep our land from falling into the hands of that oaf." "What are you getting at?" Laufey asked. "I'll hide you and your men, and bring you into Odin's chambers. You can finish him off in his own bed." Laufey eyed Loki suspiciously. "Why don't you do it yourself?" At this, Loki let out a derisive laugh. No Asgardian would ever accept a king who killed the All-Father with his own hand. "The moment Odin is dead, I'll return the casket to you." The mention of the casket's return made Laufey sit up straight. He fixed Loki with a greedy stare. "Then you can return home, to Jotunheim, to the land of your birth, and bask in your glory." The temptation of the casket proved irresistible for Laufey. He agreed to Loki's plan on the spot. Back in Asgard, Loki found Heimdall watching him intently. "Gatekeeper, what's troubling you?" Loki asked. "I tried to find you on Jotunheim, but I could neither hear nor see you. You were hiding from me, just as the Frost Giants did when they entered this realm." It was clear Heimdall now suspected Loki. Loki stepped closer and replied, "Or maybe your senses are not what they once were after all these years. Or maybe someone went out of their way to stay hidden, to keep from being seen," Heimdall countered. "Heimdall, your power is legendary. Has Odin ever feared you?" Loki asked with a sly smile. "No." Heimdall's reply was solemn and unwavering. "And why is that?" "Because he is my king. I have sworn my allegiance to him," Heimdall declared, his voice resolute. "He was your king. Now, you have sworn allegiance to me. Isn't that so?" Loki fixed Heimdall with a piercing stare. Heimdall was silent for a moment before answering, "Yes." Satisfied, Loki turned to leave. "Then you will not open the Bifrost for anyone else, not until I have repaired the damage my brother has caused." Tony found himself faced with the silent Thor. Coulson recounted what Thor had said, and after listening, Tony was left speechless, finally remarking, "He's just a brute who charges in head first." Seeing how miserable Thor looked, Jane decided to take him out for a walk. Coulson had no objection. After all, they weren't going to imprison Thor. Of course, whether it was a matter of principle or simply fear, one could debate. Coulson then asked Tony about the expo, only to learn that Ivan Vanko had caused a huge commotion there. Tony had only just dealt with him yesterday, and today Nick Fury had sent him to help Coulson. Coulson expressed his regret. It was a shame that such a grand event had turned into a mess. Waving his hand dismissively, Tony made it clear he didn't want to discuss the matter any further and turned his attention to Thor's hammer. He tried to lift it, even using his suit, but it wouldn't budge. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Tony said, "Looks like I'm not worthy either." He then asked, "What about Jane Foster? Did she manage to pick it up?" "No," Coulson replied, shaking his head. Jane had tried as well, but at this time, Mjolnir wasn't bound by Thor's wish to protect her, so she had no chance of lifting it. "All right, so she's not worthy yet. Maybe someday," Tony shrugged, gazing at the hammer and falling into thought. Jane brought Thor to a place she used to visit often. As they warmed their hands by the fire, Jane told him that whenever she was troubled, she would come here to clear her mind. Since learning that she would one day wield the hammer and sacrifice herself for Thor, she found it hard to meet his gaze. Each time their eyes met, she would immediately look away, clearly at a loss. Thor, for his part, couldn't help but notice the change in Jane's demeanor towards him, but being a straightforward man, he had no idea what to say. He thanked Jane for all she'd done for him, and Jane replied that since she'd run into him, literally, more than once, they were even. The two of them sat before the fire, talking for a long time about anything and everything. Thor shared stories of the 9 realms and assured Jane that her research was correct. The only difference was in the names. Their relationship began to warm quickly. Jane gazed at Thor, who was explaining things to her so earnestly, and the tenderness in her eyes could no longer be hidden. Meanwhile, Fandral was losing his temper with Volstagg, berating him for being able to eat so much while Thor had been exiled. Loki had seized the throne, and Asgard was on the brink of war. Fandral, seeing Volstagg unmoved and gnawing away at a chicken leg, struck the plate from his hands. Volstagg sprang up and roared furiously, "Don't think that just because I have a big appetite, I don't have a heart." Hogun and Sif hurried over to break up the fight, pulling the two apart. Hogun suggested that they leave Asgard to find Thor, but Fandral objected, calling it treason. Volstagg retorted, "Treason? This isn't treason, it's suicide." Sif insisted that if any of them were in trouble like Thor, he would risk everything to come for them. Volstagg, worried that Heimdall was watching their every move, tried to quiet her. No sooner had he spoken than the great doors swung open, pushed by a guard. "Heimdall wants you all present," the guard announced. The group exchanged uneasy glances. "We're doomed," someone muttered. Before long, they arrived at Heimdall's post, where he confronted the four, his voice stern. "You dare defy Loki, our king? You break the sacred oath of a warrior, and commit treason by seeking to save Thor." Without hesitation, Sif admitted, "Yes." "Good," Heimdall replied, descending from the controls and striding inside. "Will you help us?" Sif called after him, pinning her hope on Heimdall to open the Bifrost. "I serve the realm. I cannot open the Bifrost for you," he replied bluntly and walked away. As Fandral watched Heimdall's retreating figure, he muttered, "He's a tough one, isn't he? What do we do now?" Volstagg asked anxiously. Just then, Sif noticed that Heimdall's sword was still lodged in the control console. Her eyes widened, and she quickly turned the others around. "Look!" Meanwhile, from a high vantage point, Loki gazed out toward the Bifrost. He spotted someone secretly activating the bridge and leaving Asgard. Without hesitation, he turned and strode back into the palace. Sif and her companions crossed the Bifrost and arrived on Earth. The surge of energy from the bridge's activation caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, Thor and Jane were on their way back to base, with Eric now joining the scientist studying Thor's hammer. Not far away, a supersonic jet touched down, and Natasha stepped off, moving with quiet purpose. As soon as word of the new development reached him, Coulson, along with Tony and others, rushed over to question the staff about the situation. Upon learning that the energy signature was coming from a location 15 miles northwest, Tony donned his armor and flew straight there, while Coulson jumped in a car to follow, barely giving a second thought to Natasha, who had yet to enter the base. Just as Natasha reached the perimeter, she felt an odd sensation, as if something was calling to her. Ignoring Coulson and the others, she headed directly into the facility. Tony, clad in his suit, was the first to arrive at the Bifrost landing site. He immediately noticed the strange patterns scorched into the desert by the bridge's energy, instructing Jarvis to record and analyze the markings for any hidden meaning. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, Sif and her companions had already left, and Tony didn't notice the distant, shrinking figures on the horizon. Not long after, Coulson and his team showed up as well. Upon seeing the strange pattern, Coulson immediately instructed Sitwell to fetch someone from the linguistics department. While Coulson and Tony were busy studying the markings left by the Bifrost, Sif and her group found Thor and Jane, who were on their way back to base, out in the desert. "There you are." Sif spotted Thor from afar and called out to him. Thor turned, his face lighting up in surprise, and rushed over to embrace them all. The group gathered in excitement, and Thor introduced Jane to his friends, then expressed his disapproval of their arrival. "I'm glad to see you all, but you shouldn't have come." Volstagg hesitated at Thor's words, but Fandral smiled and replied, "We're here to bring you home." Thor's expression darkened. "You know I can't return home. My father died because of me. I have no choice but to remain in exile." Sif looked at Thor in confusion. "Your father is alive." Thor's face changed instantly, as if something had just occurred to him. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki stood before the casket of ancient winters, scepter in hand. He tapped the ground lightly with the scepter, summoning the destroyer armor from its hidden place behind him. "Make sure my brother never returns. Destroy everything." Loki commanded the destroyer in a cold, ruthless tone. Then, taking up the casket, he strode toward the Bifrost. At that moment, Heimdall was waiting for Loki on the Bifrost bridge. He had already discovered that it was Loki who had let the frost giants into Asgard, but what puzzled him was how Loki had managed to evade his watchful gaze. Leaning on his sword, Heimdall fixed Loki with a piercing stare. "Tell me, Loki, how did you bring the frost giants into Asgard?" Loki looked at Heimdall with disdain. "Did you really think that Bifrost was the only passage into Asgard? There are many gateways between the realms, and not even your keen eyes can see them all. But I no longer need them. I am king now. I declare, for your act of treason, you are relieved of your duties as gatekeeper. You are no longer a citizen of Asgard." "Then I am no longer bound to obey you," Heimdall replied calmly, then suddenly drew his sword and struck at Loki. Loki summoned the casket of ancient winters, unleashing a barrage of frost at the charging Heimdall, who fought valiantly to reach him. But in the end, Heimdall was overcome by the power of the casket. Loki, his form now revealing the icy features of a frost giant, froze Heimdall in place. After defeating Heimdall, Loki reclaimed the casket of ancient winters and returned to his normal appearance. He stepped up to the console and used the Bifrost to send the destroyer down to Earth. At that very moment, a massive tornado formed overhead, startling everyone present. The sudden storm threw the crowd into confusion. Inside his suit, Tony detected a surge of immense energy gathering above them. Meanwhile, Natasha had already reached Thor's hammer. She noticed electricity crackling at her fingertips, as if some unseen force was drawing her hand toward Mjolnir. Taking a steadying breath, she gripped the hammer amidst the intensifying flashes of lightning. In that instant, Natasha felt an unimaginable power flooding her body. Lightning wrapped itself around her, and the surge of energy instantly disabled every piece of equipment in the base. Those present could only stare in shock at Natasha, now wreathed in crackling light, unsure of what to do. Bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky, but Natasha instinctively gathered the power, sparing the scientists nearby from harm. She stared in disbelief at Mjolnir in her hand, and at the unfamiliar armor that now covered her, feeling stronger than she had ever imagined. Meanwhile, the colossal tornado in the sky was drawing the attention of countless people. Residents of nearby towns rushed outside to witness the spectacle. Thor, along with Jane and the others, also saw what was happening. Thor immediately recognized this as the sign of the Bifrost's imminent arrival. Sif watched the scene anxiously. It was the very spot where they had just landed, and a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Amidst the storm, the figure of the destroyer emerged. Coulson turned to Tony and asked, "Is that one of yours?" "No, it's dangerous. Get out of here now," Tony shouted, his display filled with urgent warnings about the overwhelming energy readings. Hearing Tony's warning, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly drew their weapons, aiming at the towering figure of the destroyer. Summoning his courage, Coulson took a megaphone from Sitwell and stepped forward to address the advancing machine. "Hello, you're using unregistered weapons technology. Please identify yourself," he declared. Tony hovered in midair, watching warily. The destroyer's material was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. There was no record of it in Jarvis's database. The destroyer fixed its gaze on Coulson, and its armored face slowly opened. Coulson let out a sigh of relief, thinking perhaps it intended to communicate. But Tony's sensors suddenly warned of a dramatic spike in energy levels. He shouted a warning just as the destroyer's armor flared with golden light. A thick, blazing beam shot forth. Hearing Tony's warning, Coulson immediately took off running. He never doubted Tony's words for a second. The agents opened fire on the destroyer, but the hail of bullets didn't even scratch it. The destroyer's beam cut through several cars in an instant, sending the agents hiding behind them to their doom. Tony barely dodged a blast aimed his way and countered with his repulsor, but it was useless. From a distance, Thor and his companions saw the sudden burst of flames. "Jane, you need to get out of here," Thor called urgently. Jane looked at him in confusion. "What about you?" "I have to stay," Volstagg interjected. "Thor's fighting with us, side by side." Thor moved to the back and addressed his friends. "My friends, now I'm only mortal. I will only hold you back, maybe even get you hurt." He turned his gaze toward the base not far away. "The only thing I can do is try to reclaim Mjolnir. Do you think you're worthy to lift the hammer now?" Jane asked, her gaze fixed on Thor. I don't know, but I have to try again," Thor replied, determination in his voice. Then he turned to Sif and the others. "Can you buy me a little time?" "Of course," they agreed without hesitation. "I'll go to the base with you," Jane said firmly, looking Thor straight in the eye. Thor nodded, then quickly sprinted toward the base. But before long, Jane spotted dark storm clouds gathering above it. "Look, what's that?" she shouted, pointing toward the base. Thor looked up to see lightning crackling across the sky, a massive bolt striking inside the compound. Could it be someone's picked up Mjolnir? Jane stared in disbelief toward the base. Sif and the others, rushing to the battlefield, also saw what happened. They thought Thor had reclaimed his hammer and couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Tony was locked in a deadly dance with the destroyer armor. Thanks to its overwhelming power, he didn't dare get close. He could only use his long-range arsenal to buy time, hoping to help Coulson and the agents escape. Inside the base, Natasha, now wielding Thor's hammer, sensed the commotion to the west. Gripping Mjolnir tightly, she burst through the tent and sprinted into the desert. Thor, seeing a flash of lightning in the distance, drew a deep breath and started running toward the destroyer as well. Elsewhere, Eric was dragging Daisy as they ran for their lives. From the moment the fighting started, their only thought had been escape. As he ran, Eric cursed under his breath. "I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Why did I even come to watch?" When Eric learned that the Rainbow Bridge had reappeared, he could no longer contain his excitement. Grabbing Daisy, he bundled her into the car and followed Coulson and the others to this place. Now he was filled with the urge to give his past self from 30 minutes ago a good beating. Coulson crouched behind a car, hoping to contact Nick Fury for help, but soon realized that communication was cut off once again. He turned his head to glance toward the base, only to see thick storm clouds gathering, lightning crackling across the sky. Natasha, her body surging with the power of Thor, was racing forward at a breakneck pace. Since it was her first time wielding the hammer, she had no idea how to fly with it, so she could only sprint across the ground toward the battlefield. On the front lines, Tony was still desperately trying to halt the destroyer's advance. Loki found this buzzing, darting fly of a man extremely irritating, but Tony was too nimble. Loki's energy blasts missed him again and again. Yet Tony was in rough shape himself. After dodging so many beams at maximum thruster speed, exhaustion was quickly setting in. On top of that, he'd already used up a good deal of ammunition during his fight with Ivan Vanko's armor, and he hadn't had a chance to restock. It didn't take long before Tony ran out of all the ammo carried by Mark VI, leaving him with only his repulsor blast to harass the destroyer. But even a fully charged shot did nothing to slow it down. Just as Tony was running out of options, Sif and her companions finally arrived. Volstagg, the big eater, charged forward with a sudden burst of speed. With a boost from Fandral and Hogan, he leaped straight at the destroyer, bringing his massive axe down hard on its head. The destroyer swatted him aside with a casual flick, sending him flying. Seeing this, Tony accelerated and caught Volstagg in midair, breaking his fall. But the force was too much for Tony to handle, and the two of them crashed down together, with Tony's suit thrusters firing at full blast to barely cushion their landing. Volstagg managed a quick word of thanks, but before Tony could respond, he shoved Volstagg out of the way and used the momentum to retreat himself, just as a beam of energy split the space between them. "Hey, got any plans, buddy?" Tony, panting for breath, withdrew to Sif's side. He didn't know these people, but it was clear at a glance they were allies, not enemies. "Distracted. Help me out," Sif called to Fandral and Hogan, then glanced at Tony. Fandral and Hogan charged forward. Tony grabbed Sif's hand and soared up into the sky, boosting them both aloft. On the other side, Volstagg took a deep breath, steadied himself to dull the pain, then hefted his axe to face the destroyer once more. The destroyer unleashed a barrage of energy at Fandral and Hogan, blasting them aside. Seizing the opening, Tony rocketed forward with Sif, circling around behind the armored behemoth. Sif released her grip and leapt from above, plunging her sword straight through the destroyer's neck. the destroyer finally fell silent, its concentrated energy slowly dissipating. Tony let out a sigh of relief. But in the very next instant, the entire suit of armor abruptly shifted direction and fired a beam straight at Sif. Sif tumbled off the destroyer just in time, barely dodging the attack. As they stood helpless, Natasha appeared at a distance. Finally revealing herself, she ran forward, swinging the hammer in her hand, then hurled it toward the destroyer, which was once again gathering energy. Mjolnir, wreathed in crackling thunder, shot straight for the destroyer's head. With a thunderous impact, it knocked the head askew, sending the beam veering harmlessly into the ground. Sif, by sheer luck, escaped disaster. Thor, upon seeing the legendary hammer, Sif shouted out in excitement, thinking Thor had arrived. But as her eyes followed its path, she realized it was someone she didn't recognize, a woman. Far away in Asgard, Loki also caught sight of Mjolnir and sprang to his feet, tense and alarmed. He too assumed that Thor had regained his powers, but soon discovered it was an Earth woman wielding the hammer. Furious, Loki tapped his scepter in frustration. If even he couldn't lift Mjolnir, how could this woman possibly do it? Enraged, he ordered the destroyer to kill her at any cost. Natasha reached out, and the hammer flew straight back in her hand. Gathering the fury of countless lightning bolts, she unleashed them all upon the destroyer's armor. The destroyer staggered back under the onslaught, but seemed only mildly damaged. Bracing itself against Natasha's thunderous assault, it fired another beam at her. Natasha leapt aside, twisting in midair as she summoned more lightning, then struck at the destroyer again. Off to the side, Tony's eyes gleamed as he witnessed the immense power of the lightning. Shouting to Natasha, he called out, "Give me a jolt." He began charging up his repulsor right where he stood. Hearing Tony's cry, Natasha sent a bolt of lightning surging toward him. Tony's suit absorbed the energy, and in an instant, his nearly depleted power was fully restored. With a roar, Tony pushed his repulsor to overload, unleashing a beam that rivaled the destroyer's own. The force of it knocked the destroyer off balance and sent it crashing to the ground. "Sir, repulsor overload. Cooling required." Jarvis' voice sounded in Tony's ear as smoke began to curl from the repulsor's muzzle. He ceased firing, then shouted to Natasha, "Now!" Natasha seized the moment Tony had won for her. She raised the hammer high, summoning a storm of lightning above her head, and brought it crashing down onto the fallen destroyer. Bolts of electricity struck the armor in a relentless barrage, pinning the destroyer to the ground, unable to rise. As soon as Tony finished shouting, he turned and spotted an agent pinned under a car nearby. With a burst of speed, he rushed over and pushed the car aside, but it was too late. The agent had already stopped breathing. Fortunately, it wasn't Coulson standing before him. He lifted his head and looked around. The bodies of agents lay scattered everywhere, though quite a few were still struggling desperately to resist. The destroyer armor shifted its stance, bracing itself against Natasha's thunderous assault, and forced itself upright once more. Natasha swung Mjolnir, then hurled herself towards the destroyer. But with a swift sidestep, the destroyer easily dodged her sudden attack. Natasha, unlike Thor, couldn't wield the hammer. With practiced ease, unchecked, her momentum drove her straight into the ground, the hammer striking earth with a heavy thud. Without hesitation, the destroyer unleashed a beam of energy. Before Natasha could get back on her feet, the blast struck her, sending her flying. The hammer slipped from her grasp and crashed down beside her. At that moment, Thor arrived on the scene. In an instant, he saw Natasha holding Mjolnir, and whatever hope he had clung to finally crumbled away. Yet he could tell that Natasha was far from adept with the hammer. The skill she was used to offered her no advantage here. She could only keep summoning lightning to attack the destroyer, with little control. Witnessing Natasha blasted aside, and glancing at Sif and Fandral and the others, barely standing, Thor shouted at the destroyer, "Loki, stop this!" At the sound of Thor's voice, the destroyer began to march steadily toward him. Thor strode out to meet it. "Brother," he called, "whatever wrong I have done you, whatever pain I have caused, I am truly sorry. But these people are innocent. Killing them will bring you nothing. If you must kill me, let it end here." The destroyer started to gather energy again. Natasha, now back on her feet, reached out and summoned the hammer, which flew instantly back into her hand. Seeing the destroyer preparing another beam, she hurled the hammer with all her might. Mjolnir crashed down on the destroyer's head, and at that very moment, the energy beam discharged, missed its mark, and struck the ground at Thor's feet, blasting him violently away. A tremendous force surged up from beneath him. Pain exploded through his body. Instinctively, Thor glanced down. He saw the beam strike the earth at his feet, the sheer impact propelling him through the air. He tumbled uncontrollably, the rush of wind roaring past his ears. Thor tried to steady himself, but sensation had vanished from his arms and legs. His vision blurred, the world twisting and warping before his eyes. When at last he crashed to the ground, it felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey. All he could do was lie there, gasping for air. Agony stabbed through his chest with every breath, as though a sharp blade was raking mercilessly through his lungs, tearing him apart. From within, the air seemed to turn into scorching flames, rushing down his windpipe and burning his fragile lungs. Thor knew he was gravely wounded. His face was pale, and droplets of sweat beaded across his brow. He didn't know if he would survive. He didn't know if his death would be enough to appease Loki's fury. All he could do was lie on the ground and wait for death to claim him. From a distance, Jane caught sight of what was happening. "No," she cried out in anguish, sprinting toward Thor as fast as she could. "Damn it," Tony muttered under his breath. The energy he'd been building up in the reactor on his chest blasted out in a brilliant arc, sending the destroyer stumbling back once more. Natasha reached out, summoning the hammer back to her hand, then charged in again, engaging the destroyer in fierce combat. Tony's repulsors had finally cooled down, and he dove back into the fray, relentlessly harassing their formidable foe. Jane reached Thor's side and gently brushed his cheek with her hand. Thor was on the verge of losing consciousness, but with a hoarse voice, he spoke to Jane. "It's over." "No, it's not over." Jane looked up at Natasha and the others, who were still locked in battle. "I mean, you're safe now," Thor said, a faint smile crossing his lips. Tears streamed down Jane's face as she gazed at him. "We're all going to be all right." "That's good," Thor replied, gasping for air, trying to etch Jane's face deep into his memory. He could hear the sounds of battle raging on. He knew that, even if he died, the fight would not end. Loki would keep hurting others, but Thor was powerless to stop it now. "Father, I've let you down. I am sorry." Thor slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, a strange sensation washed over him. The voice from the heavens echoed in his ears once more. "Thor, why do you always believe you must wield the hammer to possess your divine power? Are you the god of hammers? Your power has always resided within you. The hammer only draws it out and amplifies it." Suddenly, lightning crackled around Thor. Jane looked up in astonishment as the already dark sky turned even blacker. When she looked back down, she saw Thor's eyes snap open, glowing with a blue-white storm. Thor felt his wounds healing rapidly. A surge of power, greater than anything he had ever known, welled up inside him. He gently pushed Jane away, urging her to retreat to safety. Jane glanced back at Thor with worry, but stepped away as he asked. Slowly, Thor rose to his feet, just as a bolt of lightning tore down from the heavens, striking him directly. His armor materialized around him once again, crackling with countless arcs of thunder. Thor drew a deep breath, his gaze settling on the destroyer in the distance. Loki stared in shock as he forced the destroyer to turn its head toward Thor. The hammer of the thunder god was still in Natasha's hands. Loki remembered the words spoken beneath the dome, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. While he stood there, momentarily dazed, Natasha hurled the hammer with all her might, striking the destroyer and sending it crashing to the ground once more. The hammer spun through the air, only to be caught by a waiting hand. In that instant, Natasha felt the power of the thunder god quickly slipping away from her. The armor she wore faded as well. She looked up to see Thor gripping his hammer, smiling at her from afar. "Watch closely. I'll show you how to wield it," Thor shouted, then began to whirl the hammer at great speed, launching himself into the sky. With the hammer, he summoned a tremendous storm. The raging winds swept the destroyer into their vortex as Thor's hammer spun faster and faster, channeling immense bolts of lightning through his body. Then, with all his strength, Thor hurled the hammer straight at the destroyer. The destroyer gathered its energy and fired a beam at Thor, but Thor didn't flinch or dodge. He broke through the beam with his hammer, smashing it down upon the destroyer's head, warping the armored helmet with the force of the blow. An immense surge of energy exploded in midair, and the destroyer's armor lost all power, plummeting to the ground below. Thor ceased spinning his hammer, and the storm slowly faded. He too descended from sky. With a smile, Thor walked toward Jane, who had been watching the fight from a distance. Jane eyed the armored, caped Thor and asked, "Is this your usual look? More or less?" "It's a good look." Tony flew down with Natasha and landed beside Thor and the others. The moment he touched down, Tony exclaimed, "Wow, man, that was impressive. You took this guy down in no time." He gave the now lifeless destroyer a playful kick. Thor smiled at him. "Thank you all for helping to fight the destroyer." He then turned his attention to Natasha, this remarkable woman from Earth who had taken him by surprise. Thor Odinson, Natasha Romanoff. Thor knew that anyone who could lift the hammer of the Thunder God must possess incomparable virtue and strength. Natasha, who appeared delicate, had shown astounding power and courage. Natasha, you've truly impressed me. Thor approached her, saying, I never imagined that anyone besides me could lift the hammer. Your strength and bravery command my deepest respect. If you ever have time, you are welcome to visit Asgard. Natasha nodded. Thank you, Thor. I'd be delighted to visit Asgard. But for now, I need to have a word with my brother. Need any help? I'm not too happy with someone causing chaos on Earth. Tony stood to the side and asked, Do you need any help? No, this is an Asgardian matter. I'll give you all an explanation, Thor replied, shaking his head and politely declining Tony's offer. Once everything had settled down, Coulson arrived from a distance, driving over with Eric and Daisy. He had come across the two of them, running through the desert, picked them up, and brought them out of the communication blackout zone to call for help from Nick Fury. Excuse me. Hey, son of Cal, you're all right, Thor called out, surprised to see Coulson covered in dust, half expecting something bad had happened to him, given how many agents had perished that day. I'd like to ask you for more details, Coulson began, but Thor interrupted him. Listen, you and I, we're both fighting to protect this world. From today, I'm forming an alliance with you, but you need to return Jane's things. At those words, Jane quickly added, the things you stole. Borrowed, actually. Of course you can have your equipment back. That way, you can continue your research. But I'd like to hire you, Coulson said with a smile, having already secured Nick Fury's approval. Meanwhile, in Asgard, when Loki learned that the destroyer armor had been destroyed, he made his way to the Bifrost and transported Laufey and his men to Asgard. Welcome to Asgard, Loki said coldly, fixing his gaze on his biological father. Laufey responded with a sinister grin. Heimdall, still encased in ice, watched as Loki led Laufey and the others into Asgard. Two frost giants were left to guard Heimdall, but neither noticed the slow, spreading cracks forming in the ice. Thor arrived at the very center of the Bifrost landing point and shouted skyward, Heimdall, open the Bifrost! But there was no answer for a long while. Thor looked up, confusion clouding his face. Heimdall! Tony, watching from the side as Thor called out again and again with no reply, said uncertainly, You don't think something's happened to him, do you? Thor felt a flicker of worry himself, though he knew all too well just how formidable Heimdall was. He was certain Loki could never defeat him. He's not answering. Then there's nothing we can do, Tony said, glancing at the others. Can't you just go back yourselves? Thor shook his head. We can only return to Asgard through the Bifrost. Oh, that's tricky. What happens if you can't get back? We will get back, Thor insisted, confident that Heimdall wouldn't fail them. He must simply be delayed. Raising his voice once more, Thor called to the sky. Heimdall, if you can hear us, we need you. Heimdall, we need you, Tony echoed. Hearing their voices, Heimdall began to struggle with all his might. The ice encasing him started to crack, the fractures spreading and multiplying. The cracks deepened and widened until at last, a loud crash rang out. With a sharp crack, the solid ice shattered, and two frost giants lunged straight at Heimdall. But Heimdall, swift as lightning, swung his sword and sliced off one giant's head, then, reversing his grip, drove his blade through the other's abdomen. Having dispatched the frost giants, Heimdall, struggling to stay upright, plunged his sword into the console, activating the Bifrost. Instantly, a massive storm vortex appeared over Earth on the other side. Tony's eyes widened at the sight, and he immediately ordered Jarvis to record everything. Thor took Jane's hand, pulling her into his arms. I have to return to Asgard, but I promise I'll come back for you. He pressed a gentle kiss to her hand, his gaze lingering on her face. Is it a promise? Jane answered him with a kiss, and the two shared a passionate embrace that lasted several seconds, their foreheads touching as they parted. It's a promise. Thor looked back at Tony, Natasha, and the others, waving as he called out, One day, I'll bring you to Asgard as my guests. Tony nodded, and Thor smiled, striding toward the Bifrost to leave Earth with Sif and the others. As soon as they arrived in Asgard, they found Heimdall collapsed beside the console. Thor shouted, Take him to the healing chamber. Volstagg pulled out Heimdall's sword, shutting down the Bifrost, while Fandral and Hogun lifted Heimdall. Thor broke into a run toward the palace. I'm going to deal with my brother. Inside Odin's chamber, golden doors now showed traces of frost. Seeing this, Queen Frigga immediately drew the long sword resting by her side. Laufey, accompanied by another frost giant, burst through the doors. Frigga felled the leading giant with a single stroke, but Laufey knocked her to the ground. He ignored the fallen queen and turned his attention to Odin, lying motionless on the bed. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, raced along the bridge, speeding toward the palace as fast as lightning. Laufey pried open Odin's good eye with his hand. They say you can still hear and see those around you. I hope that's true. That way, you'll know your death comes at the hand of Laufey. An icy blade formed in Laufey's hand as he straddled Odin, raising the weapon high. Just as he was about to strike, a beam of energy shot from behind, blasting him away. Loki lowered his scepter, eyes cold as he gazed at the fallen Laufey. And you will die at the hands of Odin's son. Laufey stared at Loki in disbelief, struggling to speak and demand why Loki had betrayed him. But before he could utter a word, Loki fired another beam, reducing him to ashes. Frigga picked herself up from the floor. Loki, you saved him. She rushed over and embraced her son. Loki looked at Frigga, voice filled with conviction. I swear, mother, they will pay for what they've done. At that moment, Thor arrived in a hurry. Loki, Thor! Frigga caught sight of him and called out. I knew you would come back. She ran up and wrapped him in a tight embrace. Thor, however, fixed his gaze on Loki, his eyes blazing with fury. Why didn't you tell her? Why didn't you say you sent the destroyer to kill our friends? And me? What? Frigga turned to Loki, disbelief etched across her face. It was simply carrying out Father's last order. Loki argued, his tone slippery. Brother, you've always been a master of lies. Always. Thor shot back. It's wonderful that you've returned. But now, I must destroy Jotunheim and the Frost Giants. No sooner had Loki finished speaking than he fired a beam of energy from his scepter, blasting Thor out of the palace. Thor's body plummeted from a great height. Seizing the moment, Loki raced from the hall, mounted his steed, and charged toward the Bifrost. He thrust his scepter into the controls and summoned the Rainbow Bridge's power, aiming its destructive force at Jotunheim. He was determined to wipe out the world once and for all. He froze the entire control console with frost, sealing it in solid ice so that no one could pull the scepter out. At that moment, Thor finally recovered. He raised his hammer and dashed toward the Bifrost. Arriving at the control station, Thor saw the gnarled ice encasing the energy field. Loki stood nearby, glaring coldly at him. You can't stop it. The Bifrost will keep firing until Jotunheim is torn apart. Thor rushed forward, attempting to shatter the ice with his hammer. But Loki wouldn't give him the chance. A blast from Loki's scepter sent Thor flying once more. The Bifrost beam had already reached Jotunheim, cutting deep into its surface. The Frost Giants began to flee in terror. Back on Earth, Tony, Natasha, and the others sensed something was terribly wrong. Dark clouds swelled again in the sky. Not a storm, but a heaviness that refused to dissipate. Eric called out, Jane. Jane shook her head, anxiety in her eyes. She had no idea what was happening, but she knew it couldn't be anything good. Thor pulled himself up from the ground and confronted Loki. Why are you doing this? To prove to Father that I am the worthy son. When he wakes, he'll see that I saved his life and destroyed the monsters of that race. I'll be the true heir to the throne. Loki's face was cold and resolute. You can't wipe out an entire race. Thor pleaded, heartbreak in his voice, desperate to reach his brother. Why not? Loki sneered. When did you suddenly grow fond of frost giants? You used to crush them with your bare hands. Thor met Loki's gaze, his voice steady. I've changed. So have I. Loki suddenly brought the end of his scepter crashing into Thor's face. Come on, fight me. He struck again, sending Thor skidding several meters across the floor. I never wanted the throne. All I ever wanted was to be treated like you. Loki strode slowly toward Thor, his voice ringing out as he vented his anger. I will not fight you, brother. Thor got back to his feet and shouted at him. I'm not your brother. I never was. Loki glared at him coldly. Loki, you're out of your mind. Thor couldn't understand why Loki would say such things. Am I mad, you say? Mel, please, what happened to you on Earth? What turned you into such a coward? Don't tell me it was because of that woman. Loki's expression grew increasingly. Twisted, his eyes bulging, lips trembling, jaw clenched tight, as if he wanted to devour Thor whole. Fury crackled in his voice, and seeing Thor's reaction, Loki knew he'd guessed right. Oh, so it is. Well, maybe, when all this is done, I'll pay her a visit myself. Loki's face twisted into a wicked grin. His words ignited Thor's wrath. Thor let out a roar and charged at Loki. When hammer met scepter, a blinding flash of white light erupted. Drawing on the power of his hammer, Thor overpowered Loki and pinned him beneath him. Loki struggled wildly, shoving Thor aside. He sprang to his feet, swinging his scepter, but Thor rolled away, dodging the blow and striking Loki's calf with his hammer. Loki's legs buckled, and he crashed hard to the ground. Thor flipped up and rose to his feet, bringing his hammer down with a brutal force. Loki, seeing the attack coming, hastily blocked with his scepter and then kicked Thor away, thrusting the scepter toward him. The two became locked in fierce combat. Loki parried Thor's hammer with his scepter, deflecting the force aside, then swung around and struck Thor's back with the scepter. Unable to withstand the blow, Thor fell face first to the ground. Seizing the moment, Loki leapt high, driving the scepter down toward Thor. Thor rolled away just in time, and the scepter pierced the ground with a jarring crack. Thor seized the opportunity and swung his hammer back at Loki, but Loki bent low, dodging the counterattack. Using the scepter now lodged in the ground as leverage, Loki spun in a full circle, both feet slamming into Thor as he tried to attack again, sending him staggering backwards. A wicked smile played on Loki's lips. The battle raged on. In a moment of carelessness, Loki's scepter was caught by Thor, who landed a vicious elbow to Loki before hurling him away. Thor gave him no chance to recover, leaping forward. Loki had barely regained his footing and turned to fire a beam, but Thor struck first, interrupting him, and the two of them were knocked from the Bifrost, tumbling onto the energy bridge. Loki nearly slipped off the bridge, barely managing to cling to the edge with both hands. He cried out, "Thor!" Thor stood up and walked to his side, looking down at Loki clinging desperately to the bridge. Loki's expression shifted to one of pitiable vulnerability. "Brother, I beg you." His heart softened. He crouched down, reaching out to take Loki's hand, only to realize, in a flash of cold dread, that it was nothing but an illusion. The real Loki appeared behind him, a wicked grin curling on his lips, and drove his scepter into Thor's side. Thor crashed to the ground. Loki conjured a multitude of phantasms, each one jeering at Thor, and then raised his scepter, poised to strike again. "Enough!" Thor roared, lifting his hammer high. Lightning crackled and surged, crashing down in torrents as he summoned its power. In an instant, Loki was blasted away, and the mocking illusions vanished with him. Loki landed heavily upon the bridge, his scepter tumbling from his grasp and clattering aside. Thor rose unsteadily to his feet, walked to where Loki lay, and pressed his hammer down upon his brother's chest. Loki struggled furiously, but the hammer pinned him like a mountain, leaving him utterly helpless. Slowly, Thor turned his gaze to the Rainbow Bridge, but by now the control console was engulfed by a tremendous surge of energy. He hesitated, unsure how to halt its terrible advance. On the ground, Loki writhed a while longer, before finally surrendering. He sneered up at Thor, his voice dripping with mockery. "Look at you, mighty Thor, the strongest there is. What use is all that strength now? Do you hear me, brother? You're powerless to do anything." As Loki's words echoed, Thor's eyes kindled with a blue-white glow. Lightning split the sky, coiling around him, his whole form ablaze with its fury. He braced himself and charged straight for the control console. At that very moment, far away, Odin, who had been locked in deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. Thunder and raw energy clashed in a violent collision. Thor pressed forward through the blinding force, straining to break through the energy barrier and reach the controls that would stop the Rainbow Bridge. But the closer he got, the fiercer the currents became. The two forces battled with such ferocity that, at last, Thor was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the bridge. Catching his breath, Thor raised his hand and summoned Mjolnir. An even greater bolt of lightning tore from the heavens. Wielding his hammer, he charged the console once more. Mjolnir erupted with surging power, amplifying Thor's own divine might. In a final, thunderous collision, Thor broke through and reached the console. Without hesitation, he brought his hammer down on the ice-encrusted lever. Loki, dazed and disbelieving, pushed himself upright and demanded, "What are you doing? You can't destroy everything I've worked for." Snatching up his scepter, Loki hurled himself at Thor. But Thor's blows rained down in quick succession, splitting the thick ice with jagged cracks. Drawing in a deep breath, Thor struck with all his might. A colossal surge of energy burst free, blasting Loki back once more. When Loki staggered to his feet, the Rainbow Bridge had ground to a halt. Jotunheim was spared, but the balance of energy among the 9 realms was shattered, and the remnants of the Bifrost power were causing the wormhole to shrink, little by little. Loki stood by the edge of the bridge, hollow-eyed, gazing into the abyss below. At last, Odin arrived at his son's side. "Father, I could have done it. I could have made it. For you. For everyone." Loki shouted at Odin as he saw him arrive. Odin looked into Loki's face and shook his head. "No, Loki." Failing to gain his father's approval, Loki's spirit was crushed. He slowly let the scepter fall from his hand. Thor suddenly realized what Loki intended to do. Pain twisted across his face as he cried out, "Loki, don't. No." Facing Odin, Loki managed a bitter smile before falling straight back, his figure plunging toward the wormhole. Sorrow clouded Odin's face. No, he cried. Thor tried to rush after Loki, but Odin stopped him. The wormhole swallowed Loki and then vanished without a trace. Back on Earth, Tony and the others stood at the edge of the Bifrost, watching as the storm clouds quickly dispersed. Is it over? Jane's spirits were low. She thought Thor wouldn't return. Tony walked over to her. You're Jane Foster, right? Yes. He'll be back. Don't forget you still need to take that hammer and help him out. But before that, how about getting a checkup? Tony offered a reassuring smile and gently reminded her. It's for your own good. The Oracle said you were lying in a hospital bed, and even with a hammer, illness could still take you away. Isn't that a clear sign you should look after your health? Tony spread his hands, admitting he'd thought of this earlier, but hadn't had the chance to mention it. Thank you. I'll go for a checkup soon. Jane nodded her gratitude. After chatting briefly with Jane Foster, Tony turned to look at Dr. Eric Selvig. Back at the base, they'd shared a few discussions about Mjolnir, and Tony had developed a deep respect for Eric's knowledge. Though their fields differed, both were leaders in their disciplines and naturally held a mutual admiration for one another. However, Nick Fury had already beaten him to the punch. Inviting Eric and Jane to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Eric and the others readily agreed, especially since Thor had made it clear he would ally with Coulson and might have to face a coming war together. With matters settled for now, Tony decided to head back to New York ahead of the others. Natasha needed to hurry back as well to report to the Egghead about the mission, especially since she had actually managed to lift Thor's hammer. Even now, she could feel a faint, distant tug, a peculiar sensation she guessed was Mjolnir. As long as Thor didn't resist, the hammer would fly straight into her hand if she called for it. Coulson stayed behind, tasked with handling the aftermath for the fallen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Most of the agents he brought had perished in this incident, a loss that tore at him. Little did he know, though, that all those agents were actually Hydra operatives, that he still had to dismantle the well-built base here, leaving behind a mess for him to deal with. He sighed, feeling his hairline receding yet again. In Asgard, after resolving the Frost Giants' invasion, they held a grand feast. Volstagg, with a chicken leg in hand, laughed heartily as he embellished his tale of facing off against the destroyer. But Fandral, standing nearby, immediately called him out, prompting Volstagg to awkwardly explain that it was merely a tactic to lure the destroyer. Thor, feeling downcast, walked past Sif and made his way to Frigga's side. She took his hand and patted it gently. Gazing at Thor, Frigga let out a soft sigh. Sif stepped beside her, watching Thor's retreating figure with concern. Frigga had always known about Sif's feelings for Thor, and she had always hoped Sif would become her daughter-in-law. Your Majesty, I'm so sorry about your son, Sif said softly. Frigga touched Sif's shoulder without a word, her eyes filled with sorrow as she watched Thor walk farther away. How is he doing? Sif asked quietly. He's mourning his brother, and he misses her, that mortal woman. But she was willing to give her life to help him defeat the one called Gore. She's remarkable, Sif replied, recalling the words of the Celestial Curtain. A weight settled in her heart. She had always cared deeply for Thor. Yet, now, a formidable rival stood before her. Jane was willing to give everything for Thor. Sif believed she could do the same. After all, she had stood bravely against the destroyer. But Thor never seemed to notice her efforts. Frigga understood what Sif was feeling. If the Celestial Curtain hadn't revealed that Jane would one day wield Mjolnir to help Thor, she would have stood firmly by Sif's side. But now, she hesitated. Frigga didn't know if Thor's relationship with a mortal woman would be for better or worse. All she could do was let Sif and Jane compete fairly, favoring neither side. That was her final line. Thor approached Odin, and together they gazed toward the place where Loki had fallen. Odin broke the silence, saying, "You will be a wise king. There will be no ruler wiser than you, and no father more perfect," Thor replied. Odin lowered his head, studying his feet, lost in thought. There's still so much I need to learn. I realize that now. Perhaps one day, I'll make you proud, Thor added quietly. At these words, Odin turned, placed his hand on Thor's shoulder, and said, "You already have." With that, he walked away. After the feast, Thor approached Heimdall, who stood once more at his post on the control platform. "I'd like to use the Bifrost," Thor said. "Not now," Heimdall replied. "The Bifrost has thrown the 9 realms out of balance. It needs time to stabilize, and you must travel to other worlds to quell the disasters caused by that imbalance." After a brief silence, Thor asked, "Can you see her?" "Yes, I can." Dusk had already fallen. Eric and Jane were packing up their things, getting ready to leave their home. They were heading to the location provided by Nick Fury, where they would continue their work. Jane would also receive help from S.H.I.E.L.D. to find Thor. She believed they would meet again, and perhaps next time, she would be the one to pick up the hammer and help him. "Is she all right? She's trying to find a way to reach you." A faint smile appeared on Thor's face. Though his time with Jane on Earth had been brief, it left him with some of his fondest memories. Sometime after the destroyer armor had been destroyed, Eric met Nick Fury in a shield warehouse. Dr. Selvig. Eric turned around. Hello, Director Fury. This place feels like a labyrinth. Is there something you needed from me? I heard about what happened in New Mexico. Your work has impressed a lot of people. People even smarter than I am. The reason I didn't invite you last time was that I still needed to evaluate you. I've gathered a lot of information. Foster's theories, the gateway to another world. This is all unprecedented. Her theories have given me a much deeper understanding of the phenomenon. That's even better. Although we've given up on experimenting directly with the phenomenon, we've kept a few scientists researching the related theories. Is that so? I thought you wanted me to help you continue that research. Nick Fury shook his head and signaled for him to follow. There's always a difference between legend and history, but sometimes you find a common thread linking the two. He opened a case containing the Tesseract, blue light softly shimmering from within. Puzzled, Eric shook his head and looked up. What is that? Energy, Doctor. If we can figure out how to harness it, we might have access to unlimited power. Why not have Stark study it? Eric asked, puzzled. With a genius like Stark available, why come to him specifically? Stark has his own work to do. That savior of ours is busier than ever. Maybe when he has some free time, you two can work on it together. For now, it's up to you. Fury explained the situation further. In truth, Tony was eager to develop more advanced armor to guard against threats like the Destroyer. He'd had enough of seeing all his tricks fail against such a force. He had already taken the Destroyer armor from Nick Fury, wanting to study why the Destroyer could unleash such tremendous power without any internal mechanisms. Its material was something Tony had never seen before. While Dr. Eric Selvig and Nick Fury were watching the cosmic cube, Loki, who had fallen into the wormhole, reappeared, though neither of them could see him. Loki walked up to Dr. Selvig and whispered softly in his ear, I think it's worth a try. As if compelled by some mysterious force, Selvig echoed, I think it's worth a try. Meanwhile, as Tony was feverishly working on his armor in the underground garage, utterly absorbed and forgetting to eat or sleep, the sky screen quietly lit up. Flashes of Peter Parker's past began to play. There was Mary Jane, Aunt May, and others, as well as those who had passed away like Uncle Ben, Norman Osborn, and Dr. Otto Octavius. The black, glistening symbiote was especially striking. One particular scene caught Nick Fury's attention. He saw, with perfect clarity, a spider biting Peter Parker's hand. At once, Fury realized this was how Peter became Spider-Man. He immediately ordered someone to take the captured image and compare it with all known spider species in the world. He wanted to see if Spider-Man could be recreated. If their world had no Spider-Man, Fury resolved, he would make one himself. 3 months passed, and when the sky screen played again, it sparked cheers among the crowd. Everyone was eager to witness the next chapter in Peter Parker's journey as a superhero. The video picked up where Spider-Man 2 had left off, with Peter heading toward where he was needed, Mary Jane watching him go. It's me, Peter Parker, your friendly neighborhood guy you all know so well. Ever since that spider bit me, I've been through so much. Nothing has felt quite normal. But now, Parker stood in front of a street-side TV, watching his own figure swinging high above the city. A few kids burst out onto the sidewalk, pointing at the screen and shouting, Hey look, it's Spider-Man. He's so cool. Spider-Man. Seeing these kids, Parker's face broke into a truly heartfelt smile. Everyone really does like me. The city is safe and sound. I guess I get some of the credit for that. The camera swept past newspapers from the Daily Bugle and USA Today, their headlines praising Spider-Man for rescuing a baby from a burning apartment just in time. The media showered Spider-Man with praise, and citizens everywhere clutched magazines emblazoned with his heroic image. Still riding his little scooter past the curb, Parker continued, I still go to school, and my grades are decent too. In class, Dr. Connors stood tirelessly at the podium, teaching his students. What the Hamiltonian tells us is, the energy levels are determined by the energy fields. 2 boys sitting behind Parker aimed a straw at him and shot 2 paper pellets, hitting him squarely on the back. Parker turned around to look at them, but the 2 immediately pretended as if nothing had happened. Parker knew they were the culprits, but all he could do was sigh inwardly and turn back to keep listening to the lesson. What can we observe from the structure of this matrix? Asked the teacher. At this question, both Gwen Stacy, sitting at the front, and Parker raised their hands at the same time. Dr. Connors glanced at them and called out, Miss Stacy? Gwen answered promptly, It means that only quantum states with 0 mass will be affected. Correct. Very good, Miss Stacy. Dr. Connors praised her. Hearing the teacher's approval, Gwen turned back and flashed Parker a brilliant smile. Parker grinned and gave her a thumbs up in response. Just then, a student in front of Parker used a mirror to reflect a beam of light right onto his face. Instinctively, Parker shielded his eyes with his hand. Dr. Connors noticed and said, "Parker, is there anything you'd like to add?" Parker could only shake his head, resignation in his voice. "No, sir. Pranksters in class. I can't stand students like that," Tony muttered, curling his lip disdainfully at the troublemakers. When he was Parker's age, he'd already outgrown such childish antics. "Yeah, right. Some people were already bringing home magazine cover girls at that age," Pepper interjected with a sly smile, exposing his bravado. Tony shot her a wounded look. Why did she always have to bring that up? "Gwen Stacy, a better choice than Mary Jane," he continued. "Yet Peter Parker always seems to miss his chance with her. Sometimes it's fate that keeps them apart, sometimes it's tragedy. No matter the reason, they're never able to spend their lives together. As the saying goes, Mary Jane loves Spider-Man because he's Peter Parker. Ursula loves Peter Parker, not the superhero, but Gwen loves Spider-Man, and loves Peter Parker even more." Out of the three girls, Peter Parker was always blinded by his first love, never noticing anyone besides Mary Jane. It's just like Christine and Strange, star-crossed lovers. Across countless universes, there are infinite versions of Christine and Strange, yet they're always destined to part ways. For Strange, his ultimate calling is to become the Sorcerer Supreme, the protector who shields the world from interdimensional threats. But, to take on that mantle, he must let Christine go. If he doesn't, he has to watch her die, and only then will he become the Sorcerer Supreme. He always has to lose the most important thing in his life before he realizes what he's lost. Some things can be found again, but others are lost forever. It all began with the Ancient One. She has protected the real world for centuries, but now she can't hold on any longer. For her, every passing minute and every second is pure torment. She desperately needs to find a worthy successor, and Strange is the most suitable candidate she has found. She doesn't need to do anything, just wait patiently, and Strange will come to her on his own. Then, she can smoothly take him in as her final disciple. All she has to do is guide Strange through the doors of magic. From there, she can leave everything else to this future Sorcerer Supreme. And finally, she can leave this world in peace and go in search of her own eternity. Parker gazed quietly at the sky, lost in thought. Though he didn't know who Strange was, he understood that these words were meant for him. He thought of Gwen's every smile and glance. She truly did love smiling at him. Ever since he started college, he'd been the most eye-catching guy on campus. He'd always assumed Gwen, like the other girls, was drawn to him because he was Spider-Man. But now, it seemed there might be more to it. Maybe the voice in the sky was right. Maybe Gwen really is the better choice, Parker thought as he silently lowered his head. The words from above had stirred something in him, making him want to try getting closer to Gwen. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy was staring at the sky as well, her face full of surprise. She hadn't expected such high praise from the narrator. Above, a better choice for Peter Parker, she thought, secretly delighted. After all, who wouldn't want to be favored by a superhero? Compared to Gwen, Mary Jane felt much worse. She had just been publicly belittled by the voice in the sky, and she simply couldn't understand why it would say such things. The information revealed by the sky instantly caused a huge commotion outside. Nick Fury couldn't sit still any longer. Almost immediately, he figured out who Strange was. After all, of all the Stranges, there was only one with a Christine by his side. "Stephen Strange," he muttered, whipping out his phone, just about to make a call, when suddenly a hand appeared out of nowhere and pressed his hand down. He looked up and saw, without knowing when she had arrived, a bald woman in a yellow robe standing before him. Hill instantly drew her pistol and aimed it at the Ancient One who had appeared out of thin air. With a casual wave of her hand, the Ancient One made Hill's gun fly out of her grasp. Hill glanced down in shock at her now empty hand, then looked up at the Ancient One, her eyes wide with disbelief. Fury lowered his phone. "Who are you?" "The Ancient One," Tony quipped. "So Strange has to become the Sorcerer Supreme, huh? That Ancient One must be ancient indeed, after living for centuries. So, magic really does exist in this world." In Tony's eyes, Thor was just another alien. At most, he happened to look remarkably similar to a human. But the actual existence of magic was something that stretched far beyond Tony's understanding of the world. Inside the hospital, Stephen Strange and Christine stared at each other in utter shock. Are we destined to be apart? A sudden wave of sadness welled up in Christine's heart. She had always liked Strange. Yet, his feelings for her never seemed quite as passionate. Still, from the words spoken by the narrator in the sky, Christine could sense that Strange definitely cared for her, perhaps even more deeply than she had ever imagined. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury wore a grave expression as he watched the world spinning wildly out of control. Just moments ago, their agents had reported the arrival of the Ancient One. Armed and ready to intervene, They had tried to storm inside. But with a single gesture from the Ancient One, their world shattered like a mirror. Every agent outside the door simply vanished without a trace. The walls of the office fractured and scattered to reveal the bustling street outside, full of people going about their day. Yet no, one could see those who stood above them. And as the Ancient One moved, the world continued to twist and turn with her every motion. Don't meddle in strange affairs. When the time comes, he will find his way to me on his own, the Ancient One said, lowering her hand at last. The mirrored world finally came to a halt. I don't know why the voice in the sky is doing all this, Nick Fury replied, fixing his one good eye on the equally bald Ancient One. But since it's chosen to act, it must mean it doesn't want to see the future unfold in exactly the same way. Ever since Strange had managed to seize that one chance in 14 million, his people had considered countless possibilities. One of them was that someone could foresee the future and then act to ensure it came to pass, guaranteeing that outcome. The Ancient One fell silent at that, understanding the deeper meaning behind Fury's words. She, too, had no idea why the narrator in the sky was revealing such things. In all the timelines she had observed, there had never been any sign of this presence. It existed beyond time itself, utterly imperceptible even to the Time Stone. Whatever it did, the stone could not observe it, and so the Ancient One had no way of knowing what would come next. The arrival of the narrator had thrown all her plans into disarray. What began as a simple chronicle of Spider-Man's life had, through occasional comments about their own universe, subtly changed the course of many events. The butterfly's wings were already stirring a storm, not yet fully formed, but the first traces were already beginning to show. Perhaps you're right, the Ancient One replied calmly, gazing at Fury. But Strange is destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Both of them were striving to protect the world, and the Ancient One had no desire for conflict between their sides. I don't deny that he will become the Sorcerer Supreme, but right now, he's just a surgeon. Don't you think he's already caught the attention of our enemies? We can protect him. With a glance, the Ancient One saw straight through Nick Fury's intentions. All he wanted was to curry favor with Strange before he actually became the Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One didn't care for such games. As long as Strange could succeed her, that was enough. Except for what was hidden by the celestial canopy, she could observe everything about everyone else. Even if something unexpected happened, she had the power to set things right. So she said nothing more, simply waved her hand to dissolve the mirror dimension, and vanished before the eyes of Nick Fury and Hill. Returning to the real world, Nick Fury instinctively gripped the corner of the table. The scene he'd just witnessed had shaken him to his core. He had never imagined that S.H.I.E.L.D. could be so easily infiltrated, with none of their agents able to do a thing about it. The Ancient One came and went as she pleased. For the first time, the bald-headed director felt powerless. He wasn't even sure if Captain Marvel could handle someone as enigmatic and formidable as the Ancient One. Crossbones stared in surprise as Nick Fury and Hill, who had suddenly vanished from the office, just as suddenly reappeared. He shot Nick Fury a questioning look, but Fury just waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Letting out a long, weary breath, Fury's face returned to its usual calm. He glanced at Hill. I need a moment alone. Hill nodded, picked up the gun that had fallen to the side, and quietly left the office. Peter Parker walked up to a shop called Miller's Pawn. I've fallen in love with the girl of my dreams, he murmured, gazing at a diamond ring in the display. At that moment, the shopkeeper happened to place a card beside it, reading installment plan available. Noticing Peter's interest in the ring, the shopkeeper gave him a warm smile, and Peter smiled back. That night, at a theater called Memories of Manhattan, Peter made his way to the ticket counter and greeted the attendant. Miss Watson left a ticket for me, Peter Parker. He took his seat in the spot Mary Jane had specially reserved for him, feeling a rush of nerves. As the show began, Mary Jane descended the stage steps. Singing beautifully, Peter couldn't contain his excitement. That's my girlfriend, he exclaimed, drawing a glance from the man seated beside him. In the audience, Peter hummed softly to Mary Jane's tune, unable to hide his joy. Up on the balcony, Harry watched Mary Jane through a pair of binoculars, a faint smile playing on his lips. Then his gaze shifted to Peter below. Instantly, the smile faded. Watching Peter's loving gaze fixed on Mary Jane, and seeing him hum along to her song, a storm of jealousy and anger began to burn inside Harry. After the performance, Peter left the theater, beaming as he listened to the glowing praise from Mary Jane from the crowd. Just then, he spotted Harry's figure and hurried over. Harry? Harry, I need to talk to you. There are things I have to explain. Harry turned back to look at his former best friend, his face expressionless. Go explain it to my father. Bring him back from the dead. With that, he turned away and climbed into the car. Harry's reaction left Parker feeling hurt, but he still tried desperately to make himself understood. I'm your friend, Harry. I care about your father, too. Harry ignored him. The driver closed the door for him and drove him away, leaving Parker to sigh helplessly. For the moment, Parker set aside the matter with Harry. He headed backstage and found Mary Jane, and the two embraced warmly. Parker was absolutely delighted with her performance, overflowing with pride. Mary Jane glanced back at the flowers on her dressing table. I love these flowers. They're beautiful. Harry sent them. Did he come tonight? The mention of Harry made Parker falter, but he answered, yes, he did. I ran into him outside. How did it go between you two? It's hard to explain, Parker said, frustration weighing on his words. He wanted nothing more than to clear things up with Harry, but Harry simply refused to listen. Mary Jane confided in Parker about how nervous she'd been, how her knees had been shaking the entire time on stage. Parker offered encouragement, but Mary Jane felt the applause hadn't been all that enthusiastic. Parker, ever the straightforward type, told her it was just an acoustics issue, and with a serious face, began explaining how sound carried in the theater. Mary Jane laughed and teased him. You bookworm. They shared a sweet, loving smile. Meanwhile, at Harry's home, a row of green goblin masks sat neatly arranged, and a more advanced goblin glider gleamed nearby. As the steady beeping of machines filled the air, Harry, clad in only shorts, emerged from the sealed laboratory chamber. It was clear he had completed his enhancement treatment. He drew a deep breath, feeling an unfamiliar surge of strength coursing through his body. His eyes burned with a deadly resolve. At that moment, Parker was out in the open with Mary Jane, enjoying a date. He'd spun a giant web, and the two of them lay on it, gazing up at a meteor shower streaking across the night sky. Mary Jane closed her eyes to make a wish. You know what? She said softly. I want to spend the rest of my life singing on stage, just like this, and you have to promise to always sit in the front row. Hearing her wish, Parker turned to meet her gaze. I'll be there always. Tell me you love me, she whispered. Parker leaned in close, looking into her eyes. I love you. I love you so much. I always have. Mary Jane smiled, and the two fell into a deep, passionate kiss. Lost in their embrace, Parker didn't notice the fiery trail streaking down from the sky, landing near his motorcycle. From the glowing meteorite, a glob of black, viscous substance slowly oozed out. At that moment, Parker descended from the web with Mary Jane in his arms, unaware that a slithering wave of black slime was quietly creeping toward them. Just as they mounted their motorcycle to leave, the viscous substance latched onto the bike, clinging tightly before they could speed off, completely unbeknownst to Parker. Tony watched the spreading black mass with a deepening frown. That thing, Jarvis, if I recall, didn't the sky screen mention that Spider-Man would get possessed by venom? Is that disgusting stuff the culprit? Jarvis began playing the commentary that Skyscreen had made about Parker's transformation. Tony revisited the footage, reviewing the plans he once made for an anti-symbiote Spider-Man suit. Looks like Peter Parker's in for some trouble. So it amplifies his darker impulses? Well, thank goodness Peter's got a good heart. I mean, who else would ask for a promotion, a pay raise, and start dancing? What kind of villain does that? He even want to buy a discounted suit. Even when he's broke, he'd never resort to stealing. He really is a true hero. Tony nodded to himself as he replayed the old videos, piecing together the story of Tobey Spider-Man after all this time. Parker, too, caught sight of the strange substance, narrowing his eyes. He still remembered what Skyscreen had said. Embarrassing as it was, it had warned him about the danger of being possessed and turning dark. Harry saw it as well and hurriedly called him. Peter told him that it might be venom. In the darkness of night, a shadowy figure raced down the street. Behind him, a police car rolled slowly in pursuit, its searchlights sweeping the area as the officers inside scoured for any sign of him. The officers failed to notice him hiding behind a stack of wooden boards. Once satisfied, they drove away. Turning around, it was Flint Marco's weary face. Dressed in an orange prison jumpsuit, he leapt up and grabbed hold of a fire escape, scrambling up with desperate strength. He quietly eased open a window. It was his daughter's bedroom. He gazed at her as she slept, still breathing through an oxygen tube, and couldn't help but sit by the window, just watching over her. From his pocket, he pulled out a bundle of letters, written to him by his daughter, Penny. He gently slid them under her pillow. Marco changed into his own clothes and headed to the kitchen, hoping to find some bread to fill his stomach. Suddenly, the lights flicked on. His wife had sensed his return. You can't stay here, Flint, she said sharply. I just wanted to see my daughter, he pleaded. You're a fugitive. The police are looking for you. You can't be near her. You're nothing but an ordinary thief. Neither of them noticed their daughter quietly opening her bedroom door, standing silently in the doorway. You might have killed someone, didn't you? His wife pressed, her voice trembling. Marco hurried to defend himself, his voice rising. It's not like that. It's not. There were reasons for everything I did. Believe me, that's the truth. You might as well stay in prison with your facts and enjoy your 3 meals a day. I, too, am living in the so-called reality. And that reality is you abandoning your daughter in the bedroom. At that moment, the two of them noticed Penny standing at the doorway. Marco hurried over, crouched down to meet her eyes, and said, "Penny, I've missed you so much." "I missed you too, Daddy." Penny placed a necklace in Marco's hand. Staring at the necklace, Marco made her a solemn promise. "I swear, I will make you well again. No matter what it takes, I'll find the money." Hearing Marco's words, his wife erupted, her voice trembling with anger. "Get out, right now." Marco turned on his heel and left, climbing out through the window. Before he disappeared, he called back to the mother and daughter, "I'm not a bad man, just someone down on his luck." A chill ran through Marco's heart. Ever since his partner's actions had led to the death of Spider-Man's uncle, Marco had abandoned that robbery plan. But his daughter's condition was growing worse. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He desperately needed money. His partner, Dennis Carradine, had turned himself in after the incident. Since he hadn't actually committed a crime, the police held him for a month and then released him. Now, having seen the footage on the sky screen, Dennis rushed to find Marco. The two argued fiercely once again, this time about whether the sky screen would expose Marco's attempted robbery. Marco was strapped for cash. For months, he hadn't slept. Well, begging anyone he could for another loan to pay for his daughter's treatments. But now, those funds were almost gone, and his daughter was running out of time. Carradine urged him to seek help from Peter Parker, to ask for forgiveness and plead for aid. Flint Marco was torn. He'd never dared face Spider-Man, especially knowing Peter Parker's own life was far from easy. Even if Parker wanted to help, he simply didn't have that kind of money. Marco hesitated, uncertain whether to continue down his current path or to seek out Peter Parker. He wanted to see what the future might hold for him before making his decision. Meanwhile, the New York Police Department immediately launched an investigation into Marco. They weren't incompetent. If he could appear on the sky screen as a fugitive, then he might be involved in something big. Their first step was to determine whether he was still in prison. If he was, they would tighten security, and if not, they'd bring him in for questioning. The reason was simple. On the sky screen, he was a fugitive, which meant he was likely to commit a crime in the future. Peter Parker watched Marco's face, but his attention was truly on Marco's daughter, who needed oxygen even as she slept. In everything Marco said, he made it clear that he'd only turned to crime to save his daughter, insisting he wasn't a bad man, just someone who'd been dealt a poor hand by fate, that he sensed there might be some hidden story behind all this. As Spider-Man, fighting crime was his duty, but saving good-hearted citizens was also his responsibility. If Flint Marco still had a chance to turn back from the edge, Peter wouldn't mind lending a helping hand. Riding his beloved little scooter, Parker arrived at Aunt May's new apartment and rang the doorbell. When Aunt May opened the door and saw Peter, she asked in surprise, "Peter, what's the matter?" "It's about Mary Jane," Peter replied. "I want to propose to her." Hearing this, Aunt May was overjoyed and immediately embraced Peter. "Oh, Peter." Peter, too, hugged her tightly, happiness lighting up his face. "When your Uncle Ben proposed to me, we were both scared out of our wits. Excited, of course, and so very young. Aunt May reminisced as she boiled water and made tea, recounting tales of her life with Uncle Ben. "I loved him so much." "And then you said yes?" Peter asked. "No, I wanted to, but I didn't. I wasn't ready, and neither was he. So, we waited a little longer." Aunt May took a carton of milk from the fridge. People can't live on love alone. A man has to understand that before proposing to a girl. "Can you do that, Peter?" Peter hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Yes, I think I can." "Then I wish you all the best." Aunt May beamed at him, delighted to see that Peter Parker had finally grown up. She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. "I hope you'll make a plan," she continued. "Your uncle certainly did. He took me to the seaside on a Sunday. He looked dashing in his swimsuit, and I didn't look half bad myself. We were both great swimmers. The weather was perfect that day. Then he said, 'Let's swim out to that island.' On the island, we found a lovely spot by an old tree, lay there gazing up at the sky. Then he said, 'Close your eyes, May.' So I did. And he said, 'Now open them.' When I opened my eyes, I saw him holding this ring." Aunt May showed off the ring on her left ring finger. It sparkled so brightly. Right before my eyes, it was like looking at the sun. "By August, we'll have been married 50 years. If only he were still here." Her voice faltered, tears welling up in her eyes, and Peter's spirits dropped as well. Aunt May brushed back a strand of hair, gathering herself before she continued. "That's why I hope you'll plan something truly special for Mary Jane, something she'll remember for the rest of her life. And give her this." Aunt May slipped the ring from her finger and handed it to Peter. "Go on, take it." Peter accepted the ring in silence and hugged Aunt May once more, holding her close in a warm, wordless embrace. Uncle Ben sat on the sofa, his face lit up with a broad smile as he gazed at the sky screen, reminiscing about the beautiful moments he'd shared with Aunt May. Aunt May, too, sat down beside him, her face radiant with joy. He looked at her and said, "Well, isn't this something? Now, the whole world knows about the love story of our youth. Maybe it's a good thing. It lets everyone see how much we love each other." Uncle Ben chuckled heartily, showing not a trace of worry that the sky screen had revealed how he proposed to Aunt May in his younger days. If anything, it only brought them closer together. Tony Stark clicked his tongue in amusement, turned to Pepper, and said, "Why don't we try something like that too? Can you swim?" Pepper simply rolled her eyes at him, not interested in humoring his antics, and strode straight out of the office. Tony Stark, that hopeless rascal, was only getting in the way of her work. Meanwhile, Peter Parker was once again riding his beloved little scooter, heading back to his rented apartment. He didn't notice the dark shadow that had suddenly appeared behind him. The figure leaped onto a goblin glider, swooping in from behind, and snatched Peter up, soaring into the night sky. Midair, Peter and Harry began to battle fiercely, the goblin glider darting wildly through the air. Peter accidentally crashed into the scaffolding of construction site, leaving him momentarily dazed. Sensing his chance, Harry landed several brutal punches to Peter's head. Then, grabbing Peter's face with one hand, Harry unleashed 3 sharp blades from his other arm, slashing straight at him. Peter twisted desperately to dodge, but the blades tore through his suit, slicing into his abdomen. He let out a cry of pain, then mustered his strength to break free from Harry's grip. He shot a web to a nearby clock tower, swinging through the air and firing web balls at Harry. Harry dodged a few, but then got hit several times in quick succession. Enraged and embarrassed, he flicked out his blades again, slicing Peter's web line clean in 2. Losing his balance, Peter plunged through the air. Harry seized the moment, smashing into him with the goblin glider and slamming him hard against a building, leaving a crater where Peter became embedded. Harry landed the glider in front of Peter, who finally saw the face of his attacker. It was his best friend, Harry. "Harry, you know exactly what this is about, Peter." Without waiting for a reply, Harry threw a punch at him. Peter leaped away just in time, and Harry's fist punched clean through the wall, getting stuck. "Listen to me, I didn't kill your father." Peter clung upside down to the wall above Harry, trying to explain, but Harry refused to listen. Smashing at Peter's spot again, Peter dodged, swinging to the other side. "He tried to kill me, but it was an accident. He killed himself." "Shut up." Harry couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of Norman. In a fit of rage, he wrenched the entire wall down with brute force. Parker scrambled along the shattered wall, climbing desperately to keep his balance. Suddenly, Harry launched himself from above, smashing the wall to pieces with a single punch. With nowhere left to stand, Parker spun through the air as he fell, quickly firing a web in an attempt to swing away, only to be struck back by a powerful punch from Harry. Relentless, Harry pressed his advantage, launching attack after attack against Parker. Every time Parker tried to shoot a web, Harry would knock him off balance, forcing him to plummet downward. Harry caught up with the falling Parker, grabbing him by the ankle and swinging him repeatedly against the wall. At last, he hurled Parker toward a tall building. Parker crashed through one glass window, then smashed through another on the far side, tumbling out the other end. As he spun in midair, the ring Aunt May had given him slipped from his pocket and began to fall. Sensing danger with his spider sense, Parker frantically reached for the ring but missed, quickly firing a web to catch it. Before the web could reach its target, Harry slammed into him, sending him flying. The ring spun downward, glinting as it fell, but Parker could only watch helplessly. Harry had him in a vice-like chokehold, pinning him in place. Desperate, Parker managed to web Harry's visor, and with Harry blinded, he broke free with a sharp elbow to the ribs. Seizing the moment while Harry was still reeling, Parker made a quick move with his feet, knocking Harry off balance. In a smooth motion, he grabbed Harry by the leg, spun him around in a full circle, and hurled him away. Parker then shot 2 webs, anchoring them to buildings on either side, and used the tension to catapult himself forward like a slingshot. Meanwhile, the goblin glider, sensing its master's peril, shot toward Harry and severed Parker's web lines. But even so, Parker's momentum remained unstoppable. Harry tore off the web-covered helmet and leaped back onto the glider, rocketing after Parker at breakneck speed. Swinging from his webs, Parker raced toward the falling ring. Harry closed in from behind, but Parker ignored him, focusing all his attention on retrieving the ring. Harry rammed into Parker with brutal force, sending him crashing onto a rooftop. Parker rolled to a stop, clutching the ring in his hand, only to see Harry charging straight at him once more. Without hesitation, Parker turned and ran. The goblin glider sliced effortlessly through the rooftop's metal pipes, but the last second, Parker leapt off the edge, leaving Harry grasping at thin air. Parker shot webs and swung through the streets, weaving between buildings. Harry dove after him with a burst of speed, quickly closing the gap. Parker knew he couldn't fight Harry and his glider out in the open. It would be reckless. So, he made a quick decision, darting into a narrow alleyway between buildings. The cramped space forced Harry to turn sideways to get through, dodging obstacles as he went, but still he gave chase, relentless as ever. "I'm still here, Peter," Harry shouted behind him. After bursting through the narrowest stretch of the path, Harry shouted fiercely at Parker. Without hesitation, he drew a sharp longsword from behind and swung it down at Parker with all his might. Parker narrowly dodged the attack, evading Harry's relentless blows again and again, always slipping away at the very last second. After several failed attempts, Harry's goblin glider released a goblin grenade at his feet. He grabbed the grenade and hurled it at Parker. As it flew through the air, its round shape transformed into a dart adorned with two razor-sharp blades. The sight of it instantly brought back memories for Parker, memories of being slashed by Norman. "I can't stand these things," he gritted through his teeth. But Harry wasn't finished. He tossed not just one, but 6 more of those deadly gadgets. They sliced effortlessly through every obstacle in their path, homing in on Parker's fleeing figure. Caught off guard, Peter Parker failed to dodge in time, and one of the blades nicked his leg. He quickly swung away with his webs, twisting and turning to evade the relentless assault of the flying darts. Even his webs weren't spared, several slashed apart mid-swing. Seizing the momentum, Parker leapt into the air, fired a web in the opposite direction, and used the sudden pull to zip past the spinning blades straight toward Harry. Harry barely dodged a swift kick from Parker, but this maneuver left Parker behind him. As Harry spun back around, he saw the goblin darts racing straight toward him. There was no time to react. One blade nearly grazed his head, and he was forced to shield himself with his arm. Still, he couldn't escape unscathed. A dart embedded itself in his shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Harry yanked it out and cast it aside, then launched himself upward, spinning around to continue his pursuit of Peter Parker. Parker twisted midair and rapidly fired several web balls, knocking some of the darts aside. He snagged one of the remaining blades with his web, swung it behind him, then shot another web forward to anchor himself to a nearby building. Just like in the clock tower battle, using the counterforce, he launched the captured goblin dart directly at the last remaining one. The two collided midair with a thunderous explosion. Harry burst from the fiery blast, his eyes barely open, looking straight ahead, only to see a strand of webs stretched taut in front of him. Parker had seized the moment to anchor a web line to the building, pulling it tight at the other end. Harry realized what was happening a heartbeat too late. He was thrown from his glider, slamming hard into a pipe, then ricocheting off an air conditioning unit, and finally crashing onto a dumpster before collapsing motionless on the ground, unconscious. Parker gazed at Harry's unmoving body, his heart pounding. He leapt down and rushed to Harry's side. "Harry! Harry!" When he got no response, Parker immediately knelt down, pressing his ear close to check for breathing. There was nothing. Panic rising, Parker tore open Harry's armored chest plate and began frantically performing CPR. "Harry! Come on, Harry! Wake up!" After pressing for a while, he listened for any signs of breathing, but still there was no response. "Oh my God!" Parker was momentarily at a loss, hurriedly scooping him up and rushing him to the hospital. Inside the operating room, doctors and nurses began emergency treatment on Harry. Parker stood outside the door, staring anxiously, not knowing what he would do if Harry were to die because of this. This is what happens when you don't wear a helmet. The same goes for you. Never take your helmet off so casually. Pepper let out a sigh, then shot Tony a pointed look. Tony nodded in wholehearted agreement. Harry watched that version of himself, swallowed up by rage, and felt utterly helpless. He figured that if he hadn't had the sky curtain, and if his father had been killed, he too would have descended into such a frenzy. What's more, that version of himself had injected the physical enhancement serum. Maybe that madness was a side effect, though he couldn't say for sure. Now that the enhancement serum had been discontinued, they had stopped all further research. Even so, through the sky curtain, he had discovered a hidden laboratory in the villa. He had preserved his father's belongings, Norman's life's work, and he didn't want to see it destroyed. Though this brought some public scrutiny upon him, with Peter Parker vouching for him, the people still put their trust in Parker. At the New York Police Department, an officer called out to Captain Stacy and handed him a file. "Flint Marco, we're certain he's the suspect in Ben Parker's murder." Stacy opened the file. What happened to him? He escaped from Rikers Island prison. And now, he's still on the run. He showed up in the marshes. We've found his trail. The scene shifted. A police officer, accompanied by a police dog, chased after someone at full tilt, whistling sharply to alert the others. There he is. Marco was running for his life, a swarm of police officers with flashlights hot on his heels. Suddenly, a chain-link fence blocked his path. The police dog lunged at him, but with a desperate blow, he knocked the animal to the ground and scrambled frantically up the fence. A bold warning sign on the fence read, "Danger! Particle Physics Experiment Facility, Restricted Area." But Marco paid no attention, clambering straight over. Seeing him vault the fence, the police immediately tried to cut off his escape from both sides. Marco, in a blind panic, darted away, only to suddenly tumble into a deep pit. An officer outside the fence stared in confusion at where Marco had vanished. Where'd he go? Marco rolled all the way to the bottom of the pit, discovering it was a space surrounded by sheer concrete walls. While he was still taking it all in, a blinding light suddenly flared above his head. The sudden glare forced Marco to shield his eyes. At that moment, the equipment overhead began emitting a piercing, explosive noise. Inside the laboratory, the scientists had finished their preparations. Capacitor fully charged. All right, a laboratory technician with long blonde hair and fair, striking features glanced at the data and said, "Tony, there's a minor fluctuation in Unit 1. A few scientists noticed as well, and one of them remarked, "There's a change in the silicon mass. Something has entered the testing field." Another technician shrugged it off. "Probably just a bird. It'll fly away soon enough." Begin molecular synthesis. With the flip of a switch, the equipment in the testing chamber whirred to life. Marco looked up at the machinery spinning overhead, momentarily at a loss. 3 metal energy columns encircled him, spinning faster and faster. A sense of dread washed over Marco as he realized something was terribly wrong. He tried to bolt, but was effortlessly bounced back. By the time he scrambled to his feet, the machinery had reached maximum speed. A fierce whirlwind whipped up around him, trapping him in its eye. Sand surged all around, carried by the current, invading Marco's very body as the machinery kept running. Every cell, every blood vessel inside him became encased in silicon crystal. From the inside out, Marco's entire being began to turn to sand. He stared in horror as his own fingers crumbled away into grains. The violent wind scattered his fingers with ease. Then his entire body began to dissolve and blow apart. Marco screamed in agony, but his voice was swallowed by the storm. In the end, he vanished completely from the testing field. When the police and their dogs finally arrived, all that remained in the massive pit was a mound of sand and the gradually whirring down machinery. Marco's presence had vanished without a trace. "Oh," Marco's wife gasped in terror, clutching him tightly, unable to believe he could meet such a tragic end. Disappearing in his sand, just like that. "Those damn scientists," a citizen suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. "How could they be so careless? This cost a man his life. They don't deserve to call themselves researchers." His words struck a chord with many in the crowd watching the sky screen. The lab staff had reached a conclusion far too casually, without even checking the testing chamber. Deciding it was just a bird and moving on was simply inexcusable. Hadn't they learned a thing from Dr. Otto's disaster? Poor Flint Marco. He only wanted to save his daughter. What did he do wrong? And now he's been killed by these foolish technicians. Even if he broke the law, he should have been sent to prison. At worst, he'd face a firing squad. But this? Being consumed by sand from the inside out. The pain must have been unimaginable. In no time, calls to punish the careless technicians responsible for Flint Marco's death were lighting up media networks everywhere. "Peter," Harry glanced at Parker with a worried look. Marco was considered by the police to be the suspect in Uncle Ben's murder. That meant the version of him under the dome might have accidentally killed someone else. Shaking his head, Harry signaled that he was fine. Since, in this reality, Uncle Ben was still alive, Marco naturally couldn't be his killer. Just then, Parker seemed to recall something and turned to Harry. "Harry, can you help me find his wife and child? I want to change his fate." "Great. That's a wonderful idea." Harry nodded. Sponsoring a child's medical treatment was a simple matter for him. If Peter Parker wanted it, he would definitely help. Besides, curing a little girl like Penny could save 2 lives, and it would boost public goodwill toward the company. For Oscorp, it was an all-around win. Inside the hospital, Parker sat on a bench outside the operating room, waiting for the doctors and nurses to come out. A doctor approached, and Parker immediately stood up to ask, "How is he?" "He'll be all right, but he might experience some memory loss, especially with his short-term memory. Right now, he doesn't remember the accident or anything that's happened around him recently." Hearing that Harry's life wasn't in danger, Parker's face lit up with relief. But the doctor's next words made his heart clench with worry again. He looked at the doctor anxiously. "Will it always be like this?" It's possible. Only time can tell. He's awake now, you can go see him. The doctor couldn't guarantee if the memories would return. Oh, I think I'll wait a bit. Parker was afraid that seeing him might trigger Harry's memories of those events, but the doctor misunderstood, thinking Parker didn't want to disturb Harry's rest. It's all right, just keep the conversation brief. He still needs rest, the doctor said before walking away. Parker stood there, his expression uncertain, unsure if Harry still remembered what happened with Spider-Man and Norman. He walked to the door of the hospital room and looked in. Harry lay in bed with a bandage wrapped around his forehead. When Harry saw Parker come in, he greeted him with a smile. Parker smiled back. Harry pointed to his own head and said, "Hit my head, didn't I?" "That's right. The doctor said I had an accident. Someone hit me and ran, but I can't remember any of it. My father, he's dead, isn't he? It's just too hard to believe." At Harry's words, Parker nodded gently. For him, there was both good news and bad news. The good news was that Harry had forgotten those painful memories. The bad news was he'd suffered a serious injury, and there was a chance he'd remember everything later, which could lead to more conflict between them. "Hey, I got here as soon as I could." Just then, as the two spoke, Mary Jane hurried in from outside the door. Watching Mary Jane walk in, Harry smiled and said, "That's a face I know. How are you feeling?" Mary Jane leaned against Parker's side as she asked. "I'm not sure. The last thing I remember is feeling fine, somewhere else." "You're doing just fine now," Mary Jane reassured him, her tone gentle. Parker looked at Harry with a complicated expression, remaining silent. "We all care about you, Harry." Mary Jane smiled at him warmly. "It feels like I've been away for a very long time, and now I'm finally home." "It's wonderful to see you back," Parker thought to himself, relieved that their friendship could return to the way it used to be. Just then, a nurse approached and said, "I'm sorry, but I'll need to ask you both to leave now if that's all right." After saying their goodbyes to Harry, Parker and Mary Jane left the hospital room. Once outside, Mary Jane turned to Parker and said, "I think he's going to be all right." "I think so too," Parker replied. "And you two look like you're doing well yourselves." "We are." Parker was inwardly pleased to realize that Harry truly had forgotten everything. He had never wanted to be at odds with his best friend. Inside the hospital room, the nurse spoke softly to Harry as he lay in bed. "Your friends are really lovely." Harry replied with pride, "They're my best friends. I trust them with my life." Watching Parker's expression, Tony remarked, "It seems like Harry's amnesia is a blessing in disguise. Peter Parker doesn't have to fight him anymore, and they're best friends again." Rhodey, standing nearby, nodded in strong agreement, then urged Tony to help upgrade his armor. The last time they'd faced the destroyer, Rhodey hadn't gotten a message in time and only found out days later. After hearing Tony's account of the destroyer, Rhodey realized he needed heavier firepower. Since Justin had been arrested and imprisoned, Tony was now his only option, and Tony was happy to help. Although he disliked ordinary firearms, if Rhodey wanted them, he'd install whatever was needed. He even took the opportunity to upgrade the Mark II, making it faster than before. Meanwhile, in the sands of the testing ground, something strange began to happen. A patch of sand started to move, rolling faster and faster, gathering itself into a winding line that snaked purposefully in one direction, as if it were alive. As more sand gathered, it churned and swelled, slowly taking on the shape of a human figure, only to collapse back into a shapeless pile halfway through. The sand tried again, and this time, it finally managed to form the upper half of a human body. Raising his arm, the figure looked at his sand-formed hand in astonishment, unable to believe he had taken on this incredible new form. Marco couldn't help but clutch his head, unsure how he could possibly face his wife and daughter in his current, ghastly state. After a moment, he finally managed to pull himself together. That was when he noticed the necklace lying on the sand. He reached out to pick it up, but as his palm touched the pocket watch, it crumbled into a pile of loose sand. He reformed his fingers, focusing his will more intensely, and at last managed to grasp the necklace. Gazing at the photo of his daughter inside, he clenched his fist, steeling his resolve. With renewed determination, Marco concentrated and legs materialized beneath him, allowing him to stand upright in the middle of the laboratory. Slowly, he transformed once more into his former self, even recreating his clothes perfectly down to the last detail. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here? Is this some kind of mutated life form? Did Marco just change from a carbon-based to a silicon-based life form? Tony stared at Marco's new form in utter shock. "You're asking me? Aren't you supposed to be the expert here?" Rhodey shot back, unable to resist a jab. No. I wasn't asking you, okay? I was talking to myself," Tony retorted, pursing his lips and showing Rhodey no mercy with his criticism. Rhodey simply shrugged and fell silent. Nick Fury, observing Marco's condition on the giant screen, turned to another man beside him. "Dr. Bruce Banner, does this remind you of yourself at all?" "Yes." Banner answered with a wry smile. It's always an accident, and it always turns you into a monster. Is that a blessing or a curse for him and for the people of New York? Fury stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring to himself. Though Marco had become a monster, he now possessed superhuman abilities. He might use these powers to make money for his daughter's medical treatment. Or perhaps, just perhaps, he could become a superhero, like Spider-Man. But Nick Fury doubted it. Marco had insisted he wasn't a bad person, just desperate for money. But the fact remained, he committed a crime. People like that rarely become heroes. In another room, Parker gazed with delight at a restaurant reservation card, then took out the ring Aunt May had given him and admired it. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. Without looking up, Parker called out, "What is it?" "It's me," came Mary Jane's voice from the hallway. "Peter, the door's stuck. Can you help me?" Surprised, Parker spun around. As he responded to Mary Jane, he hurriedly looked for a place to hide the ring. In his rush, he snapped the drawer handle right off, so he stuffed the ring into his pants pocket instead. After opening the door for her, Mary Jane walked in, newspaper in hand, and complained, "Those reviews, they don't like him, and they don't like me either." "Oh, come on. No one could ever dislike you." Parker tried to comfort her. Mary Jane began to read the newspaper review aloud to herself. "The young Miss Watson is a pretty girl, a pleasure to the eyes, but her voice is not pleasant enough. Her voice is so soft it can hardly reach the second row." "That's ridiculous. I was right there," Parker exclaimed, coming to her defense. "You were in the front row," Mary Jane replied, looking at him a little dejectedly. "That's right. Well, listen, you were really great. That was just a critic talking, and if you want to succeed, you have to learn to deal with this sort of thing. Believe me, I get it. Spider-Man is always getting criticized too. This isn't about you. It's about me, about my career." Mary Jane felt this had nothing to do with Spider-Man. It was her own matter, and she couldn't understand what Parker was getting at. "I know. What I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't let something like this drag you down. You need to believe in yourself. Keep your spirits up. You're already on the right track, and—" But Mary Jane was obviously not listening to Parker, and cut him off. "Don't give me that pep talk. I really wish you could understand how I feel." She looked at Parker, eyes full of disappointment, suddenly feeling he didn't understand her at all. All Parker could do was give her a small, helpless smile. Mary Jane turned away, refusing to meet his gaze, and sat down in the chair, looking up at him. "It's just when I see these comments, it's like my father wrote them." At that moment, the police scanner crackled to life, interrupting their conversation. When she saw Parker's attention shift, Mary Jane glanced at the scanner, her face showing a trace of resignation. Parker smiled at her and said, "Need to go take care of that?" She nodded helplessly. After apologizing, Parker quickly changed into his suit and left the room, while Mary Jane started gathering her things to leave. As she was packing up, a streak of black, sticky substance crept up from under the desk. It accidentally brushed against the lamp, making a slight noise. Hearing it, Mary Jane turned her head to look, but the black ooze immediately froze in place. Not seeing anything, Mary Jane simply opened the door and left. Once Mary Jane was gone, the black substance resumed its movement, slipping under Parker's bed and vanishing from sight. "Wow, Peter, that thing, it's conscious," Dr. Otto said, frowning as he stood by Peter Parker's side. Today, Peter had come to Otto for some advice on nuclear science. Peter nodded grimly. Clearly, he hadn't noticed the black substance at all. Why was that? Had his spider sense stopped working? "Peter, I think you should do a thorough cleaning every now and then. You had something like that in your house, and didn't even know. This won't do." Rose brought them both a glass of juice, then turned to Peter with a gentle admonishment. Some distance away, an African-American police officer stared at the unfolding scene in shock. "Oh my God. 7A calling dispatch. The crane assignment you gave us turned out to be far bigger than we ever imagined. We need to mobilize all available police forces immediately." The streets were filled with the blaring sirens of fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars. Across from the officers, atop a tall building, a massive tower crane loomed on the rooftop, suspending a huge steel beam from its hook. The worker on the crane tried to shut it down, but when he pressed the switch, sparks flew out. He realized the crane couldn't be stopped. Grabbing his walkie-talkie, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shut off the generator! Hurry!" Meanwhile, Gwen was having a photo shoot on one of the floors in the building facing the crane. After snapping a series of shots, the photographer suddenly noticed something odd. "What's that in the background?" he wondered aloud. The models nearby turned around at his words, only to see the enormous steel beam swinging straight toward them. Gwen and the others shrieked in terror. The steel beam crashed down, smashing through structural columns and load-bearing walls. Luckily, Gwen had dropped to the floor just in time and avoided being struck, but the outer wall of that level, and especially the very room Gwen was in, was completely sheared away. A cascade of debris rained down to the street below, striking passersby and street vendors with devastating force. At that moment, George Stacy arrived at the scene with his team. As they approached, they saw objects hurtling down from above while the crowd screamed and fled in panic. A police officer rushed up behind him to report, "They've tried everything, but they can't shut down the crane." Without hesitation, George Stacy turned and ordered, "Call Edison. Tell him to cut the power supply for the entire block." The officer, a black man, ran off at once to carry out the order. Upstairs, Gwen picked herself up, staring in horror at where the outer wall had simply vanished. Seeing a nearby model unable to stand, she rushed over to help her up. Just as Gwen helped the model to her feet, the photographer suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "It's coming back!" Gwen spun around and saw the tower crane's boom, now fully extended, swinging straight toward them. Sensing the danger, Gwen immediately made for the exit. The next second, the giant arm swept away the supporting outer wall of the floor below her room, causing the floor beneath her to tilt sharply outward. Gwen and another model lost their balance and tumbled to the ground, sliding uncontrollably toward the gaping hole. In her panic, Gwen managed to grab the handset of a desk phone, desperately clinging to it to stop her fall. People on the street gasped as they witnessed the scene above. The next moment, the phone cord snapped, and Gwen slid screaming toward the edge. At the last possible second, she caught hold of a protruding piece of the floor, barely stopping herself from plunging down. At that very moment, Eddie arrived at the scene, camera in hand, and began filming, only to spot Gwen dangling above the street. "Oh my God, it's Gwen!" "What?" Hearing that it was his own daughter, George Stacy, who was up ahead, immediately snatched the camera from Eddie's hands and watched intently. Sure enough, it was his daughter in the footage. He muttered to himself, "What is she doing up there?" Eddie, standing beside him, answered his unspoken question. "I saw her last night. She said she had a modeling gig." "Who are you?" Stacy turned at Eddie's words, fixing him with a sharp stare. "Brock, sir. Eddie Brock. I work for the Daily Bugle. I'm dating your daughter." Meanwhile, Gwen clung tightly to the floor. When she turned her head, she saw a cabinet barreling toward her. It struck her hard, sending her tumbling. Desperately, Gwen managed to grab hold of a bent steel pipe. At the same time, Parker was still racing to the scene. The bolts securing the steel pipe, under the strain of Gwen's weight, began to give way. One after another, they snapped, setting off a chain reaction. The pipe Gwen clung to now extended out into empty space, leaving her dangling high above the ground. Her terrified screams echoed as the steel pipe swayed dangerously, threatening to break at any moment. The crowd below gasped and watched in helpless anxiety. Finally, Parker arrived near the site of the accident. The tower crane above was still lashing out wildly, its huge arms swinging out of control. This time, it swooped up from beneath Gwen's feet, utterly shattering her last hope. She could hold on no longer and plummeted from the building. As Parker swung toward her, shards of debris hurtled his way. He twisted in midair, dodging with an acrobatic move, then shot out webs to close the distance between himself and Gwen. Weaving past falling rubble, Parker used his webs to pick up even more speed, choosing to risk himself between two colliding fragments just to reach her. He finally caught Gwen in his arms, snatching her back from the clutches of death. The crowds below erupted in wild cheers as Spider-Man saved Gwen. Eddie kept snapping photos, capturing every moment. As they landed safely on the ground, Parker turned to the still-shaken Gwen and asked, "Are you all right?" Gwen took a couple of shaky breaths before answering, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." Suddenly, a narrator's voice chimed in, "Peter Parker, well done. A perfect demonstration of how to save someone. Certain people could learn a thing or two." Just as Parker was about to leave, Eddie rushed up and called out, "Hey, Spider-Man, wait a second. The paper needs a photo." At that moment, Gwen spotted her father and ran straight to him. Eddie called after her, "Thank God you're all right." But Gwen ignored him, rushing into her father's arms, where Stacy comforted her with a gentle pat on the back. Eddie turned to Spider-Man and said, "Hey, I'm a new guy." "The new guy?" Parker looked at him, puzzled. "Starting now, I'm the Daily Bugle's official Spider-Man photographer. Give me a smile." "Are you smiling?" "Just kidding." While snapping photos, Eddie chatted to Parker. "They already have a photographer, don't they?" Parker looked at Eddie in confusion. "Who? Parker? Listen, let me tell you something." Eddie leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "That guy's practically an amateur. Haven't you noticed how he makes you look all puffy in the pictures? And, all right, even a bit short and stout." Eddie sidled up to Parker, whispering criticisms about him while still busily taking pictures. With a resigned sigh, Parker just said, "All right," and walked off, leaving Eddie calling after him, "But hey, you won't have to worry about that anymore, buddy." Gwen watched Spider-Man leaving the scene, an odd expression flickering across her face. What was that all about? Talk about flattering the wrong horse. Otto burst out laughing and grabbed a piece of pastry. Parker felt awkward, stung by such blatant mockery of his photography skills. Still, now he had a police-appointed photographer snapping pictures just for him, photos that were then distributed to the various newspapers. And considering the Daily Bugle's owner was one of his fans, he made sure to send him a few shots too. Otherwise, the Bugle sales would plummet without their regular Spider-Man content. Tony, however, paid no attention to Eddie's reckless words. His focus was on Gwen's expression. She clearly had a bit of a soft spot for Peter Parker. Both of them were academic stars, always the first to raise their hands in class, and Gwen would often turn around to flash Parker a smile. Peter, for his part, never missed a chance to compliment Gwen. Eddie claimed he was dating Gwen, but after she was rescued, she didn't pay him much mind. Instead, she went straight to her father, which suggested their relationship wasn't all that close. The look Gwen gave Spider-Man after being saved held something unusual, something extra. From what the narrator hinted, Gwen wasn't together with Peter Parker yet. Tony didn't believe that Peter Parker, combined with Spider-Man's appeal, could possibly fail to win her over. There had to be some misunderstanding here. Now, all he wanted was to follow the twists and turns between Peter Parker, Mary Jane, and Gwen. Oh, and the landlord's daughter. Tony was embarrassed to admit he'd forgotten her name. Thankfully, Jarvis reminded him. It was Ursula. A tangled love quadrangle like this was irresistible gossip. Still, what Tony couldn't figure out was, who exactly was the person the narrator kept mentioning? Why do you have to learn so much from Parker? Inside the Daily Bugle, Spider-Man 1.5 was watching Hoffman, waiting for him to come up with something impressive. Hoffman slapped a label reading Daily Bugle onto his board, then added several more in quick succession. Applause. Now's the time. Wow. Absolutely phenomenal. With a broad grin, he looked at Jameson. The guy's in advertising, and I brainstormed a few new slogans. As you wished, our newspaper circulation is already excellent. Before Jameson could start feeling pleased, another cold splash followed. Although, of course, it's still not as good as the New York Times, the Daily News, the Post, and a few other small. As he listened, Jameson's blood pressure shot up. He roared, "Get on with it. You useless." He hadn't even finished his sentence when a shrill sound blared from outside, and his desk began to tremble. He shot an annoyed look toward the office door. "What now? Your blood pressure, Mr. Jameson. Your wife asked me to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't get too worked up," Miss Brandt explained. "Go tell my wife, why don't you?" He bellowed at Miss Brandt, but then immediately softened, putting on a smile and speaking in a gentle tone. "Thank you so much." With a gesture, he signaled Hoffman to continue. "So, I've come up with a few promotional strategies." Hoffman began pointing at the labels on the whiteboard, launching into his explanation. As Hoffman spoke, our version 1.5 Spider-Man's blood pressure started to spike uncontrollably once again. Just as impatience began to creep in, the desk vibrated once more. Jameson could only look out the door, resigned. Miss Brandt reminded him, "Time for your medication." She finished with a reassuring smile. Jameson reached for his pills, but the desk trembled again. "Not that one." Reaching for another bottle, the shaking returned. "Not that one either." Jameson felt like a volcano on the verge of erupting. It took him several seconds to force down the throbbing vein on his forehead. He hesitated before reaching for yet another bottle, pointing at it for confirmation. Miss Brandt nodded from outside. He smiled and picked it up. As soon as he twisted the cap open, the desk shuddered again, and most of the pills spilled out. Sighing, he set the bottle down. Miss Brandt's reminder arrived a moment too late. "Drink more water." He took several deep, calming breaths, finally managing to extinguish his simmering anger. Pressing the intercom button, he spoke softly, "Thank you." Then, with a smile, he gestured at Hoffman to continue. "Go ahead." Tony burst into laughter, slapping his thigh until it turned red, utterly delighted at how Spider-Man 1.5 was completely under his wife's thumb. Beside him, Rhodey had to bite his lip to keep from laughing out loud, his face flushed red. Jameson buried his face in his hands. After a month's reprieve, he was once again the talk of the town. He could already imagine that, from now on, aside from being known as the knockoff Spider-Man, he'd earn a new nickname, the man whose wife rules the roost. Perhaps, he thought, he'd end up as the knockoff Spider-Man whose wife rules the roost. He was sure that his competitors wouldn't miss this golden opportunity to ridicule him. Tomorrow, without a doubt, he would be front-page news. The only upside was that the Daily Bugle's fame would rise once again, though it would be thanks to the boss's blunder. That did nothing to stop Miss Brandt and the others from watching the spectacle with glee. "To be honest, I've never seen him like this," Miss Brandt said, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Hoffman was also struggling to contain himself, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. "Hoffman, get in here right now." The hapless Hoffman too tall to hide, had been spotted by Jameson through the office window. Seeing his struggle to hold back laughter, Jameson bellowed at him furiously. Eddie strode in with a raised hand, humming a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, Miss Brant sealed an envelope with a delicate touch of her tongue, then looked up at Eddie as he approached. "He's very busy," she said. "Oh no, I'm just here for a chat with you, gorgeous." Eddie leaned in close to Miss Brant, and she immediately caught a whiff of his peculiar cologne. "What's that scent?" "Oh, it's just some cheapacarl. What perfume are you wearing?" Eddie waggled his eyebrows at her, trying his luck with a flirt. With a frosty smile, Miss Brant replied, her lips cool as winter despite their warmth. "I wear Get Lost." Just then, Jameson, still fuming, kicked Hoffman out of the office. "Get out. That's the dumbest idea you've ever had. You'd better come back with something worthwhile." From the side, Miss Brant quietly reminded, "Watch your blood pressure." Jameson threw up his hands in exasperation, signaling he'd heard her, then stormed back into the office. Eddie seized the chance to slip inside after him. Seeing this, Miss Brant called after him, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Thanks to the publicity from Skynet, Miss Brant's beauty and charm had already become the talk of the world. This time, her unique way of sealing letters with her tongue had driven countless lecherous admirers wild. These old perverts flocked to the Daily Bugle's doors, undeterred by the cost or effort, all desperate for a letter sealed by her own hand. They lined up in droves outside the Daily Bugle, hoping for a chance to meet Miss Brant and win her favor. To Miss Brant, their behavior was both exasperating and revolting. She never imagined that something as simple as sealing a letter with her tongue would create such a sensation. She tried to refuse their requests, but their obsession only grew, turning into outright harassment and even threats. In the end, Miss Brant had no choice but to seek help. She reported the situation to the police and to Peter Parker, asking them to take action to protect her. After hearing what she said, the police took the matter very seriously. They immediately arranged for security personnel to protect Miss Brant's safety and issued a statement condemning those who had been harassing and threatening her. Meanwhile, Parker uses webbing to let those old lechers experience the joy of sleeping in a spider's web for a while. Eddie, who had managed to get into the office, looked at Jameson with excitement gleaming in his eyes. The 1.5th generation Spider-Man asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Robbie, standing nearby, explained, "You officially hired him last week, a freelance journalist." "Did I? And what's that smell?" It was clear Jameson had already forgotten about him, but before he could finish his sentence, he caught a strange scent. Eddie introduced himself. "My name's Brock, Eddie Brock. May I say, I really like your shirt." They shook hands. Then Eddie handed over the photos he'd taken of the crane incident. "These are pictures from the crane accident. Take a good look." Spider-Man 1.5 took the photos casually, showing off to Robbie. He said he likes my shirt. At that moment, Parker walked in as well. He greeted Miss Brant. "Hey, Betty." "Hey, Peter," she replied. When Parker got closer, she quietly warned him, "You'd better get in there. They're the new guy, and he's about to sell his Spider-Man photos." Parker glanced into the office and thanked her. "Thanks." He then walked into the office. As soon as he entered, Jameson called out, "Parker, you're late. Maybe too late. Brock has already beaten you to it." Eddie corrected him. "It's Brock, sir. Eddie Brock." Parker didn't argue with Jameson. Instead, he pulled out his own photos. "But I got you this." "But he's already given me this." Jameson pointed to the photos in Robbie's hand, and Robbie began examining Parker's photos. Eddie glanced at Parker's pictures with surprise and asked, "I didn't see you there. How did you get up so high?" Parker raised an eyebrow. "Climbed up, almost fell off the flagpole." "Flagpole?" Eddie looked puzzled, trying to recall if there was a flagpole nearby. "Which one should we use?" Robbie asked Jameson. "I like Brock's. The shots are better," Robbie said. Jameson added, "And cheaper. Congratulations, we're using yours. I'll pay you $50. Robbie turned to Eddie. Eddie immediately gushed, "Awesome, boss. I'm a guy now. I know how to get the best shots, better than any regular photographer. You see, photography isn't just about, no offense, flagpoles, or whatever else. It's about weaving together light, composition, and dramatic effect. I want this job, sir." Eddie boasted about his own skills while taking a jab at Parker and pretending to reassure him that he meant no harm. At that moment, Miss Brant walked in with a stack of documents. Jameson began signing them absent-mindedly, while Brant licked her finger to turn the pages. As Jameson kept signing, Eddie continued buttering him up. "There's also a girl I want to spend my life with. I guess, I don't know, I have this silly little dream. To work alongside the greatest newspaper editor of our time. That's Jonah Jameson." Jameson, cigar clenched between his teeth, watched Eddie's performance and waved Miss Brant away. "Oh, there's a vacancy in the newsroom. Johnson quit, remember?" he asked Robbie. "You fired him," Robbie replied. "Whatever," Jameson grumbled. At this point, Parker, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. Wait a second. I know what makes a good photograph. I've been around for a long time, too. If there's a job opening, I think it should go to me. Robbie nodded in agreement. He's right, Jonah. Peter's worked with us for years, and he's done a great job. You want the job, and you want the job. Does anyone care what I want? Jameson complained. Just then, Hoffman burst into the office. Eat gotta. Hoffman chimed in. Shut up. Get out. Jameson barked. What I want is for the public to know that Spider-Man is nothing but a petty criminal, a fraud, all sticky and slimy. I want him caught red-handed. Whoever brings me a picture of Spider-Man breaking the law gets the job. What are you all waiting for? Chinese New Year. Go, go, go. Eddie jumped up immediately. I'm on it, boss. Parker followed him out of the office, calling after Eddie, You'll never get that shot. Eddie scoffed, Oh, we'll see about that. Tony watched Eddie's over-the-top performance with clear distaste. He couldn't stand people who said whatever pleased their audience, changing their tune with whoever was in front of them. As far as Tony could see, Eddie had no real skills besides putting others down. Rhodey muttered, Does he think we're fools? Bad-mouthing Parker right to his face. I bet Robbie's not going to like him either. He's already managed to tick off 2/3 of the core staff before even getting hired. Uncle Ben looked on, unimpressed by Eddie's clownish display. He knew all too well that trying to boost yourself by tearing others down is never a path to lasting success. Parker, however, felt nothing in particular. He was no longer that impoverished, desperate self under the vast sky. His mindset had changed, and so he was able to take things in stride. As Parker walked down the street, his attention was suddenly drawn to a shop. A red scrolling marquee above the door read, Spider-Man saves the police captain's daughter. Spider-Man becomes a city hero. Parker stopped and gazed at the sign. At that moment, a familiar old man walked up beside him and said, It only takes one person to change the world. Parker wanted to say something, but the man cut him off. No need for words. And with that, he turned and left, leaving Parker standing there, smiling quietly to himself. After many days in the hospital, Harry finally returned home. The butler, Bernard, greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome home, Harry. Harry stepped forward and embraced him. Thank God you're all right. Thank you, Bernard. Harry replied. Parker stood by with a cheerful grin as he watched them. Bernard, he called, and the two shook hands. Then Parker reached into his bag and pulled out a basketball. A little homecoming gift for you. Harry took it and noticed Peter's name written on it. Hey, this is your old ball. Yeah. Parker nodded. Holding the basketball his best friend used to play with, Harry looked genuinely delighted. Thanks, man, he said, and started dribbling it with a casual bounce. We had some good games out back, didn't we? We were both terrible, Parker replied, feigning indignation. And we actually thought we'd make the college team. All for the cheerleaders, right? Harry shot Parker a mischievous look. You got it. Parker raised his eyebrows in agreement. Hey, do I even have a girlfriend? At the mention of girls, Harry suddenly turned to Parker with a question. I have no idea. Parker laughed. You don't know? Hey, Bernard, do I have a girlfriend? Harry turned to the butler when Parker shrugged. To the best of my knowledge, sir, you do not. Bernard replied with a playful formality. Just as Harry turned away, distracted, Parker seized the chance to snatch the basketball from his hands. He began dribbling and dashed off, with Harry immediately chasing after him. After a bit of playful roughhousing, Parker tossed the ball back to Harry. Harry caught it and, grinning, said to Parker, Not a bad place, huh? It's all right, I guess, Parker replied, pretending to be unimpressed. At least I'm not risking my neck for money anymore. Of course not. Well, maybe now I can do something about not having a girlfriend, Harry said with a laugh. Seizing the moment, Parker stole the basketball again and ran into the house. But as soon as he entered, he stopped short, confronted by the old sofa where Norman's body had once lain. The memory of that night flickered vividly in his mind. It all felt so close, as if it had just happened. You know, Harry said softly, he was always grateful to you for helping me through those tough high school years. Harry's words interrupted Parker's thoughts. He turned to look at him and found Harry staring absent-mindedly at a photo of Norman. If only I could remember more about him. He loved you. That's what matters most. Hey, let's go to the kitchen and catch the game. Maybe grab something to eat while we're at it. Afraid Harry might recall something unpleasant, Parker quickly tried to draw him away. Seeing Harry hadn't moved, Parker casually tossed a basketball his way. But Harry didn't notice. The ball knocked into a vase. At that moment, Harry's hand shot out and caught the basketball, and with the other hand, he reached back just in time to steady the falling vase. Parker looked at him in surprise, but Harry seemed even more astonished. Did you see that? Your reflexes are still lightning fast. Yeah. Harry turned to carefully set the vase back in its place. Parker's expression grew serious. Despite the memory loss, Harry's physical abilities hadn't changed. It seems that serum really does work, but the side effects are just too severe. Any negative emotions get triggered by it, and in the worst cases, it even creates a split personality, just like Norman Osborn. An aide watched the monitor, regret written all over his face. Isn't there any way to fix this? Our soldiers could really use something like that. A man in a decorated military uniform, hair white as snow, asked stubbornly. No, sir. The person in charge of the serum project, Dr. Stein, was killed by Norman Osborn. The flaw is fundamental. There's no way to fix it after the fact. Not even Oscorp can solve it. But Harry Osborn seems just fine, doesn't he? Sir, before Harry injected the serum, he still cared about Peter Parker's identity. But afterward, he lost all feeling for his friend. All he could think about was killing Spider-Man. Our people believe that's another side effect, just not as obvious as a split personality. I see. Then what about the origin of Spider-Man's powers? What happened to that spider? Did we ever find another one like it? Oscorp reported that Dr. Stein had once researched super spiders. Eventually, he found their venom was far too potent. Nothing could survive their bite. Every test subject died. After Dr. Stein's death, the research was abandoned. And those spiders? They were all destroyed, sir. Damn it. The general cursed under his breath. They had never given up on this line of research, but progress had always eluded them. Mary Jane wanted to come to the theater today to rehearse her lines, but as she opened the door, she was surprised to find another woman already practicing on stage. The woman was singing softly as she slowly descended the steps, but when she spotted Mary Jane standing at the entrance, she stopped abruptly, unable to help herself. Her sudden silence caught the director's attention. Why did you stop? He called out. At that moment, everyone in the theater noticed Mary Jane's arrival. Why did she suddenly show up? Someone whispered. Mary Jane looked at the woman who had taken her place on stage, feeling lost and out of place. The assistant leaned in and whispered to the director, Gary was supposed to call her agent. Then, turning to Mary Jane with a wide, apologetic smile, he said, Hi, sweetheart. We've been trying to get in touch with you. I'm so sorry. The director followed close behind, echoing the apology. Mary Jane could hardly believe what she was hearing. All this just because of one critical review, she asked in disbelief. No, it's every paper, darling, the director replied, leaving her no room to argue. Mary Jane, sweetheart, please sit down. I'll explain everything, the assistant tried to reassure her. But the director interrupted impatiently. Listen, if you'd like, we can always say you're unwell. Mary Jane's eyes began to fill with tears. Shaking her head, she turned and walked away, unable to bear staying in this place that had suddenly become so painful. Without looking back, she left the theater behind. We really botched this one, the assistant muttered, shaking his head. The director nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's get back to rehearsal. It really wasn't very flattering, Mary Jane, Tony quipped as he helped Rhodey arm his suit, his tone sharp as ever. She's clearly upset. Good thing she can't hear your sarcasm, or she'd feel even worse, Rhodey replied, glancing at Tony as he tightened the last bolt. Hey, I'm helping you upgrade your suit, you know? How could you say that? Tony protested, shooting Rhodey a disgruntled look. So Rhodey raised his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Mary Jane descended the steps outside. As she reached the street corner, a group of passers-by suddenly broke into applause. Mistaking it for a welcome meant for her, a glimmer of hope brightened her weary face. But a young black man nearby shattered her illusion with a cheerful shout. Yeah, Spider-Man. In an instant, Mary Jane's expression changed. Only then did she realize the applause was for Peter Parker. High above, Parker's figure swung past, earning cheers and admiration from the crowd below. Watching Peter bask in the adulation of so many, Mary Jane couldn't help but sigh. The sting of disappointment hit her hard, and a trace of impatience showed on her face. As Mary Jane left the theater behind, a staff member at the entrance quietly covered her name on the marquee, replacing it with someone else's. Oh, look at her face. How could she show that expression to Spider-Man's fans? Someone in the crowd remarked. Although she's hit a rough patch at work, in love she's basking in Spider-Man's affection all by herself. Everyone wants to have it all, love and career, but reality rarely lets you have both the way you wish. I do feel sorry for her, but honestly, her singing really isn't that good. I thought it was just me, but it turns out the newspapers agree with my impression. Mary Jane gazed up at the giant screen, unable to stop herself from feeling a little sad, her eyes welling up with tears. Harry stood by her side, trying to comfort her. Just then, Parker's face suddenly appeared at the center of the broadcast. All around him, fans cheered and shouted his name, and he nodded along to the rhythm of their excitement. He looked around at the sea of enthusiastic fans, and for the first time, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As the parade honor guard approached, Parker couldn't help but sway along with their march. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. The shouts and cheers echoed from every direction, and girls waved placards with Spider-Man written in bold letters. "Excuse me, miss. May I see that dazzling smile of yours again?" Eddie walked up to Gwen, flashing her a grin as he spoke. Gwen greeted him in return. Eddie snapped picture after picture of Gwen, who struck a pose for him. "Absolutely stunning. This should be front-page news," he gushed. Eddie kept piling on the flattery, but Gwen replied, "I have things to do. See you later. How about tonight?" Eddie seized the chance, pressing his luck. Gwen shook her head. "Tonight won't work." "Why not? Don't you remember that thrilling, unforgettable evening?" Eddie's words were bold, dripping with innuendo. His cheekiness made Gwen laugh. "All we did was grab a coffee, Eddie." She didn't let him have the satisfaction. What he remembered was all in his imagination. "Hey, beautiful," Parker called out to Mary Jane, who had her back to him. Hearing his voice, she turned around, delight lighting up her face. Parker quickly snapped a photo of her. "One more," he said, noticing her expression. "Are you okay?" he asked, concern in his eyes. "I'm fine," Mary Jane replied with a small smile. "You're not still mad at me, are you?" Parker stepped closer to her. "No, Peter. I'm proud of you." After saying this, she kissed him, and they embraced. "Hey, I'll swing in from over there." Parker pointed in a direction, letting Mary Jane know where to watch for him. "Give them a great show," she encouraged. "Don't worry about those reviews. By tomorrow night, they'll all be old news. I promise." With that, Parker hurried off to get ready, while Mary Jane stood watching him, arms folded across her chest. Poor Peter still doesn't know that Mary Jane has already been replaced. He's still looking forward to her performance tomorrow night. Aunt May glanced at Mary Jane, understanding that Mary Jane didn't want Parker to be distracted. All could have been Narrated. At such a crucial fan meet and greet, letting Parker know about these things would only ruin his mood. Meanwhile, Marco was walking down the street. He tilted his head, and a bit of fine sand slipped out of his ear. As he passed by two police officers, one of them immediately recognized him. The officer patted his colleague and spoke in Marco's direction. "Isn't it the escaped convict from the prison break?" Marco happened to be watching the two officers as well. "It really looks like him." The other officer took a closer look and confirmed it. "Hey, you, stop right there," the officer shouted at Marco. Realizing he'd been spotted, Marco broke into a run. Cut him off from behind. The two officers drew their pistols and gave chase, splitting up to block the sand truck. But Marco had already vanished to the other side. The officers exchanged a glance, then began meticulously searching the area for any suspicious people or places, completely missing the odd trail of sand spilling from the back of a nearby truck. One officer heard a noise coming from the truck bed. He put away his gun and climbed up, carefully untying the tarp. When he pulled it back, all he saw was a truckload of sand. He grabbed a shovel and stepped forward. Just then, a patch of sand on the truck suddenly caved in. The officer edged closer, shovel raised, but before he could dig, a giant hand burst out from the sand and hurled him off the truck. The officer crashed onto the hood of a nearby woman's car, letting out a cry of pain. The woman shrieked in terror and abandoned her car, fleeing the scene. By now, reinforcements had arrived. An officer shouted to his colleagues, "He's hiding in the truck. Block him from the front." Marco no longer bothered to conceal himself. A massive arm emerged from the sand, followed by the upper half of his body. The onlookers, terrified by the sight, began to scream. "Open fire," one of the officers shouted, and several policemen unleashed a barrage of bullets at Marco. The bullets tore his body to shreds, but he seemed completely unfazed. With a furious roar, he sent several officers flying with a single punch, then dissolved into a cloud of dust and slipped away, flipping over every car in his path. Whoa, Flint Marco is incredible. He can turn into sand and control it. Imagine what he could do in a desert. He'd be unstoppable. Tony was astonished by Marco's display, instantly realizing how terrifying Marco would be in a desert environment. "Jarvis, if a character like this appears, do you have any good ideas?" "Sir, under normal circumstances, defeating Marco wouldn't be difficult. You could wash him away with a large amount of water, preventing the sand from coming together, or use intense heat to melt him and alter his molecular structure. However, if he's in the desert, these methods would be much harder to use. At present, we can't tell if Marco is capable of controlling the entire desert. If he is, that would spell disaster for the whole world. Open a file on him. I don't want to be caught off guard if someone like that shows up." "Understood, sir." Jarvis immediately added Marco's name to Tony's list of supervillains. At that moment, Gwen was standing at the podium. "People of New York, I'm here today because I fell from the 62nd floor, but someone caught me and saved my life. That person didn't ask for anything in return, not even recognition. He didn't want us to know who he is." Mary Jane stood at a distance, listening to Gwen's speech. Harry walked up behind her, holding a stick of cotton candy, and tapped her gently on the shoulder. "Hey, Mary Jane, Mary Jane looked genuinely surprised and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Where's Peter?" Harry asked, puzzled, since he didn't see Parker anywhere. "I guess he's off taking pictures for someone." Mary Jane responded quickly, coming up with an excuse for Peter's absence. Harry nodded, not suspecting a thing. "It's so good to see you. You look great, Harry." Mary Jane was a little surprised at how quickly Harry seemed to have recovered. "I've never felt better. It's strange, I don't even remember who you are. After bumping my head, I feel as carefree as a bird," Harry said to Mary Jane with a smile. "Well, maybe you can let me bump my head too," Mary Jane teased, genuinely wishing she could forget her recent troubles. Harry reached out and bumped her lightly on the forehead, making a playful sound to mimic the impact. "Hey, Peter said you were in a theater production." Mary Jane nodded. "You came to see me, and you even brought me flowers." "I brought flowers? Well, I'll bring you more tonight," Harry said, though he clearly didn't remember. "You won't have to, because I've been fired," Mary Jane said with a heavy heart. "What happened?" Harry's brow furrowed in concern. "I guess I just wasn't good enough," Mary Jane shrugged. "Oh, that's rough. But I did write you a play back in high school." Harry looked a little embarrassed, lowering his head. His words made Mary Jane laugh. "You wrote a play for me?" "Yeah. Harry, you really are the best." Mary Jane's eyes grew slightly red as she looked at Harry, recalling the days when she and Peter, too, had shared a brief but passionate romance. At that moment, Gwen's voice rang out. "So let me ask you all, when you find yourself falling from the sky without a parachute, or if your shop is robbed, your house catches fire, who will save you from plunging to the ground? Who will put out the flames and rescue your child?" "Spider-Man," the fans in attendance shouted in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. Parker, clad in his spider suit, landed lightly atop a rooftop at the edge of the crowd. Gazing down at his loyal fans, he couldn't help but exclaim, "They all love me." "Now, let's welcome our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," Gwen announced, her words matched by a grand gesture. As she spoke, Parker pulled on his mask and swung from afar, heading straight for the stage. On stage, everyone sprang to their feet, while the fans below cheered wildly, chanting his name. The ceremonial band struck up a lively tune right on cue. Parker swung above the crowd, slapping high fives with outstretched hands and greeting his admirers as he soared past. With a nimble flip, he landed on the stage, lying sprawled across the sign and peering at the audience. "Spider-Man!" The crowd roared, welcoming his arrival. Dangling upside down from his web, Parker slowly descended, as countless reporters captured the electrifying moment with flashes and clicks from cameras both large and small. "Kiss him! Kiss him!" The audience began to chant, egging them on. Gwen turned away, flustered, unable to meet the eyes of her greatest idol. "Come on, give him a kiss." The fans' encouragement was relentless. Parker, not wanting to disappoint them and sensing Gwen's nerves, leaned in and spoke to her gently. "Really?" Gwen could hardly believe she might actually get to kiss Spider-Man. "Sure, the crowd will love it," he assured her. The adults all joined together, shouting for them to kiss, save for one child who shook his head in protest. Just as Mary Jane had once done, Gwen reached up, lifted the lower half of his mask, and kissed him. From a distance, Mary Jane witnessed the scene. Her jealousy flared instantly, and she turned on her heel to leave. Harry, still oblivious, remarked, "I hope Peter got a picture of that." By the time he came to his senses, Mary Jane was already far away. "Oh yeah, making out with your fan at an event like this. That's got to feel amazing." Tony couldn't help but imagine how he'd handle such a moment. "But Mary Jane's mood must be pretty sour right now," Rhodey chuckled. "Her career's already on the rocks, and now her boyfriend's kissing someone else in public. I bet Peter Parker never imagined Mary Jane would get jealous over this." Back in the classroom, Parker watched footage of his kiss with Gwen and found himself wondering what it would be like to kiss her again. His gaze drifted almost unconsciously to where Gwen sat in the front row. Gwen, on the other hand, shyly lowered her head, not daring to look back at Peter Parker behind her. The classmates in the room burst into cheers, urging the two of them to kiss in real life as well. Professor Connors, seeing this, smiled warmly. But Captain Stacy's mood was far from pleasant. Watching his own daughter being pushed into someone else's arms made him deeply uncomfortable, even if that someone was Spider-Man. Gwen, having managed to kiss her idol, was overjoyed and bashful at the same time. It was the first time she had been so close to anyone. Mary Jane slipped out of the crowd, with Harry quickly following her, grabbing her arm and asking, Hey, are you all right?" Mary Jane, her words belying her feelings, replied, "I'm fine." At that moment, as Mary Jane's mind wandered, a sudden sandstorm appeared in the distant sky. The storm swept straight across the venue, engulfing countless people in its grasp. Gwen and Parker, standing on the stage, saw it all unfold, and the sandstorm, Marco in disguise, quickly moved away from the scene. Just then, two police officers emerged from the bank, each carrying a bag of money. They loaded the cash into an armored truck, unaware that Marco had already arrived nearby, watching their every move. Spotting the armored truck on the road, Marco wasted no time and charged after it. The driver, catching a glimpse of a strange shadow passing over the roof in his rearview mirror, tried to warn his colleague in the back, but it was already too late. Before he could finish his sentence, Marco's fist smashed through the roof. One of the officers narrowly avoided being struck, stumbling in terror. He hurriedly drew his shotgun to fire, but Marco gave him no chance, storming into the armored truck in a rush of sand. Sand poured in, filling every corner of the truck's interior. Even the bulletproof glass shattered under the pressure, and the sand flooded into the driver's compartment, pinning the accelerator to the floor. The armored truck barreled down the street, picking up speed, before flipping a taxi waiting at a red light. Parker swung swiftly through the city on his webs, chasing after the runaway truck. Inside, Marco had already stuffed all the money into bags. Just as he was about to make his escape with the loot, Parker dropped in through the hole in the roof. "Game's over, pal," Parker said coldly, fixing Marco with a steely gaze. Marco stared at the approaching Spider-Man and said, "I don't want to hurt you. Just walk away." His words made Parker chuckle. "I guess you haven't heard. I'm a sheriff around here." Seeing that Parker wasn't backing down, Marco nodded slightly. "All right then." With that, he swung his fist at Parker, but Parker dodged the attack with ease and countered with a punch of his own. Parker's fist went straight through Marco's stomach, sending a cascade of sand to the ground. Parker tried to pull his arm free, but Marco's sand held him fast, trapping him tight. "Oh no!" Parker exclaimed, realizing he was caught. Marco glared at him menacingly. In the next instant, his right arm swelled and transformed into a massive fist of sand, and with a heavy punch, he sent Parker flying out of the armored truck. Parker crashed through the rear door, hitting the ground hard and rolling several times. But he quickly regained his composure, shooting a web that stuck firmly to the armored truck. Planting his feet on the warped door like a skateboard, he sped after the vehicle. Cars whizzed past along the way, forcing Parker to continually shoot webs to change direction, deftly weaving between traffic as he chased the armored truck. Finally, Parker leapt into the air and fired web balls at Marco, who had already climbed onto the truck's roof. The web balls pounded Marco's sandy form, leaving crater-like dents across his body. With a graceful somersault, Parker dodged Marco's incoming strikes and landed stylishly on the roof. Without missing a beat, he swept Marco's legs out from under him with a slick kick. Marco's legs buckled with a sickening snap. As Marco toppled to the ground, Parker quickly yanked the stolen money bag from his grasp with a strand of web and tossed it back into the armored truck. But Marco retaliated with a punch that caught Parker off guard. Parker grabbed the edge of the roof just in time, trying to pull himself back up, but Marco swung again, forcing Parker to swing out to the left on his web, straight into the path of an oncoming bus. The bus's windshield shattered with a sharp crack. The startled driver slammed the brakes, and Parker was thrown back toward the right side of the armored truck. Clinging to the side, Parker barely had time to react before Marco slammed him again, sending him crashing into the vehicle's interior. When Parker scrambled up, clutching the shattered window frame, he saw a green Cape delivery truck parked directly ahead. He quickly yanked the two police officers from the cab to safety and at the last second fired webs to weave a net around them for protection. But Parker himself didn't have time to escape. The armored truck smashed straight into the delivery truck, rolling onto its side. Parker was tossed inside, feeling the full impact. He waited until the vehicle stopped tumbling and began to slide along the ground before crawling out. By then, Marco had already retreated to the rooftop of a nearby building, watching him from above. Parker scanned the area for Marco, but he was nowhere to be found. Marco knew that as long as Spider-Man was around, he'd never get away with the loot. Frustrated, he slinked away. The two officers Parker had saved climbed down from the safety of the web. Seeing that they were unharmed, Parker heaved a sigh of relief and left the scene. He perched atop a building and pulled off his mask, only to find his hair full of sand. He shook his head, grumbling, "Where do these guys keep coming from anyway?" Kicking off his shoes, he dumped out a mound of sand. "What a pain. Rhodey, should I rig you up with a flamethrower? Next time we run into someone like that, just melt them on the spot." Tony, having watched Peter Parker's entire battle with Sandman, turned to Rhodey and asked with a grin. "Ugh." Rod made a gesture to show he was ready. He also found this kind of enemy tricky. Ordinary physical attacks were useless against him. Parker had punched straight through his abdomen, but it hadn't caused so much as a scratch. Instead, it was Parker who had been sent flying. Even though Parker was incredibly strong and resilient and wasn't hurt, if things kept going like this, he'd definitely be at a disadvantage. Unable to help himself, Parker began to ponder during class. If Marco really turned into that, how would he deal with him? Connors noticed Parker's silence and thoughtful expression. Realizing what he must be thinking about, Connors decided not to disturb him. That night, Parker arrived at the entrance of the Zodiac restaurant dressed smartly in a suit. He reached into his jacket pocket and took out a ring. After giving it a quick glance, he walked into the restaurant. Meanwhile, Mary Jane was walking along a busy street when she happened to spot a newspaper displayed on a rack. The headline screamed, "Spider-Man's fan shares a kiss with him at major ceremony," accompanied by a photo of Gwen and Parker kissing. As Mary Jane stared at the paper, a furious anger welled up inside her, burning even stronger. All the while, Parker, unaware of any of this, was preparing a surprise for her. Inside the restaurant, Parker watched the bustling staff moving back and forth, about to head into the main hall when the receptionist called out to him, "Sir, please wait a moment." Parker turned his head to look and then walked over with a smile. The receptionist greeted him in French. "Good evening. Do you have a reservation?" "Sorry, I don't really speak French," Parker admitted, so he could only reply in English. Upon hearing this, the receptionist switched to English as well. "But this is a French restaurant, isn't it?" Parker shrugged, then managed a phrase in French. The receptionist, surprised, pointed at him with a laugh. "May I have your name?" "Peter Parker." As soon as Parker gave his name, the receptionist picked up a whistle and gave it a quick toot. A nearby staff member handed him a pen, and he began searching the reservation list. Soon enough, he found Parker's name. "Here it is. Table for two, Shell." "Parker." Parker corrected him, hearing the mispronunciation. "That's what I said. Shell." Due to the accent, Parker's name had become Shell, and he could only accept his new moniker. "I have a request. When my girlfriend arrives, I have a ring." Hearing this, the receptionist let out a surprised, "Ah," and took the ring from Parker's hand. The diamond on the ring was so tiny that he had to put on his glasses just to see it clearly. He tapped the ring with his finger, as if greeting it. "Oh, so, you're going to propose to her tonight?" "That's right. I want to do something a bit special, to give her a surprise." Parker shared his idea with him. The receptionist nodded in enthusiastic agreement. "I love it. That's so romantic. I'm French, you know." He looked at Parker with a broad smile. "When I give you the signal, you bring up the champagne and the ring." Parker gestured with his hands to make it clear. "The ring should go in a champagne glass, right?" The receptionist was clearly an expert in these things. He finished Parker's thought before Parker could even say it. "Exactly. And also, I'd like to ask if the musicians could play this piece at the same time." Parker pulled a sheet of music from his pocket and handed it to him. "They'll be delighted to help." The receptionist's assurance made Parker beam with happiness, but he didn't forget to add a reminder. "Just be careful not to lose the ring." "Don't worry, sir. I'll stake my life on it," the receptionist replied with a grin. Then, slipping into French, he invited Parker to go inside. Parker responded with a phrase in French himself, and seeing this, the receptionist laughed. "I like you." The receptionist led Parker to their table, wished him a pleasant meal in French, and left. Parker sat down, repeating the French phrase to himself, "Enjoy your meal." Sitting there, Parker began to rehearse in his mind how he would greet Mary Jane. Just then, Mary Jane appeared at the entrance. Parker spotted her right away and rushed over to greet her. They shared a brief embrace. No sooner had they sat down than Mary Jane, with a hint of teasing, asked, "Can you even afford this restaurant?" Waving off her comment, Parker replied, "Oh, it's a special occasion. You're a Broadway star." But the mention of her career soured Mary Jane's mood instantly. "I don't feel like a star tonight," she muttered. "Oh, but you are. You're already a star," Parker insisted, completely unaware that Mary Jane had just been fired. "Peter, you don't understand how I feel right now." Mary Jane's face clouded with worry. "Oh no, I do. Believe me, I know exactly how you feel. I've been through it too. These things happen to me all the time," Parker said earnestly, hoping she would see he understood. "I see Spider-Man posters outside every window. Kids on the street wearing sweaters with my face on them. Halloween costumes. I don't know. I guess I've become some sort of icon. Just yesterday, people were chanting Spider-Man. Spider-Man, over and over. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I wonder. I'm just a nerd from small town. Am I really meant for all of this?" As Parker spoke with Mary Jane, his eyes suddenly caught sight of Gwen. Gwen noticed him too and waved. Mary Jane, seeing Peter's gesture, turned and spotted Gwen as well. At that moment, the receptionist, thinking it was time, signaled the waiters to bring out the champagne. Parker quickly stopped him, realizing the timing wasn't right. Gwen walked over to him and said, "Hi, my parents, and I just happened to come here for dinner." Then she greeted Mary Jane. "Hello, I'm Gwen Stacy." Gwen shook hands with Mary Jane, and Parker introduced her. "This is Mary Jane Watson." Hearing Parker's words, Gwen looked at Mary Jane with a hint of surprise. "Oh, so I finally get to meet you. Peter talks about you all the time." She gently placed her delicate hand on Parker's shoulder. Mary Jane glanced at Gwen's hand resting on Parker's shoulder, then looked at Parker. Parker quickly explained, Gwen is my lab partner in Dr. Connor's class. Gwen, standing to the side, chimed in with praise for Parker. Peter's a genius. Without him, I might have given up. Oh, that reminds me. Peter, did you get any pictures of me kissing Spider-Man? Could you bring them to class? At her words, Parker nodded. Gwen beamed. I'd love that. I could put on my bag. After all, how many people get kissed by Spider-Man? Mary Jane felt a pang of jealousy at Gwen's words. Gwen meant no harm. She just couldn't resist showing off, but Mary Jane's heart was already churning with envy. Forcing a smile, she replied, It really is hard to imagine. She shot Parker a sharp look at the same time. Gwen noticed Mary Jane's expression and realized she might have made her uncomfortable by boasting about kissing Spider-Man. She reined in her smile and said, Oh, it's really great to meet you. Then, after saying goodnight to Parker, she walked away. Parker waved goodbye to Gwen, but the receptionist mistakenly thought Parker was signaling to them. A waiter came out carrying champagne, and, as Parker gestured again, they were called back by the receptionist. Parker explained to Mary Jane, she's in my science class. Chemistry isn't really her strong suit. Mary Jane frowned at him, clearly upset, though Parker couldn't figure out why. So why have you never mentioned her before? Mary Jane pressed, barely keeping her frustration in check. She's your lab partner? You save her life? She thinks you're a genius. And she just puts her pretty hand casually on your shoulder? Didn't you notice that? Parker's expression turned serious, uncertain what Mary Jane was getting at. She's the one who made Spider-Man into a city hero. I'll never forget that. Mary Jane's jealousy left Parker at a loss for words. He tried to explain, his face a little tense. She's just a classmate, that's all. Let me ask you, when you kissed her, who was it, really? Was it Spider-Man or was it Peter? Mary Jane fixed him with a searching gaze. What are you trying to say? You know exactly what I mean. That was our kiss. Why'd you do that? You must have known how that would make me feel. Are you trying to break up with me? Parker finally realized the problem, but Mary Jane's words left him at a loss for words. Break up with you? Why would I want to break up with you? I love you. You're my girlfriend. She's just a classmate, Mary Jane. Sadly, Mary Jane couldn't hear a word Parker was saying. She was lost in her own thoughts. I feel terrible. I'm sorry, I have to go. She stood up and left. Parker tried to stop her. No, wait. In the distance, the receptionist thought Parker was gesturing to him, so he snapped his fingers. Instantly, the waiters came over carrying trays. Where are you going? Parker called after her. Please don't follow me. Mary Jane turned back and pleaded, her face full of pain. Parker stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. The receptionist, unaware of what just happened, smiled and placed the champagne on the table. Parker turned, fished the ring out of the champagne glass with a fork, and, utterly defeated, wiped it clean with a napkin. Mary Jane's self-esteem took a blow, someone commented. She realized that compared to Gwen, she was nothing. Not even the spider kiss she once had to herself belonged to her anymore. That's why she broke down. Rod nodded in agreement and added with a hint of sarcasm, she's kissed so many boyfriends before, Flash Harry, even that John guy. Uncle Ben sat beside Aunt May and said, Norman was right. Mary Jane is exactly that kind of person. She just can't handle Peter having someone by his side who's better than her in every way. She loves Spider-Man, not Peter. And apart from his secret identity as Spider-Man, which he can never reveal, Peter has nothing else to give her. On this point, the narrators got it right. Aunt May nodded softly, leaning against Ben's shoulder. As for the receptionist himself, he scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't even work at that restaurant yet. He was still working as a theater usher. On the big screen, he kept misunderstanding Parker's intentions, making the audience burst into laughter. Fortunately, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was someone else's problem. It wasn't even his first appearance on the big screen. Last time, he'd kept Parker outside, and Parker missed the show. He had taken some heat for that, with some people blaming him for Parker losing his powers, but in the end, he made it through. Parker tried to call Mary Jane, but no one answered. All he could do was leave her a message. Hello, please pick up. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't even know if you're listening to my message. The scene shifts to Mary Jane, who stands silently by the phone, listening. But I just wanted to talk to you. Parker finds himself at a loss for words, unsure what to say to Mary Jane. All he can do is suggest she call him back later, then hangs up. Just as Parker puts down the phone, Mary Jane steps forward and picks it up, only to realize he's already hung up. She can only let out a quiet sigh. No sooner has Parker walked away from the phone than it rings again. Thinking it must be Mary Jane, he hurries back to answer, his voice bright with hope as he says, hello. But on the other end, a man's voice responds, Mr. Parker? Parker replies, confirming his identity. This is Detective Neil Gary from the 32nd Precinct. I'm calling on behalf of Captain Stacy. He'd like you to come down to the station. At first, we believed this man, Dennis Carradine, was your husband's killer. We were wrong, George Stacy says to Aunt May. Parker and Aunt May stand before Captain Stacy, and Aunt May, shocked, can only utter, "What?" George Stacy continues. It now appears that Carradine was merely an accomplice. The real killer is still at large. The words hit Parker hard. For years, he had been certain Carradine was the one responsible. Even though Carradine's death could never bring Parker true peace, at least it felt like vengeance for Uncle Ben. Now, faced with a new reality, Parker can't help but challenge Stacy. What do you mean? This is the man who actually killed your husband. With that, he lays a photograph of Flint Marco before them. Parker picks it up, unable to remain seated. His name is Flint Marco, a petty crook with a long history of jail time, George Stacy explains. You've got the wrong guy. Parker protests, unable to accept that he might have killed the wrong man. The denial grows even stronger, especially since Marco had just escaped from him the day before. 2 days ago, he broke out. He confessed to the crime to another inmate. And we also have multiple witnesses who can corroborate this, Stacy explains. As Parker listens, he is suddenly transported back to the night Uncle Ben was killed. He remembers Uncle Ben waiting for him in the car. Marco approaches, gun in hand, and taps on the window. He drags Uncle Ben out of the car. Uncle Ben tries to reason with him. No, wait, son. You don't have to do this. But Marco pays no attention, shoving him to the ground. Carradine runs over, urging Marco to hurry and get away. Carradine climbs into the driver's seat. But Marco, looking down at Uncle Ben sprawled on the pavement, raises his gun. Carradine shouts desperately, "Get in the car." "What are you doing?" Marco fired his gun at Uncle Ben. Seeing this, Carradine started the car and fled the scene, and Marco also disappeared into the night. Parker pictured the scene in his mind, and tears began to stream down his face. Is this just his imagination, or is it what actually happened? Tony found himself momentarily unsure. I think it's his own version. He's made Carradine out to be an ordinary robber, someone who never meant to kill. Marco, on the other hand, is painted as a ruthless criminal, Rhodey said, his brows furrowed. That makes sense, Tony nodded. After all, they already had the car. There was no reason for Marco to kill Ben Parker. Carradine kept urging him to leave the scene. He guessed that Peter Parker was deeply remorseful for having accidentally killed Carradine. If things really happened as Peter imagined, then Carradine died for nothing. Aunt May couldn't bear to look at the photos any longer. She wanted Stacy to take them away. George Stacy, with an apologetic expression, turned to her and said, "I'm truly sorry, Mrs. Parker. I know how unbearable this must be, but please have a little patience. We'll do our duty. We will catch the killer." Hearing George Stacy's words, Parker couldn't hold back any longer. Red-eyed, he turned to Stacy and shouted, "No, you haven't done your job. I watched my uncle die, and then you went after the wrong man." Right now, his mind was filled with the moment Carradine died. He could have grabbed Carradine back then, but he didn't. He let him fall. And now you're telling me, after 2 years, you've finally found a real suspect and a witness? Why didn't you tell us earlier? George Stacy tried to calm him down, but Parker couldn't be calmed. Pointing angrily at Marco's face, Parker said, "This guy killed my uncle, and he's still out there free." With that, he threw the photos to the ground and stormed out of the room. "I'm so sorry." Marco fell to his knees in front of Peter, his voice thick with genuine remorse. Carradine stood beside him. In a way, Carradine didn't hate Parker. In fact, he actually felt a trace of gratitude. After all, he was still alive, while his counterpart in the other reality had been dead for a long time. "Harry's promised me he'll pay for your daughter's medical treatment," said Parker, his tone more serious than usual as he looked at Marco, sobbing at his feet. "But you must promise me no more crime. If you break your word, Harry will withdraw his support for your daughter." For his daughter's sake, Marco was willing to do anything. He agreed without hesitation. Harry laid a reassuring hand on Parker's shoulder, and Parker managed a faint smile in return. "Get up," Parker said. "Find a proper job. Your wife and daughter still depend on you. Harry will cover the hospital bills, but the rest you'll have to take care of yourself. If you can't find a job, I can help arrange one for you, but you'll have to give it your all and work honestly." Harry cleared his throat and spoke to Marco. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Marco expressed his sincere gratitude. "Let's go." With that, Harry and Parker headed off, while Carradine gave Marco's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Hang in there. Peter Parker, you've changed Flint Marco's fate. As a reward, I have a gift for you." "A gift? What kind of gift?" Parker was just about to leave when he suddenly heard the narrator's voice. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky. "Venom. It will no longer affect a person's personality. I will remove its weaknesses, and you will have absolute control over it." Out in the universe, a meteor was speeding toward Earth when suddenly it was enveloped in a brilliant white light. The light faded as quickly as it had appeared, and the meteor continued on its way as if nothing had happened. But the venom inside the meteor had already arrived on Earth, specifically in Peter Parker's room, though Parker remained unaware of its presence. At that moment, he stared wide-eyed at the sky. Meanwhile, the entire world was in an uproar, and even Tony was left speechless. Is that even possible? Back at his rented apartment, Parker waited for updates over the intercom channel. Suddenly, an urgent alert sounded. On L20 Park Street, an abandoned vehicle had been found next to an elderly man lying in the middle of the road. Nearby officers were requested to respond immediately. The dispatcher then corrected the location. It was actually on Warbash Road. Parker remained unmoved. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door, and Mary Jane's voice came through. "Peter, it's me, Mary Jane. I'm not here because of the dinner. Please, open the door." Parker swung the door open. "Aunt May called me and told me what happened. She's worried about you, and so am I," Mary Jane said as she stepped inside, closing the door behind her and speaking as she did so. "There's no need to worry. I'm fine," Parker replied, his voice calm, though his composure only made Mary Jane more anxious. "I just don't want you to do anything reckless." "You mean like hunting down the man who killed my uncle? Or doing something you'll regret, like killing another robber?" Mary Jane looked at Parker intently. "He pointed a gun at me. I dodged and he fell. I've already told you that," Parker insisted. Mary Jane was quick to clarify. "I'm not blaming you." Just then, the police broadcast sounded again. Not wanting their conversation interrupted, Mary Jane asked, "Can you turn that radio off for a moment?" Parker turned down the volume. Seeing this, Mary Jane continued, "Peter, I came because I'm worried about you. I know you made a mistake and you feel guilty about it. I just want to be here for you, to help however I can." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, but I'm fine. I don't need your help," Peter replied, putting on a brave face. Hearing this, Mary Jane could only turn to leave, but before she stepped out, she called back to Peter. "Everyone needs help sometimes, Peter, even Spider-Man." Peter watched her close the door behind her, lost in thought. His contemplation was interrupted by an urgent police report crackling over the radio, prompting him to turn up the volume. He donned his Spider-Man suit, staying alert and ready to spring into action the moment any news about Marco came through. The whole night, Peter waited anxiously, but there was no word about Marco. Exhaustion eventually overtook him, and he collapsed onto his bed, still in his suit, drifting into uneasy sleep. Outside, thunder rolled and lightning flashed. In his dreams, Peter relived the moment Uncle Ben died, the weight of guilt pressing down on him so heavily that he repeatedly woke up in cold sweats. Then, from a strange vantage point in the night, something observed him. As Peter startled awake and glanced around, the presence shrank back into the shadows. When he lay down again, it silently crept closer to his bedside. Peter lay sleeping while, on the wall beside him, a menacing, clawed shadow began to take shape. Still trapped in his nightmare about Uncle Ben, Peter remained unaware as a black, viscous substance reached for his arm. Haunted by the memory of Marco firing the gun, he didn't notice the symbiote slowly spreading over his body, enveloping him completely as visions of Carradine's death flashed through his mind. The inky darkness covered Peter from head to toe, creeping toward his head. Only then did he stir, but it was already too late. The symbiote consumed him entirely. "Is that the symbiote?" Tony exclaimed, forgetting his drink in his hand. He shouted, "Jarvis, record everything about this black substance. Analyze its weaknesses." The sky screen said it had weaknesses, so there must be some, otherwise there'd be no need to eliminate it. Peter Parker, even without the symbiote, could stop a speeding train with his own strength. Tony couldn't imagine how powerful he'd become with the symbiote bonded to him. Could his armor withstand a single blow from him now? Thankfully, the sky screen indicated that the symbiote would remain under Peter's control, so Tony didn't need to worry about him turning rogue. Still, he resolved to develop an anti-venom spider suit, just in case. Who knew if creatures like this existed in their own universe? It never hurt to be prepared. If one ever appeared, Tony wanted to be ready. And what if that green giant got infected with the symbiote? Tony decided he needed an armor maxed out for both strength and defense. Nick Fury watched Peter's possession with furrowed brows, deeply concerned. He was eager to learn how Peter Parker managed to rid himself of the symbiote. Hill walked in and said to him, "Our people have figured something out. That massive slime has been lurking around Peter Parker for several days, but it only seized the opportunity to attach itself tonight, when Peter's mind was restless." "So, you're saying it might have tried to bond with Peter before, but spider sense stopped it? And only tonight, when Parker was plagued by nightmares, did it manage to get close to him?" "That's right. Damn it." Fury couldn't help but curse. This meant the thing wasn't just acting on instinct, it was highly intelligent. Parker stared at the scene playing out on the sky screen, then looked down at the Venom symbiote bouncing around in front of him, at a loss for what to do. Where am I? Parker mumbled to himself, puzzled, before realizing he was hanging upside down outside a tall building. Through the glass, he caught a glimpse of his new self. The red and blue spider suit had turned black, accented with a white spider motif. What is this? This feeling. Parker felt an unimaginable surge of power coursing through him. He had never felt so alive. Unable to hold back, he let out a delighted, "Wow," and exclaimed, "This feels amazing." He stood horizontally on the building's exterior, flipped upwards in a smooth arc, then launched himself into a backflip, soaring down. The rush was overwhelming. He let out a wild yell, letting his newfound strength burst free. With ease, he shot a web and swung across to the rooftop of a neighboring skyscraper, something he'd never managed before. Clinging to the rooftop spire, Parker pulled off his mask and looked at his black spider suit, unable to hold back a gasp of wonder. This is a whole new sensation. Any results, Jarvis? Tony watched Peter Parker's initial transformation and questioned his AI. Both strength and speed, as well as web shooting range, have increased dramatically. Previously, he was never able to swing up to a skyscraper with such little effort, Jarvis replied. Anything else? Tony pressed on. There is insufficient data to determine the maximum enhancements to web strength and physical speed. More information is needed for a comprehensive analysis. All right then, let's wait and see just how powerful this so-called ultimate Venom spider suit really is. Tony stared at Peter Parker's face on the sky screen. Peter, that Venom, did the sky screen really give it to you? Uncle Ben asked. Yes, I'm looking at it right now, Parker replied, glancing at the Venom crawling back and forth in front of him. He had brought Venom to the school, where he and Gwen examined it together, and also asked Dr. Connors to help determine if the sky screen's claims were true. Gwen had been a little scared at first, but the symbiote seemed to be quite fond of her. It kept inching closer to her side, and unless Parker stepped in to stop it, the creature would sneak over to Gwen at every opportunity. After a tentative touch, Gwen discovered that this symbiote was surprisingly gentle. Whenever her fingers brushed against it, it would practically wriggle with delight, and gradually, her fear began to melt away. After finishing his call with Uncle Ben, Parker looked over at Gwen. Thanks to the narrator's encouragement, Gwen's feelings for Parker had been laid bare, so Parker, in turn, tried to grow closer to her. As a result, the two of them became more and more inseparable. Sorry, my uncle wanted to know how the symbiote was doing, Parker said apologetically. Yeah, I get it. My dad worries about me all the time, too. By the way, my mom invited you over for dinner. She wants to meet you in person, Gwen replied with a gentle smile, passing along her mother's invitation. That very night, Parker rushed the symbiote over to Dr. Connors, hoping he could help study it. What do you think this is? He asked. Dr. Connors peered at the symbiote through a microscope. Hearing Parker's question, he replied, I've never seen anything like this before, but I'm a physicist, not a biologist. I'll take a closer look in the morning and run some tests, he promised. Is there any way you could do it now? Parker pressed. As Connors spoke with Parker, the small glob of symbiote slipped down from the microscope and made a beeline for Parker. Noticing its movement just in time, Parker quickly covered it with a beaker. The symbiote thrashed wildly inside, desperately searching for a way out. Watching this, Connors remarked, It seems to really like you. Parker didn't dare respond. Connors fixed his gaze on the frenzied creature and cautioned Parker, Don't let that thing attach itself to you. Parker frowned, puzzled. Why not? Connors explained, It has parasitic characteristics, which means it needs a host to survive. In fact, once these kinds of organisms latch onto a host, it's nearly impossible to get rid of them, Connors warned gravely. Tony, deep in thought about the symbiote's traits, wondered aloud. So does even a small separated piece still have its own consciousness? Clearly, that fragment was only a part of the whole symbiote, but it still had the ability to move independently and seek out a host. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had already gathered SHLD's team of biologists to start speculating about this strange entity. Back home, as Parker stepped through the door, he immediately heard a police alert crackling over the radio. The report mentioned a new sandstorm in the area. Instantly, Parker realized Marco was behind it. He strode over to his wardrobe, reaching out for his Spider-Man suit without hesitation. But just as his hand reached halfway, he stopped and instead turned his gaze to the box below. He opened the box, revealing the black Venom Spider-Man suit inside. He hesitated for only a second before deciding to put it on. Under the night sky, Parker leapt from above clad in the black suit, swiftly making his way toward the location where Marco had appeared. Moving quickly, he soon arrived at the entrance of the bank that had been robbed. Outside the doors, A car lay overturned. The bank's main doors were smashed, and dollar bills fluttered out from within. He glanced at the security guards lying on the ground, and, at the same time, noticed a trickle of fine sand flowing into the sewer. At that moment, Eddie rushed onto the scene in a taxi. He hastily pulled some cash from his pocket for the driver, then grabbed his camera and hurried. Toward the commotion, Parker grabbed the grate of the sewer along with the surrounding concrete and ripped the whole thing out, tossing it aside. Eddie caught sight of Parker in the Venom suit and exclaimed, "Whoa, dude, that's an awesome new outfit." Parker turned to see Eddie behind him. Eddie, brimming with excitement, said, "This is exactly the exclusive I need." Scooping Parker, "Come on, strike your signature pose and shoot some webs for the camera." But with the Venom suit on, Parker had no interest in humoring Eddie. Hearing that Eddie wanted to use this chance to outdo him, Parker unceremoniously shot a web to snatch Eddie's camera, then gave it a flick, sending it crashing against the wall, shattering it instantly. "See you around, genius," Parker taunted, then jumped straight down into the sewer. Eddie shouted after the now-vanished Parker, "What did I ever do to you?" With Spider-Man gone without a trace, Eddie could do nothing no matter how frustrated he felt. He looked around, then pulled a small camera from his jacket and started taking pictures again. "Peter, would you really break someone's things just because you put on Venom?" George Stacy glanced at Parker, who was now at home, looking a little uneasy. "No, I would never." Parker knew his own nature well. Even if Eddie was competing with him for the job, he'd never do something like that. The Venom side effects were neutralized by the canopy. Right now, I've asked Dr. Connors to study its properties to see if it's any different from the one in the canopy, Parker explained to George Stacy. The Venom was actually in his pocket at that moment, curled up into a small mass. "George, you're scaring him. You know Peter's character better than anyone. How long have you two been researching this since the canopy broadcast started?" Mrs. Stacy came to Parker's rescue, then set a plate of fruit in front of him, smiling gently. "Don't mind him. George is just like that. That Venom affected that Peter, didn't it? Didn't the canopy say so? It amplifies the darkness in people's hearts. Even someone as kind as Peter can be influenced to do those things." Gwen sat nearby, standing up for Parker, while George and his wife exchanged a glance. With a sigh, George couldn't help but lament how daughters grow up and side with outsiders. Nothing's even official yet, and she's already defending him. Down in the sewers, Marco was carrying 2 bags of money, walking along the rails, completely unaware that Parker was crawling along the ceiling behind him. Just then, a train passed by, and its lights swept over Parker, dressed all in black. Marco seemed to sense something and glanced up, but at that moment the light faded, and Parker melted into the shadows. Marco stared at the spot for a few seconds, but, seeing nothing suspicious, he turned to keep moving forward. The moment he turned, Parker swung down and appeared right in front of him. The sudden, looming figure startled Marco, making him instinctively back up 2 steps. "Flip, Marco!" he shouted. Snapping to his senses, Marco's right hand transformed into sand, ready to strike at Parker. Parker dodged to the side, and Marco chased after him, swinging a punch. Parker evaded with ease, and Marco's fist smashed a hole in the wall. Parker leapt to the ceiling in front of him, staring down intently. "What do you want from me?" Marco demanded angrily, glaring at Parker. "Do you remember Ben Parker? The old man you shot down in cold blood?" Parker's words brought back painful memories for Marco. His expression flickered, as if haunted by what he recalled. "What's any of this got to do with you?" Marco yelled, not understanding why Parker was so fixated on him. At that moment, a train thundered past. Parker seized the opportunity to spring to the other side and bellowed at Marco, "Everything!" With that, he fired a web at Marco. Instinctively, Marco dodged, but Parker's true target was the train. Harnessing its momentum and his own strength, Parker launched himself forward, delivering a brutal kick to Marco. Marco didn't even have time to react. He was sent flying, crashing hard onto the tracks below. The 2 bags of money flew from his hands, tumbling further down. Struggling, Marco pushed himself up, only to see Parker swinging in on a web, feet first, coming at him with full force. Marco reacted just in time, turning his leg into sand and stretching it out to block Parker's attack, stopping him in his tracks. Then, with a swift counter, he sent Parker flying with a punch. Parker landed on the tracks, right as a train barreled toward him. At the very last second, he flipped backward, narrowly avoiding disaster. Instantly, he fired a web, swinging underneath to loop behind Marco. With a powerful kick, Parker sent Marco sprawling against the side of the train, knocking him to the ground. Relentless, Parker charged forward, grabbed Marco by the scruff, and slammed his head toward the speeding train. Half of Marco's head was instantly ground away, and he let out a bone-chilling scream of pain. As the train thundered past, most of his head had disappeared, exposing the sand within. Marco dropped to one knee, gathering sand with both hands to reconstruct his head. "It's time for you to pay for your crimes in blood, Marco!" Parker roared at him. While Parker was shouting, Marco seized the moment to swing his head backward, slamming Parker into a passing train behind them. Parker was struck by the train, lost control of his body, and was knocked into another train. Marco seized the chance to land a powerful punch, sending Parker flying. He crashed through a train window, but even as he hit the ground, he sprang to his feet and delivered a sweeping hook to Marco's face, leaving a deep dent. The force of Parker's punch sent Marco careening forward, face first into a train handle, leaving yet another dent on his face. Parker grabbed Marco by the neck and delivered another punch, knocking Marco clear off the track. Still gripping him tightly, Parker didn't let go. As they soared through the air, Marco fought back with all his might, landing a counterblow. Moments later, Marco's body crashed onto a large pipe. Above him, Parker unleashed a furious punch. The pipe couldn't withstand the tremendous force and snapped in two, sending both men plunging downward. In midair, Parker's agility was far superior to Marco's. He easily adjusted his position and delivered a kick, sending Marco screaming as he crashed into a water tank below. Soaked and struggling to rise, Marco realized in horror that his body could no longer hold its shape after touching water. He stared at his hand, now missing several fingers, in utter panic. Behind him, Parker also glimpsed this scene. With a furious yell, he kicked at Marco, who managed to dodge just in time, causing Parker's foot to strike the pipe instead. Immediately, the massive drain pipe began to gush water. Marco eyed the pipe, a sense of dread settling in his chest, and that dread was soon confirmed. Parker grabbed the pipe's joint with both hands and began to pull with all his strength. Marco, just getting to his feet, watched the nails in the pipe pop free one by one, water beginning to spray out in powerful jets. Terror spread across Marco's face. As more and more nails shot out, the pipe burst apart, splitting into pieces. A torrent of water erupted, and Marco, directly in its path, was swept away. Caught in the flood, Marco struggled desperately, his head breaking the surface, only to discover that his entire body was dissolving bit by bit. Parker watched as the sand that made up Marco's body was washed away, leaving nothing behind. Believing Marco to be finally gone, he said, "Rest in peace." So, that's how Marco got taken care of? Doesn't seem so tough after all. Watching Parker dispatch Marco, Tony couldn't help but sigh. He thought it would be much harder, turns out not so much. After Peter Parker donned the Venom suit, his abilities saw a marked improvement. Compared to his previous battle with Marco, Peter's strength clearly surpassed Marco's this time. Even when under attack, he showed no signs of being affected. Not even a speeding train could leave a scratch on him. Peter was able to adjust his posture and launch a counterattack immediately after such a heavy blow. As Tony listened to Jarvis's analysis, he nodded in agreement. Peter had indeed become much stronger. There was no way the old Parker could have been hit by a train and still fought back as if nothing had happened. Emerging from the sewers into a narrow alley, Peter caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror. He paused to tidy his hair, lost in thought about everything that had just happened. Even after killing Marco, his heart found no peace. Instead, his emotions churned more violently than before. When he returned to his rented apartment, the landlord, Ditkovich, was sweeping the hallway. Upon seeing Peter, he called out, as usual, "Rent." "Not now," Peter replied coolly, heading straight for his room. Ditkovich stopped sweeping, calling after him, "Listen, this is a free country, but it's not a rent-free country." But Peter was in no mood for arguments. "Don't push me," he snapped, irritation boiling over. "You need to pay your rent." Ditkovich insisted, glaring at him. At that moment, Ursula stepped out of her room to watch the confrontation. As Peter struggled to open his stubborn door, his temper flared. "You want to rent? Then fix this damn door first," he shouted. After his outburst, Peter noticed Ursula watching him anxiously from behind her father. He instinctively avoided her gaze and quickly went into his room. Ditkovich stared after Peter in surprise, stunned by his display of anger. Ursula edged over, worried her father might evict Peter in a fit of rage. "He was a bit fierce today," she said cautiously to her father. Ditkovich gestured toward Peter's door. "He's always had a good temper." Then he glanced at Ursula and added, trying to explain for Peter, "He must be going through something tough." "Oh, sorry about that. I must be really affected. I never say things like that," Gwen said, feeling guilty for her earlier words. Seeing how nervous Peter was in front of her parents, Gwen couldn't help but squeeze his hand. "It's all right, we know. It's because of that Venom symbiote." Captain George Stacy glanced at their joined hands and quietly looked away. His wife, however, smiled gently. She was quite fond of Peter Parker, and Gwen liked him too. Whether it was the Gwen from the Vision or the Gwen in real life, both had feelings for Peter. What troubled her, though, was that the vision seemed to say the two could never truly be together. She wondered if they would ever find their happy ending. Parker returned to his room and immediately shut the balcony doors. He sensed that something about his behavior today was terribly off. Suddenly, catching his reflection in the mirror, a realization struck him. He loosened his collar, revealing the Venom suit underneath. It dawned on him that the suit was the problem. Quickly, he stripped it off and locked it away in a box. He took a few steps back, staring at the box, fully aware now of the terrifying influence of the symbiote. Flynn Marco was the one who killed Uncle Ben. He was murdered last night. Parker spoke to Aunt May, telling her about Marco. Upon hearing this, Aunt May couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness!" She then pressed Parker for more details, her voice full of concern. "What happened, Peter?" "Spider-Man killed him." Parker explained urgently. "Spider-Man? Now that I don't understand. Spider-Man would never kill anyone. What really happened?" Aunt May looked utterly incredulous. She knew Spider-Man had never taken a life. Faced with her question, Parker stammered, unable to give a clear answer. "I thought you'd believe that he got what he deserved, right?" Parker forced a smile, searching Aunt May's eyes for understanding. "I don't think we have the right to decide whether someone lives or dies," Aunt May said softly, her gaze lowered. She believed Peter had asked Spider-Man to avenge Uncle Ben. "But he killed Uncle Ben, Aunt May." Parker protested, looking at her in confusion. "Ben meant so much to both of us. But he would never have wanted our hearts to be filled with hatred. Hatred is like a drug. It can consume you." Aunt May spoke quietly, her head bowed. "Before you even realize it, it can turn us into something ugly." Her words hung heavily in the air. Listening to Aunt May, Parker managed a faint smile, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze. Watching this scene unfold on the sky screen, Harry found Aunt May's words deeply moving. He recognized that the version of himself up there had been consumed by hatred, which led to his own tragic actions. Today was Harry's day to visit Norman. Norman lay restrained to his hospital bed, looking up at his son. "Don't blame Peter, Harry. He did nothing wrong. This was all my own doing. I'm leaving the company to you, and I trust you completely. You are my pride." Harry nodded and embraced Norman. Having his father alive was the greatest reward he could have asked for. Just as his amnesiac self had said in the vision from the sky, he would give his life for Peter. Outside a jazz club, Mary Jane stepped out into the street. Ever since she'd lost her job, she'd been searching for work and finally found a position here as a waitress and singer. Walking through the crowd, Mary Jane felt lost and disheartened. The fall from being a star to working as a bar waitress was a bitter pill to swallow. She sat down on a public bench by the roadside, looking at Peter Parker's name on her phone. After a moment's hesitation, she chose instead to call Harry. Harry was at home, working on a painting when the phone rang. He walked over and picked it up. "Hello. Hey, Harry, it's Mary Jane." When Harry heard Mary Jane's voice, he greeted her with a cheerful smile. "I'm looking for someone to keep me company. Are you busy? Can I come see you?" "Of course. Come on over." Harry agreed without the slightest hesitation at Mary Jane's request. "All right. You're sure I'm not bothering you?" "Absolutely. I'm free right now. Hurry up and come over." With Harry's reassuring answer, Mary Jane hung up and got ready to head for his place. "Bernard," Harry called upstairs. "What can I do for you, sir?" Bernard appeared from his room. "We have a guest coming over. Could you please prepare some food?" "A guest?" Bernard looked at him with a bit of confusion. "Yes, just one guest," Harry confirmed. Still a bit puzzled, Bernard asked, "Do you mean a guest?" Harry, growing impatient, urged him, "Stop asking so many questions. Just get the food ready." "Right away, sir." Bernard turned on his heel and went to the kitchen. Harry shook his head slightly, half amused. "What's that about? Why would she go to Harry and not Peter Parker?" Tony frowned, unable to understand Mary Jane's decision. Maybe she feels she can't face Peter Parker right now. She went from being a star to singing in bars. Maybe that kind of fall makes her afraid to see Spider-Man, someone guessed. Or it could be that things between them grew distant after that argument. At least on Mary Jane's side, her feelings for Peter aren't what they used to be. Pepper chimed in, speaking from a woman's perspective, trying to read Mary Jane's mind. After Harry left, Norman looked up at the screen showing Mary Jane and sighed quietly to himself. Harry was so taken with Mary Jane, and Norman couldn't quite understand why. He had tried to talk to Harry about it, but Harry insisted things weren't as bad from Mary Jane as they seemed. Not wanting to damage their relationship, Norman said nothing more. Meanwhile, in his small apartment, Parker wanted to call Mary Jane, but couldn't think of what to say. In the end, he just set the phone down. When he turned around, he saw his landlord, Mr. Ditkovich. "Hey, Mr. Ditkovich." Parker greeted him. Mr. Ditkovich was holding an orange and asked, "Want an orange?" Parker politely declined and offered an apology. "I'm sorry about before. I shouldn't have complained about the door. It wasn't worth getting upset over. No witties. But if you ever feel bad, you can make it up to me by treating me to pizza. How about today? Mr. Ditkovich grinned, teasing Parker for a pizza invitation. Parker agreed without a second thought. Then Mr. Ditkovich gestured to the phone. Is there something wrong with the phone? Parker shook his head. No, it's just, I'm trying to figure out what to say. Ditkovich walked up to him and said, if you're calling a woman, just tell her, you're an outstanding woman, and I'm an outstanding man. Parker didn't quite know how to respond to that, but Ditkovich reaffirmed his advice with conviction. Behind Parker, Ursula greeted him warmly, and Parker responded with equal enthusiasm. Ditkovich turned to her and announced that Parker was on the phone with a woman. Upon hearing this, Ursula immediately chimed in. You're calling Mary Jane? I think that's great, but before she could finish, her father interrupted her. What's it to you? Off you go, he said, ushering Ursula into the room and once again encouraging Parker to call Mary Jane. Before closing the door, Ursula added her own encouragement with a supportive smile. Bolstered by their support, Parker picked up the phone again. Ursula, realizing she'd forgotten to say goodbye, quickly opened the door, gave a cheerful farewell, and then closed it once more. Ditkovich looked at his daughter, unable to fathom why she was so fond of Peter Parker. After all, she didn't know Peter's true identity. On the surface, he was just a poor kid who couldn't even pay his rent. Dad, you just don't understand, Ursula replied with a gentle smile. Deep down, though, she knew she could never be with Peter. The whole city adored Spider-Man, but he was someone she could never have. Whenever she thought of this, a bittersweet ache would rise in her chest, but as long as Peter Parker was happy, her own happiness followed. Every time the newspaper ran a story about Spider-Man taking down criminals, she would read it intently, unable to look away. It was a pity, though, that Peter Parker would no longer be living in their building. After finishing his call, Parker returned to his room and sat staring blankly at the box containing the Venom suit. Meanwhile, in the villa, Mary Jane took the elevator upstairs, where Harry had been waiting for quite some time. When she arrived, they exchanged a friendly greeting. Hungry? Harry asked, his face beaming. Yeah. Mary Jane nodded enthusiastically. Come on, Harry called, stretching his neck in the direction of the kitchen. They put on some music and started cooking together in the kitchen. Harry called out, hope you like spicy food. I love it, Mary Jane replied with a grin. Harry turned up the music, and the two of them began to sway to the rhythm. Mary Jane even broke into an impromptu dance, moving toward Harry and pulling him in to join her. Unable to resist her infectious energy, Harry joined in, and they danced together. It wasn't until Mary Jane caught the scent of butter starting to burn that Harry snapped back to reality. Hastily, he poured the beaten eggs into the pan, and Mary Jane helped out by his side. Nice work, Mary Jane praised him. Wanting to impress her, Harry said, watch this, and tried to flip the eggs with a flourish. But he only managed to catch half. The rest ended up on the floor. Mary Jane let out an exclamation, then looked at the half-eaten omelet and laughed. We could just eat this part. At the dining table, Harry glanced at Mary Jane and said, You're always lost in your dreams. It's just self-deception, a way to survive those endless nights. Mary Jane recited from script Harry had once written, but couldn't help bursting into laughter. Harry, seeing her laugh, couldn't hold back either and joined in. When did you write this? She asked. Senior year of high school, Harry replied. It's so moving. Mary Jane praised him enthusiastically. Would you like to play this role? Harry offered. It would be an honor to perform in your play. Mary Jane accepted without hesitation, and Harry immediately declared her cast for the part. After putting down the script, Mary Jane's gaze fell on the wound that had been on Harry's forehead. Not a trace of scar remained, so she reached out and touched the spot where the injury had been. Harry looked at Mary Jane, dumbfounded by how close she was. She soon realized Harry's eyes were fixed on her, and, unable to resist, she leaned in and kissed him. The moment their lips parted, Mary Jane realized what she'd just done. Lowering her head, she muttered, Sorry. Harry responded at once. Me too. She added quickly, I didn't mean to. No, it's all right. Please forgive me, Harry said, though he was suddenly aware that he'd just kissed his best friend Peter's girlfriend. Did this mean he betrayed his own brother? Mary Jane couldn't bring herself to stay any longer. She got up, grabbed her things, and started toward the door. Harry hurried after her. Mary Jane, please wait. Harry called after her, confused and desperate for her to stay, but her mind was made up. Is she just starved for love? Or what's really going on? Those around them were baffled by Mary Jane's actions, flirting with Harry for no reason, then running away, consumed by guilt. But what about Harry? And what about Peter, her boyfriend? Was she really going to sneak behind his back and kiss his best friend? Are those two going to end up fighting again because of Mary Jane? Pepper worried aloud, thinking how Harry and Peter had only just mended their friendship, and now, because of Mary Jane, they might fall out once more. Who can say? Tony replied. Peter Parker kissing Gwen. At least you could say the fans were rooting for it. But Mary Jane? She just suddenly rekindles things with Harry out of nowhere. In that moment, Tony deeply understood why the heavens themselves had declared Gwen a better match for Peter Parker. Even at landlord's daughter, Ursula, at least her feelings for Peter were sincere. Unlike Mary Jane, who seemed to fall in love with anyone she met. For the first time, Harry felt Mary Jane was a stranger. Even though he was the one she cheated with, he was now the one forced to betray his own best friend. How could he ever face Peter again? Helplessly, he scratched his head, lost in thought. Uncle Ben had realized long ago that Mary Jane was not a woman who could be easily satisfied. That was why he had advised Peter not to get involved with Mary Jane, and now, seeing Peter Parker let go of his feelings for her, Ben felt a great sense of relief. All around the world, people watching began to feel a certain contempt for Mary Jane as well. Even Mary Jane herself hadn't expected to see her actions unfold on the sky screen like this. And for a moment, she was at a loss for how to face Harry and Parker. After kissing Mary Jane, Harry felt a restless turmoil swelling inside him. Unable to contain it, he shrugged off his jacket and started pouring himself drink after drink. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the room. You've forgotten your mission. Harry looked up at Norman's portrait in front of him, and a flood of memories flashed through his mind. The sudden stab of pain made him instinctively turn away from Norman's image. As he turned, his gaze landed on his own reflection in the mirror. It was as if Norman's voice was calling out to him, Harry. He locked eyes with his reflection, unable to resist stepping closer, reaching out to touch the image of himself. The moment his fingers brushed the glass, he remembered the scene of Norman's death, how he had discovered that Peter was Spider-Man, and the echo of Norman's furious roar. Avenge me! He recalled his own battle against Peter, the moment he'd struck his head, and now he couldn't help but clutch at his skull, the memory of waking up in the hospital and talking with Peter reverberating in his mind. The agony intensified, and Harry bowed his head, hands pressed tightly against it. He remembered vowing that Spider-Man would pay in blood for what had happened. When he finally lifted his head again, the face in the mirror was no longer his own, but Norman's. Harry, do you remember me? Norman stared at him sternly. Yes, Dad, I remember. Harry's eyes began to redden. My judgment about her and Peter was right. I was never mistaken. You know what you must do? Make him suffer. Make his life a living hell. Norman's voice grew harsher as Harry listened, his head slowly dropping lower. First, we strike at his heart. With those words, Norman's voice twisted, transforming into the sinister tone of the Green Goblin. Under the Green Goblin's insidious urging, Harry's eyes turned cold and fierce. Oh my God, Harry remembers. He's not going to fight Peter to the death again, is he? Aunt May cried out in alarm. Harry can't hurt Peter. Not now. Not when he's wearing the black suit. Uncle Ben said, his brow deeply furrowed. But I can't think of any way to stop them from tearing each other apart either. It's exactly because Peter's wearing that Venom suit that things will spiral out of control. Don't forget, the sky screen said he would watch his own brother die, Aunt May replied, fully aware of Parker's abilities, though it was another possibility that truly worried her. That's right. With the symbiote, Peter Parker has become twisted, dark. He could kill Marco, and he could kill Harry too. Regret sweeps over him the moment he takes off the symbiote. Such a scenario is only too plausible. Aunt May's warning flashes through his mind, and Uncle Ben can't help but sigh once more at the thought. This is a situation he hopes against hope will never come to pass. Nick Fury, too, has considered this possibility. Judging from Peter Parker's earlier fight with Harry, it was clear that with neither at full strength, they were evenly matched. But if Peter dons the symbiote, the gap between their abilities will widen dramatically. Worse still, the symbiote's influence might push Peter to show Harry no mercy. The risk of accidentally killing Harry is all too real. Meanwhile, Mary Jane returns home and hears the phone ringing. It's a message from Peter. I want to talk to you about last night. I don't know what I was thinking. I know you were only trying to help me, but I just don't know how to say it. I'd like to see you. Mary Jane walks toward the phone. Suddenly, a hand shoots out, gripping her throat and lifting her clean off the ground, slamming her against the wall. In the pale glow from outside, she recognizes Harry, his memory now fully restored. Standing on his glider, he glares at Mary Jane with a menacing look. If you want Peter to live, you'll do exactly as I say, he growls. Mary Jane stares back at Harry, terror and disbelief etched on her face. She never imagined he could have such a side to him. The scene shifts to outside Peter's room. Ursula approaches and knocks on the door. Come in. Peter calls out. It takes Ursula quite some effort to force the door open. Once inside, she greets Peter, who is seated, watching her. Ursula feels a little embarrassed by her forceful entry. But the moment she sees Peter, her face lights up with uncontrollable joy. Hey, Ursula. I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you all. Peter apologizes, even though he's already apologized to the landlord. It's all right. You're a good person. There's a phone call for you. Mary Jane called you back. Ursula brushes aside the apology and eagerly tells Peter about the call. Really? Thank you. Peter jumps to his feet as Ursula leads the way. I left the receiver right there, she says, pointing to the phone. Peter thanks her, and she returns to her own room. Hi. Mary Jane's voice comes through the receiver, calm and steady, as if the terrifying events moments ago had never happened. Oh, I'm so glad you called. Peter starts, but Mary Jane cuts him off. Can you meet me? Peter agrees without a moment's hesitation. Mary Jane asks him to meet her on the bridge in the park, and Peter promises to be there right away. This is almost certainly a trap. Uncle Ben frowned deeply. Harry's taken Mary Jane hostage. He must have some secret motive. Aunt May couldn't help but worry when she heard, her heart filling with dread at the thought that Peter and Harry might actually come to blows, and that one of them could be hurt by mistake. Tony thought for a moment, then guessed Harry's scheme. Harry's probably forcing Mary Jane to break up with Peter Parker and make him miserable. That fits with what the Green Goblin said. Strike at his heart first. With a bouquet of flowers in hand, Parker walked into the park. He spotted Mary Jane waiting for him on the bridge and made his way over. Even from a distance, before he'd reached her, Parker called out, "You look beautiful." As he arrived, he held out the peonies for her to see. Mary Jane looked at Peter anxiously, her thoughts in turmoil. Sensing something was wrong, Peter asked, "Are you all right?" "No, there's something I have to tell you, Peter," she blurted out, her voice trembling. Peter, not yet realizing what was happening, gazed at her expectantly. "There's a problem with our relationship," Mary Jane said, her eyes downcast. Peter stared at her in confusion, unable to grasp what she meant. "I don't want to see you anymore." "What are you saying?" Peter asked in disbelief, unable to accept that Mary Jane would break up with him so suddenly. "I don't know." Mary Jane shook her head, closed her eyes, and fought back tears. "When I'm lonely, you're never there. I can't take it anymore. It's over between us." Though Harry was forcing her, these words echoed truths Mary Jane had long buried in her heart. "No, please don't say that," Peter pleaded, sorrow etched across his face as he tried desperately to hold on to her. "I know I've always been selfish, but I can do better. I can change." "It's not that simple," Mary Jane replied, her words carrying a double meaning. "We love each other. I love you. Sure, we've had our issues, but when people have problems, they work things out, they talk and find solutions." Peter insisted. Mary Jane turned away, covering her face with her hands, unable to face him. Seeing this, Peter reached into his pocket and pulled out a ring. "Look, see?" he implored, holding it out hopefully. Mary Jane tilted her head back and let out a weary sigh. Peter spoke of his hopes for their future, but his last fragile hope was shattered by Mary Jane's next words. "There's someone else. I've fallen in love with someone else," she said, and with that, she turned and walked away, leaving Peter standing there in a daze. From a distance, Harry watched as Peter wandered off the bridge, lost and broken. He then glanced at Mary Jane as she walked by, and said approvingly, "Well done." So Harry got what he wanted. But what now? "Harry, where do you plan to take your revenge on Spider-Man?" Motherf Asterisk Kerman gazed at Harry's smug grin with his single eye, trying to guess what his next move would be. Sigh. Poor Peter Parker, toyed with by others at every turn. Hill let out a sigh, genuinely feeling Peter's hardships. Even his love life was a never-ending roller coaster. "Looks like Harry's got a plan. Peter, you really have to watch out for your enemy's schemes and tricks. Don't let Gwen get hurt." George Stacy put down his utensils, wiped the corner of his mouth, and gave Parker a serious warning. Parker nodded, showing he'd be careful. Just then, Venom slithered out from his pocket and leapt onto the table, making everyone jump in surprise. Venom circled around, then hopped onto Gwen. Gwen stared in shock as Venom attached itself to her chest, transforming into a black spider emblem before falling completely still. She glanced at Parker. "Peter, I think it's trying to say it'll protect you." Parker focused on Venom's thoughts and realized the creature simply wanted to keep Gwen safe. "You're sure it won't hurt or affect Gwen?" George asked, picking up the table knife he just dropped. "Yeah," Parker replied with absolute certainty. Seeing his confidence, George didn't press further. After all, the Sky Curtain had already promised there'd be no more harm. Gwen gently touched the Venom emblem on her chest. Venom extended a tendril, curled around her finger, gave a gentle nuzzle, and then withdrew. Inside the restaurant, Parker sat across from Harry, completely unaware that Harry had regained his memory, and was now threatening Mary Jane to break up with him. She said she feels lonely, and I can't ease her loneliness. She's found someone else. Parker confided to Harry about Mary Jane breaking up with him. Harry exhaled slowly, frowning. So, how do you plan to cope with all this? Not well at all, Parker admitted with a heavy sigh, confessing just how miserable he felt right now. He continued, Harry, I was planning to propose to her. Really? Harry sounded genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected that twist. She's been having a tough time lately, career-wise. I mean, working as a singing hostess at the jazz club isn't her dream job. A singing hostess? What are you talking about? Parker looked at Harry in confusion. He hadn't heard that Mary Jane had been fired. She got let go from the production. She didn't tell you? Harry was equally astonished that Parker didn't know. She was fired? She told you, but not me? Parker's expression shifted as something dawned on him, staring at Harry in disbelief. That's right. That's also why I asked you here, Peter. I'm the other man, Harry confessed calmly, delivering the news to Parker. Parker found it hard to accept what he'd just heard. Staring at Harry in disbelief, he asked, What? There was one afternoon when she ran into trouble and came looking for me. She needed someone by her side, and I was there for her. I've always loved her, Peter, you know that. So, naturally, things just happened. With eyes reddening, Parker looked at Harry, unable to believe that his best friend had betrayed him like this. For a moment, he was at a loss and could only stammer, I don't believe this is real. I don't believe you. I am truly sorry. I just thought you should know, Harry replied earnestly. Hearing this, Parker could no longer hold back his emotions. He abruptly left the restaurant, leaving Harry alone to enjoy his meal. A waiter soon approached Harry, refilled his coffee, and asked, How's the fruit pie? Harry cut off a piece and popped it into his mouth, grinning with satisfaction. Delicious, he replied. Outside, Parker suddenly sensed something and turned back to look into the restaurant at Harry. At that moment, Harry also turned his head, catching Parker's gaze, and gave him a sly, almost wicked wink and smile. In that instant, Parker realized with a jolt that Harry had regained his memories. Just as he was about to rush back inside, a car blocked his way. By the time it passed, Harry had vanished from the restaurant. Parker glanced around, searching for any sign of Harry, but he was nowhere to be seen. Left with no choice, Parker walked away. I bet the two of them are bound to fight. Peter Parker's not going to just let this go, Tony said to Pepper. Peter Parker's always been even-tempered. If he hasn't put on the Venom Spider suit, he might not go looking for Harry, Pepper mused after a moment's thought. Well then, let's make it interesting, a little wager. I say Peter Parker is definitely going to put on the Venom suit. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to make a bet with Pepper. Pepper accepted with a smile. As for the stakes, neither of them needed anything so trivial. When Parker arrived home, he saw Uncle Ben sitting on the sofa, beckoning him over. Once Parker sat down, Uncle Ben asked, What do you think the version of you in the sky would feel? Parker hesitated. I guess I'd think Mary Jane only broke up with me because Harry stole her from me. So I go looking for Harry to settle the score. Even Parker couldn't stand being betrayed like that, let alone by a best friend who'd once tried to kill him. Back in his room, Parker sat on the bed, lost in thought. His mind echoed the same words as the ones he'd just spoken. Slowly his gaze drifted to the case containing the Venom suit. He got up, unlocked it, and after a moment's hesitation, opened the case. Inside, the Venom suit seemed to breathe, gently rising and falling as though alive. Parker stared at it, then reached out and picked it up. Harry poured himself a drink inside his villa when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. What took you so long? Do you want something to drink? He turned around and looked at Parker, who was sprawled out on the sofa. Forgive me, what am I thinking? That's not exactly good for your public image, is it? Mr. City Hero, you put on quite a show today, Parker remarked, lying on the sofa with his eyes on Harry. Harry raised his glass and laughed. Well, it wasn't all acting. She really did come looking for me. I see. I have to say, I'm enjoying how this story is unfolding, Parker replied with a sly grin, rising from the sofa to stand before Harry. Not as much as I enjoyed kissing Mary Jane, Harry said with a soft smile. What did you do to her? Parker's smile disappeared. His expression darkened, and he stared at Harry with a menacing glare, his hand running over the symbiote suit clinging to his body. Harry took a sip of his drink. I did what you couldn't. I was there for her, kept her loneliness at bay. She doesn't know who you really are, Parker shot back. No, Peter, she knows me all too well. When she kissed me, it was just like old times. The taste, Harry touched his lips, as if savoring the memory of Mary Jane's kiss. It was like strawberries. His words infuriated Parker, who suddenly lashed out with a punch. Harry barely had time to react as Parker's heavy blows pushed him back again and again until he crashed into a pillar. With his hand wrapped around Harry's neck, Parker was about to finish him off when sudden pain stopped him. It was Harry who had somehow produced a dagger from nowhere and stabbed Parker. Though Parker managed to catch Harry's wrist, the blade still pierced him. Gritting his teeth, Parker forced Harry's hand away. The bloody dagger came free, but Parker twisted and wrenched it from Harry's grasp. At that moment, 3 sharp blades snapped out from Harry's forearm. Startled, Parker ducked beneath Harry's wild backhand swipe, then landed a solid punch to Harry's jaw, following it up with a fierce kick that sent Harry flying across the room. Harry slammed into a wooden cabinet, blood trickling from his mouth. Parker, relentless, rushed in to press his advantage. Harry swung his bladed arm with all his might. Parker dodged the 2 rapid slashes from Harry's right hand, but was caught off guard by a blow from Harry's left fist. Seizing the moment, Harry slashed at Parker, who quickly raised his arm to block the attack. Harry pressed his left hand down, putting all his strength into trying to kill Parker. As Parker stared at the blade hovering inches from his face, he tends to fight back, but Harry struck first, landing a punch that sent Parker crashing into a pillar. The 3 blades on Harry's arm followed immediately, but Parker managed to dodge in time. The blades drove deep into the pillar, stuck, fast and impossible to pull free. Just as Harry was struggling to pull his hand free, Parker struck his arm with a swift, chopping motion. The bracket holding the blades snapped instantly, leaving all 3 knives embedded in the pillar. Without missing a beat, Parker landed a punch on him, and as he drew back to strike again, Harry grabbed Parker's wrist and kicked him, sending Parker flying across the room. "How does that feel, Spider-Man?" Harry taunted, glaring at Parker. Parker picked himself up from the floor and flashed him a roguish grin. "Is that all you've got?" Infuriated by Parker's words, Harry threw a furious punch at Parker's head. But Parker didn't flinch in the slightest. Harry's next blow was easily caught by Parker, who then delivered a powerful kick, sending Harry crashing out of the room and onto the balcony. Harry tumbled hard onto the ground before managing to steady himself. Rising to his feet, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shot Parker a murderous glare from inside the room. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Parker called out to him, smiling from within. "When we were in high school, I protected you. Now it's time to teach you a lesson, you little punk." Harry spat out the words with venom. Parker feigned a look of fear at Harry's threat. Harry charged at him, but Parker easily caught hold of him and hurled him against the glass window on the other side. Then came a flurry of punches. Harry dodged as best he could, glass shattering behind him as Parker's fists flew. Finally, Parker drove his elbow into Harry, knocking him aside. Grabbing Harry by the collar, Parker hurled him forcefully. Harry smashed into the railing and floor of the second story, before crashing heavily to the ground. Parker glared furiously at Harry, who glowered back, his face twisted with rage. Like a wild beast, Harry lunged at Parker again. Parker showed no fear. He charged right back. The 2 collided, but Parker's strength was clearly superior. He drove Harry backward, crashing through the glass into a secret room. Realizing he was no match for Parker in hand-to-hand combat, Harry dashed deeper into the room, with Parker hot on his heels. Harry snatched a knife from a rack and swung at Parker. Parker darted out of the way, but in his frenzy, Harry accidentally struck the computer that controlled the glider. The glider immediately spun out of control, careening wildly around the room. Both men ducked to avoid its deadly sweep. Spotting an opening, Harry slashed at Parker. Parker ducked under the first blow, then leapt clear of the second. At the same time, he noticed the glider hurtling toward them, and, seizing the moment, grabbed Harry's shirt, making him lose his balance and lifting him up. Only then did Harry realize how close the glider was. He had no time to react before it slammed into him, launching him across the room and crashing him into the cabinet where the Green Goblin bombs were kept. The glass display case shattered with a violent crash, sending the Green Goblin bombs tumbling to the floor. Harry struggled to his feet, barely managing to steady himself, and stared at Parker as he approached, demanding, "Are you going to kill me the way you kill my father? I'm done trying to make you believe anything." Parker shook his head at him. "You took him from me. He loved me." Harry glared at him, breathing hard. "No, he looked down on you. You were a disgrace to him. Oh, look at you, little Green Goblin. Are you about to cry?" Parker mocked Harry with scorn. Infuriated, Harry lunged from the ground, launching himself at Parker once more. But Parker met him with a powerful blow, sending Harry sprawling back to the floor. Parker stared at Harry lying helpless before him, then turned, deciding to leave. Unwilling to accept defeat, Harry spotted a Green Goblin bomb within reach. He snatched it up, activated it, and hurled it at Parker. But how could Parker's spider sense fail him? With a swift tilt of his head, he dodged Harry's sneak attack, then shot out a web, catching the bomb midair. With a flick, he slung it right back toward Harry. Harry stared in terror as the bomb hurtled toward him, his eyes involuntarily tracking its movement. He heard its insistent beeping, and then, right in front of his face, the bomb detonated with a deafening blast. A thunderous explosion echoed through the space, swallowing Harry in a cloud of dust and debris. Without a backward glance, Parker strode away from the scene. Harry won't really die from that, will he? A concerned bystander murmured, unable to look away from the painful sight of brothers at war. I don't know. I hope not. God bless him. A woman pressed her hands together, praying fervently. Spider-Man's body is tough enough to withstand a Green Goblin bomb, but Harry's different. That blast went off right in his face. He could be dead, another voice said, full of worry. Parker himself looked anxiously back at where Harry had fallen. Gwen reached out and took his hand, her palm warm and reassuring. Feeling her touch, Parker turned to glance at her. Gwen gave him a gentle smile. Don't worry. This only happened because there's no safety net between you. You and Harry are good friends. You'll never truly turn on each other. I know. It's just hard to see it happen like this. But I'll be all right, don't worry. Parker patted her hand in return. With Harry having paid the price, Parker gave himself over completely, continuing to wear the Venom suit and even styling his hair in a new way. One day, as he walked down the street, a newspaper caught his eye. The front page blared the headline. Thief. Spider-Man shows his true colors. Alongside a photo of the black-suited Spider-Man stealing a bag of money. The passers-by nearby were all reading the latest newspaper of the day. Spider-Man always used to make me feel safe. Now I don't even dare walk home after work, said a woman anxiously. Beside her, an elderly white man chimed in. My son used to idolize this guy. My 9-year-old daughter absolutely loves Spider-Man. Who is she supposed to look up to now? A young black man added, his voice tinged with anger. So this is the so-called city hero they all praise. The woman began to question whether Spider-Man was truly a hero to the city. Parker listened to their words and glanced down at the newspaper, where he saw the photo credit, Eddie Brock. I'll make sure you regret this. He glared at Eddie's byline, his darker side ready to teach Eddie a harsh lesson. Peter Parker won't let him off easy. Eddie's in for a world of trouble. So that line the narrator mentioned earlier, I'll make sure you regret this. Turns out it came from here. Tony immediately realized that Eddie was about to face big trouble, and Peter Parker was no longer the same person he once knew. With the symbiote, there was no telling what Peter might do next. Deep down, Peter Parker is still a good person. He never meant to kill Harry. Harry brought that fate upon himself, Coulson said, having dropped by for a visit that day. He and Tony were discussing what had happened to Harry. Coulson explained that his people believed Harry would most likely be disfigured, but it was unlikely he would die. At worst, he would be seriously injured. I knew it. Otherwise, it wouldn't fit the narration where Peter Parker watches his best friend die before his eyes. I wonder if they'll reconcile later, only for Harry to be killed by someone else. Tony mused, recalling how Hollywood movies often played out. Coulson shrugged, signaling that he wasn't sure, though he admitted Tony had a point. But today, he had come for another reason. 2 days ago, a Russian oil drilling team discovered an icebound plane in Antarctica. They reported up the chain of command, and the military found something very unusual inside. Coulson, having learned of it, couldn't wait to share the news with Tony. Meanwhile, at the Daily Bugle, everyone was celebrating Eddie's appointment as the newspaper's new photographer. Eddie feigned modesty, saying it was just luck. A blonde beauty looked at Eddie with admiration and praised him for his accomplishment. Eddie filled her glass with wine. Please, Mr. Jameson, give me a little more wall space. At this, the woman smiled. Eddie set down his drink and hung up the story slandering Spider-Man. In the pristine glass, Parker's reflection appeared. Eddie noticed him. Hey there. Good morning. Beautiful day, isn't it? Eddie raised his eyebrows, looking smug. So what was it you said? I'd never get that photo? Well, this is your hero. He raised his thumb and pointed backward at the article, looking smug and self-satisfied. Parker shook his head slightly, the smile on his face unchanged. I never imagined he was really like that. See that? It's right there. You're prejudiced. You need to believe what you see with your own eyes. Eddie jabbed a finger at Parker, urging him to recognize his place. That's funny you say that, because I was browsing through some old photos and saw this one. It looks awfully familiar. Parker reached out and touched the symbiote suit clinging to his body, a subtle shift appearing in his eyes. Eddie noticed the change in Parker's expression, and a wave of anxiety swept over him. He knew exactly what those photos meant. Hastily, he said to Parker, All right, I'd better get back to work. Eddie tried to mask his panic, feigning calm. Parker looked at Eddie and said, You're truly pathetic, Brock. What? Eddie pretended to be clueless, looking at Parker with feigned innocence. Parker tossed the evidence right in front of him. Your photos are fakes. Oh, Parker, don't be so childish. When will you ever learn to forgive people? Eddie's words poured fuel on the fire already raging in Parker's heart. Without hesitation, Parker grabbed Eddie by the collar and slammed him against the wall behind them. The commotion drew the attention of Robbie, Brandt, and others in the newsroom. Parker glared fiercely at Eddie. Looking for forgiveness? Try at church. Robbie hurried over. What's going on here? Miss Brandt also came over, asking, Are you two all right? Seeing the crowd gathering, Eddie didn't want anyone to find out what had happened. He forced a smile and called out, Yeah, everything's fine. We're just horsing around. Then, lowering his voice, he pleaded with Parker. Please, if you say anything, I'll lose everything. The Bugle will never hire me again. Eddie, try to play on Parker's emotions. If Peter Parker were his usual self, he might have chosen to quietly tell Jameson and get Eddie fired. But now, consumed by darkness, Parker didn't care one bit about Eddie's fate. In his eyes, Eddie had brought this on himself. He deserved to be exposed and disgraced. You should have thought of the consequences long ago. Parker's words left Eddie's face drained of color. Peter, what are you doing? Robbie asked, bewildered by Parker's actions. Show this to your editor, and tell him to check the source of the photos next time. Parker shoved the evidence into Robbie's hands and walked away without another word. Robbie and Brandt examined the evidence closely. Robbie's eyes blazed with anger as he looked up at Eddie, while Miss Brandt's lips curled into a smile. Between the two, Peter Parker was clearly her preference over Eddie. Soon after, in the office of the 1.5T generation Spider-Man, this is fake. The New York Photographers Association has confirmed these are doctored photos. Jameson held up two photographs side by side, his fury blazing within him. He slammed the photos down on his desk and shot Eddie a glare filled with murderous intent. Pack your things and get out. Eddie waited anxiously for his verdict, and as Jameson spoke, he tried to defend himself. I just wanted to— You're fired. Jameson cut him off with a thunderous shout before he could finish. Hearing this, Eddie had no choice but to turn and leave the Daily Bugle. An editor standing nearby reminded Jameson, Now we have to run a public apology and retract the photos. Jameson's anger flared even hotter. I haven't printed a retraction in 20 years. What followed was a public statement from the Daily Bugle, apologizing to Spider-Man, along with a report announcing the dismissal of Eddie, the deceitful photographer. Crowds gathered, staring furiously at the massive screen overhead, their faces twisted with disgust and rage. In the midst of the crowd, an elderly man shook his cane indignantly and shouted, That Eddie Brock is shameless. How could he do something like this to smear our hero Spider-Man? A young man standing nearby chimed in, Exactly. Spider-Man has always protected the city. He's our hero. But Eddie Brock, for his own selfish gain, went so far as to forge photos just to slander him. As more and more people joined the chorus condemning Eddie Brock, major news outlets picked up the story, harshly criticizing his actions. People everywhere expressed their deep disappointment and anger, demanding that Eddie Brock face the consequences he deserved. For Eddie, it felt as though his entire world had collapsed overnight. He could already picture his future, utterly bleak, his life in ruins. Whether Peter Parker on the screen forgave him or not, it made no difference. Everyone in the real world had seen his true colors. He stood there, utterly dejected, as people around him pointed and whispered, even a passing child spat in his direction. Eddie wondered where in this vast world he could possibly go. Everyone now knew his face. Even changing his name would be pointless, unless he went so far as to change his appearance. He couldn't help but grow resentful toward the giant screen overhead. If it hadn't exposed his actions, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Yet he forgot that he had brought it all upon himself. With Eddie's matter settled, Parker felt an unprecedented sense of relief. As he walked down the street, he couldn't help but flash a few playful gestures, swaggering with confidence and flair that on this day. He was chatting and laughing with Urasu as she brought over a plate of cookies, watching him with a gentle gaze. Just then, the phone rang. Parker picked it up, and Dr. Connors' voice came through the line. Oh, Dr. Connors, how are you? Parker greeted him warmly when he recognized the voice. The experimental sample you left with me last time is truly astonishing, Parker. Its chemical composition is completely different from the chondrite meteorites of the 70s. Dr. Connors exclaimed, continuing his analysis of the venom. Parker, however, was barely listening. He was busy flirting with Urasu, popping a cookie into his mouth, and telling her how delicious it was. Urasu beamed with delight at his praise. You know, Parker. Dr. Connors, hearing no response, called his name again. Meanwhile, Parker, still on the phone, asked Urasu to fetch him a glass of milk. It amplifies the host's characteristics, especially aggression. Dr. Connors tried to impress upon Parker the severity of the situation, but Parker paid no heed, instead continuing to let Urasu feed him cookies. Under the microscope, the venom was furiously attacking the surrounding cells, and Dr. Connors' expression grew grave. This could be very Dangerous. Peter, you didn't keep any of it, did you? He feared Parker might have been contaminated, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Do you have any cookies with nuts? Parker whispered to Urasu. There are nuts. I can try baking some for you, she replied, willing to learn for his sake, even though she didn't know how just yet. Then go bake some for me, Parker commanded with a hint of mischief. Having received no reply for a while, Dr. Connors couldn't help but call out again. Peter? No, 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 of course not. Parker hurriedly replied, spinning a quick lie. He had no intention of letting Dr. Connors know he was currently wearing the venom. Anyone who has experienced the venom knows how intoxicating it is, and even Parker was no exception. This girl is truly wonderful. Even if she doesn't know how to do something, she's willing to learn for Peter Parker. She's far better than that Mary Jane. Many people admired a girl like Urasu. Compared to her, Mary Jane was nothing more than Parker's first love and little else. With the broadcast of the show, Urasu became a minor celebrity herself. Many people wanted to set up blind dates with her. After all, a girl whose eyes are only for you is a rare treasure. Landlord. Mr. Ditkovich received over 100 matchmaking requests in just one day, and someone even came to his building with candles, proposing marriage right outside his door. He was utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Parker strutted down the street, snapping his fingers at every beautiful woman passing by. Each one turned to give him a second look, unable to resist his newfound swagger. He arrived at the Daily Bugle, where Miss Brandt, meeting him face-to-face at close range, exclaimed with admiration, "Your photos are absolutely amazing. I'd be more than happy to let you be my model." Parker teased Brandt, flirting as he spoke. At his words, Miss Brandt turned her head shyly, avoiding his gaze. Peter Parker, Peter. When she turned back, the two found themselves even closer, just a breath apart from kissing. But the charged, ambiguous atmosphere between them was abruptly shattered by the arrival of Spider-Man 1.5. He strode into the office and called out, "Parker, Miss Brandt, I'm not paying you two to fool around." Robbie followed behind him and immediately caught sight of the photos on the desk. He let out a gasp of amazement. Spider-Man in a black suit. Peter, these are incredible. Jonah, we have to have these photos. Hearing Robbie's excitement, Jameson tried to buy the photos at his usual low rate. To his surprise, Parker flipped his hair with a flourish. "If you want these photos, you'll have to officially hire me. Double the usual rate." Jameson's expression shifted slightly at Parker's demand. Parker plopped himself down in Jameson's chair, popped a piece of candy into his mouth, and propped his legs up on the desk. Robbie and Miss Brandt, watching from outside, stared in astonishment at the new aura Parker exuded, so different from his usual self. Spider-Man 1.5 glanced down at Parker's feet on his desk, then up at Parker's face to make sure he wasn't mistaken, then back at the feet again. He blinked, suddenly doubting himself. Having gotten exactly what he wanted, Parker once again strolled down the street, flashing finger guns and striking poses at every beautiful woman he passed. He even improvised a little dance routine for two women walking behind him, startling them to a halt. After a dramatic 360-degree spin, he slipped into a suit shop plastered with discount signs. A short while later, he strutted out wearing a sharp suit. He began to dance awkwardly right outside the shop, drawing the attention of everyone passing by. But the darkened Parker didn't care one bit about what others thought. "Ha ha 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 ha. Doesn't he feel embarrassed at all?" laughed a bystander, clutching his stomach. He could never imagine himself dancing like that in the street. "Great moves. Spider-Man, I love you," a young woman shouted boldly, confessing her love. No one on the street was surprised by such a scene. After all, things like this happened every day. "I used to think he was pretty cool. Now he just looks like a total goof," Rhodey couldn't help but comment as he watched Parker's awkward dancing on the big screen. Even the knockoff Spider-Man is questioning his life choices. I bet he's starting to wonder if Peter Parker's being impersonated. Tony, having finished laughing at Parker's antics, thought of Jameson's expression and burst out laughing all over again. Don't even mention him. Robbie and Miss Brandt were just as surprised. Rod couldn't help but stifle a laugh himself. No wonder the narrator described Peter Parker as kind-hearted. Even after turning to the dark side, this was all he managed to do. When others go dark, they threaten to destroy the world. Peter Parker, on the other hand, demands a raise from his heartless boss, insists on getting a permanent position, and even flirts with girls on the street. What sort of villain would come up with that? Shouldn't he be pinning Jameson to the ground and giving him a taste of his own medicine? Peter Parker's awkward street dancing quickly became the newest front-page headline, and every passerby who saw it couldn't help but crack a smile. Gwen, too, was thoroughly amused by Peter's new persona, while Peter himself, standing beside her, felt so embarrassed he wished he could curl his toes through the floor. As night fell, at the mouth of a sewer, a trickle of waterlogged sand began to seep out. The calm surface of the water rippled, bubbling as if something were stirring beneath. Then, on the riverbank, a mound of sand rose up, shifting and reshaping itself into a human form, finally taking on Marco's appearance. He glanced down at the photograph in his hand, softly murmuring his daughter's name. Having barely escaped death, all he wanted now was to see his daughter again. The next morning, Marco's wife sat in the park by the Manhattan River with their daughter, Penny. She brushed a strand of hair from Penny's face and spoke to her gently. "Sweetheart, look at me. I know your father made you promises, but sometimes he can't always keep them. I know. It seems like something's always in his way. I just don't want you to get your hopes up too high. He might end up hurting you." Penny looked at her mother, her heart heavy with sadness. "Could you go get your things, please?" Penny, leaning on her crutch, stood up slowly from the bench and made her way to collect her belongings, only to spot something astonishing on the nearby sand. Curiosity drew her closer. It was a sandcastle larger than she was. Penny set down her crutch and reached out, her fingers brushing the castle's surface. The sensation told her this was real, not some daydream. Overjoyed, she pressed both hands to the castle, soaking in the unexpected feeling of safety it brought her, resting her head against it as if she were leaning on her father's shoulder. "Penny, let's go," her mother called from behind. Penny answered and turned to leave, but halfway back, she glanced over her shoulder, only to find the castle had vanished without a trace. Once mother and daughter had gone, Marco appeared in the spot where the castle had stood. Watching them walk away, he whispered quietly, "I promise you, he won't stop me this time." Marco isn't dead, and it looks like he's made up his mind to get rid of Peter for good. George Stacy frowned, surprised that Marco could still survive. After being scattered, he somehow managed to pull himself back together. "It's fine. Peter now has the symbiote. His personality might have changed, but his fighting power has truly gone up," Gwen said, confident that Parker would definitely defeat Marco. George glanced at his daughter, who had such unwavering faith in Peter Parker, and sighed once more. How quickly daughters grow up and become independent. That night, Peter Parker had no idea that Marco had resolved to eliminate him. He invited Gwen out to a nightclub. "You really should come out and enjoy the bar scene." Parker led the way, with Gwen following behind, asking as she walked, "Do you think I'm overdressed for this? Are you kidding? You look amazing." "Gorgeous," said the darkened Parker, showering Gwen with effortless praise. "Thank you." Gwen beamed, delighted by Parker's compliment. "I love your laugh." The two of them walked off together, growing more distant, neither noticing Eddie trailing behind. Watching Gwen and Parker disappear into the crowd, Eddie's hatred for Peter Parker only grew deeper. As soon as they entered the bar, Gwen couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this place is incredible. I've never been to a jazz bar before." Parker spotted Mary Jane serving drinks among the crowd, and a sly, wicked smile crept onto his lips. Gwen glanced around and noticed how crowded it was, but didn't see Mary Jane behind the throng. "Oh, I hope we can find a table." At her words, Parker gave a playful whistle to a beautiful waitress nearby and whispered in her ear, "Find us a table, would you?" "Thanks, gorgeous legs." He slipped her a tip, and the waitress, in high spirits, beckoned them to follow her. She gave Parker and Gwen a table that had already been reserved for someone else. Parker, with exaggerated gallantry, pulled out a chair for Gwen, who thanked him politely before sitting down. Once seated, Parker said, "I really love this place." Gwen agreed enthusiastically, "So do I." Just then, Mary Jane walked past them from behind. Gwen caught sight of her and turned to Parker, surprised. "Isn't that your ex-girlfriend?" Parker nodded. "Do you want to go somewhere else?" Gwen asked, worried that running into Mary Jane might spoil Parker's mood, unaware that the darkened Peter Parker was deliberately using her to provoke Mary Jane. "Oh, no, 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 I'm fine," Parker replied, acting completely unbothered. At that moment, the bar owner called Mary Jane to the stage, asking her to perform for the guests. Mary Jane hurried up, preparing to sing. Parker glanced at Gwen, his eyes glinting with mischief. "I'll be right back," he said to her. Gwen nodded in response. Mary Jane was just about to speak on stage when she suddenly heard the sound of a piano. She turned her head and, seeing it was Parker, asked in confusion, "Peter?" After playing a few notes on the piano, Parker looked at Mary Jane and declared, "This piece is for you." Meanwhile, Gwen was taking advantage of Parker's absence to check her makeup, not wanting to embarrass herself in front of Parker's ex-girlfriend. Suddenly, she noticed Parker at the piano and, surprised, snapped her compact mirror shut. Parker called out, "Let's pick up the pace," and leaped right onto the piano. To everyone's astonishment, he then stepped up onto the bar counter, casually grabbing a drink from someone's hand and downing it in one gulp. He jumped up, caught hold of the chandelier above, tossed the empty glass to another guest, and, swinging back, landed on a chair, gliding across the floor. The crowd, caught up in the excitement, parted to make way for him. With the chair still in hand, he broke into a wild, awkward dance, then kicked the chair aside and danced his way over to Mary Jane. Mary Jane looked at Peter Parker, bewildered. He suddenly felt like a stranger to her. The Peter she once knew would never do something like this. Still dancing and skipping, Parker turned to face Gwen, whipped off his jacket, and with a dramatic flourish, sent a gust of air that blew Gwen's hair back. He tossed the jacket toward Mary Jane on stage. She instinctively dodged, still watching Parker in utter confusion. Then, seemingly to himself, Parker muttered under his breath, "Watch this." He kept dancing, snapping his fingers as he swayed, then walked over to Gwen and invited her to dance with him. Mary Jane watched the two of them dancing closely in the crowd below, her heart in turmoil. As the dance ended, Parker didn't look at Gwen. He lifted his gaze to Mary Jane. Only then did Gwen realize something was wrong. She hurriedly turned to look at Mary Jane on stage, then glanced back at Parker, who was still staring at Mary Jane. Disappointed, she asked, "Everything you did was for her?" Parker didn't answer, and his silence said everything. Gwen, heartbroken, looked at him, then walked up to Mary Jane and said softly, "I'm sorry," before leaving straight away. Mary Jane, too, left with a disappointed shake of her head, leaving Parker alone, unconsciously touching his chest. Mary Jane walked behind the bar. A co-worker came over and asked, "Are you okay, Mary Jane?" Forcing a smile, Mary Jane insisted she was fine. Hearing this, her co-worker left her alone. Parker came up behind her and said, "Hey." Mary Jane turned to look at him, puzzled. "What's gotten into you?" Parker stared at her and said, "You." Sensing the tension, a staff member quickly stepped in and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "No," Parker replied, glancing at him dismissively. A tall, imposing man walked over from behind. "Everything all right here, Paul?" "Yeah, everything's fine here, right, Paul?" Parker echoed, watching him. Paul glared at the man beside him without the slightest courtesy. "Get him out of here." At Paul's words, the man grabbed hold of Parker's arm. "Let's go, sir." Darkness flickered in Parker's eyes as he felt the man's grip, his tone turning sharp. "Take your filthy hands off me." Hearing Parker, the man grew even rougher, seizing Parker's other arm as well. In a flash, Parker broke free, grabbed the man by the collar, and slammed him hard against the wall. The bar erupted as people rushed to intervene. "Hey, let him go." Two security guards stepped forward, trying to lock Parker's arms and pull the two apart, but with a mere push, Parker sent them both stumbling away. Mary Jane burst into the scene, desperate to stop Parker. "Peter, stop!" But Parker, completely consumed by darkness, paid no heed. With a sudden backhand, he struck Mary Jane, knocking her to the ground. Lying there, Mary Jane gazed up at him, heartbreak and disappointment in her eyes. Only then, seeing her on the floor, did Parker's senses begin to return. "Who are you?" Mary Jane asked in a trembling voice, her despair clear. This was not the gentle, kind Peter Parker she knew. The stranger before her filled her with fear. "I don't know either." Parker's voice shook. He couldn't understand what had come over him, how he could have done such a thing. Suddenly, Connor's words flashed through his mind, and he realized it was the symbiote's influence. Clutching his chest, he hurried out of the bar, leaving Mary Jane behind. "Next time Peter comes by, tell him not to take Gwen to places like that," George Stacy said quietly to his wife. "Okay, I don't think Peter would ever take Gwen there without a good reason. That's not like him at all." "I know. Still, better safe than sorry," George nodded. He knew Parker's nature, but the version of him under the city's dark sky was out of control. "Oh, so that's how Peter Parker lost Gwen? Venom, you really are a curse." Tony understood that Peter Parker only wanted to provoke Mary Jane. But then, hearing Peter mutter to himself, Tony couldn't help but suspect it was the symbiote taking over. Otherwise, none of it made sense. Gwen had danced with him, full of joy, only to realize she was just a pawn in Parker's game. Her affection for him vanished in an instant. Pepper imagined herself in Gwen's place. Her feelings for Parker would have plummeted below zero. Parker himself sighed, lost in thought. Leaning against him, Gwen suddenly asked, "Would you ever take me somewhere like that?" "No. Why would I ever take you there for no reason?" Parker shook his head. The real him and the one consumed by darkness were like two entirely different people. Countless citizens sighed at how Spider-Man seemed to have missed a chance with Gwen, unable to realize in real time, due to the delay in news, that Parker was actually already dating her. Outside the bar, Parker reflected on his recent actions and finally realized that he hadn't been himself at all. Just then, the distant sound of church bells echoed through the air, drawing Parker's gaze to a church standing solemnly in the rainy night. He made his way to the church's rooftop. Standing there in the rain, he pondered deeply about what he ought to do. After a long struggle, Parker looked down at the black, venomous Spider-Man suit clinging to his body and made up his mind. He dropped down into the church's interior, where a giant bell hung overhead. What Parker didn't know was that, at this very moment, Eddie had also entered the quiet church. Parker wanted Eddie to come here to seek forgiveness, and Eddie did come, but not to ask for forgiveness. He dipped his fingers into the holy water and crossed himself. The church, silent but for the lone priest on duty, was empty and echoing, rows of pews stretching out in the gloom. "Lord, Brock, Eddie Brock, I come before you today." Eddie choked back tears, his eyes red as he pleaded, voice trembling with anguish and humiliation. "I ask you for one thing. I want you to kill Peter Parker." To Eddie, Peter Parker was his greatest obstacle, his fiercest enemy, the one who had ruined his life and reputation. Even if it meant going to hell himself, Eddie wanted to drag Parker down with him. Meanwhile, up in the belfry, Parker began to tear at the alien symbiote, struggling with all his might to rip the black suit from his body. The symbiote, however, refused to surrender so easily. It fought to remain with Peter, the most perfect host it had ever known. In his desperate thrashing, Parker accidentally struck the great bell, sending peals of thunderous ringing through the church. The sound agonized the symbiote, forcing it to reveal its true form and separate from Parker. Down below, Eddie heard the bells toll and Parker's pain cries. He turned toward the side door, uncertain. With the bell's relentless ringing, Parker finally managed to tear the symbiote away from his head. Hearing the ever louder shouts and the continuous tolling, Eddie pushed open the wooden door. Looking up, he saw Parker struggling above, clad in the black Spider-Man suit, still fighting to tear the symbiote away and unaware of the figure below. "Parker," Eddie called, out in disbelief, staring upward. He had never imagined that Peter Parker was Spider-Man all along. No wonder Spider-Man only let him take photos. It was himself all along. Parker, straining with all his strength, finally managed to peel some of the black goo from his arm and then began to rip at his chest. Eddie watched transfixed from below as a droplet of the symbiote fell onto his coat, spreading rapidly. He hurriedly stripped off the jacket and tossed it aside. The bell tolled relentlessly as Parker managed to tear most of the symbiote off his body. Although the symbiote desperately tried to cling to Parker, it understood it wouldn't be easy. When a drop of the black substance landed on Eddie, the symbiote sensed the hatred and fury seething within him, making Eddie its perfect host. The symbiote began to separate from Peter Parker of its own accord, swiftly moving toward Eddie below. The first drop fell, and Eddie instinctively raised his hand to block it. Suddenly, the symbiote writhed and wrapped itself around him in a frenzy. Eddie struggled, attempting to shake it off, but the main body of the symbiote quickly seized him, causing him to cry out in terror. Above them, Parker collapsed exhausted on the ground, unable to help Eddie. Suspended in the air, Eddie was showered by more and more of the symbiote. Gradually, his entire body was engulfed. The black substance forced its way into his mouth and entered his body before finally releasing him. Lying on the ground, Eddie was overcome by a wave of nausea, retching uncontrollably. But soon, he felt the raw, overwhelming power of the symbiote surging through him. A wicked smile crept across his face. At last, he now had the means to take revenge on Parker. The symbiote fully enveloped him, transforming him into a grotesque monster. "Oh, did you see that, Jarvis?" Tony watched as Peter Parker tore at the symbiote. "I saw it, sir. The symbiote appears to be afraid of high decibel sounds." Jarvis immediately deduced why Parker was able to rip the creature away. "Okay, I need to add a sonic weapon to my suit. The military used something like that against the big green guy, right?" Tony decided on the spot to upgrade his armor with this new feature. "That's absolutely terrifying." Aunt May looked at the symbiote with a mixture of fear and awe. Peter's in real trouble now. Marco and that Eddie, they both want him dead. If they join forces, Peter might not make it, Uncle Ben said, his brow furrowed with worry. He couldn't help but sigh at the hardships superheroes face. There were just too many enemies. That Eddie is truly despicable. Even after being exposed, he shows no remorse and curses others instead. Isn't he just getting what he deserves? Rose complained, her eyes fixed disapprovingly on Eddie in the sky. Otto just shrugged helplessly. There will always be people like that, blaming others for their own mistakes. But I wonder what the Eddie in the real world will do. Recently, there's been a flood of negative news about Eddie. I'm concerned that, with nowhere else to turn, he might try to take revenge on Peter's family. I'd better increase the police presence to protect them, said George Stacy, setting down his newspaper. The paper was filled with stories about Eddie's troubled life, and now, seeing Eddie's attempts at revenge against Peter Parker on the broadcast, his concern only deepened. Lady Stacy wholeheartedly agreed with his opinion. She had visited Uncle Ben and Aunt May, chatted with them at length, and naturally did not want anything bad to happen to them. Eddie, meanwhile, felt utterly Doomed. From now on, he believed he would be nothing more than a reviled outcast, for the version of himself projected on the news still showed no hint of remorse. Even his own parents no longer wished to see him. Eddie harbored an intense hatred for Peter Parker. He wanted to destroy everything Peter had, but he was utterly powerless. He couldn't even take revenge on Peter's family, since the police had assigned officers to protect Uncle Ben and Aunt May around the clock. Parker returned to his rented room, lost in thought as he took a shower, reflecting on his mistakes. When he finished, he sat by the window, eyes closed, trying to collect himself. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Parker didn't want to answer, but when the knocking continued, he reluctantly got up from the floor and went to open it. His mood was so low that he lost control of his strength and accidentally wrenched the doorknob right off. Realizing what he'd done, he carefully opened the door. Standing outside was Aunt May. She greeted him brightly. "Hi, Peter." Parker mumbled a response and invited her inside. Once in the room, Aunt May glanced around, taking in her surroundings. "It looks like you haven't changed your room much." "Of course, there's not much here you could change, is there?" she said as she walked further in. Parker tried to fit the doorknob back into place, but in doing so, managed to knock the knob off the other side of the door. With a resigned sigh, he simply closed the door as best he could. Aunt May sat down on his bed and got straight to the point. "When we spoke on the phone, I could tell something was weighing on your mind. That's why I decided to come by. Is Mary Jane all right?" Parker stood by the window, his back to Aunt May, uncertain how to respond. He could only mumble that he didn't know. Aunt May's voice showed a hint of disappointment. "I haven't heard anything from you. Did you propose to her yet?" Parker shook his head slightly, then turned and walked over to her. "You once told me that a husband needs to think of his wife." He handed her the ring she had given him. Aunt May reached out and took it, a note of confusion in her voice. "I'm just not ready yet." She touched the ring in her hand, puzzled by his sudden change of heart. "But what happened? How can you be so sure?" "Yeah." Parker hesitated, turning back to stare out the window. "I heard her, Aunt May. I don't know what to do anymore." His expression was filled with regret for what he'd done to Gwen and now to Mary Jane. He had lost both of their hearts. "Then start with the hardest part," Aunt May said gently. "Don't blame yourself. I believe in you, Peter. You're a good person. I believe you'll find a way to sort things out." Aunt May encouraged Parker, placing the ring on the table beside her. She added, "And make sure you do it quickly." With that, she left the room. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure swept through the night sky and landed in a narrow alley, only to be struck down by another figure. "Spider-Man, prépare-toi." Sandman snarled, grabbing the black shape and raising his fist to strike. But the terrifying face of Venom made it clear this was not Spider-Man. Sandman hesitated, then hurled Venom aside. Venom clung to the wall, turning to Sandman. "I want him dead too, Flint." Sandman, who had been about to leave, stopped in his tracks at those words and looked back at Venom. "That's why I've been looking for you. Oh, and by the way, I know everything about you. Seems like Spider-Man wouldn't let you help your poor daughter. If you ask me, that's just cruel." Venom began creeping toward him on the wall, moving with spider-like grace, then revealed Eddie's face beneath the symbiote. "Listen, I want Spider-Man dead. You want him gone too. If we work together, he won't stand a chance." Interested, when Venom reached him, the symbiote quickly covered Eddie's face again. It wouldn't do to give Sandman a chance to strike. Thankfully, everything was going just as he had planned. Sandman didn't hesitate. He nodded. "Yeah. Oh, Parker's in serious trouble now." Jameson watched the two join forces. Each one is tough on his own. Together, they're almost unstoppable. The only way is to use one's weakness against him, take him out first, then go all in on the other. Robbie offered the only strategy he could think of. Spider-Man 1.5 nodded in agreement. Even a fool could see that, but Eddie and Sandman were no fools. They wouldn't just let themselves be picked off one by one. Parker arrived outside Mary Jane's apartment. Through the window, he saw her busy inside, lost in her own world. Tears welled up in his eyes as he watched. He closed his eyes, refusing to let the tears fall, then lowered his head and walked away. After he left, Mary Jane glanced out the window, but Parker was already gone. Mary Jane headed downstairs and hailed a cab to go to work. As soon as she got in, the driver turned to her. It was Eddie. He smiled at her. "So where to?" In that instant, a black, monstrous hand gripped Mary Jane's face. Across New York City, the news broke. Hal Fishman began reporting on the hostage situation. All of New York holds its breath, watching every development in this unfolding crisis. High atop a construction site, a yellow cab dangled precariously from the steel beams. A reporter on the scene is covering the unfolding event. About half an hour ago, the police arrived at this astonishing sight, where a young woman taken hostage in a taxi now hangs suspended 80 stories above the ground. Hal Fishman adds, "It looks like a gigantic spider's web out here." Every attempt by police to rescue the hostage has been blocked by the Sandman. The camera shows Marco flipping police cars one after another. Also involved is a strange man dressed in black. Early reports suggested he was Spider-Man in a new outfit, but it has now been confirmed that he is someone completely different. As the screen fills with the terrifying image of Venom's gaping maw lined with fangs, everyone present feels a suffocating sense of dread. Peter Parker instantly recognizes the creature as the symbiote that once separated from him. At the time, he'd been utterly exhausted, and by the time he recovered, both Venom and Eddie had vanished without a trace. The hostage has been identified as Mary Jane Watson. She's an actress who once performed on Broadway. The moment he sees Mary Jane is the hostage, Peter realizes this is a message meant for him. Without hesitation, he leaves the TV behind, hurries home, and retrieves his red and blue Spider-Man suit, which he hasn't worn in a long time. We now take you live to the scene, where our reporter Jennifer is standing by. Jennifer, Hellfishman hands the broadcast over to the field. We're about 100 feet from the scene right now, wait. There's movement on the web. Something's being written up there. Amid the chaos, Jennifer Duggan reports from the front lines. As the camera pans upward, viewers at home can clearly see the letters. Spider-Man, if you got the guts, come and stop us. We're faced with a sobering question. Confronted with such an overwhelming challenge, what are his chances of victory? Harry sits watching Mary Jane, her head poking out from the car, then casually turns off the television. He runs a hand over his forehead, his gaze lingering on Norman's portrait. Just then, Peter's voice cuts through. Harry. He turns to see Peter, now suited up as Spider-Man. I need your help. I can't beat the two of them alone. I can't do this by myself. Hearing this, Harry fully turns around, revealing the other side of his face, disfigured, one eye blinded. Peter is filled with regret at the sight. You don't deserve my help, Harry replies, cold and unwavering. In his mind, not joining in the attack against Peter is generous enough. Harry, she needs us. Peter tries to appeal to him through Mary Jane, but Harry is unmoved. Get out. Crushed by Harry's refusal, Peter turns and leaves. Even if he has to face it alone, he's determined to save Mary Jane. Harry turned his head and saw the photograph of the three of them from high school sitting in the living room. Tears welled up in his eyes before he could stop them. He walked into the secret room, which was still in disarray, untouched since his battle with Parker. The chaos from the fight looked exactly as it did before. He picked up a knife lying on the floor. Suddenly, Bernard appeared behind him. If I may speak, sir. Hearing the butler's voice, Harry looked up at him. I have witnessed many things happen in this house, but I have never spoken of them, Bernard said. What do you want to tell me? Harry looked at Bernard in confusion. On the night your father died, I was the one who cleaned his wounds. The blade that pierced his body came from his own glider. I know you've tried to defend your father's honor, but there is no doubt he died by his own hand. As Bernard spoke, Harry remembered that Parker had insisted multiple times that he wasn't the one who killed his father, but Harry had never believed him. Bernard stepped closer to Harry, fixing him with a deep, earnest gaze. I loved your father, Harry, just as I love you, and just as your friends love you. Choking back his emotions, Harry nodded, lowering his head for a moment before lifting it again. Determination shone in his eyes. At last, Harry is really listening, Tony remarked, puzzled as he looked at the butler. But why did Bernard wait until now to say anything? Because Harry wouldn't have listened before, Rhodey said, rolling his eyes at Harry's stubbornness. How many times did Peter Parker try to tell him? Did Harry ever listen? We all know how wrongly accused Peter was, but Harry just wouldn't let it go. Rhodey shook his head at Harry's obstinacy, then suddenly added, Didn't the narrator say you should remember what you were thinking at the time? Tony knew the narrator behind the scenes never gave hints for no reason. He couldn't help but think of his own parents' deaths. He'd investigated over and over, but he'd never found anything suspicious. The accident had happened so long ago. Tony was now certain his parents had been murdered, but he still didn't know who the killer was. Even Jarvis hadn't uncovered any useful clues. Meanwhile, at the construction site, Mary Jane waited inside a taxi parked above. Suddenly, the sound of snapping ropes echoed below the car, and the vehicle began to sway dangerously. Mary Jane looked around in terror. When the car stopped shaking, she let out a shaky breath of relief, only for the taxi to suddenly plummet from above. The webs that Venom had strung along the way snapped one after another as the car tumbled downward. Inside, Mary Jane screamed in panic as the car spun and fell. The crowd below gasped in shock, all of them deeply worried for her safety. Fortunately, just in time, several strands of black web caught the taxi, suspending it in midair, where it dangled and swayed. At that moment, a little girl pointed into the distance and cried out, "Look!" Everyone turned their heads at her shout and saw Parker swinging toward them on a web. The crowd immediately burst into applause. The crowd at the scene erupted, shouting his name over and over. Spider-Man! 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 Using a horizontal pole to build up momentum, Parker spun swiftly and hurled himself into the air above the construction site, propelled by the force of his own leap. Reporter Jennifer, her voice trembling with excitement, turned to the camera. Just when all hope seemed lost, he appeared out of nowhere, answering the prayers of this city. Parker landed squarely atop a taxi. The moment Mary Jane saw him, she called out urgently, "Peter, they're trying to kill both of us." Peter Parker knew full well this was a trap set for him, but right now, getting Mary Jane to safety mattered most. "I'm going to get you out of here," he promised. Eddie, of course, wasn't about to let Parker stage a rescue. He lunged from behind, and Mary Jane shouted a warning, "Look out!" Even as Peter tried to turn around, Venom struck him with a vicious blow, hurling him off the taxi. The roof caved in under the impact, and Parker barely managed to grab hold of the car's rear bumper with one hand, narrowly avoiding a fall. Scrambling back to his feet, he looked up to see Eddie standing atop the taxi's hood, his own face revealed. He grinned wickedly at Parker. "Hey, Parker!" Only then did Peter realize that Eddie had been possessed by Venom. Shocked, he cried out, "Oh my God! Eddie, my spider sense is tingling." Eddie taunted, his voice menacing. "You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you?" As he spoke, Eddie shot a web and yanked Mary Jane into his grasp. Parker leapt forward to stop him, but Eddie struck back, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing down onto a thick, black web below. The people watching from below gasped in alarm as Spider-Man fell. Lying on the sticky web, Parker tried to turn over, but Eddie wasted no time. He lashed out with 2 cords of black webbing, pinning Parker, then vaulted down from the car, landing with crushing force, his knees slamming into Parker's chest. Eddie yanked off Parker's mask. At that moment, the black web supporting the taxi began to give way, and the car tilted precariously, prompting another terrified scream from Mary Jane. Eddie turned, listening to her cries, a sinister smile tugging at his lips. Then he faced Parker again. "We can find a way to fix this," Parker pleaded. "You're right," Eddie sneered. "I've been thinking about how to humiliate you. The way you humiliated me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you remember what you did to me?" Parker understood the depth of Eddie's hatred, but he hoped to keep his wrath focused on himself, sparing Mary Jane from harm. Even as Eddie ranted, a construction truck perched above began to slip directly above Mary Jane. Its bed burst open under the weight of debris, and a heavy brick tumbled out. The brick hurtled straight toward the taxi where Mary Jane was trapped, narrowly missing her. Another piece of rubble crashed down, which she managed to dodge, but the impact smashed in the opposite car door. Parker watched the scene below, his heart pounding with anxiety, yet he was unable to break free from Venom's hold. Seeing Parker's desperate expression, Eddie couldn't help but let out a laugh. He relished this look on Parker's face, the agony of wanting to save someone but being powerless to act. Only by seeing this suffering could he vent the hatred festering inside him. Mary Jane spotted a brick lying atop one of the cars and slowly picked it up. Eddie remained oblivious to what was happening above and kept taunting Parker. "You made me lose my girlfriend. Now, I'll make you lose yours." Hearing Eddie's words, Parker struggled furiously, the black webbing binding his wrists starting to tremble with tension. "How does it feel, hero?" Eddie jeered. Venom reformed around Eddie, revealing its terrifying visage. It raised its lethal claws, ready to strike at Parker. At that moment, Mary Jane hurled the brick at Eddie with careful aim. The hollow brick struck Eddie perfectly, infuriating him. He spun around, roaring upward in rage. Seizing the opportunity, Parker broke free from his restraints and lunged, grabbing Venom by the throat. Venom turned, only to receive a heavy punch to the face from Parker. The two of them tumbled off the web, grappling as they fell through the air. Parker landed another powerful blow, sending Venom flying. He shot a web to pull Venom back, but Venom kicked him, flipping Parker head over heels in midair. Parker fired a barrage of web shots, but Venom fended them off with his own webbing. Taking advantage, Venom snared Parker with black webs, yanking him close and delivering a brutal kick to his face. Dodging Parker's counterattack, Venom followed up with a fierce punch. Parker spun helplessly through the air from the force of the blow. Venom pressed his advantage, slinging more black webbing to entangle Parker. He kicked Parker with both feet, then pushed off with a powerful thrust, sending Parker hurtling toward the ground. Venom himself swung back up using his web. Midair, Parker struggled to tear the black webs from his chest and tried firing a web upward to swing back into the fight. But it was too late. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Dazed but determined, he reached out and snatched up his discarded mask. Just then, from above Mary Jane's perch, the sound of snapping web echoed in the air. Mary Jane's eyes widened in horror as the truck above her began to fall. Instinctively, she turned to flee, then realized she was already 100 meters above the ground. She glanced at the bricks tumbling downward, then back at the looming truck, and with a surge of courage, leapt away. The taxi was smashed aside by the falling truck. Mary Jane managed to grab onto a strand of black webbing. The truck crashed to the street below, debris scattering everywhere, with one of the wheels narrowly missing Parker. He looked up and shouted, his voice raw with concern, "Hold on, Mary Jane." At that moment, the ground began to swell and shift. Parker lost his footing and fell just as a swirling mass of sand started to gather, forming itself into a massive human shape. Marco rose from the sand, his massive figure sending the onlookers fleeing in terror. He paid them no mind, his attention fixed on Parker as he clenched his enormous fist and brought it crashing down. Parker, nimble as ever, dodged out of the way. Unlike the Sandman, Parker was more concerned about Mary Jane, who was dangling precariously above, threatened by a fall at any moment. "Mary Jane!" he shouted, narrowly avoiding Marco's giant foot. In a flash, Parker shot a web straight into Marco's eyes, blinding him, then used another strand to swing himself up along the Sandman's arm. Marco swept his arm in a wild arc, trying to swat Parker out of the air. He missed, but the blow smashed into a nearby building instead. The impact sent tremors through the structure, loosening the black web Mary Jane clung to. She lost her grip and plummeted, screaming in terror, but landed at last on a web sprawled below. The soft, elastic strands absorbed the force of her fall, sparing her from injury. Desperate, Parker scrambled upward, determined to reach her, and Mary Jane looked to him, hope shining in her eyes. But just as Parker drew near, Eddie's car came hurtling towards him, sending Parker flying. He slammed hard into a steel beam and tumbled downward, only for Eddie to rush in and kick him again. Blows rained down, and Parker crashed onto a steel frame just above the ground. By the time he struggled to his feet, Marco was looming behind, letting out a furious roar. Parker stared, stunned, at the Sandman's colossal, shifting form, when suddenly Eddie wrapped a coil of black web around Parker's neck, pinning him to the steel framework and trapping him there. Marco raised his sandbag-sized fist and drove it down onto Parker with brutal force. Parker, still struggling to break free, was struck so hard that all resistance drained from his body. Eddie's wicked grin was almost demonic, as if he'd swallowed the souls of a dozen elders. Fist after punishing fist fell on Parker, relentless and cruel. Above, Mary Jane watched in anguish, only to realize that the taxi perched overhead had started to wobble dangerously. Despair filled her as she glanced down at Parker, who was barely holding on. The crowd below could hardly bear to watch. Reporter Jennifer, microphone trembling in hand, spoke with a heavy voice. "This is beyond belief. It's absolutely brutal. I don't know how much more he can take." Helfishman's sorrow was palpable. For the people of New York, this is a tragic day. It may well be the end of Spider-Man's life. Parker reached out toward Mary Jane, straining with all his might to touch her, but Marco's next blow sent his hand dropping helplessly. In the crowd, a little girl buried her face in her mother's arms, overcome with sadness. Just as Marco raised his fist again for another devastating attack, a green goblin bomb landed beside his ear. Marco hesitated for a split second before the grenade, lodged against his head, exploded with a thunderous blast. Half of Marco's head was blown away in the inferno, leaving him staggering, howling in pain and fury. He clutched at a nearby building, fighting to keep himself upright as his colossal form threatened to collapse. The crowd erupted in cheers, and among them, two little boys shouted excitedly, "Amazing and so cool." The searchlight swept to the other side, drawing everyone's gaze with it. Mary Jane looked up as well, just in time to see Harry flying in on the Green Goblin's glider. He sped straight toward Eddie, who was still restraining Parker, and with a swift maneuver, knocked Eddie away with the glider. Then he landed gently in front of Parker, who was gasping for breath. Parker turned to him, his voice weak but filled with relief. "You made it." Harry reached out his hand. Parker grabbed it tightly, and Harry pulled him to his feet. "Looks like my timing is perfect." "A few minutes ago, things weren't so bad," Parker replied, offering a weary smile. Harry shrugged with a grin. "So what could you have done about it?" The two friends, finally reconciled, shared a moment of laughter. But Tony watched their smiles with a heavy heart. Neither of them knew what was about to come next. Fury fixed his single, steely eye on the glider beneath Harry's feet. If he could, he'd copy it in a heartbeat. And that strength enhancer, he wanted that too. As long as the side effects could be dealt with, it would be a game changer. Just then, Venom's shriek rang out, snapping everyone to attention. Eddie and Marco appeared in front of Parker and Harry, blocking their way. "I might need a hand here," Parker said, his face set in grim determination as he faced Venom. Harry eyed Marco, now towering over them like a house. "I'm a little busy myself." Venom lunged at them, while Marco reached out his giant hand. Harry shouted, "Grab my hand." Parker leapt up and caught it, using Harry's momentum to shatter Marco's hand with a powerful kick, then delivered a fierce blow to Eddie. Eddie crashed through the ceiling and slammed into a steel beam, denting it deeply. Harry, still on the glider, unleashed a torrent of scorching flames at Marco, the heat searing him relentlessly. After a moment, Harry rammed into Marco's arm. Now brittle from the flames, it crumbled at the slightest touch. The crowd gasped in shock at the sight. Spider-Man 1.5, watching the scene unfold, instinctively called out Parker's name, twice, before realizing Parker wasn't there. He muttered to himself, "I really need a photographer." Just then he noticed a little girl nearby. Turning to her, he asked, "Hey, little one, want a job?" The girl looked at Jameson in confusion. "Why would I need a job? I'm just a kid." Only then did Jameson remember that hiring child labor was illegal. Flustered, he pulled out his wallet and asked, "All right then, how much for your camera?" $100, the girl replied, breaking into a wide grin. Hearing this, Jameson shouted in disbelief, $100? Are you kidding me?" But the commotion at the scene left him with no choice but to give in. He shoved the money into the little girl's hand. "Fine, you little rascal. Take it." Then he took the camera from her, pressed the shutter twice, and muttered, "What's going on?" Only then did he realize there was no film in the camera. Jameson turned and glared at the girl, visibly annoyed. The girl offered him a sly smile. "The film costs extra." The 1.5th generation Spider-Man never thought he'd fall for the same trick twice, especially at the hands of a little girl. Narrowing his eyes at her, he silently reached into his wallet once more. "That's my granddaughter. Mark my words, she'll do great things." An elderly man laughed heartily, proudly showing off his granddaughter to everyone around. His laughter was so hearty, he almost lost his breath. "Even that stingy old boss is getting his comeuppance today." Rose tried to stifle her laughter, but it was simply too hard. Even Otto couldn't help but break into laughter alongside her. "Oh, for crying out loud." Jameson groaned, clutching his head in exasperation. How many times had this kind of thing happen to him? Why did fate always put his most embarrassing moments on display? Miss Brandt covered her mouth to hide a giggle, not daring to laugh out loud for fear of the boss noticing. Many onlookers joined in the laughter. At long last, the notorious miser was outfoxed. The ruthless capitalist, bested by a little girl. They all hoped this story would make tomorrow's front page. Meanwhile, Harry was darting around the construction site on his goblin glider. Suddenly, Marco thrust out an arm to block his path, leaving Harry no time to change direction. "Gotcha, Marco Schautif." In the nick of time, Parker swung in on his web, yanking Harry off the goblin glider and out of harm's way. The glider, tracking Harry's movements, quickly returned beneath his feet. With a powerful swing, Parker hurled Harry back onto the glider. The very next instant, Marco launched an attack from below. The two narrowly dodged, but the blow tore a gaping hole through the construction site. Up above, Mary Jane had been anxiously watching the action below, completely unaware that the black web holding up a taxicab above her was about to give way. When Mary Jane heard the snap of breaking strands, she finally glanced up. She saw the taxi plummeting straight down, the black web strands snapping one after another with sharp, brittle sounds as they failed to hold the weight. Sensing danger, Harry shouted to Parker, "Peter, watch out above." Mary Jane tumbled across the web, narrowly avoiding the taxi's direct impact, but the web was destroyed in the process. The recoil from the taut web sent her tumbling, robbing her of a safe perch. She fell, but managed at the last second to grab hold of a single strand of black webbing. Parker immediately rushed upward, with Harry swooping in to lend a hand. He pulled Parker onto his goblin glider, and together they raced toward Mary Jane. Marco kept reaching out to try and stop them, but Harry skillfully maneuvered the goblin glider to dodge each attempt. High above, the web Mary Jane was holding on finally gave way under her weight, and she tumbled from the sky with a terrified scream. Parker tried to shoot a web to catch her, but because the glider had been spinning to avoid Marco, his aim missed its mark. Without hesitation, Harry steered the goblin glider after her. "Can you go any faster?" Parker shouted. "Hold on tight," Harry called back, yelling over the wind. Hold on to what? Parker couldn't quite grasp what Harry meant, but there was no time to ask further. With Harry's expert control, the goblin glider nimbly swerved past Marco below and shot straight toward Mary Jane. "Go for it, man. I'm going to save her," Parker yelled, launching himself toward the still screaming Mary Jane. Parker managed to catch Mary Jane in his arms. He then fired a web back at the goblin glider, and Harry instantly veered to pick them up. The crowd watching below erupted into cheers as they saw the rescue unfold. Parker set Mary Jane safely down on one of the building's floors and asked, "Are you okay?" Mary Jane, still shaken, looked at Parker and managed, "Yeah, that's good." Parker smiled, but as the two exchanged a lingering, heartfelt gaze, Harry's voice rang out in distress from behind. "Hey, Peter." Parker spun around just in time to see Harry narrowly dodge a powerful punch from Marco, then shout to them again, "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" Harry hollered at them over the chaos. A burst of laughter broke out. "Ah, Peter, that's not very fair." Dr. Connors couldn't help but laugh in the classroom, and the students joined in as well. Peter Parker hung his head in embarrassment. While his friend was fighting for his life, he'd been lost in a tender moment with Mary Jane. He felt a pang of guilt for neglecting his friend. Gwen laughed too, then quickly covered her mouth. She didn't mind the tangled romance between Peter Parker and Mary Jane on the big screen. In reality, Parker had already made up his mind to be with her, and her parents were quite pleased with him. Although George Stacy never outright said it, her mother had confided that George used to hold Peter Parker from the movies in high esteem, at least until Peter started dating Gwen, after which George's attitude changed. Gwen was confident she had nothing to fear from Mary Jane. In terms of looks, talent, and family background, she had every advantage. There was no reason for her to be jealous. Besides, unlike Mary Jane, she wasn't petty or small-minded. As a global celebrity, Peter Parker was a household name, with countless women admiring him. If she let herself get jealous every time, she'd run out of jealousy long before the admirers ran out. Just as Harry finished complaining about Parker and the others, Marco seized the chance while Harry was distracted and reached for his goblin glider once again. He barely had time to react before Marco's massive finger brushed against the glider. Given Marco's enormous size, even a single finger carried a weight the glider simply couldn't withstand. The board's nose shot up into the air, flipping twice before Harry was thrown skyward. At the last moment, he managed to grab onto the glider with one hand, narrowly avoiding a fall. Marco wasted no time. With both hands, he clapped toward Harry, intending to crush him right then and there. Parker rushed over to help, leaving Mary Jane to watch anxiously from a distance. He arrived just in time, kicking one of Marco's hands aside before the giant palms could close around Harry. This gave Harry a chance to regain his footing and escape immediate danger. Marco's main target, however, remained Parker. Ignoring Harry, who had managed to break free, Marco turned and hurled a heavy punch directly at Parker. In that moment, Parker was swinging on his webs with nowhere to anchor himself. The blow landed solidly, sending Parker crashing into a nearby building as Marco's elongated arm followed through, pinning him against the wall. The force of the hit left Parker sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a moment. Turning his attention to Harry, who was darting about like a persistent fly, Marco prepared to strike again. Thankfully, Marco's gigantic size made his movement sluggish. Harry deftly dodged a massive swipe looping away on his glider before swooping back into the fray. With a quick command, the goblin glider launched 2 miniature missiles at Marco. His huge bulk made dodging impossible, and the projectile struck true. The explosions rocked Marco, cracks spreading across his entire body. His right hand began to crumble first. Staggering unsteadily, he finally sank to his knees, his form breaking apart and sending up clouds of dust and debris. The crowd of onlookers erupted in cheers, waving their arms and celebrating the victory. "Will that really kill him?" Nick Fury asked, glancing at the nonchalant Tony standing nearby. "No," Tony replied, twirling a pen between his fingers. "Bruce and I have looked into this. He can't be killed that way. Unless you melt him down completely, he'll always come back." Fury nodded. He had called Tony here for a very important reason. Meanwhile, as Harry dealt with Marco, Parker finally managed to struggle to his feet. Just then, he heard the chilling cry of venom. He looked around nervously. After taking that punch from Marco, his body hadn't yet recovered. If Eddie attacked him now, things could go very badly. Parker stayed on high alert, scanning his surroundings carefully. Venom's menacing calls echoed from different directions, as Eddie tried to distract and unsettle him. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike, I could see that moment, Parker sensed movement behind him. He spun around instantly, but Eddie had already leapt from behind him to above his head. Eddie seized Parker by the head, slamming him hard against a steel beam, denting it on impact. Without pause, Eddie punched Parker again, sending him flying. Parker crashed heavily onto the ground. Eddie landed above him as Parker tried to get up, but Eddie quickly ensnared Parker's wrists with black webbing, suspending him in the air. Then, grabbing a broken steel rod, Eddie struck Parker's head with a vicious blow, leaving Parker dazed and reeling. Whatever you do, never hurt those you cannot kill. Eddie revealed his own face, leaning in close as he spoke to Parker. He struck him again, twice in quick succession. The battered Spider-Man mask was finally knocked away, and Parker, breathing heavily, pleaded with Eddie, "Eddie, take off that suit." Eddie twisted the steel rod, turning it sharp in toward Parker's neck and taunting, "Oh, so that would please you, would it?" The cold steel pressed against Parker's throat, but still, Parker tried to reach out to Eddie. "I know how it feels to wear that suit. It's incredible, the power, everything you could want. But you lose yourself. Take it off, Eddie." But Eddie was beyond reason. "I love being the bad guy. It feels amazing." As he spoke, the Venom symbiote surged over his body again. With steel rod in hand, he prepared to finish Parker once and for all. Just as the fatal moment approached, two flying blades whirled through the air, disrupting Eddie's attack. Venom let out a furious, guttural roar at the sudden assault. In the distance, Harry sped toward them, riding his goblin glider. Twin blades sprang from the glider's sides as Harry lunged, but Eddie leapt clear just in time. Venom countered by shooting black webbing, latching onto the glider. Harry was yanked off, sent tumbling through the air, and hitting his head again before crashing into a pile of steel pipes. Eddie snatched the retrieved goblin glider, but the cacophony of pipes clattering to the ground made the Venom symbiote shriek in agony, its whole body quivering. Parker, watching this unfold, remembered how the church bells had once helped him tear off the symbiote. He realized that Venom was terribly sensitive to sound. Harry staggered to his feet, just as Venom, now recovered, rushed at Parker with the goblin glider raised high. Parker struggled desperately to break free, but his injuries left him too weak. Seeing this, Harry charged in without hesitation. Parker watched as Harry moved to shield him, taking the glider's sharp blade through his own body. Parker's eyes filled with tears, and he cried out, "Harry!" Eddie lifted Harry's body and hurled him into the elevator shaft. Harry's body plummeted from the upper floors, and below, Mary Jane, witnessing the fall, raced toward him in panic. Enraged by Harry's death, Parker tore the black webbing from his left hand and reached toward the steel beam Eddie had dropped earlier. Eddie noticed his quick movement and lunged at him, but in that critical moment, Parker shot out a web and grabbed the steel beam. At the same time, his right hand broke free of its restraints. Wielding the steel beam, Parker struck Eddie mid-air, sending him flying. He then picked up a metal pipe from the ground and slammed it down hard, producing a piercing, high-pitched noise. The deafening sound left Venom paralyzed on the spot, writhing in agony. With grim determination, Parker drove two steel pipes deep into the concrete floor. He leaped across to the other side and planted two more, gradually using the pipes to trap Venom inside a cage of metal. Venom tried desperately to escape, but as it leapt into the air, Parker struck it back, then jammed more pipes around its writhing form. Taking up another steel pipe, Parker began to strike it repeatedly, and the shrill cacophony grew even more unbearable. Under this relentless noise, Venom found itself unable to maintain its hold on Eddie. Sensing an opening as part of Eddie's body became exposed, Parker seized the chance and, with all his strength, pulled Eddie free from Venom's grip using his webbing, finally separating the two. No sooner had he torn Eddie away from the symbiote than Parker felt a chill run down his spine, a primal warning that made every hair on his body stand on end. His spider sense screamed in alarm. He spun around and saw Venom's true form in all its monstrous horror. Only then did Parker realize just how much he had underestimated Venom's terror. Fully unleashed, Venom was a grotesque and shifting nightmare, its body twisting and expanding, growing ever more menacing. Rows of enormous, razor-sharp fangs and gleaming claws glinted with deadly menace, sending a shiver through anyone who looked upon it. As Venom glared at Parker and let out a guttural, rasping roar, a sound that seemed to rumble up from the depths of hell and made eardrums vibrate with fear, Parker felt a dread and pressure he had never known before. Eddie, standing nearby, saw Venom's true form too, but unlike Parker, he was already lost in the power the symbiote had given him. Instead of fear, a strange, almost delighted smile crept onto his face. Parker stared, transfixed, at the towering Venom, so terrified by the monstrous creature that he instinctively took 2 steps back. Venom let out another furious roar. Parker, acting quickly, struck the steel pipes embedded in the floor with his own pipe, sending another wave of agonizing noise through the air. The sound left Venom writhing in even greater pain, its hulking form visibly shrinking. Seizing the moment while Venom was immobilized, Parker used his webbing to retrieve a green goblin grenade from Harry's abandoned glider. "Peter, what are you doing?" Eddie, realizing Parker's intention, tried to stop him. But Parker, without hesitation, hurled the grenade at Venom. No! Eddie lunged desperately toward the green goblin grenade. Venom seized the opportunity, enveloping both the grenade and Eddie, trying once again to bond with him. Eddie! Parker shouted as he saw Eddie throw himself forward, rushing to pull him back, but it was already too late. The moment Venom wrapped around him, the green goblin grenade exploded. A blinding flash forced Parker to shield his eyes instinctively. When the light finally faded and he lowered his hand, Venom had taken the full force of the grenade's energy and, along with Eddie inside, was reduced to ashes. All that remained at the scene were some twisted steel pipes and a few traces of black residue, struggling in the flames. But soon even those were consumed, vanishing into the air. Marco witnessed this and slowly let his sand fist shrink, returning to his human form. Mary Jane hurried downstairs and ran to Harry's side. Harry! Mary Jane! Harry called out to her weakly as he lay on the ground. I'll go get help. Mary Jane wanted to find someone to save Harry, but he reached out and held her back. No, stay with me. Harry understood how gravely he was wounded. He knew he couldn't survive this. At that moment, all he wanted was to spend his final moments with the woman he loved, to have her by his side as he took his last journey. On the rooftop, Parker stared at the spot where Eddie and Venom had been utterly annihilated, tossing the steel pipe in his hand aside, lost in thought. Eddie was completely possessed. He couldn't comprehend the true horror of Venom. To gain that power, he was willing to be destroyed, body and soul. Tony said, his brow tightly furrowed as he watched Eddie disappear into the flames. Once an ordinary person has tasted that extraordinary power, it's nearly impossible to accept being ordinary again. You're the same. If you were asked to give up your Iron Man suit now, could you do it? Nick Fury glanced deeply at Tony, posing the question that cut to the core. Tony fell silent. Deep down, he knew he couldn't let it go. The more he experienced the freedom of soaring through the sky, the harder it was to part with the armor. There's a saying in China, it's easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go from extravagant to frugal. That's true for everyone, Hill added from the side. Tony turned to look at her, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. Gwen stared in amazement at the venom on her chest. Can you really grow that big and terrifying? Venom shifted and changed, morphing from a spider emblem into a grinning face, then back into a spider, clinging quietly to her clothes. Marco stood behind, watching the scene. I don't want things to be like this. Hearing his voice, Parker turned to look at him, the man who had killed Uncle Ben. Parker's feelings were in turmoil. On one hand, there was the deep-seated vendetta for Uncle Ben's death. On the other, he didn't want anyone else to die because of it. But I have no other choice. Marco was deeply tormented by guilt over what had happened today. We always have to make choices. When you killed my uncle, you made your choice. Facing his enemy, Parker could no longer suppress his anger. Yet, without the influence of the symbiote, he managed to keep himself under control. Marco tried to explain, my daughter was dying. I desperately needed money, and I was terrified. Marco lowered his eyes, remembering that night years ago. Back then, Uncle Ben waited for Parker in the car. Marco, holding a gun, knocked on the window and threatened him to get out. Uncle. Ben stepped out, but instead of fear, he tried to reason with Marco, saying, why don't you just put the gun down and go home? Only now did Marco realize that Uncle Ben had wanted to help him. He knew that crime would only lead to ruin, but Marco had lost his head over his daughter's plight. Listening to Marco's account, Parker's eyes grew red with emotion. He knew he could never forgive himself for causing Uncle Ben's death. Then I saw my partner running over with the cash, and I had the gun in my hand. Marco's voice trembled as he recalled the moment. I did something truly terrible to you. I have spent countless nights praying for a way to make it right. Marco swallowed hard. As the gun went off with a sudden bang, Uncle Ben fell to the ground. Marco stared in disbelief as the old man collapsed. Get in the car. Carradine urged him, but Marco couldn't leave Uncle Ben behind. He wanted to help him. Seeing that Marco wouldn't get in, Carradine drove off, leaving Marco and the wounded Uncle Ben alone in the street. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I just want you to know the truth. Parker's lips trembled. He shook his head instinctively, sorrow overwhelming him like a river breaking its banks. After a deep breath, he steadied himself. I've done terrible things too, he sighed. Marco turned to look at the crowd gathered below. I didn't choose to become like this. He opened his palm and gazed at the necklace resting there, the photo of a young Penny inside bringing tears to his eyes. Turning back to Parker, his voice broke. The only thing I've left to hold on to is my daughter. His eyes reddened, and every thought of his daughter made him feel the weight of an unjust fate, as if every misfortune had found its way to him. Parker looked at this man, a side of him he had never seen before. It said that men rarely shed tears, but only when true sorrow strikes. Marco's plight was tragic indeed. Parker no longer wished to carry the burden of hatred. Uncle Ben was gone, and even if he killed Marco, it would not bring him back. After a moment of silence, Parker remembered what Aunt May had once told him. In the end, he chose to let go of his hatred. Marco had never meant to kill Uncle Ben. That tragedy was a heartbreaking accident. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I forgive you." Hearing Parker's words, Marco nodded gently. Then, his body dissolved into a swirl of sand and drifted away on the wind, leaving the construction site behind. Suspended by his web, Parker swung over to where Harry was. Mary Jane was holding Harry in her arms. Parker crouched beside them and exchanged a glance with Mary Jane, whose eyes were red from crying. "Hey, buddy, how are you feeling?" Parker asked, his voice tinged with nervousness as he looked at Harry. "I could be better," Harry replied weakly. Hearing Harry's voice, Parker felt a bit of relief. "We'll get you through this," he promised. A silent tear slipped down Harry's cheek. He knew that adrenaline was the only thing keeping him conscious now. He shook his head. No need. It was only then that Parker realized Harry was already at the end of his strength, a final burst of life before the end. Mary Jane looked devastated, her lips trembling as she struggled to hold back her tears. She shook her head at Parker. "I never should have hurt you, or said those things," Parker said, full of regret for what he'd done to Harry under the influence of the symbiote. "None of that matters anymore, Peter. You're my brother," Harry said, mustering a smile for Parker. Parker's body trembled slightly as he forced a smile in return. "Best friends." Hearing this, Harry opened his eyes to look one last time at Mary Jane, then, content, closed them forever. Parker could no longer contain his grief. Tears welled up and spilled from his eyes as he choked out Harry's name. But there was no answer. Mary Jane clung tightly to Harry's hand, and as the sun rose on the horizon, Harry's life slipped quietly away. Harry was a real man, Tony said, watching their figures bathe in the morning light, his tone tinged with sorrow. He kept his word, sacrificing himself for Parker and Mary Jane. That's true. Even though there were misunderstandings between them, once everything was cleared up, Harry never hesitated. He rushed to the rescue without a second thought for what Parker had done to him in the past, the one with the bald head said, deeply admiring Harry's actions. Norman watched the brotherly bond between Parker and Harry, feeling gratified. He had always regarded Parker as his own son. If it hadn't been for the goblin serum, there never would have been conflict between them. Their friendship had been witnessed under the heavens, and he believed Parker would always stand behind Harry, just as Harry had supported Parker unconditionally. Yet what pained him most was that, as shown in the vision of fate, both he and his son were eventually killed by their own blades. Though he knew his own end was deserved, how innocent was Harry in all this? Why did fate have to treat father and son so cruelly? Parker gazed silently at the sky, and Gwen, a little worried, squeezed his hand. Parker came back to himself, gently patting her hand to show he was all right, yet witnessing Harry's death in the vision still struck a chord deep inside him. At the funeral, the priest was reciting passages from a Bible. Parker and Mary Jane stood on either side of Harry's gravestone, while Aunt May stood behind Parker. Bernard, the butler, rose and placed a bouquet on the grave. Behind him sat Gwen and Captain George Stacy. Gwen glanced at Parker, then lowered her eyes, unwilling to look at his face any longer. No matter what setbacks we face, no matter how much we struggle inside, we always have to make a choice. My brother Harry taught me that. Parker said, he chose the good within himself. It's our choices that define who we are, and we can always choose to do what's right. As the mourners gradually dispersed, Parker remained, unwilling to leave his best friend behind, keeping him company in silent tribute. In the jazz club, Mary Jane stood on stage, beginning her song. I've had enough of love. I won't fall again. Don't call me anymore, because I don't want anyone else. But you. Parker, dressed sharply in a suit, had come especially to see her. He pushed open the door and walked in, watching Mary Jane sing under the spotlight. So, I've had enough of love. I gave my heart, and now I'm hurting. I've frozen my heartbeat. I won't love again. Suddenly, in the midst of her singing, Mary Jane saw Parker ahead. She stopped, unable to help herself. Parker walked slowly up to her, and their eyes met. He reached out his hand to her. Mary Jane left the microphone behind, took his hand, and after a brief, silent exchange, the two of them embraced. So, they ended up together after all? Honestly, I still think Mary Jane isn't quite good enough for Peter Parker, Rhodey grumbled as he arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, plopping down next to Dr. Banner. Banner didn't know what to say, so he simply smiled in response. It's fine. After everything they've been through, at least it's a love that survived life and death. Even if Mary Jane does have a wandering heart, Tony chimed in, not entirely satisfied himself. Deep down, he still believed Gwen or maybe Ursula would have been a better match for Peter Parker. Yet Peter and Mary Jane's love had weathered many trials. The only question was whether Mary Jane would stay true in the days to come. People all over the world mourned Harry's passing. As the Sky screen finished its broadcast, the world fell once more into a period of silence. Director Fury had called Tony, Rhodey, and the others together, not without reason. "This is proof that you've passed the Avengers test," he said, handing Rhodey a file. With Tony's recommendation and the agreement of the Avengers, Rhodey was finally accepted as one of their own. "There's one more thing. Aside from Rhodey, we expect to add another new member. It's just that he's not available at the moment, so I'll introduce him to you all later." "Who is it?" "Don't tell me it's one of those old-timers Coulson mentioned before." Tony couldn't hide his curiosity, and Nick Fury didn't beat around the bush. He nodded. Tony's suspicions were confirmed, and he exclaimed, "Wow, you actually managed to bring him back." "Who?" Rhodey, unaware of Captain America's story, was left guessing. "Steve Rogers. We found him. He's in remarkably good condition, just still unconscious for the time being, but I believe when he wakes up, he'll join us." Fury gave Rhodey a brief explanation. Rhodey's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who? Captain America?" "Yeah." Nick Fury nodded. To be honest, he'd been stunned himself when he learned that Captain America was not only alive, but unchanged from 70 years ago. "Incredible. Where did you find him?" Rhodey was visibly excited. It wasn't every day you got to meet America's very first superhero. Coulson, standing nearby and a diehard Captain America fan, eagerly explained how they discovered him. Ever since they'd found Cap, Coulson had been so thrilled he could barely sleep. Just then, Natasha walked in from outside. Seeing her, Tony waved and greeted her. "Hey, long time no see. Can you still summon your hammer?" Since the battle with the Destroyer, Natasha had left Stark Industries, replaced by Sharon Carter, Peggy Carter's niece. "That's not mine, but I can use it," Natasha corrected Tony's assumption. "We gave Natasha a thorough examination. Our medical researchers believe that the power of Mjolnir has granted her incredible abilities," Nick Fury explained, shedding light on why Natasha had been away for so long. They'd arranged extensive tests out of safety concerns, since they couldn't be sure whether all that lightning had harmed her. They also tested her physical abilities before and after she wielded the hammer, but quickly discovered that Natasha could only command the power of lightning when she actually possessed Mjolnir. Natasha herself had said that the hammer was with Thor, and she could only use it with his consent. In other words, Thor had priority over her. The researchers recalled how, during the fight with the Destroyer, the hammer had flown from Natasha's hand to Thor's, and immediately after, her armor and powers vanished. This, combined with her own account, made it clear she was telling the truth. Baldy felt a tinge of regret that they hadn't managed to keep hold of Thor's hammer, but at least Thor had promised Coulson that he would fight alongside them. Still, after all this time, Thor had yet to make an appearance, which left Jane Foster deeply worried, afraid that something might have happened to him. Thor, meanwhile, had been relying on Heimdall to keep him informed about Earth, so he knew what Jane was thinking. Yet, there was nothing he could do. The disturbance in the Rainbow Bridge had not yet settled, and forcing its use would only cause greater instability in its energy. All he could do was endure, waiting until the bridge could be used again before returning to Earth to find Jane. "You called us here today, not just to tell us that Captain America is alive and well, or that Rhodey is officially joining the Avengers. There's something else." After watching the projection, Tony was growing impatient, eager to get back home and continue working on his suits. "Of course there is. Do you remember that file I showed you before?" Baldy gave him a look and asked. "What? Which file?" Tony frowned, momentarily unable to recall what Baldy was referring to. "The Tesseract," he reminded. Tony finally remembered. He had indeed seen it, but back then he hadn't had the time or energy to pay it much attention. "I'd like to invite you and Dr. Banner to study it together. Dr. Eric Selvig will also be joining. I believe this might be a crucial opportunity for us to win the coming war." Most of the people present were already in the know, so Nick Fury didn't hold anything back, directly sharing their research on the Tesseract with everyone. "We've been studying it for decades, but made little progress, until Dr. Eric Selvig arrived, and only then do we finally find a new direction for a breakthrough." Tony exchanged a glance with Dr. Banner. He had to admit, the Tesseract intrigued him, and Banner still hadn't found a way to coexist peacefully with the Hulk. So neither hesitated, both nodded in agreement. Rhodey, on the other hand, was a bit lost, wanting to know what exactly the Tesseract was. Tony gave him a brief explanation. "We've named this project Pegasus," Fury explained. The name was adapted from the former S.H.I.E.L.D. research initiative, Project Pegasus. Fury had changed Pegasus to Heavenly Horse, symbolizing that this project would not only help Earth soar, but soar even higher. "As for Strange, we once tried to recruit him, but were stopped." "By who?" Tony frowned. "The Ancient One." She is indeed formidable. SHLD's defenses were meaningless before her. She simply appeared right in front of us, and we had no idea when she arrived. Hill recalled, her memory of facing the Ancient One still vivid. It was the first time she had ever felt so utterly powerless. She? A woman? What did she say? Tony was a bit surprised to find that the Ancient One was actually a woman. He'd always pictured an old man with a white beard. She didn't say much, just warned us not to interfere in strange affairs, and then she left. Fury replied, feeling a twinge of helplessness. For the Ancient One, killing him would be all too easy. This made the mother, Knight, feel decidedly unsafe. So, what about Strange? Don't tell me you never tried to get in touch with him? Tony spun the pen between his fingers, propping his head on his hand as he asked. We really didn't. We only had people shadowing him, and posted a few around Christine as well. Other than that, we kept our distance. Nick Fury rubbed his brow. The Ancient One's warning had been perfectly clear, so of course he hadn't wanted to provoke her. In fact, he'd even intercepted quite a few people with ill intentions toward Strange. The Ancient One had noticed everything, but none of it concerned her. Lately, though, she'd been mulling over whether she should just keep waiting for Strange to get into that car accident. She couldn't fathom the intentions of the Veil, nor could she predict if the future would change because of it. In all these years, it was the first time the Ancient One had faced something like this, and, for a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond. As for Strange, ever since the Veil had revealed his future, his life had been turned completely upside down. While S.H.I.E.L.D. kept most threats at bay, he was still a doctor, and he had to heal people. He still had to stand at the operating table and face the curious stares of others. Where once everyone had believed he was simply a brilliant surgeon, now the world knew he was destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. This led to countless patients insisting on being treated only by him, while the other surgeons found themselves with empty waiting rooms. Not even the hospital administration could curb this phenomenon, and in just a short while, Strange was completely exhausted. At moments like this, he truly wished he could become a sorcerer as soon as possible, just so he could find a quiet place to escape from all these people. The Ancient One was well aware of Strange's predicament. After a moment of hesitation, she drew a glowing yellow portal with a casual gesture and appeared before Strange. Strange, would you like to become my disciple? She asked calmly, watching as Strange stood frozen in shock at her sudden appearance. After a stunned pause, he finally came to his senses and nodded immediately. Though a moment later, hesitation flickered across his face as he found it hard to let go of Christine. The Ancient One could guess what he was thinking. Since she'd already made up her mind, she had long decided what to do next. By the time Nick Fury learned that Strange had vanished, it was already the next day. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had found that Strange never showed up to work, so they broke in to investigate. After searching the house from top to bottom, they found that Strange had vanished without a trace. Yet there were no signs of struggle or damage anywhere in the room. They were certain Strange hadn't left, but he disappeared right under their noses. At first, they considered searching for a secret tunnel or something similar, but that idea was quickly dismissed. Neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Hydra wanted to provoke a future Sorcerer Supreme without good reason, especially considering how wary they were of the Ancient One. The incident where the Ancient One invaded S.H.I.E.L.D. and, in full view of everyone, took Nick Fury and Hill away had already been reported up the chain by Crossbones, so naturally, Alexander Pierce was well aware. They all feared the Ancient One, a figure shrouded in mystery and power. After all, she had lived for centuries, and no one could guess the extent of her abilities. If she could whisk away Nick Fury, then she could just as easily do the same to Pierce. Until Project Insight was fully realized, Pierce had no desire to cross her path. After all, the higher one's position and the greater one's power, the more one cherished their own life. On Fury's end, he quickly deduced that it was the Ancient One who had taken Strange, having witnessed her abilities firsthand. Even if she stood right before them, they would never see her. Only she, in Fury's mind, could spirit Strange away so silently, right under their surveillance. So, the mother, Fury, gave the order to cease all monitoring and protection of Strange, withdrawing all personnel. At the same time, he thought of Christine, and sure enough, before long, his people reported that Christine had disappeared along with Strange. Seems she really took my words to heart last time, Fury mused, no more waiting around. And this time, she took not only Strange but Christine as well. Fury pondered the Ancient One's intentions, his thoughts sharpened by the narrator's revelations. He knew all too well how Strange had recently been beset by countless people. But to him, this was nothing out of the ordinary. When Tony Stark became the first to receive a response from the Skydome, S.H.I.E.L.D. had worked tirelessly behind the scenes to shield him from prying eyes. It was the same with Strange, though there was little they could do about the flood of desperate patients seeking a cure. Meanwhile, the Ancient One had brought both Strange and Christine to Kamartaj, If she could teach one, she could just as well teach two. Having already witnessed the wonders of magic, both Strange and Christine were filled with excitement. But while this was happening, elsewhere in the original Spider-Man universe, another event was unfolding. Since the Sky Dome fell silent, Eddie's situation had only gotten worse. In the Sky Dome, he had met his end stubbornly clinging to his delusions, finally perishing along with Venom, a fate he had brought upon himself. But in the real world, his life was already in shambles. Now, he had reached rock bottom. Out of work, disowned by his family, and spat on wherever he went, Eddie was truly a man with nowhere left to turn. Fueled by his own desperation and malice, he thought that even if he couldn't survive, he would at least drag someone down with him. His first target was Gwen. Hadn't the Sky Curtain said it already? The two of them were either destined to miss each other or be parted by death. So, he decided to fulfill that prophecy himself. As he hid in the distance and fired 2 shots at Gwen, Venom instantly sensed the danger and enveloped her, blocking both bullets. The moment Eddie saw Venom, he knew his plan had failed and began to flee in panic. Gwen, startled by the sound of gunfire, crouched on the spot, too frightened to move. Once Venom sensed the threat had passed, it slid back beneath her clothing. With his assassination attempt on Gwen thwarted, Eddie's next target was Harry. After all, Peter Parker's feelings for Harry were obvious to anyone who had watched the Sky Curtain. Killing Harry, even if it cost Eddie his life, would be worth it. Besides, apart from Gwen and Harry, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were both under police protection, making it impossible for him to get close. Eddie had already calculated his timing. Whether or not he succeeded in killing Gwen, he would rush to Oscorp immediately after firing his gun. Harry was about to leave the company, and that would be the perfect opportunity. Eddie knew that if he didn't catch them off guard, if Peter Parker had time to prepare, he'd never succeed in his revenge. As the workday ended, employees began streaming out of Oscorp's main entrance. Harry appeared at the doors just as Eddie arrived, his heart pounding wildly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Flint Marko followed Harry out of the building. Seeing Marko's imposing figure, Harry had assigned him work as a security guard, and Marko had gladly accepted. On the Sky Curtain, he might have been Sandman, but in reality, he was just an ordinary man. No connections, no education. If Harry hadn't given him this job, even getting by would have been a struggle. Not to mention, Harry was also paying for his daughter Penny's medical treatment. Both Marko and his wife were deeply grateful. His wife had reminded him countless times to cherish this opportunity. Marko strode ahead of Harry. When Harry saw him, he offered a gentle smile. Marko, a little nervous, smiled back. Eddie emerged from a narrow alley across the street, wearing a baseball cap pulled low and a mask that concealed his face. No one could possibly recognize him. In the bustling crowd, Eddie walked straight toward Harry. His unusual getup immediately drew the attention of many passers-by, who turned to stare at him. Marko noticed Eddie as well. For reasons he couldn't explain, a sense of unease prickled at the back of his mind. He sensed that something was about to happen. Harry also caught sight of Eddie, a puzzled look spreading across his face. He could understand why anyone would dress like that in broad daylight. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Eddie's eyes. His steps showed not a hint of hesitation. As he closed the distance, he reached into his pocket and drew a pistol, aiming it at Harry from afar. Harry and Marko's faces went pale in an instant, while the crowd around them stared at Eddie's gun in terror. Marko was the quickest to react. He suddenly shoved Harry aside, trying to shield his benefactor. A sharp burst of gunfire shattered the dusk's tranquility, the shots echoing across the sky and sending panic rippling through the crowd. Employees of Oscorp and bystanders alike screamed and scattered in all directions, plunging the scene into chaos. Harry, knocked to the ground by Marko, still managed to look up at the masked assailant, fear and confusion filling his heart. He was certain he hadn't provoked anyone. Marko scrambled to his feet, pulling Harry up and dragging him toward the building. Seeing this, Eddie fired at Marko. Unable to dodge in time, Marko took a bullet to the back and collapsed. Seeing Marko wounded, Harry hurriedly crawled over, pulling Marko with him into the building. At the same moment, nearby security guards drew their own pistols, prompting Eddie to duck for cover. Watching Harry escape into the building, Eddie could only flee in frustration. In his panic, his baseball cap slipped off, and the security cameras caught a clear view of his hairstyle and eyes. With so many people still present, the security guards dared not fire recklessly. They could only watch helplessly as Eddie vanished down a narrow alley. That night, Parker rushed to the hospital, Gwen hurrying alongside him. They arrived outside the ward to find Harry seated on a chair, with Marko's wife and daughter by his side. "How is he?" Parker asked, glancing into the room before turning to Harry. The doctor said, "Thankfully, the bullet missed any vital organs. He's out of immediate danger, But he's still unconscious, Harry replied. Flint Marco, do you want your superpowers back? The narrator's voice echoed in Marco's mind, strangely unheard by anyone else. Even in his coma, Marco seemed to hear the omniscient voice asking him this question, as if caught in a dream. Someone attacked Gwen today, and then someone came after you, Parker said. Harry's heart lurched. Someone wanted to kill both Gwen and himself at the same time? Who could possibly hate them that much? Still a bit shaken as she recalled the earlier incident, Gwen said, Thank goodness Venom saved me. My dad and his team are investigating. If there's any news, I'll let you know. Harry nodded. At that moment, Mary Jane arrived, having been delayed for a long time by traffic on her way over. Parker greeted her, and Gwen offered her a gentle smile in return. Watching the two of them together, Mary Jane couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness in her heart. Yet she kept her emotions hidden, simply smiled at them both, and then took a seat next to Harry. Just then, Parker's phone rang. He answered, and it was someone from the police station. They had reviewed surveillance footage from the area where he and Harry had been attacked, and finally identified a suspect. When Parker and Harry learned that it was Eddie, everyone present was taken aback. After all, none of them had ever met Eddie in real life. They couldn't understand why Eddie would do such a thing. At that moment, Captain George Stacy took over the call himself. He explained to Parker and the others what Eddie had been through recently. The online harassment, the doxing, the relentless pressure. George speculated that Eddie had come to resent them because of the fallout from the Sky Curtain incident and was now seeking revenge. He urged them all to be extra cautious and assured them that he had already assigned extra officers to protect Uncle Ben and Aunt May. After leaving the hospital, Parker walked Gwen home. When he was about to leave, Venom suddenly leapt from Gwen and latched onto Parker, covering him and transforming his red and blue suit into sleek black. Parker paused, sensing Venom's thoughts. It told him its mission was complete, and now it wished to return to him. In that moment, Parker realized there had been a reason Venom had chosen to stay with Gwen. He glanced up at the pitch-black sky and whispered, "Thank you." Then, determined, he set out to find Eddie. If Eddie intended to threaten his friends and family, Parker could not stand by and do nothing. Meanwhile, Eddie was hiding in a dark, damp alley, the air thick with an unpleasant stench. He slumped against the wall, his body limp, eyes empty and lifeless. He clutched a handgun tightly, yet a bitter smile played at the corner of his lips. He knew all too well that the police would soon trace the clues back to him, that his identity would be exposed, and that he would become a fugitive. It was a fate he could not escape. But he no longer cared. In truth, he hardly cared about anything anymore. Ever since the Sky Curtain had revealed his misdeeds, he had lost both the will and the courage to go on living. Now, he was no better than a rat in the street, recognized wherever he went. Even the toughest, most ruthless gang members kept their distance, wanting nothing to do with him. All of this was because of the Sky Curtain, because of Peter Parker, and because of him, his own parents had also become targets of social ostracism, bearing immense pressure and pain. If word got out that he had tried to shoot Gwen and Harry, his situation would become even more desperate, and his parents would suffer an even harsher fate. He couldn't drag them down with him. Even though they had long since disowned him, he had originally only wanted, in the final moments of his life, for Peter Parker to taste the pain of losing loved ones under the vast sky, just as he had. Yet now, it seemed that even this small wish was beyond his reach. He could not understand why Flint Marco, who had killed someone, could be forgiven by the world, while he himself could not. "Why are they treating me like this?" he murmured to himself. "All I did was what anyone might have done. I made the same mistakes anyone could make." Confusion and bewilderment racked him, his heart seething with resentment and bitterness. Eddie would never truly understand the reason behind it all, and at this moment, his world felt as though it had collapsed. The future stretched before him as endless darkness, stripped of all hope. "Lord, if you truly exist, please, let this nightmare end now." Eddie slowly traced a cross over his chest with trembling hands and picked up his handgun. His face was ashen, his eyes hollow. He brought the barrel to his mouth, his hand shaking uncontrollably. He tried to squeeze the trigger, but his finger refused to obey. Drawing a deep breath, he took the gun from his mouth and pressed it to his temple, sweat trickling down his brow. Again, he tried to pull the trigger, but terror gripped his heart, rooting him in place. After a long, agonizing pause, Eddie still could not bring himself to do it. With a cry of despair, he flung the gun to the ground, buried his head in his hands, and wept bitterly. While Eddie continued wrestling with his inner demons, Parker was already searching for him in the area described by the police. Peter was keenly aware of Eddie's predicament. Everyone knew his face. No one would shelter him. The only places left to hide were under bridges, in sewers, or tucked away in some shadowy alley. Peter had already searched beneath every bridge, but found no sign of Eddie. The sewers were a labyrinth, impossible to search all at once, so he decided to start with the streets above. As luck would have it, Eddie hadn't gotten far on foot. Before long, Parker spotted him in a narrow alley and silently crawled down from above. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky. Eddie, his head bowed, sensed a presence above him and looked up just as Parker realized he'd been discovered. As Spider-Man landed lightly on the ground, Eddie sprang up, snatched the gun from the pavement, and leveled it at Parker. "Peter Parker, come on, kill me. If you won't, I'll kill you," he shouted, his voice raw and desperate. But Parker made no move, simply watching him in silence. After a long moment, Parker finally spoke. "Eddie, give it up. You know that won't work on me. Come with me. Turn yourself in." A bitter, mocking smile twisted Eddie's lips before he roared. "Turn myself in? There's nothing left for me. You've destroyed everything I had." Having vented the storm inside him, Eddie grew a little calmer. Suddenly, a sly smile crept onto his face. "Peter Parker, it's lucky you came. You've just given me a brilliant idea." He lowered his raised hand, then wiped the pistol with his clothes, wrapping his hand with his sleeve before picking it up again. Next, Eddie fired twice at the walls on either side. 2 sharp cracks echoed through the space. Parker watched Eddie's actions with a puzzled expression, unable to grasp his intentions, until he saw Eddie turn the pistol on himself. Only then did Parker react, shooting a web in an attempt to intervene. A single shot rang out, and Eddie Brock slowly crumpled to the ground, blood trickling from the bullet wound in his forehead. A split second after the shot, Parker's web yanked the pistol from Eddie's grasp, sending it clattering to the floor. The volley of gunfire pierced the night, jolting countless people from their sleep. "Eddie!" Parker cried out at the top of his lungs. This was Eddie's final gambit. Since he was doomed anyway, he might as well leave Peter Parker with one last bitter pill to swallow, framing him for murder with his own death. It didn't have to be airtight. As long as there was a shred of doubt, there would always be those eager to magnify it, especially those already harboring resentment against Parker. By the time the police arrived, Eddie had been dead for some time. Parker stood there in his Spider-Man suit, gazing silently at the body. He understood now. He saw through Eddie's intentions. A bitter smile crossed his lips. He couldn't fathom why Eddie harbored such deep hatred, why he would go so far as to frame him in death, even knowing it would never truly succeed. Yet, it was enough to leave Parker deeply unsettled. During his statement at the precinct, Gwen hurried in, worry etched on her face. Parker reassured her, telling her he would be fine. Soon after, Harry, Mary Jane, Uncle Ben, and Aunt May arrived, having already heard about Eddie's death. Harry refused to believe Parker could have killed Eddie. In truth, the police didn't believe it either. But procedure demanded certain steps, so Parker remained at the station, recounting the events as they had unfolded. News of Eddie's death by gunshot, with Spider-Man as a possible suspect, quickly made front-page headlines. The second major story was Eddie Brock's failed attempt to shoot Gwen Stacy and Harry Osborn. The broadcast of these 2 explosive stories sent shockwaves through the city. Most citizens believed Spider-Man was a genuinely good person, incapable of murder. Yet there remained a small, cynical minority convinced that Peter Parker was to blame, projecting their own flaws onto him, certain that even a hero could slip. Such whispers weren't voiced publicly, but spread furtively in private. And that was exactly Eddie's goal. As long as there was a stain, Peter Parker could never be a saint, especially now that Parker possessed the symbiote, though the Skynet claimed it would no longer affect his character. Who could say whether that was the truth? Even if it was a lie, no one would be able to prove otherwise. Hello, everyone. We've just witnessed the story of the first Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Now, let's turn our attention to the tale of the second Spider-Man. The narrator's voice rang out, once again drawing a crowd of onlookers. After several months, the celestial screen had returned, the silence this time stretching longer than ever. Tony Stark had almost thought it was gone for good, but, to his relief, the videos started playing again. "It's been months since I last heard that voice. Strange how much I missed it," Tony remarked, tinkering with the next-generation Mark 7 suit. This time, his goal was to make it fly directly onto him, eliminating the need for a special platform. He'd attempted this before, but with little success. Now, after months of research, his progress was obvious. There's an old saying, the first-generation Spider Spirit, the second-generation Spider-Man, the third-generation, my dad. Spider Spirit. Toby Spider-Man raised an eyebrow, surprised to be described that way. He had to admit, though, it was fitting. No matter what injuries he suffered, he always bounced back with uncanny speed. Spider Spirit. Gwen couldn't help but laugh as the narrator teased Parker. The symbiote on her suit seemed to sway right along with her laughter. "Hey." Parker turned to Gwen, exasperated, suddenly feeling world-weary. Okay. I'll stop laughing, I promise, Gwen said, waving her hands and doubling over with mirth. What's this about the third generation, Dad? Why leave us hanging? Tony put down his tools, frowning at the screen, clearly annoyed by the half-finished statement. Could it be the third generation Dad Spider-Man? Rhodey chimed in, letting his imagination run wild. Tony Stark, don't ask so many questions. You'll find out what it means soon enough, the narrator responded, unfazed by Tony's complaints. Tony Stark again? Who does he think he is? Why does the screen always answer him, but ignore me? In another world, a man whose country was bigger than Africa on the map was indignant. He's the savior of the world. What are you? Think the screen will respond to you? Dream on, scoffed an elder nearby, his contemptuous gaze cutting deep. Stung, the man immediately started a fight, but was quickly overpowered and carted off to the hospital. P.S. From here on, the first Spider-Man is referred to as Tobey Spider, the second as Peter Parker. Compared to the original Spider Spirit, the second-generation Spider-Man is relatively weaker. His physical strength and healing ability are both a notch below. On the celestial screen, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man appeared, but the second-generation Spider-Man is far from useless. His prized spider sense and superior combat skills more than make up for most of his shortcomings. As the narrator finished, the previously dark screen began to play a new scene. Watching Peter Parker appear, Harry Osborn felt a wave of familiarity. After a moment's thought, he suddenly laughed. Peter, you actually became Spider-Man. When I get back, you have to treat me to a big meal to celebrate. When Harry learned that his old friend was Spider-Man, he immediately wanted to return to New York to find Peter Parker. But Norman Osborn disagreed. He was afraid that Peter Parker, this swirling vortex of trouble, would drag his son down just as the first Harry had been, and get him killed because of Peter. He wanted to wait and see, to find out whether Peter would once again be the cause of Harry's demise. Norman could only hope he'd be around to see that moment. A little boy sat on the stairs, his hands covering his eyes as he counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready or not, here I come. He hopped down the steps and began his search. The young Peter Parker headed first to the living room, but no one was there. The television hummed softly in the background. He spotted a pair of shoes peeking out from behind the curtains and thought he'd discovered someone. He crept over, pulled the curtain aside, but there was only a broom with a hat perched on top. Little Peter continued searching the house. He opened another door, but still had no luck. Then he wandered over to the hallway cabinet. Family photos were arranged on top, alongside a pair of glasses. He put on the glasses, looking around as if he were his father. After setting the glasses down, he entered his father's study. The room was a mess. The chair lay toppled on the floor, papers were scattered everywhere, and the wind rattled the window, which had a jagged hole in the glass. Dad? Dad, he called out, his voice rising with anxiety. At his shout, his father, Richard Parker, rushed in. Seeing the state of the room, Richard's heart filled with dread. He scooped Peter up and set him aside, quickly closed the curtains, and retrieved a drawer from the floor. After checking to make sure nothing inside had been taken, he pulled a pen from his pocket and triggered a hidden compartment in the drawer. Inside was a document. Richard rifled through the pages, relieved to find nothing missing. Mary Parker, his wife, picked up little Peter, her expression tense as she looked at Richard. She hugged Peter close and carried him out of the room. Richard erased most of the notes from the blackboard, tossing the eraser aside. The camera panned to the other side of the room, where a spider could be seen crawling inside a glass container. Outside, the night was wild with rain. A sedan pulled up to the house. The couple, clutching Peter, knocked on the door of Ben Parker and Aunt May. Watching all of this unfold, Tobey Spider felt a pang of familiarity. Was this how his own parents had left him? Who was the person searching for those documents? Were they the ones who had caused his parents' deaths? He couldn't help but return to Uncle Ben's house to ask them about this matter. Uncle Ben only knew that his brother had died in a plane crash. Beyond that, neither he nor Aunt May knew any more details. Tobey Spider had no idea who else he could turn to for answers, so all he could do was quiet his anxious mind and keep watching the sky curtain, hoping it might reveal something to him. Garfield Spider, on the other hand, was truly stunned. He had long forgotten the events of his childhood, but now the images on the sky curtain brought those lost memories rushing back. The sky curtain had been around for quite some time, and he'd always followed it closely. In truth, he had always envied the Peter Parker shown in those visions, someone blessed with extraordinary powers, so unlike himself, who was always the target of bullies at school. His school had a Mary Jane and a Gwen Stacy, though they looked nothing like the ones on the screen. He always chalked it up to coincidence, even as others mocked him for not being worthy of sharing Spider-Man's name. All of that changed the day before yesterday, when he stumbled upon a hidden compartment in his father's briefcase. What he found inside brought everything to a halt. After learning so much from the documents, he went to Oscorp the very next day. He swiped an intern's ID badge, hacked his way into the biology lab, and, unable to resist, fiddled with the equipment. That's when a spider bit him, and later, he caused quite a commotion on the subway. When he finally made it home, Peter Parker felt something was very wrong with his body. He was ravenous, and, after catching a fly, he even felt an urge to eat it. Luckily, Aunt May's voice interrupted him, and he turned instead to raid the fridge, devouring food until the hunger finally eased. Then he noticed a spider dangling from the back of his neck. He immediately thought of the Peter Parker from the Sky Curtain, the one who became Spider-Man. But an overwhelming drowsiness swept over him, and he couldn't even remember how he ended up in bed. The next morning, he accidentally broke some things around the house, and then the Sky Curtain began to play once more. Uncle Ben and Aunt May sat talking with his parents on the chairs, while Peter Parker watched from outside, hiding. Aunt May noticed him peeking and offered him a warm smile. "You'll be staying with Aunt May and Uncle Ben for a while." Richard Parker crouched down in front of little Peter and said gently, "I want to go with you." Young Peter pleaded, not wanting to be separated from his parents. "No, you can't," Richard Parker replied, his voice firm. He knew what dangers lay ahead, and that the only way to keep his son safe was to leave him here. Only then could they flee with a little peace of mind. He stroked Peter's hair and kissed him on the forehead. He doesn't like the crust on sandwiches, and he needs a little night light on when he sleeps. Mary Parker choked back tears as she stroked little Peter's hair, trying to tell Aunt May everything they should pay attention to. Richard Parker knew they couldn't stay here much longer. He tugged Mary's hand and said, "Mary, it's time. Let's go." Mary Parker left with a heavy heart, and little Peter Parker couldn't help but follow her. He reached out and grabbed Richard Parker's hand, calling softly, "Dad." Richard Parker only gave him a gentle instruction, "Be a good boy." With that, he closed the door and walked out into the pouring rain. Peter stood there, watching his parents' figures disappear into the distance. Aunt May knelt beside him, comforting him quietly. "So, Peter Parker's parents just vanished like that," Tony said as he surveyed Peter Parker's home, noticing the abundance of research on spiders. He began to suspect that Peter's transformation into Spider-Man was no mere accident. He frowned. The life story of the original Tobey Spider-Man hadn't included these details on the big screen. He had always assumed Peter's parents had simply fallen victim to a random tragedy. Now, things didn't seem so simple. "Sir, I couldn't find any matching targets," Jarvis replied after running a thorough search. "All right, looks like we're dealing with another parallel universe. I thought second generation meant someone taking over Peter Parker's mantle." Tony mused aloud, puzzled. "So, this is another Peter Parker, but why call him the second generation?" He was genuinely confused about the Spider-Man timeline and how the big screen defined the first, second, and third generations. Tony glanced up at the display, hoping the narrator would explain, but the screen remained silent. Uncle Ben, meanwhile, turned to Parker with a teasing smile. "Maybe the third generation will be your son someday?" "What?" Parker was taken aback. How did Uncle Ben come up with that idea? He didn't even have a girlfriend yet. In the blink of an eye, Peter Parker had grown up. He pinned a photograph onto the school bulletin board under a label that read, "Black Panther Debate Club." Suddenly, a basketball came flying his way. Caught off guard, Peter took a direct hit. Nearby, the school bully Flash laughed heartily at his misfortune. Then, grinning, Flash flashed a gesture and called out, "Sorry." It was obvious to anyone watching that he'd done it on purpose. Peter didn't seem to mind, though. He smiled and greeted him. "Good morning, Flash." Flash swaggered past with his entourage. "Good morning, Parker." But then, with a sudden step, he doubled back to Peter's side. Startled by the unexpected move, Peter instinctively took a step back, then just shook his head with a resigned smile as Flash's prank succeeded. After the mischief, Peter picked up his skateboard and strolled down the hallway. Just then, a girl called out to him. "Hey, hi there. You're Peter, right?" she asked. Peter nodded, looking at her with a hint of confusion. "I really like the photos you take," she said, giving him a warm smile. "Oh, thanks. Thank you," Peter replied, flustered and pleasantly surprised. Instinctively, he looked away, not quite daring to meet her gaze. "Hey, are you free this Friday night?" the girl asked. Parker misunderstood, thinking she wanted to ask him out, and hesitated before shaking his head to say he was available. "That's great. Could you take some photos of my boyfriend's car? I want to pick a nice picture, frame it, and give it to him as a birthday present." Only then did Parker realize he'd gotten the wrong idea, and he gave an awkward little laugh. "You're so nice. That's a great idea. Okay, I'll have to check my schedule." Even though she already had a boyfriend, Parker still felt pleased that she appreciated his photography skills. Still, his misunderstanding left him painfully embarrassed, and he couldn't wait to escape. He hopped onto his skateboard and had just started gliding down the hallway when a teacher stepped out. Parker, seeing the teacher, Parker quickly scooped up his skateboard. Yes, sir. What is it? Do you still want your skateboard? The teacher asked, fixing him with a stern look. Yes. Parker replied honestly, worried the teacher might confiscate it. Then don't put it on the floor. Wheels up, the teacher barked. Okay, like this. Parker lifted the skateboard above his head, walking away as he did. The teacher, thinking his warning was enough, turned and went back into the classroom, unaware that Parker would round the corner and hop back on a skateboard as soon as he was out of sight. Teenagers, huh? Just like you were at that age, except you never learned to ride a skateboard, the original Uncle Ben said with a chuckle. The Toby Parker from the first universe had been just as rebellious, never one to follow the rules. Toby Parker scratched his nose in embarrassment, while Harry, still at the office, found himself remembering his own school days. Parker arrived at his locker, only to find a couple locked in a passionate kiss right in front of it, oblivious to anyone else. He let out a sigh. He struggled to open his locker, since the couple were so wrapped up in each other that they didn't even notice they were leaning against his locker door. With some effort, Parker managed to slip a book out through a tiny gap. As soon as he let go, the locker door was pressed shut again by the couple. Who are they? How dare they? Find out for me. I want to give them a serious talking to. The principal was furious. How could such a public display happen in broad daylight? What would become of the school's reputation? Was this a place for learning or for romance? For the couple at the center of it all, their first feeling was a rush of excitement. Imagine the whole world had just witnessed their passionate display. Didn't that mean everyone now knew about their relationship? Then reality sank in. They were in school. The girl immediately panicked, worrying her parents might kick her out of the house. The boy grew anxious as well. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face to the school? Would the school ever let him off the hook? Sure enough, it wasn't long before his teacher found him, grabbed him by the arm, and marched him off to the office. Soon after, a commotion burst out from inside, as if chaos had descended. Curious students quickly gathered outside, hoping for a spectacle. Two of the more eager onlookers, craning their necks too far, ended up being dragged inside as well. But Peter Parker was completely unaware of all this, for he was standing face to face with the piercing, silent stares of Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Under their unwavering gaze, Peter couldn't hold back. He spilled everything, confessing each detail as if beans from a split bag. After hearing the whole story, Uncle Ben couldn't help but sigh deeply. I hope you remember the lesson of another Peter Parker, he said, his voice heavy with meaning. Aunt May, however, seemed more worried about Uncle Ben himself, for in the images from the sky, it was Toby Spider-Man who had caused the death of her own Ben. Uncle Ben understood what was on her mind, though he couldn't say for certain what fate awaited him. He simply placed a comforting hand on hers, saying nothing more. Once class was over, Parker left the academic building, camera in hand. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Gwen Stacy sitting on a bench, absorbed in a book. Unable to resist, he quietly snapped a candid photo of her. Suddenly, a raucous shout rang out nearby. Eat it! Eat it! Turning toward the noise, Parker saw a crowd gathered. Flash, the school bully, was tormenting a fellow student as others egged him on. Flash had Gordon in a headlock, shouting, "Eat the vegetables, Gordon! Hurry up!" Gordon braced himself, refusing to give in. Curious, Parker pushed his way closer to the scene. When Flash noticed Parker, he called out, "Hey, Parker, get over here. Take a picture for me. Quick." Flash wanted a souvenir of his bullying, something to mock Gordon with later. But Parker flatly refused. "No, I won't photograph something like this. Let him go." Flash kept demanding a photo, but Parker urged him again and again to release Gordon. He even called out to Gordon, "Don't eat it, Gordon." Parker's refusal irritated Flash, though he kept a lid on his anger for the moment. Narrowing his eyes at Parker, he barked, "Take the picture, Parker." "Let him go, Flash." Parker insisted, undeterred. But Flash wouldn't give up. Again he pressed, louder, "Take the picture. Let him go, Eugene." Parker finally shouted, calling Flash by his real name. At that, Flash shoved Gordon aside, storming over to Parker in a rage. Parker tried to go to Gordon, but Flash seized him by the collar. Without warning, Flash landed a hard punch square on Parker's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Come on, get up, Parker!" Flash roared, daring him to rise. As soon as Parker got to his feet, Flash delivered a vicious knee. Strike! Parker clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, the intense pain making him instinctively curl up and roll on the floor. Flash was still yelling at him. "Get up! Hurry!" The crowd gathered around, egging him on as well, chanting, "Get up! Get up! Get up!" Before Parker could struggle to his feet, Flash landed another kick, knocking him back down. Nearby, Missy, dressed in purple and wearing glasses, watched Peter Parker with a hint of sympathy. Parker lay flat on his back, clutching his stomach, staring up at the sky. He still refused to give in to Flash's unreasonable demand. "I won't take your picture." Then just stay down there, Parker. Who else want to turn? Flash, having knocked Parker down, felt triumphant and taunted the onlookers. Anybody else? At that moment, Gwen pushed her way through the crowd and came up behind him. Flash! Hearing his name called, Flash spun around with a bark of anger, but when he saw it was Gwen, the fire in his eyes instantly dimmed. Flash, are we still meeting after school today? 3:30 at my place? I hope you finished your homework. You really let me down last time. In front of Gwen, Flash didn't dare raise his voice. After all, he still needed her tutoring. Yeah, whatever. Move. Even so, Flash didn't want to lose face in front of everyone, not with so many people watching. But Gwen was firm. No, let's just go to class, okay? All right. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Flash seized the opportunity and muttered, whatever, before walking away. He didn't want things with Gwen to get too tense. If he failed another test, he'd be kicked off the football team, and he needed Gwen's help to avoid that. Gwen followed behind him, but couldn't help glancing back at Parker, who was just now managing to get to his feet with difficulty. Seeing that the show was over, the crowd began to disperse. One of Flash's cronies, on his way out, gave Parker's camera a kick, shot him a look of disdain, and left. Parker was left sitting alone on the floor. He checked his camera first, only relaxing when he saw it was undamaged. Good old Peter Parker, gentle and easy to bully, but never backing down from a schoolyard bully. Maybe that's why you're destined to become Spider-Man. Uncle Ben, the original, murmured with emotion. Even though he was weak, Peter Parker never yielded to evil, showing how well his other self had guided him. Harry narrowed his eyes, watching Parker being bullied. He remembered how the first Harry always stood up for Tobey's Spider-Man, and couldn't help but sigh. If he were here, how could Parker ever be bullied like this? When George Stacy saw that his daughter was actually associating with someone like that, he immediately called his wife, Helen Stacy. Tell Gwen she's absolutely forbidden from having any contact with this kind of scum ever again. Bring Eugene Flash Thompson to me at once. Once again, furious shouts echoed through the office. Just moments ago, the principal had chewed him out for the two students caught in a passionate kiss, and before he'd even caught his breath, he discovered Flash brazenly bullying another classmate. The sight sent the dean's blood pressure soaring. He was so angry he nearly passed out. Peter Parker entered the classroom and took a seat just behind Gwen, to her left. Gwen turned around and looked at Peter. I think what you did just now was really impressive, she said to Peter with a bright smile, then added, a little reckless, but still impressive. Peter, feeling embarrassed in front of his secret crush, couldn't quite bring himself to meet her eyes. He stared straight ahead instead. You really should go to the nurse's office. You might have a concussion, Gwen advised, gently urging Peter to see a doctor. Hearing her concern, Peter looked at her in surprise, and Gwen responded with another sweet smile. What's your name? Gwen asked suddenly. Peter had kept such a low profile all this time, she couldn't quite remember it. Peter was a bit taken aback. You don't know my name? No, I know your name. I just wanted to see if you remembered it. Gwen quickly realized her slip and tried to smooth things over. Peter looked into her eyes. Peter Parker, he replied. Gwen winked at him. Good, she nodded, then turned her attention to the front of the class. Peter felt a thrill inside. He'd finally spoken to Gwen, and she actually seemed to like him. He couldn't help glancing her way again and again. I really think you should go to the nurse, Gwen reminded him, turning around with her pen in hand. She didn't want Peter to get hurt because of this. Your name is Gwen, right? Peter managed, looking at her. This was the first time he'd ever been so close to his goddess. Gwen Stacy, she replied with a warm smile, introducing herself. Okay, Peter nodded automatically, even though he'd known her name for ages. What a wonderful girl, he thought. Beautiful and kind, always willing to help classmates with their homework, a sign of good grades and a sharp mind. And her emotional intelligence was just as high. She could instantly smooth things over when she misspoke, never letting the moment become too awkward. The crowd of onlookers gazed at Gwen with great satisfaction. Compared to Gwen Stacy from Tobey's Spider-Man, Andrew's Gwen Stacy was in no way inferior. In fact, she seemed even more outstanding thanks to the attention to detail. She's a good girl, Peter. You must protect her. Don't let anything happen to her. Uncle Ben clearly remembered what the Sky Curtain had said at the very beginning. Was it the first Spider-Man who had to watch his best friend die before his eyes? Or the second Spider-Man forced to hold his beloved girlfriend as she died in his arms? If their Peter Parker was the second one, then he would have to face the agony of losing his girlfriend right in front of him. Uncle Ben had no idea whether the crisis of Harry's death was ever averted in Tobey's universe, but he sincerely hoped that Andrew's Spider-Man could avoid such regret. The Sky Curtain had also said that Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy were either destined never to be together, or doomed to be separated by life and death. Tobey's Spider-Man, it seemed, simply missed his chance with Gwen. So the coming tragedy of being parted by death likely referred to their own second-generation Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and Gwen Stacy. Peter Parker, being highly intelligent, realized this as well. He nodded silently toward Uncle Ben. Meanwhile, Harry thought to himself, Peter, when I get back, I swear I won't let anything happen to you or Gwen. Peter Parker, George Stacy muttered the name, his expression conflicted. The same thought had occurred to him, as it had to most people. What should I do? He asked himself under his breath, suddenly unsure whether he should intervene if the two of them ended up together. Captain, I think, don't they look like a perfect match? One of his subordinates said, having overheard him. George Stacy shot him a glare and promptly kicked him out of the office, then sat alone, lost in thought. Peter returned home and called out a greeting to Aunt May, who was busy cooking. Without looking up, Aunt May called out, Tonight, I'm making spaghetti and meatballs. When he heard this, Peter couldn't believe his ears. Seriously? Spaghetti and meatballs? Aunt May, puzzled by Peter's sudden pickiness, asked, Since when did you stop liking spaghetti and meatballs? What she didn't know was that Gordon had eaten spaghetti and meatballs for lunch, and the mere mention of the dish reminded Peter of the embarrassment he'd suffered in front of his goddess, making him a bit reluctant. Peter took a bottle of water from the fridge. Suddenly, Aunt May, still busy preparing dinner, noticed the injury on Peter's face. Oh my goodness! Startled by her exclamation, Peter hadn't realized she'd seen the wound. What is it? What happened to your face? She asked anxiously, fearing he'd gotten into a fight. Parker didn't want her to know he'd been beaten up, so he lied. I'm fine. I just fell while skateboarding. It's nothing. At that moment, Uncle Ben came over carrying a grimy cardboard box. Aunt May immediately stopped him when she saw it. Ben Porker, don't you dare think about putting that filthy box in my kitchen. She shot a look of utter disdain at the box. These are my bowling trophies, Uncle Ben explained. Upon hearing that the box held Uncle Ben's trophies, Aunt May relented. Well, in that case, go ahead and put that dirty box in my kitchen. Even as she agreed, her distaste for the box's filth was obvious. After setting the box down, Uncle Ben noticed the bruise on Parker's face and looked at him in confusion. What happened to you? He fell. Why do you kids always play with such things? Aunt May chimed in, taking Parker at his word without a second thought. But Parker couldn't fool Uncle Ben, who had once been young himself. He saw right through Parker's flimsy lie, but chose not to. Call him out directly, because it's both foolish and dangerous. Remember the dumb things we used to do? He grinned at Aunt May. I don't remember. Aunt May rolled her eyes at him, as if to say, don't talk nonsense in front of the child. Trust me, we were just the same at his age, Uncle Ben said to Parker, his tone full of meaning. All right, thanks for bringing up ancient history, Aunt May quipped, poking fun at Uncle Ben for reminiscing. Bending down, Uncle Ben picked up the box again, sensing that Aunt May really didn't want such a dirty thing in her kitchen. Parker noticed Uncle Ben was barefoot, his feet wet with puddles of water, and couldn't help asking, Hey, did something flood? Come with me. I'll show you. Uncle Ben called over his shoulder without stopping. Really? Yes. Okay. Parker followed after him, leaving Aunt May to get back to cooking. Parker trailed Uncle Ben up to the attic, where Uncle Ben suspected the problem was with the condenser pan. But Parker disagreed. No, the condenser pan and the heat pipes wouldn't leak this much water. It has to be the supply line. Uncle Ben considered his words and nodded approvingly. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Then he asked, Can you fix it? Parker shook his head. No, at least not tonight. I'll check the hardware store tomorrow. All right, here, put this on your face. Uncle Ben tore open a packet and tossed Parker a piece of medicated plaster. Parker caught it, a little surprised, glanced at it, then pressed it to his wound. How's the other guy who took a swing at you? Uncle Ben asked. Parker was startled that his uncle had seen right through him. Oh, come on. I knew what happened the moment I saw you. Want me to call his father? Uncle Ben spoke as he tidied up his things. Peter immediately declined his uncle's kind offer. No, that's not necessary. All right, I won't tell Aunt May. Those little rascals who get her riled up are pitiful enough, Uncle Ben said with a chuckle as he carried a box out of the room. He called back to Peter. Before you head upstairs, see if there's anything worth keeping. Okay, Peter answered at once. As Peter was moving some old clutter, he unexpectedly came across a briefcase. The initials on the case caught his eye, and in that moment, memories of the night his parents left came. Rushing back, he remembered how Richard Parker, in the car, had opened this very briefcase and pulled out a document. Peter had been so young then, but that scene was etched in his memory. A plumber doesn't fix appliances, Peter muttered to himself, holding the briefcase as he headed upstairs. At that moment, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were in the middle of a debate. No, they can repair those too, insisted Aunt May, convinced that plumbers handle more than just pipes. They only fix pipes and work the pump, Uncle Ben replied, firm in his belief about the plumber's job. If you ask them to, Aunt May began, but stopped short when she noticed Peter coming up with the briefcase. Uncle Ben saw it too, and for an instant, the room fell silent. The two exchanged a glance, a flicker of worry passing between them. Then Uncle Ben forced a smile and said, "I'd almost forgotten about that. It belonged to your father." Peter nodded, "Yeah," his eyes suddenly welling up for reasons he couldn't explain. "He asked us to keep it safe for him," Uncle Ben added with a sheepish smile, setting his plate down on the table. He spotted it in the window of a leather shop on 9th Avenue, back when he was just 19. The memory brought a smile to Uncle Ben's face as he sat down and began to reminisce with Peter. "What would a 19-year-old want with a briefcase, huh? Can you guess who sold it to him?" he teased. "I don't know." Peter shook his head. "Your mother. That's how they met." Aunt May chimed in, her own memories bringing a gentle smile to her face. But as she smiled, her eyes too became moist. Peter looked at Uncle Ben in surprise, then asked with a puzzled expression, "He wanted you to keep it safe, but why? There's really nothing in it. Have you looked inside? There's nothing there." At this, Aunt May gently explained, "Your father was a very mysterious man, Peter." "I know," Peter said softly, his eyes rimmed with red. He reached into the briefcase and pulled out a photograph, handing it to Uncle Ben. "Who is this? Do you know who this is?" Uncle Ben glanced at the photo and guessed, "A colleague of your father's, I suppose." Sensing the mood growing somber, Aunt May quickly interjected, "Let's take it off the table, shall we? It's time to eat. Move it aside, please. Hurry up and wash your hands." "All right." Peter could only obey Aunt May's words, setting his briefcase down in his room. Uncle Ben turned to look at Aunt May in the kitchen. Just moments ago, she had forced herself to stay composed in front of Peter, but now she couldn't help but cover her mouth, breaking down into quiet sobs. "Peter Parker." Rudget Ratha gazed at Peter's face on the screen above, recalling that he'd seen him at the company just yesterday, and had even bumped into him. He furrowed his brow, remembering the spider that had fallen in the bioweb research lab. At the time, he'd assumed the researchers had simply been careless with the webs. But now, it seemed clear that Spider-Man had been involved. What puzzled Rudget Ratha was how Peter Parker had accessed the lab. How did he know the password? Rudget knew very well how Richard and Mary Parker had died. It was true they perished in a plane crash, but it was no ordinary accident. He wasn't naive, he'd considered simply eliminating Peter Parker. But he suspected that, by now, Peter had become Spider-Man, and the surveillance net might not allow such a plan to succeed. After dinner, Peter returned to his room and carefully examined the contents of the briefcase. He took out a pair of glasses from their case, paused in thought, then removed his contact lenses and put on his father's glasses instead. Next, he picked up Richard Parker's ID badge. The words Oscorp Industries stood out on its surface. Staring at the badge, Peter felt himself transported back to that fateful night. "Be a good boy, Peter." Richard Parker crouched down in front of young Peter. "Where are you going?" "There are some things your mother and I have to take care of together." The memory faded, and Peter resumed his search through the briefcase, turning it over and over, sensing something was off about its thickness. Running his fingers along the back, he discovered a hidden compartment filled with documents. He took out the file, and whatever thought crossed his mind made him jump up, close his bedroom door, and lock it from the inside with the remote, just to make sure that even if someone outside had a key, they wouldn't be able to enter. That is, Dr. Connor's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be the zero decay rate algorithm he'd been searching for all these years? Rudget Ratha was equally shocked. Back then, no matter how hard they tried, they'd never found Richard Parker's decay rate algorithm. Now it turned out it had been hidden in Ben Parker's house all along. Richard had never taken it with him. No wonder, after so many fruitless years, their research had stalled ever since Richard's disappearance. Connors had still not managed to find the correct formula, and Norman Osborn was reaching the end of his rope. Yet now, just when hope seemed lost, the algorithm surfaced. Only it was in Spider-Man's hands. Trying to wrest it away from Spider-Man? That would be no easy task. We have no choice but to think of another way. He picked up the file, scrutinizing the information on its pages, while a photograph of Dr. Connors and Richard Parker sat nearby. Parker couldn't make sense of the formulas on the page, but one formula, circled in ink, caught his eye. Zero decay rate algorithm, he read aloud, repeating the name written above the formula. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted him. "Just a moment, hold on." Parker hurriedly set the file aside and swept some things off the floor to clear the way. He quickly sat down in his chair and pressed a button on the remote. "Come in." At his invitation, Uncle Ben opened the door, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Parker replied, looking up through his glasses. "Oh my, you look just like him. May I come in?" Uncle Ben marveled at how much Parker resembled his father, as if they were cut from the same mold. Parker nodded, and Uncle Ben stepped into the room, picking up the intact Rubik's Cube from the desk and fiddling with it as he spoke. Listen, I didn't have much education, as you know, Peter. By the time you were 10, I couldn't help you with your homework anymore. Uncle Ben sat down on the bed, his head bowed as he continued to twist the Rubik's Cube in his hands. What I'm trying to say is, I know it's been hard for you without your father around. We don't talk about them much. It's fine, really. Parker shrugged, feigning nonchalance. He didn't want Uncle Ben to see what he was truly feeling inside. No, it's not fine. Of course it matters. I wish I could change that, but I just can't. Uncle Ben felt it was unfair to Peter that they seldom spoke about Richard Parker, so he decided to share something important. Kurt Connors. That's the name of the man in the photo with your father. They worked together for many years. They were very close. But after that night, we never saw him again. He never called, not even once. Just think about that. As Uncle Ben spoke, he glanced up and caught sight of Parker's computer desktop. Suddenly, he remarked, "She's very pretty." Parker turned away, a little embarrassed, as Gwen's sweet smile shone brightly from the screen. Just as Uncle Ben was about to leave, Parker called out, "Uncle Ben." "Yes." Uncle Ben turned back to look at Parker. "You're a great dad, you know that?" Parker said, his gaze sincere and earnest. Hearing this, Uncle Ben's face broke into a warm, gratified smile. At last, he had heard those words from Peter. "Gwen, it seems like this Peter Parker has been harboring a crush on you all along," Mrs. Stacy said with a gentle smile, her eyes twinkling. Gwen's cheeks flushed pink as she quickly protested, "Mom, what are you talking about? That's a photo from Debate Club. It's not just me in it." "Oh, really? And what about the one next to it?" Her mother's tone betrayed a knowing familiarity. After all, she'd acted the same way when her own parents discovered her relationship with George back in the day. George Stacy let out a weary sigh, at a loss for words. He wanted to warn his daughter to steer clear of Peter Parker, but didn't know how to begin. Parker buried his face in his hands. Well, that did it. His crush on Gwen was out in the open now. Suddenly, he wasn't sure how he could face her anymore. If you like her, then go after her. Peter, remember this. You're destined for great things. I've always believed that about you. Uncle Ben, having once walked this path himself, could easily guess what was on Parker's mind. So he encouraged Peter to go and find Gwen. Peter turned to the internet, searching for information about Richard Parker and Kurt Connors. On one site, he found a picture of the two men together beneath the headline, "Cross-Species Genetics, Science Fiction or Scientific Fact?" He also came across photos from the accident scene after Richard Parker and his wife's disappearance all those years ago. Next, he searched for information on Dr. Kurt Connors. He read through several of Connors's published articles, one of which boldly declared, "Imagine a world without weakness. Envision true equality for all." Peter browsed through Connors's profile, which detailed the doctor's latest scientific breakthroughs and clearly listed his workplace and company. Guided by a photo of the Oscorp building he'd seen online, Peter made his way there, gazing up in awe at the skyscraper towering over 100 stories tall. It was his first time visiting, and Peter wasn't sure where to go. At that moment, a receptionist greeted him with a friendly smile. "Can I help you with something?" she asked. Peter quickly stepped over and asked, "Sorry, what did you say?" "Is there anything I can assist you with?" she repeated warmly. I'm not sure. I'm here to see Dr. Connors." Peter stammered, a bit unsure of himself. "All right, you want to check on your left. You're here for the internship, right?" The receptionist assumed Peter was one of the interns, since Dr. Connors happened to be holding an internship session that day. Peter hesitated for a second, then nodded and went along with it. "Yeah, that's right." "Great. You'll find your ID badge to your left." The receptionist raised an eyebrow at him playfully. Catching on, Peter moved aside and started searching through the badges. "Can't find your badge?" the receptionist asked, still smiling. "Oh, no, I found it." Peter grabbed one at random. It read, "Rodrigo Guevara." "All right, Mr. Guevara," the receptionist grinned at Peter. "Thank you." Parker was secretly delighted. Just moments ago, he'd been racking his brain over how to get inside. And now, to his surprise, the beautiful receptionist had solved the problem for him. He stepped into the elevator and began his ascent, while the building's broadcast system launched into an introduction for Oscorp Industries. "Welcome to Oscorp Industries. Our founder is Norman Osborn. The Oscorp Tower, standing at a towering 108 stories, is a cradle of innovation. Our scientists are constantly advancing the fields of national defense, biomedical research, and chemical technology. The future is born right here." Parker arrived at the gathering point for the interns, blending in quietly at the very back of the crowd. At that moment, a blonde young woman approached. "Welcome to Oscorp Industries. My name is Gwen Stacy. I'm a senior at Midtown Science High School, and also Dr. Connors led in turn. I'll be accompanying you on this tour. Wherever I go, you go. That's the rule. As long as you remember that, everything will be just fine. If you forget, Gwen was still speaking when a commotion from below interrupted her. Please, listen. Tell them Rodrigo Guevara is here. Tell them, please. My name is Rodrigo. A man was being escorted out the front door by 2 security guards, shouting his name over and over. Parker awkwardly tapped his forehead, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Gwen watched as Rodrigo Guevara was marched away. If you forget, well, now you know what happens. Shall we begin? With a friendly smile to the group, she started to lead the way, and Parker trailed at the end of the line. Rodrigo Guevara's face was dark with anger. No wonder he hadn't been able to find his badge that day. It had been taken by Peter Parker, and now he'd been thrown out because of it. Fury burned inside Rodrigo. He was determined to make Peter Parker apologize to him. Oh, Peter, how could you do something like that? Uncle Ben looked at him with deep disappointment, as if wishing he could knock some sense into him. I saw the... Parker started to say something, but when he saw Uncle Ben's stern expression, he immediately admitted his mistake. What's the use of telling me? You should apologize to Mr. Guevara, the one whose badge you took. Uncle Ben scolded him sharply. All right, I'll find him and apologize. Parker knew he'd made a mistake and accepted responsibility for it. He'd learned many virtues from the original Spider-Man. When you do something wrong, you should admit it. Meanwhile, it wasn't just Rodrigo Guevara who was upset. The receptionist's face was pale too. She was the one who had let Peter Parker in, and now her supervisor was calling her over, unleashing a furious tirade. Rudget Latta couldn't vent his anger on Peter Parker, so he directed his rage at the beautiful receptionist instead. Fortunately, Norman Osborn was still hanging on, and he decided to intervene in this matter. He wanted to leave a good impression on Peter Parker in hopes of acquiring that zero decay rate algorithm from him. So, the young receptionist was allowed to keep her job, though she lost her pay for the month. Even so, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being scolded was nothing. Losing her job would have been the real disaster. Gwen led the group ahead. Over here, she called out. Dr. Connors saw Gwen coming in with the group and stood up to greet her. Good afternoon, Gwen. Dr. Connors. Gwen offered him a gentle smile. Dr. Connors introduced himself by his full name to the interns, noticing some curious glances among them. So he explained, if you're wondering, yes, I'm left-handed. His remark drew warm laughter from the students. I'm not disabled. I'm a scientist. I'm an expert in herpetology, the study of reptiles and amphibians. If anyone's unfamiliar with that term, think of someone with Parkinson's disease, watching in terror as their body gradually slips out of their control, or a patient suffering from macular degeneration, whose eyes grow ever dimmer and cloudier. I also long to cure myself. I want to create a world without defects. Parker, standing at the back, watched as Dr. Connors spoke with passion and conviction. Can any of you guess how we might accomplish that? Dr. Connors posed the question to the interns. Immediately, one student raised a hand. Go ahead, Dr. Connors prompted. Stem cells. There's promise in that, but I've imagined a more radical solution. Anyone else? Connors' words sparked a flurry of whispers among the students as they quietly discussed possibilities among themselves. Cross-species genetic transfer. Peter Parker's voice rang out suddenly. All the heads turned to look at him, and Dr. Connors regarded Parker with a hint of surprise. Gwen was taken aback the moment she saw Parker. She distinctly remembered that his name hadn't been on the intern list, but uncertain if she'd overlooked something, she quickly checked again. The cause of Parkinson's is the disappearance of dopamine-producing brain cells, Parker continued, but zebrafish have the ability to regenerate their cells at will. If you could endow a patient with that ability, she could heal herself. Parker understood just how wondrous such a breakthrough would be. Gwen reviewed the list twice, confirming that Peter Parker's name was indeed not there. Immediately, she thought of Rodrigo Guevara, who had been escorted out earlier, and her eyes widened as she stared at Parker. As soon as Parker finished, another student, annoyed that he'd stolen the spotlight, retorted, Sure, but you'd have to ignore the gills growing out of her neck. His words sparked laughter among the crowd, but Connors quickly brought them to a halt. With a look of satisfaction, he fixed his eyes on Parker, exhaled, and asked, What's your name? He's one of Midtown Science High's brightest and best students. Gwen, knowing Parker had used someone else's name, immediately stepped in to introduce him. Is that so? Connors turned back to Gwen, a hint of surprise in his voice. He's ranked second in the class. Hearing this, Connors glanced at Parker. Oh, Parker looked at Gwen. Second? Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Gwen answered with a smile, her gaze meeting Peter Parker's. It was clear the two of them were getting along much better than before. As the two exchanged glances, Connor's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Duty calls. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Miss Stacy. It was a pleasure meeting you all. With a few parting words, Connors took his leave. Everyone, please gather over here. Gwen activated the device beside her, and the life tree of Oscorp Industries appeared on the screen. While everyone was gathering around to marvel at the Tree of Life, Peter Parker kept his head down and slipped past the crowd. Gwen spotted him and immediately followed, calling out a greeting. Hey! Parker hadn't planned on interacting with her much, but upon hearing Gwen's voice, he hesitated for a moment and turned around. What are you doing, Rodriguez? Gwen asked, puzzled as to why Parker was here with Rodriguez's ID. Oh, that. Parker glanced at the badge and finally remembered it bore Rodriguez's name. Seeing Parker's flustered expression, Gwen couldn't help but chuckle. She asked again, what are you doing here? I work here. No. I was going to say I work here, but you work here, so I don't work here. Parker stumbled over his words, unable to figure out how to explain things to Gwen. Watching his awkwardness, Gwen smiled and asked, are you following me? No, I'm not following you. Not at all. I didn't even know you worked here. Parker immediately denied it. He definitely didn't want Gwen to think he was some kind of stalker. Lame lie, Peter. Parker's panic was so obvious that anyone could see right through him. Harry couldn't help but laugh, already imagining how he'd tease Peter about it later. It was just a shame Norman never let him go back, so now all he could do was stare at the sky and reminisce about childhood memories. Ahem. Gwen watched Parker, a faint smile playing at her lips. She knew he must be wishing he could disappear into a hole right now. Oh, what a dreadful performance. Tony couldn't quite bear to watch. Garfield Spider was so flustered in front of Gwen that he couldn't even manage a convincing lie. So how did you end up here? Gwen asked Parker, her eyes full of curiosity. I snuck in because I love science. Parker blurted out a hasty excuse, thinking on his feet. You love science? Gwen's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Parker. I'm really passionate about it. So that's why you sneaked in? I'm supposed to be leading this tour group. Gwen glanced over her shoulder at the interns. I know. I'll question you properly later. Don't cause any trouble. Just stick with the group, Gwen said, shooting him a warning look and signaling for him to follow her. I promise I won't cause any trouble, Parker replied, trailing behind her. Gwen didn't have time to deal with Parker right now. She still had to lead the tour. She moved to the front of the group and announced, all right, everyone, now I'll take you to the biology lab. As Gwen turned away and led the group onward, Parker quietly slipped to the back, not noticing that Rudget Ratha was approaching from behind. The two bumped into each other, stumbling awkwardly, and the files in Ratha's hands scattered across the floor. I'm so sorry. Parker apologized at once, crouching down to help gather the papers. As he did, he caught sight of a familiar logo on one of the documents. Ratha took the files back from him, gave Parker a quick glance, then walked away, unconcerned, leaving Parker to watch his retreating figure. Silently, Parker started following him. Ratha, lost in thought, didn't notice Parker shadowing him from behind. Ratha arrived at the biocable research lab, unlocked the door with a code, and slipped inside. All of his actions were seen and memorized by Parker. Soon after, two researchers exited the lab alongside the dark-skinned Deng Chao, chatting as they walked, though Parker couldn't hear what they were saying. Once they had all left, Parker approached the door, studied the keypad, and, recalling Ratha's movements, quickly entered the code and opened the laboratory door with ease. Ratha covered his face with his hand, so that's how Peter Parker had gotten inside. He already knew what would happen next. He just hadn't expected that Parker would be able to perfectly mimic his actions after seeing them only once. Clearly, it was time to upgrade security. Meanwhile, Tony shook his head in disbelief. For a company this size, the security was practically non-existent. To think Peter Parker could just waltz into such an important lab. He couldn't help but call Pepper, asking her to make sure their company didn't end up as easy to break into as Oscorp. Naturally, Pepper was also watching the live feed, and she agreed without hesitation. This whole affair became a laughingstock around the world, a company worth over $100 billion, yet with such pathetic security measures. At a board meeting, McKinn lashed out at Rudget Ratha, reprimanding him harshly and ordering him to immediately tighten security. When Parker entered the lab and surveyed the scene, he noted that this was where Oscorp conducted research on high-tensile spider silk. He gazed thoughtfully at the machinery. Soon after, he wandered into a blue room where the equipment spun constantly, crawling with countless spiders. The spiders produced threads, and though Oscorp scientists had long sought to synthesize high-strength spider silk, success had always eluded them. Parker, curious, examined the devices and gave one of the threads a casual tug. Instantly, the thread snapped back, triggering a chain reaction. The entire apparatus ground to a halt. Covering his mouth, Parker realized he'd just caused a disaster. Suddenly, the machinery began replacing the threads, and a swarm of spiders tumbled down from above. Tiny spiders covered his head and clothes, sending him into a panic as he frantically brushed them off. After a brief pause, the equipment whirred back to life. While Parker was still in the bioweb research room, Rudget Ratha had already arrived at Dr. Connor's office. This morning, the results from the messenger RNA sequence experiments came in. I'm afraid they're a bit disappointing, Dr. Connor said, his tone tinged with disappointment. Hearing this, Rudget Ratha sat down across from him. What do you mean, disappointing? We've hit another dead end. The attenuation algorithm is flawed. It was inevitable, Dr. Connors explained, recounting the reasons for their failure. This wasn't the first time. They had failed many times before. Inevitable? But you told me you were close. Rudget Ratha shot Dr. Connors a dissatisfied glare. I was. But these things take time, Connors replied, fully aware that scientific breakthroughs demand patience. He doesn't have much time left. Norman Osborn is dying, Dr. Connors. Save him. Rudget Ratha didn't care for explanations. If Norman Osborn died, his own fate would be grim as well. Dr. Connors fell silent at that, and Rudget Ratha stood up. As he left, he threw back a warning. Otherwise, we'll all be finished. With that, he strode out of the office. Oh, Peter Parker, how could you mess with other people's things like that? Uncle Ben couldn't hide his anger, even after hearing Parker's explanation. Parker had tampered with someone's crucial equipment, and Uncle Ben was deeply frustrated. Now, with Parker's actions exposed by the news, who knew whether Oscorp would hold him liable? Parker, too, felt a surge of anxiety. He was clearly at fault. Worse, it was this very accident that had turned him into Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben began calculating whether their family could afford the compensation if it came to that. Rudget Ratha originally intended to use this opportunity to threaten Parker in a handing over the algorithm, but after some thought, he realized that wasn't a reliable approach. Instantly, he came up with a much better way to win Peter Parker's favor. Hadn't he just disrupted the equipment? Forget about compensation. As long as he could get his hands on the decay rate algorithm, he couldn't care less about those minor lab issues. Parker emerged from the laboratory, trying to act as if nothing had happened. As he passed by, Gwen spotted him and hurried over. Just as Parker rounded a corner, he saw Gwen standing before him, her expression far from friendly. Awkwardly, Parker flashed a smile, wanting to explain himself but at a loss for words. All right, hand over your ID, Gwen demanded, reaching out for his badge without hesitation. Parker, with no choice, obediently unclipped his ID from his chest, not noticing the spider clinging to the back of his collar. He handed the badge to Gwen and muttered, "Sorry." With the badge in hand, Gwen turned and strode away. At that moment, the spider crawled up to the back of Parker's neck and bit down hard. Instantly, Parker yelped in pain. His cry caught Gwen's attention. She glared back at him for a moment before heading straight back without a word. Parker touched the back of his neck in confusion, completely unaware of what had bitten him. Rudget Ratha sprang to his feet. Could a tiny spider from the BioWeb lab really turn someone into Spider-Man? This was explosive news. If they could harness technology to replicate Peter Parker's transformation into Spider-Man, they would truly become the largest company in the world. This scene caused quite a stir in the second-generation universe as well. Peter Parker had actually been bitten by one of Oscorp's spiders. Some sharp-nosed investors immediately prepared to buy Oscorp stock. They could already foresee a dramatic surge in Oscorp's share price. If not now, then when? Peter Parker always seems to get bitten by all sorts of strange spiders, and thus become Spider-Man, the narrator's voice suddenly echoed. Across the infinite multiverse, countless people are bitten, but almost only Peter Parker can become Spider-Man. This is not coincidence, it is fate. Yet there are always exceptions. When a Peter Parker in some universe is corrupted and fails to become Spider-Man, a ghost is born. She will bear the destiny of Peter Parker, becoming the new Spider-Man, known as Ghost Spider. Peter Parker, here's a gift for you. I believe you'll like it. Peter Parker gazed up at the sky in surprise and confusion. The infinite multiverse? A gift for me? This wasn't the first time the narrator had mentioned that term. It was now widely believed that the previous Peter Parker was another version of him from a parallel universe. Earlier, there was mention of Peter Parker and Gwen, Strange and Christine, how fate always seemed to keep them apart, or even on opposite sides of life and death. But he was reluctant to believe in destiny. After all, with the sky curtain, they could see so much, they could avoid dangers before they even happened. Instead, what intrigued him more was, what kind of gift did the sky curtain send him? He searched for quite a while, but couldn't find anything, and the narrator's voice had also fallen silent. Meanwhile, Rudget Ratha's expression grew more troubled. He had just been preparing to arrange human experiments. If Peter Parker could succeed, why couldn't others? But the sky curtain poured cold water over his ambitions, snuffing out the blazing fire inside him. He started to waver. If it worked, all would be well, but what if it failed? As for Tony and Nick Fury, Their curiosity was piqued by the identity of the ghost. From the way she was addressed, it seemed to be a woman, a female Spider-Man, perhaps. Peter left the gates of Oscorp and headed home by subway. On the train, he was so drowsy that he lay down on the seat and drifted off to sleep. Even as he slept, his spider sense kept him subtly aware of his surroundings, as if he were dreaming. A grizzled old man, his black beard streaked with white, noticed Peter sleeping soundly. He bent over, staring at Peter's face, and quietly placed a bottle of beer on Peter's forehead. The bottle balanced there, and a droplet of condensation slid down, landing right on Peter's nose. Peter jerked awake in an instant, swatting the beer bottle away and springing up, suddenly clinging to the ceiling. For a moment, he hadn't realized what had happened. When he opened his eyes, he found himself stuck to the subway ceiling. As he regained his senses, he lost his grip and tumbled to the floor. The other passengers stared at Peter in astonishment. The woman who had been sitting next to him wasn't so lucky. Her clothes were now soaked in beer. She grumbled, "Gross. Now I smell like a brewery." Even as his spider sense kept working overtime, Peter stood up and apologized. "I didn't mean to. I really didn't. I wasn't trying to." But as he spoke, his hand landed on the woman's clothes and stuck there. He kept trying to explain, struggling to free his hand from her shirt. Just then, the old man who had tried to wake him earlier stepped forward, barking, "Take your hand off her." "I'm trying to," Peter exclaimed, tugging desperately. The old man, thinking Peter was taking advantage, shoved him away forcefully. To everyone's shock, the woman's shirt tore clean off, leaving only a pink bra. She gasped in surprise, and the men on the subway widened their eyes, some chuckling at the unexpected spectacle. Peter blushed and quickly turned his head away. "Are you kidding me?" the old man shouted, glaring at Peter. Peter hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry." But when he turned his head, he realized that his own hand was gripping the handrail so tightly, it was as if it had fused to the metal. He simply couldn't let go. Parker's apologies did nothing to soothe the old man's fury. The man roared again. "Are you kidding me?" Another man egged him on. "Hit him, Rudy." "Come on then," the old man bellowed, swinging a wide, wild punch. Parker's spider sense kicked in, and his body dodged automatically. He even managed to land a kick of his own, sending the old man sprawling onto his seat. As the old man lay on the ground, groaning in pain, Parker kept apologizing. "Man, I'm so sorry. Hey, are you all right?" Just then, a man behind Parker tried to attack him from behind, but Parker's spider sense took over again. In a flash, he swept his legs out, knocking two men to the floor in one swift move. "Get him! Hurry up!" Now the woman was furious with Parker, shouting to the other men in the subway car. Spurred on by her words, they all charged forward like knights coming to her rescue. A heavy-set black man tried to grab Parker's leg, but Parker kicked him away with ease. The man stumbled backward, crashing into another would-be attacker and sending them both tumbling to the ground. "Hit him! Guys, take him down!" One man, realizing his bare fists were no match for Parker, glanced over at a skateboard lying nearby. "No, dude, don't touch my board. Please, man, don't." Parker pleaded when he saw what was about to happen, but his hand was still glued to the rail, and he couldn't intervene. Ignoring him, the man grabbed the skateboard and swung it at Parker with all his might. Parker had no choice but to raise his arm in defense. The skateboard snapped in two with a sharp crack. Another man, a white guy, snatched up the broken half and tried to strike Parker again. Parker grabbed him by the collar and slammed him straight into the handrail. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, Parker ripped the entire handrail out of its fittings. He swung it, and one end smacked into the head of the man in front of him, while the other end struck the old man right in the groin. The old man doubled over, clutching himself in agony. Parker spun around, still apologizing, the handrail moving with him and smacking both men on their heads at once. By now, only two women were left standing in the whole subway car. Everyone else had been knocked to the floor. One woman clutched her purse protectively to her chest, while the other retreated as far away as she could. As Parker finally relaxed, the handrail slipped from his grip and clattered to the floor. He stared at his own palm, lost in thought. "Oh, he keeps saying sorry, but he's rougher than anyone." Tony couldn't help but burst out laughing. He knew this was because Peter Parker had just gotten his superpowers and couldn't control them yet, which led to all this chaos. He couldn't help but remember the time he had first built the Mark suit. He made plenty of embarrassing mistakes before constantly tinkering and improving it to make it easier to put on. The old man on the other side, along with those men, quickly covered their faces in embarrassment. Now everyone knew who they were. Several of them had ganged up on a single person, only to be easily defeated in return. What's more, their opponent hadn't even intended to fight. Her body had simply reacted on its own. On the other hand, that woman had just shown off her stunning figure in front of the entire world. Perhaps soon, movie studios or television networks would come seeking her out. After all, many films and shows rely on sex appeal to draw attention. Not to mention, she now had the added notoriety of having been groped by Peter Parker himself, which would only make her more famous. Who knows, maybe some production companies would be eager for exactly this kind of publicity, thinking that simply advertising her as the woman Spider-Man touched would be enough. As for Peter Parker's reputation, that was of no concern to them. Otto grinned with delight as he watched the second Peter Parker get embarrassed. Turning to Tobey's Spider-Man, he asked, "Peter, you've never been in a situation like this yourself, have you?" "What? No, of course not." Tobey's Spider-Man denied it immediately, silently feeling thankful that the broadcast had only shown him walking into a wall, rather than exposing the times he'd been bullied at school. "Are you sure? We're all curious." Rose placed a freshly made pastry in front of Parker, then sat down beside Otto, smiling warmly as she asked. "No," Peter answered, adamant. Late that night, Parker was sprinting home. Because of the chaos on the subway, he'd ended up at the police station, which meant he was getting home much later than usual. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were waiting up for him. Uncle Ben, so tired he was nearly dozing off, propping his head up with his hand. "Oh, hey, sorry I'm late. I ran into—" Parker began apologizing as soon as he stepped through the door, eager to explain, but Aunt May cut him off. "We were worried sick." Aunt May finally relaxed upon seeing Peter, but immediately started to scold him. "I know, I'm sorry. Watch out." As Peter was speaking, a fly buzzed past, and a spider sense kicked in, allowing him to snatch it out of the air in an instant. He stared at the fly pinched between his fingers, his lips twitching as if he had the urge to eat it. Aunt May looked at him in confusion. "That's a fly, Peter," she remarked. Peter snapped out of it, letting the fly go, not sure why he had suddenly felt hungry for it. "Yeah, I'm really sorry for making you stay up so late for me. I was thoughtless and irresponsible. I am Stuyvesant." After giving Aunt May a quick kiss, Peter handed her his skateboard and rushed straight to the fridge. Aunt May watched him in surprise, and even Uncle Ben stood up to see what he was doing. Peter grabbed a plate of meatloaf from the fridge and stuffed it directly into his mouth. "Is he drunk?" Aunt May wondered aloud, thinking this could only be the result of too much drinking. "I don't think so." Uncle Ben insisted. He was sure Parker wasn't the type to drink, and, besides, he hadn't smelled any alcohol on him. "Here's your meat pie. This one is better than any other meat pie," Parker exclaimed, showering Aunt May with enthusiastic praise after taking a bite. Aunt May looked at Parker, unable to stop herself from shaking her head. She had never seen him act like this before. "Something's really off," she muttered. Uncle Ben nodded in wholehearted agreement, blurting out, "Yeah." Then, leaning closer to Aunt May, he whispered, "No one actually likes your meat pies." Aunt May's expression changed instantly upon hearing that. She spun around and shot Uncle Ben a fierce glare. Meanwhile, Parker had already raided the fridge, piling up an armful of food, barely managing to hold onto everything with both hands in his mouth. As he passed by Aunt May, a few items almost tumbled to the ground. Instinctively, Aunt May reached out to help, but Parker caught them himself and said, "I've got it, really." Watching Parker retreat to his room, both Aunt May and Uncle Ben stared after him in stunned silence. Aunt May couldn't help but exclaim, "He took all the frozen mac and cheese." "I saw," Uncle Ben replied, making Aunt May feel like she'd just stated the obvious. She immediately turned to confront him. "Why didn't you ever tell me you don't like my meat pies? You could have told me 37 years ago. Do you know how many I've made for you?" As she spoke, she thrust Parker's skateboard into Uncle Ben's arms. Left speechless, Uncle Ben could only cover his forehead with his hand, already resigned to the likelihood that he wouldn't be getting any sleep in bed that night. What does this even mean? He wants to eat flies? Tony was visibly unsettled. This new Spider-Man was even more outrageous than the last, even developing an appetite for flies. "Spiders do eat flies, sir," Jarvis replied coolly. "Well, it seems the spider genes are affecting him more severely this time. The previous Peter Parker never had anything like this happen," Nick Fury muttered, a twitch tugging at the corner of his mouth. Even he found it hard to watch. "Peter," Rose stared at Tobey's Spider-Man in shock. She'd never imagined Parker could have such a craving. "No, I would never eat flies." Tobey's Spider-Man couldn't hold it in any longer. He had never once wanted to eat a fly. Damn that other Peter Parker. What on earth made you want to eat flies? Tobey's Spider-Man now felt nothing but resentment toward Garfield's Spider-Man. Oh no. Peter Parker buried his face in his hands. He couldn't believe that night had been exposed to the world. He'd been starving his spider. Genes hadn't fully stabilized, and for a moment, he'd actually wanted to eat a fly. He was back to normal now, but it was too late. Would ever believe him? The thought that Gwen might be disgusted by this made Parker feel utterly hopeless. At the same time, many media outlets dissatisfied with Spider-Man began to compete in reporting and speculating that Peter Parker might be eating flies alive. In some dark corner, This, to some extent, undermines Spider-Man's reputation. But just then, the 1.5T8 generation Spider-Man from the Tobey Spider-Verse stepped forward as the first to oppose such claims, publicly lashing out at these malicious speculations and the so-called public intellectuals behind them. He knew all too well that going against Spider-Man never ended well. He'd already learned that lesson the hard way. Ever since becoming the 1.5Th generation Spider-Man, he had become Spider-Man's most steadfast supporter. Parker splashed water on his face and rubbed his eyes repeatedly. After devouring a huge amount of food, his hunger was finally somewhat appeased, yet his body still felt strangely off. Staring at himself in the mirror, he suddenly noticed something on his neck. Reaching out, he found a strand of thread extending from the bite wound left by the little spider. He gave it a hard tug, letting out a sharp cry of pain, and then, as he pulled the webbing from inside his shirt, he was astonished to discover a spider at the other end. Utterly exhausted, Parker soon drifted into a hazy sleep. Recalling this scene, Parker turned to Aunt May and the others and said, "At that moment, I realized I might be turning into Spider-Man. I wanted to tell you, but I was just too tired and fell asleep." The next day, the sky screen had already started broadcasting, and you all know what happened after that. Narrated. Parker had already told the story once before, but the sky screen's broadcast had replayed every detail far more clearly. Aunt May glanced at the bathroom, which was still in a disastrous state, remembering her confusion at how it had suddenly gotten that way. The next morning, Parker was startled awake by his alarm clock while still deep in sleep. Barely conscious, he smacked the clock into pieces. Entering the bathroom and picking up a tube of toothpaste, he squeezed it without much effort, and the paste shot out in a stream. Parker was momentarily surprised, but then just dabbed some onto his toothbrush as usual. When he tried to turn on the faucet, a gentle touch was all it took to pull the valve right off. Panicking, he grabbed the towel, only to yank down the entire towel rack, leaving 2 fresh holes in the wall. Parker tried to stop the water from spraying everywhere, but in the end, he could only drape the towel over the spout to keep it from gushing all over the place. Reaching for the door to leave, he accidentally wrenched the doorknob clean off. Staring in shock at the doorknob in his hand, Parker was momentarily frozen. Remembering what had just happened, he cautiously used only the tips of 2 fingers and the gentlest touch to turn the knob on the other door, then hurriedly made his escape from the bathroom. Back in his room, Peter Parker sat on his bed, one hand holding a tube of toothpaste, the other still resting on the doorknob. His mind was in a complete fog. He had no idea what was happening to him. The sensation of something being off only grew stronger. Every sound around him was magnified. He could even hear the faintest rustle of a spider crawling on the wall, and it startled him every time. Peter stared intently at the spider making its way across his skateboard, his thoughts a tangled mess. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, making the curtains billow. Peter jumped in fright, spinning around like a startled rabbit, eyes fixed on the window. He raised his toothbrush defensively in front of him, as if some fearsome beast might burst through at any moment, his skin prickling with anxiety. Only when he realized it was just the curtains moving did he breathe a small sigh of relief and sit up straighter. So that's how bad it was? Uncle Ben finally understood. Peter had tried to explain before, but nothing compared to seeing it play out so vividly on the screen. It was clear just how confused Peter must have felt at the time. Even though Peter wasn't as strong or resilient as the original Spider-Man, his abilities were still astonishing. A single misstep could cause serious damage. Thankfully, after persistent effort, Peter had learned to control his strength and gradually adapted to his spider sense, no longer prone to accidentally breaking things. Otto couldn't help but burst into laughter at Garfield Spidey's antics. He truly tried to hold it in, but it was simply too funny, and soon Rosie joined in as well. The only one who looked uncomfortable was Tobey Spidey, sitting awkwardly to the side and glancing helplessly at Otto, who only managed to stop laughing after a while. "This is what you call not as strong as the original," Tony quipped. Peter Parker hadn't even tried, yet he'd left 2 dents in the wall as if it were nothing. "I think the narrator means his maximum potential is lower than the original's, not his baseline," Nick Fury commented dryly. "After all, pulling a train by hand is a bit much, even for a superhero." Tony nodded in agreement. Even if Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk, he wasn't sure he could stop a speeding train. "How's that project coming along? Need any help? Our team's quite interested, you know." Fury folded his hands on the table, looking at Tony. Tony shrugged. "It's going all right. We made some progress, but nothing practical yet. I'm planning to get Banner to help me out." "Good." Fury nodded. Any progress was welcome. No one knew when the next war might break out, and the faster technology advanced, the better. Tony understood that too, but the project was far from simple. Even with his Genius. It had taken him countless sleepless nights to grasp just a fraction of its principles. Parker climbed out of bed and walked over to his computer, beginning his search for different types of spiders online. He scrolled endlessly through information about all sorts of spiders. Next, he looked up the symptoms of spider bites and what to do if bitten, staring at images of bizarre, terrifying wounds. Parker took a deep breath, unsettled by what he saw. The more he read, the more uneasy he felt, especially after seeing photos of people who had been poisoned by spider bites. Instinctively, he reached up and touched the wound on the back of his neck. He typed in Richard Parker's name, adding the word spider after it. Lost in concentration as he typed, suddenly the keyboard went haywire. Before he could finish typing spider in English, the screen filled with a mess of random symbols. Parker glanced down, lifting his hands in surprise. His fingers were covered with keys from the keyboard. With a sigh, his shoulders slumped in resignation. The scene shifted. Parker was now halfway out onto the balcony, one foot dangling in the air, swaying slightly. He held a book in his hands, trying to make sense of the document Richard Parker had left behind. Following the content of the book, he compared it with the zero decay rate algorithm. Just then, Uncle Ben spotted him and called out from below, "Peter, what are you doing up there?" "Huh?" Parker looked down and saw Uncle Ben. Quickly, he came up with an excuse. "I'm doing my homework." He didn't want Uncle Ben to find out the truth, so he brushed him off. "Be careful." Uncle Ben didn't suspect anything, simply reminding him to be cautious before heading back inside. "Sure." Parker called back immediately, pulling his outstretched leg back in and focusing again on his research. He turned the book over and saw that it was written by Dr. Connors, which gave him an idea. The zero decay rate algorithm. Connors stared intently at the scant information before him, but he still recorded every detail, thinking that even the smallest inspiration would be worthwhile. "Any ideas on how to get that document from him?" Rudget Ratha looked at Connors and asked. "Unless he's willing to hand it over himself, it's nearly impossible to take something from Spider-Man," Connors admitted, knowing just how valuable the document was, but he really had no good solution. "What about offering a substantial reward?" Rudget Ratha was not one to give up easily. If Spider-Man weren't so powerful and celebrated, he would have used any means necessary to get the decay rate algorithm. "I don't know. Let's just wait and see." Connors wasn't sure if Parker would ever sell such a priceless document, but in the next moment, he looked up in astonishment at the sky. The doorbell chimed. Connors got up and opened the door, only to find Peter Parker standing outside. "Dr. Connors, you might not remember me. I'm—" Parker greeted Connors, uncertain if Connors still recognized him. Connors interrupted him. "You're that intern from the other day?" Parker was a bit surprised that Connors actually remembered him. "Yes, that's right." Parker nodded. "I believe you're a good young man, but this is my home. If you want to see me, please make an appointment at my office first." Connors was rather displeased that Parker had managed to find his house, and after speaking, he turned to head back inside. "I'm Richard Parker's son." Parker's words halted Connors in his tracks, his hand frozen on the door, as he stared at Parker in utter astonishment. Unable to help himself, Connors took a closer look at Parker's face, and sure enough, he could see a trace of that familiar resemblance. "Peter, Connors, it seems you might have a chance to get that file. Don't let me down." Rudget Ratha patted him on the shoulder, giving a word of encouragement. Connors stared blankly at Peter Parker on the screen above, completely taken aback that Parker had come straight to him. Right to his own home, no less. "Peter, it seems Connors truly doesn't know why Richard and the others left." His expression didn't look like he was lying. Uncle Ben glanced at Parker as he spoke. Parker nodded. He could sense as well that Connors bore him no malice. Instead, there was even a hint of guilt in his manner. "Maybe I should go talk to him." Inside the house, Connors poured Parker a cup of coffee as he spoke. "I'm afraid I can't help you, Peter. I don't know why they left or where they went." Connors assumed Parker had come to ask about his parents, and as he was distracted talking, he failed to notice a cup being bumped by the coffee pot and about to fall to the floor. Parker's spider sense kicked in, and with lightning-fast reflexes, he caught the cup in his hand, his fingers wrapping perfectly around the handle. Connors looked at Parker in surprise and praised him. "Quick reflexes." "Thank you." Parker was about to take a sip from the cup he'd caught, but then realized Dr. Connors hadn't had his coffee yet, so he handed the other cup to him first. "Thank you." Connors was quite pleased by Parker's gesture. It was a sign of true politeness. "I've read your book," Parker said. "Oh." Connors looked at him, curious to hear what Parker thought. "It's fascinating. Do you really think cross-species gene transfer is possible?" Parker asked Connors, genuinely interested. "Of course. It's absolutely possible. Your father and I were laughed at for our theories for years, by society at large, and even in Oscorp. They called us mad scientists." Connors spoke of the hardships and tears of those days. "But then your father bred those spiders, and everything changed. The results were so inspiring. They were truly remarkable. He couldn't help but let out a sigh as he spoke. We were on the verge of changing millions of lives, including my own, and then suddenly it was all over. He left. He took the research with him. I know. Without him, Connors knew he couldn't complete the research alone. It was impossible for him to let go of his anger toward Richard, because all their efforts had gone to waste. I was furious. That's why I never reached out to you or your family, and for that, I am truly sorry. Connors looked at Parker with genuine remorse. He knew what he had done was wrong, but he simply couldn't bring himself to do otherwise. Listening to Connor's words and watching the pain on his face, Parker felt he wasn't lying. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, if it works, if your theory is correct, how much of the foreign species genes would be incorporated? What side effects might there be? Connors considered Parker's question for a moment before answering. That's hard to say, because none of the test subjects survived. The problem always comes up in the... Before Connors could finish, Parker interjected quickly. The decay rate algorithm? Connors stared at Parker in astonishment, surprised he had guessed so easily. Yes, exactly. All right, may I? Parker glanced at the table as he asked. Of course, Connors replied. Parker sat down, pulled out a notebook and pen, and began to write from memory. Connors couldn't help but lean in closer, curious. Parker wrote out the 0-point decay rate algorithm on a page and placed it in front of Connors, who bent over to study the formula. Incredible. How'd you come up with this? Connors looked up at Parker in amazement, unable to believe he had actually written out the formula. Parker had no words. He simply twirled the pen beside his head, as if circling his own mind. Connors, now convinced Parker was some kind of prodigy, said to him, Peter, could you come to the lab after school one day? Yeah, Parker replied, without a moment's hesitation. Thank you, Connors said gratefully. That night, Connors sat alone at home, staring into the mirror, obsessively examining the formula Parker had left him. His gaze inevitably fell on his own right arm, now nothing but a stump. Peter Parker, you actually just handed over the formula like that. Did you see? The sky laid the formula out perfectly before you. Finish the research as soon as possible. Rudget Rath's voice urged Connors to hurry with the research, as Norman Osborn was running out of time. He was, to put it bluntly, a candle flickering at its end. Connors nodded. Now that he had obtained the zero decay rate algorithm, he could finally complete the experiment that had been stalled for over a decade. Parker, on the other hand, knew nothing about this. He didn't really care if Connors got the formula. After all, he had already provided it to Connors through the Skynet. What Parker truly wanted to know was whether Connors' research would succeed. Rajatrata felt a deep sense of relief that he didn't need to find a way to acquire the formula. Peter Parker had simply laid it out before them. Although the entire world had seen the formula, he wasn't concerned. He knew all too well that, without other key theories, a single equation wouldn't be enough for anyone to reverse engineer Connors' research. As long as they maintained good security and ensured there wouldn't be a second Peter Parker, they had nothing to fear. Tony didn't understand much about biological research. Though he had some interest in what Connors was working on, it simply wasn't his field. Banner, on the other hand, had studied biology, but even he couldn't possibly replicate Connors' work based on a few lines of theory. Nick Fury found a real shame. If only they could get their hands on Connors' data on cross-species gene transfer, they could heal those agents who'd lost limbs in the line of duty. At Midtown Science High School, the school bully, Flash, was playing basketball. One of his teammates caught the ball and quickly prepared to go for a layup. Flash rushed in, leaped, and blocked the shot with a resounding smack. Triumphant, Flash shouted at his teammate, "Not a chance." The ball flew through the air and crashed into the paint bucket belonging to Michelle, the bespectacled girl working on a poster nearby. The bucket toppled, and paint splashed everywhere. She stood up, clearly annoyed, and yelled, "You did that on purpose, Flash." A player ran off to retrieve the ball, while Flash sauntered over and said, "I wish I did. You'd better watch yourself." Parker, who'd been standing nearby, overheard Flash's words. He turned his head, walked over to Michelle, and greeted her with a friendly, "Hey." He crouched down to pick up her fallen paint bucket. "Are you okay?" Michelle just looked at him, saying nothing. At that moment, Flash blocked another shot, sending the ball bouncing toward them again. With his back to the ball, Parker suddenly twisted and reached out, snatching the ball out of the air with a swift, instinctive motion. Michelle was dumbfounded, staring at Peter Parker in disbelief. She had no idea when he developed such lightning-fast reflexes. Parker glanced down at the basketball in his hands, momentarily confused, only then realizing just how unusual his reaction was. Flash, walking over, shouted, "Give me the ball, Parker!" Parker turned to look at him. Flash motioned impatiently, signaling for him to toss the ball over. He turned his head to glance at Missy again. She had been watching him intently the whole time, deciding to show off a little and take the wind out of Flash's sails, while also giving her a bit of satisfaction. He made up his mind. "Oh, just a second," Parker said, nodding as he handed his camera to Missy and then walked toward mid-court with the basketball in his arms. "Hurry up, man," one of the players called out impatiently. "Why don't you try taking it from me yourself?" Parker said, flashing a small smile at Flash. His words made Flash chuckle. In his mind, Parker had always been an easy target, never suspecting that Parker had changed completely. Flash stepped right up to him, while Parker held the basketball in one hand. Flash shot him a sideways glance. From behind, a teammate shouted encouragement. "Yeah, that's it. Take it from him. Come on, grab it," others chimed in. Parker smiled at Flash, who suddenly lunged for the ball. But Parker reacted instantly, swinging the ball behind his back and switching hands before Flash could reach it. Missing on the first try was embarrassing, and Flash's face darkened. Parker, though, just grinned at him as if nothing had happened. Flash reached for the ball again, but Parker switched hands once more. This time, Flash decided to get serious and threw himself forward, tried to snatch it. Parker spun, the ball around behind his head in his palm. Flash couldn't keep up with the motion and, thinking Parker had tossed the ball behind him, turned his back to search for it. But Parker bounced the ball off Flash's back and caught it again, revealing the trick. Realizing he'd been played, Flash glared at Parker with anger boiling in his eyes. Seeing Flash's expression, Parker couldn't help but laugh. At last, he'd gotten his own back. Flash lunged at him, but Parker, gripping the ball, suddenly brought it down hard toward him. Instinctively, Flash ducked and backed away, dropping into a defensive pose. The whole gym erupted in laughter. Even his own teammates covered their faces, trying not to laugh out loud. Parker balanced the ball on his palm and offered it to Flash. "Here, take it. All right. How about this? Does this work for you?" He covered his eyes with one hand, then peeked at Flash with his right eye, and finally turned his head away. Flash eyed Parker sideways, placing one hand on the ball to take it, only to find it wouldn't budge. He tried with both hands, using all his strength. His teammates, thinking Flash was just messing around, started shouting at him, "Come on, Flash. Flash, quit fooling around. Hurry up, man." But Flash was struggling with all his might, trying to pry the ball loose from Parker's grasp. It felt as if the basketball had taken root in Parker's hand, not moving an inch no matter how hard he tried. Seeing Flash still hadn't made any progress, his teammates urged him on. "Take it from him. Hurry up, Flash. Take the ball from him." Parker quietly urged Flash to hurry up and grab the ball, but after several failed attempts, Flash glared at Parker and stepped back a couple paces. He had already guessed that Parker was setting him up to make a fool of himself. Seeing Flash retreat, the other players on the court began urging him on in confusion. They all thought Flash was just fooling around, unaware that he genuinely couldn't pick up the ball. Parker noticed Flash had stepped back behind the line and started dribbling the basketball, right where he stood, flashing a provocative grin at Flash. "All right, bring it on. Come at me, Parker." Flash shouted at Parker in anger. Parker didn't hesitate for a second. He tucked the ball under his arm and took off running. Flash tried to block him, but was knocked to the ground with ease. Parker leapt from behind the three-point line, soaring high into the air, his figure drawing everyone's gaze, including Missy's. With all eyes in the gym fixed on him, Parker slammed the basketball into the hoop with such force that the glass backboard shattered into pieces. Clutching the rim, Parker landed back on the court. A girl nearby, blowing a bubble with her gum, bursted at the exact moment as Parker slammed. The scene sent the girls into a frenzy of screams, and everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Peter Parker. Even Flash couldn't believe what he was seeing. Parker hadn't expected to break the entire basketball hoop. As he landed and slowly looked up at the now-ruined backboard, he thought to himself, "Well, this is really bad. Oh, Flash, of all people to mess with, why did you have to pick Peter Parker?" A classmate who often played basketball with Flash watched the scene unfold with unabashed glee. Flash hung his head in silence. Ever since the incident where his bullying was exposed and he almost got expelled, only staying at school because Peter Parker and Gordon pleaded for him, he hadn't experienced true public humiliation. He never really understood the sting of disgrace until now. At this moment, he realized just how terrible his past actions had been, and found that he couldn't muster any hatred toward Parker. In fact, ever since the sky screen appeared, he'd secretly admired Spider-Man. So when he saw Peter Parker, a boy sharing Spider-Man's name, yet so easy to bully, he was filled with frustration, convinced Parker didn't deserve that name, and so made trouble for him at every turn. Flash, Gwen shook her head. He had always used his physical strength to push others around. Now at last, he got a taste of what it felt like to be humiliated. Peter's actions are simply unacceptable. In the office, Uncle Ben sat beside Parker as the dean addressed him sternly about what Parker had done. "They're not going to make us pay for the backboard, are they?" Leaving the office, Parker assumed Uncle Ben's gloomy mood was due to the cost of the damage. I couldn't care less about the backboard. What I want to know is, was what he said true? Uncle Ben walked alongside Peter, his voice sharp with anger. What was that? For a moment, Peter was confused, unsure what Uncle Ben was referring to. I heard what happened inside. Did you embarrass that boy? Uncle Ben stopped walking, fixing Peter with a firm stare. Yeah, but Peter shrugged it off, thinking it wasn't a big deal. In his mind, Flash had it coming. But what? He deserved it. Peter blurted out exactly what he felt without hesitation. Is that so? Yeah, Peter repeated, insisting on his point. Is he the one who's been hitting you? Is that right? Uncle Ben looked him in the eye. Peter instinctively looked away, but after a moment he nodded, admitting it. So, you did it for revenge. If that's the case, you must be feeling pretty good about yourself right now, am I right? Uncle Ben cut right to the heart of Peter's motives. Peter was a little indignant, but had no words to refute him. From his expression, Uncle Ben knew he'd hit the mark. I thought so. And because of your foolish behavior, I have to switch shifts. So tonight at 9, you'll go pick up Aunt May, understand? Uncle Ben's tone was firm as he looked at Peter. Peter stayed silent. So Uncle Ben pressed again. Do you understand? I understand, Peter replied at last, agreeing reluctantly. Satisfied, Uncle Ben nodded, then caught sight of Gwen standing behind Peter. She looks familiar, he remarked. Hearing this, Peter turned to see Gwen, holding her books, watching them from a distance. She's the girl from your computer, Uncle Ben said with a teasing smile, looking at Peter. Peter shook his head instinctively, but Uncle Ben had already recognized her. Yeah, Uncle Ben thought for a moment. Then, sure it was Gwen, he smiled at her and announced, he's got your photo on his computer. I'm his parole officer. After playing matchmaker, Uncle Ben gave Peter a meaningful look and reminded him again, don't forget to pick up Aunt May. With that, he turned and left, leaving Peter and Gwen alone. Once Uncle Ben was gone, Peter gave an awkward little laugh. All right then. He turned to Gwen, trying to explain, he's really something. That's my uncle. He has this habit of making things up. He must have mistaken you for someone else. Gwen couldn't help but let her lips curl into a smile. She walked up to Peter and, hearing his clumsy excuse, rolled her eyes. Oh my God, you do not have my photo on your computer. I took a picture of the debate team, and you're in the debate team. Peter tried to explain. Gwen nodded. All right then. So, he probably just saw me editing the photo at the time. Peter kept explaining, hoping Gwen wouldn't be left with the wrong impression. Gwen saw right through what Parker was thinking and couldn't help but smile. Polishing it up, is it? Noticing her expression, Parker felt a bit embarrassed. Come on, I don't want to answer that. After a brief moment of laughter, Gwen asked, did you get expelled? No, of course not. I didn't get expelled. I have to do community service. Parker explained to Gwen the punishment the school had given him. Feeling a little awkward holding Parker's gaze, Gwen turned her head to look behind her. Do you want to? I don't know. Hearing her, Gwen turned back to look at him. But whenever Parker faced her, he always seemed tongue-tied. Want to do what? Gwen asked curiously, eager to hear what he had to say. I don't really know. Just maybe we could. Parker scratched his head, unable to hide his nervousness. We could do something else, or if you don't want to, we could. Before Parker could finish, Gwen agreed in a heartbeat. Yeah, really. Parker hadn't expected her to answer so quickly. Yeah, anything's fine. Gwen wasn't opposed to spending time with Parker, so she didn't really care what they did. Really? Parker looked at her in surprise. Yes. Okay. Great, that sounds good. Okay. I can't right now. Actually, I'm really busy at the moment. Gwen's answer left Parker a little flustered, but then he remembered he had something else to do today. All right, I get it, me too. Gwen realized she'd answered too quickly and lowered her head, a little embarrassed. But maybe another time. Ugh. See you. The atmosphere between Gwen and Parker was growing more and more flirtatious. Feeling shy, Gwen was the first to leave. Parker stayed where he was, grinning as he watched Gwen walk away, already thinking about how he might ask her out. Gwen, walking down the hallway, kept glancing back at Parker from time to time. Ah, the sweet romance of youth. It brings back memories. It's just like us back in the day, Otto remarked, glancing at Rose. The two of them exchanged a knowing smile. Toby Spider had already left them. Despite Rose's best attempts to convince him to stay for dinner, he still had to head to Gwen's house, where Helen Stacy had specially prepared an exquisite meal for him. She likes you, Peter. You need to treat her well and don't ever break her heart, Uncle Ben said seriously, giving Parker a little fatherly advice. Parker nodded silently, his mind replaying Gwen's every smile and gesture. Ever since the Sky Dome appeared, his relationship with Gwen had blossomed, and the two of them were growing ever closer. After receiving guidance from the head teacher, and with Gordon pleading on his behalf, Flash resolved not to bully his classmates anymore. He even decided to take Peter Parker as his role model, since it was Parker who convinced Gordon to forgive him. Otherwise, Gordon would never have let it go. Tony was busy developing his latest suit of armor and had no time to bother with the Skydome project for the moment. He would only ask Jarvis to replay the footage when he finally managed to free up some time. Up on the rooftop, Parker was practicing on his skateboard. At first, he couldn't even clear a low paint can, but gradually, he managed to leap over traffic cones, then over tall racks. He used all sorts of objects on the rooftop for his training, refining various skateboarding skills and attempting increasingly difficult parkour moves. Eventually, he was even doing push-ups on a skateboard, and at one point, he balanced on just one edge of the board performing handstand push-ups. Dangling from the ceiling, Parker watched a spider spinning its web. Inspiration struck him. He grabbed a length of iron chain and began swinging back and forth inside the abandoned factory, reveling in the sensation of soaring through the air. As evening approached, Parker arrived at the Oscorp Tower as agreed. Dr. Connors led the way, introducing Parker to their many resources as they walked. We have protein structure and ribosomal DNA analysis, chromatography, transgenic testing. Over there is an X-ray imager, the only one of its kind in the world. And over here, there's the human lifeline analyzer, which is used for... Connors turned, searching for the equipment he hadn't yet introduced. Parker spotted a device up ahead and exclaimed, "I remember that one. I've seen it before." Connors followed Parker's gaze. The canary device. "Yeah, I remember there was a picture of it in my dad's office." Parker recalled a memory from his childhood. "The concept is quite simple," Connors explained, leading Parker to the canary device. You fill it with an antigen, and it releases a cloud that can cover an entire block, or even a whole city. In theory, you could cure polio in a single afternoon. Parker was amazed by the device's potential. "That's incredible." "But not everyone agrees," Connors cautioned. "What if someone filled it with poison? Even if you didn't want to be involved, there'd be nowhere to run from its reach. That's why it's just been sitting here and used." He explained that the device's wide coverage meant that if anyone with ill intentions got hold of it, no one in the city could escape. "Wow, I can't imagine what would happen if someone used the canary device to release toxic gas," a bystander remarked. "Exactly. That's why it's been shelved all this time. Never put to use," Connors replied. "But if it was used to deliver harmless medicines," Parker mused, "it would be amazingly convenient. No matter how convenient it is, we can't afford to risk our lives. Can we?" The citizens of New York were abuzz with discussions about the canary device. Until now, none of them had even known that Osborne Industries possessed such a machine. While patients longed for fast and easy treatment, most healthy people feared it might be misused for evil purposes. As Connors had pointed out in the right hands, it could cure an entire city's illness in an instant. But if someone with bad intentions used it to unleash something terrible, the consequences could be catastrophic. Connors led Parker into his laboratory and began the experiment right before his eyes. What you're seeing now is a digital model of a lizard. There are quite a few remarkable creatures like this. They've evolved to the point where they can regenerate their limbs at will. On the screen, a lizard's tail snapped off, only to grow back again, and the creature scampered away, lively as ever. "You can imagine how envious I am," Connors continued. "What we're trying to do is harness this ability and transfer it to our test subject, Freddy. He's a three-legged mouse." With Connors' guidance, Parker entered the lizard's data into the computer model of the mouse with a missing limb. Just then, Parker's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Uncle Ben calling. "Do you want to get that?" Connors asked, noticing Parker's incoming call. Parker shook his head and declined the call from Uncle Ben, momentarily forgetting that he had promised to pick up Aunt May. System preparing. Gene inputting. Parker handed the simulated data to Connors. "Look, see what I'm about to do." Connors took the data module from Parker and inserted it into the computer's mouse model. The computer began its simulation, buffering the data. "Override proteins. Override immune response." Connors commanded, and the computer launched into the simulated process. Experiment starting. Waiting. Failure. Test subject deceased. Come on. Parker muttered anxiously as he watched the virtual mice fail and die over and over again. Waiting. Failure. Failure. Test subject deceased. Waiting. Either the simulated mouse sprouted bizarre, misshapen limbs, or it died on the spot. One failed trial after another. Seeing failure after failure, Connor sighed, fearing this was just another false hope. He turned away, no longer wanting to watch, just as the computer chimed with unexpected news. Peptide algorithm accepted. Regeneration complete. Vital organs functioning. Blood pressure normal. Limb regeneration successful. Simulation successful. Seeing the computer simulation succeed, Parker hurriedly grabbed Connors, who was about to leave, and exclaimed, "Look, Connor stared at the simulation results in disbelief. His long-awaited experiment had finally succeeded. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is amazing." Parker was just as astonished to see an actual limb regenerated. Watching the lively little mouse in the simulation, he was at a loss for words to express how he felt. "Thank you." Connors clapped Parker on the shoulder, his gratitude sincere. Without wasting a moment, he immediately began preparing the lizard serum. Wow, incredible. Tony couldn't help but straighten up in excitement. At the same time, people all over the world let out cries of amazement. Even Nick Fury could hardly sit still. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. spent a considerable sum every year to support agents who'd lost limbs. If this technology could save that money, Fury could build another base. More importantly, those agents could return to the field, and people everywhere would no longer have to fear the tragedy of permanent loss. With current medical technology, as long as a limb is found quickly, it can usually be reattached. But all too often, the missing limb is lost for good, making timely recovery impossible. Dr. Connor's breakthrough was undoubtedly a blessing for people around the world. Though, for now, it existed only on the big screen, it proved that the path Richard Parker and Dr. Connors were taking was truly viable. What's more, at this very moment in Universe 2, Peter Parker already possessed the research data, and Connors could carry out experiments anytime, anywhere. Their excitement surpassed everyone else's, especially among people living with disabilities. Norman Osborn was so thrilled that he couldn't stop trembling. Only one thought filled his mind. He was saved. He was saved. There was hope for both him and Harry. Meanwhile, the investors who had bought Oscorp stock when Parker was bitten were overjoyed. Their assets had just climbed even higher. Parker, staying at home, could hear the jubilant cheers from outside. Thanks to Captain Stacy's support at the NYPD, his family hadn't been disturbed much, but there was no holding back the crowd now. All of them were shouting Peter Parker's name. Uncle Ben thought maybe it was time for them to move. Their home had already been found, and with Parker about to become Spider-Man, the family couldn't risk becoming a burden. Although Parker felt it wasn't necessary, he couldn't argue with Uncle Ben's decision. So, he agreed, and Uncle Ben immediately called a realtor he knew. After seeing the news, Rudget Ratha couldn't resist seeking out Connors directly, urging him to begin the experiment at once. Connors, with no objections, headed straight for the lab. Gwen watched Parker on the screen above her bed, a little surprised. That he had helped Connors achieve such a remarkable feat, she felt a genuine sense of pride for him welling up inside her. In the corner of her room, however, a tiny spider was quietly spinning its web, something Gwen remained completely unaware of. "These are Freddie and Wilma, our little three-legged mice," Connor said in his office as he introduced Parker to his two pet mice, both missing their right forelimbs, just like him. Connors casually picked one up, and Parker cupped his hands to gently cradle the little white mouse, stroking its head. Then Connors reached for the lizard serum he'd formulated based on his experimental data. "All right, careful now, I don't want to jab you. Human trials don't start until next week." Connors joked lightly. Parker smiled at the remark, and Connors carefully injected the serum into the mouse. Parker then placed it back into the glass box. Now, all that was left was to wait for a miracle to happen. That night, Parker rode his skateboard home in high spirits. Uncle Ben was sitting at the front door, waiting for him. Parker hadn't realized he'd forgotten to pick up Aunt May, and greeted his uncle excitedly. "I thought you." Parker began to feel something was off. It was so late. Why hadn't Uncle Ben gone to bed? Why was he still sitting outside? "Did you forget something?" Uncle Ben asked, arms crossed as he looked at Parker. It was clear he knew Parker had completely forgotten his instructions. "What?" Parker looked at him in confusion, still not remembering about Aunt May. Just then his phone rang. Parker instinctively reached for it, but Uncle Ben cut him off. "Don't answer that. But I'm glad it still works. You owe your aunt a proper apology. Like a man. Go in there and apologize." Uncle Ben raised his voice, scolding Parker sharply. It was only then that Parker realized he'd forgotten to pick up Aunt May. He followed Uncle Ben inside. "I'm sorry, Aunt May." Parker admitted his mistake, apologizing to her. "Honestly, you don't have to apologize to me. Your uncle." Aunt May started to say it wasn't such a big deal, but Uncle Ben wouldn't have it. "Who says he doesn't?" Uncle Ben interrupted her. "Listen, I'm really sorry. I just got distracted by something else." Parker tried to explain why he'd forgotten, but Uncle Ben wouldn't hear it. "Oh, he got distracted," Uncle Ben said with a wry chuckle to Aunt May, then turned back to Parker, his voice stern. "Your aunt, my wife, had to walk 12 blocks alone late at night, then wait in a deserted subway station. All because he got distracted." Parker scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. He knew all too well how dangerous New York could be at night, and yet he had let Aunt May walk such a long way home by herself. Aunt May, not wanting Uncle Ben to scold Parker, spoke up gently. "Ben, dear, honestly, I'm perfectly capable of walking home on my own. You don't need to cover for him." Uncle Ben reached out a hand toward Aunt May, stopping her from defending Parker. I'm not covering for him. Yes, you are. Listen to me, son. Uncle Ben turned his attention to Parker. All right, go ahead. Parker began to grow impatient with Uncle Ben's lecturing. You remind me so much of your father, Peter. Truly, that's a good thing. But your father was a man of conviction, a man of principles. He believed that if you could do good for others, you had a moral responsibility to do those things. That's the heart of it. It's not a choice. It's a responsibility. Well said, really beautiful words. That's wonderful. So, where is he? Parker asked, his eyes reddening with emotion. What? Uncle Ben's brow furrowed. Where is he? Where's my father? Doesn't he feel it's his responsibility to tell me these things himself? Parker spoke, his eyes brimming with tears, unable to hide his resentment toward Richard Parker. My God, how dare you say that? Uncle Ben looked at Parker, shocked and angry that he would speak that way about his late father. How dare I say that? How dare you say that? Parker finally exploded, shouting at Uncle Ben before taking a couple of deep breaths and storming out. Where are you going? Peter, come back. Please. Uncle Ben called after him, baffled by Parker's sudden outburst. But Parker ignored him, yanked open the door, and stormed out. In his anger, he didn't know his own strength. A simple slam caused the door's glass to shatter. The sound of breaking glass startled Parker. He glanced back, but then left the house without a second thought. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were both taken aback, left staring helplessly as Parker disappeared into the night. Ben, let him be by himself for a while. He'll be all right, Aunt May said, pressing a hand to her chest to calm herself as she tried to reassure Uncle Ben. Carefully avoiding the broken glass, Uncle Ben stepped closer to the door. He opened it and went outside, calling out, Peter, Peter. Aunt May was left at home, anxiously watching Uncle Ben's figure disappear into the night. Under the pitch-black sky, Uncle Ben searched everywhere for any sign of Parker, calling his name as he walked, not realizing that Parker was actually right above him, perched on a ledge. Parker knew Uncle Ben was looking for him, but his heart was still filled with anger, and he didn't want to respond. Poor Peter Parker. His heart was overflowing with resentment toward his father, while he overlooked the love his family had for him. Only when he had lost it all would he understand what he had truly missed. The narrator's voice sent a wave of tension through the crowd, gazing up at the sky. Peter Parker, why does fate always seem so cruelly similar? Tony frowned as he watched the scene unfold, the narrator's words inevitably reminding him of what happened to Toby's Spider-Man that night. Is this what people call destiny? Banner, standing beside him, let out a sigh. He had come to help Tony develop the newest Mark armor, as working alone was just too slow. Meanwhile, the Uncle Ben of this universe wore a face full of worry as he looked at Parker. Parker's own expression was troubled, and he turned to Uncle Ben to apologize. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. It's all right. You can always talk to me about anything, but don't just run away from home like that. We were all so worried about you. Uncle Ben sighed, only now realizing how much resentment Parker had been harboring toward Richard Parker. For all these years, he played the role of a father, but he could never truly be his real dad. The narrator had even revealed news of his death, but that hardly seemed to matter to him now. Aunt May sat beside Parker, clutching his hand as she spoke gently. Uncle Ben only wants you to remember, if you give a word to someone, you must keep it. And if you can help, you should always help. You've seen what the other Peter Parker went through. You should learn from him. Let him be your example. We all hope you'll be a good person, whether you're Spider-Man or just Peter Parker. Uncle Ben's words were heartfelt and sincere. Parker nodded, finally able to understand, as an observer of Toby's life, just how wise Uncle Ben's teachings were. $2.07. Parker stood at the checkout, holding a bottle of bottled milk coffee, but he didn't have enough money. The chubby cashier, seeing Parker hesitate over the missing 2 cents, repeated impatiently, $2.07. There are people waiting behind you. Yes, I know, Parker replied, fumbling through the loose change nearby and coming up with 2 cents, but of course the cashier wasn't about to let that slide. No, you can leave a penny, but you can't take one. You can put change in any time, but you have to spend $10 to take a penny. Store policy. Parker sighed in frustration, and the cashier pressed him again. Are you paying or not? There are other people waiting. I don't have the extra 2 cents, Parker admitted, unable to produce the coins. The cashier didn't bother to hide his scorn. If you can't pay for the milk, step aside. Didn't your dad give you enough milk money today? It's just 2 cents. Parker tried to explain, but the cashier cut him off. Step aside, kid. Peter, he has no obligation to pay those 2 cents for you. I admit he's not the most considerate, but helping you is a favor. Not helping you is his right. You can't blame him, just because you don't have 2 cents. Uncle Ben watched Peter's actions beneath the celestial screen, feeling that Peter still had some growing up to do. There might be kind people in the world willing to lend a hand, but refusing doesn't make them bad. Yeah, I understand, Uncle Ben. Peter nodded. Only by seeing things from a third-person perspective could he recognize his own shortcomings. History won't repeat itself, will it? Toby Spidey sat beside Gwen, recalling that he too had lived through a similar troubled night as the one playing out in the sky. But fate, it seemed, always brought about what you feared most. When the cashier remained unmoved, Peter had no choice but to gather up his money from the counter. Behind him, a blond man in sunglasses set a pack of beer on the table and, with a careless swipe, knocked over a rack on the cashier's counter. The cashier stared at him in disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" he muttered, crouching down to pick up the fallen items. Seizing the moment, the man reached over and snatched a fistful of cash from the register. Peter, his attention drawn by the clattering rack, witnessed the entire scene. The man noticed Peter watching him and, on a whim, tossed in the very coffee milk Peter couldn't afford, then slipped out another exit from the convenience store. Peter caught the thrown coffee and followed the man outside. When the cashier finally stood up and realized both the money and the thief were gone, the gravity of the situation struck him. "This is a disaster," he grumbled, dashing out of the store in pursuit. Peter stood at the doorway, watching as the cashier hurried across the street, growing smaller in the distance. The cashier shouted, "Hey, buddy, stop right there. Somebody stop that guy." Then, spotting Peter nearby, he pleaded, "Kid, help me out, would you?" Peter shrugged. "That's not my responsibility," he replied, turning to walk away. In his urgency, the cashier didn't even notice the coffee milk in Peter's hand. "Somebody stop that guy." With Peter unwilling to help, the cashier was left with no choice but to wave frantically at passing cars as he chased after the blond man in sunglasses. Hey, don't run." Seeing the cashier in pursuit, the man broke into a sprint. But the cashier, out of shape and unable to keep up, could only shout after him, hoping someone would intervene. Uncle Ben, who was out looking for Peter, heard the cashier's desperate cries. "Help! Stop that man!" The blond man dashed down the sidewalk, turning so sharply he sent his pack of beer flying, bottles crashing and rolling away. He didn't look back. Picking himself up, he kept running, but the busy sidewalk was an obstacle course. He shoved past two women in his way, only to stumble and fall to the ground himself. He happened to fall right in front of Uncle Ben, and at the same time, a pistol tumbled to the ground. Uncle Ben saw the gun, noticed the man scrambling to grab it, and shouted as he struggled with him for control. In the chaos, the man in sunglasses pulled the trigger. With a deafening gunshot, Uncle Ben clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, while the man in sunglasses slowly got to his feet and immediately fled the scene. From a distance, Parker heard the shot. His spider sense tingled with a foreboding sense of danger. He crossed the street slowly, only to find Uncle Ben lying motionless on the ground. In disbelief, he knelt down, pressing his hands to the wound. "Oh my God! No! Uncle Ben! Uncle Ben! Someone call an ambulance! Please call an ambulance! Uncle Ben!" Blood kept pouring from the wound as Parker desperately tried to staunch the bleeding, but it was all in vain. "Oh God!" Parker cried out, tears streaming down his face as he called Uncle Ben's name with every ounce of strength he had left. But it was too late. Uncle Ben had stopped breathing. Parker could feel his heart go still. He stopped pressing on the wound and collapsed over him, sobbing uncontrollably. Damn it, Tony couldn't help but curse. What kind of twisted fate was this? Why did Peter Parker always have to lose a loved one to finally grow? "Oh, Peter Parker, we share the same pain. They've both lost their beloved uncles," Pepper said, sitting down beside Tony. Then, Aunt May, of the second generation, looked at him with worry. Uncle Ben let out a heavy sigh. "Peter, when you have the power to help others but choose not to, the consequences can be terrible. That's the meaning behind what I told you under the starry sky," Uncle Ben said. It wasn't that he didn't care about his own life, but he cared more about teaching Peter Parker the right path. That way, even in death, he could answer to Richard Parker. Parker, his eyes red and swollen, stared at the image of his weeping self on the screen above. Only after losing something does one truly learn to cherish it. At that moment, he deeply understood what Toby Spider-Man had felt in the past. Uncle Ben had fulfilled his promise to Peter with his own death. This was the most powerful lesson he could offer. Parker swore to change himself, to never let Uncle Ben down, and to never let this tragedy happen again. He would become Spider-Man and carry on Uncle Ben's beliefs. Watching the screen, Harry shook his head. Both Spider-Men had lost their Uncle Ben in the same way. "Poor Peter," he sighed. Norman, however, refused to let him leave, insisting they watch to the end before making any decisions. Toby Spider-Man felt the pain as well. Gwen took his hand and placed it gently in her own. He caught the worry in her eyes and smiled, reassuring her that he would be all right. Back at home, a black police officer was speaking to Aunt May. who was still red-eyed from crying. The witness gave a description of the suspect to the sketch artist. I need you to take a look and see if you recognize him. He placed the sketch of the suspect in front of Aunt May. She studied it carefully for a moment, then shook her head. No, I don't know him. I didn't expect you to recognize him, ma'am. The detectives are still investigating the case. Let's see what they find. Parker stood off to the side, his spirit crushed, listening to their conversation. Once the officers finished speaking, they stood up to leave. Parker called out to them. Can I have this? He was asking the officer for the sketch of the suspect. And of course, the officer did not refuse him. At the same time, the black officer reminded Parker. One more thing. The suspect has a star tattoo on his left hand. Parker stared at the sketch, and in that instant, he recalled the blonde man in sunglasses at the convenience store. That man, too, had a star tattoo on his hand. Parker looked at Aunt May, whose tears were still streaming down her cheeks, and his heart was racked with guilt. Parker retreated to the bathroom, crouching down behind the door. He pulled out his phone. On it was the last voicemail Uncle Ben had left him before he died. He pressed play, and Uncle Ben's voice filled the air. Parker could clearly see that his own hands were still stained with Uncle Ben's blood. He hadn't even had time to wash them. Peter, I know things haven't been going well for you lately, and I'm sorry for that. I understand how you feel. As Parker listened to Uncle Ben's apology, he covered his face and choked back sobs, overwhelmed by regret. Why hadn't he answered the phone? Why didn't he go downstairs when Uncle Ben passed right by him? All of this was his doing. If only he had stopped that man in sunglasses, Uncle Ben would still be alive. It was his fault Uncle Ben had died. I know what he's thinking. It's the same as what I felt. Toby Spidey gazed at Garfield Spidey projected on the screen above. He understood better than anyone because he had lived through the same pain. When he realized he was responsible for Uncle Ben's death, he too went through sleepless nights, only recovering after a long time. Just then, Harry entered the house and called out to him, Hey man, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. What brings you here? Toby Spidey was a little surprised by Harry's sudden appearance. It's nothing. I just saw Uncle Ben's death happen all over again. I figured you might be feeling down, so I can cheer you up. Harry slung an arm around Toby Spidey's shoulders, grinning. Oh, come on. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. Toby Spidey rolled his eyes and repeated himself, then asked, How's Marco doing? He's all right, don't worry. He was lucky, no vital organs were hit. The doctors say he'll be out of the hospital in a while. Harry updated him on Marco's condition. Toby Spidey then asked, What are your plans for him once he's discharged? I plan to have him as my driver. He once saved my life, so I can't treat him unfairly. Besides, I've also restarted research on the physical enhancement serum, beginning again from the very first equation. Really? Parker was a bit surprised that Harry would reopen the project. Wasn't it said that after Dr. Connor's death, no one understood the research? There's no other way. Ever since the shooting, I've felt constantly uneasy. That feeling of hanging by a thread. It's not something I want to experience again. Even now, when Harry recalled those shots fired by Eddie, he still felt a lingering fear. It was precisely because of what happened with Eddie that Harry finally made up his mind to restart the research. Otherwise, he would never have wasted so much manpower and resources. At school, Parker walked down the corridor crowded with students. Everyone already knew about what had happened to his family, and as he approached, people turned to look at him, parted to let him pass. Parker opened his locker and put his books in his backpack. Just then, Flash spotted him and strode over, calling out, Hey, Parker. Hearing Flash's voice, Parker didn't even turn around and replied, Not today. Come on, I just want to talk. Flash patted him on the shoulder. Parker spun around abruptly, grabbed Flash, and slammed him against the locker. Ugh, feel better now? Flash groaned in pain, then looked at Parker and spoke. The other students gathered around to watch. Listen, your uncle died. I'm really sorry. I get it, okay? I'm sorry. Really. Hearing Flash's words, Parker let him go, lowered his head, picked up his backpack, and turned to leave. Gwen watched Parker quietly from afar. Seeing how downcast he was, she called out softly, Peter, and then wrapped her arms around him. Gwen hoped her embrace could bring him a little comfort, but Parker just couldn't bring himself out of his grief. After the hug, he walked away, leaving Gwen staring after him, worry etched on her face. Dr. Connors also came to comfort the heartbroken Parker, bringing along the little white mouse that had regrown its lost limb after their experiment, hoping to inspire Parker. But Parker was still trapped in the world where he believed he had caused Uncle Ben's death, tears streaming down his face. Looking at Aunt May, who had waited for him until she'd fallen asleep on the sofa, Parker gently covered her with a blanket. Then, he left the room through the window. On his desk sat a wanted poster with a sketch of the blonde man in sunglasses. Flash. Parker was a bit surprised that Flash had actually tried to comfort him. Wasn't he supposed to be the school bully? Today marked Parker's official return to school. Because of what had happened, he'd stayed home for several days, only returning now. Gwen was astonished to see Parker back in class. Parker gave her a faint smile, and Gwen asked softly, "How's your uncle?" Parker shook his head to indicate he was fine and that everyone was all right. Seeing this, Gwen finally relaxed. "Hey, Parker." Flash walked over and greeted him. Ever since that incident, they had become friends, albeit in a reluctant sort of way, along with Gordon. Parker gave him a nod, then went back to whispering with Gwen. Later, Parker found himself walking alone on the dark street. As he passed a narrow alley, he caught sight of a man grabbing onto a woman, refusing to let her go. He shouted, "Hey, leave her alone. Do you like picking on girls? Do you enjoy beating up old folks?" Parker confronted the man as he stepped into the alley. "Hey man, mind your own business. You're in the wrong place, buddy." The man pointed at Parker, threatening him to stay out of it. "When was the last time you were in Queens?" Parker demanded, stepping right up to him. When a man didn't respond, Parker gave him a sharp shove. "I asked you a question." "Shove back." The man immediately pulled a gun from his pocket. The woman, alarmed, tried to stop him. "Nikki, don't do this." But Parker was quicker. He grabbed the man's wrist with a grip so strong that resistance was futile. "Is this a gun? Are you planning to kill me too?" Under Parker's grasp, the man had no choice but to let go. The gun clattered to the ground. With one hand still holding the man, Parker landed several swift punches with the other. Seeing this, the woman tried to intervene. "Hey, stop it." But Parker ignored her and hurled the man against the wall. A few other men, noticing the commotion, charged in with wooden clubs to help. One of them brought his club down hard on Parker's back. But Parker didn't even flinch. He dropped one assailant with a sharp elbow, then delivered 2 quick punches to the man beneath him. Getting to his feet, Parker seized the man with the club and hurled him hard against the wall. The woman, frantic, kept trying to. "Stop, Parker. Wait, stop hitting Nikki," she cried, turning to the men who'd come running at the noise. "This guy is crazy." Realizing he was outnumbered, Parker hesitated, then bolted. The others immediately gave chase. Parker vaulted effortlessly over the iron fence in the alley, while the others struggled to clamber after him. He sped down the narrow passage, leaping up to the wall with ease. With another push, he sprang onto a fire escape pipe, quickly scaling it toward the stairs. Seeing how fast Parker was climbing, the men below split up, trying to cut him off from both ends. Clinging to the fire escape, Parker leaped backward and landed firmly against the opposite wall. After a moment to steady himself, Parker began to climb upward, swiftly reaching the rooftop. He thought he'd finally shaken them off, only to realize that his pursuers were already on his trail, closing in from the other side. He broke into a run once again, launching into a parkour sprint. Even as he dashed, he didn't forget to fight back. After all, ordinary people stood no chance against Spider-Man's strength. With a single blow, he sent his pursuers sprawling to the ground. Then, gathering his strength, he leapt onto the rooftop across the way. One man tried to grab his leg mid-jump, but Peter easily kicked him away. Although Parker managed to shake off the people below, more gang members were already scrambling up from the other side, glaring at him with menacing eyes. Without hesitation, Parker vaulted over to their rooftop. Seeing Parker come straight at him, one of the thugs threw a wild haymaker. Parker ducked swiftly beneath the punch, then grabbed the man's leg and flipped him high into the air. The man spun a full circle before nearly tumbling off the rooftop. Parker quickly caught his hand and, while pulling him up, rolled up the man's left sleeve too. "Check for a star-shaped tattoo." Finding none, Parker looked into the man's terrified eyes and gradually pulled him back, letting him cling to the edge of the roof. Just as Parker was about to leave, he noticed more figures approaching from the other side. He turned and headed in that direction, but suddenly the roof gave way beneath his feet. With a startled cry, Parker tumbled from the rooftop. He landed with a thud on a boxing ring below, the impact echoing through the air. From the sidelines came the angry shouts of the gang members. "I know what you look like. Do you hear me? I've seen your face." Lying on the ring, Parker took a moment to catch his breath before slowly getting up and stretching his limbs. That's when he noticed a mask painted on the wall, sparking a new idea in his mind. Coupled with the gang members' earlier threat, Parker realized he needed a costume to conceal his identity. And, more than that, he didn't want to fall from rooftops again. Peter, right now what's on his mind is revenge, not justice. Uncle Ben understood what this Parker was thinking. Gwen, a little puzzled, asked, "Peter, why aren't you shooting webs?" On the screen, Parker moved with incredible agility. His parkour stunts impressive, but not once did he shoot a web. I don't know. Parker scratched his head. It wasn't for lack of trying. He'd attempted to shoot webs before, but never succeeded. He'd always assumed the ability just hadn't awakened yet. It never crossed his mind why Toby Spider-Man was called a spider spirit while he was Spider-Man. Parker began sketching out designs for his own gear. starting with a mask. He spent class time doodling possible designs for his headgear. Gwen, not knowing what he was up to, watched him scribbling mysteriously in his notebook, but felt too shy to ask. Back in his room, Parker set about stitching together a simple makeshift spider mask with a needle and thread. That night, "Is this all you've got?" A man was in the middle of a robbery when Parker leapt down silently from above. The blonde thief hadn't even noticed his arrival, just as the man was. About to take the money from the victim, Parker grabbed him and slammed him against the wall. After briefly checking his left hand, Parker tossed the man aside without a second thought. As he emerged from the shadows, Parker's appearance came into full view, catching the attention of passers-by with his unique attire. Created through gene-enhanced spiders, the tensile strength of Oscorp's bio-silk is unparalleled. We're only beginning to understand its potential for industrial use. With just a small spool, you can safely store hundreds of meters of this lightweight cable. Back at home, Parker watched a video introduction about Oscorp spider silk on his computer. A single strand of this delicate webbing could haul an airplane. Absent-mindedly tossing his finished cup noodles into the trash, Parker began working on his own web shooter. He took apart a wristwatch and carefully inserted a container of spider silk he'd bought from Oscorp, beginning his first attempts at creating a web shooter. At first, he failed repeatedly. Sometimes, an electrical surge would fry the device instantly. Other times, he couldn't control the direction and the web shot off wildly, splattering all over his face. But Parker soon found the knack for it. He launched a web with precision, hitting the center of a decoration on his wall. Testing its strength with a tug, he found it solid and was thoroughly satisfied. Wait, isn't he supposed to shoot webs on his own? Why does he need external gadgets? Tony straightened up, clearly puzzled. Pepper was just as confused, gazing up at the projection in curiosity. "Hey, what's going on? Hey, answer me," Tony shouted at the screen, desperate for an explanation. "Tony Stark, there's no need to shout. Do you know why the first generation was called the Spider Demon? And it was only the second generation who became Spider-Man? Out of all the infinite universes, only the original is special like that," the narrator's voice responded. "So, the original is an exception, and the rest of the Spider-Men don't have the ability to shoot webs themselves?" Tony let out a long breath, suddenly understanding why he hadn't seen Garfield's Spider-Man shoot webs straight from his body. The audience finally grasped the situation. Until now, they'd all been misled by Tobey's Spider-Man, assuming that all Spider-Men could naturally produce webs. But that was a misconception. Normally, Spider-Man needs a device to shoot webs. Tobey's Spider-Man is the rare exception, far stronger than the others in physical abilities as well. Rudget Latta watched as Parker crafted his web shooters using Oscorp's bio-silk, lost in thought. Having completed the modifications to his web shooter, Parker couldn't wait to test it out. He rushed to the rooftop, positioned himself at the edge, and executed a perfect handstand push-up. Not yet satisfied, he next tried supporting himself using only his 10 fingers. Then he switched to just 2 fingers on each hand, left and right. Still feeling no strain, he simply let go with his left hand, suspending his entire body with only his right index and middle fingers. As Parker leaned his body forward, he let himself fall toward the street below, embracing the rush of weightlessness in midair. Parker couldn't help but cheer with excitement. Just before hitting the ground, he fired a web from his shooter, snagging the platform used by window cleaners outside the building, and landed safely. If one ignored the breakfast shop tableware he smashed on landing, the experiment would have been a complete success. Back in his room, Parker hung upside down in the corner like a spider, sketching designs for his spider suit. Suddenly, his police scanner crackled to life. "Attention units near Precinct 13. We have a report of a robbery at the corner of West 19th Street and Broadway. Suspect is a white male, in his 30s, weighing between 170 and 180 pounds, with shoulder-length blonde hair. He's running east on 19th. Parker had been waiting all day and night, hoping for any sign of the man who killed Uncle Ben. The moment he heard of a suspect matching the description, he pulled on his mask without hesitation. With a running leap, he dove from the rooftop, launching a web mid-fall that latched onto a helicopter, swinging in pursuit of the criminal. Meanwhile, the suspect was fleeing down the street in panic. Parker swung in on his web, landing behind him, and fired off another web that stuck to the man's back, yanking him to the ground with a sudden jolt. Parker rushed forward and pulled up the man's sleeve, only to see there was no tattoo. The man, adrenaline surging in his panic, broke free of Parker's grip and scrambled to his feet, running off again. Realizing this wasn't Uncle Ben's killer, Parker didn't bother chasing further. He simply dashed across the street and disappeared on the other side. Inside the police station, George Stacy walked briskly down the hallway, questioning his officer. "Do we have a description of the suspect's face?" "No. He was wearing a mask." "A mask?" George turned, surprised, to look at him. Most of his victims have extensive criminal records. People are calling him the vigilante. But George shook his head in disagreement. He's not a vigilante. He's an anarchist. Just as George was arguing with his subordinate, a man suddenly plummeted from above and was left dangling, suspended midair, screaming. Somebody help me. Arrest me. Just get me down. George Stacy spun around at the sound of the screams, staring in astonishment at the man begging for mercy, strung up right in front of the police station. All around, curious citizens gathered. They spotted Parker crawling across the building opposite the station, and in a flurry of excitement, everyone pulled out their phones to film. Watching in amazement at Parker's daring display, George's expression turned a little grim, because Parker's actions seemed to imply that the police were incompetent, unable to even catch a criminal. As the head of the police department, how could he possibly feel pleased about that? Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Parker, seeing George's reaction on the screen in the sky, suddenly realized that what he had done was, in effect, a slap in the face to the police. Today, Gwen had invited Parker over to her house because her father, George, wanted to meet him. There were some things he wished to say. George picked up his coffee and took a sip. Peter, we've already caught the man who killed your uncle, the one you saw in the sky. He tried to escape to Mexico, but a neighbor reported him. We managed to intercept him before he got out of New York. Oh, thank you. I was just about to go look for him myself. Parker was a bit surprised by the speed of the police. He'd actually planned to go searching for the killer himself that very night. George Stacy set his coffee down with a hint of resignation, then looked at Parker with a serious, earnest gaze. Peter, I know you're a good person. You want to follow in the footsteps of another Peter Parker, fighting crime. That's admirable, but you have to think about your family's safety. Hearing this, Parker fell silent. For superheroes, family is always the greatest vulnerability, especially once their identities are exposed. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were forced to move just to avoid being a burden to him. Uncle Ben told me that with great power comes great responsibility. The sky itself declared it. My becoming Spider-Man was no accident. It was inevitable. Remembering Uncle Ben's words, Parker firmed his resolve, determined to carry out his beliefs to the end. George Stacy let out a sigh. What worried him most was his own daughter. It was obvious that Gwen's heart was wrapped up in Parker, and he feared she might get hurt. Meanwhile, Gwen was in her room, changing clothes. As she slipped on her jacket, she failed to notice a small spider silently crawling across the fabric. Back in the living room, Parker was still talking with George, when suddenly Gwen's shrill scream pierced the air. Parker jumped to his feet in alarm. Gwen! George was only a step behind, instantly rushing toward Gwen's room, with Parker close on his heels. Gwen, are you all right? The door was locked from the inside. George struggled with the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Parker didn't hesitate. He burst through the door. Inside, Gwen stood frozen in place, stunned. When she saw her father and Parker rush in, she finally snapped out of it. Gwen instinctively glanced at the floor, where just a moment ago there had been a spider, now vanished. Your package has been delivered, Peter Parker. No returns or exchanges. Don't worry, it's non-toxic and completely harmless. The narrator's voice slipped in, mysterious as ever. Parker looked upward, searching the ceiling. What do you mean? What package are you talking about? Parker never saw the so-called gift from beginning to end. Just now, a spider bit me. Gwen finally snapped out her daze, still shaken as she spoke. What? George Stacy turned to look at his beloved daughter in utter disbelief. She was bitten by a spider too? Was she about to become Spider-Man as well? There, the spider that bit me just now fell to the ground, and then it vanished in a flash of white light. Gwen pointed to the floor. For a moment, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, but the clear wound on the back of her hand reminded her that this was no dream. So, the gift from the sky screen is to make you Spider-Man as well? Are you the ghost spider? Parker immediately recalled the narration from the sky screen about the ghost spider destined to bear Peter Parker's fate. The ghost was said to be a woman, and so was Gwen. Parker didn't think this could be a coincidence. George looked at Gwen with concern. He sensed something was off in her expression. Parker's spider sense was even sharper. He noticed first that Gwen's body was beginning to change in some mysterious way. I don't know. Gwen suddenly felt overwhelmingly tired, so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open. Her mind grew hazy. She thought she saw Parker step forward and catch her as she fell, and then everything faded away. Parker climbed back home through the window, shed his jacket, and went straight to his computer. He began researching the materials needed to make his suit. Spandex. Spandex. It all has to be spandex. Parker reviewed the uniforms of most athletes and discovered that almost all of them wore suits made from spandex. At school, as Spider-Man's reputation spread, discussions about him filled the halls. One student, holding a tablet, spoke animatedly to his classmates. This guy's tremendous speed vector comes from the combined force of mass and acceleration. Oh, come on. You know better than anyone. The weight of the pendulum doesn't affect the swinging speed. It doesn't affect the frequency, sure, but it does influence momentum. Parker trailed behind them, silently listening as they debated the physics behind his web swinging. Sometimes, he even found their theories enlightening. Before long, Parker's suit-making project was nearly complete. He painted the suit himself, designed the spider emblem, fitted new lenses for the mask, and installed the web shooters. The scene shifted to Parker's point of view. He climbed up to a familiar rooftop, weaving through the city's towering buildings, finally landing on the side of a skyscraper. Reflected in the glass, everyone could see his new look. Compared to Tobey's suit, Garfield's Spider-Man suit had a richer texture and more defined patterns. Standing atop the building, Parker gazed down at the bustling streets of New York. A surge of exhilaration welled up in his chest. Right at that moment, his phone began to ring. Parker hurriedly pulled his phone from his backpack and answered the call. Hey, Aunt May. Sure. Eggs? Organic ones? No problem. Tony, who had been immersed in Parker's world, as if reliving the days when he first built the Mark II, was jolted out of his reverie by Aunt May's call. Ha! Even superheroes have to do the grocery shopping, he chuckled. Rhodey glanced at him. Not everyone's a playboy who never has to buy groceries, right? After all, Parker wasn't Tony. He couldn't just snap his fingers and have everything done for him. Oh, how can you say that? I do buy groceries sometimes. Tony protested, putting on a mock serious face. If you keep this up, I'm going to tell Pepper you want to cook for her. Rhodey teased. No. Hey, buddy, you can't tell her. Please, I'm begging you. Tony immediately pleaded, recalling the time he'd spent 3 hours frying an egg for Pepper. Half burnt, half raw. It was one of those rare, utterly embarrassing moments in front of her. Pepper hadn't even known how to eat it, and ever since, Tony had never brought up cooking again. Rhodey only knew about this incident because Tony had let it slip when he'd had a bit too much to drink. Now, it had become Rhodey's favorite way to poke fun at him. Night had fallen. A man was reversing his car into a parking space. After locking the car, he hurried away. From a shadowy corner, another man approached, attaching a password cracker to the vehicle. While he nervously glanced around, waiting for the device to work its magic, the mechanism quickly unlocked the car. The man slid inside, unaware that someone was already in the back seat. Parker, who had somehow entered without being noticed. The man fiddled with the ignition, oblivious to Parker's presence. Unable to resist, Parker gave a deliberate cough. The sudden noise startled the man, who spun around to discover Parker sitting behind him. If you're planning to steal a car, don't dress like such a car thief, man. Parker shook his head, eyeing the would-be thief. Who are you? Are you a cop? The man gasped for breath, eyeing Parker's tight-fitting suit. Really? You think I'm a cop? Dressed in red and blue spandex. Parker looked at him in disbelief, wondering how anyone could mistake him for an officer. He was at a loss for words. You really are? Without finishing, Parker shot a web that landed squarely on the man's nose. The unexpected move made the man instinctively try to escape. He pushed open the car door, but Parker quickly webbed it shut, repeating the action each time the man tried. You really do have the mind of a scholar, sir. You can call me a skier if you want, fine. Not a bad idea. The man, realizing he couldn't open the car door, rolled down the window instead. The window, I'll climb out through the window. Yes, very clever. Parker sat inside the car, watching as the man struggled to squeeze himself out, offering him a mock compliment. By the time the man finally managed to crawl out and stood up to peer back inside, Parker had already vanished. He looked around anxiously, searching for any trace of Parker. Just as he was about to make a run for it, Parker materialized right behind him. Watch your family jewels. Parker shouted, and with a swift scissor kick, sent the man tumbling to the ground. The man scrambled to his feet and pulled out a small knife, brandishing it at Parker. Let me go, he shouted. Parker glanced at the knife, deciding to have a little fun. He feigned terror, raising both hands and dropping to his knees. Is that a knife? A real knife? Thinking Parker was genuinely frightened, the man replied, Yes, it's a real knife. Oh no, my only weakness, small knives? Parker gasped in mock horror. Just let me go. The man had no idea what Parker was up to. He just wanted out, still shaken by Parker's earlier antics. Anything you say, just don't play with knives. In a flash, Parker shot a web, gluing the man's knife-wielding wrist to the wall behind him. Oh, that was almost too easy, Parker said, sounding a bit bored. What is this stuff? The man strained desperately, trying to wrench his hand free, but it was no use. Parker spun around theatrically before replying, My own invention, web fluid. Trust me, you don't want the details. Come on, let me go. Seeing he couldn't break free, the man yelled at Parker in frustration. In response, Parker webbed his other hand to the wall as well, rendering him completely immobile. But Parker wasn't done having fun. He pretended he was about to sneeze. "All right, hold on. Just a second. Come on, man. Stop it." "No." The man began to beg, but Parker ignored him, miming a dramatic sneeze before splattering webbing onto a rather sensitive area. "Arg!" The man cried out in pain, his dignity utterly crushed. "Please, let me go. Stop." Realizing he was completely stuck, the man could only keep pleading. But Parker still wasn't finished. He fired off a rapid barrage of webbing, cocooning the man entirely against the wall. Surveying his handiwork, Parker couldn't help but clap and laugh in delight. But for the poor man, it was anything but funny. "This isn't funny. Help! Somebody help me. This is hilarious." Parker grinned, and when the man started to yell for help, Parker brought a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he sent another strand of webbing to seal the man's mouth and nose, cutting off his cries and his breath. MPH. Parker tilted his head, watching the man struggle for breath in agony. With a sudden leap, he landed in front of him and quickly checked the man's left wrist, making sure this wasn't the person he was looking for. The situation could get much worse. "Don't move," he warned. The man, still unable to breathe, shook his head desperately. Parker pinched his face and poked a hole through the webbing over his nostrils, saving him from suffocation. The man, having narrowly escaped death, gulped in fresh air with great relief. At that moment, a mounted police officer rode by on patrol and spotted them. Parker didn't seem afraid when he saw the police. "The police are here. I caught him." Parker tried to explain the situation to the officer, but the officer mistook him for a criminal and drew his gun, aiming it directly at him. "Don't move," the officer shouted. "He's not going anywhere." Parker thought this was directed at the man, but to his surprise, the officer was addressing him. "You in the suit, don't move." "Are you serious?" Parker raised his hands. "Who are you?" the officer demanded sternly. "No one gets the whole point of the mask," Parker muttered as he lowered his hands, complaining to himself. If he wanted people to know who he was, why would he bother wearing a mask? Just as he tried to step a little closer, the officer shouted, "Don't move," and fired several shots in quick succession. But Parker dodged every bullet with ease. One of the bullets nearly hit the man behind him. Parker somersaulted through the air, snatched the gun from the officer, and glared at him in anger. "I did 80% of your job for you, and this is the thanks I get." Fuming, he tossed the pistol aside. At that moment, a fleet of police cars arrived, sirens blaring, and Parker immediately made his escape. He dashed into the street, grabbed onto the bed of a small pickup truck, and then somersaulted onto the roof. The driver, sensing something was on top, looked up in astonishment. Parker leapt to the side onto a medium-sized delivery truck, clinging to the side of the cargo box. He climbed up and, once on the roof, shot a web at a nearby street lamp, swinging himself off the roof and back into the air. All right, now this is a blast. For the first time in his life, Parker was being chased by the police. Instead of being nervous, he was exhilarated, his confidence making him bold. He swung on his web beneath the bridge, only to collide head-on with a bus. Still in good spirits, he even joked with the driver, though the driver and the passengers were frightened out of their wits. Tumbling along the side of the bus, Parker had no choice but to let go of his web and crashed onto the pavement. Just then, a taxi screeched to a halt to avoid hitting him. "What are you doing?" the driver yelled out the window, furious. Parker ignored him, used the taxi as a springboard, and leapt back into the air, firing a web to swing down the road. "Hey, watch out. I'm swinging here. I am swinging." Woohoo! Parker swung steadily beneath the bridge, gliding forward on his web. Up above, a crowd of police officers watched from the edge, tracking Parker as he grew smaller and smaller, until he finally vanished from sight. George Stacy strode over, displeasure written all over his face, and snapped, "So, 38 of New York's finest, and not a single one could handle a guy in a skin-tight suit. Am I wrong?" He shot a wry, sardonic smile at the officers before him. Tonight's operation was a complete fiasco, and he felt thoroughly embarrassed. Unbelievable. That cop. How could he just open fire on him like that? He just took down a criminal. A devoted Spider-Man fan protested loudly, outraged at the mounted officer's actions shown on the big screens. His words struck a chord with many onlookers. After all, Parker hadn't done anything threatening, and yet the officer fired without hesitation. That was absolutely unacceptable. Because of what happened on the giant screen, throngs of New Yorkers gathered outside the police station, demanding that Chief George Stacy come out and give them an explanation. As fate would have it, George was at home with Parker at that very moment, anxiously watching over Gwen, who remained unconscious. Her mother kept wiping the sweat from her brow, worry etched on her face. Just then, George's phone began to ring. He silenced it without looking, but the calls kept coming. Reluctantly, he answered, only to learn that the police station was now surrounded by angry citizens. He let out a long sigh. Gwen was still in a coma, and he couldn't even stay by her side. Parker could tell, just from George's expression, that something was wrong. "What's happened?" he asked. At that, George Stacy shot Parker a venomous glare, leaving Parker bewildered and innocent, unsure why George's attitude had changed so suddenly. George motioned for Parker to follow him outside. Once there, he looked at Parker with exasperation. "My people just told me, because that mounted cop fired at you on the big screen, the public is now besieging the station, demanding an explanation, and that I apologize to you." "Oh." Parker clapped a hand over his mouth. I don't need that. It's just something that happened on the screen." No wonder George looked so sour. This was apparently his fault. "You might not need it, but your fans sure think you do," George said, sounding drained. There were simply too many Spider-Man fans. Even back in the days of the Tobey Spider, there had been countless products bearing the Spider-Man name. Everything from toys and household items to comics and all sorts of odd memorabilia, not to mention entire supermarkets and restaurants. Someone had even registered Spider-Man Limited. Now, with the real Spider-Man out in public, all those who'd been using the Spider-Man brand were in a panic. They were scrambling to find a way to obtain the rights to use the Spider-Man name from Parker, if only they could figure out how to contact him, because Gwen's identity had been thoroughly investigated, and even the big shots in New York had called, ordering him to resolve the situation with Spider-Man as quickly as possible and making it clear that they must not come into conflict with Spider-Man. That was why George asked Gwen to invite Parker over to their home today. George knew that, to calm the anger of the public, it would be best to bring Parker out as a scapegoat. Naturally, Parker couldn't let his future father-in-law be put in a difficult position, so he readily agreed to come along. Parker had planned to quietly open the door so as not to disturb Aunt May, but halfway through, he realized she had been waiting up for him. So he simply came in, closed the door behind him, and headed straight for the fridge to look for something to eat. Aunt May was watching him from his side. Parker patted his thigh as he rummaged through the fridge and said, "You don't have to wait up for me." "No, I want to wait," Aunt May replied, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at him. "No, there's really no need," Parker insisted. "There's a need. Where did you go?" Aunt May got up and looked at Parker. "All right, I just went out." Parker didn't dare turn around. He didn't want Aunt May to see the bruises on his face. "Did you buy eggs?" Hearing this, Parker froze for a moment. "No, I forgot the eggs. I'll go get them right now," Parker said, closing the fridge and making for the door. "No, you can't go out, especially not this late." Aunt May shut the door Parker had just opened, and Parker immediately shuffled to the other side, turning his back to her. "Look at me, Peter. Take your hood off and look at me." Aunt May knew something must have happened for Parker to avoid facing her, and she insisted he remove his hood. Seeing he couldn't fool Aunt May, Parker reluctantly took off his hood and turned to face her. The moment she saw him, Aunt May instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filling with pain and sorrow. "Peter, where did you go? Who did this to you?" "Just go to bed, Aunt May," Parker said, not wanting her to know he'd been out searching for Uncle Ben's killer. "Tell me." Aunt May's eyes reddened as she looked at Parker, unwilling for him to keep everything bottled up inside. "Aunt May, please, I'm begging you, just go to bed. Please," Parker pleaded, his own eyes brimming with tears as he pressed his hands together, not wanting her to worry about him. "I can't sleep. Don't you understand? I just can't sleep." Aunt May snapped, frustrated that Parker felt he had to hide everything from her. At that moment, the kettle on the stove began to whistle. Parker went over to turn it off, and Aunt May grabbed onto his sleeve, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him. "Peter, listen to me. Secrets come with a price. They have a cost, no matter when." Parker didn't dare meet Aunt May's gaze. He walked past her and back to his room. Parker arrived at the police station in George Stacy's car, already dressed. In his homemade Spider-Man suit, Aunt May had helped him sew it, while he'd taught himself to craft the web shooters after studying the mechanics of silk. As Spider-Man stepped out of the police car, the citizens crowding the station caught sight of him and immediately began calling out his name. "Spider-Man! Spider-Man! Spider-Man!" Their voices rose in a thunderous chorus, surprisingly unified and deafening. They were all die-hard Spider-Man fans. "Hey there!" Parker greeted them with a wave and leapt nimbly to the station entrance, where several officers were already struggling to maintain order. George pushed his way through the throng, grabbed a megaphone from a fellow officer, and was just about to speak when Parker's fans interrupted him. "Let Spider-Man talk," they demanded. With no choice, George handed the megaphone to Parker. Parker took the device and called out, "Hey, everyone, it's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." The crowd erupted in cheers once again. "Spider-Man, did they apologize to you yet?" Amidst the excitement, some fans hadn't forgotten the reason they'd gathered in the first place. Apologize. Apologize. The chants swept over the scene like a tidal wave, so intense that many officers had to lower their heads in embarrassment. As police, it was shameful that one of their own had fired at Spider-Man. I believe Captain Stacy will give me a proper explanation. Don't worry, but please don't gather here any longer. It's causing trouble for everyone. Standing at the station's door, megaphone in hand and a resigned look on his face, Parker gazed at the crowd of fervent fans. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. A mass protest at the police station was far from ideal. Listen to me, everyone. I know you like me, but blocking the police station isn't the way to solve this, Parker said, his voice firm and persuasive through the megaphone. Hearing Parker's words, the fans began to waver. Some started whispering among themselves, discussing what he had said. Spider-Man is our hero. We can't let him be hurt. They have to apologize, one fan shouted. But we can't break the law either. We need to support Spider-Man through proper channels. Trust the police. They'll give us an explanation. For now, let's all go home, Parker answered. Reluctantly, the fans began to disperse. Though they were disappointed, they trusted Spider-Man's words and gradually left the scene. Parker watched as the fans slowly dispersed, and a wave of relief washed over him. He understood that these fans acted out of their love for Spider-Man, and for that very reason, he felt even more determined to protect the people. Thank you, Peter Parker. No, Spider-Man. A police officer approached and expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. This is what I'm supposed to do, Parker replied. Seeing that the situation had finally calmed down, George also let out a breath of relief. Just moments before, he'd received a call from the mayor of New York. News about citizens surrounding the police station had already made headlines across major media platforms, and newspapers would soon follow. He knew he had to handle this matter carefully, or he'd be in serious trouble. Fortunately, Parker was highly respected and had spent considerable time persuading the fans to leave. At last, interspecies gene transplantation has succeeded. Using lizard DNA, I've helped Freddy regrow his lost limbs. In Connors' office, Freddy, the little white mouse who once had only 3 legs, now stood there with all 4 limbs intact. This is a miracle. Rudget Ratha couldn't help but marvel. No, this is the result of hard work and commitment. We're one step closer to primate trials. Connors corrected him, insisting that their achievement was the product of relentless effort. He doesn't have time for you to take every little step, Ratha interjected, fully aware that Norman Osborn wouldn't last much longer. A little step? Connors was surprised that Ratha would say such a thing. I mean, he can't wait any longer. Ratha quickly tried to amend his words, realizing he'd misspoken. He has to wait, unless he wants to end up like a lab mouse. Connors knew Norman was running out of time, but waiting was essential. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Connors pressed, uncertain of Ratha's intentions. You have to begin human trials. Start immediately. Ratha's tone was resolute. No, I absolutely refuse. Connor shot back. Human experimentation was out of the question. The research had only just reached a new breakthrough. How could he possibly move forward so recklessly? Then he'll die. Ratha's voice suddenly carried a dangerous edge. No one can escape death. Norman Osborn is no exception, Connors replied, gathering his files and preparing to leave the office. We're not finished here. Ratha blocked his way. Human trials? Where are you going to find volunteers? Connors demanded. Finding suitable candidates alone would take ages. Volunteers? Just tell them it's a winter flu vaccine. I think we can start with the VA hospital, Ratha said, eyeing the lizard serum in his hand with casual indifference. You can't be serious, can you? Connors never expected that he would be so bold. He actually wanted to experiment on veterans. I'm not joking. Rudget Ratha's expression was deadly serious. What? How could he even dare? George Stacy sprang to his feet in disbelief, while Parker stared at Rudget Ratha, utterly shocked by his lack of humanity. Just moments before, they had been discussing in the police station how to prevent today's tragedy from happening again, when suddenly, Skynet dropped a bombshell on them. Parker glanced at George Stacy, who gave him a nod. Go get him, Peter. I'll apply for an arrest warrant right away. Hurry. Without hesitation, Parker shrugged off his jacket, revealing the Spider-Man suit beneath, and dashed toward the Osborn Tower. Meanwhile, across the globe, people began to denounce Rudget Ratha's inhumane actions. The stock price of Oscorp plummeted in freefall, and investors, sensing trouble, scrambled to sell off their shares, fearing they'd be left holding the bag. Rudget Ratha collapsed into his chair. Connors had only just begun developing the lizard serum, and Ratha had thought Norman Osborn finally had a chance at survival, and that he himself would rise to the top. But in an instant, he plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. Escape. I need to get out of here. Leave America first. After sitting in a daze for a moment, Ratha realized someone was probably already on their way. Wasting no time, he took the elevator down and prepared to run. In the face of danger, he didn't dare call for a driver. He jumped behind the wheel himself, speeding away from Oscorp Tower just as Parker arrived, swinging on his web. Inside, the second Norman Osborn lay on his sickbed, nearly passing out from shock at the scene. Already at death's door, the sudden commotion sent him straight into a critical state. Doctors and nurses rushed over at the emergency alarm, scrambling to save his life. Where is he? Parker strode to the front desk, spotting the same receptionist who had inadvertently let him slip through before. He pulled off his mask and asked, "Oh, Spider-Man." "Peter Parker," she exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. The employees, still reeling from the revelations about Ratha's reckless actions, turned to look. "Hey, everyone, quick, tell me, where did he go?" Parker greeted the crowd, then pressed urgently for answers. Dr. Ratha just rushed out, heading to the left. "His license plate is—" The receptionist finally snapped back to herself. She, too, had witnessed Ratha's suspicious behavior, and quietly noted his direction and license plate as he hurried out. "Thank you. And about before, I'm truly sorry." Parker tossed out his thanks, then dashed for the door. Just as he reached the exit, he paused, turned back to apologize, then raced off in pursuit without another word. The phone at the front desk began to ring. Parker reached into his backpack and pulled out his phone. George Stacy's voice came through the speaker. "Peter, did you catch him? I've already applied for an arrest warrant. It'll be approved any moment now." Because Rudget Ratha's scheme was so outrageous, daring to target veterans, the top brass in New York's military circles were furious. They put heavy pressure on the city's leadership. So George's request for an arrest warrant was approved with unprecedented speed. In fact, you could say the warrant was issued before he'd even finished filing his paperwork. Not yet. He drove away from Oscorp Tower, and I'm chasing him right now," Parker replied after a brief hesitation. "All right, we've dispatched officers to join the pursuit as well." George hung up and climbed into a squad car. Almost every officer in the precinct had been mobilized. Rudget Ratha's escape didn't last long. It came to an abrupt end when he was trapped in a sea of honking, bumper-to-bumper traffic. Parker moved swiftly. Despite the heavy congestion, he immediately spotted Ratha's car. Ratha tried to ditch the vehicle and make a run for it, but the moment he stepped out, Parker dropped down right above him. "Hey, Mun, where do you think you're going?" Parker crouched on the roof of the car, teasing him. Ratha realized there was no way out. He hadn't expected Peter Parker to catch up so quickly, or to find him with such uncanny precision. By the time George arrived with his team, Ratha was already trussed up tightly with webs. Parker sat atop the car, munching on a slice of pizza, a treat brought over by a little girl who'd run all the way just to give it to him. He declared it was delicious. "Thank you, Peter." George gave a nod, and an officer led Ratha into the squad car. George breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Parker, knowing full well that if they'd let Ratha slip away, his own job would have been on the line. "You're welcome." Parker dusted off his hands and hopped down from the car. "Come on, we weren't finished talking earlier. And Gwen's awake. Her mother just called me. She's doing great, so you don't need to worry." A smile spread across George's face as he looked at Parker. His first time ever smiling at Peter. Even though Parker had saved the precinct once before, he'd always kept a stern expression. "Okay." Parker grinned as well, relieved to hear Gwen was all right. Even though he knew it was a gift from the mysterious Skynet, he hadn't been able to rest easy until she truly woke up. Connors felt like he'd lost his mind and tried to leave, but Ratha grabbed his severed arm and shoved him back. "Isn't it a little late to be shocked and angry, Kurt? Maybe about 15 years too late." Ratha gave Connors a strange look. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Richard Parker always dressed to the nines. But you still stuck in cheap suits, just like the old days." Rudget Radha's words transported Connors back to that time. "I had nothing to do with it." "Is that what you told his son, Peter?" Rajit Ratha Breset. At that, Connors lifted his head and met his gaze. "I don't know what you're talking about. Is it that you truly don't know? Or that you don't want to know? Let me remind you what happened back then. Richard Parker once said exactly what you just said. Time is running out, Dr. Connors." I would never do that." Connors hesitated for a moment, thinking of Parker. All these years, he had been deceiving himself, but now he chose to face his own conscience and resolutely rejected Rudget Radha's demand. Rudget Radha looked at Connors with a hint of disappointment. He hadn't expected Connors to become even more steadfast after all these years. "Very well. The formula is ours now. Say goodbye to that arm you've been dreaming of. I'm shutting down your lab. Your toys will all be cleared out. You know I will." With those words, Rudget Radha glanced at the white mouse. "Isn't that right, Freddy?" Then he strode out of the office, leaving Dr. Connors alone. Connors held the lizard serum in his hand, the very one he had just created. He'd intended to share the breakthrough with Rudget Radha, but the man's ruthlessness had left him speechless. And now, Richard Parker's name had come up. Connors wasn't even sure how to explain things to Parker. Although he hadn't been involved, he didn't know more than he cared to admit. Dr. Connors, you really are remarkable. You held your ground under pressure. In the classroom, Toby Spider praised the first Connors with genuine admiration. The original Connors smiled quietly, saying nothing, but it was clear he appreciated the compliment. Meanwhile, people around the world began to praise the second Connors for his actions. In no time, his reputation, once confined to academic circles, spread across the globe. Tony, however, suspected Connors hadn't participated directly in Richard's affair, but was certain he knew something. As for Rajat Radha, he seemed to know everything. Perhaps he was even one of the masterminds behind it all. Upon learning that his daughter had awakened, George had little interest in discussing strategies with Parker. And with the mayor of New York planning to meet Parker personally, George simply brought Parker home, deciding to take him to see the mayor the next day. Though Parker was preoccupied, he still wanted to see Gwen first. He figured there'd be time enough to question Rajat Radha later. At school, Parker pulled his hood over his head, closed his locker, and walked down the hallway. Gwen spotted him and hurried to catch up. Seeing her, Parker pulled off his hood. Hey, are you okay? Where are you heading? Gwen asked, curiosity in her voice. Lately, she hardly saw Parker at all and wondered what he'd been up to. Monday. Subject B. After thinking for a moment, Parker spoke up. Gwen looked surprised and said, Oh, today is Thursday. Hearing this, Parker was also a bit taken aback. Thursday. He had been so caught up in chasing the criminal that he'd completely lost track of time. What's going on? Gwen asked with concern, noticing the scratches on Parker's face as he turned to look at her. What? Parker hadn't realized she'd noticed his injury. Your eye is hurt, Gwen pointed out. Only then did Parker remember that he still had marks on his face that hadn't faded. He quickly tried to explain. Oh, no, it's nothing, maybe just a rash or something. Parker hoped to brush it off, but Gwen wasn't so easily fooled. She leaned in, examining the wound on Parker's face carefully. That looks pretty serious. Did you see the nurse? Parker nodded, not wanting Gwen to worry about him. Do you like European sea bass? It's a type of fish, Gwen suddenly asked, looking at Parker. Yes. I know it, Parker replied, pretending to be familiar with it, even though he'd never seen one. Gwen pulled out a piece of paper and a pen she had prepared earlier, wrote down her home address, and handed it to Parker. If you'd like, come to this place at 8 tonight. My mom is making European sea bass. So, the apartment number is 2016. I forgot to write it down. I don't know why. Suddenly, Gwen turned away shyly, unable to meet Parker's eyes. I'll remember it, he assured her. Okay, number 2016, Gwen repeated with a sweet smile, just as the bell rang for class. She hurried off to her lesson. Oh yes, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy. They really make the perfect couple. A woman, accompanied by a little girl, looked at the two of them with delight. Mommy, do you think Spider-Man will like the pizza I made for him? The little girl asked for the 18th time. Each time, her mother reassured her that Peter Parker would definitely love it, but it wouldn't be long before the girl asked again. Ever since the phenomenon known as the sky curtain appeared, shipping couples had become a favorite pastime for many. Although the pairing of Toby's Spider-Man and Mary Jane wasn't easy to root for, a lot of people preferred Gwen. Unfortunately, in the vision shown by the sky curtain, Toby's Spider-Man and the original Gwen never ended up together. It wasn't until the arrival of the second Gwen that most fans finally got the couple they'd been hoping for, and the shipping began in earnest. Sweet, youthful love stories. These were memories cherished by so many. Inside Oscorp Industries, Connor stood before a mirror and reached out with his left hand. Using the mirror's reflection, he imagined that his right hand was still there. A faint smile curled on his lips as he resolved to use himself as a test subject for human experimentation that he entered the laboratory. Rajat Radha hadn't had a chance to revoke his access yet, so his ID card was still valid. Using the equipment, he quickly produced a vial of lizard serum. Back in the office, Connor stared at the vial in his hand. With unshakable resolve, he injected the liquid straight into his severed right arm. The moment the serum entered his body, a wave of searing pain ripped through him. The agony was so intense that he lost consciousness, slumping over in his chair. He's taking a gamble. Tony and Banner frowned in unison. Injecting the serum without further testing was a real risk. It was all or nothing. If the serum worked, he'd have a new arm. If not, he might never get another chance. A miracle drug like this would surely be outrageously expensive. Rajat Radha had made that clear. Connors wasn't wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wearing a cheap suit. Without inside access, he probably couldn't afford the lizard regeneration serum at all. So he seized the moment, betting everything while his credentials still worked. If he succeeded, he'd have a brand new arm. If he failed, things couldn't get much worse. Still, Tony wasn't a biologist. He didn't fully understand the dangers of genetic modification. Banner, on the other hand, knew them all too well. Connors understood what his other self was thinking. That realization brought him a strange sense of calm. He decided to wait and see what would happen. After all, Rudget Ratha had been arrested, so he wasn't in immediate danger of being ousted. With the world singing his praises, he wasn't too worried about new management kicking him out. Plenty of companies would line up to recruit him if that happened. Meanwhile, Gwen lay sprawled on her bed, reading a book. Parker leapt down onto the fire escape outside her window from above, peering in at her as she read intently. He rapped lightly on the glass. Gwen looked up, surprised to see Parker outside her window. Her face lit up with delight as she helped him open it. "Hey, how'd you get up here?" Gwen was a bit astonished. Their apartment was on high floor. "Fire escape. Your security guard is terrifying." Parker gestured dramatically, tossing in a joke. "This is the 20th floor. Yeah, no big deal." Parker climbed in through the window, giving the room a quick once-over. "So this is your room?" "Yes, this is my room," Gwen replied with a grin. "So many books and shoes." Gwen couldn't help but laugh, a soft giggle escaping her lips. She hadn't expected Parker to show up in her room, so she hadn't tidied up. "Oh, listen, I brought something for your mom, these." Parker suddenly remembered, setting down his backpack and pulling out a bouquet of flowers. Unfortunately, a few of the stems had snapped, and a hint of disappointment crossed his face. "Wow, that's beautiful," Gwen exclaimed, her praise clear despite a few broken stems. Parker's intentions shone through. "It's beautiful, really?" Parker couldn't help but hide his face behind the flowers, suddenly feeling a bit shy. "Yes, absolutely," Gwen affirmed. "They were really beautiful just now," Parker said with a sheepish grin. "They're still beautiful now," Gwen replied warmly. "Sorry," Parker mumbled, covering his face. "No, really, they're lovely and still so fresh." Gwen, ever tactful, kept praising Parker's bouquet. "I guess I'll just keep them for myself." Parker tucked the flowers back into his backpack. No matter what Gwen said, he simply couldn't bring himself to present such battered flowers. "Is your suit in there too?" Gwen asked curiously, glancing at Parker's backpack. The smile froze on Parker's face when he heard Gwen's question. "Suit? For dinner? Are you going to wear that?" "I mean," Gwen hadn't expected Parker to remember flowers but forget the suit. She was about to say more when the room's door swung open. "Sweetheart," George Stacy strode in, impeccably dressed in a suit, interrupting Gwen. He looked around in surprise, clearly not expecting to find Parker in the room. "You must be Peter," George said, giving him a quick once-over. "Dad, this is Peter," Gwen introduced, a hint of nervousness in her voice. She glanced at Parker, who was also a little tense, frozen for a second until Gwen's look nudged him back to his senses. He stepped forward and extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." "Pleasure's all mine. Dinner's ready. Hope you like European sea bass," George said, shaking Parker's hand and studying him. "Who doesn't like sea bass?" Parker replied, though he'd never tried it, determined not to show it. "Ha-ha, caught red-handed sneaking into the girl's room by her father. I bet that Peter was totally stunned." "Ha-ha-ha." Otto laughed, so hard he slapped his thigh. "This is just too good." George Stacy bursts in, all excitement, and finds some random kid in the room. Dr. Otto couldn't stop laughing, and Rose, beside him, covered her mouth to stifle her giggles. "I wonder if our Peter's ever been through something like that. I'll have to ask him next time he visits." Otto couldn't help it. He burst out laughing again. As they stood at the front door, George shot Parker another stern look, but ultimately said nothing. Parker scratched his head awkwardly and gave a sheepish grin. The moment he stepped inside, Parker's spider sense tingled. At the same time, Gwen seemed hyper-aware of every tiny movement around her, unable to suppress her own spider sense. Fortunately, because of the commotion Parker made in the restroom, Gwen realized she couldn't control her powers just yet and didn't dare move recklessly. Parker hurried over to her, placed his hand over hers, and began teaching her how to manage her abilities. Meanwhile, in the office, Connors, who'd been unconscious for quite some time, finally came to. Out of habit, he tried to sit up straight, years of routine making him forget about his missing right arm. As a result, his newly grown arm was blocked by the desk. Connors looked at his once severed limb in disbelief, then carefully placed it on the tabletop. The new arm was sheathed in a thin membrane. Overcome with excitement, Connors twitched twice, then gingerly used his left hand to peel away the layer. As he removed the membrane from his palm, his eyes widened at the sight of 5 perfectly formed fingers. Eagerly, he stripped the last bits of film from his fingers, marveling at his new arm. It moved with astonishing agility, as if it had always been there, as if he had never lost it at all. Without hesitation, he resolved to stop Rudget Ratha. "Emma, it's Kurt. Is he there?" He called Rudget Ratha's assistant. "He's not, doctor. He's on his way to the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital." Emma replied on the other end. No, he can't do that. Emma, you have to stop him." Connors was mid-sentence when a splitting headache seized him, forcing him to clutch his forehead in pain. "I'll try, but I always lose contact with him on the bridge. I'll make sure Dr. Ratha returns your call as soon as possible," Emma assured him. Connors hung up, but the pain grew sharper and sharper until he could barely stand and collapsed to the floor. With great effort, he dragged himself outside and flagged down a taxi. As he opened the door with his right hand, he suddenly realized it was undergoing some kind of mutation. Quickly, he switched to his left hand to get in. "I need to get to Horton Street, across the river. I'm in a hurry." Connors forced himself to tell the driver, all the while staring at his right hand as the transformation worsened. "Okay, you want the tunnel or the bridge?" The driver hadn't noticed anything strange yet, but Connors's right hand was already sprouting sharp claws, the skin turning an unnatural green. "The bridge. Take the bridge." A surge of pain made Connors cry out involuntarily. Hearing the outburst, the driver glanced in the rearview mirror, concern in his voice. "Hey, you all right back there? You going through withdrawal or something, buddy?" Connors's mutation accelerated. Scaly green skin spread across his neck and face, and his voice grew harsh and menacing. "Just drive." Startled by his tone, the driver didn't dare ask any more questions and sped toward the bridge. "I can't help but feel grateful I never became obsessed with regrowing my lost arm." The original Connors glanced at the sky screen, where another version of himself was undergoing mutation, and looking relieved, he spoke up. His words drew laughter and cheers from many students in the classroom. "Yeah, that's right. Dr. Connors realized something was wrong and tried to stop Dr. Ratha. But I wonder if he'll be able to hold out? Will he ever turn back to normal?" Toby Spider looked at the sky screen with concern. The serum was certainly effective, but its side effects were painfully obvious. Dr. Connors wasn't just experiencing mutations in his arm. His entire body was changing. Connors was in a terrible state. He had just injected the serum into Freddy, and the thought made him rush to grab the cage holding Freddy. He brought it into a laboratory and placed Freddy inside a high-strength glass enclosure. Afterwards, he slumped into a chair in his office, feeling as if he were tumbling into an abyss. He picked up the bottle of lizard serum, pondering where exactly things had gone wrong. Meanwhile, Oscorp's stock price was plummeting once again. Investors who had hoped Oscorp's regenerative serum would turn things around were now stunned into silence. At this point, it was too late to sell their shares. Parker was helping Gwen adjust to her newfound powers, but even so, he kept a close eye on the sky screen. He knew Dr. Connors must be feeling utterly lost, and he felt compelled to go see him. With Parker's help, Gwen was able to walk around the room. Parker held her hand the entire time, steady enough to withstand her accidentally overexerting her strength. Banner watched Connors' mutation unfold. He forgot something crucial, the gene ratio. Peter Parker mentioned it, but it's clear Connors either didn't listen or was simply overconfident. The proportion of lizard genes in the serum might have exceeded the proportion of human genes, which could explain the full-body mutation. Still, Dr. Banner had no idea just how far the mutation would go. "Why is there always another problem?" Tony muttered, exasperated. Every scientific breakthrough seemed to bring disaster. This time, Connors had used himself as a guinea pig, and the result was full-blown mutation. Unbelievable. Parker stared at the European sea bass on his plate, knife and fork in hand, unsure where to begin. "This is a bit tricky, isn't it? The head of the fish should help Gwen's friend cut the fish." Gwen's mother, seeing Parker's predicament, immediately called for her son to assist. I'm completely lost," Parker said, a bit embarrassed. Gwen, sitting across from him, whispered a hint. "European sea bass." "George, why don't you tell us about your day?" Mrs. Stacy asked. "Did you catch that Spider-Man?" Their youngest son chimed in. "No, we haven't caught him yet, but we will. He's inexperienced, attacking ordinary citizens in the dead of night. He's clumsy, leaving behind plenty of clues. But make no mistake, he's still dangerous." George Stacy spoke calmly as he took a bite of fish, his words laced with clear disdain for Spider-Man's actions. Hearing George's remarks, Parker looked a bit surprised. "He attacked ordinary citizens? I'm not sure about that. I saw a video of him and that car thief. I think most people would say he's helping the community." George fixed Parker with a stare. "Most people are wrong. If I wanted to catch that car thief, he would have been behind bars long ago." Parker asked offhandedly, "Then why is he still out stealing cars?" Seeing that Parker was challenging him, George shot him a look of annoyance. Gwen, feeling awkward, smiled apologetically. With his daughter present, George did his best to keep his temper in check and explained, "Let me make it clear for you. That car thief is meant to lead us to the mastermind behind the scenes. This is a 6-month-long undercover operation. It's called strategy. I trust you've heard of that word in school. Yeah. Parker nodded, conceding that George made a fair point. Good. George nodded in satisfaction. Gwen flashed her mother a smile, and her mother nodded back, whispering, I know. Clearly, he doesn't know you have a plan, Parker said to George, taking another bite of fish. Oh, you seem to know a lot. Is there something you know that we don't? Whose side are you on? George narrowed his eyes at Parker. I'm not on anyone's side. I just saw a video online. Parker began, but George cut him off. Oh, you saw a video online, and now the case is solved? Oh no, but if you'd seen that video, maybe I could send you the link. Parker tried to persuade George, but it was clear their views didn't align. I'm sure online he looks like a champion of the people. George retorted, suspecting Parker had been swayed by a flashy video. No, I'm not saying he's a hero. I don't think he is. Parker waved his hands, feeling awkward. After all, he was Spider-Man himself, and it felt strange to praise himself as a hero. But to George, Parker's attitude was puzzling. Then what are you trying to say? I just think he's trying to help. Maybe do things the police can't, Parker said, meaning to offer support, but it came off as if he were doubting the police's abilities. This clearly irked George. Things the police can't do. George glared at Parker, his opinion of the young man dropping even further. And what do you think we're doing? Here, just sitting there eating donuts? Not lifting a finger. As the tension between the two grew, Gwen and Helen Stacy hurriedly tried to intervene. Dad! George! George's son, curious about what exactly his father meant by not lifting a finger, asked, What do you mean, Dad? What kind of things? Mrs. Stacy quickly cut off her son's curiosity. Howard! Parker turned to George Stacy and shared his own thoughts. I think he's on the same side as you, protecting innocent people, keeping them from getting hurt. I represent law and order. That's what the police stand for, got it? I wear a badge. That guy wears a mask like a criminal, and he's chasing down a bunch of crooks who all look the same. It's like he's got a personal vendetta. He's not protecting innocent citizens, Mr. Parker. George's words left Parker momentarily speechless, because deep down, he knew George was right. What he really wanted was to catch the man who killed Uncle Ben. Sensing that things weren't going well between the two, Gwen decided to intervene before it got worse. Let's go get some fresh air, Peter, she suggested, then turned to her father. Dad, we need to talk. Fine by me, George replied, still not entirely pleased with Parker. He couldn't quite understand why his daughter liked Peter Parker. He just didn't see what was so special about him. Parker put down his utensils and apologized to George. Thank you for having me. I'm really sorry. If I offended you, that wasn't my intention. George replied coolly, Don't mention it. The European sea base was delicious, Mrs. Stacy. Thank you. Parker stood up and thanked Helen Stacy as well. You're very welcome. Compared to George, Helen Stacy was much kinder to Parker. Oh, looks like things got a little tense between you and my dad, Gwen said with a gentle smile as she carefully sat down with Peter's help. Yeah, Parker admitted. Honestly, he's right. I wasn't really out there protecting innocent people. All I cared about was chasing down Uncle Ben's killer. Parker realized his motives had been too narrow. His actions were driven by revenge, not by a desire to protect the city. Just then, George hurried back in through the door, holding a bag of rubber balls. This was an idea Parker had come up with to help Gwen learn to control her newfound strength. Just moments earlier, Gwen had crushed a doorknob, 2 cups, a spoon, a chair, and even left a dent in the wall with her elbow. Parker had to come up with a quick solution to help Gwen figure out how much force she needed to use, so she wouldn't accidentally damage furniture or hurt anyone else. George took a ball out of the bag and handed it to Gwen. The moment Gwen accepted it and held it in her hand, the rubber ball burst apart. Whoa! Parker's spider sense kicked in at the last second, letting him dodge just in time, but George's suit was now covered in bits of rubber. I'm so sorry, Daddy. Gwen looked at George Stacy apologetically, while George let out a helpless sigh and got ready to step outside and take off his jacket. Before leaving, he turned to Parker and said, Help her get used to her powers as soon as possible, Peter. He really didn't want his perfectly good house destroyed by Gwen. Okay, Parker replied, making an okay gesture, and then George shut the door behind him. Helen Stacy pulled her 2 sons close and quietly asked George, How did it go? George pointed to the sticky mess on his suit and shrugged, saying nothing. Parker followed behind Gwen as the 2 of them made their way to the balcony. As they walked, Gwen said, That was really unexpected. She hadn't thought her dad would disagree with Parker because of Spider-Man. I'm really sorry. I thought he was about to arrest me. Parker spoke from Spider-Man's perspective, but Gwen thought he was joking. She laughed and said, No, I'd never let him arrest you. What happened to your face? Gwen was still quite curious about how Parker got hurt. Parker leaned his whole body onto the balcony railing, thinking hard about what to say, and finally decided to tell Gwen the truth about himself. "There's something I need to tell you." "Oh." Gwen looked at Parker in surprise. "Okay." Parker opened his mouth, hesitated, still unsure how to begin. "I got bitten." As soon as he said it, he regretted it, realizing Gwen wouldn't understand what he meant at all. Gwen didn't know what Parker was trying to say, but with her emotional intelligence, she played along, saying, "Me too." The two of them leaned closer and closer. Parker found himself almost too nervous to open his eyes and look at her. With his eyes shut tight, he said, "Okay. There's something I have to tell you. It's about the patrol officer and the car thief." "Oh, all right. What is it?" Gwen smiled radiantly at the slightly flustered Parker. No. I don't want to talk about that." "Never mind, I won't talk about it." The mention of that incident reminded Parker of the argument he'd just had with George. "I want to talk about myself. Is that okay?" "What's wrong?" Gwen didn't quite understand what Parker was trying to say. "It's important. I hope I can know. This is hard to say." Parker desperately wanted to tell her he was Spider-Man, but the words just wouldn't come out. "Go on." Gwen was also getting curious about what Parker wanted to share. "Tell me. What is it?" Parker slumped over the railing in frustration. When he heard Gwen's question, he straightened up to look at her, but in the end, he could only shake his head. "All right, forget it then." Gwen turned away, a little disappointed. But suddenly, Parker shot a web to catch her around the waist and pulled her right back to him. Gwen's eyes widened as she stared at the web on her waist. The sudden rush of excitement left her nearly breathless. After taking a quick gasp or two, she looked at Parker and asked, "Is that you?" Parker didn't answer. Instead, he kissed her passionately. Gwen was still reeling from the shock of Parker's identity. "You're Spider-Man." "Don't say anything," Parker murmured as he held her close and continued the heated kiss. Just then, Helen Stacy came looking for her. Gwen. She stopped short, catching sight of her daughter in an intimate embrace with Parker. "Oh, your father wants you inside right away." "All right," she said, turning away awkwardly. Parker and Gwen immediately broke apart. Parker turned his back, embarrassed, while Gwen looked at her mother in utter discomfort. "Okay," she replied quickly. Seeing Gwen still frozen in place, Helen called out again, "Gwen, I'm coming." Gwen nodded and hurried back inside. As she walked away, Parker watched her go, and Gwen was still swept up in the joy of discovering Parker was Spider-Man. Parker was about to follow her in, but suddenly his spider sense tingled. Something was off. The sound of police sirens rose outside, and Parker turned toward the noise, pausing on the balcony. Inside, Gwen noticed Parker hadn't come in and glanced back at him, puzzled. Parker moved to the edge of the balcony to look down. George Stacy hurried out the door and climbed into a police car. Several cars sped off with blaring sirens. Parker took it all in from the balcony, then, without hesitation, leapt off into the night. Gwen watched his figure vanish and, half to herself, muttered, "I'm in so much trouble now. Peter and Gwen, they're just like we were all those years ago. Do you remember?" Aunt May gazed up at the sky, where the young couple's affection played out, memories of her own youth with Uncle Ben resurfacing. "Yeah, of course I remember. Clear as day, ha." Uncle Ben laughed, recalling his own youthful mischief. Toby Spidey glanced at his own Gwen, and the two exchanged a gentle kiss. They were perched atop a skyscraper, the city of New York sprawling beneath them, ablaze with 1,000 lights, breathtakingly beautiful. Toby Spidey recited a poem for his Gwen. Surprised, she looked up at him, then hugged him even tighter. "Did Dr. Otto teach you that?" Gwen asked, resting her head on his chest. "Yeah. Do you like it? I've memorized a whole bunch." Toby gently stroked Gwen's back. Read me a few more poems, will you?" "Okay," she replied brightly. The scene shifted to the cab Connors had been riding in. There was now a gaping hole in the rear of the car, and the driver sat at the wheel, still shaken by what had just happened. Out on the bridge, traffic was utterly jammed. Cars were backed up as far as the eye could see, and impatient drivers leaned on their horns, creating a symphony of blaring noise. Rudget Rata, sitting in the back seat, said irritably, "Could you go check what's going on up there, Alfred?" Alfred nodded and stepped out to investigate. Suddenly, a car rear-ended Rudget Rata's taxi. He sighed with exasperation. Oh, wonderful. Thinking it was just another careless driver, he paid little attention, until another car from the adjacent lane slammed into his side, pinning him against the edge of the bridge. "Whoa, hey," he shouted, turning to glare out the window, only to see crowds of people dashing past in panic. He looked around, bewildered, as chaos erupted all around him. Rudget Rata had no idea what was happening, but instinctively tried to get out. Both doors were blocked by the surrounding cars. "Help! Somebody help!" he cried, kicking desperately at the doors with all his strength, but they wouldn't budge no matter how hard he tried. Meanwhile, Parker was already swinging above the bridge on his web, eyeing the lizard below. He quickly pulled his Spider-Man suit from his backpack. Sizing up the situation, Parker realized the lizard was searching for something. When the creature tried to flip an obstructing car out of its way, Parker leaped down, shooting webs to snag the vehicle and suspend it beneath the bridge. Inside his car, Rudget Rata watched in horror as vehicles behind him were tossed aside like toys. His heart pounded with fear. At that moment, Connors finally located his car. With a terrible screech, razor-sharp claws tore through the roof, groping for Rudget Rata. Terrified, Rudget pressed himself against the seat, but when Connors realized he couldn't reach him from above, he withdrew his hand. Just as Rudget allowed himself a sigh of relief, the claws crashed through the window, swiping at him. He barely dodged in time. The leather seat slashed open, and then the attack came from the other side. Next, the entire car was hoisted into the air by the lizard and hurled off the bridge. At that critical moment, Parker swung in with his web, delivering a powerful kick that sent Connors crashing to the ground. Then, standing atop the bridge, Parker fired webs to catch the falling car and suspend it beneath the bridge. Inside, Rudget Rata's face slammed hard against the windshield, leaving deep cracks in the glass. The camera pulled back, revealing the bridge, littered with cars dangling below, caught by Parker's webs. As he secured the last thread, Connors realized his mutation was beginning to recede. Parker was ready to chase after Connors when, from the other end of the bridge, a man's desperate cry for help rang out. "Somebody help. Please, my child is trapped." On one side, the mysterious lizard man had already begun to flee. On the other, a child was desperately in need of rescue. Parker didn't hesitate for long. He chose to save the child. He leapt onto the trunk of the car, yanked the rear windshield out with a single motion, and tossed it aside. Inside the car, the boy was screaming over and over, calling for his father. Parker hurriedly tried to comfort the boy, but with his mask on, the child instinctively recoiled in fear and kept rocking the car. Left with no choice, Parker took off his mask. "I'm just a regular person, okay?" As soon as he removed the mask, the boy's fear eased somewhat. Parker tossed the mask to him. "What's your name?" "Jack." He was about to ask, but then noticed the name stitched on the boy's backpack. "Let's get out of here." Parker carefully crawled into the car, unaware that fuel was already leaking onto the ground. He quickly unbuckled the boy's seatbelt. Just as Parker was about to lead the boy out, the gasoline reached the taillight, and a small burst of sparks ignited the fuel. Flames roared up in an instant. The web holding the car in place melted away, and Parker instantly shot another web upwards, grabbing hold of the rear bumper. He pulled with all his strength to keep the car from plunging into the river below. "Jack, climb up quick." The terrified boy froze, unable to move. Parker encouraged him. "You can do it. Put on the mask. It'll make you stronger. Trust me, Jack, put it on." Jack put the mask on, and Parker smiled with approval. "That's it, buddy. Good job. Okay, now, climb up. Come on, Jack." The bumper in Parker's grip was starting to bend under the strain. The boy mustered his courage and began to climb up. Parker knew the car wouldn't hold much longer. "Hurry up, kiddo. You're doing great. That's it. Keep coming. Don't stop. You're almost there." Parker kept up his encouraging words, hoping he could save the boy in time. Just then, the bumper snapped off completely and the car plummeted downward. "No!" Parker shouted, firing a web line that caught Jack and yanked him safely out of the falling car. Parker let out a sigh of relief, slowly reeling in the web and putting his mask back on. He then carried the boy back to his father. Jack's father wrapped him in a grateful embrace. "Thank heavens. Are you all right, my boy?" Jack beamed up at him, a smile breaking through his tears. Parker knelt silently behind them, watching the touching reunion. The father looked over at Parker and asked, "Who are you?" "Spider-Man," Parker replied, and with that, he shot a web and swung away from the bridge. Jack's father, Troy, watched the dramatic scene unfold overhead, his heart still pounding from the brush with disaster. His son had come so close to being lost forever. Jack called out, "Dad." She then threw herself into his arms. Dr. Connor's face darkened. He never expected himself to become like this. Staring at the vial of serum in front of him, he immediately chose to destroy it. At the same time, Oscorp Industries came under fierce public criticism. Board member McCann was forced to convene a meeting to discuss how to handle this disastrous situation. The mayor of New York City personally called Norman Osborn. Though he was on the brink of death, this mess was still his to clean up, since he was still the CEO of Oscorp. After hanging up, Norman Osborn, already frail, could barely hold on. He lay weakly on his bed and instructed his servant, "Bring Harry back. You rescued that little kid. Nicely done," Gwen said to Parker, carefully squeezing a rubber ball in her hand. "Thanks." Parker looked up at her, then lowered his gaze to Gwen's hands, gently placing his own over hers. In her excitement, Gwen squeezed the ball too hard and it burst again. "Oh no!" This time, Parker couldn't dodge and ended up just like George, covered in the mess. "Oh, sorry. Ha ha ha," Gwen apologized, but couldn't help bursting into laughter at the sight of Parker's disheveled appearance. Parker looked helplessly at his dirty clothes. Back at home, Parker stared at the mask lying on the floor. Only now did he begin to realize the weight of responsibility on his shoulders and understand what Uncle Ben had tried to tell him that night, a lesson he'd failed to grasp at the time. Down in the sewers, Connors reverted to his human form, gasping for breath. His right arm had disappeared once again. Finding a rag, he wrapped it around himself. He looked at a small lizard on the pipe, marveling at how perfect and beautiful the creature was. The next morning, crowds gathered outside the police station, demanding answers for what had happened the previous night. As police chief, George unflinchingly stepped forward, raising his hand to quiet the crowd. "Listen, around 9 o'clock last night, there was an incident on the Williamsburg Bridge. As for what exactly happened, we can only speculate at this point." At Uncle Ben's home, Aunt May, holding a glass of milk, watched George's speech on TV. Parker sat beside her, eating breakfast. However, several eyewitnesses and our preliminary investigation have confirmed that someone was present at the scene. Therefore, this morning, I am issuing an arrest warrant for the vigilante known as Spider-Man. Hearing George's words, the reporters on site erupted into discussion. Parker lost his appetite, gathered his backpack, and walked out the door. Aunt May watched Parker's departing figure with a puzzled look. She had no idea what had come over him. He'd been eating breakfast just fine, and then suddenly walked out. What's going on with him? Issuing a warrant for Spider-Man? But he was saving people right there. The real danger was that giant lizard. Can't he see that? Spider-Man even saved that guy who really deserved to go to hell. Damn it, doesn't he know what that crook was up to? Isn't this George the father of Gwen? How did Gwen end up with a dad like that? Can't he tell right from wrong at all? Because of George's speech broadcast on the sky screen, many citizens became extremely dissatisfied with him. With so many witnesses present, Spider-Man had clearly saved those people trapped in their cars. Yet George turned a blind eye. Watching the sky screen, George couldn't help but cover his face in embarrassment. He could already see a crowd gathering downstairs, because Gwen had inadvertently revealed their home address to Parker on the broadcast, making it easy for people to find them. Even though they couldn't enter the building, it didn't stop them from hurling insults his way. Upstairs, Parker and Gwen could hear the shouting from below. They poked their heads out, only to discover a crowd gathered at the door. "Oh, they're definitely here for Dad." Peter, Gwen immediately realized that these people must be here because they were upset about her father's attitude towards Spider-Man on the sky screen. She turned to Parker for help. Parker knew that only Spider-Man himself could resolve this situation. If he didn't handle it well, the reputation of the NYPD might take a serious hit. He told Gwen to stay in the room and keep practicing with her powers while he headed for the door. After glancing at George, he prepared to go downstairs. "Hey, Peter, wait, you can't just go out like that." George called after him, then rummaged through his closet and tossed Peter a change of clothes. Only then did Parker realize how dirty he was. After changing, Parker and George went downstairs together. Gwen, unwilling to stay cooped up in the room, ran out onto the balcony to watch the scene unfold with Helen and the others. It took all of Parker's persuasive skills to finally calm the crowd and get them to disperse. By the end, his mouth felt as dry as the desert. "Oh, what a headache. We really need to come up with a plan soon," Parker said to George, his shoulders slumped in exhaustion. This was already the second time something like this had happened. "Yeah," George replied, feeling the same fatigue. The worst part was that every time, it was something his broadcast self had said. That caused real-world trouble for him. If it weren't for Parker stepping in, he might have been forced to resign by tomorrow. Later, on campus, Gwen and Parker sat together on a sports field, watching the football team practice. Parker handed Gwen the specimen jar containing the spider that had bitten him. Gwen gazed at the tiny spider inside the glass, unable to hold back a sigh. "It's beautiful, but it sure knows how to bite," Parker replied. Parker made a sarcastic remark, recalling just how long he had suffered after being bitten and how he'd been tormented by his spider sense for quite some time afterward. "Who else knows about this?" Gwen asked with curiosity. "Only you," Parker replied with a gentle smile. Really, Gwen was a little surprised and delighted. This was a secret just between the two of them, and it said a lot about the place she held in Parker's heart. "Hey, you don't believe what the police are saying, do you?" Parker looked at Gwen with a hint of nervousness. She shook her head. "Of course not. Do your powers ever scare you?" Parker did have his worries. He feared being taken away for experiments. But on the surface, he just grinned and answered Gwen cheerfully. "No, not at all." Gwen studied Parker's face and knew he wasn't being totally honest, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she changed the subject. "What did that thing on the bridge look like?" "It was huge. Definitely not human," Parker said, still shaken by his first encounter with the lizard. Keep a low profile, Gwen reminded him. I can't do that, Parker replied, understanding what Gwen meant. The police were already after him, but he couldn't turn his back on what needed to be done. You have to. Gwen tried to warn him against doing anything so dangerous, but Parker just shook his head. Confused, she asked why not. Because last night, those people on the bridge, the thing that attacked them, could have killed them. So, I have to catch it. Parker pressed his lips together, a look of determination in his eyes. He'd spent most of the previous night thinking, remembering Uncle Ben's final words to him. Both Uncle Ben and Richard Parker had believed that if you have the power to help others, you have a moral responsibility to do so. Parker couldn't just let Connors go unchecked. He had to stop him. This was his duty, and it was what Uncle Ben would have wanted. He couldn't let him down. Gwen gave a gentle shake of her head. This isn't your responsibility. Maybe it is. Parker gazed deeply at Gwen's beautiful face, then suddenly said, You know, I really like kissing you. You're an amazing kisser. Gwen blushed and turned away, too shy to meet his eyes. You know, that kiss was really special for me too, she admitted, looking up at him. Oh, really? Parker leaned in closer to Gwen. Just as their lips were about to meet, a football came flying toward them. Without even turning his head, Parker caught it effortlessly with one hand. He threw it back with a flick of his wrist. Gwen watched as the football soared across the field and slammed into the goalpost, leaving a deep dent in it. The noise finally made Parker snap out of the moment and look over. Wow, who did this? The Olive Team players stared in disbelief at the goalpost, now bent out of shape. Parker and Gwen exchanged a glance, both surprised. Helen looked up at Parker's image on the big screen, her satisfaction growing. He was capable and responsible, just the kind of person she admired. Her three sons gazed at Parker from across the table, their faces filled with admiration. Beside him, Gwen sat quietly, carefully picking at her food with 2 fingers holding an iron spoon. After dinner, everyone gathered to watch television. The evening news covered Oscorp's solution for the lizard serum. The company announced that all batches already produced would be destroyed. Dr. Connors would continue studying the formula and only resume experiments once he had perfected the regenerative serum, ensuring that the disaster scene on the big screen would never come to pass. That night, the mayor of New York even held a press conference, stating that the city government would send officials to Oscorp for oversight and to investigate the truth behind the deaths of Richard and Mary Parker. He pledged to do right by Spider-Man, Peter Parker, vowing that his parents' deaths would not be in vain. Furthermore, he promised to offer Spider-Man every possible assistance, making sure the tragic misunderstandings from the big screen would never become reality. Hearing this, Parker found himself a little overwhelmed with emotion. At last, there was hope he might learn the true cause of his parents' deaths. Over at Oscorp, Parker arrived at Dr. Connor's office, only to find it empty. He called out loudly, "Is anyone here?" Looking at the desk in disarray, Parker noticed a syringe lying among the mess. Picking it up, he realized it was empty, the very one Connors had used the night before and forgotten to put away. Just as Parker was examining the syringe, Connors' voice startled him. "It's not polite to snoop, you know." Parker, seeing Connors, couldn't help but smile. Connors explained, "I gave everyone a week off." Suddenly, it made sense to Parker why the place was deserted. "Aren't you supposed to be in school?" Connors asked, a little uneasy, worried that Parker might discover his mutation. "No, I don't have any classes right now. I just wanted to ask you something. How does a predator track down a reptile?" Parker explained, then revealed the reason for his visit. "Oh, they don't need to. Most reptiles are at the top of their food chain. They're the kings of their own domains." Connors replied, his back to Parker as he tidied up the room. "They must have some weakness, right? Why the sudden interest in cold-blooded creatures?" Connors turned, fixing Parker with a curious gaze. Parker couldn't admit he wanted to track down the lizard from the night before, so he simply said it was for a school biology assignment and he needed to write an overview. "So, do these cold-blooded creatures react to sudden changes in temperature?" "Well, you'd have to catch one first. There's talk of a new species appearing in New York. Have you heard? It's said to be strikingly beautiful and absolutely enormous." Connors gazed intently at the syringe in his hand as he spoke. When he mentioned the lizard-like creature from last night, Parker couldn't help but stand up, asking, "How do you know about it? Have you seen it yourself?" "No, but it's hardly a secret. Still, it might be extremely dangerous, especially if it feels threatened." Connor's eyes fixed seriously on Parker, who noticed the strange marks on the doctor's neck, a lingering effect of the lizard serum. "Are you all right, doctor?" Parker asked with some concern. "I've never felt better, Peter. Never in my life. Now, if you don't mind, I must ask you to leave. I'm working on a new project, and I'd rather not be disturbed." Connors pulled open the door, ushering Parker out. Parker nodded, taking one last look at the chaotic office before leaving. "Don't worry, Mr. Parker. I'll be back soon. Wonderful things are about to happen. Wonderful things." Connors called out as he exited, leaving Parker deep in thought. watching his retreating figure. Just then, a strange commotion caught Parker's attention. He turned and walked over, only to discover a hole in a glass enclosure, with traces of blood still visible around the edges. Looking closer, Parker saw the mutated Freddy gnawing on a white mouse. Stunned, he could barely believe his eyes. Freddy! In that instant, everything fell into place. He realized the symptoms on Dr. Connors. Parker rushed out, intent on pursuing him, but Connors had already vanished. Oh shoot! At the horrifying sight, a mother quickly covered her child's eyes, as if that alone could shield them from the gruesome spectacle. Many citizens felt a wave of nausea. The blood and violence were almost too much to bear. It seemed certain that many children wouldn't be sleeping soundly that night. Connors, his face grim, looked at Freddy one last time before painfully destroying both the creature and the remaining vials of lizard serum. I think I need to pay Dr. Connors a visit, Parker declared. At that moment, Parker was sitting with George, and Uncle Ben was there too. Across from them sat the mayor of New York. The mayor decided to have George's precinct officially hire Peter Parker, making him a real officer with full privileges, no longer just a volunteer. Whenever Parker deemed it necessary, he'd have the authority to act as law enforcement. Moreover, considering the safety of Uncle Ben and Aunt May, the mayor gifted them a villa, ensuring they'd have a secure home and that Uncle Ben wouldn't have to go house hunting anymore. That villa once belonged to a fallen tycoon. After his bankruptcy, it was supposed to be put up for auction to pay off debts. But the mayor of New York, eager to win favor with Spider-Man's fans in the States, gritted his teeth and bought it at a low price, only to give it away. After all, protests had happened more than once, not just outside police stations, but even at City Hall. Parker just hadn't noticed, since he hadn't watched the news lately. The villa was truly luxurious, so much so that even George Stacy, as police commissioner, could only admire it from a distance. It boasted state-of-the-art security systems and was nestled in an upscale neighborhood. Parker and Uncle Ben were reluctant to accept something they hadn't earned, but the mayor insisted this was the best way to calm his fans. George understood the mayor's concerns. The night before, the mayor had spent over an hour on the phone with him, all for today's matter. He persuaded Parker, candidly telling him that if he felt uneasy accepting the gift, he could always pay it back once he had the means. As for where that money would come from, George assured him there was no need to worry. Parker was bound to be wealthy someday. He just hadn't come into his fortune yet. With some persuasion, they finally agreed, mostly because Parker relented. He didn't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May to suffer on his account. Uncle Ben had already found a new place a bit out of the way, but at least quiet and with few neighbors. But now, with the villa, there was no need for the old house anymore. Meanwhile, in front of Norman Osborn's mansion, a luxury car rolled to a stop. Inside sat Harry Osborn, gazing up at the sky, murmuring to himself, "Peter, I'm back." The scene shifted. George Stacy was on the phone with the mayor. "Mr. Mayor, if there's a dinosaur running loose, you'll be the first to know. So please, tell your son not to worry, all right?" "Yes. You and I are on the same page, sir." After hanging up, George turned to Parker. "Mr. Parker, why aren't you in school?" "No classes today," Parker explained again. "All right then, I'm busy, so let's get to the point," George said, stepping out of the office with Parker following close behind. "No problem. The creature running amok in Manhattan isn't a dinosaur. It's something much more dangerous. And I know who it is," Parker blurted out, quickly explaining why he'd come. "You know who it is?" George turned to Parker, clearly surprised. "Dr. Kurt Connors. He's a biologist." "The one from Oscorp?" "Dr. Connors. He's my daughter's mentor. Are you sure you mean him?" George repeated, needing confirmation. "Yes," Parker replied, absolutely certain. "Recently, Dr. Connors wrote Gwen a college recommendation letter. It was so touching, I had tears in my eyes reading it. And now you're asking me to believe he's running around dressed as a dinosaur? It's not cosplay, and he's not a dinosaur. He's turned himself into a gigantic lizard." Peter knew it would be almost impossible to convince George of this. The thought of the esteemed doctor becoming a monster made Peter press his hands to his face in distress. After listening, George closed his eyes and took a deep breath before asking, "Let me ask you something first. Do I look like the mayor of Tokyo to you?" George felt Peter was joking with him. Anyone overhearing might think they were in Tokyo, and Connors was Godzilla. "I'm telling you the absolute truth. This man has devoted his life to researching cross-species genetic transplantation. He lost an arm and wanted to regrow it, but the formula wasn't stable. That's why he turned into a lizard man. He's using lizard DNA. He's extremely dangerous, and right now he's planning something terrible. I'm sure of it. I know it." Peter tried desperately to convince George, but George just thought Peter had read one too many books and was now sleep-talking in front of him. So, with a perfunctory tone, he said, "Here's our plan. You go back and enjoy the sights with the good citizens of Tokyo, and I'll protect the people of this beautiful city." Then he instructed an officer to escort Peter back to school. Peter pressed his hands together, pleading, "Captain Stacy, I'm not here to cause trouble. Bring him to the station. You have to call him in. You have to bring him here. He's a threat to everyone." Butler, the officer, started to drag Peter away, and as he was led farther and farther out, Peter's voice rose. "Please, you have to believe me." Butler, losing patience, shoved him out of the police station. George watched Peter thoughtfully. Once Peter was outside, George walked aside, pinching the bridge of his nose, and said, "Jimmy, I want every file you have on Dr. Kurt Connors, all right? Hurry." Poor Peter Parker. It's hard to take what he said seriously, especially since Connors even wrote Gwen a recommendation letter. Tony set down his tools, snapped his fingers, and a small robot rolled over carrying 2 glasses of whiskey. Tony handed one to Banner. "It's true. If someone had told me ages ago that gamma rays could cause mutations, I wouldn't have believed it either," Banner said, taking a small sip. Yeah, who could blame George? He's seen all kinds of storms in his life, but never someone mutating into a lizard. It's normal not to believe it, but at least he listened to Peter and started looking into Connors. Connors sat slumped in his office, looking a bit despondent. Peter walked in through the door unimpeded. Everyone recognized him. "Doctor, are you all right?" After Parker left the mayor's office, he headed straight to Oscorp Industries. Seeing Connors with a scruffy beard, he couldn't help but ask with concern the matter of the house he'd left to Uncle Ben. After all, with Captain George Stacy running the police department, Parker figured George wouldn't do him any harm. "Peter, you're here. Have a seat," Connors said, pulling out a chair for Parker. I don't really know what to say. All my hard work has failed. They've put my research on hold, at least until they're sure there won't be any more risks if it resumes." Although he claimed publicly that his work would continue, the board had flatly forbidden it. With government investigators preparing to dig in, they didn't want any more trouble at a critical moment. "Now, I suddenly find myself with nothing to do." "Peter," Connors let out a weary sigh, feeling the heavy pressure of public opinion, just as Otto once had. If anything, his situation was even worse. "I believe in you, Doctor. Hang in there. Didn't the simulation succeed? All you need to do now is find the right balance. Make sure the lizard genes don't interfere with human DNA. I know you can do it." Parker encouraged him earnestly. "Yeah, I know, I just can't quite handle the blow right now. I nearly caused a disaster." "Peter," Connors admitted, his confidence shaken after so many years of effort had led to this. "The one who nearly caused disaster was Rudget Ratha, not you. You just tried to stop him. You're not the one at fault. If he hadn't been so reckless, things wouldn't have gone this far." Parker didn't want to see Connors give up like this. Besides blaming him for being too hasty, many believed Connors had simply tried to prevent Rudget Ratha's reckless experiments. His intentions were never bad. What's more, under Ratha's threats and temptations, Connors had refused the unreasonable demand for human trials. What happened was only because of the lizard serum's influence. Hearing Parker's comfort and encouragement, Connors finally seemed to recover a little. He resolved to revisit the zero decay rate algorithm before the experiments resumed, calculating what gene ratio would achieve balance. It might take a long time, but he didn't mind. He'd already waited so many years. Parker left the police station and strolled down the street. Suddenly, his spider sense tingled, drawing his attention to a lizard perched on a railing. He watched as if lured by some unseen force, the lizards slipped one by one into the sewers. He couldn't help but ponder. On the sidewalk lay a bundle of newspapers, with a headline splashed across the front above a photo of a menacing claw. "Reward for evidence." Clearly, the police were soliciting leads related to Connors. Down in the sewers, Connors' voice echoed. "Subject, Dr. Kurt Connors. Current temperature, 89.7 degrees Fahrenheit. The situation has remained stable for 48 hours. Blood tests show that the lymphocyte and monocyte counts are consistent with the subject's previous readings." It was Connors, carefully recording his data after using the lizard serum. At that moment, Parker descended on a strand of webbing from one of the manholes. "The coagulation rate has increased dramatically. Muscle response, strength, and agility have both improved significantly." Connors continued speaking into the camera, listing off the experimental results he'd observed. Meanwhile, at a crossroads deep within the sewer system, Parker fired webs toward every exit, anchoring them around the chamber until a giant web stretched across the entire junction. Connors then removed his glasses. Vision has improved as well. The subject no longer requires corrective lenses. This isn't just about curing disease anymore. This is the pursuit of perfection. By now, Parker had finished setting his web. Connors picked up another vial of the lizard serum to attempt further correction and prevent relapse. I've increased the dosage to 200 milligrams. Without hesitation, he plunged the syringe into his severed arm, injecting the serum deep into his body. As the chemicals entered his system, Connor's expression turned ferocious. He knocked the camera over with a violent sweep. Parker lounged atop his web, idly playing a game on his phone. Suddenly, a subtle tremor ran through one of the silken strands. Instantly alert, Parker sensed something crawling across his carefully laid web. He rose slowly, eyes fixed on the direction of the disturbance, his gloved hand gripping the trembling thread. Pulling his mask down over his face, he focused all his attention on that spot. Just as Parker was about to crawl along the web toward the source, another strand quivered, then another, and another, until nearly every line of webbing was shuddering. He couldn't tell where the intruder was coming from. Then, from one of the shadowy sewer exits, a hulking black shape appeared. Parker's gaze locked onto it, tense and ready. A moment later, a small lizard scurried out. Parker barely had time to sigh in relief before he realized more and more lizards were swarming toward him, covering every inch of his web. For a moment, Parker was at a loss. But then he noticed all the lizards converging at the center of the web, moving together in a single direction. He decided to follow, creeping silently in their wake. Connors. He's still experimenting, using himself as the subject. But the real tragedy is he made a mistake right from the start. Banner watched Connors with a hint of pity. The flaws in the lizard serum were painfully clear. Its effects were only temporary, and when it wore off, Connors would lose his right arm all over again. Yet he kept walking farther down this road, unable, or unwilling, to turn back, just as everyone was still preoccupied with thoughts about Connors. Bald Egg received an analysis report on the Peter Parker of their own universe. Although they had searched in the early days, they hadn't carefully compared details like family members. It wasn't until The Amazing Spider-Man also turned out to be named Peter Parker that they began to take it seriously. Among them, the youngest was not even 10 years old, and the oldest was already over 30. These all roughly fit some of the conditions related to Peter Parker shown in the sky screen. Orphan with an uncle named Ben and an aunt named May. The one who fit best was a young boy. However, his uncle had passed away 2 years earlier, which did not match the fate of Peter Parker in the sky screen. Peter Parker gained superpowers and then lost his uncle, whose death guided Peter to become Spider-Man. Bald Egg thought it might have been coincidence once, but twice could not be mere chance. They also found information on Jameson. Their world also had a Daily Bugle, and the boss looked remarkably similar, but that was where the similarities ended. This Daily Bugle didn't have Brant or Robbie. After a close, high-definition comparison, they confirmed it was not the same person. Only the presence of the Daily Bugle made Mother of men suspect that their universe must have a Peter Parker as well, just one they hadn't found yet. Meanwhile, Parker crawled slowly along his web. As he left the narrow tunnel and reached a junction leading off in every direction, a tail suddenly dangled from the ceiling behind him. Parker sensed someone at his back. He glanced upward just in time to see Connors leap at him from overhead. The camera, stuck to the sewer wall with webbing, was jolted into action, its flash bursting and revealing Connors' ferocious face. Connors used his weight to pin Parker down. Though Parker struggled with all his might, Connors still managed to grab him by the throat. The combined weight of the two caused some of the web-covered wall to crack and crumble. You stopped me once. You can't stop me again. I'm getting stronger every day. Connors roared, glaring down at Parker. Parker braced Connors' right claw with one hand, but to his shock, Connors' talons grew even longer, and the razor-sharp claws left 3 bleeding gashes across Parker's chest. Reeling from the pain, Parker summoned his strength and pushed Connors' claw away from his head. Seizing the moment, he landed a punch, but the force of the blow caused the web-covered wall to collapse, sending them both plunging into the water below. Underwater, Parker found it impossible to fight Connors. Kicking him away, Parker immediately tried to escape. He reached for his web shooters, only to realize they didn't work underwater. Left with no choice, he swam quickly, smashing aside a metal grate that blocked his way and squeezing through. Connors, hindered by his mutated, bulky form, couldn't fit into the narrow passage. Left behind, he could only rage helplessly, roaring in frustration. Parker squeezed out of the narrow passage, only to be swept away at once by the rushing current. He tried desperately to grip the wall, but the slippery surface gave him no hold, and he was washed right out of the sewer. Pulling himself onto a nearby step, Parker couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this is terrible." Meanwhile, Connors crawled back to the spot where he had just battled Parker. Tugging at the strands of web clinging to his body, he accidentally triggered the camera, and the sudden flash caught his attention. He yanked the camera off the wall, only to discover a bold label. Peter Parker, personal property. Connor stared at the signature, murmuring, Peter Parker? Rage flared in his eyes, and with a single squeeze, he crushed the camera to pieces. Oh, it really is terrible. Tony frowned as he watched Parker attempt to fire his web shooters, only to find they wouldn't work. Jarvis, make a note in Spider-Man's file. Web shooters need to function underwater, and add underwater breathing gear and a heater. Tony commented offhandedly. Certainly, sir. What do you mean? Banner looked at Tony with a puzzled expression, having no idea what he was up to. Well, here's my thinking. There are Spider-Men in so many universes. What if we have one in ours too? If I prepare an armor set now, plus another one designed to counter him, it'll be useful whether he's a friend or a foe. Tony explained. Banner looked at Tony, completely baffled, and couldn't help but ask, will there be one for me too? Tony gave an awkward chuckle at that and didn't answer. Okay, fair enough. Banner let it go. After all, no one knew better than him the destructive power of the Hulk. If someone could deal with the Hulk, that was certainly for the best. Tobey's Spider-Man, however, looked quite serious. He was replaying the recent fight between Garfield's Spider-Man and Connor's in his mind. It was obvious that Connor's strength far surpassed Garfield's, to the point that Garfield hadn't been able to break free from his grip. It seemed the intelligence from the Skynet was accurate. Garfield's physical abilities were weaker than his own, and since he'd been ambushed, it was only natural he was at a disadvantage. Still, Tobey had never realized that web shooters didn't work underwater. He thought he'd better test for himself whether he could fire webs in water. Gwen was sitting in her room, completely absorbed in her computer, when a battered, bruised Parker appeared outside her window. Noticing she hadn't seen him, he tapped his head against the glass. Gwen heard the sound and turned to see Parker outside. At first, she didn't notice his injuries. She just tilted her head, gesturing for him to come in. You know, maybe you should consider coming in through the front door for once. And by the way, my dad still thinks it's time you saw a therapist. Gwen said with a laugh. Oh, is that so? Parker replied, grinning as he stumbled awkwardly into the room. Only then did Gwen notice something was wrong with him. Peter. She quickly got up and came over to Parker, her face full of worry as she asked, what happened? She gently helped Parker lie down on the chair. Parker managed a faint smile and said, you should have seen the other guy. He suddenly turned from a man into a massive lizard. As Parker was talking to Gwen, George walked over and called out, Hey Gwen, sweetheart, 1 cup of cocoa? Howard's making some. Hearing her father's voice, Gwen immediately tensed up and hurriedly motioned for Parker to keep quiet. Parker quickly got up and hid behind the chair. Gwen swung the door open and called out to George, No, Dad, I don't want any cocoa. Besides, I'm already 17. All right, but I seem to remember someone just last week saying her dream was to live in a chocolate house. George teased her, grinning. That's not realistic. Bang. Gwen slammed the door shut, then opened it again to add, and it would make me gain weight. George found Gwen's behavior a bit baffling. Once the door was closed again, Gwen turned to look at Parker, who was peeking out from behind the chair with a mischievous smile, and whispered, A chocolate house. Gwen rolled her eyes at him. Then she opened the door once more, saying, Sorry, Dad. No witties. George waved his hand dismissively. I can't have cocoa right now because I'm kind of busy. I'm having cramps. I feel awful, and I'm a little emotional, like I could cry at any moment. Thinking on her feet, Gwen pretended to have period pains. Sure enough, George didn't suspect a thing and replied, All right, I get it. It's really bad. Trust me, you wouldn't want to know. It's terrible, she said, waving her hands for emphasis. Understood. George nodded repeatedly. Thanks, Dad. Gwen managed to smile and quickly closed the door. Later, George looked over at Gwen, who was drinking cocoa, and teased, Gwen, when did you learn to fib to your dad? Weren't you worried about gaining weight? Gwen gave an awkward little laugh and quietly set her cup down. Helen watched the two of them with a gentle, amused smile. Howard tugged at her sleeve and asked curiously, Why does drinking cocoa make you gain weight? He loved cocoa more than anything. When is Parker coming over? The youngest son asked Gwen, looking up at her. Parker was supposed to help Uncle Ben's family move, but he still hadn't arrived. Gwen replied, He told me he'd be a bit late. Will he get his clothes dirty again? Faced with this deadly question, Gwen was at a loss for words, so embarrassed she nearly wore a hole in her shoe with her toe. Gwen, George asked, puzzled by the look of utter despair on her face as she sat across from him. Parker took off his shirt, revealing his strong, well-defined muscles. Gwen held a towel in her hand, gently dabbing at Parker's wounds. The sting made Parker flinch, his body tensing for a moment. He looked at Gwen, who was tending to his injuries with such care, and couldn't help but straighten up, wanting to kiss her. Hold still, bud boy, Gwen chided with a teasing smile. Parker couldn't help but laugh. What did you just call me? Their foreheads touched, and Parker reached up to caress Gwen's cheek, reassuring her. I'll be fine, I promise. No, you won't, Gwen protested, her worry clear. I will. Parker insisted, kissing her cheek as he tried to comfort her. I know what this is about, Gwen said suddenly. Parker was puzzled. What do you mean? Ever since I can remember, every single day, my dad would leave the house in the morning, pinning his badge to his chest, strapping his gun to his waist. And every day, as far back as I can remember, I've been afraid he'd never come back. Seeing the worry in Gwen's eyes, Parker pressed his lips together and gently cupped her face in his hands. I understand, okay? He knew exactly what Gwen was thinking, but he also knew he had to stop Connors. But I have to stop him, Gwen. I have to, because I created this. He held Gwen close as he spoke these words. Gwen looked at him, confused. What do you mean? I gave him the formula. I'm the reason this happened. My father, he used to work on some things, secret research. Now I understand why he kept it hidden. The point is, this is my responsibility. I have to make things right. Peter, Gwen nuzzled her face into his palm, no longer trying to change his mind. Hey, let's go out and get some fresh air. Just for a little while, okay? Parker said with a hopeful smile. No, I can't, Gwen replied, anxious. Come on, it'll be fine. Parker urged her. Really, I can't. If my parents see I'm gone, I'll be done for. Gwen's voice trembled with fear of being caught. Parker gave her a reassuring smile. They won't see you leave. The next moment, under the night sky, Parker swung through the city's skyscrapers, holding Gwen as they soared on webs above the shimmering lights. Deep in the sewers, Connors muttered to himself, Peter Parker. It was as if a second voice echoed in the air. Spider-Man, I'm not the only one who needs help anymore. I'll never be alone again, never outcast. Widespread adaptation will push human evolution forward. Survival of the fittest. Connors listened to the voice in his mind as he set to work once more, preparing the lizard serum. The lizard scales on his face had grown even more pronounced, evidence of the gene invasion deepening. He murmured, so, if I can shed my skin like a snake, maybe I'll finally be free from the prison of this flesh. Once you realize what you're truly capable of, could you really give it up? All this power you feel. I can save them. Connors slowly walked up to the machine, picked up a vial of the lizard serum, and without hesitation injected it into himself. After enduring a wave of excruciating pain, he felt that overwhelming strength surge through him once more. You can't stop. My plan, Peter Parker. Connors turned his head. His eyes had become vertical slits, and lizard-like scales swiftly crawled across his skin. A tail sprouted rapidly from his back. George's face was unreadable, saying nothing at all. Gwen kept her head down, not daring to meet George's gaze, cursing Parker in her heart at least 100 times. This was just too awful. Then she noticed her ruined slippers, and her mood grew even worse. Oh, for heaven's sake! The original Dr. Connors frowned as he watched his corrupted self on the sky screen, rubbing his forehead. His reputation was truly suffering from this. Many people, seeing the second Connors' descent into darkness, were demanding that the government investigate him, which had caused no small amount of trouble. Norman Osborn, the elder, watched Connors, as if seeing a reflection of his own past. He too had once been tempted by a darker side, nearly causing disaster, if Parker hadn't stopped him in time. What's he planning? Going after Peter? Uncle Ben set down a piece of furniture, looking up at the sky screen and shaking his head. It seemed Peter Parker's extraordinary journey wouldn't be an easy one. I'd say that's pretty likely. Parker squeezed through the door, struggling with 2 bulging shopping bags. It was a good thing the villa's entrance was wide enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fit. You'd better be careful. Don't underestimate the situation, Uncle Ben said earnestly. Parker nodded, already wondering how on earth he was going to break the news that Gwen had gained superpowers too. Meanwhile, the second Connors let out a sigh. The more unhinged his counterpart appeared on the sky screen, the greater the pressure he felt. If Parker hadn't immediately stepped forward to clear his name after becoming a special police officer, Connors doubted he'd even dare set foot outside his own door. It's worth noting that Rudget Ratha, as if knowing there was absolutely no way out, stubbornly refused to reveal the truth about Richard and Mary Parker's deaths. Since this case was highly sensitive, George had no choice but to hand him over to the FBI. Better to let them handle this hot potato than leave it with the NYPD. He couldn't very well tell Parker that they hadn't gotten a single answer. At Midtown Science High School, the halls buzzed with students preparing for class. In one of the bathrooms, the toilet lid began to shudder. Violently, then, in the next instant, the entire toilet collapsed inward. A massive, clawed hand burst up from the hole, followed by Connors himself emerging from the pit. Parker and the other students, startled by the commotion, all turned to look in that direction. Upon seeing a terrifying creature burst out from the bathroom, The students were so frightened that they scattered in a desperate dash for their lives. Go, 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 Parker shouted at Gwen, who glanced back at Parker as she ran, concern etched on her face. Amidst the flood of fleeing students, Peter Parker alone fought his way against the tide. Dr. Connors fixed his gaze on Peter, and the two charged straight at each other. Connors lunged forward, extending his claws to snatch at Parker, but Parker slid deftly beneath him and fired a web to entangle the monster's feet. Thrown off balance, Connors crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Parker leapt onto his back and raised his fist to strike. But Connors anticipated his move, caught Parker's arm, and yanked him down. Parker scrambled to his feet, but when Connors tried to grab him again, he only managed to get hold of Peter's backpack. Parker tried to put some distance between them, but Connors caught him once more. Grabbing Parker by the collar, Connors slammed him hard against the lockers, then hurled him clear across the hallway. Peter crashed through a wooden window and landed in a nearby classroom. He skidded across the floor, before coming to a stop, just as Connors burst through the wall in pursuit. Peter struggled to rise, but Connors stomped down on his arm, pinning him. Connors slashed with his claws, but Peter braced his legs against them, then grabbed a chair and swung it at the monster. The chair bounced off, barely phasing Connors. There's nowhere left to hide, Peter, Connors growled, slamming his claw into the floor and carving deep grooves into the tiles. Peter clung desperately to Connors' leg, when suddenly he spotted his backpack lying in a corridor. He fired a web to snatch it over, and, as he leapt up to catch it, Connors seized him and hurled him against another wall. Peter crashed through the wall, landing in total darkness. Connors couldn't see what was inside, but noticing a set of chemicals on a desk, he grabbed a few, mixed them quickly, and tossed the violently reacting concoction through the hole in the wall. The chemicals exploded the instant they hit the ground. Connors called out to Peter inside. Those lost souls. I can save them. I can cure them. There's no need to stop me, Peter. A shoe came flying out of the darkness, smacking Connors in the face. With a furious roar, Connors glared as Parker leapt from the shadows, now clad in his Spider-Man suit. Parker fired webs at the ceiling lights, yanking them down to crash into Connors, staggering the creature. When Connors looked up again, Peter had vanished. Connors scanned the room, searching, unaware that Parker was now clinging to the ceiling right above him. Suddenly, Parker dropped onto Connors' back. You're not thinking straight, Doctor. He shot webs to bind Connors' head and arms, while Connors twisted and thrashed, trying to grab hold of Peter, but Peter was far too agile. Connors just couldn't catch him. Stop. This isn't you. Parker was still trying to reason with Connors, but by now Connors was completely under the control of the lizard persona. When it realized it couldn't catch Parker, it slammed itself furiously against the wall. Caught off guard, Parker was knocked into a row of lockers. Connors lunged at him with his claws, but Parker nimbly dodged, leaping up to the ceiling. Let's talk this out, Doctor, Parker shouted desperately. Connors ignored his words, scuttling up onto the ceiling in pursuit. Parker dodged another pounce, then quickly fired webs in an attempt to pin Connors' claws to the wall. Unfortunately, the webs stuck to the locker doors. With a single powerful yank, Connors tore the doors off completely. Not only did it fail to trap him, but now Connors had a new weapon in hand. Realizing just how bad things had gotten, Parker blurted out, "Oh God!" Connors swung the locker door menacingly, while Parker flipped backward again and again to avoid the blows. Spotting an opening as Connors planted his feet wide apart, Parker fired a web in the opposite direction, vaulting right between Connors' legs and landing on the other side. All right, don't want to talk? Fine, take this. Connors, watching Parker dart about like a monkey, let out an enraged roar, only for Parker to shoot a web straight onto the creature's mouth, muffling the sound. Connors ripped the web away from his face, even angrier now. He spun around, sweeping his tail in a wide arc and then smashing it down hard at Parker. Parker caught the tail with both hands. Don't make me hurt. You, he gasped, struggling to hold on. Just as he tried to swing Connors away, the tail whipped him mercilessly against the wall, interrupting his words again and again. Finally, Connors hurled Parker across the hall with a mighty toss. In the chaos, Parker managed to tear off Connors' tail. Clutching it, he crashed through the door into the hallway and tumbled to the floor. Connors stalked after him, and as he walked, a new tail began to grow from his body. Disgusted, Parker tossed the severed tail aside and muttered, "That's just nasty." With a quick backflip, Parker sprang to his feet, shooting a web that latched onto Connors. Using the web's tension, he kicked off with both legs and slammed into Connors' chest. To his surprise, Connors took the hit head-on and seized the opportunity to grab Parker's head, smashing it against the glass. Connors began to squeeze, trying to crush Parker's skull. Just then, Gwen appeared out of nowhere. Gripping a metal ornament, she struck Connors on the head. Startled, Connors released Parker and turned to face her. "Gwen," Parker called out. Though fear racked her heart, Gwen refused to run. She wanted to stand by Parker's side and fight. Connors raised his claws to strike at her, but Parker quickly fired a web, yanking Connors' arm back. Without missing a beat, Parker started circling Connors, spinning webs as he moved, wrapping the lizard up in a cocoon of sticky threads. Like a true spider, Parker darted around and over Connors, weaving his trap tighter with every pass that he bound its hands and tail tightly together with webs, then shot strands in every direction, sticking them all over its body. In no time, a thick cocoon of webs locked Connors firmly in place. He couldn't budge an inch. Next, Parker fired a web at the ornament in Gwen's hand, pulling both her and the trinket toward him in one swift motion. He snatched the item from her grasp and hurled out the window. Glass shattered with a loud crash. Parker wrapped his arms around Gwen and said, "I'm about to throw you out the window." "What?" Gwen barely had time to react before Parker tossed her outside, then immediately shot a web to catch her and left her dangling safely beneath the corridor. At that moment, Connors finally broke free from the sticky restraints, tearing every strand of web from his body. Police sirens blared outside the window. Connors glanced outside, then fixed his gaze back on Parker. "Oh boy, looks like someone's a very naughty lizard." Parker crouched, grinning as he teased Connors. "Wow, that's incredible. He's just like a real spider. The way he moves, his skills. It's truly spectacular." The Toby spider watched the Garfield spider in action, brimming with admiration, compared to his own strength. In brick throwing, the Garfield spider's agility and flair were on another level, both more graceful and more dazzling to watch. Do you think you could do that?" the first Gwen asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she looked at the Toby spider. Yeah, of course I can. No problem. Trust me." The Toby spider hesitated for a moment, but then answered with forced confidence. Inwardly, he resolved that he'd have to practice hard. No way he'd let himself lose face. "Okay." The first Gwen smiled gently, her anticipation quietly growing for the Toby spider's performance. "But, do you remember what the narrator by the screen once said?" The Toby spider suddenly recalled something as he watched the Garfield spider toss the second Gwen, then catch her with a web. What was it?" The first Gwen looked puzzled, not quite following. "No, it's nothing. Probably just my imagination." The Toby spider shook his head and dropped the subject. Seeing this, the first Gwen let the matter rest as well. Meanwhile, inside the library, a familiar old man sat calmly, listening to soothing music through his headphones. Behind him, Parker and Connors smashed through a wall and burst into the room. Parker grabbed the nearest book and hurled it at Connors' head, then vaulted into a backflip to dodge Connors' lunge. Connors seized the table and hurled it straight at Parker. Parker quickly shot a web, snagging the table in midair and flinging it back so it wouldn't hit the old man. Oblivious to the chaos, the old man, still listening to his music, picked up his bag of bread and strolled out of the library, entirely unaware of the fierce battle behind him. Just as the old man stepped out the door, Parker shot past behind him, crashed into the bookshelf, and tumbled to the floor. Weakened, Parker lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to get back up, only to find that Connors had vanished without a trace. He searched the campus, cautiously for any sign of Connors, when suddenly he heard a commotion up ahead and immediately quickened his pace to investigate. He arrived at a devastated bathroom, its floor littered with debris from the collapsed building. Parker carefully glanced toward the stall Connors had come from, where Connor's white lab coat was still hanging. That old man, he really didn't notice a thing. Ha ha ha. Tony burst into laughter. Banner, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle as well. Peter Parker was fighting for his life in there, and he just listened to his music, completely oblivious. Parker even pulled a chair back that was about to hit him, so thoughtful. "These headphones are perfect for blocking out sound. Incredible." He didn't hear a thing, not even with all that chaos. "I need to get a pair of those headphones. What brand are they? I want the same model." No sooner had Parker finished moving into his new place than he received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, a voice on the other end surprised him. Outside the campus, firefighters and police officers were examining the scene. The bespectacled girl, MJ, and others were being interviewed by officers to make sure they were all right. Armed SWAT teams were setting up perimeter defenses, and Gwen was trying to reach Parker by phone. Down in the sewer, Parker's backpack began to ring. He pulled out his phone and answered. "Hey, where are you?" Gwen's voice was filled with concern. "I am okay. I'm in the sewer, tracking it. I have to stop it before anyone gets hurt. But we need the antidote. Can you prepare the serum?" Parker asked as he hurried along. "I can. I help Dr. Connors make serums all the time." "Okay, great. I need you to go to Oscorp. Find a cross-species file. It's a blue serum, file number 12,389. Okay, I'll go right away. Gwen hung up and rushed to Oscorp. Making his way through the sewer, Parker discovered Connor's secret lab. After glancing around to make sure Connors wasn't there, he climbed inside. The table was scattered with used syringes and vials of lizard serum. On the computer, a video message from Connors played, while a small lizard crawled across the screen. Parker tapped the spacebar, and the video began. As a scientist, I've spent my entire life trying to build a world without weakness, without rejection. I've strived to create stronger humans, but that's just not possible. Humanity is weak, pitiful, cowardly creatures. Why should we remain human? We can become faster, stronger, and smarter. This is my gift to you all. Parker stared at the simulation running on the other computer, using the Canary device to turn everyone in New York into lizard people just like himself. Osborne Industries. He immediately sensed trouble, realizing Gwen was on her way there. Oh no, damn it, that Canary device is a disaster. We should have destroyed it a long time ago. Mackin, whose bald head seemed even barer in his anxiety, had previously destroyed the lizard serum to handle public pressure. Now, once again, they were forced to get rid of the Canary device to restore shareholders and investors' confidence in Osborne Industries, because the stock simply couldn't take another hit. In just a short period, over 2/3 of Osborne Industries' assets had vanished. Fortunately, the stock had surged earlier thanks to the success of the regeneration serum, or else they would all be bankrupt by now. Even the employees were anxious and unsettled. Although Peter Parker had helped Connor shoulder some of the pressure, he still couldn't stop the internal panic over certain research projects, forcing the company to suspend a large portion of their biological research. What troubled Mackin even more was the team of investigators sent by City Hall. They weren't just looking into the deaths of the Richards couple, but also into the recent secret human experiments with spiders that had cost several test subjects their lives. Though Skynet had said Peter Parker was almost the only one who could become Spider-Man, both Rudget Ratha and Mackin had dismissed that warning, gambling on the slim hope that it might work for someone else. After all, it was only almost. As expected, every single test subject died. Mackin had tried to cover it up, planning to pin the blame on Rudget Ratha. Ratha was already out of the picture anyway, so one more accusation wouldn't make much difference. But what he hadn't expected was the overwhelming pressure from Spider-Man's fans, which pushed the New York City government to launch a swift investigation, leaving him no time to clean up the mess. Now, he had to hide the truth from the investigators while shifting responsibility for the accident. He might even have to sacrifice a few staff members. Otherwise, he'd end up in jail right alongside Rudget Ratha. Meanwhile, Harry arrived at Parker's new home by car. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Parker waiting for him at the door. Harry opened his arms with a grin and called out, "Hey, Spider-Man." "Oh, don't call me that, Harry. It's been too long." The two hugged briefly, and Parker invited him inside. "Aunt May, Uncle Ben, Harry's here," Parker called. Aunt May stepped out of the kitchen and gave Harry a warm hug. Ever since seeing Harry's affection for Toby Spider in the skyline, Uncle Ben and Aunt May's fondness for Peter's childhood friend had only grown. Aunt May warmly invited Harry to stay for lunch. Faced with her enthusiastic hospitality, Harry couldn't say no, and, truth be told, he had a lot he wanted to talk about with Parker. As Harry picked up a piece of fish with his fork during dinner, just as he was about to bring it to his mouth, his hand suddenly trembled and the fork slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. A fleeting look of panic flashed in Harry's eyes, but he showed no sign of it outwardly. He simply bent down with a calm expression to retrieve the fork. The crisp ring of metal hitting the floor caught the attention of several people at the table. Harry smiled and said, "Sorry about that, just slipped out of my hand." Parker shrugged, paying little mind to this minor incident. Meanwhile, at the New York Police Department, George Stacy was walking toward a police helicopter waiting for him. An officer hurried over, calling out, "Captain Stacy, we've confirmed the target's location." "Sir." "The lizard is heading towards the Canal Street station." "And what about Spider-Man?" George had to raise his voice over the thunderous roar of the helicopter's blades. "He's still at the high school. I want that Spider-Man under arrest." George replied sharply, then climbed aboard the helicopter, two SWAT officers following close behind. At that moment, Connors emerged from the station onto an empty street, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Suddenly, a SWAT officer stood up from behind a car and fired a shot at him. The bullet punched a small crater into Connors' body. In the next instant, more SWAT officers rose from cover and unleashed a volley of gunfire. Bullets riddled Connors, leaving him collapsed and motionless on the ground. The officers closed in. One cautiously prodded Connors with his gun. Just then, the bullet wounds on Connors' body began to heal rapidly. With a sudden snap, Connors' tightly shut eyes flew open. He sprang up, tossing a smoke bomb concocted from his lizard formula that enveloped the SWAT team in a cloud of green mist. Within the swirling smoke, Connor's powerful tail sent one SWAT officer hurtling out into the street, only stopping when he crashed into a parked car. Then Connors grabbed another officer, slammed him against the ceiling, and flung him aside. Exposed to the smoke, the SWAT officers began to show signs of mutation on their faces. They writhed on the ground in pain, struggling against the transformation. He's clever, I'll give him that, pretending to be dead. But clearly, these weapons are useless against him. His wounds heal in seconds. Tony watched the bullet holes close up almost instantly, his face troubled by the prospect. He quickly calculated whether his repulsor at full power could pierce Connor's body, or if he'd need to boost its firepower even more. Oh, George couldn't help but curse himself inwardly. What was he thinking, chasing after Spider-Man while the lizard was rampaging through New York? He could already imagine the backlash he'd get for this decision. Thankfully, Parker had already explained things earlier. Otherwise, the NYPD would probably be swarmed by angry fans right now. By this time, Gwen had arrived at Oscorp Tower. She hurried toward the laboratory, swiping her ID card to unlock the door out on the bustling street. A manhole cover was suddenly flung aside, and Parker leapt out from the sewer below. As he dashed away, he didn't forget to slide the cover back into place. Meanwhile, Connors was still locked in fierce combat with the SWAT team. He overturned a SWAT vehicle and stood atop it, clutching a smoke grenade in each hand. Up in the helicopter, George listened to the SWAT officer's report. The lizard has released some kind of biological agent. All attempts to stop him have failed. He's moving north along 7th Avenue. Over. Worried sick, Parker called Gwen. Where are you? Peter, I'm at Oscorp. You have to get out of there right now. Do you understand? Parker's voice was tense with urgency, urging Gwen to leave at once. The antidote is almost ready. Gwen's eyes were fixed on the lizard serum still in production. She couldn't bear to let their efforts go to waste. No. Connors is heading straight for you. He'll be there any minute. He needs the Gonali device. He's going to use it to infect the entire city. Parker explained Connor's scheme in a desperate rush. There are only 8 minutes left until the cure is finished. Gwen insisted, determined to wait for the antidote. Did you hear what I just said? You're going to wait 8 minutes? People wildi. You have to leave, right now. That's an order. Okay. I'll tell everyone to evacuate. On hearing this, Gwen immediately turned to alert everyone in the building. You're not listening to me, Gwen. Gwen, damn it. Are you serious? Before Parker could finish, Gwen hung up, leaving him so frustrated he cursed under his breath. Unaware of how frantic Parker was, Gwen strode over to the emergency evacuation system and activated it. The blaring alarm echoed through the entire building as employees began to file out. She's a good kid, responsible, courageous. I like her, Otto remarked to Rose, admiring Gwen's refusal to abandon her post despite the danger. Yeah, Rose nodded, entirely in agreement. Listen, if something like this ever happens, don't try to be a hero, okay? Promise me, Parker said, holding Gwen's hand and looking at her with grave seriousness. After finishing lunch with Harry left to meet Norman, while Parker headed over to Gwen's to continue helping her learn to control her powers. Okay, but who's really being reckless here? That's still up for debate, don't you think? Gwen replied, rolling a rubber ball between her hands, now beginning to master her strength. Meanwhile, Tony frowned as he watched the biological agent unleashed by Connors and casually said to Jarvis, add a toxin filter and a high-powered hairdryer to the suit design. I have no desire to end up looking like that ugly brute. Sorry, no offense meant. Tony had barely finished speaking before he realized Banner was standing right beside him. He quickly apologized. Banner just shrugged, signaling it was no big deal. Out on the street, a police officer spotted Parker swinging past overhead on his web. Grabbing his radio, he called out, he's heading south. At that moment, Parker was racing toward the Oscorp building, swinging at full speed. As he rounded the corner of a high-rise, George's helicopter appeared above him. Stop right now, or we'll open fire. You're surrounded. There's no escape. George shouted down at Spider-Man. The helicopter gave chase from the sky, while SWAT officers armed to the teeth surged onto the rooftop, setting up a perimeter. They fired taser rounds at Parker as he dashed across the stairs, holding tight to his web. Each shot landed just behind him, always a split second too late. Just as Parker swung around another corner, a helicopter loomed directly in front of him. The searchlights forced him to shield his eyes, and in that blinding glare, a taser round from the SWAT team struck him squarely. Suddenly drained, Parker lost his grip and plummeted, crashing onto the roof of a passing taxi below. SWAT officers rappelled down in quick succession. One of them snapped handcuffs onto Parker's wrists behind his back. George made his way over, moving slowly. Around him, The SWAT team swept the area, securing the perimeter. George crouched down, reaching out to finally unveil the mystery. Just who was Spider-Man? He pulled off Parker's mask, and the instant the mask came free, Parker's eyes shot open. In a flash, Parker broke free from his cuffs and threw George to the ground. He fired a web, yanking one SWAT officer toward him. The others hesitated to shoot, afraid to hit their teammate blocking the way, and Parker seized the opportunity to web two more right in the face. He kicked down the first officer he'd caught, then shot out another web, knocking his second to the ground. When a SWAT officer tried to draw his gun, Parker lunged and took him down. With a forward somersault, Parker struck another officer with his palm and then used his web to pull away the gun of a SWAT member. Aiming at him, in one smooth move, he flipped another officer at close range and snatched away his weapon, easily breaking it in two. Another somersault, and he brought down an officer with the broken gun pieces. But just then, George finally managed to get up, drawing his pistol and aiming it straight at Parker. "Don't move," George barked. Parker dropped the two-gun halves to the ground. George, breathing hard, stared down Spider-Man and shouted, "Get on the ground. Hands on your head. Now." Gritting his teeth, Parker slowly turned to face George and rose to his feet. As George got a clear look at Parker's face, shock swept over him. He unconsciously lowered his gun. "Parker, it's gone to Oscorp. Your daughter's there right now. You have to let me go." Parker shouted at George, then slowly approached and picked up the mask from the ground. George stared at Parker in shock. He had never imagined that his daughter's boyfriend was actually Spider-Man. Suddenly, he understood why there had been so much conflict between him and Parker. Parker put the mask back on and began running toward Oscorp Tower once more. Just then, a SWAT officer staggered to his feet, still confused about what had happened, and instinctively raised his gun, aiming at Parker. "Don't shoot," George yelled at him, but unfortunately, he was already too late. The officer fired, and the bullet grazed Parker's leg, throwing off his stride. Limping, Parker landed on the rooftop. Ignoring his wound, he pressed on toward Oscorp Tower, leaving only a bloody handprint on the rooftop behind him. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Gwen couldn't help but exclaim as she saw her father's subordinate shoot Parker. Parker shook his head. "It's fine. Something like that won't happen again." He pressed his forehead to Gwen's, and once again, they couldn't help but share a kiss. "Gwen." "Oh." Helen entered the room, carrying 2 cups of tea, only to catch sight of the two in a passionate embrace. Embarrassed, she quickly backed out of the room. Blushing, Gwen gave Parker a playful shove, sending him flying into the wall. "Ow!" Parker cried out in pain. "Are you all right, Peter?" Gwen asked, a little flustered. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Really?" Parker replied, clutching his back as he got to his feet. Unfortunately, Gwen's bookshelf didn't survive the collision. At that moment, a helicopter hovered above Oscorp Tower. The pilot stared in disbelief at what was happening below. "All right, Paul. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't risk saying such a thing, not unless that thing was really climbing up the north side of Oscorp Tower. But remember, it's not human, and it's incredibly strong." Outside Oscorp Tower, Connor smashed through the tempered glass with a single punch and charged inside. Inside, Gwen was anxiously waiting for the serum to finish. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker. She realized Connors had arrived. Quickly, she grabbed a spirit lamp and used it to trigger the building's sprinkler fire system. Oscorp Tower was equipped with a state-of-the-art fire safety system. At the slightest sign of abnormal temperature, the sprinklers activated, releasing a thick cloud of fire-suppressing gas, and heavy steel doors slammed down in an emergency lockdown. 1 minute remaining. The serum was nearly complete. Connors broke through the fire doors with ease, tearing a gaping hole in the steel barrier. He scanned the room. Gwen had already hidden herself in a cabinet, barely daring to breathe, watching as Connors strode past her hiding place. Connors gazed at the canary device. This was the very objective of his mission. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something in the air and turned his head in that direction. Gwen was anxiously peering outside, clutching a can of spray in her hand. Without warning, Connors had appeared, startling Gwen into a scream. "Gwen!" George leapt to his feet in alarm. The thought that Gwen had landed herself in danger was always his deepest fear. Even now, despite her Spider-Man powers, he couldn't help but worry about her safety. Parental instinct was not so easily quelled. At that moment, Matt, carrying a massive box, had arrived just outside the police station. He narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he watched Gwen's peril unfold. Helen Stacy, too, instinctively covered her mouth in shock. Could it be that Gwen was about to meet a tragic end? Gwen and Parker exchanged a worried glance. Parker was unsure if Gwen would manage to escape unharmed. Thinking quickly, Gwen ignited the spray with an alcohol lamp, turning it into a burst of flame aimed at Connors. Connors merely raised his hand to shield himself from the fire, seemingly unfazed by Gwen's attack, and instead grabbed a part of the canary device that lay before her. Gwen, still trembling from the ordeal, gasped for breath. Hearing nothing outside, she cautiously peered out and found that Connors had already gone. By now, the serum was also finished. Meanwhile, Parker was racing toward Oscorp, but his injured leg slowed him down. Swinging on his webs, he crashed into a wall, barely catching himself. Before he could fall, clutching his wounded leg, he looked ahead at the distant silhouette of Oscorp Tower. Gwen was still waiting for him there. The television continued to broadcast urgent updates. We've just received the latest news. The NYPD is requesting evacuation of all people and vehicles from the southern side of 54th Street. Aunt May sat in front of the TV, watching intently. If you're south of 54th Street, please leave immediately. Parker, wounded and weary, forced himself up the stairs. At the same time, Connors, with the intact canary device strapped to his back, was already climbing the side of Oscorp Tower, trailed by the relentless searchlight of a helicopter. It appears Spider-Man is heading towards Oscorp, but he looks injured. We don't know if he'll make it in time, a female reporter announced on TV, updating viewers on Parker's condition. That's him. He saved my son on the bridge. Troy exclaimed, recognizing Spider-Man on the screen and recalling the hero's past help. Just then, one of his co-workers entered. Troy, they're telling us to evacuate. Something's going on downtown. Troy licked his lips and asked, Hey, your buddy Matthews, he's the one operating the crane on 6th Avenue, right? Yeah, get him on the phone, Troy said, jumping to his feet and giving instructions. The police are evacuating everyone. Who's going to care about anything else now? His co-workers didn't understand what Troy meant. Get him on the phone now. Troy didn't care about any of that. Right now, all he wanted was to help Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Parker was starting to feel weak. He leaped high, trying to vault over the street, but the rooftop brickwork crumbled the moment he touched it, sending him tumbling down. Luckily, there was a fire escape beneath him, and he landed hard on it. As he pulled himself up, he noticed a huge crowd below, fleeing in the opposite direction of the Osborn Tower. He realized time was running out and quickly pressed on. Just then, Troy stepped outside and barked orders to his workers. Hey, Charlie, patch me through to Enriquez on 54th Street. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and called out, Angelo, get over here, quick. Then he shouted to another worker, Wolski, you're working overtime tonight. Over on 6th Avenue, Matthews got the message too. He turned to his crew and commanded, all tower cranes on 6th Avenue. Swing your booms across the street. Arms at 90 degrees. Spider-Man needs a path, so let's line these big guys up high and give him a clear way through. Let's help him out over. The workers sprang into action at once. A line of towering cranes swung into place, forming a pathway in the sky to help Parker. When Parker finally dragged himself onto the rooftop, clutching his wound and gritting his teeth against the pain, he saw that the cranes ahead had already forged a swift passageway for him. To love others is to be loved in return. To help others is to receive help in return. There's a reason Peter Parker has billions of fans. Tony watched the scene unfold on the sky screen, sighing in admiration, though not without a hint of self-regard. Just like me. You? Rhodey shot Tony a sidelong glance, his expression practically saying, You really have the nerve to say that? Lately, Rhodey had noticed Tony had all but vanished, so he'd stopped by to see what Tony was up to. Ever since last time, Tony barely left the house, holed up indoors day and night. What's wrong with what I said? I am the savior, after all. Tony spread his hands, looking at Rhodey. Banner, beside them, was struggling not to laugh, his cheeks puffed up with the effort. Yeah. So, Mr. Savior, what have you been busy with lately? Rhodey rolled his eyes. Nothing much. Working on a new suit. Can I be in on it? Do you know how? With that, Tony left Rhodey speechless. Rhodey quietly slunk off and sat down to the side. Uncle Ben felt a rush of pride as well. Seeing the citizens so willing to help Peter meant all of Peter's efforts hadn't been in vain. People remembered Parker's sacrifices, and they were willing to do what little they could to help him. Troy's face was alight with excitement, and his child cheered for him over and over. Lifting the little boy up in his arms, Troy watched the sky screen with him, sharing the moment together. Seeing how much affection people had for Garfield Spider, Toby Spider couldn't help but remember a time when he, too, had been through something similar beneath the night sky. If it hadn't been for those people on the bridge, he might have been skewered by the Green Goblin. As Parker gazed at the row of towering cranes ahead, he felt a surge of encouragement in his heart. Everyone was helping him in their own way. He couldn't let them down. He glanced at the wound on his leg, shot out some web to staunch the bleeding, and drew in a deep breath. Come on, Parker, he urged himself. At that moment, the searchlight of a helicopter swept over him, bathing him in its glare. Lipping it first, Parker began to run, faster and faster, until he reached the edge of the rooftop and hurled himself into the air. He fired a web toward a distant crane, but it was just out of reach. He plunged downward. The very next instant, the boom of one of the cranes swung up to catch him. Grabbing hold of the steel beam, Parker hauled himself up and glanced at the operator's cab. Troy was at the controls. Without wasting a second, Parker fired another web at the next crane and swung rapidly toward the Oscorp tower. The crane operators watched. Spider-Man in silent support, while mounted police cleared the roads, ensuring that no passers-by would slow down Parker or the police. As Parker drew close to Oscorp Industries, Connors had already climbed to the very top of the building and was starting to install the device. Parker dared not delay. He leapt to the wall and fired 2 webs upward, using them like springs to catapult himself skyward, a trick Toby Spider had once used as well. Meanwhile, Gwen hurried out of Oscorp Tower, clutching the blue lizard antidote, and ran straight into the arriving George Stacy. "Hey," George called, quickly opening his car door and rushing over. "Dad, I have to get this to Spider-Man. He can stop the lizard." Gwen panted, breathless with urgency. "Get in the car." George was more worried about Gwen's safety and wanted her out of harm's way. "You don't understand," Gwen protested. She had to help Parker, no matter what. "Understand. Your boyfriend is the guy in a mask, I know. Give it to me. Get in the car," George explained, revealing that he'd figured out Parker's secret. Gwen finally handed over the antidote and stepped aside. A police officer gently took her arm, urging her to leave. Tears welled up in Gwen's eyes as she looked at George. "Promise me. Make sure he's safe." George nodded to her, and only then did Gwen get into the patrol car, a little more at ease. George looked down at the vial of blue serum in his hand, took a deep breath, and strode into the building. Later, George sat in his office at the police station, facing a sharply dressed man across the desk. He extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Murdoch." "Good afternoon, Captain Stacy. Where's Spider-Man?" Matt Murdoch shook George's hand, getting straight to the point. "He should be at my place now, keeping my daughter company. Let's head over in a bit. Let's finish watching today's Skydome footage first." George raised his hand, signaling for the officer outside to bring them some coffee. "All right, looks like things are going well between them, huh?" Matt arched an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Yeah, something happened, something rather unexpected," George replied, handing Matt a cup of coffee as he spoke. "Oh," Matt nodded slightly, took a sip, but chose not to press for details. Just as George made his way upstairs with the serum, high above on the rooftop spire, Connors had already placed the lizard formula into the Canary device. Starting up the Canary device. Launch in 2 minutes. Parker watched Connors' every move and knew things were reaching a critical point. He fired a web, swung in a tight arc, and with a burst of momentum, delivered a powerful kick that sent Connors tumbling from the spire. But Connors managed to grab Parker's leg, dragging him down as well. The two of them crashed onto the rooftop, grappling midair before hitting the ground hard. Parker scrambled up, not wanting to get bogged down fighting Connors. He needed to shut down the Canary device as quickly as possible. But Connors, fully aware of Parker's intent, lunged and seized his leg again just as Parker leapt, yanking him back. With brutal force, Connors slammed Parker into the ground, then hurled him toward the edge of the building. Parker shot a web, snagged the wall, and swung himself back to safety, immediately starting to climb upward. As he neared the top, Connors hefted a huge liquid nitrogen tank and hurled it his way. Parker dodged with agile sidesteps, darting laterally, as Connors pursued him relentlessly. Seizing a fleeting chance, Parker shot a web that splattered over Connors' face. But Connors shrugged it off, tearing the webbing away with ease, and lashed at Parker with his tail. Parker dodged deftly again, then used his webbing's elasticity to catapult himself upward, driving both feet hard into Connors' chest, though it only forced Connors back a step or two. Once more, Parker fired his web and swung underneath Connors, aiming straight for the spire. Connors lunged, but missed. Parker took advantage, firing one web after another to quickly ascend. But just as he reached a small platform, Connors hurled another liquid nitrogen canister up at him. The canister exploded, sending Parker flying back downward as a thick frost blanketed the base of the spire. Barely catching his breath, Parker saw Connors leaping at him again. He quickly shot a web to pull himself away. As he tried to yank loose a nearby nitrogen pipe with his web, Connors landed right in front of him, stomping down on the web, then seized Parker's hands and coiled his tail around Parker's neck. In an instant, Parker was in real danger. "Oh no, looks like he's in trouble now." Toby Spider frowned as he watched Garfield Spider in his dire predicament. He could clearly see that Garfield Spider's strength was no match for the lizard doctors, even when Garfield Spider kicked out. Using his momentum, he could only push the creature back a few steps. Now, Garfield Spider's hands were seized, and the creature's tail was wrapped tightly around his neck. If he couldn't break free in time, things would take a disastrous turn. Peter, what would you do if it were you? First generation Gwen looked at Toby's spider, curiosity flickering in her eyes. I don't know. Without outside help, it'd be almost impossible to escape. Maybe he could drive his knee into the lizard's chin. If he's strong enough, he might break free that way, but I'm not sure it would work. Toby's spider sounded uncertain. After all, he had never faced an opponent with greater strength than his own. In the real world, he'd only fought Norman, and Norman's strength had barely been a challenge to him. Parker braced his foot against Connors's belly, trying desperately to put some distance between them. But Connors held him in a crushing grip. Both hands squeezing Parker's web shooters lodged at his wrists. The web shooters couldn't withstand such overwhelming force and shattered. Instantly, with the devices destroyed, Connors forced Parker's hands together, pinning them tight. Even as Parker fought with all his might, he simply couldn't match Connors's power. Connors gripped Parker's hands with one claw while using the other to tear off Parker's mask. Every muscle in Parker's body strained, his face flushed red from the effort. Connors leered at him, mocking. Poor Peter Parker. No mother, no father, no uncle, all alone. Just then, the sharp sound of a gun cocking sliced through the tension. Both Connors and Parker turned to see George leveling a shotgun at Connors. He's not alone, George declared firmly. Connors roared in fury, but George fired at the liquid nitrogen pipeline. Instantly, a jet of icy vapor burst forth. Parker, quick as lightning, seized the opportunity. Grabbing the nozzle, he sprayed the freezing nitrogen right into Connors's face. Connors instinctively shielded himself with an arm, and Parker took the chance to aim the stream at the creature's tail. In a heartbeat, a layer of frost engulfed the tail, and Connors, unable to withstand the extreme cold, reflexively uncoiled it from Parker's neck. Even after dropping to the ground, Parker didn't hesitate. He kept the liquid nitrogen trained on Connors. The lizard tried to strike back with his tail, but halfway through the swing, the tail froze solid and, under its own force, shattered into icy fragments. George, meanwhile, unleashed a relentless barrage with his shotgun. Gouts of liquid nitrogen enveloped Connors, frost quickly encasing much of his body. Connors tried to lunge at George, but as his clawed hand swung through the air, George fired again, blasting half of the creature's hand clean off. Connors stared in shock at his ruined hand, momentarily stunned. Parker hurled the liquid nitrogen hose into the pit on the rooftop where the canisters were stored, then broke into a run, using the momentum to land a powerful kick on Connors and send him tumbling into the pit. George loaded his shotgun then, fired at Connors again, blasting off the fingers of his other hand, before turning his aim to the liquid nitrogen tanks. A series of shots shattered the canisters, further restricting Connors' movements. Hey, the gift from Gwen, George called out, never taking his eyes off Connors. He reached into his pocket and handed the lizard serum to Parker. Once Parker had taken it, George fired off the last rounds, shattering the remaining liquid nitrogen tanks. Leave this to me. Peter, go, he shouted at Parker. Parker didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately began to climb upward. There were only 30 seconds left until the launch. George quickly reloaded. By now, every drop of liquid nitrogen in the pit had poured out. Connors raised his arm, and the severed hand began to regenerate at incredible speed. George kept firing at Connors, but the bullets had no effect. Where buckshot tore holes in Connors' flesh, the wound sealed up within seconds, good as new. The hand finished growing back. Connors climbed up at once. George kept up his desperate barrage, but Connors didn't even flinch. With a casual swipe, he knocked the shotgun from George's hands, as if it weighed nothing. Then, with a single blow, Connors drove his claws straight through George's body. The bulletproof vest was useless. Even the back panel was pierced by Connors' talons. Having dealt with the obstacle, Connors tossed George aside and immediately looked up. He spotted Parker already at the oscillation device. Without hesitation, he let go of George and gave chase. Dad! Gwen, who had been practicing skateboarding with Parker, saw her father impaled by Connors and screamed in horror. Parker stared in disbelief at George's fallen form. No way. Uncle George. Oh, this is bad, George remarked, looking down at himself and raising an eyebrow. That monster really is terrifying. Even buckshot can't hurt it. Matt agreed, shaken. Connors, in his lizard form, was far too powerful. Ordinary firepower didn't stand chance. Oh my God, Aunt May gasped, covering her mouth in shock at the sight. Uncle Ben stood nearby, his brow furrowed with worry as he let out a heavy sigh. What a string of misfortunes. Tony, looking a bit grim himself, turned to Banner and Rhodey. You know, maybe I should start studying biology. Monsters like this, mass-produced? That's the stuff of nightmares. I don't ever want to face a whole army of those things. Wait, you really think you have the time? Who do you think you are, some kind of god? Rhodey threw up his hands, incredulous. Tony was already swamped with work every day. And now he wanted to take up biology too? At that moment, Bruce Banner raised his hand. Understand biology. As long as we have a sample, I can develop the corresponding serum. Good. Tony turned his head to look at Banner, praising him with admiration. Now he wouldn't have to scramble at the last minute. Parker stood in front of the canary device. Just then, the computer's automated voice sounded. Countdown. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 4, 3, 2, 1. Parker glanced down at Connors, then activated the canary device and took out the vial of green lizard serum. Meanwhile, Connors was desperately climbing upward. Realizing he was running out of time, Connors lunged at Parker, grabbing hold of Parker's leg. In the nick of time, Parker managed to insert the blue serum into the device. As the countdown reached 0, the canary device fired successfully. Both Connors and Parker looked up at the sky. Connors believed he had managed to restrain Parker. The blue serum burst open in the air, blossoming into a beautiful, swirling blue mist. Connor's expression changed in an instant as a single drop of the blue liquid landed on his face, sending a jolt of pain through him. The intense agony made Connors clutch his face reflexively. In the next moment, his lizard eyes and skin began to revert to human form. No, he cried in despair. Unable to hold onto Parker's leg any longer, Connors plummeted downward. Parker quickly scrambled onto a small platform to watch Connors fall. But as Parker looked down, the small platform beneath him started to tilt. Earlier, a large amount of liquid nitrogen had damaged the structure of the spire, and Connor's violent actions had worsened it. Now the platform could hold no longer and began to collapse. Parker immediately grabbed a handle behind him to steady himself, then leapt off just as the spire crashed down after him. The spire slammed heavily into the top of the Oscorp building, sending shards of debris flying. Parker nearly fell as well, only barely managing to catch hold of something to avoid going over the edge. Panting hard, Parker looked at the section of the spire falling towards the ground below, then glanced up. It turned out he hadn't grabbed onto something. Connors, still partly in his lizard form, had caught Parker with his right hand. At this point, Connor's body still sported patches of lizard skin, but most of his face had returned to human. He strained to pull Parker up. Just then, Connor's right arm began to dissolve. Parker tried to climb up, but before he could find his footing, Connor's right hand lost its grip. Parker nearly slipped, but Connors quickly grabbed him with his good left hand. With a guttural, desperate cry, Connors hauled Parker up. At last, Parker's feet found purchase on the slick glass exterior of the building, and, with Connor's help, he managed to climb back to safety. Seeing that Parker had been pulled up, Connors finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat on the sloped glass, gazing at his right hand as it crumbled away, and silent tears streamed down his face. He was filled with sorrow, knowing he could never get his hand back, and consumed by regret for all the terrible things he had done. He had nearly killed Peter Parker, and suddenly, he remembered George, the man he had stabbed through the body. Captain! The memory jolted Parker as well. He immediately rushed over to find George. Captain! He called out in desperation. George lay off to the side, his body covered in blood. He still gripped a pistol in his hand, gasping for breath in ragged bursts. The moment he saw Parker, he managed a single question. Where's the lizard? It's over. We stopped him. Parker answered at once, assuring him that everything was finished. The victory was theirs. Okay. Relief washed over George at the news, and his tense body relaxed. Let's get out of here. Come on. Parker wanted to take George to get help, but the moment he tried to move him, George winced in agony. Look at me. Hold on. The paramedics are on their way. Parker tried to reassure him, but George interrupted. You need to leave before they get here. Understand? George didn't want Parker's identity exposed. I'm not going anywhere. Parker shook his head, refusing to leave him behind. I was wrong about you, Peter. This city needs you. Here, take it. You'll need this. George handed Parker his mask, which Connors had torn off earlier. Parker took the mask, and George looked up at this young man before him. You'll make countless enemies. People will get hurt, sometimes the ones closest to you. So I need you to promise me something, okay? Don't bring Gwen into this. Promise me, please. Parker listened, his lips trembling, eyes brimming with tears as memories of Gwen flooded his mind. Promise me, George pleaded, hope burning in his gaze. He didn't want his daughter to be in danger. Parker, his lips quivering and eyes wet, nodded as tears fell. Seeing Parker's promise, George managed a faint smile and slowly closed his eyes. A choked cry escaped Parker as he saw George lose all sign of life. The tears he tried so hard to hold back finally spilled over. He crouched beside George's body, sobbing in anguish, his grief raw and overwhelming. Slowly, Parker forced himself to his feet, staring at George in silence, uncertain how he would ever face Gwen, or live up to the promise he'd just made. In a daze, he wandered to the edge of the building, gazing down at the brilliant city lights and the blue particles drifting in the night sky. George's dying words echoed in the hearts of everyone watching, especially parents. After all, no one wants their child to be caught in harm's way. Although George made many mistakes in his dealings with Spider-Man, there's no denying he was a good cop, dedicated to his duty, even risking his life to help Parker and ultimately paying the highest price. As a father, he was selfish. For the sake of his daughter's safety, he forced Parker to promise he would leave Gwen. But as a police officer, he was undoubtedly responsible, brave, and willing to make sacrifices. George always misunderstood Spider-Man, but in the end, he came to believe the city couldn't do without him. His courage and sacrifice changed the way most citizens viewed him and the police, and in a way, helped repair Spider-Man's reputation, which had been damaged by so many previous accusations. Dad. Gwen gazed through her tears at George lying on the ground. Parker slowly wrapped his arms around her, and Gwen buried her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. It'll be okay. Uncle will be all right. I won't let what happened in the other world repeat itself. Parker held Gwen tightly, trying his best to comfort her. Oh, Helen Stacy wiped the tears from her eyes. Her youngest son looked up at her sadly and asked, "Is Daddy going to die?" "No, he's not going to die," she said, gently stroking his head. The original Uncle Ben sighed. The hearts of parents everywhere are the same. Until his last breath, Stacy was thinking only of Gwen's safety. Aunt May nodded in agreement beside him. From his perspective, Gwen being with Peter was just too dangerous. Peter has so many enemies, and you never know when one might hurt her. Thankfully, our Gwen has Venom to protect her. After the incident with Eddie, Toby Spider-Man had made sure Venom returned to Gwen's side. After such a close call, he could no longer trust Gwen to be on her own. With Venom completely under his control, it could fulfill its duty to keep Gwen safe. Yeah, the original Uncle Ben nodded. Toby Spider-Man had already told them about Venom being with Gwen, which gave them some peace of mind, especially after what happened with Eddie. Nick Fury looked at George's lifeless body in the sky, slowly let out a breath, then lowered his head to study the analysis report in his hand. His eyes grew serious. This can't be a coincidence. I'll need more evidence. A bluish mist drifted through the air. Officers were moving the SWAT team members who had been exposed to the lizard's gas. As the SWAT members watched, their bodies began to return to normal after coming into contact with the blue particles. A strange calm settled over the whole of New York City, as if a powdered antidote had been fired from Oscorp Tower. By the looks of it, these blue particles seem to be neutralizing the biotoxin. Residents of Lower Manhattan can breathe easy now. The mastermind behind this terrifying incident, Dr. Kurt Connors, has been apprehended. This is John Niles reporting from downtown Manhattan. Aunt May was at home, preparing a glass of milk while listening to the TV news. Just then, Parker opened the front door and stepped inside, utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. Seeing Parker's disheveled appearance, Aunt May's heart tightened with worry. Parker noticed Aunt May staring at him with wide eyes. Embarrassed, he shut his eyes, unable to meet her gaze, and forced a stiff smile at the corner of his mouth. Aunt May slowly walked up to Parker, her expression full of sorrow as she looked him over. She didn't know what Parker had been through. She only saw the bruises and cuts covering him. Parker managed a gentle smile, took off his backpack, and pulled out a carton of eggs. Organic eggs, no less. Aunt May's tears turned into laughter as she hugged Parker tightly. "Oh, sweetheart, it's all right now. Everything's going to be okay. Things will get better," she whispered, gently stroking the back of his head. In her mind, the chaos outside was the only reason for Parker's battered state. "Peter," he still remembered to buy your eggs. "This time, he really took your words to heart," Uncle Ben remarked, glancing at Aunt May as she dabbed her tears away with a tissue. George's death weighed heavily on her. Uncle Ben reflected on how far Parker had come, from a half-grown boy who'd stumbled into superpowers to becoming Spider-Man. "Peter, will you listen to your father and leave me?" Gwen wiped her tears and looked at Parker. "No, I'll never leave you." Parker pulled Gwen into a tight embrace. "Really?" "Yeah," Parker replied, saying nothing more before kissing her. The two clung to each other, sharing a tender kiss, each feeling the depth of the other's heart. Outside, in the pouring rain, rows of police officers stood with umbrellas, gathered to bid farewell to George Stacy. Parker, soaked to the skin, hid under the eaves, watching the crowd below. Dressed in black, Gwen walked alone, silently holding her umbrella. Sensing Parker's presence, she lifted her head to look upward, but Parker quickly averted his eyes. Gwen glanced around, searching for Peter, the one she most hoped to see. When she found no sign of him, she quietly raised her umbrella and walked on. Later, outside Parker's house, Gwen stood by the door, leaning on her umbrella. Parker came out, opening the door with his head lowered, unable to look her in the face. Gwen's eyes were red as she gazed at him. "Where were you?" Parker pressed his lips together, unable to finish his sentence. He looked around, refusing to meet Gwen's eyes. Gwen looked at Parker, her sorrow plain to see. "My father is gone. The funeral was just held. They fired a salute, gave eulogies. Both our teachers were there. Even Flash was there. Everyone came except for you." Her eyes filled with tears, and soon they spilled over, streaming down her cheeks. Parker watched her heartbreak, at a loss for how to comfort her. He reached out, gently wiping away the tears on her face. "I can't," seeing the look on her face. Parker's eyes began to redden as well. He longed to be with Gwen, but whenever these moments came, he couldn't help but remember George's dying words. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't." Parker shook his head desperately, his gaze fixed anywhere but on Gwen. He couldn't bring himself to face her, afraid he might lose control. "What are you talking about?" Gwen looked at Parker in utter confusion. "I can't see you anymore. I just can't." Parker's eyes brimmed with tears. He looked at the one he loved most, yet couldn't hold her in his arms. Gwen couldn't believe what she was hearing. She shook her head slightly, opened her umbrella, and turned away. Halfway down the street, realization struck her. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked back at Parker. "He made you promise, didn't he? To stay away from me forever. That way I'd be safe." Parker hung his head in silence. Gwen, devastated, walked away from his house like a lost soul. Inside, after closing the door, Parker leaned against it, head down, stifling his sobs. Aunt May, having witnessed everything, walked over and said, "What a beautiful girl." "Yeah." Parker was startled by Aunt May's voice and instantly tried to act as if nothing was wrong. Uncle Ben said the same thing. "Did you ask her out?" Parker shook his head. "What?" Aunt May looked at Parker with concern. She could see just how much he cared for Gwen. "I can't do it," Parker said quietly, not daring to meet Aunt May's gaze. He didn't want her to see his tears. "Why not?" Aunt May didn't know what had happened between Parker and Gwen. "She won't be happy with me," Parker replied, eyes closed, voice heavy with pain. Hearing this, Aunt May stepped right up to him and looked him in the eye. "Peter Parker, as long as she's with you, she'll be happy. And if anyone doubts that, they can come talk to me." Parker listened to Aunt May's words of affirmation. She had always believed that Peter Parker was destined for great things, ever since he was a child. Her words cut through the fog in Parker's heart, giving him the strength to slowly find his resolve. "Oh," Pepper dabbed at her eyes, saddened by the thought of Peter Parker and Gwen parting ways, when they clearly loved each other so much. Tony poured drinks for Rhodey and the others, then silently took a glass himself and downed it in one gulp. Life can be so cruel. Peter Parker, bound by George's dying wish, has no choice but to stay away from Gwen. Uncle Ben watched Peter Parker and Gwen sitting together, the two of them looking so well matched that he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. "I've always believed you were destined for something great. Ever since you were a little boy, I knew it. And so did your Aunt May." Aunt May nodded beside him, while Helen Stacy brought over a plate of fruit from the kitchen and looked at Parker, saying, "I have faith in you, just like your uncle and aunt do, Peter." Parker nodded gently in response. Gwen, sitting next to him, smiled at Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Uncle Ben and the others had been invited over by George today. He'd said there was something important he needed to discuss with them. As Helen and Aunt May chatted about family matters, George returned home. "Dad," his son Howard exclaimed, surprised to see George suddenly walk in. George ruffled his son's hair, and behind him came Matt Murdock, lugging an enormous suitcase. Matt silently set the case down, then turned and closed the door. George tried to help Matt carry the suitcase inside, but the moment he grabbed it, his expression changed. This case was far heavier than it looked. At that same moment, Parker suddenly sensed something unusual in the room. He stepped into the hallway and saw George, bent over, struggling to lift the suitcase, with Matt Murdock standing beside him. Parker's expression turned serious. His spider sense was warning him. This man was not ordinary. "Let me do it," Matt said, picking up the suitcase with ease and giving George a friendly smile. George looked at him in astonishment. He thought the suitcase was just large, not impossibly heavy. Matt gestured politely for George to lead the way, and only then did George snap out of his surprise and walk ahead to show him. Matt approached Parker, extended his hand, and smiled. "Mr. Spider-Man, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Matt Murdock." Just call me Parker," Parker replied, a bit taken aback before shaking his hand. Back in his room, Parker took out his phone. After a brief hesitation, He pressed play on a recording of a call Uncle Ben had once made to him. Peter, I know things haven't been easy lately, and for that, I'm sorry. Maybe I can understand how you feel. Ever since you were a child, your life has always been filled with so many troubles. As Parker tidied up the things on his desk, he listened to Uncle Ben's voice. He had heard the recording countless times, yet he never grew tired of it. On the wall were photos. The mugshot of the killer, pictures of Richard and Mary Parker with him, and old photos of Uncle Ben in his youth. Well, someone once said that the things which drag us down can also make us who we are. If anyone is destined for greatness, it's you, kid. As always, Parker wore his hood as he walked down the street. He spotted a group of boys running past and glanced in the direction they'd come from. There on the wall was a giant red spider, the very same symbol as the one on his suit. This is a gift from above. All you have to do is figure out how to use it, no matter how far it may take you. We'll always be right here. So come home, Peter. You're my hero. I love you. Uncle Ben covered his face a little awkwardly. It was fine to say such things at home when it was just Aunt May, but now, with George and Matt present, reading that passage out loud made him feel a bit embarrassed. However, he quickly composed himself, looked at Parker, and said, "You will always be our pride, Peter, but don't ever look down on yourself. Stay grounded. We'll always support you." Aunt May nodded in agreement from the side, and Helen smiled and echoed Uncle Ben's words. Only the children kept gazing at Parker with eyes full of admiration. George waved his hand, signaling Helen to take the children back to their rooms. There was something important they still needed to discuss. Matt opened his suitcase, revealing stacks upon stacks of documents that filled the entire case. "What's this?" Parker and Uncle Ben glanced at the papers inside and turned to Matt and George with puzzled looks. "Peter, do you remember when we were at the mayor's office? I said that if you ever had the money, you could buy that house," George said, giving Peter a gentle smile. "Yeah, I remember, but I don't have that much money." Peter nodded. He felt deeply grateful that the mayor had so generously gifted him a priceless villa. "Well, now you do." George glanced at Matt, who pulled out a thick stack of documents from the case. He placed the topmost one in front of Peter and handed another portion to Uncle Ben. Peter picked up the documents and skimmed through them. Aside from the one on top, the rest were all copyright agreements between various companies and Spider-Man. As he flipped through, he realized nearly every document was about the same thing. "What is all this?" Peter asked, still puzzled. George saw the question in Peter's eyes and took the initiative to explain. "These are the contracts and authorization letters required by every company or factory around the world that wants to use the Spider-Man name or likeness. They've all commissioned Attorney Matt to handle this on your behalf. Attorney Matt was specially appointed by the mayor to represent you. All you need to do is sign these documents, and he'll collect the Spider-Man royalties for you. That income will be more than enough for you to live comfortably, and buying that villa will be no problem at all." "Peter, did you really think those companies using Spider-Man's name didn't have to pay the real Spider-Man?" George looked Peter in the eye. From now on, Peter's life would be nothing like the hardships faced by Tobey's Spider-Man. "Mr. Parker, this is going to be a substantial sum of money. If you authorize us, we'll help you determine whether companies using the Spider-Man IP meet the requirements. Those in compliance will pay licensing fees. Those that aren't will demand they stop infringing on your rights." Matt looked at Parker with a serious and earnest expression. After all, Skynet's reach extended across the entire globe, and there were Spider-Man and Peter Parker-related products in almost every country and region. Companies producing merchandise that looks like Tobey Spider can be exempt from paying licensing fees. After all, Tobey Spider himself won't be knocking on doors for money. But for everything else related to Spider-Man, the fees are mandatory. The mayor of New York has already reported this matter to the White House, and the White House certainly wouldn't refuse an opportunity for more tax revenue. They applied pressure to the United Nations, which is why Matt was now here in person. "This benefits everyone," Matt continued with a slight smile. "The mayor gains political achievements. You come into a great fortune, and as your attorney, I not only earn considerable recognition, but also a handsome fee." For Matt, this was indeed a golden opportunity, even though it might take up several years of his life traveling the world to handle it. What's more, for the mayor, it's not just about his record. Do you have any idea how much the houses around your villa are worth now? There isn't a single tycoon who wouldn't want to live a little closer to Spider-Man. As far as I know, even top celebrities and the wealthiest elites are competing for villas in that area. Security has been upgraded several times over. After all, it's now unquestionably an enclave for the super rich. George's words opened Parker's eyes. He had never imagined that the mayor's gift of a villa would come with so many hidden layers. There was plenty that even George didn't know, but what he shared was enough to leave Parker stunned. Parker glanced at the documents on the table and then at the large box beneath it. He couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was a fortune within arm's reach. He looked to Uncle Ben for help, but even Uncle Ben suddenly seemed at a loss. He had never seen such an enormous sum in his life, and knew that, even if he worked for another 100 years, he wouldn't earn a fraction of this money. George, understanding their concerns, had chosen his own home as the meeting place precisely to keep the pressure off Parker. Peter, this money is rightfully yours. Even without the original Spider-Man, you would still have come by this wealth. There's no way these companies can bypass the issue of licensing, and the authorities won't let them, either. George Stacy reassured Parker and Uncle Ben. After a moment's hesitation, Parker finally picked up the pen and began to sign the documents, while Gwen took on the task of double-checking the paperwork, making sure there were no loopholes to be exploited. Watching his daughter carefully help Peter Parker go through the documents, George couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How quickly daughters grow up, and how hard it is to keep them by your side. He'd never seen her this serious before. Though George didn't have much formal education, he wasn't a fool. He knew that she would never set Peter up in a situation like this. There was nothing to gain from it. Not for him, not for Gwen, not for anyone. After all, Spider-Man had fans all over the world. He remembered how, not long ago, there had been one news report after another about fans besieging City Hall and police stations. Among those passionate fans were even some government officials from New York itself, along with a handful of police officers and soldiers. At school, Peter was packing his bag, but he kept glancing over at Gwen. He'd sneak a look at her, drop his eyes, but then couldn't resist peeking again. Suddenly, Flash walked up behind Peter and pulled him into a bear hug, startling him. "Good morning, Parker," Flash said with a grin. "Hey, all good," Peter replied. Hearing their playful banter, Gwen turned to glance at them before returning to what she was doing. "You made it, buddy." Flash let go of Peter and beamed at him. Noticing the spider emblem on Flash's shirt, Peter smiled. "Nice shirt," he commented. Flash looked down at the spider on his chest, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, that guy's awesome. The girls all love him." Peter instinctively lowered his head and shook it, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Gwen closed her locker and walked silently past Peter, as if the two of them, once so close, were now strangers passing each other in the hall. Peter held his backpack and dared not look at her. He just stood there, head bowed, unsure what to do. A professor once told his students that every novel boils down to 10 basic plots. But I'm here to tell you he was wrong. There's only one plot. Who am I? On the podium, an African-American woman was addressing the class. Peter slipped in late, entering quietly from the door. "Mr. Parker, late again," she called. "Well, at least you showed up." Peter walked past Gwen. She turned her head away to avoid looking at him. Sitting down, Peter apologized. "Sorry, Ms. Wright. I won't be late again. I promise." Ms. Wright gave Peter a long, searching look. "Don't make promises you can't keep, Mr. Parker." Seated behind Gwen, Peter muttered under his breath, "Yeah, but promises always sound the sweetest." Gwen, who had just been fidgeting slightly in her seat, froze when she heard these words. She caught the deeper meaning in Peter's remark, and despite herself, the corners of her mouth turned up in a faint smile. As night fell, Peter watched as police cars sped below him, sirens wailing. He flipped through the air, landed atop a towering crane, and with 2 quick shots of webbing, launched himself into the night like a jet fighter, swiftly. Weaving through towering skyscrapers and narrow alleyways on his web, he rushes to wherever he is needed. The scene finally freezes on him, gripping the web with one hand, while the other shoots out another strand. "Wonderful." Peter Parker finally decided to be with Gwen, an elderly man exclaimed, gazing up at the big screen with heartfelt relief. Yeah, even though George's words made Parker hesitate for a moment, Aunt May gave him the confidence he needed. He lingered in the hallway, uncertain for who knows how long, before finally summoning the courage to speak his heart. Another voice chimed in. "Man, you gotta believe in yourself. You're Spider-Man," a young black man shouted enthusiastically at the screen. Many people understood exactly what Peter Parker was feeling. As outsiders, they could clearly see every turn in his emotional journey, from the pain of breaking up with Gwen at first, through the indecision after Aunt May's encouragement, to the unwavering conviction when he finally voiced his true feelings in class. "Good," Tony said with satisfaction, looking at the Garfield Spider-Man. "Not even 1,000 obstacles ahead could keep me from loving you," he thought. In his eyes, Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker were truly made for each other. Both were top students. Gwen, even at great risk to herself, was willing to help Peter. Without the serum she had courageously created, Connor's plan might have actually succeeded. Banner, meanwhile, found himself recalling his own lost love, though sadly, the two of them eventually went their separate ways. The first Gwen leant against the Tobey Spider-Man. Suddenly, she straightened up and turned to him. "Peter, teach me how to fight." "What?" Tobey Spider-Man looked at her in confusion. not understanding why she would have such an idea. I don't want to be your burden. For my safety, you've left the symbiote with me, which only holds you back from getting stronger. So, I want to help you, she said earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. But, Toby Spider-Man began, but the first Gwen gently placed her hand over his mouth. Listen to me. I know you're worried about my safety, which is why you let the symbiote stay on my clothes. But I can't help you at all, and it's wasting its power just protecting me. She looked down at the symbiote on her chest. This symbiote, now stripped of its weaknesses and side effects, was far too precious to be used solely as her shield. I want to learn from her. She's just an ordinary person, yet she dared to risk everything to make the serum. And I have the symbiote. If I use it well, I could help you too. The first one looked up at the sky screen. After witnessing the second Gwen's courage to help the Garfield Spider-Man, she realized she could also fight for Toby Spider-Man. Her eyes shimmered with affection as she gazed at him. Meeting her gaze, Toby Spider-Man understood her determination. He placed her hand gently against his cheek and replied softly, "All right." Seeing that Toby Spider had agreed, Gwen excitedly pulled him up. "Come on then. What'd I do next?" Toby Spider gave a slight, knowing smile. "Venom." At his command, the symbiote instantly enveloped the original Gwen, perfectly outlining her striking figure. Wow. For the first time, she truly felt the power of Venom. Last time, when she was shot at, she had been too panicked to notice. She hadn't realized that once she wore Venom, she became a superpowered being. Peter Parker had lost count of how many pens he'd accidentally snapped in half. All he knew was that his wrists no longer felt like his own. It had taken him more than a day just to finish signing all the documents. By the end, he couldn't control his strength anymore, and one pen after another broke in his hands. Matt hadn't stayed the whole time. After leaving the documents at George's house, he departed to take care of other business. Gwen, true to her reputation as a top student, managed to make sense of almost all the paperwork in a very short time. When the last document was finally signed, Parker couldn't help but toss the pen into the nearby trash can and collapse back into his chair, letting out a long, weary breath. Heaven only knew how he'd made it through. "Have some water. Let me help you," Gwen said, bringing over a glass. By now, Parker's hands were trembling so much that Gwen was afraid he might shatter the cup by accident. "Thanks." Parker drained the water in one gulp, then couldn't resist grumbling, "I honestly never want to see another of those documents again." Gwen burst out laughing. As his companion through all this, she'd watched him go from calm and composed to completely exasperated. Helen called George to tell him Parker had finished signing everything. George then notified Matt to come to the police station, and Parker brought the documents with him as well. Soon, under the watchful eyes of George and the official notary, Parker formally authorized lawyer Matt Murdock to collect his copyright fees on his behalf. Meanwhile, in prison, several guards escorted Connors to his cell. The dark room was so dim he couldn't see a thing. He walked to the bed and sat down. Only, in the brief flashes of lightning from outside, did he notice his yellow prison uniform. The scruff on his face made it clear he hadn't been doing well. With another flash of lightning, Connors realized he wasn't alone. There was someone else in the cell. "Hello, doctor. Did you tell the boy?" A voice came from shadowy corner. "Tell him what?" Connors looked around, searching for the figure in the darkness. "Did you tell the child the truth about his father?" The other man stepped out from under the window, revealing himself. "No, that's excellent news. In that case, let's just leave him to his own devices for now." The gentleman strolled slowly across the cell. "You should stay away from him." Connors glared at him and shouted, his voice crashing through the room like the thunder rumbling outside the window. Peter Parker, who had just returned to his new home, never expected that after the sky screen finished broadcasting, there would be a hidden segment. But one thing was clear, Dr. Connors definitely knew something. Peter immediately stood up, ready to confront Connors. Peter had asked Connors about this before, but Connors always insisted he knew nothing. Though he was lying, he truly didn't know the exact details, just a vague outline. Connors watched the secret footage and quietly closed his eyes. What must come will eventually arrive. Even if Rudget Rather refuses to talk, the deaths of Richard and Mary Parker can't remain hidden forever. Though the sky screen hadn't revealed everything, it had already let the world know that Connors was privy to some inside information. For days, he'd been torn over whether to tell Peter the truth. Just as Peter was about to go find Connors, Uncle Ben reached out and stopped him. Peter turned back in confusion to look at his uncle. "Peter, the reason we never told you was because we were afraid you couldn't handle it." Uncle Ben's voice was low and heavy. "What?" Peter frowned as he looked from Uncle Ben to Aunt May. Uncle Ben sighed deeply, guiding Peter to sit down. "A few days after the funeral, 2 government agents came to us. They said your father's genetic research with Norman Osborn was extremely valuable, and someone was willing to pay a fortune for it. That's why your father fled with the research. They claimed he was a traitor. We never believed it, Peter. They said he betrayed his best friend for money. Betrayed all of us. Uncle Ben and Aunt May recalled those days, remembering how 2 FBI agents came to their door, leaving them no choice but to face this so-called truth. I don't understand. I can't believe it. It's impossible. Peter, of course, couldn't accept such an explanation. In fact, even Uncle Ben and Aunt May had started to doubt what they'd been told after seeing the skyscreen conversations between Connors, Rudget Ratha, and a mysterious figure, as well as the scene of the Parker home being ransacked. But they had no proof and dare not speak of it. Uncle Ben solemnly warned Peter to keep calm and not reveal anything, to see if the skyscreen would eventually expose the real reason behind Richard Parker's death. By now, Peter Parker already had tens of millions of fans. The skyscreen clearly favored him, making those lurking in the shadows hesitant to act. If the skyscreen was a distant threat, the fans were an immediate shield, an obstacle no one dared to cross. No one was foolish. At this point, if anything happened to someone close to Peter Parker, the murderer would instantly be linked to the mastermind behind Richard and Mary Parker's deaths. No one was willing to take that risk. Peter didn't know whether to believe the FBI's story. He wanted to talk to Gwen about it. And this time, Uncle Ben didn't try to stop him. Meanwhile, people all over the world began to talk, speculating endlessly about the true identity of this mysterious figure. Overseas officials even put pressure on the American government, demanding a thorough investigation into the deaths of Richard and Mary Parker and calling for justice for Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The gentleman himself was well aware that he was now at the center of storm. He knew he must remain hidden, for if Peter Parker or anyone else were to find him, it would spell nothing but trouble. Toby Spider furrowed his brow slightly. There was no doubt in his mind now. Andrew Spider's parents hadn't died by accident. It was clearly murder. But what about his own parents? Could have been an accident after all. As these thoughts raced through his mind, there was a sudden knock at the door. He walked over and opened it, only to find 2 men in sharp suits standing outside. They flashed their credentials for Parker to see, and emblazoned on them were 3 unmistakable letters. CIA. "Good afternoon, Mr. Spider-Man," one of them said with a smile, extending his hand. Toby Spider shook it, still puzzled. "And you are?" "We're here to explain the circumstances surrounding the deaths of your parents, Richard and Mary Parker. Your father, Richard Parker, was in fact an agent of the Central Intelligence Agency. Your mother, Mary Parker, was not only his partner, but also a skilled data analyst. Both of them were intelligence operatives working for the United States government. During a mission, the Parkers went undercover as traitors to infiltrate enemy ranks. Unfortunately, their cover was blown, and they perished in a plane crash. Uncle Ben and the others had never truly known how Richard and Mary Parker died. Now at last, the truth was out. Toby Spider couldn't understand why the truth had only come to light now. The CIA agents explained that this was for Peter Parker's own protection. Often, not knowing meant he would be safer. Now that Toby Spider had become Spider-Man, they had originally planned to keep it a secret a while longer. However, the revelation of the Parkers' deaths on the world stage had forced their hand. They had no choice but to come to him directly. No sooner had Toby Spider seen the CIA agents out than 2 more visitors arrived, this time from a law firm. They were there to discuss the licensing fees for the Spider-Man IP. With the emergence of a second-generation Spider-Man, Peter Parker, conflict had arisen with the existing agreements regarding the use of Parker's name. Indeed, Toby Spider had long since authorized many companies and manufacturers to use the Spider-Man IP. But with a new Spider-Man in play, some issues had surfaced. Now, they needed Toby Spider to sign a new document to clearly distinguish between the first and second Spider-Man. Toby Spider didn't mind this bit of loss. Even though all the major companies could use Garfield Spider's image in place of Toby Spider, or swap them the other way around, the name Spider-Man still required a hefty licensing fee. No matter how cleverly they tried to exploit loopholes, it was always a substantial sum. That was why, at this point, Toby Spider no longer had to worry about making ends meet. In fact, he could live quite comfortably. Yet, even with wealth within reach, they both chose to continue being Spider-Man. Uncle Ben didn't want Parker to lose himself in the pursuit of money, and, fortunately, both Peter Parkers lived up to his expectations, never letting him down. During the period of silence under the Sky Dome, many things happened. McKinn finally managed to shift all responsibility for the Spider experiment onto Rudget Ratha before investigators could trace it back to him at Oscorp Industries. He forged evidence showing that Rudget Ratha had authorized human experimentation, completely absolving himself of any involvement and erasing all incriminating traces. As long as Rudget Ratha kept his mouth shut, McKinn could rest easy. He was able to do this because Norman Osborn was dead. The reckless actions of Rudget Ratha under the Sky Dome, combined with the volatile ups and downs of cross-species gene splicing had so shocked Norman that he didn't even survive as long as he was supposed to. Harry returned early, and Norman died ahead of schedule, as if destiny had already written the script. Norman Osborn's sudden death sent ripples of instability through Oscorp, and McKinn took advantage of the chaos, handling everything before Harry could take over the company. Not long after McKinn had washed his hands of the matter, Rudget Ratha died in a car accident while being transferred by the FBI. It seemed like a simple accident. A semi-truck on the opposite side of the road blew a tire, crashed through a guardrail, and barreled right into the vehicle carrying Ratha. He and the 3 FBI agents guarding him were killed on the spot, as was the truck driver. When the public and Peter Parker heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. This was the FBI, after all. In this country, the FBI was synonymous with unchecked power. To think someone could silence a witness while in FBI custody? No one believed it was an accident. Even if it truly was, someone had to be held accountable. For the first time ever, the New York branch of the FBI came under tremendous pressure. They witnessed firsthand the overwhelming force of fervent fans, a sight that seemed to stretch on without end. Even people in other countries mocked America for the fiasco. Furious, the president ordered all personnel involved to be suspended and investigated, and the director of the FBI himself came under scrutiny. After all, the transfer of Rudget Ratha had been a secret operation, known to only a handful of people. Peter Parker had no idea what secrets Rudget Ratha might have been hiding. Now that Ratha was dead, the only hope Peter had of learning whether his parents had truly betrayed their country rested with the Sky Dome. He had also tried to seek out Connors, but Connors didn't know who the mysterious person was either. He told Parker that Norman Osborn was definitely connected to them, but unfortunately, Norman was already dead. In the original universe, Gwen was completely enveloped in venom, battling with Toby Spider. Gwen was mostly on the offensive, while Toby Spider kept dodging her attacks. Ever since Gwen had asked Toby Spider to teach her how to fight a month ago, scenes like this would occasionally play out between them. Original Harry arrived at Toby Spider's door and knocked. Hearing the sound, Toby Spider raised a hand to signal Gwen to stop, then headed downstairs. Gwen let out a soft breath, and the black venom slowly retreated into her clothes. Toby Spider was a bit surprised by Harry's sudden visit. "Hey man, looking good," Harry greeted with a box in hand, flashing a grin at Toby Spider. "Yeah, what brings you here? And what's that?" Toby Spider stepped aside to let him in, eyeing the box with curiosity. "Surprise!" Harry smiled and walked into the house. Toby Spider shrugged and followed after him. "Hi, Harry." Aunt May greeted Harry warmly as he entered. Uncle Ben wasn't home. Ever since Parker received his first royalty check, Uncle Ben no longer needed to work, and with so much free time, he had taken up a new hobby and was often out of the house. "Hey, Aunt May." Harry nodded at her, then sat down in a chair and placed the box on the table. "What's this?" Aunt May asked, also a bit puzzled by the box. "Hey man, what's inside? You got me curious." Toby Spider sat down next to Harry. "Why don't you open it yourself?" Harry said with a gentle laugh, sliding the box in front of him. Toby Spider glanced at Harry, shook his head in amusement, and slowly opened the box. To his astonishment, inside was a brand new red and blue spider suit. "Wow, this is awesome." Toby Spider picked up the new suit, and Aunt May let out a surprised gasp as well. "Pretty great, right? I had my company's people make it for you. It's crafted from the best materials, packed with features. When you wear it, you won't feel itchy anymore. It's super breathable, feels great to the touch, and most importantly, it's bulletproof and resistant to blades." Harry introduced the suit with pride. He had it custom-made especially for Toby Spider. "Go on, try it on, Peter. See if it fits," Harry urged, impatient to see how it looked on him. Aunt May nodded encouragingly, so Toby Spider grabbed the suit and hurried upstairs. Moments later, he came back down wearing the new suit. "Cool, man. How does it feel?" Harry asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Excellent. This is so comfortable, this fabric." "Thank you, Harry." Toby Spider ran his hand over his suit, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Don't mention it." Harry threw an arm around Toby Spider, laughing heartily. Helping his best friend brought Harry genuine joy. "Oh, and one more thing. I've developed a physical enhancement serum, though it's a version that works only for me." "What? You finished it that quickly?" Toby Spider stared wide-eyed at Harry. From the day Harry told him he was restarting research on the enhancement serum, only a few months had passed. "No, it's not a true success, not in the full sense." Harry shook his head, correcting Toby Spider's assumption. "This serum is unique to me. Do you remember the potion you got from the Veil? The one you used to cure my father?" "Yeah, I used it to heal Uncle." Toby Spider nodded. It was the first reward he'd ever received from the Veil, and the memory was vivid. "My father didn't lose his extraordinary abilities. The potion only wiped out his evil persona. He told me this only after learning I'd resumed my research. Before that, he'd been too afraid to say anything. I secretly took a vial of his blood for study, and from it, I developed the latest version of the enhancement serum with no side effects. But apparently, because I extracted it from my father, only I can use it. No other living creature could successfully use it in experiments. To be honest, I thought I'd failed. But somewhere deep inside, I heard a voice telling me the serum was meant for me alone. Harry recounted the strange experience he'd had in his dreams at the time. Thinking back, only the veil could have orchestrated something so mysterious. What puzzled Harry was why the veil would do this in the first place. Toby Spider shook his head as well, unable to make sense of it. Still, no matter the reason, Harry had gained enhancement with no side effects. That was good news. Just then, Gwen came downstairs in her new outfit. She caught sight of Toby Spider in his brand new suit. "What's this?" she asked. "Harry gave it to me. It's amazing." Toby Spider replied with excitement, his eyes shining as he looked at Gwen approaching him. Gwen, the original one, looked at Harry in surprise when she heard this. Harry smiled back at her. He had to admit, Gwen really was a better match for Parker than Mary Jane. Just standing side by side, the two seemed like they were made for each other. Meanwhile, Tony watched the countdown in front of him. It was his own calculation, based on the intervals between the veil's past silences and replays. If his math was right, the veil would soon begin a new broadcast. As the countdown ticked to 0, the veil lit up right on schedule. Tony let out a sigh of relief. He'd been worried the veil would go silent again for as long as it had. Between the first and second generations, a wristwatch appears in the frame, and a man is typing. You can see he's wearing glasses, and he deletes something on his computer. Next, he takes a vial of potassium chloride from a cabinet and injects it into a jar filled with spiders. As the chemical spreads rapidly, the super spiders die one after another. After confirming all the spiders are dead, Richard Parker reaches for the employee badge on the desk. He swipes the card, intending to enter the lab, but suddenly notices the lab is about to be sealed off. Alarms blare urgently. He can't open the lab door. In a panic, he rushes back to his computer, only to see a stark message. His username is invalid, and his files are frozen. Though furious, Richard Parker is left with no choice. He puts a folder into his bag, the very bag Peter Parker would one day discover, and hurries out of Oscorp Tower. People will think I've committed unspeakable crimes. Maybe they're right. I just always thought I'd have a little more time. In the next scene, Richard Parker faces his computer, pouring his heart out. At that moment, the voice of young Peter calls out, "Dad? Dad!" Hearing his son's cry, Richard quickly shuts down the computer and rushes upstairs. Peter. He pushes open the door to his study and finds the room in chaos, papers scattered everywhere, and little Peter cowering behind the desk, looking terrified. What follows is the familiar scene of Richard Parker handing young Peter over to Uncle Ben and Aunt May. "Peter," Gwen gives Parker a worried glance. He looks somber, once again witnessing that moment from his childhood when his parents left him with Uncle Ben, never to return, a memory that still stings. He's never believed his parents would betray their country or sell him out for profit. Rudget Ratha is already dead. Now, all he can hope is that S.H.I.E.L.D. might help him uncover the truth. Tony, having just successfully predicted the broadcast time of the S.H.I.E.L.D. feed, is briefly pleased. But then he frowns as Richard begins his escape. It's now clear that the spiders Richard destroyed were the very super spiders he had created. Oscorp must have suspected something. Richard tried to destroy the files, but apparently didn't succeed. Luckily, the most important algorithm, the zero decay rate, wasn't saved on the computer, but written in a notebook and taken with him. Tony's unaware that the Parkers were labeled traitors by the FBI. Instead, he's convinced Richard had a much deeper reason for destroying those spiders, just as Tony himself could never imagine destroying all his Iron Man suits. It simply doesn't make sense. On a plane, Mary Parker sits across from Richard. "I found us a safe place to spend the night by Lake Geneva. Are you uploading the files?" Mary glanced at Richard and asked, "Should we upload everything to Roosevelt, just in case?" He instinctively shook his head. Though he was reluctant to believe it, he knew there was little chance they could escape their pursuers. Mary Parker sighed deeply at his response. Seeing this, Richard tried to comfort her, saying, "We'll be all right, Mary. Nothing's going to happen to us." But Mary's thoughts were elsewhere. Did you see the look on his face? He'll never understand. Her mind was consumed with worry for her son. She simply couldn't let go. "Mary, we've already talked about this. Our old life is gone, and it's not coming back. From now on, every moment we have to be careful, always on guard. We can't let him grow up in an environment like this." Richard also hated the idea of leaving his son, but he had no choice. For Peter's sake, he had to leave him with Ben Parker. He's just a child. Mary's concern for Peter Parker was unwavering. I know, but he'll be safe. I promise. Nothing will happen to him." Richard reached out, taking Mary's hand, offering her constant reassurance. Choking back tears, Mary wiped her face and nodded. Then she stood and walked toward the restroom. At that moment, the co-pilot stepped out of the cockpit. No matter how tired you are, there's no way to rest, is there? Richard nodded. I'm afraid you're right. Guess it comes with the job, the co-pilot said with a half smile, turning on the faucet to wash his hands. Casually, he asked, what are you working on? Richard was about to answer when he caught sight of bright red blood on the man's hands. His expression changed in an instant, but he forced himself to sound calm. Just making some plans in advance. Could I speak with the pilot for a moment? The co-pilot, realizing he'd probably been discovered, kept his face pleasant and replied, is there something you need? Maybe I can help. He wiped his hands dry with a towel. I want to send a radio message, just to make sure everything is set up for our landing, Richard said, starting to rise and move closer. But the co-pilot easily saw through his intent. Without hesitation, he pulled a pistol from the cabinet and leveled it at Richard. I think we both know there's no way that's happening, Dr. Parker, he said coolly. Richard slowly sat back down. The co-pilot locked the restroom door behind Mary, making sure she couldn't suddenly burst out. Seizing the brief distraction as the co-pilot turned, Richard quietly placed his hand on the computer and pressed the confirmation key. The files began uploading at once, unnoticed by the co-pilot. The co-pilot pulled out a parachute pack and slung it over his shoulders. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Mary Parker discovered the door wouldn't budge and started calling out, Richard, Richard. Ignoring her cries, the co-pilot snapped Richard's computer shut and took it away. Richard wanted to stop him, but the gun kept him frozen in place. They say you're a genius, the co-pilot remarked. But if you think you can escape unscathed, then you're being a real fool. Oh my God, Uncle Ben and Aunt May watched in horror, stunned by what was unfolding before them. Richard and Mary were caught in this terrifying ordeal. They had never truly known what had happened to the Parkers. Peter, are you all right? Gwen clutched Parker's hand, her concern clear as Parker's heavy breathing betrayed his inner turmoil. I'm fine. Don't worry. Parker took a couple of deep breaths, trying to steady himself, then gently patted Gwen's hand in reassurance. Harry watched the scene with a grave expression. Lately, he'd been swamped dealing with the aftermath of Norman's death and facing government scrutiny over the spider experiments, leaving him no time to look for Parker. He knew Richard Parker's death was somehow linked to Oscorp, but he had found nothing useful. Mackin had covered his tracks perfectly in that brief window, leaving no evidence in the official records. So Harry was still in the dark about Mackin's true role in all this. But he was certain that Rudget Ratha wasn't the only mastermind in Oscorp. He just didn't know who else was involved yet. Just as the co-pilot reached for his gun, Mary Parker burst out of the restroom, throwing open the door. The co-pilot spun around in shock, but reacted instantly, knocking Mary to the floor. Mary! Richard shouted, lunging forward and landing a punch. The two men wrestled in the cramped airplane aisle. The co-pilot tried to fire, but Richard grabbed his wrist and forced the gun upward. The co-pilot slammed Richard repeatedly against the wall, then hurled him to the floor. He raised his weapon, ready to shoot, but Mary swung a wine bottle, striking him on the back of the head. He staggered from the blow, but still managed to get a shot off at Mary. Mary! Richard cried out, rushing in to grapple with the co-pilot once more. Fueled by rage at seeing his wife hurt, Richard unleashed his fury, smashing the co-pilot into the storage cabinets again and again, finally knocking him out cold with a powerful kick. Richard seized the gun from the man's hand, then turned anxiously to Mary. Mary, it's all right. You're going to be okay. I'm here. Are you all right? He scooped Mary up and helped her into a seat. You're going to be safe. It's over now. Can you breathe, Mary? Richard fastened her seatbelt, then fitted the oxygen mask over her nose and mouth, urging her to breathe. But Mary pushed his hand away, gasping, Roosevelt, Roosevelt. Only then did Richard realize what she meant. He whirled around, grabbed the laptop from the floor, plugged in the data cable, and resumed uploading the files. It's backing up. It's backing up. Do you hear me? Hey, wake up. Richard turned his head to comfort Mary. By now, Mary was in such unbearable pain that her consciousness was beginning to fade. We're going to be okay. Do you hear me? I'm right here with you. Richard kept encouraging Mary, but at some point, the co-pilot regained consciousness, lunging at him and pinning him to the floor. Straddling Richard, the co-pilot began to rain heavy blows down on him. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook the plane. The lifeless pilot's body slumped forward, pressing down on the control yoke, and the whole aircraft plunged into a steep dive. As Richard and the co-pilot grappled, the floor seemed to shift sideways beneath them, but their desperate struggle continued unabated. The co-pilot forced Richard between his seat and the cabin wall, then wrapped a seatbelt tightly around his neck, intent on strangling him right then and there. In that moment, Richard caught sight of the laptop, still uploading data. The co-pilot saw the progress on the screen as well and lunged to slam the computer shut. Taking advantage of the distraction, Richard drew his pistol, struggling with all his might to aim it at the co-pilot. The co-pilot fought back furiously. Both men locked in a life-or-death struggle. Then, suddenly, Richard noticed Mary Parker slumped nearby, her eyes closed, the spark of life extinguished. Grief and rage mingled in Richard's eyes. He swung the gun toward the window and fired. The glass shattered with a deafening crack, and in an instant, the cabin's pressure vanished. The door was ripped away by the violent rush of air, slamming into one of the engines and triggering a massive explosion. The plane spiraled out of control, plummeting earthward at breakneck speed, fragments scattering through the sky. Richard's pistol was torn from his grasp, sucked out into the void. Then the co-pilot was dragged toward the opening as well. Desperate, he tried to snatch the laptop, but Richard clung to it with everything he had. With a final, frantic scream, and no, the co-pilot was sucked out of the cabin. Choking on the seatbelt still tight around his neck, Richard managed to flip the laptop open again, resuming the upload. He watched as the progress bar crawled to 100%, and the words, "Upload complete," appeared. Only then did he allow himself a quiet sigh of relief. In the final moments of his life, Richard gazed at his wife. As the plane slammed into the earth at terrifying speed, their stories ended together. "Oh no, Dad, Mom." Parker buried his face in his hands and broke down in sobs. Gwen's eyes reddened as well. She wrapped her arms around him, holding him close and gently patting his back. "Gwen, thank you," Parker whispered, hugging her tightly. It took him a long moment to steady his emotions and express his gratitude. Gwen didn't reply. She only shook her head softly, then pressed her lips to his, comforting Parker in her own way. Aunt May wiped away her tears, her voice choked with emotion. Uncle Ben looked down, sorrow etched across his face, unable to speak. Toby Spider watched the sky with red-rimmed eyes. The death of Garfield Spider's parents brought back the pain of losing his own, as if that tragedy was repeating itself once more. Although the process may have been different, the result remained the same, and so he felt deeply troubled. George wore a stern expression on his face. Ever since Rudget Lotta's death, he had been racked with guilt toward Parker. After all, it was he who had personally handed Rudget Lotta over to the FBI. He felt partially responsible for Rudget's silencing, which led to Parker never even getting a chance to see him before he died. Connors watched as, in the sky display, Richard Parker struggled to upload his data right up until his dying breath. Connors didn't know exactly where Richard had sent it, but he was certain it had to be important. Otherwise, why would Richard have been so anxious? He wanted to comfort Parker and, at the same time, advise him to find whatever Richard had left behind. Perhaps hidden within it was the reason Richard had fled with his research. Suddenly, a red spider appeared on the screen. As the camera pulled back, Parker, dressed in his Spider-Man suit, came into view. He was plummeting from high above, swinging effortlessly through the city on his webbing. Each swing was accompanied by joyous exclamations. Then, spotting a helicopter not far away, he muttered to himself, "New York, what kind of trouble are you in today?" "Live from New York 1, the helicopter reporter announced. "An Oscorp Industries truck carrying plutonium has been hijacked. Police are in pursuit." Hearing the report, Parker instantly shot a web and swung toward the truck. "All right, time to get to work." At that moment, the truck was careening wildly down the street. The driver shouted gleefully as he drove, "Come and say hello to Alexei Sitsevic." Ha ha ha. His two accomplices, armed with rifles, clambered onto the back of the truck, with a swarm of police cars hot on their trail. Two squad cars sped ahead, attempting to block the truck's path. Without hesitation, Alexei rammed the left squad car. His massive tires crushed it underfoot. The squad car on the right, witnessing the carnage, quickly veered out of the way. By now, Parker had swung close to the scene. Passers-by, seeing him swoop low overhead, cried out, "Spider-Man!" "Hey there, how's it going?" Parker called back, waving in greeting before rounding a corner and chasing after the speeding police cars. Oh shoot. Alexei Sitsevic's face twisted as he realized trouble was coming his way. He immediately began plotting his escape. "Find him for me." George, still seething with frustration, saw Alexei Sitsevic drop right into his lap, just the opportunity he needed to vent his anger. He immediately ordered his officers to begin the manhunt. It wasn't long before the police issued a wanted notice for Alexei. After Gwen's passionate kiss, Parker's spirits were restored. Suddenly, the wail of sirens reached their ears. Standing together on the rooftop, they watched as the criminals sped by below, police in hot pursuit. Parker turned and asked, "Care to join me?" She nodded right away, then took off her jacket to reveal the spider suit underneath. Unlike Parker's red and blue costume, Gwen's suit featured white on top and black below. During the period when the sky curtain was silent, the people of New York had already learned what gift the sky curtain had given. Peter Parker. After all, a new female Spider-Man had appeared in the city, calling herself the Ghost Spider. It wasn't hard to guess. Gwen had already mastered her abilities with ease. She and Parker often showed up together, and since Parker's true identity was already public knowledge, she also revealed her own without hesitation. On the back of the truck, the two of them laid the special explosives in a circle. Once ignited, a hole was easily blown in the roof, exposing the plutonium inside. Peter swung in with a front flip, landing on top of the truck. Then he jumped down beside the driver's window and tapped on the glass. Alexei was wholly focused on driving when Peter suddenly popped up to greet him. "Anybody home, Mr. Criminal?" "Hey, I'm Spider-Man. Or you can call me Webhead or Amazing Guy. Just don't call me late for dinner dude, all right?" "Got that." Peter kept chattering away at Alexei when suddenly Alexei threw a punch at him. Peter let out a surprised whoa and dodged back, then leapt onto the roof, bending down to peer at him. "So you're not a fan of handshakes, huh? Maybe you're more of a hug guy." Alexei, thoroughly annoyed by his rambling, immediately grabbed a gun and shouted at Peter, "I like killing people." "Whoa, all right," Peter replied, dodging the bullets with ease. Meanwhile, while Peter was still bantering with Alexei, the other accomplices in the back had already started trying to load the plutonium into their container. The moment they removed it, a computerized voice blared a warning. "Warning, plutonium 238 is a radioactive material, extremely explosive." "Peter, I never realized you were such a chatterbox," quipped Dr. Connors, the original, teasing Toby's Spider-Man. The whole class burst out laughing. "Oh, come on, that's not me." Toby's Spider-Man waved his hands, sounding a little exasperated. Who knew why this Peter Parker talked so much? The original Gwen watched him get flustered, smiling all the while. Among the teachers, only Dr. Connors dared to poke fun at him. Scenes like this were rare indeed. Rhodey couldn't help but mutter, "Does this kid always talk this much? That Alexei guy looks like he's about to be driven mad." "Ha ha ha." Tony burst out laughing at that. A motor mouth Spider-Man. Now that's something. At the same time, he paused for a moment of silence for Alexei. To be saddled with such a chatterbox of a Spider-Man, while he was still in the middle of committing a crime, no less. Having Garfield Spidey yammering nonstop at his ear must be a kind of mental torment that few could endure. Nick Fury, his usually stern face drawn tight, was also starting to crack, especially at that line, "The late for dinner man." For some reason, Peter Parker always managed to make him laugh in the strangest of ways. Meanwhile, Max Dillon was making his way down the sidewalk, his arms full of blueprints, calling out as he walked, "Excuse me." Plenty of space on the sidewalk. Just then, he collided headlong with a passerby, sending the blueprints scattering everywhere. Max hurriedly crouched down to gather them up, but a sudden gust of wind sent the papers swirling in every direction. Frantically calling for help, he dashed onto the street to retrieve the runaway blueprints. At that moment, Parker was still pestering Alexei. Half of his body was already inside the truck, and he taunted, "What's the matter? Your gun jammed? Here, let me hold the steering wheel for you." Grabbing the wheel, Parker steered the truck as chaos unfolded outside. Max was still scrambling around in the road, grumbling about the sheer number of blueprints as he tried to pick them up. From a distance, Parker spotted Max right in the middle of the street. Swinging over on a web line, he landed next to him. As Max turned his head, Parker quickly pulled him out of harm's way. "Watch out. Keep your eyes open." A taxi cab shot past, missing them by inches. If not for Parker, Max would have been in serious trouble. Pulling Max up from the ground, Parker reassured him. "There we go. You're safe now. Are you all right?" Still shaken, Max stared at Spider-Man in disbelief. "You're Spider-Man," he stammered. Parker nodded, grinning. "The suit gave it away, right? These must be important, huh, Max?" With a flick of his wrist, Parker used his webs to gather up a few stray blueprints and handed them back. "Max, how do you know my name?" Max asked, puzzled, clutching his papers. Parker helped him adjust his glasses. "It's right there on your badge." "I'm just a nobody," Max stammered, a little overwhelmed by the attention. "Hey, you're not a nobody. You matter. Now lick this," Parker said encouragingly. Max obediently licked Parker's palm, and Parker used the saliva to slick back Max's hair. "All right, listen up. I need you right now. You're my eyes and ears." Parker cheered him on. "Really? Okay. All right," Max replied, excitement lighting up his face. Satisfied, Parker gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "See you around." And with that, he swung away. "Was that really me?" Max muttered in disbelief, staring up at the sky where Spider-Man had vanished. He was stunned that someone as ordinary as himself had just been needed by Spider-Man. His colleagues, who knew Max as a quiet, unremarkable guy, began to murmur amongst themselves. Spider-Man needed him. From time to time, they would glance at Max. Most of them believed that what Parker said was nothing more than words of encouragement meant to cheer him up. But even so, it gave Max an enormous boost. He already liked Spider-Man a lot. Now, he adored him even more. He decided then and there to become Peter Parker's most devoted fan. Peter, you really know how to give a pep talk, Gwen called out with a grin, swinging on her web as she looked over at Parker. Yeah, want to learn a thing or two from me? Parker shot back with a smile. He knew he'd only said those things to lift Max's spirits, but there was nothing wrong with that. Warning, unauthorized operation. In the back of the truck, two robbers carefully picked up the plutonium-238, preparing to transfer it into their own container. At that moment, Parker caught up to the truck. Alexei saw a mass of cars blocking the road ahead and slammed on the brakes. The two robbers in the back were caught off guard and tumbled to the floor. The police cars following behind didn't have time to stop and crashed into the truck one after another, setting off a chain reaction pileup. In an instant, the chase scene turned utterly chaotic. Police cars flipped over or got wedged between other vehicles. The two robbers in the back scrambled to their feet, kicked open the doors, and started firing wildly in all directions. Under the relentless barrage of gunfire, the police officers were forced to keep their heads down. But within seconds, two webs shot out and yanked the guns right out of the robbers' hands. Another pair of webs pulled both men out of the truck, and Parker quickly wrapped their ankles in webbing, hanging them upside down above the officers. Surrounded on all sides by police, the two had no choice but to surrender. Seeing his accomplices caught and his own situation looking dire, Alexei stomped on the gas and sped off, desperate to escape. Parker swung after him without hesitation. A police officer shouted up at him, "Get him, Spider-Man!" As soon as Parker got into the truck, Alexei made a sharp turn. The containers of plutonium-238 started flying all over the place, and Parker scrambled to catch them, hands flailing. When he couldn't hold on to them with his hands anymore, he used his feet to stick one in place. Alexei, his face twisted with rage, barreled the truck through the narrow alleys, smashing into anything that stood in his way. The remaining police cars chased close behind. Parker was starting to get overwhelmed as the dangerous cargo bounced around the truck. Muttering under his breath while gathering up the canisters, he said, "Hey, stay put. None of you are going anywhere. Come on, come to Daddy." Many pedestrians, seeing Alexei's truck careening down the street, shrieked in terror and scrambled to get out of the way. "Get the hell out of my way!" Alexei roared, smashing aside anything that blocked his path. Parker finally managed to get most of the plutonium secured. All right, enough of this. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a vial of plutonium drop and roll onto the ground. "Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding me," Parker blurted out, unable to hold back his frustration. Without missing a beat, he did a somersault out of the truck, then used his web to snatch up the vial of plutonium-238 and suspend it in the alleyway. The vial hit the ground, bounced up, and was sent flying by a police car. Parker was a split second too late and landed on the police car's windshield. "Hey, wait, come back here," he shouted after the runaway vial. It crashed into a fire hydrant, and Parker was still a step behind. The vial rolled into the street, but Parker swung overhead, caught it in one swift motion, and landed just in time to see the police car behind him, only to be scooped up and carried away as the car sped off. "Ha! I thought he was going to look so cool, but he only managed to keep it up for 3 seconds. Tony doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach. "Yeah, I thought he'd dodge it, but nope, just got smacked right into him." Rhodey slapped his thigh, cracking up. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., even Hill, Natasha, and the others couldn't help but laugh at the antics of the so-called Garfield spider. Nick Fury fought to keep a straight face, clearing his throat twice before the laughter died down. "Natasha, disguise yourself and make contact with him. See if there's anything unusual about this kid. Just don't blow your cover," Fury said, handing Natasha a file. She took it, glanced through it, and looked up at Fury in surprise. "Are you sure? The difference is huge." "Yeah, I'm sure. I've already confirmed it with the CIA," Fury replied with a serious nod. "Okay," Natasha said, nodding back as she took the file and left the office. The scene shifted to the front of the police car, where Parker, clutching the vial, was sprawled across the hood. Just then, he heard his phone ring. He wedged the vial under his chin, fished out his phone, and saw that it was Gwen calling. "Hey, I'm really sorry. I'm running a bit late. Traffic is a nightmare." Parker lied, not wanting Gwen to know he was in the middle of chasing down criminals. "You have no sense of time. It's already started." The camera cut to Gwen, dressed in a graduation gown along with her classmates. Today was their graduation ceremony. I know, it's my fault." Parker apologized, genuinely contrite. "Where are you?" Gwen asked. "Broadway and 1st Avenue. No, 2nd Avenue. Wait, 3rd Avenue. I'll be there in 5 minutes. 10 at the most," Parker said, still clinging to the police car. "Is that a siren I hear, Peter?" Gwen asked, catching the sound in the background. No, Peter, say that again, she demanded, not quite convinced. It's really not a siren, I swear. Absolutely no. Just as Parker tried to make another excuse, he suddenly thought he saw George sitting in the police car, staring right at him. Peter? What's wrong? Peter, where is he? Parker suddenly fell silent, leaving Gwen a bit puzzled about what had happened. It was only then that Parker snapped back to his senses and realized the person sitting in the police car wasn't George, but another officer who bore a slight resemblance to him. Peter? I'll be right there. I promise. Parker, a little guilty, hurriedly hung up the phone. Just then, the mentor on stage called out Gwen's name. A big round of applause for this year's valedictorian, Gwen Stacy. The students in the audience broke into applause. Gwen, caught off guard, smiled in surprise, while Helen Stacy sat in the back row, her face beaming with pride for her daughter. Gwen walked onto the stage and shook hands with her mentor. She placed her prepared speech on the podium and began her remarks. Good morning, honored teachers, and all the parents of our graduates. Standing here today is such an honor for me. I know we all believe we are destined to do great things. We're about to graduate, and that's exactly as it should be. But just like the fleeting 4 years of high school, its value lies in its impermanence. That it must come to an end is what makes it precious. I feel this deeply, because it ends, we cherish it all the more. And on this special day, I want to remind everyone, life is short. Don't waste it just going with the flow. Don't live in someone else's shadow. Make your life meaningful. Fight for the things you care about, come rain or shine. Because even if we fail, honestly, is there any better way to live? Well said. Parker smiled at Gwen as he listened, the two of them having dealt with the criminal and returned to school, just in time before the graduation ceremony was over. Really, Gwen covered her mouth, delighted by Parker's praise. The two of them walked into the classroom, hand in hand, the only couple bold enough to do so in the whole school. Ever since the incident with the student's passionate kiss and Flash's bullying, the school had gained a notorious reputation worldwide. For an entire semester, the dean had been cracking down on this kind of behavior, handing out punishments left and right. The atmosphere grew tense. Students were now too scared to date openly, and bullying all but disappeared. Meanwhile, as Gwen was giving her speech, Alexei was still barreling through the city in his truck. Parker knew he couldn't delay any longer and leapt right in front of him. Hello. Parker greeted him once more, then glared at Alexei and said, I told you, I'm going to be late. With that, he snapped off the windshield wiper and landed several quick punches on the front windshield. Suddenly, he noticed a bus passing by, along with an elderly Chinese gentleman walking with his granddaughter nearby. Alexei's truck crashed heavily into the minibus. In the nick of time, Parker leaped to the other side of the bus, deftly hooking the vial of plutonium onto a nearby street lamp, then landed in front of the two, bracing himself to stop the bus. With danger narrowly averted, both they and the passengers inside escaped disaster, and the relieved passengers erupted into cheers for Spider-Man. An elderly man thanked Parker in Cantonese. Alexei hurriedly jumped out of his truck. Even as he tried to make his getaway, he didn't forget to snatch the plutonium Parker had hung on the street lamp. Parker swung after him on his web. Alexei, roaring in fury, fired wildly at the airborne Parker with his rifle, but thanks to his extraordinary spider sense, Parker dodged every bullet with ease. Landing right in front of Alexei, Parker said, I'll be taking this gun, and that's not yours either. He snatched the rifle from Alexei's hands, then retrieved the plutonium. Alexei threw a punch, but Parker, whistling nonchalantly, shot webs to bind Alexei's hands to either side. In one smooth motion, he tossed the items up into the air, then used his webbing to yank down Alexei's trousers, leaving him standing in nothing but his boxers, and caught the plutonium as it fell. Alexei struggled madly, but he couldn't break free. Eyes wide with rage, he bellowed at Parker. This isn't over, you filthy spider. Parker paid no mind to his impotent fury and, turning away, waved over his shoulder. Alexei still wanted to say something, but just then, the rifle Parker had tossed up came crashing down and knocked him out cold. Wow, amazing. Toby Spidey watched Garfield Spidey's moves in awe. Even with all the practice Gwen had given him lately, he still couldn't match that level of spider sense agility. Looks like each of you has your own strengths, the original Gwen said with a smile, sitting beside him. The original Uncle Ben added, Don't let it bother you, Peter. When heaven gives you a gift, it takes something else in return. Your physical abilities are far superior, so it's only natural your spider sense isn't as sharp. No one can have everything. Toby Spidey nodded, letting the matter go. Meanwhile, Mr. Ditkovich, the original landlord, saw Alexei standing there in his boxers and couldn't help but remember his own embarrassing moments. It brought back memories of his own infamous mishap. Captain George, having witnessed Alexei and his accomplices rampage with such heavy firepower, knew this was no joke. They hadn't been found yet, but he was sure they couldn't stay hidden much longer. Back at the school, the graduation ceremony was still underway. Aunt May clapped along with the crowd, her eyes scanning everywhere, but she never did spot Parker. And among the crowd, a familiar old man wearing sunglasses sat quietly. He turned his head just in time to see someone swinging in on a strand of web. Parker hurriedly changed into his graduation gown, and just at that moment, his name was called from the stage. He had only taken 2 steps before realizing he'd forgotten to take off his spider mask. An old man caught sight of Parker with the spider mask still on and immediately turned to the person next to him, exclaiming, "Hey, I think I know that guy." But no one paid him any mind. The professor called Parker's name twice, but there was still no sign of him. It wasn't until the 3rd call that Parker came running in from his side. He took the diploma, shook hands with the professor, and apologized, "Sorry." Then, without hesitation, Parker embraced Gwen and kissed her right there on stage. Their bold move instantly sent a wave of cheers through the crowd of students. Aunt May's eyes widened in surprise as she watched Parker. He had never told her when he'd gotten himself a girlfriend. After kissing Gwen, Parker high-fived the professor next to him and stepped off the stage. "Oh my!" Gwen, a little embarrassed, covered her face and buried her head in her arms as all their classmates turned to look at them. The teacher at the podium watched Parker with a beaming smile, and Parker couldn't help but let a grin tug at his lips. He was struggling to contain his excitement. "Wow, smooth move, Peter." Harry, having just finished up work at his company, glanced up at the big screen and caught sight of Parker's daring public display of affection. "Ah, young love, so beautiful." Otto always felt nostalgic seeing scenes like this, recalling his own days with Rosie. Meanwhile, his research on nuclear fusion was becoming ever more refined. "If those two aren't meant to be together, then who is?" Rosie said with a smile. In her eyes, whether it was this Parker or the one from Garfield's world, Gwen was always a perfect match for Peter Parker. Once the ceremony ended, Aunt May was busy snapping photos to capture the moment. Parker ran up and gave her a big hug. "Peter, goodness, I was as close to sneaking on stage myself in a borrowed gown to get your diploma." Aunt May complained as she hugged him back. Parker just grinned and joked. "Honestly, I kind of wish you had. That would have been awesome. Here, this is for you." He handed the diploma to Aunt May. "I'm so proud of you, darling. I'm truly so proud." Aunt May was overjoyed to see Parker graduate. "This is what you deserve," Parker said, taking off his graduation gown as he spoke. "If your Uncle Ben were here, I know exactly what the first thing out of his mouth would be," Aunt May said with a fond smile. Parker nodded, imitating Uncle Ben's tone. "Stop dawdling. The good days are over. Go out and get a job." And his second line would be, "Don't just follow the rules. Make your own," Aunt May added. Ralph Waldo Emerson said that. Parker chimed in. "No," Aunt May shook her head. "What do you mean, no?" Parker was a little puzzled. "Ben told me he made it up himself." Aunt May burst out laughing at that. "You really have learned a thing or two." When her laughter faded, there was a touch of sorrow in her voice as she added, "If only your uncle could be here." "Yeah, I wish he could. And my parents, too." Parker nodded. Uncle Ben, watching Aunt May's words play out on the projection above, shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe she'd exposed his little brag to everyone. Thankfully, it was nothing more than a harmless boast, and everyone simply laughed it off. Unlike Alexei, whose secrets had been truly exposed, Parker had practically stripped him bare, and now Alexei was fuming as he plotted his escape, glaring at Peter Parker's image with clenched teeth. Aunt May looked at Uncle Ben with a teasing smile. This was what happened when he boasted. His fib had been found out, and she couldn't stop laughing about it. Seeing Uncle Ben's crestfallen face only made her laugh harder. Meanwhile, Toby Spider-Man was curious whether his own Uncle Ben had ever said anything similar. The original Ben Parker shook his head so vigorously it was almost comical. Aunt May shot him a knowing wink, and Toby Spider-Man realized immediately that he must have said something like that before, and a hint of a smile crept onto his lips. Parker glanced up and noticed Gwen talking to her mother nearby. The two exchanged a silent look. Aunt May, sensing what Parker was thinking, decided not to play the third wheel anymore. "All right, off you go. Go on now," Aunt May suddenly announced. "Huh? Oh, I'll just be a second." Parker was caught off guard that Aunt May had read his thoughts so easily, and it took him a moment to respond. "Okay, you two, stand together quick." Gwen finished her conversation with her mother, and Helen nudged her to go join Parker. Gwen walked over, and Aunt May hurried them to stand side by side, so she could take a picture. "This will just take a moment." "All right, say cheese." Parker slipped his arm around Gwen, and the two of them smiled brightly for the camera. "All done. I'm heading over there," Aunt May said to Parker after snapping the photo. "Just give me a minute. Don't stray too far," Parker called out, still holding Gwen close. Gwen smiled at Aunt May and said, It was lovely to meet you. Once the two of them had a little privacy, Gwen lowered her voice and asked, when you said you were stuck in traffic, did that have anything to do with the Russian mob or a shootout? She held up her phone, which was displaying a news report about Spider-Man catching some robbers. Why didn't you just tell me? Gwen asked, puzzled. What else could I do? You were about to go on stage to give your speech. Parker didn't want her to worry about him, especially not when she needed to focus. As they spoke, Helen Stacy called out from across the way. Gwen, sweetheart, it's time for a family photo. Coming. Gwen called back, then turned to Parker and asked, want to come have some Cantonese dim sum? How could I possibly say no? Hearing the reply, Gwen's face lit up with a joyful smile. 8 o'clock tonight. Don't be late. I promise I won't be late. Okay. With that, Gwen leaned in and kissed Parker on the cheek. I still need to tell you about my speech. All night long? I'd love to listen to you all night. Parker asked, delighted. Over and over again. All night. Gwen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and answered with a bright smile. Okay. Oh my gosh. This is wonderful. Parker's heart soared as he imagined spending a beautiful evening alone with his beloved Gwen. From a distance, Helen called out, Peter, would you like to join us? Come on over. Seeing her daughter so close with Parker, Helen felt quite satisfied with him as well. Parker was about to head over, but then remembered Aunt May was still waiting for him. So he politely declined, I have to go find my aunt. I'll see you later. Thank you. Gwen ran over and embraced her mother. Parker watched their warm moment together, and in his mind, George's final words echoed, as if he could see George standing in the crowd, watching him. You'll always face new enemies, and people will get hurt. So, I need you to promise me, okay? Don't get Gwen involved. Promise me. He gazed at Helen, taking photos with the children, his thoughts swirling. I'll always be by your side. Even if you want me to leave, you couldn't chase me away. Gwen placed her hand gently over Parker's and looked at him, her voice resolute. Yeah, I'll never leave you, Gwen. Not for a lifetime, Parker replied, intertwining his fingers with hers, feeling the warmth of her palm. Whenever Parker lost his way, Gwen was always there to encourage him. No matter what happened, she always stood firmly by his side. Helen watched her daughter and her future son-in-law sharing such closeness and smiled softly to herself. From the very first meeting, she'd had a good impression of Parker, not just in the world behind the veil, but in real life as well. George let out a sigh. He had no idea if the version of himself in the other world had made the right choice. Would keeping Parker away from Gwen really keep her safe? He didn't know the answer. Fortunately, in this world, not only was he still alive, but Gwen had also become Ghost Spider. People everywhere said the two of them were simply meant to be. Perhaps this was what fate wanted to see, which was why Parker received such a special gift. An ordinary Gwen might have perished, but Spider-Gwen would not. Night fell. Gwen was happily chatting with her family, while Parker, looking troubled, wandered outside. He glanced in through the window, then turned away. Gwen noticed Parker outside and said to Helen, Peter's outside. I'll go check on him, see if he's all right. What are you doing out here? What's wrong, Peter? What's the matter? Gwen pushed open the door and stepped outside to ask. Hey, Parker managed, forcing a small smile as he looked at Gwen. What happened? Are you all right? Gwen looked at Parker with concern. I don't know what I'm doing. Parker turned his head away. Seeing him like this, Gwen knew he must be thinking about her father, George, again. Is it because of my dad? Yeah, no matter where I go, I see him. I don't know what to do. I can't stop thinking about him. Yeah, but we've talked about this. Gwen's mood dropped as well. I know, but Gwen... Parker struggled to put his feelings into words. This isn't something he gets to decide. Gwen felt Parker shouldn't be shackled by George's words. Gwen, I promised him I'd keep my distance from you, that I wouldn't drag you into this. And yet here I am, having dinner with your family. How could I do that? What kind of person does that make me? Gwen looked at the agitated Parker. I don't know, what kind of person does that make you? This makes it impossible for me to live with myself. Parker walked to the side, facing the wall. I thought you loved me. Of course I love you. I love you. Parker answered without hesitation. Isn't that enough? Huh? Gwen stepped in front of Parker, looking into his eyes. What if, because of me, something like what happened to him happens to you? Parker gazed at Gwen. This was his greatest fear. Gwen opened her mouth to respond, but Parker cut her off. No, listen to me. Listen to me. I won't let that happen. Listen to me. You're Spider-Man. That's part of why I love you. But I love Peter Parker even more. I'm willing to take that risk. Gwen looked at Parker earnestly, laying bare her true feelings. I can't lose you too. Parker still couldn't get past what happened to George. If your fear of losing me means we can't be together, then what's the point, Peter? Gwen asked him quietly. I can't do it. I'm sorry, Gwen. In the end, Parker couldn't bring himself to join her family for dinner. Hearing this, Gwen closed her eyes in disappointment. Again and again. You do this to me, Peter. I can't take it anymore. I want to break up. I want to break up. She turned and went back into the restaurant. Parker was left standing there alone in silence. He wanted to chase after Gwen and win her back, but he didn't know how to face himself. In the end, he could only leave, red-eyed and heartbroken. Oh, damn it. Peter Parker, you're always so indecisive. Tony closed his eyes and downed his drink in one go, thoroughly disappointed in the Garfield spider. Since you've chosen to be together, just go for it. Overthinking only hurts both yourself and Gwen. Tony is a playboy, but he understands these things well. Did he lose Gwen again? Banner frowned, recalling how Toby Spider had walked away after making Gwen angry. I don't think so. The two of them truly love each other. It's just that Parker can't see a way through right now. Once he works things out, it'll be fine as long as he doesn't take too long. Tony sighed as he spoke. Peter, Uncle Ben let out a sigh himself, at a loss for what to say about Parker. He had promised George, and his love for Gwen was real. It's these tangled feelings, impossible to cut and impossible to untangle, that hurt the most. Toby Spider's brow was furrowed tight, his expression grave as he looked up at the sky. He didn't want Garfield Spider to break up with Gwen like this. George's heart was in turmoil. He knew that the things he'd said to Parker before he died were meant to protect Gwen, but they'd left Parker trapped in an impossible dilemma. It was clear to him that Parker truly loved Gwen. The scene shifted. Parker, clad in his spider suit, darted across the rooftops of towering skyscrapers. With a leap, he soared down into the city, swinging through the urban canyons. Good morning, New York. It's another beautiful day in the city. The radio announcer's voice rang out as clouds drifted over the skyline. Today's cloudy, and as sightings of Spider-Man increase, fierce debates are raging about vigilantism and crime fighting. A group of kids chased a smaller boy into a dead-end alley, smashing his toy as he tried to protect it. Just then, Parker landed in front of them. The bullies, startled by his sudden appearance, turned and bolted without hesitation. On TV, reporters debated Spider-Man's actions. So, what's the story with Spider-Man? Just last night on the Manhattan Bridge, he saved dozens of lives. We'd love to hear your calls. I think without Spider-Man, there's no hope for this city, a caller voiced support. Who do you think pays for the damage he causes? You and me, the taxpayers, another caller argued back. Parker crouched down, examining the boy's broken toy. Did you make this yourself? Yeah, the boy nodded. Parker's eyes lit up in amazement. This is a wind turbine. You built it? That's incredible. Really impressive, he praised the boy, picking up the smashed fan blades and repairing them with a quick shot of webbing. Good as new, right? I'll walk you home. Parker smiled, ruffling the boy's hair. What's your name? George. George? Well, I'm Spider-Man. The two of them, one tall, one small, walked out of the alley together. People like that walking around so brazenly, I just can't feel safe for my kids. Mind your own business. Let the police do their job. Some folks think there might be more than one Spider-Man out there. What's your take on that? As the woman's voice rang out, Parker dashed forward and saved a woman who was nearly hit by a car. When Parker returned home, every time he opened his wardrobe, he would find all sorts of odd things stuck to him. If it wasn't paint, it was down feathers, and once there was even a live fish. Who is this person? He's just spouting nonsense. How many children has Spider-Man saved? Is he blind or deaf? I'm perfectly happy for my tax money to be spent on things like this. This is where it truly makes a difference. Hearing Spider-Man being slandered, countless citizens who had once been helped by Parker began to voice their anger. Mom, it's me, Peter Parker, the Spider-Man. He saved me. George shouted up at the giant screen overhead. His mother's face, however, was clouded with anger. Her son had been bullied by his classmates, and if Parker hadn't happened to pass by, who knows what would have happened to her boy? With a look of indignation, she picked up the phone and called the school, demanding an explanation. Otherwise, she threatened, she would come down to the school herself and make a scene. The school was clearly at fault. The truth was plain for all to see in. The footage playing on the giant screen, they had no choice but to immediately reassure the angry mother and send teachers out at once to find the bullies and resolve the matter quickly. The recent uproar at Midtown Science High had cast a long shadow, prompting many schools to enforce strict policies against both early romantic relationships and bullying. We've received a call from a listener named Max. He says he knows Spider-Man. The television then broadcast Max's voice. Listen, those previous comments really upset me. From my perspective, Spider-Man is misunderstood. He's a truly good person. He protects us. He even saved my life once. We became good friends after that. Parker stepped into a convenience store, searching the shelves for medicine. Just then, a man was about to help himself to goods without paying. Parker shook his head helplessly, and as the clerk reached for his wallet, 2 strands of web shot out, pinning the would-be thief. How much is it? Parker asked, arms full of medicine as he approached the counter. Hey, aren't you that spider guy? The clerk said, eyes wide with excitement. "I'm Spider-Man," Parker replied, his voice a bit hoarse from the cold. The clerk didn't quite catch it. Just then, Parker sneezed and repeated, "I'm Spider-Man. This Spider-Man. He's not a cop or a firefighter. What gives him the right to meddle in other people's business?" A bundle of newspapers featured a story about Spider-Man, giving him a new moniker, the Amazing Spider-Man. After Parker left, the clerk looked at the thief, now webbed up against the wall, and grinned. He even mimicked Parker's signature gesture, pretending to shoot webs himself. "Can Spider-Man even catch a cold? Isn't he supposed to be super healthy?" Tony asked, puzzled. He turned to Banner. "Do you ever get sick?" "Me?" Banner looked at Tony in confusion. "What's that got to do with me?" Then he thought of the Hulk and found the idea made some sense. After thinking it over carefully, he said, "I guess I really have never been sick." Tony felt it was absolutely brilliant of him to have Jarvis add a heat or two. The suit's design. If you could stay warm in time, how could Peter Parker possibly catch a cold? The original Gwen was also curious whether Tobey's Spider-Man had ever been ill. Tobey shook his head. Not only had he never been sick, but even when injured, he could recover at an astonishing speed. Gwen remarked, "Next time you have a cold, don't wear your mask. It's filthy." Peter scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He hadn't expected himself to catch a cold, either. Out on the street, Gwen was walking along, while Peter silently crouched on a rooftop, watching her from above. Suddenly, he turned around and spotted a house on the other side of the street, engulfed in flames. He glanced back at Gwen, who seemed to sense something and paused in her steps, then leapt in the direction of the fire. Gwen looked up toward where Peter had just been, but he was already gone. At home, Aunt May knocked on Peter's door. "Peter? Sweetheart, can I come in?" At that moment, Peter, still in his suit and covered in soot after putting out the fire, scrambled up from his bed and shouted, "No. Peter, you have your final interview at 9, and you promised to help me take the car in for repairs since it keeps stalling. Did you forget?" Aunt May called from outside as Peter frantically tried to get out of his suit. "Just a moment, Aunt May. I'll open the door. Really, just a second," he stammered, struggling with the suit. The more he hurried, the more it tangled, and he couldn't get it off no matter how hard he tried. "Peter, would you please open the door? You told me about the interview at 9, and you promised to help with my car." Aunt May sounded puzzled at his delay, knocking insistently. Peter finally managed to get one shoe off, but it slipped and landed right on the door's lock switch, started to unlock the door. He dove onto his bed, pulling the blanket tightly over himself, trying desperately to keep Aunt May from coming in. "No, don't come in. I'm not dressed," he shouted, then spotted the shoe on the control panel out of the corner of his eye. He quickly shot a strand of web to snatch it under the blanket. "What are you up to in there, Peter?" Aunt May muttered as she pushed the door open. "Are you all right?" She stared wide-eyed at Peter, who was wrapped up tightly in the blanket. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just not wearing any clothes," Peter replied, curled up completely under the blanket. Aunt May noticed Peter's face, streaked with soot, and asked suspiciously, "What happened to your face?" "It's so dirty." Dirty? Peter hadn't looked in the mirror, so he had no idea how blackened his face was. "Yes, it is," Aunt May said firmly. "Oh, yeah. I was cleaning the chimney earlier." Parker blurted out a flimsy, obviously made-up excuse. "We don't have a chimney at home." Aunt May, perplexed by Parker's antics, called out, "You're going to be late. Come downstairs right now." "I know. Can you leave the room? I'm not dressed yet." Parker hurried Aunt May out of his room. All right. I'm going." Aunt May glanced up at the chandelier, swaying overhead before stepping out and closing the door behind her. "Good morning. I love you. I love you too. Now hurry up." Once Aunt May had left, Parker rolled out of bed. His eyes happened to land again on Richard Parker's briefcase. He reached for it, memories of his childhood flooding back. Back then, the three of them had been so happy. Together. Now, all he could do was hold onto his father's belongings and remember him. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to look at the briefcase anymore. He tossed it into the closet and shot a web to seal the cabinet doors shut. "What a clumsy lie, Peter." Ha. Helen chuckled, amused that the boy could never tell a convincing fib. "Yeah, he really does get caught every time," George said, barely looking up from his morning newspaper, agreeing with Helen. "Big brother Peter is so lame," his youngest son giggled. "Hey, don't talk about your brother Peter like that." George set his paper aside and gave his younger son a stern look. "Okay." The moment he faced his father's authority, the boy immediately backed down. "Peter, are you all right?" Uncle Ben looked at Parker with concern. He knew Parker could never move on from his parents' death and still wanted to find out who was behind it. Rudget Ratha was already dead, and so were the co-pilot's family. George had helped him look into it. After the co-pilot's death, his family had been killed in a car accident shortly after. There wasn't a single useful clue to be found. "I'm fine, Uncle Ben. Don't worry. I believe the truth will come to light someday." Seeing the worry in Uncle Ben's eyes, Parker waved his hand to reassure him. Somewhere, a room filled with Spider-Man memorabilia flickered to life as the lights came on. On the wall, a newspaper headline had been cut out and pasted up, reading, "Max teams up with Spider-Man to save New York." Max was shaving with his electric razor, his mirror crowded with Spider-Man photos. He'd left one spot open to see himself, and now he was speaking to his own reflection, staging a one-man show. "Wow, look who it is. Spider-Man. How's your morning?" Then, mimicking Spider-Man's voice, he answered himself, "Fantastic, Max. Just fantastic. I'm off to save the world, protect the people. But wait, looks like someone has a birthday today, huh?" Max turned to the photo, his face lighting up with exaggerated surprise. "Is that why you're here? You remember my birthday? You're always fighting evil, always so busy, but you still found time to visit a nobody like me? This is amazing. Of course you would. How could you not come see me? We're best friends, after all." He opened the fridge and found a small cake inside. "What's this all about? You even made me a cake? You're so kind to people behind the scenes. No one ever gets to see that." He took the cake out. "I know what they say about you in the news, but that doesn't matter to me, because I know the real you. You're truly amazing. Wow, that's just what the news needs. They should call you the Amazing Spider-Man." "Do you like that name? Spider-Man?" Max looked at the cake in his hands as he asked. Then he started imitating Spider-Man again. "I love it, Max. I really do. Great, because today is going to be an amazing day." As soon as he finished speaking, all the lights suddenly went out. Max glanced around and instantly figured out the problem. Breaker number 39 tripped. Laughter erupted. "This guy's a genius. How did he come up with this whole act? I'd call him Spider-Man's #1 fan." Then where does that leave Jameson 1.5? Everyone watching the big screen burst into laughter at Max's self-directed performance. Max was so embarrassed he wished he could curl up and disappear. He never imagined his future self would do something like this, let alone have it broadcast for all to see. He could feel his colleagues whispering behind his back. But at least now, the whole world would remember him, even if Max would have preferred a different reason. "Peter, he's your fan, a real super fan." "Haha." Gwen giggled uncontrollably. "Hey, don't be like that." Parker pulled Gwen into his arms, hugging her. It was funny, he admitted, but after all, Max was his fan. He'd feel bad if Max knew. They were laughing at him. Still, maybe he could find Max and give him some encouragement. Right now, Max had probably become the butt of everyone's jokes. Hearing Parker's plan, Gwen stopped laughing. She thought it was a great idea and decided to go with him to find Max. The two of them planned to go after their classes. Parker stuffed his Spider-Man suit into his backpack. Downstairs, Aunt May was on the phone. "I'm not late, Harvey. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I wanted to ask if you could find someone to cover my shift, because I'm starting training at the hospital." Aunt May was talking as she tidied up her clothes. Then she lowered her voice. "Don't tell Peter. I don't want him to worry." Parker hopped around, putting on his shoes, and casually left his books on the table. Hearing a sudden thud, Aunt May quickly pretended nothing was wrong and raised her voice. Yes, got it. 2 shifts on Thursday. Bye." As expected, Parker didn't suspect a thing. He just glanced at Aunt May and asked, "Who was that?" "Harvey." Aunt May replied nonchalantly. "You're taking a double shift?" Peter found it a little strange. This wasn't her usual routine. Sometimes we swap shifts like this. There's nothing else to do, and I enjoy spending time with the girls. I really miss Ben, and this way I can earn a little extra. Aunt May made a little gesture to indicate money. Hearing this, Peter chimed in, "Well, I've sold a few photos to the Daily Bugle, so I should be able to make a bit too." "Yeah, if only he paid you more, you could actually make some real money." Aunt May grumbled, clearly dissatisfied with how little Jameson paid Peter. Jameson's salary isn't bad. I mean, if this were 1961, it would be pretty generous. Peter joked, poking fun at Jameson's stinginess. Peter finished his milk, picked up his backpack, and started heading to the laundry room. But Aunt May quickly stopped him. "Hey, wait, where do you think you're going? What are you doing?" "No need. I'll do the laundry. I'll wash my own clothes," Peter insisted, thinking of his dirty Spider-Man suit and wanting to clean it himself. "No, I'll handle the laundry," Aunt May insisted, seeing it as her responsibility. "No, this is something I should do." Peter was determined that she not discover his suit. "I've been doing your laundry since you were 6 years old." "I know, but I'm in college now. I think it's about time I started washing my own dirty socks." Peter stood his ground. "The last time you did your own laundry, you turned everything red and blue. Let's not repeat that disaster." Aunt May protested, recalling the previous incident. "That was an accident. Last time I washed the flag. Can't I just—" Peter tried to cover with a clumsy excuse. "You washed the flag?" Aunt May stared at him in disbelief. "Nobody washes the flag, Peter." "I do, but I swear never again." Peter tried to persuade her to let him do it himself. "This is my washing machine." All right, it's just laundry." No matter what Peter said, Aunt May wouldn't budge, insisting on helping him. The laundry room is mine, the house is mine, and the washing machine is mine. Step back. Go eat your breakfast. Aunt May shot him a stern look, ordering him back. Peter had no choice but to give in, watching her helplessly. Okay, laundry general. I'll do it later. He took the breakfast from her hands. I'll do the laundry. Aunt May reached out, trying to take Peter's backpack. I said it's fine. I'll do it another day. Peter stepped back, realizing he'd have to find a laundromat elsewhere. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. No matter which universe I end up in, this old lady is always the ultimate penny pincher. Tony burst out laughing. The legendary stinginess of the first-generation Spider-Man's universe had already been on full display, but he hadn't expected the second generation to be just as outrageous. Exactly. Wages from 1961. What kind of heartless capitalist is that? Rhodey glanced over at Tony. Hey, why are you looking at me? I'm not heartless. Tony glared at Rhodey in protest, feeling slandered for no reason. He was actually quite generous when it came to salaries, wasn't he? But does the spider suit really lose its color? No wonder the original Peter Parker used to do his laundry outside. His suit probably faded too, didn't it? Tony recalled the memory and couldn't help but find it hilarious. Superheroes with laundry woes and faded costumes. How relatable was that? A heavy sigh escaped Jameson. He wore a bitter expression, never expecting that after all this time, he'd end up on the big screen again. In just a few short lines, his reputation for stinginess had been cemented once more. Even Peter Parker, who was always the nice guy, couldn't help but make a jab. One could only imagine how little that version of Jameson must have paid. Miss Brandt and Robbie stifled their laughter behind their hands. Every time their boss embarrassed himself, they were always the ones who enjoyed it most. It was worth mentioning that, thanks to the widespread coverage on the big screen, Miss Brandt had been offered lucrative modeling gigs and had truly achieved financial freedom. Still, she was used to working at the Daily Bugle. Jameson no longer dared to shout at her, as he once had. Now, she was the newspaper's golden goose. Who knew how many people bought the paper just for her? Even letters she handled fetched sky-high prices. If the 1.5 generation Spider-Man's Jameson was like this, the second generation version was even more infamous. He became a household name overnight, a global symbol of penny pinching. Ha, a spider suit that loses its color. With the set I gave you, you'll never have to worry about that again. First generation Harry threw an arm around Tobey's Spider-Man, grinning. Tobey looked a bit embarrassed and dropped his head. Nearby, first generation Gwen watched the two, horsing around with a smile. With Harry's powers now enhanced, Tobey's Spider-Man would sometimes spar with him, but Tobey almost always came out on top. Even if they teamed up, Harry and Gwen couldn't beat him. Though Tobey would never hit Gwen, only Harry bore the brunt of his punches. Max threaded his way through the crowd and entered Oscorp Tower, muttering to himself, I'm running out of time. Come on, come on, come on. Then, distracted, he accidentally bumped into someone. Inside Oscorp Industries, an AI voice played a video. Oscorp Industries is proud to announce the launch of the world's first electromagnetic power grid. We are replacing outdated power stations with a network of hydroelectric towers, delivering clean, eco-friendly, and sustainable energy to supply all of Manhattan and the 5 boroughs of New York, and in the future, to expand across the globe. Max hurriedly pressed his fingerprint to clock in and rushed into the company. No sooner had he stepped inside than his boss appeared behind him and said, Dylan, you're late. Max immediately apologized. Damn subway was too slow, sir. Don't you realize that Oscorp is now responsible for the entire city's energy supply? Smith strode past him, asking with clear dissatisfaction. I handed in plenty of power grid designs. They used a lot of them, I've noticed. Those grids were all designed by me. Max protested, his frustration barely concealed. Smith stopped and turned to look at him. Designed by you? Of course you did. And I'm Spider-Man. He scoffed, making obvious he didn't believe a word Max said, and even mocking him for good measure. Hearing this, Max's imagination ran wild. He angrily flung down his bag, lunged forward, grabbed Smith by the collar, and snarled, You're not Spider-Man. He's a Leo, and you're a Sagittarius. If you dare slander him again, I'll chop off that shiny, greasy head of yours. But in a flash, the scene shifted. Turns out it was all just in Max's head. As much as he wanted to act out, he wouldn't dare. That would cost him his job. All right, get to work. Smith, unaware of Max's thoughts, ordered him, and then walked away. Wow, Max, so that's what you're thinking, huh? I'll let you off this time. Smith narrowed his eyes at Max before turning away. Max felt tense, unsure what to say, so he simply nodded in response. Smith had considered making things difficult for him, but he wasn't foolish. Max had claimed on the sky screen that the power grid was his design. Whether it was true or not, Smith knew he'd better check first. And as A die-hard Spider-Man fan. Would Spider-Man intervene on Max's behalf? As long as there were still unknowns, it wouldn't be wise to pick a fight. There was no need to risk it. He was an adult, not a reckless child. Max, you're really something. Parker watched Max defend him on the sky screen, even if it was just in his imagination. The fact that he wanted to do it, but was held back by reality, spoke volumes. He's impressive. Look if he's telling the truth. Gwen quickly searched for information on Oscorp's electromagnetic power grid on her phone and handed it to Parker. Yeah. Parker took a close look, nodded in agreement. Which floor, please? Inside the elevator, the AI addressed Max. 74th floor, thank you. The elevator doors began to close when suddenly a voice called from outside. Oh, wait, could you hold the door? Max immediately stepped forward and used one hand to hold the elevator door. I've got it. Thank you. You're such a gentleman. Most people wouldn't bother to hold the door for someone else. Gwen rushed in from outside and thanked Max warmly. Max stepped aside for Gwen, wagging his finger as he did, and replied, most people don't even notice others around them. Just then, the AI asked Gwen which floor she was headed to. 63rd floor. Gwen was a bit out of breath from running so hard. Max, ever polite, offered, let me do it, which floor? Gwen replied, and Max responded to the AI on her behalf. Could you please take us to the 63rd floor? Thank you so much. Gwen smiled at him. This was the first time Max found himself alone in a closed space with such a beautiful girl. He nervously ran his hand through his hair. I'm Max Dillon. Upon hearing this, Gwen turned to him with a bright smile. I'm Gwen. Nice to meet you. Then Gwen noticed the flyer in Max's hand and asked, is today your birthday? Max froze for a second, then quickly replied, oh, yeah, my friends made these flyers. I'm throwing a birthday party at a big nightclub. Invited loads of socialites. I really wanted to invite you, but well, it's already full. Oh, I get it, but thank you anyway. Gwen could tell Max wasn't really the type to host a huge party, but she didn't call him out. She just played along. At that moment, a video of Spider-Man saving people was playing in the elevator. Max's eyes lit up at the sight, and he exclaimed, that must be amazing, right? To have the whole world watching you like that. You know, Spider-Man once saved me. Out of everyone in the city, he saved me. He said he needed me. Hearing Max's admiration for Parker, Gwen managed a faint smile. That must feel incredible. She too had once been saved by Spider-Man, and Max's words brought back memories. Memories tinged with the sadness of their breakup. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 63rd floor. Gwen turned to say goodbye. Oh, it was great meeting you, Max, and stepped out. Max finally snapped out of his daze, looking after her in surprise. Wait, she remembered my name. He started to follow, but the elevator doors slid shut before he could move. A big birthday party? Huh, Max? When's your birthday? His coworkers chimed in, teasing him. Max felt a flush of embarrassment, especially after what he'd just said in front of Gwen. As he was drowning in awkwardness, a new voice piped up. Sound pretty cool, huh? Birthday party. So, when is it? Max Dillon. We absolutely have to go. Max turned his head, only to see Parker standing there with Gwen by his side, and Harry was right next to them. It was Parker who had just spoken, and Harry, idly fiddling with the item Norman had entrusted to him before his death, nodded in agreement. He was just as eager to check things out. Max gazed at the three of them in disbelief, while his colleagues all fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Harry shot a glance at Max's supervisor, Smith, who stood nearby. Though he said nothing, his mere look sent a chill down Smith's spine. All Smith could do was silently hope Max wouldn't hold a grudge for how he'd been treated before. Otherwise, if Max said even a word to Harry through Parker, Smith would likely be packing his things by the end of the day. The scene shifted. A sedan glided to a stop in front of Norman Osborn's house. Inside sat Harry and Macon. Macon turned to Harry and said, "Welcome home." Macon led Harry inside, stopping outside a dimly lit room. "It'll be quite dark in there, but your eyes will adjust. It's better that way," Macon explained as he pushed open the door. Harry handed him his coat and stepped inside. Within the room, a bed was covered in a transparent shroud, and Norman Osborn was lying upon it. Harry approached the bedside and drew back the thin film. Norman looked up at his son, his face gaunt and frail. "Dad," Harry murmured, slowly sitting down at his father's side. Norman spoke with a feeble breath. "I never thought I'd die like this, staring at my own son, as if you were a stranger. You have so much potential, Harry. Brilliant, yet you never learned to cherish it." At this, Harry retorted, "You're the one who never cherished me. When I was 11, you sent me off to boarding school. On my 16th birthday, you, or rather, your assistant, mailed me a bottle of whiskey. I'm sure it was your assistant's choice. The card just said, 'Enjoy, Norman Osborn.'" Hearing the bitterness in Harry's words, Norman struggled to prop himself up and gazed at his son. "I never expected your forgiveness. I've never believed in miracles, either. You couldn't possibly understand. Sacrificing your childhood was for something greater. It wasn't just for me. It was for yourself. Harry shot back. Are your hands starting to twitch? When you can't sleep, you'll feel it stirring inside you. It's hiding in your body, just waiting for its chance to reveal your true nature. At that, Norman coughed twice, his frailty stark. Harry furrowed his brow, confused. How could Norman possibly know about his illness? Retroviral hyperplasia, Norman whispered. I never told you. It's hereditary. Our family's curse, the Osborne curse. It starts at your age. Let me see. Hold out your hand. Harry stretched out his trembling hand, and Norman grasped it firmly with both of his. Feeling something being pressed into his palm, Harry stood up. I'm leaving you my greatest legacy. It's not money but this, the fruit of all my labor, everything I did to stay alive. Maybe you can finish what I couldn't. Norman gazed at Harry with deep emotion, speaking earnestly, hoping Harry could break free from this curse. Harry looked down at the small object in his hand and clenched it tightly. McKinn narrowed his eyes at what Harry was holding. That was Norman Osborn's most important possession. It turned out Harry had it all along. McKinn never realized the little thing Harry toyed with was actually the greatest treasure of Oscorp. He figured he needed to find a way to get it, but it was a shame that Harry hadn't returned during the spider experiment and didn't have the necessary clearance. Otherwise, he could have pinned the blame on Harry. Still, there was no rush. He was sure he'd find a chance to kick Harry out of Oscorp eventually. Harry, Parker called out in surprise, turning his head to look at Harry. His face was a little pale, and when he saw Parker's worried gaze, Harry forced a strained smile. Why didn't you tell me? Parker asked, not understanding why Harry had kept it from him. I didn't know how to solve this, Harry replied, his voice low. Honestly, I thought about trying your blood, but Skynet said only you could. Become Spider-Man. I guess that's when my father lost hope, too. Harry smiled wistfully, while Parker and Gwen looked at him with concern. How would you know if you don't even try? Parker said, without hesitation. Ever since he'd seen the bond between the first Harry and Tobey's Spider-Man, Parker always believed that the original Harry was willing to give everything for Peter Parker, and so he could do the same for Harry now. We'll talk about it later. Harry shook his head, not wanting to dwell on the topic. Come on, Peter. I bet you've never had a proper tour of the whole Oscorp Tower, have you? Let me show you some of the important places. He smiled, brushing the matter aside. Parker took a deep breath. Gwen tugged gently at his arm, helping him calm down. All right, if you ever need me, just let me know. Uncle Ben and Aunt May both frowned, sighing quietly. Poor Harry. I really hope he can overcome this illness, Ben said. Meanwhile, Tobey Spider-Man watched Harry with a trace of worry. But the first Harry just grinned. I'm fine, Peter. You don't have to look at me like that. Really? Tobey Spider-Man looked at him, a little skeptical. Really? Don't forget, I've taken the performance enhancers. The first Harry reassured him with a confident smile. Okay. Only then did Tobey Spider-Man let out a breath and relax a little. Parker sat in a cafe, tapping out an email to Jameson on his laptop. Attached was a picture of Spider-Man, along with a short message from him. Dear Mr. Jameson, I've included some new photos in the invoice. I think you should consider the possibility that maybe Spider-Man's just trying to help. Peter Parker. Not long after he sent the email, Jameson replied immediately, wrong. As Parker frowned at Jameson's curt reply, a news report on the television caught his attention. Norman Osborn, the legendary founder and CEO of Oscorp, has passed away. The Osborn family has confirmed that his only son, Harry Osborn, will inherit the family business and become the sole heir to the Oscorp corporate empire. Harry, Parker murmured as he caught a glimpse of Harry on the TV screen, unsure if Harry even remembered him. Osborn revolutionized modern medicine and saved millions of lives, the news anchor continued. The scene shifted to Oscorp Industries, where Norman's speech played on multiple screens throughout the building. I started Oscorp because I looked at the world around me and thought, we can do better, and we should do better. Employees watched the video in silence, mourning his loss, while doctors quietly tended to Norman Osborn's hospital bed. Einstein once said, the world as we have created, it is a process of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking. Change isn't just a slogan. It takes hard work. Change begins with resolve and determination. Mr. Osborn changed the world. Now it's up to us to ensure his hopes and dreams live on. But not today. Today we mourn him. Gwen was at her workstation, listening to the broadcast, when her phone rang. She picked it up, and a woman's voice came through. Is this Gwen Stacy? Yes, this is Gwen. Who's calling? We're calling from the Oxford Scholarship Program, and we have some exciting news for you. Looks like the second Peter Parker's Jameson is just as anti-Spider-Man as the first. Tony commented, taking a sip of his drink. Yeah, Banner agreed with a small nod. Even with just a few lines, anyone who'd seen the original could tell that this Jameson had the exact same attitude. Like two peas in a pod. In the elevator, Harry glanced at Parker with curiosity and asked, "Peter, are you sending your photos to all the newspapers now?" "Yeah. Since Spider-Man's so popular, they pay top dollar for the pictures, and I'm happy to take them," Parker replied with a nod. He had indeed been supplying photos, not just his own but Gwen's as well. But it wasn't about the money. He simply enjoyed doing it. After all, the Peter Parker of today no longer had to worry about making ends meet. His royalties alone could support him for several lifetimes. As the workday drew to a close, Max was getting ready to leave when his boss, Smith, walked over and clapped him on the shoulder. "Whoa, Dylan, you're still here," Smith exclaimed. "What?" Max looked at him, puzzled. "There's an electrical issue in the lab. Go take a look, will you?" Smith replied flatly, already turning to leave. "It's my birthday today. Everyone's already gone. Why do I have to stay behind?" Max pointed out, hoping for some sympathy. "Because you're special. Happy birthday." Smith brushed him off with a half-hearted bit of office psychology, but did throw in a quick birthday wish. Max wanted to protest, but the elevator doors had already slid shut. With a resigned shake of his jacket, he trudged alone toward the bioelectric generator room. As he entered, the AI system began its automated briefing. Bioelectric generation utilizes organic organisms to produce electricity, genetic modification. Max approached the large tank housing electric eels, muttering to himself, "Let's see what's wrong here. Hey guys, throwing a party, are we?" He glanced at the control panel, its lights flickering erratically. "Just a minor issue. I'll get you patched up in no time." Looking up, he spotted the real problem. A section of wiring overhead was shorting out, spitting sparks. Climbing the stairs, Max grumbled, "I give so much to this company, and I can't even have a birthday off. Disgusting. I designed a power grid, and..." By the time he'd reached the top, he was clearly winded. I really should get more exercise." Just then, the AI flagged a fault in Sector 5A. Max, growing impatient, snapped, "Yeah, I know, just a little problem. You have no idea today's my birthday, do you? Callie, can you send me a happy birthday song?" He checked the instrument panel. "Never mind, I'll sing it myself." He pulled out his walkie-talkie. "Gilbert, it's Max. Can you shut down the power in Sector 32? "Forget it. I'm already gone." Gilbert replied without a second thought. "What do you mean? I'm still here. It's dangerous." Max protested, annoyed. "Shorty, Mux." Gilbert cut the conversation short. Max sighed. "Fine, I'll sing to myself and handle it all on my own. This is just crazy." With that, he began humming a birthday tune to himself, stepping onto the railing to get right to work. It was his birthday, after all, and he couldn't be bothered to go all the way down to turn off the power properly. That he picked up the broken circuit, singing as he plugged it back in. Seeing that everything seemed fine, a smile appeared on his face as he prepared to put it back in place. But in the next instant, sparks exploded in every direction. Mux body convulsed violently, and, amid a shrill scream, he fell, still clutching the piece of circuitry, straight into the tank filled with electric eels. The wire landed in the water, and the powerful current incited the eels to revolt. They lashed out, biting Max furiously, channeling all their electricity directly into his body. The massive surge of current began to alter Max's very form. His pupils turned a glowing blue-white, his skin shimmered with a blue radiance, and the gap between his front teeth closed up. Finally, with a deafening crash, the tank shattered, sending torrents of water gushing out. The eels were swept away with the flood, leaving only Max lying twitching in the remains of the tank, his body racked by spasms. "Whoa, Mux!" Parker stared at the scene in shock. Gwen's face was frozen in terror as well. They had just been chatting, and Max's birthday was only a few days away. No one could have imagined that his birthday would turn into the date of his demise. Smith, Gilbert, Harry's face was ashen. That such a blatant disregard for safety had occurred in his own company was a disgrace, and as the newly appointed CEO, the blame landed squarely on his shoulders. As for Max, Harry had originally intended to fire him along with the others, but considering Max was Parker's devoted fan, it was his birthday, and he'd been called in for overtime after hours. All this made him a victim as well. After some thought, Harry decided not to dismiss him, but Max would become the focus of upcoming training sessions. Harry immediately pulled out his phone. "Felicia, arrange for a safety training session at once. I will not allow another incident like this under our roof. And fire Smith and Gilbert immediately." "Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away." Felicia replied promptly, feeling Harry's fury through the phone. She stared at the ceiling in horror. If they failed to make amends quickly, Oscorp Industries would become the laughingstock of the world once again. She was about to get started when her phone rang again. Harry's voice, tightly controlled but seething with anger, came through. And another thing, I don't want to see any discrimination or toxic workplace behavior in my company. No harassment, no manipulation. Meanwhile, Tony frowned as he called Pepper, instructing her to ramp up safety training at Stark Industries. He had no intention of letting such a scandal happen in his own company. At the same time, the original Harry issued similar orders. It wasn't just them. Companies around the globe were tightening their safety protocols. After all, this was the second time Oscorp Industries had taught them. Such a painful lesson. Last time, it was Peter Parker who had effortlessly slipped into the Oscorp laboratory with Rudget Ratha, causing quite a bit of chaos. And after that, security measures were ramped up all over the world. Parker and Gwen found Max, who was still wearing a look of terror on his face. Parker sighed, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You really have to be more careful, Max." "Yeah, I will." Max nodded nervously, still in shock at how close he'd come to disaster. In that moment, he felt a deep sense of gratitude toward the Skynet system. Without it, he doubted he would have survived to see another birthday. Harry, Oscorp has been mired in controversy ever since the trust crisis with Dr. Connors. Mackin explained the state of the company to Harry. As he toyed with the object his father Norman had given him, Harry replied, "You mean the public outrage because he tried to turn everyone in New York into giant lizards?" As a result, all animal hybridization projects he was involved in have been terminated to regain the investors' confidence. Mackin nodded, detailing the steps taken after the Connors incident. That's the Osborn family way. No matter how inconvenient something may be, just get rid of it, right? Harry swiveled his chair to look at Mackin, a trace of sarcasm in his smile. "You're in the eye of the storm right now. We all agree that a reasonable deflection is your best course of action," Mackin continued, ignoring Harry's mocking gaze. "Sure, of course I get it. A 20-year-old kid running a $200 billion company. What was my dad thinking? I mean, you're all lawyers, aren't you? Surely, someone must have questioned whether he was in his right mind before he died. There must have been people who wanted to challenge the validity of the will, right? That would have made things so much easier." Harry narrowed his eyes, scanning everyone in the room before fixing his gaze intently on Mackin. Mackin began, but Harry cut him off. "Call me Mr. Osborn. We're not friends," Harry said coldly, leaving Mackin a little embarrassed, but unable to protest. After all, the company was now in Harry's hands. After speaking, Harry turned his attention to the last woman in the room. Everyone followed his gaze to Felicia, who at first didn't realize he was addressing her. "You used to be his assistant, didn't you?" Harry asked. Felicia nodded, "Yes." "What's your name?" Harry gave her a slight smile. "Felicia." "Felicia. From now on, everyone here reports to Felicia, because Felicia works for me. Does anyone have any objections?" Harry looked around at everyone as he spoke. Hearing Harry's words, Felicia couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement inside, though her face remained composed. Still, the way she absent-mindedly twirled her pen in her fingers betrayed her true feelings. Even those present who were dissatisfied dared not show it. In the slightest. Harry nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Very good. It looks like all of you will be able to keep your jobs here a while longer." At that moment, a staff member approached Harry and quietly whispered, "Sir, there's someone named Peter Parker here to see you." Harry gave a slight nod. Hearing the name Peter Parker, suddenly, Harry was momentarily distracted. Regaining his composure, he instructed, "Felicia, I want to see every single document on this list. Every one of them." With that, he stood up and followed the staff member out of the room. "Oh, honestly, I'm a bit nervous," Harry said with a laugh. This was his first time meeting Parker in the world behind the veil, and although he always remembered his childhood friend, he couldn't be sure how his counterpart in this world would react. Parker didn't say anything in response. He simply wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulder, using that gesture to express his feelings. Gwen watched their first meeting unfold on the screen with anticipation, wondering if the bond between these two brothers might be even stronger. Then in the original timeline, Toby Spidey glanced at Harry and asked, "Are you nervous? That's another you, seeing me again after so many years." "No, I know I'd never forget you. No matter what universe we're in, we're always going to be best friends," Harry replied resolutely. Toby Spidey chuckled. He felt the same way. Parker was waiting at the entrance when Harry came down the stairs. "Peter Parker, looks like I've seen a ghost," Harry said with a half-smile. "Hey, Harry." Parker greeted him with a grin. "It's been a long time. Must be 10 years, right?" Harry realized he couldn't even remember how long it had been since he'd last seen Parker. 8 years. But pretty close, Parker corrected him. "How have you been?" "I saw the news, man. I heard about your father, so I just wanted to come see you, see how you're holding up." Parker slowly walked up the stairs, looking at Harry as he spoke. "Someone's waiting for me. I'm in the middle of a meeting," Harry said, a little unsure of how to face Parker after so long. They'd been apart for so many years, and he felt a bit awkward. Parker looked a little hurt, thinking Harry had forgotten about him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I know it's been ages since we've seen each other, and I truly understand the pain you're going through right now. When my parents were gone, you were there for me. So now, I'm here for you. Thank you, Harry managed, his throat tightening with emotion. It's really good to see you, Harry. I'm glad I came. I'm so sorry about your dad. Parker kept talking as he slowly backed away, heading toward the door, clearly eager to leave. Harry watched him, then chased after with a teasing grin. You finally got those braces off. Huh. Now, the ugliest thing on your face is your eyebrows. Hearing this, Parker, who had been about to open the door, paused and turned back to look at Harry, his face lighting up with a joyful smile. There it is. That's the Harry I know. Ha ha ha. So, do you still style your hair every morning? Oh, absolutely. A servant holds the hairdryer, but the styling is all me. Ha ha ha. So at least I'm not completely useless. Parker laughed heartily at Harry's words, bending over in amusement. He was delighted. Harry hadn't forgotten him. You goof. Parker ran up the stairs, gave Harry a playful pat on the shoulder, and the two hugged each other tightly. Enviable brotherhood. Huh? Tony glanced at Rhodey. Rhodey jumped up, exclaiming, Hey, you're not thinking of hugging me, are you? Tony rolled his eyes. Please, I'm not into that. Their banter sent Banner, who was nearby with a tool in his hand, into a fit of laughter. Looks like we were worried for nothing, Uncle Ben remarked, reassured. He'd been a bit concerned that Harry only came to see Parker because he knew about his Spider-Man identity, but now it was clear that wasn't the case. Whether or not Harry knew who Parker really was, or even though on the surface, Parker was just a poor kid while Harry was the CEO of a billion-dollar company, their friendship hadn't changed a bit. Yeah, Aunt May nodded. She'd noticed that when Harry first returned, he'd immediately come looking for Peter Parker. Thinking back, she realized that when Harry dropped his utensils at dinner, it was probably because of his illness. She only hoped Harry could find a way to overcome it. After graduation, I went to Brazil, and then to Singapore. Harry and Parker strolled through the park, with Harry sharing stories from his travels. That's pretty awesome, Parker admitted, a bit envious of all the places Harry had been. Yeah, Harry nodded, then added, and after that, Europe. I went to Europe. I saw you. Parker gave Harry's shoulder a friendly tap. Harry looked at him, puzzled. You saw me? What do you mean? I saw you in a magazine, with some French supermodel. You know what I'm talking about, right? Parker raised both hands in mock defense, grinning as he asked. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Ha ha ha. Both of them burst out laughing. Man, that whole thing with the model just about wore me out. Harry couldn't help but vent with a dramatic sigh. Parker laughed even harder. Oh, I get it, believe me. So what about you? Got a girlfriend yet? Hearing what he said, Harry immediately realized that Parker must have a girlfriend. After all, no guy without a girlfriend would understand these things. As soon as Harry asked, Parker couldn't help but think of Gwen. He turned away, his back to Harry. Great question. Well, how should I put this? With that, he swung his legs over the railing. Careful, and go on, spill it, man. Harry glanced anxiously at the river, but curiosity quickly got the better of him as he pressed for more details. No, I mean, okay, yes, I guess. It's hard to say, it's complicated. Parker let out a sigh. Honestly, I can't explain it. It's complicated. What do you mean, complicated? Harry looked at Parker intently. So what's her name? Who is she? Her name is Gwen. Gwen Stacy. She worked for you. Parker answered, clearing up Harry's confusion. Gwen Stacy. Really? She works for me. Harry's surprise was genuine. He hadn't realized Gwen was one of his employees. She's working part-time at Oscorp, putting herself through school. And is she the model employee? Ha ha. Harry and Parker laughed together, a moment of lightness between old friends. The two of them made their way down to the riverbank, bending down to pick up a few stones. When my dad sent me away, I wanted to forget everything connected to this place. I guess that included you too. Harry tossed a pebble and watched it skip across the water. You don't have to explain anything to me, man. We've both been left behind. Parker's mood turned a little somber. Do you know why your parents left you? Harry asked quietly. Parker shook his head. My dad left behind a briefcase. That's all. Just this briefcase full of junk. I can't make sense of it, and honestly, I'm done trying. I don't want to think about it anymore. So how are you feeling now? Harry watched Parker closely. Good. Parker tossed another stone, then flung it hard, sending it skipping far out across the water. Man, that was awesome. Harry exclaimed, impressed by the distance Parker's stone traveled. It's all in the wrist, just wrist technique, that's all. Practice a bit, and you could do it too, Parker explained with a smile. But Parker didn't know that Harry, because of a hereditary illness, had wrists that trembled uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to skip stones like that. As the two friends talked by the river, a car appeared in the distance. its occupants eavesdropping on Harry and Parker's conversation. Yeah, easy for you to say, Harry replied. But you have to admit, things around here have gotten really weird. Giant lizards, and then the Spider-Man. Unaware that he was being watched, Harry kept chatting with Parker. It's just one Spider-Man. Or maybe it's a Spider-Woman. Who knows? Parker knew better than anyone what was really going on with Spider-Man, but he couldn't say too much. Who cares, man? He's out there in that skin-tight suit rescuing kittens from trees. What a show. Harry shrugged off Spider-Man with a laugh as he skipped a stone across the water. I'd rather think he brings people hope. Parker offered his own perspective. Hope? What kind of hope? Harry looked at Parker, questioning him. Maybe that, in the end, everything will turn out all right. Yeah, I just hope I live long enough to see that end you're talking about. Hearing this, Parker turned to look at Harry, unable to understand why he sounded so resigned. Meanwhile, in the car, McKen was holding a photograph and asked, Who is this? Max Dillon, electrical engineer. No relatives, no friends. He submitted some blueprints for our special grid project. Honestly, the guy's a complete nobody. That kid Harry taking over the company has already got Wall Street on edge. We need to find a way to get him out. And if the media catches wind of this accident, our stock is going to crash. McKen turned to the back seat, his eyes cold. So make sure Mr. Dillon stays a nobody. This might come in handy for us later. He stared at the photo of Max after the accident as he spoke. His subordinate nodded silently in response. McKen. Harry's face was dark with anger. He had no idea he'd been under surveillance this whole time. Parker and Gwen exchanged startled glances, both seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Harry immediately used his authority to revoke McKen's access and ordered Felicia to detain him. He wanted to know just how much this old fox had been hiding behind his back. Then Harry turned to Parker. Sorry, Peter, I've got something urgent to handle. Need some help? Parker asked. Yeah. Harry took a deep breath and nodded, agreeing, then led Parker and Gwen to confront McKen. McKen's face had gone pale. He never expected the surveillance of Harry to be exposed so openly, nor for his plan to cover up the accident to be laid bare for all to see. He fumbled for his phone, trying to call Harry and explain, but the next moment, Felicia entered the room with her team. Mr. McKen, Mr. Osborne would like a word with you. At the same time, the scandal sent shockwaves through the city. A board member, McKen, was actually trying to oust Harry Osborne. That was front-page news. Every major media outlet rushed to report on the story, eager to know who would come out on top, Harry or McKen. Most people were betting on Harry, especially after seeing McKen's attempts to hide the accident revealed for all to see on the big screen. The story had captured everyone's attention. The mayor of New York covered his face and let out a heavy sigh. Not long ago, he had sent a team to investigate Oscorp Industries, where it was uncovered that the spider experiments had claimed the lives of several volunteers. The Osborne group had pinned all the blame on Rudget Ratha. Now, with this new incident coming to light, he felt it necessary to dispatch another investigative team, this time to find out just how many secrets Mackin had concealed over the years. In the morgue, Max lay beneath a white sheet. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker, and wisps of white smoke curled up from beneath the sheet covering Max. The next moment, Max convulsed, tore the sheet away, and tumbled to the floor. At the same time, every light bulb in the room exploded with a sharp pop. Startled and frightened, Max scrambled back against the wall, staring in terror at his own hands. They were translucent, his veins clearly visible beneath the shimmering surface. As he stretched out his hand, a nearby electric saw sprang to life on its own and came whirring toward him. Instinctively, Max raised his hand to shield himself, and the saw froze in midair, the battery's energy surging into his body. The blue light glowing in Max's eyes grew brighter. He staggered forward, unsteady on his feet. His original shoes crumbled and fell apart with every step he took. The fragments and debris that had clung to his body now sloughed off, dropping to the floor. He grabbed a set of clothes from a nearby basket, dressed himself hastily, and stumbled out of the morgue. Max! Parker cried out. He and Gwen were with Harry, helping him deal with Mackin's situation. None of them expected Max to come back to life and to be so utterly changed. Max himself gazed up in horror at the image of himself projected across the city's screens. It was nothing like a normal human being. He knew he should have died from electrocution, yet somehow he had returned. Harry decided to fire Mackin. He had every right to do so, and now, with this scandal erupting, the board members, facing mounting public pressure, wasted no time distancing themselves from Mackin. They wanted nothing more to do with him. Mackin was powerless to resist Harry's decision. Just being surveilled and threatened with expulsion from the company was already intolerable for Harry. Now, Mackin also faced an impending investigation. The spider experiment had only recently come to light. Even though Mackin was confident he had shifted all the blame, he still felt a twinge of panic. After all, he couldn't be sure if Harry might manage to recover the logs that had been deleted and hidden in the system. If those logs stayed lost, he could still stall for time. But if they were found, he would be utterly ruined. Tony frowned deeply as he watched Max's transformation, uncertainty clouding his features. Do you have any idea what's going on, Banner? No. Banner's brow was furrowed as he looked at Max, feeling just as bewildered as he had been when he was accidentally transformed into the Hulk by gamma rays. It was pure chance, nothing more. Nick Fury squinted up at the sky, his thoughts swirling. People around Peter Parker are truly beset with misfortune, setting aside the death of his Uncle Ben. Even his best friend Harry suffers from a hereditary illness, and his most devoted fans constantly find themselves in bizarre predicaments. After meeting with Harry, Peter walked alone by the riverside at dusk. Staring at Gwen's incoming call on his phone, he hesitated for a long time, unsure whether to answer. At last, he made up his mind and picked up, greeting her with a soft, "Hey." Later that night, Gwen stood by the roadside, waiting alone. Peter arrived at their meeting spot and, catching sight of her, strode straight across the street, paying no heed to the traffic whizzing past. A truck driver slammed on his brakes, yelling furiously, "Hey, watch it, you idiot. Don't jaywalk." But Peter's eyes were only for Gwen. He didn't even glance at the driver. Seeing Peter walking toward her, Gwen's face lit up with a warm smile. As he drew closer, Peter greeted her. "Hey, you look amazing tonight." "I'm sorry." Gwen apologized, her voice gentle. "I just instinctively wanted to call you." "It's just..." Before she could finish, Peter quickly reassured her. "No, it's fine. I kind of liked it. I just think maybe it's time, time for us to be friends again," Gwen said, smiling softly. "Yeah, friends. That sounds really good," Peter nodded. "I just don't want things to get too complicated between us." "Funny, I was just telling someone I don't like complicated either," Peter said, raising his eyebrows in mock seriousness. "Then let's keep it simple," Gwen agreed with a nod. "Okay, great. No problem. Sure. Well, I was thinking," Peter laughed, stepping closer, "if we're going to be friends, maybe we should lay down a few ground rules." "Ground rules?" Gwen echoed, surprised and amused. "Yeah, like this one," Peter grinned. "Like what?" Gwen asked, her laughter bubbling up. "That laugh of yours. That's a no-go." "Absolutely not," Peter teased, turning to look at her. "What? I can't laugh like that." Gwen widened her eyes in playful protest. "Nope. You need to come up with an even more annoying laugh," Peter countered, making Gwen burst out laughing even louder. "Honestly, your laugh is still adorable," Peter flirted, his words making Gwen laugh so hard she could barely catch her breath. "It's not cute at all," Gwen protested. "It totally is." "No, not in the slightest." "Okay, I've got one," Gwen said, suddenly remembering one of Peter's quirks. "I'm listening," Peter replied, his eyes fixed on her. Don't look at me with those charming brown eyes of yours, and then tell me how pretty I am." "Okay, I really mean it this time." Gwen glanced at Parker, instinctively touching her nose. "Oh, no," Parker exclaimed, noticing her gesture. "What's wrong?" she asked. "I've just thought of another rule. Don't do that anymore. No more rubbing your nose like that." Parker mimicked the nose-touching motion. "Then what should I do?" "It's allergy season." Gwen protested. "I can't take this. You're breaking our agreement. I'm leaving." Parker pretended to storm off, trying to tease her. "Don't be like that." Gwen laughed, watching him. Parker circled back to her, looking into her eyes. "All right, let's get some ice cream first, then I'll leave." "You want ice cream?" Watching Garfield Spidey and Gwen together, Toby Spidey turned to his own Gwen, imitating their interaction. "Sure, I'll go with you." She nodded, linking arms with him as they hopped down from the rooftop. Toby Spidey held her close and, with a quick flick of web, swung them down to the nearest street, where an ice cream shop awaited. "Peter?" "Gwen," Aunt May called out from inside, carrying a plate of fruit and looking up at the roof, but no one answered. "How strange. Where did they go?" She walked downstairs, still holding the fruit. "They probably went out for a bit, judging by how they looked under the skylight. Maybe they got excited and decided to have a little adventure," Uncle Ben guessed. "Well, I just washed the fruit. Here you go." Aunt May handed the plate to Uncle Ben, who took it and popped a grape into his mouth. So sweet." Meanwhile, Max stepped out onto the street. As he passed, car alarms blared one after another. He stopped beside a car, pressed his glowing blue hand against its headlight, and instantly drained all its power. Returning to the middle of the road, Max looked ahead. The street was bright with lights. He clenched his fist, determination flickering in his eyes, and strode forward. Elsewhere, Gwen and Parker were strolling along, happily chatting and savoring their ice cream. "Yeah, so that's what I did, and then I got totally hooked on this restaurant with Korean meatballs. Have you been?" "No, but I know the place. You mean the one on 6th Avenue? You really love it there. Parker replied. Gwen glanced at him, a little puzzled. How do you know that? When Parker didn't answer, Gwen pressed again. How do you know I like that place? Parker realized he'd slipped. He'd always been quietly paying attention to Gwen. He tried to cover it up. Because you told me. Lying made Parker uneasy, and he started circling the tree with his head down. Gwen stirred her ice cream and said, That place only opened last month. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she burst out laughing. Have you been following me this whole time? I knew it. How often? Gwen had always sensed Peter's gaze on her, but every time she turned to look, there was nothing but empty air. Peter paused for a moment before answering. Just once a day. Sometimes even more. Knowing that Peter had always been thinking of her, Gwen felt so moved she was on the verge of tears. She lowered her head and wiped her eyes. Oh my goodness. Why? To make sure I'm safe. Peter looked at her face. And what else? And it's the closest I can get to you now. They locked eyes, and Peter, unable to resist, leaned in toward Gwen, longing to kiss her again. But just then, Gwen said, I'm going to England. The words caught Peter off guard. What? It's just, I have a scholarship to Oxford. Molecular medicine. I'm in competition with another student. We both have to go through an interview. He's a freshman, I think, but only 14 years old. So, it could be him, but it could also be me. I really hope it's me. I can't stop thinking about England right now. Gwen's eyes were rimmed with red as she explained to Peter. Wow. Peter looked at Gwen in astonishment. I'm really excited. Gwen wanted to share this good news with Peter. That was the reason she'd sought him out tonight. That's England. Peter was trying to process the thought of Gwen leaving when suddenly his spider sense sent a wave of warning through him. Peter whipped his head around, staring intently into the distance where neon lights flickered across the plaza. What is it? Gwen asked, noticing Peter's reaction. Peter kept his eyes fixed on the far side of the square. Wow, are you really going to Oxford? Peter, back in Gwen's room, looked at her with curiosity. I don't know. I haven't heard back from Oxford yet. Gwen didn't know if she would get the opportunity after all, like fate unfolding above her. If she did, she really wanted to go. But if Peter objected, she would stay in New York. If you want to go, I'll go with you. How could the spider couple ever be apart? Peter held Gwen's hand, gazing at her with affection. Spider couple was a nickname that had recently caught on, because Gwen and Peter always appear together at crime scenes, and because they were, after all, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy from the web-slinging world. The people of New York had given them this beloved title. Unlike Parker and Gwen, whose attention was elsewhere, Tony's focus was on Max. He mulled over the scene of Max drawing electricity from inside a car with just his hands. It was clear that Max could control electrical power, though the extent of his abilities remained a mystery. Jarvis, prepare all the materials you have on the study of electricity for me. I need to do some serious research. Is there a chance he could drain the energy from my suit? Tony's biggest fear was always running out of power in his armor. Fortunately, his recent studies on handling immense energy loads had made significant progress, all thanks to the destroyer armor. After extensive collaboration with Banner, Tony had unraveled part of the armor's potential and developed several new technologies. He was now poised to use these innovations to forge an entirely new suit. The latest Mark I destroyer armor was leagues ahead of anything Tony had previously built, superior in every respect, utterly dominant. Meanwhile, in the bustling square, Max moved unsteadily through the crowd. With his hood pulled low over his face, no one noticed his strange, almost otherworldly features. For now, he glanced around before striding purposefully forward, while Parker kept a watchful eye on that direction, his spider sense buzzing an insistent warning. Gwen followed Parker's gaze, her attention fixed on the same spot. Suddenly, the air beside her stirred. Gwen turned, only to discover Parker had vanished without a trace, leaving just his clothes and shoes behind. Weaving through the throng, Max now saw the world in a way no ordinary person could. He could perceive the very places where currents of electricity gathered. He headed straight for the wiring near the edge of the square, dropped to his knees, and stared at the cables beneath the metal grating. The moment he reached out, electricity crackled at his fingertips. Max knew he needed a massive surge of power. Without hesitation, he tore the grate from the ground and gripped the cables with both hands. The people around him had no idea what was unfolding. They simply watched, intrigued, as the giant screen on the square flickered and sparkled, many pulling out their phones to capture the bizarre sight of Max absorbing electricity. A police officer assigned to keep order spotted Max's actions. He immediately pressed his radio and called out, "Central, I need backup. Send reinforcements to the south corner of Duffy Square now." After requesting support, the officer began ushering people away, urging them to put distance between themselves and Max. His hand went to his sidearm as he shouted, Sir, get your hands off those cables. Now, put your hands up. Hearing the command, Max slowly lifted his head. The officer recoiled in shock as he saw the blue glow radiating from Max's eyes and skin. He drew his pistol and aimed it straight at Max. Stay right where you are. Don't move. Down. On your knees now. Seeing a gun pointed at him, Max instinctively stepped back, only to have a truck barrel straight toward him. Reflexively, he raised both hands, unleashing a surge of electricity that lifted the truck into the air and hurled it aside. Tony frowned as he watched Max effortlessly levitate the massive vehicle just by extending his hands. What is that? Electromagnetism. Yes, without a doubt, he can manipulate objects using electromagnetic force. He can either pull them toward himself or throw them away. And it looks like he's able to absorb electricity as well, not just from vehicles, but even directly from power cables. Banner nodded, elaborating on the abilities Max had displayed so far. Yet, based on these actions alone, Banner couldn't deduce the full extent of his powers. So how do we counter him? Tony asked. Can the latest armor withstand his ability to absorb electricity? I'm not sure, Banner replied. Maybe we could use insulating materials to build a shield and try to confront him somewhere without electricity, keep him from recharging. Other than that, I don't have any ideas yet. Let's see what the sky looks like first. Banner mulled it over, uncertain whether the latest armor would be effective if Max really did arrive in their universe. Okay, Jarvis, record and analyze Max's abilities. I'm sure this will come in handy. Tony barked out the order to Jarvis. Meanwhile, panic erupted in the square as people fled in all directions. Dozens of squad cars arrived on the scene, quickly surrounding Max. He looked around nervously, desperate to escape, but the officers had already blocked every exit. Get on the ground. Now, one of the officers yelled at him. Stop. This isn't my fault, sir. Max pleaded, fear etched on his face as more and more police closed in, trying to explain himself. The officers paid no attention to his words. Their priority was to neutralize the threat. They shouted louder, ordering Max to get down and keep still. For your safety and the safety of everyone else, we need you to get on the ground, immediately. The commands came again and again. Just as Max tried to explain himself, he suddenly noticed a giant screen in the square flicker to life, displaying the image of a strange, blue-glowing figure, himself. The journalists present had been filming everything and were already broadcasting it live online. Oh my God, Max cried, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. They see me. You see me. You can see me. They're looking at me. He couldn't contain his emotions. For the first time, he was no longer invisible, no longer the overlooked nobody he once was. Now, the eyes of the world were upon him, just as Max was lost in thought. The surrounding officers hurled several smoke grenades toward him. Watching their actions, Max shouted repeatedly, No, don't, stop, don't do this to me. Wait, this isn't my fault. Seeing that Max was ignoring their warnings, the officers had no choice but to act. Inside the swirling smoke, Max grew increasingly agitated. The smoke grenades at his feet began to float, suspended by electromagnetic force. It's not my fault. I told you to stop. With a furious roar, Max unleashed a tremendous electromagnetic field from his hands, sending all the police cars encircling him flying. Many officers were flung aside before they could even react, and a number of police vehicles crashed into the shops surrounding the square. A panicked police captain scrambled to escape, only to have a police car hurtling toward him. In the nick of time, Parker appeared on the scene in his suit, catching the car before it could crush the captain. With a playful grin, he even managed to joke, "Good thing you were driving a car and not riding a horse." The captain, pale and shaken, stared up at Parker from where he'd fallen. Meanwhile, unaffected officers began firing their guns at Max. Almost instinctively, Max raised his hands in a defensive stance. A powerful electromagnetic field formed an invisible wall around him, vaporizing a hail of bullets before they could even get close. All units, cease fire. Wait for my command, the captain shouted into his radio, issuing orders to the nearby officers. Still, some didn't hear him and continued shooting. I repeat, cease fire. Fall back for now, the captain yelled again, his voice echoing above the chaos. Gradually, the gunfire tapered off. Those officers still able began helping the wounded away from the dangerous scene. Parker vaulted onto a police car, keeping his eyes on Max in the distance. Even now, Max was trying to get the police to stop shooting. Stop. Hold your fire, he called out. Hey, Sparky. Hey, you okay? Parker crouched atop the car, reaching out a hand and calling loudly to Max. Max turned and saw Parker. It's you. Yeah, that's me. Who are you? At this point, Parker had no idea Max was someone he knew. Max took a step forward, a surge of electricity crackling at his feet. Don't you remember me? I don't. Should I? Parker glanced down at the current snaking across the ground, then up at the crowd on the stairs behind, realizing that the metal grates of the square could conduct electricity. I was out on the street, almost hit by a car. You swooped down and carried me away. You saved me. You said you needed me. Much recounted. The moment Parker had rescued him. Hearing his words, Parker suddenly remembered, "You're the guy who brought a stack of blueprints." "Yes, the blueprints. Yeah, I remember you. Of course I do. You're my eyes and ears." Seeing that Max had calmed down a bit, Parker jumped down from the police car and began to walk toward him. What was your name again?" Parker struggled to recall Max's name. "How could you forget me?" Max looked at him, a little annoyed. Hearing this, Parker immediately started racking his brain for the name. I know it. I know it. Don't tell me." While he was still trying to remember, Max spoke up and said his own name. Even with his hands over his ears, Parker heard it clearly and replied at once. "Is it Max?" "I'm sorry. The reason I didn't recognize you is because, well, you look different." As Parker was talking to Max, a police officer nearby was taking aim at Max from a high vantage point with a sniper rifle. "Are you all right?" Parker asked, not understanding why Max looked the way he did. "I don't know what's happening to me." Max was just as confused and lost. "I get it, I can see that, and I believe you." Parker gestured reassuringly, signaling that he trusted Max. For now, his priority was to keep Max calm. "It's so strange. I can feel this power inside me. And in my heart, I just feel so angry." Max clenched his fingers in the air, unable to make sense of what was happening to him. At that moment, Gwen arrived, pushing through the crowd to watch Parker and Max talking in the middle of it all. "I understand. I know you don't want to be here, and I know you're scared. I can see it. You don't even know what's going on. I also know you don't want to hurt anyone. Everything will be okay." Parker kept reassuring Max, voicing the turmoil inside him. Meanwhile, the sniper above had locked onto Max, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. "Don't let them shoot me again." Max pointed at the officers, pleading. Parker answered right away. "They won't shoot at you anymore." Then he shouted to those around, "Hey, everyone, this is my friend, Max. I've told you all about Max before. Nobody shoots at Max." In the crowd, Gwen stared at the blue glowing figure on the big screen, hardly able to believe it was Max. They had just run into each other in the elevator earlier that day. After shouting, Parker turned to Max again and said, "Just the two of us, all right? Let's just talk, just you and me." "Whoa, wait, don't move. Be careful, there's electricity." Hearing his words, Max shifted his feet, wanted to walk toward Parker. But as soon as he lifted his foot, sparks crackled between the sole of his shoe and the metal grid on the ground. Parker quickly told him not to move, so he pulled his foot back. I just want everyone to see that I exist." Max stared at his own image on the giant screen. He didn't want to be invisible anymore. Meanwhile, the sniper received orders to open fire immediately if Max made any sudden moves. "How about you come with me? Let's go somewhere else to talk, away from all these people, okay?" Parker suggested. "Yeah, okay." Max nodded and agreed, but as soon as he stepped backward, his foot landed in a puddle, sending out a violent surge of electricity. The sniper seized the opportunity and fired a shot at him. The crack of the gunshot rang out. Parker threw up his hands and yelled, "No, don't shoot." But it was too late. Enraged, Max spun around and unleashed a torrent of electricity toward the sniper's position. "Monks, don't." Parker shot a web at Max's outstretched hand, yanking it back. But the current surged along the web and struck Parker, hurling him through the air. Fortunately, after being knocked out by a taser before, Parker had modified his suit to be insulated. The electricity didn't harm him, but the force of the blast sent him crashing into a police car. The impact was so strong that it shoved the car several feet and left a massive dent in the door. When Parker landed, he glanced at the web shooter on his left wrist. Sparks sputtered from the device, and web spurted uncontrollably from it. A giant screen, loosened by the chaos, came crashing down, and there was a police officer right beneath it. Parker leaped up and shot a web, yanking the officer out of harm's way before he could be crushed. "Whoa, Mux, that's incredible!" Parker exclaimed in awe. He hadn't expected Max's power to be so overwhelming. It had flung him clear across the plaza. Then he frowned at the ruined web shooter. "The shooter's totally fried. Looks like I'll have to figure something out." Hearing this, Gwen thought for a moment and said, "Try electromagnetic polarization." Parker glanced at her. "How's that work? Remember 8th grade science class?" Gwen replied, "If you use a battery to magnetize a nail." Before she could finish, Parker picked up the thought. "It generates a charge." "Exactly," Gwen nodded. Overjoyed, Parker swept her up and spun her around. "Oh, Gwen, what would I do without you? Put me down, Peter. People are watching." Gwen glanced shyly at the students nearby. Tony watched as Max used electromagnetic force to vaporize all the incoming bullets. It was clear that Max was unafraid of the bullets coming straight at him. Even when he was caught off guard, the sniper round still missed its mark. Instead, it passed right through his body and struck the ground. Jarvis slowed down the recorded footage, replaying it dozens of times. Tony could see it. Clearly, in that split second, part of Max's body transformed into pure electricity, allowing the bullet to pass through before he reverted to his normal form. "This is not good news," Banner said grimly, his gaze fixed on Max. "What do you mean?" Tony glanced at Banner, prompted by his words. Banner explained, "It means he can alter his own physical state. Did you see it? Part of his body turned into electricity to evade the sniper shot. If he can change a part, then he can probably turn his whole body into electricity." "What?" Tony was shocked. If Max lost his physical form, how could they possibly fight him? "He seems to be afraid of water. When he stepped onto the water, he reacted as if he'd been electrocuted. Even if it was just for a moment," Banner observed, recalling how Max's foot had touched the surface. "So if we use enough water, he might electrocute himself? That could be a way," Tony mused. "Jarvis, make a note of that." At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers as Parker rescued a police officer from danger. Applause and shouts of Spider-Man filled the air. Max, watching the onlookers, realized that everyone cared more about Spider-Man than about him. The giant screens switched from showing Max to Spider-Man, and, to make things worse, angry voices rose from the crowd. "You freak. Electro freak. Get out of here, you monster." Max looked around. Everyone was rooting for Spider-Man. Every screen now showed only Spider-Man's image. It felt just like before, when he was invisible to the world. As the insults rained down, the fire inside Max burned hotter and hotter, until he was consumed by a furious rage. He roared, "Shut up!" Glaring at the screens, now displaying only Spider-Man, Max placed all the blame on Parker. "You're so selfish. You set me up. Listen to me, Max." Parker tried to reason with him, desperate to explain. "No, I didn't set you up. You lied to me." Max clenched his fists, electricity crackling and arcing around his hands as he glared menacingly at Parker. "No, I'm trying to help you. Let me help," Parker pleaded, but Max was far beyond listening that he dropped to his knees, electricity crackling even more fiercely from his hands. Slamming his palms onto the steel grating beneath him, he sent a surge of electric current rushing forward in an instant. Seeing the current coming his way, Parker immediately performed a backflip, landing on top of the police car and using it as a shield to block part of the electricity. At the same time, sparks shot from the web shooter on his left hand. Fortunately, the one on his right was still working. Parker's spider sense kicked in. As he hung upside down and glanced back, time seemed to freeze. He saw the current flowing along the grating toward the handrail on the stairs. He noticed the woman holding a child and the man on the other side, both about to place their hands on the rail. He took in the steel banister above the stairs, everyone standing on the steps, and the police car ahead of him, now crackling with electricity and hurtling toward the crowd. In a split second, he made his decision. He fired a web from his working shooter, anchoring it to both sides, and stopping the police car just before it could crash into anyone. Then snapped it back, sending the vehicle flying in the opposite direction. With another backflip, he fired more webbing and gripped it with his left hand. Swinging the line out, he caught the man's hand, and with his right, fired a web to stick to the woman's hand, pulling them both to safety in one swift motion. They barely escaped being shocked by the current. Parker landed above the group, and the rescued man and woman flashed him grateful smiles before hastily fleeing to safety. Having saved the people, Parker slowly straightened up and fixed his gaze on Max. The crowd, witnessing his actions, erupted in excited applause. "It's my birthday today. Time to light the candles," Max shouted, seething with anger. He glared at Parker, electricity gathering in his hands before he launched it toward him. Parker dodged swiftly, launching a web to swing away, nimbly evading Max's relentless bolts. As he swung, he snagged a fire hydrant with his web, yanking it hard as soon as he landed. The hydrant burst open, sending a powerful jet of water spraying out. Parker swung the hydrant like a weapon, while Max dodged and fired electricity right at him. As Parker was blasted backwards, he managed to smash the hydrant against Max. Both were sent flying in opposite directions. Parker crashed into a newsstand by the roadside, while Max slammed into the ground, rebounded, and crashed straight into the giant screen behind him. Parker lay winded on the ground. Max, surveying the chaotic square, saw the electric circuits laid bare before his eyes. Grabbing two thick cables, he pressed them directly to his body, absorbing their energy. The surge of power made him let out a furious roar. In just a matter of seconds, all the lights surrounding the plaza were plunged into darkness. The next moment, an intense burst of electromagnetic energy erupted from Max, sweeping instantly through the buildings around the square. Massive screens on the plaza's edge broke loose and crashed down toward the crowds below. People scattered in panic, desperately fleeing for their lives, as chunks of debris slammed onto the streets, setting off a chorus of terrified screams. Max drifted forward, floating in midair, arcs of electricity sparking ever more fiercely from his hands. Gwen watched the chaotic stampede of fleeing people, uncertain and overwhelmed by the turmoil. Gathering the surging electricity in his palms, Max unleashed a barrage of attacks on those below. The citizens' fear only deepened, and a police officer shouted into his radio, "Has anyone seen Spider-Man? Is Spider-Man here?" Max's assault intensified, torrents of electricity raining down onto the plaza. The crowd scattered in every direction, running frantically like headless chickens. Just then, a powerful stream of water shot up and struck Max, blasting him from midair and slamming him to the ground. The scene shifted. Parker, wearing a firefighter's helmet, stood alongside the fire crew, operating the hose that had felled Max. "Okay, that's enough. Good job, Mike. John, well done." Parker cut off the water, gave a celebratory high five to the firefighters beside him, and watched as Max lay motionless on the ground. "Great work, everyone. It's a pleasure working with you." Parker swung the hose, intending to sling it at his waist, but finding nowhere to tuck it, simply handed it back to the fireman. Meanwhile, 2 SWAT officers cautiously approached Max, who glared at them with eyes full of rage. "Spider-Man," he spat out venomously. Parker swung down on his web, landing in front of Gwen. By now, everyone else had fled, leaving her alone amidst the devastation. He looked at her and said, "England? Really?" Even as he spoke, another chunk of debris crashed down behind them, flattening a burning police car into a twisted heap. Gwen stared in silence at the ruined scene and at Parker, unable to find words. Seeing her quiet, Parker turned away. He couldn't just walk up and share a moment of intimacy with Gwen, not now. Only after Parker left did Gwen softly murmur, "That was amazing. He's incredible. Gwen, did you see that? His spider sense is even sharper than mine." In that instant, it was as if time itself stopped. He figured out the solution in a heartbeat, and no one was hurt. The Toby Spider-Man watched in awe, as Parker rescued everyone in the blink of an eye, finally understanding why the Skyweb had spoken so highly of Parker's pride in his spider sense. He had to admit, in this aspect, he wasn't quite a match for the Garfield Spider-Man. Gwen nodded in agreement. She'd fought alongside Venom and the Toby Spider-Man plenty of times, and it was obvious the Toby Spider-Man could never have rescued everyone. As effortlessly as the Garfield Spider-Man had just done, many attacks that were impossible to dodge, Toby Spider simply endured head-on. Compared to Garfield Spider, who moved like an agile assassin, Toby Spider was more often a warrior relying on sheer strength, flinging heavy blows like bricks. But when he saw Parker struggle to get up after being hit by Max's attack, Toby Spider couldn't help but shake his head. Garfield Spider's physical resilience was clearly much weaker than his own. Max, meanwhile, was filled with anxiety and fear. He hadn't expected that his future self would act in such a way. With a look of horror, he turned to Harry, who had arrived at the square right after Max had appeared from the sky curtain. Harry just wanted to see how things would unfold, but the outcome caught him entirely off guard. Harry narrowed his eyes, and after a moment's thought, he could already guess what Max was thinking. "Max, you have to understand. Peter never wanted to hurt you. Your wish is fulfilled now. Everyone knows who you are." "Yeah, now everyone knows me." Max looked at his own figure lying on the ground in the sky curtain, his heart churning with mixed emotions. He had always longed for attention, but not like this, not by doing something so wrong. Harry, on the other hand, was pondering. If Max were to repeat the actions in the sky curtain, would he still turn into Electro? But he abandoned this thought almost immediately. He wasn't someone without principles. He could never do such a thing. At the same time, countless citizens were furious at the sniper who fired the shot. Spider-Man had already convinced Max, but the sniper, eager to make his mark, opened fire, enraging Max and causing the whole disaster. Outraged New Yorkers demanded a reasonable explanation from the police department. Yet again, the NYPD found itself besieged by angry crowds. George let out a weary sigh. Parker returned home, peeled off his spider suit, and tossed it into the closet, revealing his lean, muscular frame. After changing into comfortable clothes, he flopped onto his bed. At the scene of this sudden incident, we have Jessica Elbow from Channel 1 New York, bringing us this explosive story. The TV anchor was announcing the evening's shocking events. The camera then switched to the scene. Standing next to me are 2 eyewitnesses who will tell us what they saw. Please, tell us. How did Spider-Man do it? How did he defeat that monster? One witness quickly stepped forward, eager to be on camera. Spider-Man's suit must be insulated with rubber. That's how he didn't get electrocuted. Probably some kind of neoprene. If it were me, that's what I'd use. Parker sat up in bed, took out his phone, and gazed at a photo of himself and Gwen during their passionate days together. The thought of Gwen soon leaving for England made his heart ache. Unable to bear the pain, he tossed the phone onto the bed and covered his forehead with his hand. You must be really upset knowing that I'm leaving, aren't you? Gwen turned her head and gave Parker a gentle smile. No, I won't let you leave me. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Parker looked at Gwen and said this with renewed seriousness, the two of them gradually moving closer. All right, I'm still here, Gwen. Your mother's asked you to help out. George had been standing at the doorway for a while, watching Parker and Gwen's affectionate moment. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping, he couldn't help but interrupt. Oh, okay, Daddy. Only then did Gwen realize George was at the door. She responded quickly, then hurried out. George stepped aside to let her pass, and then walked into the room. Parker noticed his future father-in-law glaring at him, and was puzzled about what he'd done wrong. After all, he and Gwen had been close like this plenty of times before, and George had never seemed this unfriendly. He still didn't know that the police station had once again been surrounded by angry citizens. Although this time it didn't have much to do with him, George instinctively associated the trouble with Parker. After all, Parker did have a bit of a history. Why are you looking at me like that? Parker, confused by George's hostile stare, finally spoke up. The station was surrounded by citizens again today. George said, What? Why this time? Was it because of me? Parker was stunned. It had been a long time since the station was besieged. He looked at George, hoping he'd explain. No. George then explained the whole situation to him, telling him about the sniper incident. The outcome was that, after an emergency meeting, the sniper had been temporarily suspended and sent home to reflect, awaiting further notice. Since the sniper's direct supervisor hadn't appeared during the crisis, his voice alone wasn't enough for identification. He managed to avoid getting caught up in the fallout. As for George, he couldn't be blamed for any of it, because at that point in the event, he had already died, a hero's sacrifice. Parker picked up his damaged web shooter from the earlier fight and started inspecting it to find out why it broke. A quick look told him the problem. The battery inside had blown out. But he just wasn't in the mood to deal with it right now, so he tossed it carelessly onto the table. Parker put on his headphones and lay down on his bed, trying to lose himself in music, but his heart couldn't settle. Gwen would be leaving him soon, and every time he closed his eyes, that thought returned. As he lay there, his eyes drifted to Richard Parker's briefcase in the wardrobe. Agitated, Parker instinctively got up and shut the wardrobe door. But immediately, he ripped off his headphones and grabbed the briefcase. He dumped out all its contents onto the floor, picked up a remote control and set it aside, then picked up a note. On it was written, Roosevelt, 2 p.m. So he began searching for information about Roosevelt, but came up empty-handed. Frustrated, he took a photograph of his parents and taped it to the wall. Then he found whatever information he could gather about Richard Parker, printed it out, and stuck that to the wall as well. Parker posted every scrap of information he could collect, assembling an entire wall of clues. Finally, he added a cherished photo of himself with Gwen, attaching a slip of paper. Beneath it that read, Am I going to lose you two? Pressing his forehead against the wall, Parker fell silent, lost in thought. At last, he picked up the web shooter from the floor and left the room. Peter. Gwen sat across from him, worry etched on her face. Every time the subject of Richard and Mary Parker came up, she couldn't help but be concerned about Parker's state of mind. I'm fine, Gwen. Parker replied, his heart now calm as still water. He forked up a piece of steak and took a bite, having gradually come to terms with things. More importantly, he believed that fate would eventually bring him the answers he sought. Helen didn't want them to linger in such a somber mood, so she took the initiative and asked, How does it taste, Peter? Okay, it's great. Really, really delicious. Parker replied, not holding back his praise in the slightest. It really is excellent. George chimed in quietly from a seat nearby. I'm glad you think so. Would you like some soup? Helen, relieved, offered and ladled Parker a bowl of soup. Thank you. It's wonderful. This is a fantastic meal. Parker said gratefully to her. Helen Stacy was genuinely pleased with Parker as her future son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. According to online polls, public support for Spider-Man has surged. Tonight, it seems like the whole city of New York ought to thank him. Harry, meanwhile, was watching TV and absent-mindedly fiddling with the cube Norman had given him. Without thinking, he touched a sore spot on his neck, feeling a twinge of pain. Sitting up straight, he used the glass tabletop to check the spot, and when he pressed on it, a sharp pain shot through him. Harry let out a cry, accidentally tossing the cube onto the table. Suddenly, information flickered into view above the table. Harry looked over and, to his surprise, realized that this was a physical key, one that granted access to all of Oscorp's hidden files. As Harry watched the countless files projected on the tabletop, he randomly selected one and enlarged it. Instantly, the system displayed an introduction to the file. Next generation military armor. Features include enhanced mobility, self-repair of battlefield damage, and a neural interface. He clicked on another file, this one containing video footage of Richard Parker's research on spiders. On the screen, Richard Parker spoke directly to the camera. So, unlike human cells common, household spiders possess a remarkable ability to heal themselves, even after severe infections or tissue damage. If we introduce radioactive isotopes into the corresponding segments of human DNA, Harry stared wide-eyed at the screen above him. He had never imagined that the small cube Norman had given him was actually a physical key to classified information, although he'd had it in his possession. For some time, by a twist of fate, he'd never discovered its true purpose. It wasn't until this very moment, seeing it revealed in the projection, that Harry realized the true value of this little device. Without hesitation, he sat up straight and placed the key on the table. Just as he'd seen in the projection, countless confidential files materialized before him. He began to sift through their contents. He saw blueprints for the latest suit of armor and stumbled upon many things he'd never known before. Beyond Richard Parker's research, the files documented the full story of the Connors incident, Norman Osborn's genetic disease, human experiments involving spiders, and the shadowy Dr. Morbius, among others. Harry browsed through these folders one by one. However, unlike the projection, there was one less folder here. Since Max Dillon had not been electrocuted and transformed into Electro, there was no folder documenting Max's accident. Elsewhere, Mackin, who had already been fired and was under investigation, also witnessed all of this unfold. All he could do was pray that Harry wouldn't discover the key's ability to recover deleted or altered data. Without evidence, the worst that could happen was being cast out of Oscorp. At the same time, Harry realized the projection had exposed everything to the world. He would need a new way to secure this access. If the key were to be stolen, the consequences would be dire. He was certain that by now, governments around the world, including the White House, had already recorded the titles of all the files displayed. Fortunately, only the file names were shown, which limited the potential fallout. Welcome to Dr. Yarling's Science Show. Today, we're talking about electricity. In the garage, Parker removed the spent battery from his web shooter and searched for an educational video about electricity. Batteries, insulators, electromagnetic flow. A battery can handle a huge influx of charge. The larger the battery, the greater the charge it can withstand. But if the input charge exceeds what it can release, the battery might explode. Boom! Listening to the video, Parker performed his experiment. He swapped out the button cell for a larger battery, secured the web shooter, fired a line of web, and connected a voltmeter. After suiting up in protective gear, he switched on the power. As soon as the wire clamp touched the web line, it instantly glowed red hot. The voltmeter needle shot to its maximum, and the battery exploded with a bang, perfectly in sync with the host's exclamation in the video. Always take proper safety measures when conducting experiments like this. Remember, you're not invincible. In the video, the host was still talking, and although Parker was mentally prepared, he was still startled. But he refused to give up. I need a bigger battery, he muttered to himself. Then, he bundled together several large batteries, donned a cape made of insulation material, and tried the experiment again. Just like before, the moment he switched on the power, the batteries exploded instantly. Parker pursed his lips, staring at the battery pack that had shattered to pieces, then stubbornly switched to using a car battery. This time, the current was even stronger, throwing him backward, and the car battery couldn't handle it either. It exploded as well. Even the webbing caught fire, and the lights in the house began to flicker wildly. Whoa! Parker cried out in alarm, hastily grabbing the fire extinguisher he had prepared in advance. He aimed it at the burning webbing and put out the flames. The car battery was completely ruined, still occasionally throwing off sparks, so Parker gave it another couple of blasts with the extinguisher. Ha ha ha! Peter, are you trying to demolish the garage of your old house? Gwen laughed so hard she could barely breathe, watching Parker's antics. She couldn't believe he'd even gone online to look up videos, when it was clearly written in the book. Ow! Parker covered his face, feeling utterly embarrassed. How could he have forgotten he'd already studied this in 8th grade? Gwen would probably laugh at him for a lifetime over this. Now he would never be able to claim he was the top student in the class again. Helen, watching her future son-in-law flounder, chimed in from the side. Well, at least you didn't turn the whole house upside down. You ruined your dad's and Peter's clothes, broke the door, the table, and a pair of shoes. And that dent in the wall, it's still not fixed. Oh, Mom, I'm your daughter. Gwen protested, glaring at Helen for bringing up her own embarrassing past. Parker, struggling to hold back his laughter, dared not make a sound. Gwen, too embarrassed to argue with her mother, could only take her frustration out on Parker. Seeing his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, she turned away with a huff and refused to look at him. Parker quickly stifled his laughter and began to comfort Gwen. The scene shifted, and it was already morning. Parker's phone started ringing. Still half asleep, Parker didn't even lift his head as he shot a web, only to pull a crowbar toward himself and have it land squarely on his body. With a sharp thud, Parker let out a pained yell, tossed the crowbar aside, and shot another line of webbing. This time, he successfully retrieved his phone. "Hello." Harry's voice came through the phone. "Peter, it's me." "Hey, Harry, what's up? What time is it?" Parker asked, his voice heavy with sleep. It's either night or morning, I'm not sure. I haven't slept all night. I need to see you." Harry's voice was edged with exhaustion. Hearing that something wasn't right with Harry, Parker asked, "Are you all right?" "No, Peter, I am dying, but I think you can save my life." Hearing Harry suddenly declare that he was dying jolted Peter wide awake. He had still been half asleep a moment ago. Now, his eyes were wide open, listening intently to Harry's words. Inside Oscorp, Peter and Harry were watching an old video of Richard Parker and Norman Osborn discussing the spider experiment together. What you're seeing now is the world's very first human-spider hybrid. Norman Osborn began, introducing the experiment. "Our initial goal was to extract venom from their glands, to use it as the basis for a serum that could heal disease cells." Richard Parker added further explanation. "If I could be cured, just think what it would mean for all other diseases. Alzheimer's, even cancer, none of them would be problems anymore." The video ended there. Harry closed it and looked at Peter. They never made it to the human trial phase. 14 years of painstaking research, and they never got results. Except for this. Harry got up and tossed a stack of newspapers onto the table. "Spider-Man. What about him?" Peter was momentarily confused. What did this have to do with him? He was bitten by one of those spiders. The mutation succeeded. I don't know how or why, but he has all the powers of spider, including self-healing. I need to find him. I need his blood. Harry's hope that Spider-Man's blood could cure him was written all over his face. Peter, seeing his friend so full of expectation, felt at a loss for what to do. "Harry." Peter looked at him with deep concern. He had already told Harry before that he was willing to help, but Harry had refused. He'd seen the outcome of human trials. With the spider serum, and with the warnings from the mysterious figure known as the Web, Harry had given up hope that Spider-Man could truly cure him. "Gwen, I want to help Harry. Can you help me?" Peter turned to Gwen. He'd been thinking about this for a while. "Of course, but how should we begin?" Gwen wouldn't refuse him, but she was at a loss for where to start. "Dr. Connors, maybe he'll have an idea." Peter knew they couldn't manage this on their own, so he thought of Dr. Connors. Lately, Connors had been idle at home, and his research into regenerative medicine had completely stalled. Public protests had brought everything to a halt. Even though Harry wanted to restart the work, he'd spent weeks trying to persuade people with no real progress. New Yorkers in particular were terrified of another disaster like the last one. Even the Oscorp board was unanimously against it. The pressure of public opinion had caused Oscorp's stock to plummet, and the company's assets had shrunk to nearly half of what they were at its peak. They were unwilling to take any more risks, and so were the investors backing Osborn. Even Harry couldn't force them to approve new experiments, leaving Connors with nothing to do but stay home for a long time. Gwen sat down at her desk. Ever since hearing Max's name yesterday, she'd remembered seeing him at Oscorp. He worked there too. She glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention, then began searching for Max Dillon's name on her computer. Parker looked at Harry in disbelief. "You want Spider-Man's blood?" he asked, lowering himself onto a chair. "It could save my life." Harry pressed his hands against the tabletop, his voice urgent. "Or it might not. Harry, it might not be that simple. Did you see what happened to Kurt Connors?" Parker felt this was beyond reckless. Using his blood to save Harry? Connors was too weak. "But I'm not like him, Peter." Harry was convinced his fate would be different. "I mean, you can't just roll up a blood donation van and ask him to give blood, can you? He's not going to let anyone stick a needle in him." Parker was at a loss. He couldn't reveal his secret, and the idea of giving blood was out of the question. "He won't agree? Fine. Then can you at least tell me, discreetly, where he is? I'll go ask him myself." Harry fixed Parker with an intense stare. "What?" Parker stared back, not understanding why Harry was saying this. Harry hopped up onto the desk, eyes scanning the small print beneath the newspaper photo. It read, "Photo by Peter Parker. You took this photo. You know him." "Harry, I shot that from really far away with a telephoto lens." "I don't know him." Parker lied to protect his identity, and Harry believed him. "I've been thinking about what you said by the river, that he gives people hope. Come on." As Harry repeated his words, Parker fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the security office, a staff member noticed someone was searching for restricted personnel information. He quickly traced the activity back to Gwen's location. Gwen realized her search for Max had turned up nothing, leaving her puzzled. She tried to search again, only to find her access blocked. At the same time, the security staffer left his post to go find her. Back with Harry, he was still trying to convince Parker to help. Parker, restless and uneasy, got up to leave, but Harry seized him by the shoulder. "Don't shut me out. I don't want to die like my father. Peter, I'm begging you, please, Peter, please. I can't. Please." Harry clung to Parker, desperate. Parker finally relented. "I'll try. I'll find Spider-Man." "Peter." Harry's expression was complicated. He had no idea what choice Parker would make under the dome. But whatever happened, the real Peter had already told him he could call on him anytime if he needed help. Yet Harry had turned down the offer himself because the spider-human experiments had been nothing short of horrific. Every single test subject had died in agony. Harry couldn't guarantee he wouldn't meet the same fate as those poor souls. What's more, those test subjects weren't willing volunteers. They were vagrants and the like, forced into becoming experimental fodder. That was why Macon steered clear of the whole affair. The incident had yet to be made public, as the repercussions would be too great, so only a select few were aware of it. Osborne Industries simply couldn't withstand another scandal. Meanwhile, at the Connors home, Parker and Gwen had arrived, hoping to ask Connors for his thoughts on Harry's situation. But Connors himself couldn't say for sure whether it would work. He'd never conducted human trials before. Parker was determined to save Harry, so he decided to try using his own blood first. Connors, seeing the unwavering resolve in Parker's eyes, agreed to help him with the experiment. Having received this answer, Harry finally felt a measure of relief. Parker left Harry's office, just as the security guards arrived on Gwen's floor. A co-worker nearby looked puzzled, wondering why security was there, while Gwen glanced up to find the guards watching her. Without missing a beat, she locked her computer and stood up, pretending she was going to get some water. The guards immediately followed, calling out, "Hey, Miss Stacy." Gwen pretended not to hear, quickening her pace. At that moment, Parker happened to be riding the elevator down. Gwen hurried along the corridor, glancing nervously over her shoulder, only to trip over her own feet. As she stumbled, on the verge of falling, Parker suddenly appeared from around the corner and caught her. Gwen's face lit up with surprise and delight as she looked at him, and the two exchanged a quick greeting. "What are you doing here?" Gwen asked first. "What are you doing here?" Parker shot back. Gwen pulled Parker into the janitor's closet, peering through the crack in the door to watch the guards as they followed her trail down the hallway, failing to spot her. "You're in trouble, aren't you?" Parker immediately figured out the guards were after Gwen, giving her a startled look. "Yeah, there was an accident in the genetics lab. They covered it up, but I dug up the truth. That guy from Times Square last night, I've seen him before. He's an electrical engineer here." Gwen rattled off what she knew. "And he's obsessed with Spider-Man, a total superfan." Gwen added, rolling her eyes as she spoke about Max. "I sure didn't get that vibe. He seemed more like he wanted to fry me." Parker retorted. He hadn't felt any fandom from Max at all. The guy had been trying to kill him, and he didn't hold back. "When I love you, I just want to electrocute you." Gwen teased Parker with a mischievous glint in her eye, then continued. "I searched for his information on the computer, but it's all been wiped. He's vanished into thin air." "OMG, that's just the usual Osborne protocol." Parker sighed, frustration clear in his voice. "And you? What are you doing here?" Gwen looked at Parker curiously, wondering why he had suddenly shown up at Oscorp. "It's Harry. He's dying." Parker pressed his lips together and broke the news to Gwen. "Osborne? What do you mean he's dying?" Gwen was stunned and utterly confused. "He's only 20. He thinks the only thing that can save him is my blood. Spider-Man's blood. But as far as I know, if I give him my blood, it could kill him." Parker's greatest fear was that his blood might not just fail to save Harry, but could actually endanger his life. It could be even worse. Gwen agreed with Parker's concern, remembering all too well the cautionary tale of Dr. Connors. "I know." Parker nodded, his hesitation written all over his face. Then he glanced outside and said to Gwen, "This is a janitor's closet, Gwen. The oldest hiding spot in the book. Nothing clever about it. I'm sorry. I didn't bring us to some secret sanctuary." Gwen laughed softly, looking at Parker. "I need to talk to you about England. I think, because I don't—" Parker started to speak, but before he could finish, Gwen kissed him. "You just kissed me." Gwen stared at Parker, wide-eyed, as if to remind him they'd agreed to just be friends. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. How was it?" Parker gazed into Gwen's beautiful eyes, searching for her reaction. "A bit rushed," she replied. I know. Okay, here's the plan. You take the elevator. I'll draw them away, all right." Parker quickly thought of a way to help Gwen escape. Gwen agreed immediately, not doubting Parker's ability for a second. The two slipped out of the closet, Gwen hurried toward the elevator while Parker spotted a security guard approaching. He waited at the corner, noticing a server passing by with a food cart, on it a cup of coffee. The server was engrossed in her book as she walked. Seizing the moment, Parker shot a web and pulled the coffee cup toward him. Standing at the corner with the cup in hand, Parker timed it perfectly. As the security guard rounded the corner, Parker deliberately bumped straight into him, spilling the hot coffee all over the guard. "OMG!" the guard shrieked. Parker crouched down to apologize, pretending it was an accident. "I just spilled hot coffee on you. I didn't mean to, Before he could finish speaking, he stuck out a leg and tripped another guard behind him. The guard stumbled and tumbled right under the catering cart, while Parker seized a moment to stand up and splash the rest of his coffee straight into the face of a third guard. "Oops, sorry. Spilled it on you again. My apologies." Parker kept apologizing as he quickly slipped off the first guard's jacket. At that moment, he finally spotted Gwen waiting for the elevator and shouted out to her, "Miss, hold on." Gwen watched Parker's antics with an amused smile, then darted into the elevator. The first guard tried to give chase, but Parker grabbed him and held him back. Meanwhile, the guard who'd rolled under the catering cart finally scrambled to his feet, and the black guard with coffee on his face managed to pull free from Parker's grasp. But by then, it was already too late. "All right, off you go. Sorry, I'm such a klutz today." With a friendly shove, Parker pushed the first guard forward. The guard's shoelaces, tied together by Parker at some point, sent him stumbling and sprawling onto the floor. Parker had successfully helped Gwen escape the tight spot, and he walked away in high spirits, even breaking into a little skip halfway down the hall. Laughter burst out. "Ha ha, Peter Parker. So mischievous, huh?" Tony couldn't help but laugh at Parker's antics. "Yeah, he's not just a chatterbox. He's got a real flair for physical comedy." Rhodey joined in the laughter. "This kid's nothing like the original," Banner said with a smile. The first Peter Parker was more reserved and steady. The second one's lively, cheerful, and genuinely funny, unless the original Peter gets possessed by the symbiote. Banner chuckled, recalling that unforgettable dance scene. "Agreed." Rhodey raised his hand in enthusiastic support, convinced Banner was spot on. Natasha, who had just arrived at Tony's place, found herself nodding along in agreement as well. Gwen herself couldn't help laughing. She hadn't expected Parker to help her out in such a creative way. Meanwhile, the security guards on the sky screen looked utterly flustered, completely outmaneuvered by Spider-Man. But no one thought less of them. After all, when it comes to Spider-Man, who, among ordinary people, ever gets the upper hand? The criminals knew that feeling best. Compared to these guards, they'd actually been left dangling from lampposts by webs, and sometimes not by just one, but two Spider-Men. With two of them around, New York's crime rate had plummeted even further. Feeling a bit sheepish, Parker scratched his head, then focused on working alongside Connors. But soon, the system flashed another simulation. Failed message. Unwilling to give up, Parker kept trying, only to be met with failure after failure. It wasn't just that the simulations failed. The problem was many of the test subjects turned into monstrous spider-like creatures. For a moment, Peter Parker was at a loss about how to help Harry. Dr. Connors could only sigh as well. If Parker's blood could succeed, maybe he'd get a new arm out of it too. Damn it, Peter finally lost his patience after repeated failures. He slammed his fist on the table and paced anxiously beside the console. But no matter how worried he was, the simulation yielded no good results. "Peter." Gwen glanced at him with concern. She knew how much Peter wanted to save Harry, and she didn't want Harry to suffer either. But the outcome was simply disheartening. "Tell me, what should I do? What can I do to save Harry?" Peter looked up in frustration, staring at the sky as if hoping it would offer him some guidance. "Peter Parker, do you really want to save Harry Osborn?" The narrator's voice echoed in response to Peter's plea. "Yes, I want to save him. Just tell me what I should do. Haven't you told others before? Like that Tony Stark or that Thor?" Peter gazed up at the sky dome. It was probably the only one he could turn to for help now. Dr. Connors stared at the sky with wide eyes too. If he could, he'd ask the sky to fix his arm as well. "Then let's make a deal. You help me with one thing, and I'll help you save Harry Osborn. How about it?" "Okay." Peter agreed without even asking what the task was. His thinking was simple. If the sky wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to fight back anyway. "Good. Here's what you need. As for what I need from you, I'll tell you later." As the narrator's voice faded, a vial emitting a white glow appeared in Peter's hand. Inside the elevator, Gwen was still catching her breath when a voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Gwen Stacy." Oh my God! Harry's voice startled Gwen so much that her heart skipped a beat. She spun around to see Harry clutching his chest, his heart pounding wildly. "Sorry." They both apologized at the same time. Gwen added, "It's okay. I'm Harry, an old friend of Peter's." Harry introduced himself awkwardly. "Yeah, I know who you are. Sorry, I was just in a hurry, Gwen said, steadying her heartbeat before apologizing. It's fine. Too bad he never introduced us. I thought you two broke up, Harry said with a smile, glancing at Gwen. He had just seen Peter with her, though he didn't know where Peter had wandered off to. At Harry's words, Gwen's smile gradually faded. Oh, that's right. We broke up. It's just, Gwen forced a bitter smile. It's complicated? Harry offered. Yeah, it's complicated. Gwen nodded. I mean, that's just Peter for you. Anything that involves him always gets complicated. Harry chuckled, poking fun at Parker. He knew Peter's personality all too well. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Gwen grew a little wistful at the thought of Peter's inner struggles. That's why he needs you, isn't it? To help him make a clear choice. Harry looked at Gwen with an unreadable expression. Just then, the elevator arrived at Gwen's floor. She offered Harry an apologetic smile. It was great running into you, Harry. The pleasure was all mine, Gwen. Harry stayed in the elevator, watching Gwen walk away, his mind awhirl with thoughts. He had no idea whether Peter would be able to find Spider-Man, or if Spider-Man would even be willing to help him. Peter, Gwen, and Dr. Connors eventually found Harry. At that moment, Harry was still reeling from the deal Peter had struck with Skynet. Felicia came to let him know they wanted to see him. Harry immediately realized Peter must have brought something that could save his life. He rushed forward to greet them, catching sight of the vial in Peter's hand. Peter, what sort of deal did you make with Skynet? Harry's voice wavered, tears threatening to fall. Peter had agreed to something for Skynet's sake, just to save him. Don't ask so many questions, Harry. Just inject this, and your genetic disease will be cured. From now on, none of your descendants will ever be affected by it. Peter knew what Harry wanted to ask, but the truth was he didn't know what Skynet would demand of him. All he could do was pray it wouldn't be something truly evil. Anything else he could accept. As long as Harry survived, nothing else mattered. Without further hesitation, Peter injected the serum into Harry's arm. As the last drop of medicine entered his body, the empty vial dissolved into a shimmer of white light and vanished, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Gwen, however, was unfazed. The spider that bit her had disappeared in just the same way. Dr. Connors, on the other hand, looked a bit disappointed. If only the vial had remained, he might have been able to analyze any residue left inside. Harry, how do you feel? Peter asked, watching him anxiously. Harry felt a flush of heat surge through his body, leaving him unsteady on his feet. Peter quickly helped him into a chair. Oh, this feeling, my hand. Harry stretched out his right hand. The trembling that had plagued him for so long slowly faded away, replaced by a rush of newfound strength surging from within. Peter, I feel better than I ever have in my life. He clenched his fist, then effortlessly lifted the table in front of him with one hand. Whoa, Harry, you're stronger now. Peter stared at him in astonishment, his mind flashing to the Harry from the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man films. He wondered if Skynet's serum was of similar nature. Yeah, it's incredible. Harry nodded, feeling the power coursing within him. He stepped forward and pulled Parker into a tight embrace. Thank you, brother. The scene shifted to the Ravencroft Institute for the Criminally Insane. A man in a white lab coat adjusted his glasses and pulled on a pair of specially designed gloves before turning to operate machine. As gentle music played in the background, the device in front of him slowly rose up. Max was strapped securely to its frame. Dr. Kafka stepped onto a small platform while an assistant wheeled Max closer. Max slowly opened his eyes. As Kafka entered commands into the computer, he spoke in a calm, measured tone. You've been in a serious accident. I am Dr. Kafka. I'm here to help you. Oh, really, doctor? Max replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is that why you're using military-grade biostimulation electrodes? And high-voltage capacitors, courtesy of Oscorp, no less. Is this your idea of help? Max strained against his restraints, shooting Kafka a mocking glare. Kafka didn't bother to deny it. You're right. I am here to study you, to understand what you are and how you became this way. I will find the answer. Without further pretense, Kafka pressed a switch. Instantly, a surge of electricity crackled through Max's body. The pain was so intense that Max could not hold back a guttural cry. McKen watched as Kafka continued his experiment on Max. I will find the answer, Kafka said, smiling as if genuinely pleased with his own determination. You know, doctor, this prison you've locked me in, it runs on electricity, Max said, his voice low and threatening. I can feel the current in the walls, running through my veins. Doctor, what are you trying to do? You can't control it. This is the force of nature itself. Just like me. Kafka glanced at a pen that had begun to roll across the desk, drawn by the electromagnetic field surrounding Max. He calmly reached out to stop it, flashed a brief smile at Max, and pressed the switch again. Another jolt of pain ripped through Max. After another bout of agony, Max glared fiercely at Kafka. You want to know how powerful I am? So do I, he shouted, throwing the thread into the air. Kafka feigned terror, but kept pressing the switch again and again. Rage burned hotter and hotter within Max. I'm desperate to find out, Doctor, but you'd better kill me this time, because if I live, I'll plunge this whole place into darkness. I'll make sure everyone in New York knows what it feels like to live in my world. A world with no electricity. A world with no mercy. A world with no Spider-Man. Max's energy crackled higher and higher as he spoke, red light beginning to pulse beneath his glowing blue skin. McKinn glanced at the monitor, watching the energy level spike. Who are you? Kafka, unaware of the data that followed, looked at Max with genuine curiosity. You don't know? I'm Electro. As a surge of electricity crackled through the air, a sharp crack appeared on Kafka's glasses. McKinn squinted at Max, his expression tense. At that moment, the system's alarm blared. Warning, power constraint overload. Immediately contain the experimental subject. McKinn snapped his fingers at the nearby staff, who rushed to submerge Max back into the water. Incredible. Electro. Kafka removed his glasses, gazing at the fractured lens in awe. Contain the subject. As the machinery whirred to life, Max struggled desperately against his restraints, but could only watch helplessly as he was lowered once more into the water. He's quite something, this Electro. Tony watched Max's image on the overhead screen with evident interest. If the water hadn't been able to drain the electricity from his body, those high-capacity capacitors wouldn't have held him for long. Yeah, but what I'm even more curious about is, what kind of deal did Peter Parker make with the skylight? Banner nodded in agreement, though his mind was more occupied with wondering what tasks the skylight might assign Peter Parker. Who knows? Even now, we have no real idea what the skylight is all about. No point in overthinking. It's a problem for the second-generation Peter Parker. Tony shrugged. Rather than worry about Garfield Spider, it was better to focus on researching the new suit and the Cosmic Cube. After the latest suit plans were finalized, Tony and Banner shifted their attention to the Mark series. Meanwhile, Dr. Eric Selvig continued to focus on the Cosmic Cube, though Tony and Banner would lend a hand from time to time, so progress was steady. At the same time, Toby Spider was pondering the same question. But if even Garfield Spider didn't know what was going on, how could he? After a while, he simply let the matter go. Instead, it was the second-generation Uncle Ben and George and the others who were deeply worried about Parker. Their calls came one after another. Parker explained the situation to them, telling them not to worry. Uncle Ben and the others had no idea what the skylight might ask Parker to do. They just hoped it wouldn't be anything that went against conscience or morality. Aunt May. When Parker returned home, he didn't see Aunt May at first. He went to his room, only to find her sitting on his bed, staring at the wall covered in clues and red strings. He pushed open the door, uncertain. What are you doing? Parker asked, puzzled. When did you put this together? Aunt May asked, her expression complicated. Parker circled the room before finally voicing his own doubts. You're hiding something from me, Aunt May. Every time my parents are mentioned, you look away. There's definitely something you haven't told me. Hearing this, Aunt May lowered her head, a trace of sadness in her eyes. You've been lying to me. I know you love me. I know you do. But you still lied to me. Parker looked at Aunt May and spoke with unwavering determination. I'm not lying to you. Aunt May lifted her head to glance at Parker, then closed her eyes again in sorrow. Aunt May, you should have told me. Aunt May, he's my father. Parker crouched down to look at her. Yes, he is your father, but he still left you here. Aunt May suddenly burst out in a raised voice. Tell me the truth, Parker pleaded, his eyes searching her face. The truth is your parents left you here on my doorstep. You were just a child. Your life was turned upside down, and no one ever explained anything to you. Uncle Ben and I did our best to look after you. Besides the two of us, who else cared for you? Who protected you? Who worried about you? Your father? No, I'm the one who wiped your nose, told you to brush your teeth, helped with your homework, wash your underwear. It was me. Aunt May's sudden outpouring left Parker at a loss. He slowly stood up and stepped back, unsure what to say as he looked at her. It's me, your foolish aunt who doesn't understand science, struggling to make ends meet, taking nursing classes with kids half my age just to send you to college. I didn't know what to do after Ben was gone. I don't know, but you're still thinking about your perfect father. He's not even here. No, I won't tell you. You're my child. All I know is that you're my child. I would never hurt you. Hearing Aunt May voice her deepest feelings, Parker's eyes filled with tears. He walked over to her, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. I am your child. You're everything to me. Having you is enough. More than enough. That's all I want to say. Please don't misunderstand me. I love you. Parker hugged Aunt May around the neck, looking into her eyes, wanting her to know she would always come first in his heart. It's okay. It's okay. Parker pressed his forehead to hers, hoping to reassure her and coax out the truth. Aunt May, I need to know. Looking at Parker before her, Aunt May decided to finally reveal everything she knew. She let out a deep sigh. All right, I'll tell you everything. A few days after the funeral, 2 government agents came to find us. Aunt May seemed transported back to that day, recalling how the 2 officials appeared at their door. They said your father and Norman Osborn were conducting genetic research that was extremely valuable. Someone was offering a hefty sum to buy it. So he took the research and ran. They said he was a traitor. We didn't believe it at all. Peter, they claimed he betrayed his best friend for money, and betrayed us too. I don't understand. That's impossible. Parker shook his head in disbelief and stepped back. I know. At first, I didn't believe it either, Peter. I don't know either. I've been thinking about it over and over. What did I miss? He was such an ordinary humbleman. He wore that same white lab coat for 20 years. Every morning at 7, he'd take the D train to work, and every evening at 6, he'd come home. I really don't know. Maybe everyone keeps a part of themselves hidden, don't you think? Even from the people they love most. Aunt May hardly wanted to believe it herself. But what other explanation could there be? She didn't know, and that's what the government people kept saying. For Parker, this was the first time he'd ever heard such a thing in all these years, and it felt like the whole world was collapsing around him. The image of Richard Parker, his father, shattered in his mind. He paced restlessly around the room. Peter, Peter, Aunt May called out in concern, but it was as if Parker couldn't hear her at all. Oh my God, no way. Richard Parker's a traitor? A black man shouted in disbelief. No, are you stupid or something? A middle-aged man nearby looked at him as if he'd lost his mind. Just look at the opening of that video. There's no way Richard ran off for money. As the footage played, people all around began debating fiercely. Was Richard Parker really a traitor? The giant screens declare that the FBI had told Ben and May Parker that Richard and Mary were traitors, but many in the crowd refused to believe it. Some suspected it was a frame-up and demanded an explanation from the FBI. At that moment, the FBI director was beside himself with frustration. The controversy over Rudget Ratha's death alone had already put the Bureau under a storm of public criticism, and now there were accusations that FBI personnel had slandered Richard and Mary Parker as traitors. He felt utterly exhausted. He'd have to give the White House an explanation too, since the president was one of Spider-Man's biggest fans. For a long time, the president had frequently tweeted about Spider-Man's heroics, hoping to win the favor and the votes of Spider-Man's admirers to secure his own re-election. Mr. Osborn. In Osborn Tower, a voice rang out, waking Harry, who had been dozing on the couch. He shook his head, still groggy, and glanced around, seeing no one at first. Look up, came Parker's reminder. Hearing that, Harry quickly looked above. Parker, dressed in his spider suit, was hanging upside down from a web, slowly lowering himself into a chair. You were looking for me, right? The moment Spider-Man appeared, Harry couldn't hide his delight as he looked at Parker. It's unbelievable, Spider-Man. His eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night, but he was still brimming with excitement. I was just hoping to see you. Harry stood up and moved to the chair beside Parker. As he poured a drink, he asked, So, have you talked to Peter? Yeah. Harry could hardly believe Peter had actually brought Spider-Man. He picked up his glass and took a sip, trying to suppress the joy bubbling inside him. I want to help you, Mr. Osborn. I really do. But I can't give you my blood. Not now, at least. Peter deliberately altered his voice as he spoke. What do you mean? Harry stared at Peter, confused. It's too dangerous. If our blood types don't match, it could kill you. Peter's greatest fear was that his blood might end up being the thing that killed Harry. I'm already dying. Your blood can't kill me twice. Harry knew all too well how dire his situation was. The infection on his neck had grown from a tiny puncture into an angry, spreading blotch. But it could be even worse. Peter didn't know exactly how bad things were for Harry, but he did know that giving him his blood would almost certainly be fatal. Hearing Spider-Man's refusal, Harry assumed he just wanted money. He pressed his lips together, then asked directly, Okay, fine. How much do you want? How much what? Peter was momentarily at a loss, not quite catching Harry's drift. How much money? Just say it. Do you want a yacht? A plane? Or just plain cash? Name your price. Harry was convinced Spider-Man was after material things, never considering that Peter might genuinely be afraid of causing him harm. I don't want your money. Peter would never risk his friend's life for a payout, especially when the cost could be Harry's life. Come on, everyone wants my money. Harry's patience snapped, and he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. To him, Spider-Man's blood was his last hope. I don't want it. Peter shook his head firmly, his resolve unwavering. Harry looked at Spider-Man in astonishment. I thought you were a hero. I thought you saved people. Are you really just going to stand there and let me die? Peter stood up, looking Harry in the eye as he tried to explain. Right now, I'm trying to protect you. But Harry clearly saw things differently. To him, Peter was just refusing to help. No, you're not protecting me. You're just protecting yourself. Listen, we just need a little time to figure things out. Peter wanted to be cautious, to find a safer way. But Harry was convinced Spider-Man's blood could save him. Yet Peter refused to give it. He shouted at Peter, his voice echoing with desperation, "I don't have time." With that, he hurled his glass across the room. Peter tilted his head just in time to dodge it. The glass shattered against the wall with a crash, sending shards flying, one of which nicked Harry's cheek. He winced, clutching a fresh cut on his face, seeing the anger blazing in Harry's eyes. Parker still refused his request. "I'm sorry," he said, and then, without hesitation, leaped straight out of the open window, firing a web and swinging away from the room. Harry stared after Parker, quickly rushing forward in an attempt to call him back, but all he could do was slam his fist against the railing in frustration. "You liar! Spider-Man! Damn it!" Consumed by rage, Harry overturned the table, then collapsed onto the sofa, his heart filling with a deep-seated hatred for Spider-Man. Outside the window, Parker clung to the wall, hearing every sound from within. The rise and fall of his chest betrayed the turmoil roiling inside him. "Harry, I'm not lying." Parker spoke as he faced Harry across the room, with Connors seated nearby. "Before I made the deal with Sable, I ran experiments myself." Harry was taken aback. "What? And what happened?" Parker hadn't had a chance to tell him before Sable's broadcast had drawn everyone's attention away. "It was terrible, Harry. Absolutely terrible. Death was the easiest outcome. Most of the experiments turned people into monsters. Dr. Connors knows this too," Parker said, looking Harry squarely in the eyes. "That's right," Connors added with a grave nod. "The monsters in those computer simulations were no joke. Some could easily be even more terrifying than the lizard he himself had become. If the experiments had worked, I'd have grown my arm back by now. But they failed." Connors ran a hand over the stump of his arm, regret heavy in his voice. "There will be a way, Doctor," Parker said, offering him an encouraging smile. "I'll take your word for it, Peter," Connors replied, managing a faint smile. The regenerative serum experiments had yet to be restarted, and he knew it might be a long time before they had another chance. For now, all he could do was master the zero-decay rate algorithm, perfect the theory, and hope to find the genetic balance point. The rest would depend on when they could resume their experiments. Harry rubbed his neck, about to speak, when a knock came at the door. "Come in," Harry called out. Felicia walked in, tall and poised, followed by several staff members. "Mr. Osborn, these investigators would like to ask you some questions about the Spider-Man human trials," she explained. "Go ahead, say whatever you need to. No need to hold anything back." "Peter, you're welcome to hear it all," Harry said from the sofa, throwing Parker a glance. There was nothing now he wanted to keep hidden from him. "Spider-Man human trials?" The words hit Parker like an electric shock. "I'll explain later, Peter." Rudget Ratha kept a lot of secrets from everyone, Harry said, stopping Parker's questions in their tracks. "Mr. Osborn, the issue at hand is that we suspect Rudget Lada might just be a scapegoat. We'd like to ask you, is it possible for documents in your company to be deleted or hidden? I mean, in such a way that they can't be found through the usual system logs?" "What?" Harry frowned at the question. "As far as we know, you hold the highest level of access in the company. Within the bounds of the law, no one has greater authority than you. That's why we're hoping you can help us check if anything in the system logs has been hidden or erased. And if something was deleted, is there any way to recover it?" Out on the street, Gwen was walking with her bag in hand. Parker swung on his web from behind her, but ended up crashing right into a wall. He let out a startled yelp, then hurried to call after Gwen. Gwen was startled by Parker's sudden appearance. Once she recovered, she greeted him. Parker stepped in front of her and said, "Hey, there's something I want to talk to you about. I'm going to be late." Gwen was in a rush, with no time for idle conversation. "It'll only take a few seconds." Parker kept following behind her. "No, I can't. Sorry, Peter." Gwen hurried toward a building adorned with a British flag, but Parker quickly blocked her path. Standing in front of Gwen, Parker pleaded, "Just give me 1 minute. I'll be quick. Everything's gone haywire. Everything's a mess. My dad, my mom, everything I thought I knew about them. It was all a lie. Can you believe it? Fake. Fake. It's all fake. Everything's falling apart." Parker was rambling, overwhelmed and desperate to get it all off his chest. "I have to figure out what to do about Harry. I want to save him. He's my best friend. But is my blood really the solution? And if it's not, then what? I don't know, I just can't see a way out." Hearing Parker's tangled, anxious words, Gwen managed an awkward smile. She guessed he was in turmoil, but she was already late for her interview and didn't have time to listen. "There's something I keep thinking about, Gwen." Parker still didn't realize Gwen was on her way to an interview. He wanted her to stay, to not leave for England. But just then, a staff member interrupted. Miss Stacy, let me take you upstairs. Both of them turned their attention to the staff member. Gwen quickly replied, Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry for being late. Could I have just one more minute? The staff member nodded. At that moment, Parker finally glanced around and noticed the British flag hanging nearby. Wait, where are we? He asked Gwen in confusion. Gwen explained, I have to go. I'm about to attend the final round of interviews for Oxford University. Oxford? I didn't even know. Parker finally realized he was interrupting something important. Oh, all right. Sorry to bother you. Madam, Miss, who am I, you ask? I'm John Hopkins, one of the youngest professors at Harvard University. Parker looked at her and blurted out a lie. I've been trying to recruit her. I want her to join my research team. She's the most outstanding person I know, a scientific genius. But, well, it is what it is now. I apologize for the disturbance. As Parker spoke, he retreated, unable to help but cover his face with his hand. Gwen was at first a bit embarrassed by Parker's boasting, but then she called out to the woman, Could you wait a moment? Peter. Gwen hurried after Parker and looked at him, saying, What did you want to tell me? What is it you've been meaning to say? Parker sighed and remained silent. Gwen studied his expression and seemed to guess what he wanted to say. I have to go to England. Peter, this is really important to me. Hearing this, Parker forced a smile, but for a moment, he couldn't find his voice. Gwen looked at him sadly. I don't know, Peter. Maybe we're no longer heading down the same road. You know, I really don't know anymore. Maybe we are already drifting apart. I have to go. I have to go. Gwen gave a bitter smile, turned around, and walked away. Parker called out to her, and Gwen turned back to look at him. He made a gesture of blessing. Gwen, good luck to you. Watching as Gwen and the staff went inside for her interview, Parker stood there alone, wringing his hands. At that moment, he felt as though a fire was burning fiercely inside him. Peter, I didn't even know when he became the youngest professor at Harvard. Uncle Ben chuckled to Aunt May. Yeah. Maybe you ought to have a good talk with him. Tell him not to make things up on the spot. Aunt May replied, sewing a new Spider-Man suit as she spoke. You're right. I really should. I'll have a word with him about that bad habit as soon as he gets back. Uncle Ben nodded in agreement. Gwen, are you going to Oxford? Harry asked as he checked for any files or hidden items left by Mackin using his special key. Meanwhile, the investigators had already left for Ravenclaw Criminal Psychiatric Hospital. Harry promised to let them know as soon as he found anything, and with Spider-Man vouching for him, they agreed. I don't know yet. Gwen shook her head. Oxford still hadn't sent her any news, and she had no idea why. Surely it couldn't be that the Sky Curtain incident had made the admissions office hesitate. Well, wherever Gwen goes, I'm going too. Parker put his arm around Gwen and smiled. Wow, that's so romantic, Peter. I never noticed that side of you before. Harry looked at Parker in surprise when he heard this, then teased him with a playful remark. Yeah, that's because I'd never met Gwen before. Parker quipped, quick-witted as ever, as Gwen, nestled in his arms, rolled her eyes at him. Connor couldn't help but laugh at their banter, watching the two of them, not wanting to witness more of Parker and Gwen's public display of affection. He'd had more than enough of that. He stood up, said a brief goodbye, and left Harry's office. Back in his room, Parker's thoughts grew increasingly troubled. Every time he remembered that Gwen would soon be leaving him for England, or that his father was branded a traitor, his mind grew restless. He didn't want to be separated from Gwen, didn't want the distance between them to grow any wider. Frustrated, he tore down the photos and documents from his wall, flinging them aside. The clue wall he had painstakingly assembled was now completely destroyed. His gaze fell on a remote lying on his briefcase. In a flash of anger, Parker grabbed it and hurled it against the wall. The remote shattered on impact, spilling a cascade of coins onto the floor. Parker stared at the coins in surprise. Suddenly, he realized there must have been a reason why Richard Parker had gone through the trouble of hiding these coins. He poured the remaining coins from the broken remote into his hand, while Aunt May's words about Richard's daily routine echoed in his ears. Parker immediately sat down at his computer and began searching for information about Roosevelt's secret station. Reading the webpage aloud to himself, he murmured, Track 61 is a secret extension of New York's D-Line subway, hidden beneath Pershing Square, used to secretly transport President Franklin Roosevelt to conceal his polio. Looking at the coins in his hand, Parker instantly thought there might be a secret base hidden by Richard Parker at that very location. Parker's expression changed as he spoke to Gwen, his brow furrowed, and as he exchanged glances with her, both of them saw the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Harry, sorry, but we have to go. Parker called out to Harry. Yeah, I get it. Go on, Peter, this way's faster. Harry nodded at him, knowing exactly what Parker intended to do, and helpfully opened the window. Thanks, Parker called out, and then, with Gwen following close behind, he leapt out the window. The two of them swung away on their webs, racing toward home. Back at the villa, Aunt May and Uncle Ben, having noticed something strange on the news, found the remote. When Parker and Gwen arrived, Uncle Ben was holding the now dismantled remote, a handful of coins in his palm. Seeing Parker return, Uncle Ben handed him the coins, cautioning, "Be careful. Chances are, the place is already crawling with people." Parker nodded, and then, together with Gwen, hurried away once more. Uncle Ben let out a sigh, uncertain of what the outcome would be this time. George, upon seeing the news, immediately realized that a crowd of Spider-Man fans would gather at Pershing Park. Without delay, he dispatched police officers to the scene to maintain order. So, when Parker arrived, he was greeted by a ring of police tape cordoning off the area, keeping countless New Yorkers at bay. As the Spider couple appeared together, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. "Wow, Uncle Ben really called it." Parker shook his head with a chuckle, then waved at the crowd before landing on the ground. That was when he spotted George among the officers. George handed him a set of blueprints. "Here, these are the original plans for the plaza. They might come in handy." As the commissioner of the NYPD, he had quickly tracked down and printed the documents. "Thank you, Dad." Gwen smiled at George and gave him a quick hug. George rolled his eyes. "All right, off you go. I'm just as curious as you are about what Richard Parker hid." "Okay, thanks so much." Parker called out his thanks. Guided by the blueprints, he made his way straight to a tunnel entrance not far from Pershing Park. Eyeing the pitch-black opening, he exchanged a glance with Gwen, and together, they stepped inside. Meanwhile, Felicia walked into Harry's office. "Mr. Osborn, are you all right? Do you need any help?" Harry poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. "No, not unless you can bring those spiders back from the dead." "Spiders?" Felicia asked, a bit puzzled. "The spiders they destroyed. To restore investor confidence. Just go home, Felicia. Take the day off." Harry poured himself another drink, seeking solace in alcohol. "Harry, I think there might be another way to get what you want." Seeing Harry so discouraged, Felicia couldn't help but share what she knew. "I overheard a conversation between Macon and the head of security. Before they destroyed the spiders, they extracted the venom." Felicia looked at Harry, her tone earnest and grave. "What?" Harry immediately set his drink aside and hurried over to her. "What did you just say?" "This way, they could avoid lawsuits while keeping the data for future use," Felicia explained, analyzing Macon's motives. "Where is it?" Harry asked urgently. "Somewhere in this building, in a special project that was never officially recorded." Harry instantly used his clearance to investigate. "Special projects, recent access. 1 hour ago, Harry Osborn authorized." Harry frowned. He had no recollection of authorizing that project. As Harry accessed the Ravencroft files, he witnessed the entire incident involving Max. The moment Max plunged into the electric eel tank and saw McKenna and his associates experimenting on him. Just as Harry was engrossed in the footage, the video suddenly cut off, replaced by a system message. "Warning, your user privileges have been suspended." Realizing immediately that something was terribly wrong, Harry's heart pounded. At that moment, Felicia's voice sounded from outside the door, flustered and insistent. "He's busy. You can't go in. He's busy." But Felicia was shoved aside, and McKenna strode into the room. Harry glared at him and demanded, "What have you done?" McKenna replied coolly, "Shouldn't we be asking what you've done? An employee has died, and your first reaction as CEO was to cover it up." McKenna looked at Harry with smug satisfaction. Now, no matter what Harry said, the blame would be impossible to shake off. Harry shouted at him, "No, you're the one hiding the truth. You buried him in the asylum under my name." Ravencroft is a long-standing institution dedicated to psychiatric research. McKenna responded calmly, his gaze never wavering. "You're conducting human experiments there." Harry lunged forward, but the security guards by McKenna's side pinned him down. "Every advancement in science comes with sacrifice. And given your shameful acts, the only dignified way to put it is, you're fired." This time, McKenna had won decisively. He had pinned the scandal on Harry, ridding himself of an ugly mess and kicking Harry out of Oscorp in one fell swoop. "You're not going to bury me, too." Harry spat, glaring daggers at McKenna. McKenna sneered, "I'd say you're already halfway buried. It's just a matter of time. You'll die in agony, just like your father. The only difference is, no one will miss you." Seething with rage, Harry grabbed McKenna by the collar, but 2 more security guards seized him, ready to drag him out of Oscorp Tower. "Wait," Harry bellowed. "I can walk out on my own." He narrowed his eyes at McKenna. With a slight nod from McKenna, the guards released him, and McKenna watched as Harry made his exit. Felicia witnessed the entire scene in silence, too afraid to speak up. She was just a minor assistant. If even Harry could be so easily framed and cast aside, what chance did she have? "McKenna, you snake," Harry muttered under his breath. Thankfully, the system had warned him in advance about McKenna's surveillance, allowing Harry to use his position to expel McKenna from Oscorp. Otherwise, he really might have ended up buried by him. This time, you're finished, McKenna. Sure enough, just as the investigators had suspected, Rudget Ratha wasn't the only mastermind behind the spider-human experiments. Harry had uncovered deleted files hidden at the very bottom of the system, AS long. As this data is restored and handed over to the government, McKen can forget about ever getting out for the rest of his life. After being kicked out of the company, he still thinks he can retire peacefully at home? Let him retire in prison instead. What a scheming old fox. Absolutely shameless. He'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. People like him belong behind bars. We demand the arrest of that old man. After McKen's plot to frame someone else was exposed, the citizens were filled with outrage and indignation. They felt sorry for Harry, who had been set up by that old scoundrel. Even as Parker walked through the tunnel, he could hear the chorus of angry voices from the crowds gathered in the plaza above. Fortunately, George quickly pulled out a megaphone and explained to everyone that McKen had already been taken away for investigation. Meanwhile, major news outlets reported on the events, and the mayor of New York immediately decided to hold a press conference to assure the public that action had already been taken and tangible results achieved. Tony looked at McKen with undisguised disgust. The sight reminded him of Obadiah Stane, another conniving old villain who had once tried to take over Stark Industries. Obadiah had nearly buried him alive, if not for a stroke of luck and the little robot dummy handing him the old arc reactor. Tony might not have survived. That's why seeing McKen's success filled him with anger. Parker reached the underground level of Pershing Park. Behind him, he could hear two staff members patrolling the subway lines, chatting idly as they walked. Slipping through a subway station blocked by debris and a half-lowered rolling shutter, Parker climbed up onto the deserted platform. The place had been abandoned for years. He scanned his surroundings and noticed a section of the wall that looked different from the rest. Approaching it, he pulled out a coin and inserted it into a coin slot. The metal railing gave a little spin. He stared at the wall, but nothing happened. Thinking it was just wishful thinking, he gave the wall a push. Still not satisfied, he kicked it and pounded it with his fist. Whether the mechanism was simply slow to respond or he happened to trigger the right spot, all at once there was a noise behind him. Parker turned to look and saw a crack opening up in the middle of the subway track. The gap slowly widened, and a train car gradually rose from below. Painted on its side was the number 6688. The lights inside the car flickered on, and the door slid open automatically. The computer inside, dormant for years, came back to life at last. Instantly, it began to load the file Richard Parker had sent all those years ago. Parker stepped slowly into the car, gazing at the dazzling array of experimental equipment and other items inside. He made his way to the computer, where a notification flashed, "Download complete." He sat down. Opening the file, he saw Richard Parker's recorded message appear before him. "My name is Richard Parker. No matter what rumors say about me, I hope everyone can know the truth. OS Corp is a global leader in genetic research. But Norman Osborn struck a deal with foreign military organizations, letting them fund my research. Later, I discovered their goal was to create weapons, biological weapons. So I refused. Now, in order to get rid of me, Norman Osborn has fabricated evidence to incriminate me, hoping to claim my research as his own. But there is something crucial that Norman doesn't know. The DNA I implanted in the spiders was my own. This means that without me, without my bloodline, Oscorp can't replicate or continue my research. I've done my best to destroy all related files, but I didn't have enough time to kill the spiders. So, as a scientist, I had no other choice. I had to disappear, and the farther away, the better. But as a father, this means I may never see my son again. Nothing in this world matters more to me than you, my son, Peter. Nothing is more important than you. Yet I have a responsibility to protect this world from the harm my invention could cause. I know Osborn's influence runs deep. People will believe I've committed monstrous crimes. Perhaps they're right. I always thought I'd have a little more time. At that moment, young Parker's voice rang out. "Dad? Dad?" Hearing Peter's call, Richard quickly apologized, "I'm sorry," and hurriedly shut off the computer. After watching the video, Parker's eyes brimmed with tears. He knew then that his father could never have been a traitor. Father. Harry's face was filled with conflicting emotions. He never thought his own father, Norman, would do such a thing. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes in the joy of just having found evidence against. McKen vanished without a trace. In silence, he poured himself a drink. He knew Norman only wanted to cure him, and for that, he would do anything. Harry had no grounds to blame him. Norman did it all for him. But he never imagined that only Richard Parker and his descendants could use the spiders. No wonder their experiments always failed. The real reason was this all along. Parker and Gwen finished watching Richard Parker's video at almost the same time. Parker's eyes reddened, as if a storm of emotions swept over him, and Gwen hugged him, her heart aching for him. "Peter, are you all right?" Hearing Gwen's worried voice, Parker took a deep breath to steady himself and nodded. "Let's see if there's any other important information." As the two of them searched the train car for anything useful, the world outside was in an uproar. Everywhere, people were talking about it. Those who once believed Peter Parker's parents were traitors were now thoroughly proven wrong. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were equally stunned. Though they'd had their doubts, without evidence, they could only trust what the authorities said. Now, at last, the truth had come to light. So they demanded an explanation. Alongside them were countless other Spider-Man fans who shared the same feelings. Harry was still caught up in the emotions stirred by Norman's framing of Richard. For a while, he didn't even think about this matter, until Felicia reminded him. Only then did he immediately have the negative stories about Richard Parker deleted. At the same time, after Richard and his wife's death, the FBI came to Ben Parker's door and told him that the couple were traitors. This incident also sparked outrage among the fans. Ever since the incident where director Rudget Latta was killed, the FBI's chief once again found himself besieged by angry fans. Meanwhile, the mayor of New York, with a heavy sigh, had no choice but to instruct the team investigating Ravencroft Asylum to also look into Norman Osborn's collusion with foreign military organizations. In an instant, the entire Osborn Industries was thrown into turmoil, its stock price plummeting again and again. If Norman weren't already dead, and if Harry, the new CEO, weren't Peter Parker's close friend, it's likely the employees would have all quit by now. The Spider-Man of Generation 1.5 seized the moment to publish a triumphant newspaper editorial, fiercely criticizing those who had previously slandered Tobey's Spider-Mans parents as traitors. He had already confronted many who spread baseless rumors about Spider-Man, but without conclusive evidence. Though the CIA had revealed that Tobey's Spider-Parents were undercover agents, the news hadn't widely circulated. Many chose to turn a blind eye, stubbornly attacking Spider-Man. But now, with the truth aired out for all to see, Richard Parker was innocent. It was impossible to feign ignorance any longer. The debate over whether Spider-Man's parents were traitors finally came to a halt. Outside Ravencroft Asylum, Harry arrived by car. He intended to free Max before Macon could spread the news of his own ousting from Osborn Industries. As usual, the gatekeeper stopped the car. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Harry rolled down the window and looked at the guard. "Yeah, you can open the gate for me. I am Harry Osborn. I'm here to see a patient in the isolation ward." Recognizing Harry Osborn, the guard didn't dare show any negligence and promptly brought him to another security officer. "Joe, this is Mr. Osborn from Oscorp." Joe glanced at Harry and replied, "Sorry, without a yellow badge, I can't let you in." As he finished speaking, Harry suddenly whipped out the taser from his belt and knocked Joe out cold. The other guard immediately tried to draw his weapon to subdue Harry, but Harry was quicker, pinning his hand and pressing the taser against him, sending him into unconsciousness. As well, Harry then swiftly snatched the yellow badges from both of them. Inside the psychiatric hospital, Dr. Kafka strode down the hallway, barking orders to the staff trailing behind her. "Continue administering 400 milligrams of thiopental sodium and methohexidyl to Electro." Harry, now dressed in a crisp white lab coat, brushed past them. Hearing Dr. Kafka's command, he removed his mask and watched her walk away, then turned and headed back the way she'd come, pressing the emergency alarm button as he passed. The blaring alarm startled everyone in the hospital. Staff members panicked and began abandoning their posts, and even the security guards assigned to watch Max left their stations. Is their security really this lousy? People can just stroll in with barely any trouble. The masked vigilante frowned as he watched Harry's actions. It was bad enough that the guard at the gate went down so easily, but no one even noticed? "If only every infiltration was this easy for me," Natasha quipped. She too wished she could slip into high-security places as effortlessly as Harry or Peter Parker. Hearing this, Hill and Barton both smiled. As fellow agents, they knew just how rarely Natasha had it that easy on her missions. Tony just shook his head in exasperation. He'd already told Pepper to tighten security, so he refrained from harping on the point. Harry let out a weary sigh as he gazed up at his own image on the sky screen, a version of himself filled with hatred for Spider-Man. He felt a flush of shame for his stubbornness. Peter had told him he needed more time to be sure, but Harry had fixated on the idea that Peter's blood would surely cure him. But the reality was, if he used Peter's blood, he'd most likely turn into a monster, or, with a bit of bad luck, die outright. The chance of a cure was virtually non-existent. Peter had even bargained with the sky screen to find a way to help him, but Harry was obsessed with catching Spider-Man and seizing his blood by force. He had no idea who Spider-Man really was, but refusing to listen to his warnings was on him. Connors had run simulation after simulation, but not one had succeeded. So far, the best-case scenario was a swift death. The others were far more agonizing. Harry finally accepted that Richard Parker had been right. Only he and his descendants could safely use the blood. The lineage had to be pure, or it simply wouldn't work. Now, Harry shed his white coat and stepped up to Max's bedside. After a glance at the monitor, he stopped the flow of sedatives. "Hey," he whispered. Max's eyes fluttered open slowly. Harry looked at him and said, "I can get you out of here, understand? But we don't have much time." As he spoke, Harry kept glancing around, making sure no one was coming. "Who are you?" Max asked, scrutinizing Harry. "I am Harry Osborn. I want to make a deal with you." Harry stated his purpose. Max's response was cold. "Maybe I should just kill you." "Oh, come on. Think bigger, Max. You don't want me. You want to take down Spider-Man." Harry couldn't help but tease him. At the mention of Spider-Man, Max's eyes lit up with excitement. Harry knew he had guessed right, so he pressed on, trying to persuade Max. "I can help you catch him. But first, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to help me get into Oscorp Tower." Harry spoke each word with gravity, locking eyes with Max. "Help you get in? But that's your company." Max looked genuinely surprised. Was Harry Osborn really unable to enter Oscorp? Harry gave a bitter laugh. "Not anymore. Oscorp turned its back on both of us. Without you, I can't get in. Without me, you can't get out." As Harry and Max were deep in conversation, Kafka approached them and asked, "What's going on here?" The security staff replied quickly, "Someone's triggered the quarantine alarm." Kafka caught sight of Harry and sensed trouble was brewing. Without hesitation, she ordered, "Get the security team up here now." Harry was still oblivious to the fact that Kafka had called for backup. He remained focused on Max. Max said quietly, "You'll never understand what I want. You submitted the grid design, and they stole it from you. You want it back. You just want what's rightfully yours," Harry said, laying out what he knew. "How do I get it?" Max asked, his tone tense. "That's the city's power grid, Max, right at your fingertips." Harry tempted him with the thought of New York's electricity. "If you shut down the grid, Spider-Man will have to come for you. Then you can make him pay." Harry dangled not just the power but also Spider-Man as bait. Just then, the security team rushed to the door outside. "Break it down. Smash it." The glass shattered with a crash, the sound echoing through the hall. Harry heard it and grew anxious. "Max, we're out of time," he urged. "Why should I trust you?" Max demanded, still wary. "Because I need you." Harry's desperation was clear. "You need me?" Max echoed, surprised. He had always felt invisible, overlooked, craving to be noticed and needed. "Yes, I need you. You're my only hope to survive." Harry insisted. "You need me?" Max repeated softly. Seeing the security team descending the stairs, Harry's urgency peaked. "Yes, I need you. I need you. Please, I'm begging you." In his panic, Harry lunged and used a stun gun on Max. The security team swarmed in, pinning Harry down. He shouted desperately, "Please, I know what it feels like to be abandoned. I am begging. You, Max. I need you. I need you." Hearing Harry's desperate cry, Max let out a furious roar and, in a burst of electricity, vanished. On the spot, one of the guards struck Harry with the butt of his rifle, knocking him to the ground. In the next instant, a flash of lightning swept over everyone. Both the security team and Dr. Kafka collapsed, unable to move. Harry pushed himself up and looked skyward. He saw Max slowly materializing in the air ahead, his body glowing with blue-white light, streaked with flashes of red. Max landed in front of Harry, examining himself in wonder. This was his first time dissolving into pure electricity. Harry, seeing Max, managed a faint smile. Dr. Kafka, realizing that Max had broken free, scrambled to his feet and tried to flee. But Max hadn't forgotten the torment Kafka had inflicted on him. Raising his hand, Max unleashed a surge of electricity. Powerful electromagnetic currents coursed through Kafka, wringing a cry of agony from him. Lifting Kafka into the air without touching him, Max floated him over to the very device where he himself had once been imprisoned. Kafka was struck by such a strong current he could no longer control his body, wailing in pain. The machine slowly lowered, submerging Kafka into the water. Just as he had once done to Max, ignoring Kafka's screams, Max turned to Harry. "Do you want to be friends with me?" "I think we already are," Harry replied with a grin, stepping forward to clap Max on the shoulder. But the moment he touched him, a jolt of electricity shocked his hand, and he hastily pulled it back. "I used to have a friend, too, but it didn't last long," Max said, thinking of Spider-Man. Jealousy had corroded his insides, resentment festering as Spider-Man basked in the spotlight, while Max was branded a monster. Yeah, same here. Harry shared his own hatred of Spider-Man, angry that Spider-Man had refused to donate blood, willing to watch him die rather than help. Let's go catch that little spider. Max could hardly wait. The sooner Spider-Man was out of the way, the sooner he could bask in the world's attention. He would become its ruler, making everyone live in his shadow. That's exactly what I was afraid of, Tony muttered, pressing a hand to his forehead. He'd always worried that Max might be able to partially turn into electricity, or even become pure current, making him nearly impossible to contain. The very thing he dreaded had come to pass. If Tony ever faced him in his Mark armor, Max could simply become electricity, slip inside the suit, drain its power, and that would be the end of him. Banner frowned as well. Unlike Tony, he wasn't particularly afraid of Electro. As the Hulk, nothing but magic could truly threaten him. But even he couldn't land a hit on Max. Tony silently wondered what he'd do if Electro came after them. It seemed the only way to deal with him would be to lure him somewhere completely devoid of electricity. Otherwise, there wasn't much hope that, of course. There was another approach, using an overwhelming surge of energy to force-feed him until he burst. Tony didn't believe Max could absorb energy without limit, as long as the energy transmitted in one burst was immense enough, so he couldn't release it quickly enough. There was a chance it could kill him. The amount of electricity needed, however, was still a matter for research. Tony wondered to himself, would a massive reactor at Stark Industries be enough? Nick Fury was pondering the same question. He was even a little curious. If Natasha wielded Thor's hammer, could she take Max down? Or would she simply end up recharging him? Meanwhile, Max looked at the image in the sky, seeing a version of himself hell-bent on killing Spider-Man, and he was deeply ashamed. In real life, he had no superpowers, nor had he become so arrogant and self-important. He actually liked Spider-Man a lot, and Peter Parker had even promised to come to his birthday party. Yet now, in the vision above, he desperately wanted to destroy Parker, and for a moment, he felt unworthy to face him. At the same time, many people began to criticize him. They thought that after gaining powers, Max had cut ties with everyone. Spider-Man had only wanted to help him, but Max resented him simply because Spider-Man received more attention. Online, countless people hurled insults and sarcasm at him. The sniper at the plaza had fired of his own accord. It wasn't Spider-Man's doing. Yet Max blamed everything on Spider-Man, as if they were mortal enemies, determined to see Parker dead. Because of what appeared in the sky, Max suffered a storm of online abuse and personal attacks in real life. Many people crowded outside Oscorp's gates just to curse at him. But Max endured it all in silence. By the time Parker learned of these events from Harry, it was already the day after Max had begun receiving the backlash. He and Gwen had just finished helping the police move Richard Parker's belongings out from underground. When Parker heard what had happened, he felt helpless, but still stepped forward to defend Max. In front of a crowd, he put his arm around Max and declared that they would always be good friends, calling on his fans to stop the insults against Max. Overwhelmed, Max broke down in tears. For the first time, he truly understood just how kind Peter Parker was. Even after everything that had happened in the vision, even after Max had wanted him dead, Parker still forgave him and came to his side. Emerging from the dark tunnel, Parker finally left the underground, and his phone regained its signal. Immediately, he received a voice message. "Hey Peter, it's me. I got accepted to Oxford University. Wow, I'm so excited. I stopped by your house a few days ago, but you weren't home. Now I'm on my way to the airport. I found out there are some summer courses, and I thought this would make things a bit easier for me. I guess it's time to let go." Listening to Gwen's message, Parker's footsteps gradually slowed to a halt. Deep inside, there was a longing stirring within him. As he heard Gwen's farewell, Parker's resolve grew stronger. Beneath the bridge, Gwen was stuck in a traffic jam in the back of a taxi. She gazed out the window, thinking she might not see these buildings for many years to come. "But that doesn't mean I don't love you anymore. On the contrary, it's because I love you. So, well, this is goodbye." Parker, who had just helped Max out of a bind, arrived at Gwen's house. He hadn't been inside long when he saw in the news that Gwen was about to leave for England. "Sis, are you really going to England?" Howard Stacy looked at Gwen and asked. "No, because I'm going to Columbia University." A few days later, Gwen finally received her college acceptance letters. Nearly every top university in the world had sent her offers. Gwen hadn't expected so many elite schools to compete for her, each offering generous benefits, full scholarships, tuition waivers, and substantial grants. Yet, after much deliberation, Gwen decided to stay in New York. After all, Columbia was far from inferior. As a member of the Ivy League, it boasted an outstanding academic reputation in many fields. If she could help it, she wouldn't want to be far from her family. Besides, if she left, Parker would surely follow her. He'd said so countless times. Meanwhile, at Oscorp Industries, the security staff were idly passing the time, as usual, when suddenly, all the surveillance monitors flickered and distorted. The head of security shot to his feet, sensing that something was very wrong. "We need to get out of here now." He hurried to find Macon, urging him to leave Oscorp Tower at once. "Why? What's going on?" Macon asked, confused. The very next moment, as the head of security walked toward him, a flash of electricity burst from his chest. Startled, Macon saw a hole burn straight through the man's heart, and the body slowly toppled forward. Behind him, a human figure materialized. It was Max, now transformed into pure electricity. Macon leapt from his chair, staring in disbelief. Max, now clad in new attire, tilted his head and looked at Macon. "Remember me?" he asked. With a casual flick of his finger toward the nearby table and chairs, a bolt of lightning shot out, instantly reducing Macon's desk to a heap of twisted metal. Terror washed over Macon's face. He glanced at the shattered desk, then at Max. Just then, Harry walked in through the door behind Max. "Oh my. Well, how the tables have turned, haven't they? I know you're reluctant to admit it, but our comeback is quite impressive, isn't it? Am I right?" Harry smiled as he approached, coming to stand beside Max and turning to Macon. "Absolutely," Max replied. "Right on cue." Max wholeheartedly agreed with Harry's suggestion. "Okay, so, Holy Mary, time to make a wish. I'm about to enter the special." Harry snapped his fingers, looking at Macon with a smug grin, just about to declare his intentions. But Macon cut him off, demanding, "How dare you come back here? You stubborn, worthless freak." Harry smiled, unfazed by Macon's impotent rage. Max raised a finger and, with a sharp crack of energy, sent a bolt of lightning shooting into Macon, who collapsed flat on the ground. "Oh, God, sorry. That's not the answer we were looking for," Harry remarked coolly. He strolled over to the security chief, whose eyes were still wide with shock and death, whistling a tune as he helped himself to the man's pistol. Max stepped up to Macon, his palm humming with electricity. He pressed a charged finger to Macon's chest, and the jolt jump-started Macon's heart back to life. "All right, welcome to overtime," Harry said, pressing the gun under Macon's chin. "Hey, let's take a little walk." He hauled Macon up, forcing him to lead the way. "The grid's all yours," Harry called over his shoulder to Max with a grin. Max glanced at the floor outlet nearby. A surge of electromagnetic force popped open the cover. In a flash, Max transformed into pure electricity, vanishing into the outlet, and then, with remarkable politeness, extended a current to gently close the cover behind him. "He's got manners, I'll give him that." Toby Spider couldn't help but comment, watching Max's considerate gesture, especially his neatness in closing the lid. "Yeah, you'd never guess from looking at him that he wants to kill you." First Gwen nodded enthusiastically beside him. "Hey, that wasn't me." Toby Spider turned to her, exasperated. First Gwen always lumped Toby Spider and Garfield Spider together, blaming Toby for things Garfield did. "But he's Peter Parker too," First Gwen replied with a sly smile, leaving Toby Spider at a loss for words. He could only grumble under his breath, swearing that the next time they met, Garfield would pay for all the trouble he caused, first trying to eat flies, then wrecking other people's crucial experiments, and always lying without missing a beat. First Gwen had teased him endlessly about all this, and he couldn't even get mad at her. Even the original Uncle Ben told him not to pick up Garfield's bad habits. With nowhere to vent his frustration, it just kept simmering inside him. "Macon, you old geezer, looks like your day has finally come," Harry said, looking up at the sky where the security chief had been killed, and then at Macon, now his hostage. For once, he felt a satisfying sense of justice. It's worth mentioning that everything Macon tried to hide had already been submitted by Harry, exposing quite a few people who had been lurking in the shadows. The chief of security was also taken away, as was Kafka, though he had been detained long before. What awaits them now is the judgment of the law, and perhaps the only silver lining for them is that they won't have to face death, especially the chief of security, who seems doomed to die with regrets. Harry held Macon at gunpoint from behind, forcing him to lead the way to the location of the special project. The two of them stepped into the elevator, and Macon keyed a string of codes on the elevator's computer. Soon after, the elevator brought them to their destination. Harry shoved Macon forward and shouted, "Give me the spider venom." As the sealed compartment slid open, Harry glanced around at the strange equipment and muttered, "What on earth is all this?" Hearing the question, Macon answered, "It's the future." In the rooms they passed, there was military armor, just as described before, and even mechanical tentacles belonging to Dr. Octopus. Macon led the way into the room where the spider venom was kept and unlocked the door. Inside a case right in front of them was the very spider venom Harry wanted. Seeing the object of his obsession right within reach, Harry couldn't help but break into a smile. He kept his gun trained on Macon and ordered, "Take out a vial." Macon looked like he wanted to protest, but one glance at the gun aimed at his chest left him no choice. He reached out for the venom and a syringe. "It's useless, you know, unless it's for human trials. We've run every diagnostic test," he said as he prepared the vial. But Harry was having none of it. "You've already done human trials. You're just too stupid to realize it," he shot back. Macon loaded the venom into the syringe. "Inject it now," Harry barked, his hand trembling as he held the gun. With no room to argue, Macon injected the venom into Harry's arm. A flicker of a smile crossed Harry's face as he realized his hand had finally stopped shaking. "It was always in your hands," he said to Macon with a bitter grin. But then something felt off. Black-green veins bulged violently along his neck, and in the next instant, Harry collapsed to his knees, racked with agony. He writhed on the floor in pain, his gun clattering away. Macon seized the chance to make a run for the elevator, sealing the area behind him. Harry tore off his clothes, his whole body bulging with thick, dark veins, and 2 swelling lumps squirmed under the skin of his back. His screams of pain echoed through the chamber, sweat pouring down his twisted, contorted face, a sight both monstrous and terrifying. "Harry!" Parker cried out in terror as he watched Harry's torment. He never imagined Harry would go so far, injecting the spider venom without a single test. "Thank goodness he didn't do it to me. Just watching is enough to scare me out of my wits." Gwen looked at Harry's face, contorted in pain, and felt a pang of worry in her heart. Harry swallowed hard, immensely grateful that Parker had gotten him the medicine that could cure his condition. Otherwise, he might have ended up the same way. This Harry is really out of his mind. Toby Spidey and the original Gwen exchanged glances, both surprised at how recklessly Harry had pinned all his hopes on spider venom. The first. Harry put a hand to his forehead, while Mary Jane, visibly relieved, said, "Thank goodness you got the physical enhancer from your father. Otherwise you might be in the same situation." "No, my dad told me our family never had this kind of hereditary disease." The first Harry shook his head. He'd already talked to Norman about it. He couldn't understand the reason either, and could only chalk it up to the differences between parallel universes. Tony watched Harry in agony, then turned to Banner and asked, "What's going to happen to him?" "He'll die. Do you see those bluish veins all over his body? That's a sign the poison has spread everywhere. Unless he has access to advanced medical equipment that can quickly cleanse the toxins from his blood vessels, there's no way he'll survive," Banner replied after thinking for a moment. Tony sighed in disappointment. "Sigh, the first Harry died, and now the second Harry is going to die too? I really thought he might pull through this time." Banner just shrugged. He didn't know if Harry would make it, especially since the dome had secretly hidden a video clip. Gwen sat in the back of taxi. The driver, staring out the window, suddenly called out, "It's Spider-Man." Gwen followed his gaze and then broke into a broad, joyful smile. "Stop the car," she blurted out instinctively, forgetting they'd been stuck in traffic for ages. "Miss, I haven't even moved," the driver retorted, turning to her with a resigned look. Gwen pushed open the car door. Along the riverside, the crowd had gathered to watch. In the distance, on the bridge, Peter Parker had written a giant "I love you" in spider silk. Seeing Parker's declaration, Gwen couldn't help but laugh out loud, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. As she gazed at the words on the bridge, Parker swung in on his webs and swept her into his arms. At the top of the bridge, the two greeted each other. Parker held Gwen and asked, "Did you see my message?" "What message?" Gwen hadn't noticed any message until Parker reminded her. Then she realized it was from him. "I didn't recognize it," she laughed, clinging to Parker. "Then let me read it to you. It says, 'I love you. Because I love you, you're wrong.'" Parker gazed at Gwen with heartfelt affection. "How am I wrong?" Gwen looked at Parker, curiosity shining in her eyes. "You say we're drifting apart, but you're wrong. We're not drifting apart. I've been with you all along, and I'll always be with you." Parker pressed his forehead to Gwen's as he poured out his feelings. "I know there are 1,000 reasons why we shouldn't be together, but I hate them. I hate every single one of those reasons. We have to make a choice, right? My choice is you. So here's what I'm thinking. England, let's go together. From now on, I'll be by your side, no matter where life takes us, until the end of time, until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble." Gwen gazed at Parker with a radiant smile. She didn't want to be apart from him either. "I mean it. There are criminals in England too." Gwen nodded eagerly. "Yeah. They've got more criminals than you can count. So many." "Like who?" Gwen looked at Parker, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Jack the Ripper." Parker's answer made Gwen burst out laughing. "What? Jack the Ripper is still at large, you know," Parker said with mock seriousness. Gwen let out another laugh and then kissed him. "I told you I'd never leave you," Parker said as he wrapped his arms around Gwen. Just as he'd imagined, he was ready to go to England with her. "I want to stay in New York." Gwen suddenly said, resting her head on Parker's shoulder. What? Weren't you going to Oxford? Parker looked at her in surprise. She told him she had been accepted to Columbia University, right here in New York, so she wouldn't have to leave home after all. Hearing this, Parker's face lit up. He and Gwen exchanged a joyful smile. I should go tell Uncle Ben and the others the good news. I told them I might be heading off to England with you, and they've been fussing over me, worried I'd be all alone in a strange place. Yeah, Gwen nodded, agreeing with Parker. They should definitely share the news. It would put everyone's minds at ease. As the two of them basked in their happiness, a sudden burst of sparks flared in the distance, and half of New York City was plunged into darkness. Sensing that something was wrong, Parker and Gwen looked toward the disturbance and murmured, "What's going on over there? Is that Max?" At that moment, Max completely cut off the power grid to the entire city, and all of New York was enveloped in darkness. He must have shut down the whole city's power grid, Gwen said, watching as New York was swallowed by the night. Panic swept through the city. At the airport, staff were preparing to guide flight PNA 322 in for landing when the lights suddenly went out. Everyone froze, stunned, and the airport supervisor quickly urged the technicians to restore power. There must be an emergency power plan for situations like this, right? Some kind of backup. Parker gazed down at the city, where almost the only lights came from car headlights, and spoke. Gwen looked toward a particular spot, over by the power plant. We can do an emergency system reboot. But if he cuts the transmission cables, there'll never be a backup plan. How am I supposed to stop him? Every time I get close, he fries my web shooters. Parker frowned, still at a loss for how to prevent his shooters from being damaged. Have you tried grounding the electricity? Gwen asked. Tried it all. Rubber, plastic. What about magnetizing the current? Haven't tried that. This touched on a gap in Parker's knowledge. Okay, remember 8th grade science class? If you use a battery to magnetize a nail, Gwen began, but Parker jumped in. It creates a charge. Yes. Gwen nodded enthusiastically. Gwen, you're brilliant. I really love that. Tony took a sip of his drink, looking at her with appreciation. This girl was truly a match for Peter Parker, smart, emotionally intelligent, gentle, considerate, and brave enough to stand by him through anything. Girls like her were rare. Yeah, who wouldn't like her? Banner chimed in, scrolling through the holographic display before him. Hey, enough with the drinks. Come help me with this, he called over to Tony. Tony set his glass down and replied, Okay. How about this? Will it work? Banner asked. I think this would be even better. Tony tapped his fingers, making a quick adjustment. Good. Banner nodded in satisfaction at the improved design. That Peter must not have been paying attention in class. The original Uncle Ben chuckled to Aunt May. I wonder if our Peter paid attention in class. Aunt May glanced over at Toby's Spider-Man as she spoke. Yeah, of course I did. I even won a science prize. Aunt May. Toby's Spider-Man wasn't about to admit he hadn't paid attention, quickly bringing up his Spider-Man achievements. That's good. Let's hope we never see you up on the news for not knowing your science, like the second generation. Unresolved. Oh, Toby's Spider-Man shrugged helplessly, thinking he'd better brush up on his science. No way was he going to embarrass himself. Meanwhile, Flight PNA 273, about to land in New York, was still unaware of what was happening in the city. The crew had tried contacting the control tower multiple times, but received no response. They knew there was nothing wrong on their end, yet the tower remained silent. The city lay shrouded in darkness, while police officers were out in force to maintain order. Don't panic. Everyone, please return to your cars and remain seated. Stay calm. Parker carried Gwen onto the street where the roads were. Jammed with cars and panicked citizens rushed about. Police officers were still trying to keep order, their voices booming through loudspeakers as they called out, "Don't panic. Everyone, please return to your vehicles. Go back home." Parker, with Gwen in tow, approached one of the officers. "Officer," he called out. Hearing someone call out behind him, the officer turned around in surprise and instinctively shouted, "Spider-Man." Parker was nearly deafened by the officer's voice blaring through the megaphone and couldn't help but cover his ears. Gwen quickly stepped forward to introduce herself. "My father is Captain George Stacy from the 19th Precinct." Hearing this, the officer nodded in recognition. He knew Spider-Man wouldn't approach him with Gwen for no reason, so he asked directly, "I know who he is. What do you need us to do?" "Jumper cables." Gwen replied immediately. "Jumper cables?" The officer looked at Gwen, utterly confused. "Yes, and pure copper wire, too." Gwen confirmed with a firm nod. Parker came up beside Gwen and asked loudly, "Am I speaking louder than usual right now?" "Yes," Gwen replied, frowning as she listened to Parker's booming voice. The officer glanced between them, realizing there was something unusual about their relationship. It wasn't long before the officer returned with what Gwen had asked for. Together, they set up the jumper cables on a police car's battery. "Your suit will ground the electricity," Gwen reminded Parker. "All right, Let's do this. Parker nodded quickly. As Gwen clipped the wire to the web shooter, sparks crackled at the contact, and she managed to magnetize the device. Okay, good. Try now. Hurry, Gwen urged, pulling a keychain from her pocket and placing it on the device. Instantly, the keychain was drawn in, sticking to it. Great. It works. Good job, Parker said, clearly pleased. That's why you only came in second place back then. Gwen teased with a playful smile. Ancient history. All right. Parker laughed, and Gwen joined in. Just as they shared a light-hearted moment, a nearby billboard suddenly broke loose with a loud crash. Parker turned, his face growing serious. I have to go. I'm coming with you. Gwen insisted, ready to follow. But Parker wouldn't hear of it. You can't come. It's too dangerous, he refused immediately. I have to go. I'm coming with you. I've read the manual for the power grid. I know how to reboot the system. I want to go with you, so you'll know you need me. Gwen pressed on. Parker shook his head repeatedly, but seeing Gwen's determination, he covered her mouth and pretended to relent. All right, quiet down, you can. Come with me. Now close it up. Parker pointed at the car hood, and just as Gwen reached out to touch it, he shot a web, sticking her hand to the metal. Sorry, I love you. Don't hate me, he shouted, then swung away on his web in an instant. Gwen watched Parker's retreating figure, her anxiety rising. Without thinking, she cried out, Peter. Realizing what she had done, she immediately clapped her hand over her mouth. We still don't have a backup generator. Get the engineer for me, a doctor called out urgently as he rushed down the hospital corridor. I need a ventilator right now, another doctor said, glancing anxiously at a patient. Aunt May overheard and responded, It runs on batteries. I'll get it for you, right away. With that, she hurried over, grabbed the ventilator, and lifted it up. Laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, that was adorable. Gwen just blurted out his real name without thinking. Ha ha ha. Otto's booming laugh echoed as he watched Parker leave Gwen behind. Peter really went to great lengths, not letting her follow him, tricking her to keep her out of danger, Rose said with a sigh, touched by his actions. Peter, Gwen glared at Parker furiously. How dare he trick her? Seeing the fire in Gwen's eyes, Parker quickly tried to placate her. Sorry, babe. My bad. I promise, won't happen again. Gwen, Peter's just looking out for you. George stepped in to defend Parker. As her father, he understood why Peter didn't want Gwen in harm's way. Dad, I'm Spider-Woman now, too, Gwen protested, shooting George Stacy a look of frustration. When she saw Parker nodding in agreement beside him, she shot him another fierce look. There won't be a next time, and besides, you can't pin me down anymore. Gwen huffed indignantly. Helen smiled as she brought dinner to the table. Parker hurried over to help, grateful for the distraction. It spared him from further trouble. May, looks like you're doing a great job. Uncle Ben beamed at Aunt May, clearly surprised to see her really working at the hospital. Yeah, as long as I can help, that's enough for me. May smiled back. They were having a simple dinner, since Parker had gone to Gwen's house. Meanwhile, in New York City, Max was unleashing bolts of lightning, striking the city relentlessly. Lightning crashed between skyscrapers and across busy streets. A police car raced by, only to be blasted away by a surge of electricity. Panicked citizens scattered as lightning rained down all around them. Parker swung swiftly through the city, closing in on Max. He landed atop a water tower and spotted Max clinging to the side of a nearby building. Do you see me, Spider-Man? It's time for fate to decide how this ends. Max shouted, then transformed into pure electricity and vanished from the building. Parker immediately chased after Max in the direction of the electric flash, swinging through the air and climbing along his own web to pick up speed. Max, transformed into a surge of electricity, darted back and forth while Parker pursued him closely from behind. Meanwhile, on a plane about to arrive in New York, the passengers remained unaware of what was unfolding in the city. Due to Max's electromagnetic interference, the crew discovered they were being affected and quickly tried to contact the ground. They reported that both their instruments and radar had failed, but the control tower, now powerless, was unable to respond. The staff at the tower, who had earlier noted the flight paths, suddenly realized that two planes were on a collision course, with only 4.5 minutes left to act. Unaware of the crisis at the airport, Parker continued to chase Max to a clock tower. Scaling to the very top, he looked down to see Max in the electric grid below, crackling with light. You're too late, Spider-Man. The electric grid I designed belongs to me. I'm taking it back. I'll control everything. To them, I'll be a god, Max declared, suspended in the center of the grid. Parker quipped, a god named Spark. His words infuriated Max, who immediately raised his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that drew power from the grid and hurled it straight at Parker atop the clock tower. Parker leaped aside just in time, narrowly dodging the blast, then dove down in a daring leap, flipping to land on a water pipe below. He fired his webs at a yellow pipe, yanked hard, and tore one end free. A jet of water burst out, and he quickly directed the stream at Max. "Don't even think about it this time," Max bellowed, gathering electricity and meeting the water head-on. He sneered, "Is that all you've got? Come on." With that, a fierce bolt of lightning shot from his hands, instantly piercing the stream and blasting Parker away, shattering the structure beneath him. Night fell at Max's home. "Max, who would have thought you'd be this dramatic?" Parker teased. It was Max's birthday, and he and Gwen had come as promised. "I'm sorry," Max said with a wry smile, apologizing for everything he'd done. He felt deeply sorry for his actions and was grateful Parker had come to celebrate, setting the past aside. Just then, the doorbell rang. After another quick apology, Max went to answer it, and to his astonishment, it was Harry. "Happy birthday, Max." Harry greeted him with a gentle smile. Harry, Parker and Gwen were equally surprised to see him, both rising to their feet. "What, didn't I say I'd come?" Harry walked over, gave Parker a quick hug, and laughed. "Yeah, but aren't you supposed to be busy? Government investigators are still looking into Norman's collusion with foreign forces at Oscorp, and yet Harry actually found time to come here. Oh, don't even mention it. After old McKenna was arrested, Dr. Kafka confessed everything, and McKenna himself admitted that it was he who hired Rajat Rada to do the killing." Harry waved his hand dismissively as he spoke. "What?" Parker stared at Harry in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He thought he had covered his tracks perfectly, but he made one wrong move, and I found the evidence. Harry then recounted everything that had happened over the past couple of days to Parker. Only then did Parker realize that the mastermind behind the human spider experiments was actually McKenna, and Rajat Rada had merely been a scapegoat, one who was silenced for good. But what Harry didn't mention was that Norman's shadow still loomed behind the whole affair. Without Norman's approval, McKenna would never have rushed into the experiments so recklessly. Yet, for the sake of his late father's reputation, Harry chose to keep this secret. McKenna knew that even if he spilled the truth, it wouldn't matter. Norman was already dead, and there was no proof. In the end, he could only take the blame himself. With so much time having passed, most of the evidence had vanished. While Richard Parker had revealed some things about Norman through the Skyweb, it merely cleared his own name. In a way, Richard had acted to keep his research on spider genes from being weaponized, but in the end, he had stolen research results for himself. Now that he was gone, there was little point for the world to keep debating the actions of a dead man, and soon any discussion of Richard Parker faded away. Norman was dead, and investigators couldn't drag him from the grave to stand trial. All they could do was look into those who were involved at the time, McKenna and Rajat Rada, both among the culprits behind the scenes. This investigation would likely drag on for quite a while, but it no longer had much to do with Harry. Oscorp's assets had already shrunk from $200 billion down to less than $50 billion. At least Harry felt lucky to be alive, and having gained superhuman strength and endurance was more than he could have asked for, unlike his counterpart in the Skyweb, who died in agony from the spider toxin. If not for the endless company business and the burden of making so many decisions, Harry would have loved to join Parker in saving the city. Meanwhile, as Parker and Max clashed, Gwen was desperately trying to break free from the webbing that bound her. Armed with a nail clipper, she kept sawing away until she finally cut herself loose. With determination, she slammed the hood of the car shut. Swinging on a web, Parker caught Max off guard, kicking him hard from behind and sending him flying through the air. Max managed to regain control mid-flight and, in one fluid motion, unleashed a bolt of lightning straight at Parker. Parker had barely landed on top of the pillar when he immediately executed a forward somersault to dodge away. In the very next instant, the pillar where he had just stood exploded into fragments. Missing his target, Max transformed into a stream of electricity and chased after Parker, firing off another surge of current. Thanks to Parker's extraordinary spider sense, he narrowly evaded the attack once more. Seizing the moment, he shot out a web to grab hold of a piece of debris, spun in midair, and hurled it straight at Max. Max tried to strike back, but the chunk hit him squarely, knocking him off balance. Taking advantage of the opening, Parker flipped backward, firing webs from both hands to craft a makeshift slingshot, launching himself away with a burst of momentum. "Come on!" Max caught sight of Parker's move and bellowed after him, adjusting his stance in preparation for the next attack. Max raised his fist, ready to unleash another burst of electricity, but Parker was faster. Before Max could complete his motion, Parker tackled him in a bear hug, sending both of them tumbling down. As they fell, Parker skillfully shifted so that Max hit the ground first. However, Max used the impact to roll with the momentum, flipping Parker underneath him instead. Wow, he's really amazing. Toby Spidey couldn't help but marvel. Watching Garfield Spidey's moves seemed effortless, but only those in the thick of the fight could truly grasp just how fast lightning really was. Garfield Spidey managed to avoid those blistering attacks, and even found chances to counterattack. His spider sense was far sharper than Toby's own. If it were Toby in his place, he figured he'd have to take Max's attacks head-on and slug it out with brute force. The two were clearly different kinds of Spider-Man. Tony, observing Max as he absorbed electricity, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Banner, what do you think would happen if we reversed the process and drained all of Max's electric power? I don't know, but that might actually work. Dr. Banner thought it over and agreed this could be a viable plan. Okay, Jarvis, add my idea to the electro file. Tony decided at once. Meanwhile, Max was squeezing Parker's neck with a vicious grip. Parker managed to gasp. Ready to give up yet? Before he could finish, Max spewed a surge of electricity straight from his mouth, blasting Parker in the head. But he clearly didn't realize Parker's suit was non-conductive. The attack fizzled, and Parker seized the opportunity to kick Max high into the air. Without missing a beat, Parker fired webs to snag Max, but Max immediately channeled electricity into the strands, hoping to fry the web shooters. High voltage surged down the web, turning the shooters red-hot in an instant, but they held strong and didn't malfunction. Oh, thank you, Gwen Stacy. Parker shouted his gratitude as he swung the web back with all his strength. Max couldn't resist Parker's strength in midair, and was slammed straight into the electric grid. The moment he hit the ground, Max erupted with a powerful electromagnetic field. Parker was blasted away by the tremendous force, tumbling across the ground before crashing heavily into a boulder. Lying there, barely able to move, and feeling as if his body no longer belonged to him, he couldn't help but mutter, "Just shake it off, it's only your bones, your muscles, and your organs." He shook his head, when suddenly a sound came from up ahead. There was a surge of electricity twisting around one of the grid's pillars. Oh, come on. Just as Parker was climbing to his feet, he saw the current darting rapidly between several pillars before flashing right in front of him and taking Max's form. Max landed a brutal punch, sending Parker flying, and then vanished from sight. Parker managed only a cry of pain as he crashed to the ground. Before he could get up, Max swept between the pillars again, a strange, sizzling sound trailing in his wake, and struck Parker once more, knocking him into a somersault. I hate this song, Parker cursed as he scrambled up, only to see Max zipping madly among the pillars. Suddenly, Max rammed into Parker from behind, not just knocking him away, but driving him hard, smashing him into pillar after pillar. Parker barely touched the ground for half a second before the pillar behind him exploded with another surge of force, hurling him back into the air. Before he could even fall, Max was already behind him, sending him flying upward again. Parker tried to shoot his webs to steady himself, but Max saw through his plan, binding his arms and legs with crackling electricity. Parker struggled to pull free with his webs, but the strain was too great and the web snapped. In the next instant, Max had him suspended helplessly in midair. Right in front of him, Max raised both hands, electricity arcing between his fingers. Parker struggled desperately, trying to fire his webs, but nothing worked. Spider-Man, I bet you've never seen this before. Max snarled at him. Had to be me, didn't it? Gwen, seeing that Parker's web shooter had withstood Max's electricity, couldn't help but flash him a triumphant grin. Yeah. Parker nodded at Gwen, conceding, without her, he would never have thought of magnetizing the shooter. Harry, munching on cake, laughed and said, Peter never paid attention in school, haha. Hey, I used to do your homework for you when we were kids. Parker shot Harry a look and rolled his eyes. Harry immediately fell silent and quietly took another bite of his cake. Max sat off to the side, looking rather uneasy. After all, he was currently pinning Peter Parker in a spread-eagle position in midair under the glaring lights above. How could he dare say a word? He hung his head, completely withdrawn. Just as Max was about to deliver a fatal blow to Parker, a police car crashed through the iron fence and burst onto the scene. Max turned to look, but before he could react, the car struck him and sent him flying. The electric currents binding Parker lost Max's control and instantly vanished, dropping Parker from the air. He crashed to the ground, denting a pipe beneath him. Gwen jumped out of the car and shouted furiously at Parker, Are you serious right now? You actually stuck me to the car? Who do you think you are, a caveman? You tie me up and then go off to fight on your own? I know how to help you. Parker scrambled to his feet, still unsteady. You shouldn't be here. What are you doing here? He pulled Gwen behind him, trying to shield her from danger and urging her to leave. I've read the grid manual. I can reboot the system. Gwen insisted, refusing to leave. She wanted to help him. You can't stay here. I'm not joking. You have to get out now. It's too dangerous. Parker gripped Gwen's hand tightly. desperately trying to convince her. He knew just how dangerous Max could be, and he couldn't guarantee Gwen's safety. No one gets to decide for me. Got it? No one. This is my choice. Okay. Gwen looked at Parker with unwavering determination. Parker turned his head aside, feeling helpless. Gwen tilted her head, meeting his gaze. My choice. I get to decide. Then, hiding behind Parker, Gwen glanced at Max, who was still down, and asked, So, how do we stop him? Parker could see Gwen was absolutely set on staying. He could only respond. Okay. He's electric like a battery. What happens if you overcharge a battery? It explodes. Gwen answered, backing away as she spoke. Exactly. Parker nodded. So we use his own electricity against him? Brilliant. Gwen immediately caught on to Parker's plan and gave an admiring nod. Okay, I think I can reconnect the cables, but I need you to reboot the system. All right? When I say power up, you hit the switch. No matter what happens, no matter what, you must reboot. Parker instructed her solemnly. Peter. Gwen looked at him, worry clouding her eyes. Meanwhile, Toby Spider-Man watched Gwen with concern. She was just an ordinary girl, and rushing into such danger was terrifying. If Max decided to attack her, Garfield Spider-Man likely wouldn't be able to protect her. After all, Max's speed was far greater than Parker's, who still needed momentum to move. After Garfield Spider shot out his web, Toby Spider still had to climb along the web to pick up speed, which was obvious. He had tried it himself, and found it was indeed faster. I hope she'll be all right. Toby Spider still remembered what Skyweb had said back then, and he didn't think Skyweb would shoot a web without a reason. May fortune favor the kind. Aunt May the First silently prayed for her upon hearing Toby Spider's words. Max, who had lain on the ground for a long time after being knocked away by the car, suddenly opened his eyes wide. After being sent flying, Max was furious. He had originally wanted to finish Spider-Man once and for all. Clenching his teeth in rage, Max got to his feet. Seeing this, Parker urged him, Go now. Go. Then turned his head to look at Max. At that very moment, he seemed to see George Stacy standing beside a police car, watching him. As Parker's mind drifted, blue and white sparks crackled across the back of the police car behind George. The next instant, Max burst from George's phantom and charged straight at Parker's face. Parker ducked just in time to dodge the blow, and Max, missing his mark, immediately unleashed a surge of electricity. Parker leapt into the air to evade, swinging on his web around a support pillar, while Max followed close behind, firing bolts of electricity one after another. Parker tightened his web and soared upward, dodging the first blast, then let go and midair twisted to avoid the second and third strikes. With another shot of webbing, he flipped stylishly through the air, landing on the ground. Max kept up his relentless assault, destroying many of the pillars in the process. As Parker tangled with Max, Gwen had already made her way smoothly to the control room. The moment she entered, she discovered the bodies of staff lying on the ground. Though startled, she quickly stepped over the corpses and rushed to the control panel, only to find the controls locked. Searching around, she noticed a key clutched between the fingers of a staff member. He must have tried to restart the power grid after it was cut, only to be electrocuted by Max on the spot. The palm of his hand still bore clear burn marks from a shock. High above New York, the crew of Flight PNA 322 had no idea they were on a collision course with another plane, PNA 273. Both continued to fly at high speed, while the control tower failed to reach either aircraft. Parker knew nothing of the plane's predicament. He was busy dodging Max's attacks, fighting for his life. Although Max was attacking with all his might, Parker's spider sense was so acute that he could always anticipate Max's next electric strike. Parker used the pillars to dodge Max's electric blasts again and again. Even when Max shattered a pillar in an instant, right after Parker landed on it sideways, Parker was still able to push off and escape at the last possible second. After narrowly evading that perilous attack, he immediately shot webs from both hands, pulling himself away. Then, while still in midair, he anticipated Max's next move. Just as Max raised his arm, Parker was already dodging. Max's assaults landed almost nowhere. All his furious strikes had, at best, caught Parker only once before. This infuriated him. He revealed himself with a furious roar, then continued his relentless pursuit of Parker. Meanwhile, aboard Flight PNA 273, the passengers remained blissfully unaware. Some were still reading their books leisurely, while most simply took the opportunity to rest. Down at the control tower, the staff glanced at their watches, their voices trembling with fear. 60 seconds to impact. Oh my God, no way. The two planes are about to collide. Damn this airline. Don't they have any backup power? Damn it. Mux, what a piece of work. Peter Parker is incredible. He's dodged almost every attack. Around the world, people watching the broadcast erupted in heated discussion. Some were terrified at the looming crash. Others angrily condemned the airport for lacking emergency measures. Some hurled curses at Max, and many more sang Spider-Man's praises. Airport administrators were at their wits' end, overwhelmed by the swelling outrage from waiting passengers, worried that the catastrophe unfolding on the screens above might truly happen. Countless passengers already on board planes were gripped by anxiety, and the flight crew could only do their best to calm them, assuring these frightened travelers that their flights remained safe. Gwen, having secured the key, swiftly unlocked the mechanism. Meanwhile, Parker continued swinging rapidly on his webs, with Max's crackling electricity trailing close behind. Every pillar struck by Max's bolts crumbled to pieces. Parker avoided this barrage, then dodged an oncoming blaze of lightning, landing atop a transmission cable that Max had just severed. Parker quickly fired webs to temporarily entangle Max, while Gwen pried open the panel, ready to press the button and restart the system at a moment's notice. She watched as Parker, ahead of her, fired web after web, weaving them into a network that bound all the cables together. Max, finally struggling free of the webs, launched himself at Parker once more. Parker nimbly dodged and landed below, his hands now gripping countless web strands, all connected to the transmission cables. But with both hands occupied, Parker couldn't evade. Max seized the opportunity and unleashed a surge of electricity, striking Parker head-on. Wave after wave of current coursed from Max's body into Parker's. Even though his spider suit wasn't conductive, the overwhelming electromagnetic force still sent waves of agony through Parker's body. He dropped to his knees, crying out in pain. Yet Parker gritted his teeth and endured Max's assault, stubbornly tying the webs in his hands into a tight knot. "Now, Gwen, hurry! Restart the system, now!" Parker shouted at Gwen in the distance. After taking a deep breath, Gwen pulled the switch. In that instant, a surge of powerful electricity turned the web in Parker's hand into a brilliant streak of yellow and red, rushing back up the blue current of Max's electricity. Max was immediately overwhelmed by this even more terrifying current. Parker lost his grip on the web and was violently thrown to the ground. Gwen, her heart pounding from the ordeal, watched as Max struggled in midair, golden currents of electricity binding him unrelentingly. Meanwhile, power began to return throughout the entire city. Max fought desperately to break free, but it was futile. As electricity surged back into the city, the meter on Max's head skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it reached its limit. Unable to withstand the intensifying power, Max screamed in agony again and again. Watching this scene, Tony was reminded of how he had taken down Obadiah, though the method was slightly different. Obadiah had been killed by an overloaded reactor explosion, while Max was now being consumed from within by pure electricity. He can't take it anymore. The energy's way beyond his body's limit. Tony squinted, watching Max continue to writhe in pain. Yeah, you're right. Every body has its limits. If he can't release all that energy, he's doomed, Banner nodded, certain of Max's fate. At such high voltage and current, there might not even be anything left of him. All right, let's give this thing a try, Tony said, holding up a round device and placing on a large battery. Instantly, the battery's power was drained away at astonishing speed. Good. That's fantastic, Tony. In the future, whenever we face someone powered by electricity, just attach this thing and it'll drain them in seconds. You could even mount it on your suit, Banner praised, nodding in appreciation. With a device like this, there'd be no need to fear anyone like Max ever again. Just shoot it onto the enemy, and their power would be neutralized. That's exactly what I was thinking, but it's still too bulky. We need to shrink it down a bit more. Come on, let's keep working on it, Tony agreed, though he felt it was far from perfect and needed further refinement. Power returned to the control tower as well, and the staff immediately began hailing the flights. Max's screams grew louder and louder. Cracks started appearing all over his body. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, his entire form burst apart, and the energy within him scattered in all directions. The two airplanes were drawing closer and closer. The supervisor gave instructions to both at once. This is LaGuardia Tower. Immediately. Turn to heading 280. There's an aircraft on a collision course with you. I repeat, turn to heading 280. Take immediate action. At the same time, the crew members of both planes spotted the alarm on their radars. They instantly followed the tower's instructions to change course, and both aircraft suddenly banked sharply, sending passengers tumbling to one side in a panic. In the nick of time, the two planes tilted past each other, scraping by with only inches to spare, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic disaster. When the control tower staff saw both planes safely cross paths, a thunderous cheer erupted in the room. They stood up, embracing each other in relief. Disaster had almost struck. After exchanging a few high fives, the supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking for a moment that his job was on the line. Once he'd steadied his nerves, he told everyone to get back to work and began directing the 2 planes in for landing. Meanwhile, Aunt May was busy in the hospital when suddenly the lights flickered back on. She let out a huge sigh of relief. "Oh, thank heavens. Wonderful. The power's back. Let's get to work." The camera pulls back over New York, revealing the city's skyline bursting back to life as lights flood through countless skyscrapers. The city had regained its former brilliance. In the power grid, Parker's web continued to glow red, still conducting the vital flow of electricity between the grid and the city. Down below, all that remained beneath the spot where Max had exploded was the meter that once clung to his temple. As the lights on the meter faded one by one, Max disappeared completely. "Oh, I'm Shorty. Max. I'm so sorry," Parker said, gazing at where Max had been. "No, I should be the one to apologize, Peter. This is all my fault. I brought this on myself. I've finally figured out what's the point of having so many people's attention. I'd rather be unknown than be despised by everyone," Max replied with a bitter smile. With a weary sigh, he reflected on his fate. Having seen how things turned out, he understood now. Living in obscurity was better than causing harm to others and himself. "Yeah," Harry nodded in agreement. Lately, there had been no shortage of people online criticizing Max, saying he didn't recognize those who truly cared about him. Max had endured a heavy barrage of public opinion. "All right, let's not dwell on these unhappy things. Max, cheer up. Give us a smile," Gwen said, noticing Max's gloomy mood. She encouraged him, snapping a photo of him. With Gwen's encouragement, Max finally managed to smile, his frown easing. At the same time, many felt a sense of vindication at Max's death. After all, he had caused so much chaos. How many people had suffered? How many had been trapped because of him? Although there were only a handful of images on the sky screen, one could see many injured citizens, people trapped in elevators waiting for rescue, and even 2 airplanes that nearly collided. This made countless people grit their teeth in hatred toward Max, for he was the cause of so many accidents and injuries. Parker lay on the ground, not far away. His body twitched, and with a groan, he cried out. Gwen came downstairs and walked toward him. Smoke was still rising from Parker's body as he slowly sat up. Suddenly, a green, unidentified flying object hurtled toward the electric grid. Parker made his way to a police car and shouted to Gwen, "I think we can still catch that plane." Gwen burst out laughing at his words. Just then, Parker heard a sound and turned around sharply. Gwen, too, saw the flying object in the sky. Parker watched warily and stretched out his hand, instructing Gwen, "Gwen, stay back." The newcomer descended on a glider, his laughter twisted and menacing. As he drew closer to the ground, Parker realized with shock that it was Harry, dressed head to toe in a suit of armor. "What?" Harry stood up in astonishment, unable to stifle his exclamation. He had thought himself dead, yet here he was alive. Parker and Gwen looked up at Harry, on the sky screen, in disbelief. The marks left by the spider venom were visible on his face and forehead, twisting his features with an unsightly, mottled scar. "What's going on? Why is he still alive? Wasn't he supposed to be killed by the poison?" Toby Spider asked in confusion. The original Gwen, too, looked on in puzzlement. She lowered her head in thought and said, "Do you remember when that other Harry was flipping through the files and the system described that military armor? The armor with the ability to heal battlefield wounds?" Toby Spider replied, still a bit uncertain. "Yeah, the reason he's still alive must be because of the armor he's wearing." The original Gwen nodded emphatically. At that moment, the sky screen began to rewind, and time turned back to when Harry was poisoned. After being dosed with venom, Harry collapsed to the floor and crawled painfully toward the room where the suit was kept. Every movement was agony, but through sheer will to live. He dragged himself to the armor. Summoning the last of his strength, he stood up and donned the suit. Instantly, the armor detected his life-threatening state and began to heal him. Harry was soon fully encased in the battle suit, the glider at his feet activating as well. Unfortunately, the spider venom had still left its mark. The whites of his eyes had faded to a cloudy yellow, and his face and body were marred by hideous blotches. "Harry, that suit." Parker turned to look at Harry in astonishment. "Yeah, I saw it before, but I never imagined it was this powerful. It could even cure that terrifying spider venom." Harry couldn't help but swallow hard. "I think you could become the new superhero." Parker looked at Harry with a smile. With his newfound superhuman abilities and that suit of armor, even Parker would have a hard time beating Harry now. "Forget it. The company's going through a storm right now. Let me stabilize things first. Joining you can wait until then." Harry waved his hand dismissively. Oscorp was a mess, and he had his hands full cleaning it up. If he hadn't promised to attend Max's birthday party, he wouldn't even be here. He'd probably still be buried in work at the company. As expected, it really is that suit. The first Gwen's prediction was spot on. Overjoyed, she threw her arms around Toby's Spidey. Toby's Spidey hugged her back with a smile and said, "You got a great memory, Gwen." Then he gave her a quick kiss. Meanwhile, the first Harry and Tony both eyed the second Harry's armor with keen interest, each secretly hoping to study and replicate its capabilities. The difference was, the first Harry already had a somewhat similar suit, though its healing function wasn't nearly as powerful. Tony, on the other hand, had his advanced mark suits, but had never really delved into healing technology. He was a firm believer in stronger defenses and more features, preferably never getting hurt at all. Even if he often ended up battered, he thrived on the challenge. Now, inspired by second Harry's armor, Tony had a revelation. If a suit couldn't withstand an unimaginable amount of energy, then rapidly healing the injuries caused by that energy might be the next best thing. Without missing a beat, he ordered Jarvis to record the idea and start gathering treatment methods from hospitals around the world. Harry glanced at the Spider-Man in front of him, then turned and looked behind, only to be stunned when he realized it was Gwen. He stared at her in disbelief, his smile vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he looked back at the Spider-Man in front of him, then at Gwen standing opposite, and quickly made the connection between Peter Parker and Gwen's relationship. It didn't take Harry long to guess Spider-Man's true identity. He shot Parker a wicked grin and sneered, "Peter, when Spider-Man says no, it's just you saying no to me." Seeing Parker's face flush with anger, Harry couldn't believe his friend would refuse him, would just stand by and watch him die without lifting a finger. Fury erupted within Harry, and he silently vowed revenge against Peter Parker. "Harry, what did you do?" Parker stared at Harry, confused and alarmed. How had Harry changed so much in just a few hours? "You drove me to this. You were my friend, and you betrayed me." Harry glared at Parker, his voice sharp with rage, the fire inside him burning even hotter. "No, I was trying to protect you." Parker shook his head, wanting to explain to Harry, but at this moment, there was no way Harry would listen. "Oh, look at me." Harry's voice trembled, his whole appearance now twisted and monstrous, and he blamed Peter Parker for all of it. "Hey, it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay." Parker tried to reassure Harry. If he could, he really didn't want them to turn against each other, but Harry was consumed by the desire for revenge. "You don't give hope. You take it away." Harry gritted his teeth as he glared at Parker. It was Parker who once told him those words, but now it was Parker who refused to give him hope. "No, Harry." Parker shook his head again. That wasn't what he meant, but he couldn't find the words to explain it to Harry. Harry clung stubbornly to the belief that Parker's blood could save him. "I'm going to take your hope away." Harry sneered, arching his brow at Parker, then suddenly turned and lunged toward Gwen. "No, Gwen, run." The moment Parker heard Harry's words, he realized something was terribly wrong. Gwen immediately took off. But how could someone on foot outrun someone flying? With a shrill cry, Gwen was snatched up by Harry. Parker leapt after them, but grasped only empty air. Without hesitation, he fired a web and swung after Harry. "Harry! Harry! Put her down!" Parker shouted desperately, but Harry was filled with hatred for him. There was no way he'd let Gwen go. Clutching Gwen, Harry soared higher and higher. Parker, clinging to his web, ran and swung with all his might, reaching the top of the clock tower. He launched himself into the air, shooting a web toward the glider. But Harry's glider was faster and climbed higher than Parker had expected. The web missed its mark. Harry circled the tower with a wicked grin, while Parker kept leaping, frantically trying to snag the glider with his webs. "Harry, stop. This isn't you. Harry, you're not like this. Let her go." After repeated failed attempts to save Gwen, Parker tried again to plead with Harry. At his words, Harry stopped circling and hovered in midair, looking down at Parker. Gwen called out to Harry as well, "Harry," but she managed only one word before Harry cut her off. "Harry is dead," he roared, his fury with Parker now spilling over onto Gwen. "Harry, this is between you and me. If you want to fight, come after me. Let her go." Parker shouted up at Harry from below. He was at the end of his patience. No matter their grievances, Gwen should never have been dragged into this. George had warned him of this before he died. Harry glanced down at Parker with a cold smile. "Okay," he said lightly. Then, he let go, allowing Gwen to plunge into the darkness below. "No!" Parker let out a shout and instantly leaped up to catch Gwen, smashing through the glass at the top and tumbling into the clock tower. In midair, Parker twisted his body so he landed beneath Gwen, taking the brunt of the impact for her. The shock left Gwen gasping for breath, and Parker looked at her with concern. "Are you all right?" he asked. She shook her head and replied, "I'm fine." But just as the words left her mouth, a pumpkin bomb landed beside them. Parker immediately turned, shielding Gwen with his body. He took the explosion on his back, and as the blast echoed, the iron bridge above them snapped and collapsed. Gwen tumbled down, but Parker quickly reached out and grabbed her. "I've got you. Gwen, I'll set you down right there," he called out, letting go with one hand and firing a web that stuck to Gwen's palm, carefully placing her onto the gears below. Toby Spider watched as Parker set Gwen down and felt a growing sense of dread. He mulled over the words the narrator by the celestial screen had spoken. He said, "I don't like using webs to save people, that I prefer holding them because it's safer. And it really is safer, isn't it? I saved my Gwen." He said, "I perfectly demonstrated how to save someone and told a certain someone to take notes." Oh no, could it be? Peter Parker and Gwen, separated by life and death. The realization hit Toby Spider like a bolt of lightning, and his eyes widened as he stared at the celestial screen. "What's wrong, Peter? Did something happen?" the original Gwen asked, puzzled. "Oh, damn it. He saved so many people with his webs. Didn't he realize it?" Toby Spider recalled the first time Garfield Spider used his webs to save someone. It was the construction worker's son who had helped him with the crane. Afterwards, he kept saving people with webs, even once throwing Gwen out the window and catching her with a web line. He'd become so reliant on his webs, he'd forgotten their flaw. Noticing the storm of emotions flickering across Toby Spider's face, the original Gwen grew confused. Toby Spider immediately shared his suspicions with her. She gasped, covering her mouth in shock, then thought back carefully and realized Toby Spider was right. They just always overlooked it. She continued, separated by life and death. "If it weren't for Venom, would I have died by Eddie's gun too? It's only because the celestial screen deliberately arranged Venom to possess me that my fate was changed. Yeah, that's right. Venom is under my control. Although I'm making it cling to your clothes now, it's not the same as when it latched onto you without my consent at first. My other self, damn, I can't warn him. All I can do is hope their universe, like ours, gets a chance to see this in advance and avoid tragedy." Toby Spider let out a heavy sigh. The first one quietly wrapped her arms around Toby Spider's, her eyes fixed on the sky above, worry clouding her face. Tony and Nick Fury noticed it too. Although Tony only realized after Banner gave him a nudge, his expression turned grim, even though deep down he had already expected this outcome. But as the moment truly approached, Tony's mood soured. He could only hope his suspicions were wrong, much like when they guessed Harry was dead, only for him to turn up alive. What surprised him even more was that the feud between the original Harry and Toby Spider, that brotherly conflict, had carried over to the next generation as well. Now, Harry actually wanted to kill Gwen. George's face was set like stone. He remembered this too, though he said nothing. Perhaps that's why the sky had granted Gwen the powers of Spider-Man, to help her avoid this tragic fate. Uncle Ben let out a long, weary sigh. No one had imagined that not only had Harry survived, but he was now targeting Gwen to take revenge on Parker. Luckily, they knew the Real. Harry would never hurt Gwen, so their worries were eased. Harry, meanwhile, glanced at Parker and Gwen with genuine remorse. He never thought he'd be capable of such things. Parker tightened his grip on Gwen's small hand. He was certain he could save her and defeat Harry, just as Toby Spider had once bested the original Harry. Gwen, though a touch anxious, didn't know what would happen next, but she had faith Parker would protect her. After setting Gwen down, Parker flipped backward to dodge Harry's sudden attack. In a flash, he shot a strand of web, anchoring it to both walls and stretching it across Harry's path. Fortunately, Harry's glider had just finished a turn and wasn't moving at full speed, so he wasn't tripped up and sent crashing down. Seeing this, Parker immediately somersaulted forward to the opposite side. While mid-air, he fired another web, latching onto the railing to block off the walkway. His plan was to use these webs to make the clock tower's already cramped space even tighter. Without pausing, he sprang back to his original spot with an acrobatic handstand flip. The very next moment, Harry was upon him, hot on Parker's heels. Landing lightly on the railing, Parker sprinted along the wall in long strides. Just as Harry was about to collide with him, Parker leapt away, sending out another web. He caught hold of a web he'd anchored earlier and spun around, and on the screen, several strands could be seen crisscrossing the inside of the clock tower from different angles. Then, he jumped back onto the walkway. Below them, Gwen carefully got to her feet and made her way towards the center of the spinning gears, searching for a safer spot. At some point, Parker had already leapt high into the air. He fired a web, swung back, and with a powerful kick, struck Harry. Locking his legs around Harry's waist, Harry's glider was thrown off balance and began spinning in place. Parker, right behind him, locked one arm tightly around Harry's neck, while his other fist landed two hard blows to Harry's head. Then Parker shot out a web, yanked it taut, and wrapped it around Harry's throat. Realizing he was in trouble, Harry instantly pushed the glider's engine to full throttle and crashed straight into the wall with all his might. The high-speed collision flung Parker off his back, slamming him halfway into the wall. But before Harry could catch his breath, Parker braced himself on the fractured wall and kicked Harry, sending him flying. In a flash, Parker grabbed a web line, spun himself around, and let the force of the swing drive his foot hard into Harry's head. Reeling from the powerful blow, Harry could no longer keep his balance atop the glider. He flew off, crashing against a steel beam, then tumbled heavily onto an iron walkway inside the clock tower. The glider, now out of control and still searching for its master, sped downward. It smashed through the two giant gears directly beneath, right where Gwen was standing, shattering them to pieces. Gwen plummeted with the debris, but Parker dove after her, firing a web to catch her just in time. Parker desperately pulled at the web, trying to haul Gwen to safety. But suddenly, Harry burst back into the fray, seizing Parker by the throat. Parker clung to the web, unwilling to let go, but Harry slammed him viciously against the gears and pinned him down. Spotting the web line in Parker's grasp, Harry stomped down hard on his wrist. Parker lost his grip and tumbled, causing Gwen to slide further down. One of the spinning gears dragged the web to the other side, but, luckily, an iron rod jammed the gear, halting its movement. Harry freed one hand and pulled out a custom-made weapon, intent on killing Parker. But Parker dodged, trapped Harry's arm, and immobilized it. With one hand, Parker seized Harry's face and, using his legs, pinned Harry's arm, making it impossible for Harry to strike. Harry clawed desperately at Parker's fingers, prying his hand away. Parker suddenly jerked forward, knocking Harry's grip loose, and delivered a sharp punch to Harry's face. Furious, Harry bared his teeth and lunged at Parker. But Parker immediately shot a web, binding Harry's left hand to the nearby gear. Harry retaliated, clamping his right hand around Parker's throat. Parker knew he couldn't last much longer. Then he spotted the gear above Harry's head and shot a web at it. He swiftly looped the web twice around Harry's neck. As the gear spun, the web tightened, choking Harry. At last, Parker had a moment to look down below. Just then, the iron rod wedged in the gear began to buckle under the strain. The gear shifted another notch. The rod bent, warped, and finally snapped, falling into the abyss, a grim omen, as if foreshadowing Gwen's fate. Parker heard the gears about to turn again, instantly turned around, and wedged his foot between the teeth, stopping them in their tracks. The webbing was just a hair's breadth from being severed. Oh no, this can't be happening. Toby Spider watched anxiously, worry growing in his heart. First-generation Gwen pressed tightly to his side, her nerves stretched to the breaking point as she watched. She'll be all right. She has to be. Peter Parker will save her. I know it, she murmured under her breath. Hearing this, Toby Spider gave her hand a reassuring pat, signaling her not to worry too much. There was still hope. Jarvis, if Gwen falls, can Peter Parker save her? Run the numbers. Tony squinted as he asked his AI. Sir, based on the estimated height, if second-generation Peter Parker moves fast enough, he can catch her before she hits the ground, but he'll need to accelerate quickly enough to reach her in time. It's just like when the first Peter Parker saved the original Gwen. He used falling debris to gain speed so he could catch up with her and grab her midair. What if he doesn't have enough acceleration? Tony frowned at Jarvis's reply. In that case, he could try to save her with his web, but the fall might be too long, and Gwen's neck could be broken by the sudden stop. If the webbing is elastic enough, it might cushion the impact and prevent injury, but there's also a chance she could still hit the ground. Damn it, Tony cursed, frustration in his voice. Beside him, Banner's brow was deeply furrowed. The outlook for Gwen was grim. All they could do was pray for a miracle. Parker kept the gear jammed with his foot, locked in a stalemate with Harry. The gears and the giant clock hands outside trembled and shuddered. Gwen looked up at Parker and shouted, "Peter!" Just then, a spray of sparks burst from the heart of one of the gears, and it shifted abruptly. Parker's foot slipped. He could no longer hold it back. In an instant, the web snapped. Gwen felt the sudden release in her hand, barely had time to gasp, and then she was falling, plunging downward as the clock's hands outside spun wildly. The web wrapped around Harry's neck ripped out a slew of gears as well, sending fragments crashing down. Parker landed a swift kick to Harry, knocking him unconscious against the wall. Parker wheeled around, eyes locked on the plummeting Gwen, and launched himself after her with a powerful leap. Her reflection shone in the lenses of his mask. His spider sense was sharper than ever, letting him see every nuance of Gwen's expression as she fell. Gwen's eyes were wide, fixed on Parker above. Parker's instincts took over. He fired a web from his shooter, the strand unfurling like an outstretched hand, threading its way precisely through the maze of obstacles between them. Gwen was falling faster and faster, tears shimmering in her eyes. She already knew her fate. At this speed, even if she used her webs, she wouldn't survive. Quietly, she closed her eyes, and all the moments she had shared with Peter Parker seemed to flash before her mind's eye one by one. Suddenly, Peter's web stuck to her clothes. He grabbed onto an iron railing with all his might, and the web snapped taut in an instant. Its perfect elasticity prevented Gwen's spine from being snapped immediately. But the force was not enough to save her. Gwen continued to plummet, her neck breaking from the abrupt stop, and then she struck the ground with a sickening thud. In the end, the rebound of the web left Gwen's lifeless body hanging about a meter above the ground. Shards of debris rained down around her, scattering at her side. Outside, the clock froze at 1:21 a.m. The running time had reached exactly 2 hours and 1 minute. That's 121 minutes. Gwen's death at 1:21. Peter stared anxiously at Gwen's unmoving form below. He hurriedly anchored his web to the railing and dropped down. Rushing to her side, disbelief etched on his face, he pulled off his mask and gathered her body in his arms. Hey, Gwen! Peter tore away the webbing from her clothes, cradling her as he half knelt on the floor, calling her name again and again, but Gwen's eyes never opened. Gwen? Peter's voice broke with tears, and he hugged her tightly. Breathe, Gwen. Realizing Gwen had stopped breathing, Peter pressed his hand to her cheek, desperately calling her name as his eyes filled with tears. You're going to be okay, Gwen. But when he saw blood trickling from her nose, grief overwhelmed him, and he broke down sobbing. Hold on. Please hold on. He couldn't bear the thought of losing the person he loved most. But no matter how he pleaded, Gwen showed no sign of coming back to life. Gwen, no, please. I'm begging you. Please. How he wished this was only a nightmare, or that Gwen would suddenly gasp and come back to him in the next moment. But it didn't happen. The brutal, bloody reality was right before his eyes. Peter's face flushed red from anguish and sorrow. He bowed his head, sobbing, pressing his face against Gwen's. I can't live without you. As the camera slowly pulled away, only the lifeless body of Gwen and the heartbroken, weeping Peter remained. That night, the clock outside the tower stood still at 1:21. Damn it, Tony shouted, sending his glass flying off the table. Just as Jarvis had analyzed, Gwen was dead. Whether it was a broken neck or her head slamming against the ground, she was gone. Banner quietly drained his glass in one go, then closed his eyes in silence, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. For the second generation, Peter Parker had just lost the woman he loved most. Nick Fury let out a faint sigh. Many people had long speculated that Gwen might die, but when the moment actually arrived, no one could avoid a wave of sorrow. Oh, I'm sorry. Peter, I'm so sorry. Harry covered his face with his hands, feeling too ashamed to face Parker. Parker closed his eyes again, wordless. Only at this moment did he realize that the figure the narrator by the Sky Dome had told him to learn from was, in fact, himself. Gwen rested gently against his shoulder. Oh, Peter, it's all right. I'm still here by your side, and I won't ever leave you. Parker took a deep breath. He now understood his mistake, for he truly enjoyed using his webs, whether it was catching thieves or swinging through the city. The webs were fast and convenient, but he had overlooked the dangers they might pose. It wasn't until the Sky Dome delivered a harsh wake-up call that he realized his over-reliance on webs had cost Gwen her life. If only he had thought about this sooner. If, like Toby Spider-Man, he'd used something else to gain speed, maybe he could have caught up with Gwen in time, just as Toby Spider-Man had once saved his own first Gwen. Fortunately, nothing on the Sky Dome had truly happened. Gwen was still sitting safely at his side. Yet every time Parker thought about losing her, a suffocating panic gripped his heart. When Helen and her children saw Gwen's death, they all cried out in shock. Helen couldn't help but stand up, while George let out a deep sigh. The very scene he dreaded most had finally come to pass. Thankfully, the Sky Dome had foreseen this and sent Gwen a gift, allowing her to become Spider-Man herself, and thus handle most of the troubles that came her way. Toby Spider-Man clenched his fists, burning with rage and not knowing where to vent it. All he could do was slam his fist into a wall, shattering it into pieces. Peter, the first Gwen looked at Toby Spider-Man with concern. She had never seen him so angry before. She knew he was angry at the other version of himself for relying too much on his webs, and angry at himself for realizing the danger, yet being powerless to change a thing. I'm fine, Gwen. I'm all right. After smashing the wall, Toby Spider-Man took a few deep breaths to compose himself, then looked at her as he spoke. He must be hurting more than anyone right now. The first one glanced at Garfield Spider-Man as she spoke. Yeah, I know. Toby Spider-Man nodded, fully aware of this, though it didn't stop him from being angry at Garfield Spider-Man. All around the world, people lamented Gwen's death. Countless citizens were left wondering, was Gwen Stacy truly gone? Could it be that, just like with Harry, everyone thought he was dead, but in the end, he survived? Because of the delay in news reports, many people had no idea what had happened to Parker and Gwen. Most journalists in New York didn't dare to follow or report on their situation. After all, the mayor of New York had publicly declared that anyone who caused trouble for Spider-Man or his family in the name of reporting would be severely punished. So stories about Spider-Man's private life became rare. Reports now focused more on his crime-fighting exploits, and New York's crime rate had been steadily declining. Still, with so many citizens curious about Gwen and Peter Parker's situation, the mayor decided to hold a press conference to announce the Spider Couple story to the world. He planned to shape Parker and Gwen into the Guardians of New York, hoping to attract more companies and wealthy investors to the city. This, he believed, would lay the foundation for his own future career ambitions, perhaps even paving the way for a promotion. At Gwen's funeral, surrounded by a sea of police officers, Helen Stacy and her 3 sons stood weeping, while Parker and Aunt May watched quietly from the side. As time passed and the crowd slowly dispersed, Aunt May gently touched Parker's arm with concern. Parker leaned over and kissed her forehead. Understanding that Parker needed some time alone, Aunt May quietly left. Parker stood before Gwen's gravestone, hollow and lost, memories of their close and loving days swirling in his mind. His chest heaved with heavy breaths, betraying the storm of emotions within him. From that day forward, Parker visited Gwen's grave every single day, silently remembering her. No matter the season, rain or shine, he would come to her side and keep her company. As Parker's grief deepened, Spider-Man vanished from the streets of New York. He no longer appeared. For each time he put on the suit, regret would consume him. Why hadn't he managed to save her? Night after night, he tormented himself, wondering how he could have saved Gwen. He swore to himself that he would never make such a mistake again. Peter Parker, I can't even imagine how heartbroken he must be, Pepper said, her eyes red as she watched Parker standing silently by Gwen's grave, day after day. Even just picturing herself in his place was almost too much to bear. Ah, fate really does play cruel tricks, Tony sighed, feeling a pang of sadness for such a devoted soul. But at the same time, he was furious with Harry. It was between Spider-Man and him, but somehow Gwen ended up caught in the middle. After leaving Max's house, Gwen, Parker, and Harry went their separate ways. Gwen and Parker found a quiet place to sit together, wrapped in their own world. Gazing up at the night sky, Gwen saw the sorrow etched on Parker's face and hugged him tightly around the waist. Parker held her close as well, the two of them embracing each other. We'll never be apart. I won't die, Peter. I'll stay by your side for the rest of my life. Gwen lifted her head and gazed at Parker, her eyes brimming with affection as she spoke. Yeah, we'll never have to endure the pain of separation or loss. We'll always be together, Parker replied, and then he leaned in and kissed Gwen. Bathed in moonlight, the two of them sat atop the highest skyscraper, looking down at the sea of lights shimmering across New York City below, a scene of breathtaking beauty. Poor Peter, Otto sighed softly. Rose, seated beside him, couldn't hold back her tears. Seeing how upset she was, Otto handed her a tissue. Thankfully, our Gwen has the symbiote to protect her, or else she might have ended up like the other Gwen, Otto said with a hint of relief. The Eddie incident had shocked the entire world. The mayor of New York had personally come to check on Gwen and Harry. And then there was Marco. Recently discharged from the hospital, rumor had it, according to Toby Spider, that he'd become Harry's full-time driver, earning his complete trust, and had even joined them for dinner. Looking back, it was almost laughable, Spider-Man sharing a cheerful meal with several of his former adversaries. With Venom at the table, it could be said that, aside from the Green Goblin, nearly every major villain was present. Thinking of this, Otto made up his mind to invite Toby Spider and Harry for another gathering. Ever since the Dr. Octopus incident, Otto's relationship with Toby Spider had become exceptionally close. Parker would often stop by to ask for advice, sometimes bringing Gwen along. Otto shared all his knowledge with them, holding nothing back. Dr. Connors and others were just as willing to answer Toby Spider's questions. Thanks to their mentorship, Toby Spider's knowledge had grown by leaps and bounds, and the original Gwen had picked up all sorts of insights never taught in textbooks. Otto shared his idea with Rose, who immediately agreed. She began planning what dishes to prepare for Parker and the others the following day. Otto started making calls to invite everyone, and Toby Spider and his friends gladly accepted, promising to arrive on time. At the Ravencroft Institute, a figure dressed in black from head to toe, his hat pulled low, followed a staff member deep into the building. With a hiss of steel, the heavy doors swung open, revealing Harry Osborn inside, confined. Leave us, the gentleman instructed, and the staff member quietly obeyed, closing the door behind him. Harry looked at his reflection in the mirror and said, "At last, you're making progress." The scars on his face had nearly faded, as if the after effects of the spider venom were finally subsiding. Gustav Fiers remained shrouded in shadow, his face hidden in darkness. "I've selected a few promising candidates. Now that Spider-Man is gone, this city is bound to change," he said quietly. "That's exactly what I'm hoping for," Harry replied, raising an eyebrow. "Speaking of progress, you look much better," he said, studying Harry's face. "It comes and goes." "Go on," Harry replied noncommittally. "How many have you chosen?" Fiers asked. "I don't want too many. Everything you need is right here at Oscorp," Harry replied with a sly grin, granting Fiers access to Oscorp's resources. "Who's the first volunteer?" Harry inquired. "Alexei Sitsevic. Serving a life sentence, he's still behind bars. He's the most eager to join." Pleased by the gentleman's answer, Harry said, "Good. Start with him." The gentleman, having gotten the access he desired, headed straight for Oscorp. "Access granted." "Welcome, Mr. Fiers," the computer AI intoned as he entered, finally giving a hint as to Gustav Fiers' true identity. Gustav Fiers stepped into Oscorp's Special Projects room, the very place where the spider venom had once been kept. As he walked past the rooms, on either side revealed all manner of stored items. Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms, the vulture's wings, a suit of rhino armor, and much more. "Phew." Dr. Connors frowned in thought. The name rang a bell. After a moment's reflection, it came back to him. Immediately, he phoned Parker to share what he knew about Gustav Fiers. Harry, too, realized who this man was. He and Fiers had met before, though until now, Harry hadn't known his real identity. Gustav Fiers, sensing he'd likely been recognized, let his expression harden. A single word, Fiers, carried too much information. Even if others were in the dark, Harry surely knew exactly who he was. Gustav knew he had to move quickly. As long as there wasn't solid proof, even if Peter Parker was Spider-Man, there'd be nothing he could do. Parker first received a call from Connors, then another from Harry. To Harry, Fiers was nothing compared to his bond with Parker. After all, he and Fiers had only met once or twice, and hardly knew each other. So Harry revealed everything he knew to Parker. Yet, thanks to the interference of the mysterious force known as the Sky Curtain, Gustav Fiers hadn't become as unhinged as he did in the original story. So for the time being, not many people knew his identity. But it was only a matter of time. Now that he'd slipped up, it would be hard to escape the relentless investigation of Spider-Man's devoted fans. After all, there weren't many people fitting the profile it would take. Only a few days for his identity to be exposed. Meanwhile, George had begun using his own position to pull records on every Fiers in New York. At the same time, the FBI sprang into action. Although McCann admitted that he had hired Rajat Ratta as a hitman, the head of the FBI's New York office refused to believe that McCann alone could have obtained details of their secret operation and orchestrated the assassination. Rajat Ratta's death had brought immense pressure upon them. If he hadn't been in the same camp as the president and had someone to protect him, he would have been ousted on the spot. He'd never have kept his position as director. So they turned their attention to the mysterious figure known as Fells. Previously, there had been no clues, making investigation difficult. But now, things have become much simpler. Unlike the regular police, the FBI didn't let evidence slow them down. Agents from a New York field office were dispatched straight to Fell's company to make an arrest, but their efforts came up empty. The FBI immediately ramped up control over everyone entering and leaving New York, vowing to hunt down the mastermind behind the scenes. On television, a reporter announced, Russian criminal Alexei Sissyevich, with the help of a group of unidentified individuals, recently escaped from a secret prison known as the Vault. A young boy watched the broadcast, his eyes fixed on the large portrait of Alexei displayed on screen. That boy was none other than George, the one who had once been bullied. Since Spider-Man vanished 5 months ago, crime rates have soared. This case is yet another example. The disappearance of Spider-Man has left a perilous void in this city. As the host spoke about Spider-Man's absence, young George's spirits sank. He wandered over to the window, leaning out in the hope of catching a glimpse of Spider-Man swinging through the city. But there was nothing. He turned back to look at a small wind turbine by the window, a project Spider-Man had once helped him with. Believe it or not, even the NYPD has joined the chorus of concerned citizens. Everyone is asking the same question. Where has Spider-Man gone? As the TV played in the background, Aunt May packed away Uncle Ben's belongings, glancing over at Parker. Parker reached out and switched off the television. Months had passed, but his mood remained heavy and somber. It's such a shame about Spider-Man. For him to just disappear like that. What a loss. It really does seem like people need him now more than ever, Aunt May said, placing Uncle Ben's keepsakes into a box and turning to face Parker. Parker didn't want to hear any more about Spider-Man. Every time he thought of that night, it felt like a knife twisting in his heart. He picked up his bowl and stood to leave. Aunt May quickly called after him. "Where are you going?" "To eat some cereal," Parker replied quietly, his voice flat. "Peter, where are you really going?" Aunt May could see he was still lost in the sorrow and emptiness left by Gwen's death, and her eyes filled with worry as she watched him. Parker paused, standing silent for a long moment before turning to face Aunt May. "I don't know." She gave a small, bittersweet smile. "It's funny. I've been trying to tidy up, to put things in order, packing up some of Ben's things into these boxes." Aunt May turned around, picked up the box, and offered Parker a warm, encouraging smile. "That's exactly what makes it so interesting. The heavier the box feels, the lighter I become inside." But it was clear Parker still didn't quite understand her meaning. So he asked, "Are you going to throw those things away?" "No. Good heavens, of course not. I could never do that. These are part of my life." Aunt May's eyes shimmered with emotion as she looked at Parker. "I've just found a better place for them." Her gaze, tinged with tears, gently urged Parker to look ahead, reminding him that dwelling in the past, no matter how precious, would never bring it back. "I'll take one last look, then put everything where it truly belongs." Parker watched Aunt May thoughtfully, turning her words over in his mind. Has it really been 5 months? He doesn't seem to have moved on at all. "I hope Aunt May can help guide him," thought the original Uncle Ben, letting out a quiet sigh. "Poor Peter. I honestly can't imagine what that kind of pain must feel like." Aunt May from the first generation quietly wiped her tears, gazing at Garfield's Spider-Man, as if seeing her own Tobey's Spider-Man in him. Tobey's Spider-Man nestled close to his Gwen, murmuring, "I'm so glad you're here with me. I can't bear to imagine what it would be like to lose you." "I'll never leave you, Peter. I have Venom protecting me. Nothing's going to happen," Gwen replied with a gentle smile. As she spoke, Venom leapt from her clothes, landing playfully on both their shoulders. Tobey's Spider-Man glanced at Venom, who was waving his limbs about and blocking his view of Gwen. Sensing Tobey's slight annoyance, Venom quickly shrank back into Gwen's clothing. Back in his room, Parker picked up a photo of Gwen. Beneath it, he noticed a flash drive and picked it up, realizing it contained a recording of Gwen's graduation ceremony. He plugged it into his laptop and began watching Gwen's speech from that special day. He remembered how Gwen had invited him to dinner that night, hoping to share her graduation speech with him in person, but he had been too preoccupied with Captain Stacy's final words to join her that had led to their breakup, and he'd never had the chance to hear Gwen share her thoughts about that day, until now. On a beautiful day like this, it's so easy to feel hopeful, but there will be dark days in life, days when you'll feel utterly alone. And that's when hope is needed the most. Gwen's voice echoed from the screen. Parker stared quietly at Gwen's face on the monitor, memories flooding back as if everything had happened just yesterday. "No matter how deeply hope is buried, no matter how lost you may feel, I need you to promise me. Never give up hope. Keep going. We have to be stronger than anything we face. My wish for all of you is that you become a source of hope for others. People need hope, even when everything seems lost. What could possibly keep a person going better than hope?" As Parker listened to Gwen's speech, he closed his eyes, letting her words of encouragement wash over him. It felt as if she were speaking to him directly, lifting his spirits, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He began to gather Gwen's belongings, placing them gently into a box, just as Aunt May once did. He included a family photo of Richard Parker and his wife, his briefcase, and other mementos. Finally, he placed a cherished photo of himself with Gwen, one capturing their closeness, on the table. "Today, we gather here together. We stand with those who have touched our lives. I know this sounds like a farewell, but we will carry each other's hopes as we step into the next chapter of our lives. These memories remind us of who we are and of who we want to become. The 4 years I've spent with all of you have been unforgettable. I'll miss you all so much." Parker opened his closet and gazed at the Spider-Man suit that had lain dormant for so long. Slowly, he stepped forward. "That was beautiful, Gwen. No matter how many times I watch it, it's wonderful, really." George looked at Gwen with deep satisfaction. He'd already seen the graduation ceremony replay, but Parker was watching it at his lowest moment. Gwen's words gave him the strength to go on. This time, it felt completely different. His state of mind had changed, and so did the meaning he found in her speech. It was as if fate had arranged it. Though Gwen was gone, Parker would still carry her hope and move forward. Just as the narrator by the dome once mentioned the ghost spider, who bore Peter Parker's hope after his death. "Dad!" Gwen's eyes met George's, and she shyly lowered her head as Parker squeezed her hand tightly. George looked at Parker in silence. The exchange between the two men was simple. A single look from Parker was enough to convey his unwavering promise to protect Gwen. Out on the bustling street, New Yorkers were enjoying their meals and reading newspapers when, suddenly, someone dashed past in a panic, catching everyone's attention. Heads turned as people tried to see what was happening, even the employees inside the store craning their necks to get a look. From the bank, a massive armored suit lumbered out, smashing a gaping hole through the reinforced concrete wall, with a trail of green dollar bills scattering behind it. Parker sat on his bed, quietly holding the Spider-Man mask in his hands, lost in memories of Uncle Ben and Gwen. Gradually, his gaze hardened with resolve. Elsewhere in the city, Alexei casually hurled a car onto the sidewalk, sending pedestrians fleeing in terror. Clad in the enormous rhino armor, he stomped down the street, each step cracking the pavement, with crowds of people scrambling desperately to escape ahead of him. The NYPD officers were doing their best to evacuate citizens from the danger zone. "Let's go. Hurry up." Countless vehicles were overturned, scattered across the ground. Alexei rampaged through the city, crashing through anything in his path. The police opened fire on him, but their bullets couldn't even scratch his armored suit. In contrast, Alexei unleashed a barrage of gunfire from the rhino suit's machine guns, sweeping the area ahead and mercilessly riddling police cars with bullets. The officers had no choice but to hit the ground, scrambling for cover as gunfire tore through their vehicles. Soon, the police cars began to burn, unable to withstand the relentless assault. A helicopter hovered above the chaos, its blades thundering over the scene as the news anchor reported, "I'm at the intersection of Park Avenue and 56th Street. The situation here is absolute mayhem. Someone is rampaging through the city in what appears to be some kind of weaponized armor. We are witnessing a terrifying attack in downtown." The shootout between the police and the criminal drew a crowd of curious onlookers. Among them stood a young boy named George with his mother. Eyes wide with anticipation, George searched the scene, hoping Spider-Man would appear to stop the rampage. Alexei Sitsovic pulled back the helmet concealing his face and, facing the police, burst into boisterous laughter. "I am the Rhino. Didn't I tell you? I said I'd be back." Elsewhere, Alexei Sitsovic hid in a small Mexican town, his expression sour as a group of Spider-Man fans gathered around him. Inwardly, he cursed the news networks for exposing him yet again. Ever since his plot to steal plutonium was revealed, he'd been fleeing the American authorities and had escaped to Mexico, though his two accomplices weren't so lucky and had been captured. Alexei hadn't expected that. Barely settled in Mexico, he'd be splashed across the headlines once more. "So you're the Rhino," jeered a tall, burly black Mexican at the front of the crowd, eyeing Alexei and then glancing up at the news feed. The comment drew laughter from the others. Surrounded by these imposing men, Alexei let out a furious roar and hurled himself into the fight. Back in the city, the police weren't about to let Alexei's moment of distraction slip by. They sprang to their feet and opened fire once more. Alexei immediately snapped his helmet back into place. He was eager to show off, not to get himself killed. The suit's firepower suppressed the officers, pinning them down so effectively they had no chance to fight back. In the midst of this chaos, young George crouched down and squeezed through a gap beneath the barricade. His mother saw what he was doing and shouted in panic, "George! No! No!" In her desperation, she tried to climb over the barricade, but a police officer stopped her. Another officer took off after George, running toward the no-man's land between the police and Alexei. The lead officer spotted the boy and immediately shouted to his team, "Cease fire! Everyone, hold your fire!" The little boy dashed into the middle of the street. Everyone else noticed his sudden appearance as well, and the commanding officer on scene immediately shouted, "Second unit, stand down, stand down. There's a civilian in the line of fire." Alexei Sitsovic also saw the boy. He ceased his attack and lifted his head to look at the child. The boy was dressed in an imitation Spider-Man suit, clutching a makeshift Spider-Man mask in his hand. A police officer tried to rush forward and pull him back. "Kid, you have to," but the moment the officer showed himself, Alexei's gunfire forced him to duck down again. Alexei swept another round of shots in the direction of the police. "Watch closely, New York. Spider-Man is back." Alexei looked at the boy and then joked to the people around. "Let him go. That's my son. Please." The boy's mother was on the verge of collapse, and two officers held her back, preventing her from doing anything reckless. Though a bit frightened, the boy mustered up his courage and pulled the mask over his head. Alexei, watching his actions, nodded approvingly. "Brave kid, aren't you? Did Alexei scare you, little one?" The boy said nothing, simply standing there, fists clenched, staring at him. Alexei, in his rhino suit, took one heavy step after another toward the boy. Just then, the onlookers seemed to notice something. One by one, they looked up, eyes wide. Even the police officers' faces lit up with surprise. The boy's gaze drifted upward as well, his ears catching the faint, familiar sound of web shooters in action. Far off, Alexei's smug grin vanished. He stood frozen, eyes fixed on the unexpected visitor behind the boy. "Hey, Spider-Man." Hearing the voice, the boy spun around and found Parker standing right behind him. Surprised and overjoyed, he lifted his mask to meet Parker's eyes. "I knew you'd come back." At the sight of his hero, the boy's face lit up with pure delight. "That's right, and thank you for stepping up for me. You're the bravest kid I've ever met. I'll take care of this mess. Now go find your mom, okay?" Parker crouched down, bumped fists with the boy, and said, "All right, get out of here. Go, go." He gave the boy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The boy immediately ran back to his mother. An officer quickly scooped him up and carried him to her side. His mother, still shaken, hugged him tightly and looked gratefully at Parker. All around, people began to cheer and applaud Spider-Man's return, their voices rising in a chorus of celebration. Parker leapt onto a police car, and an officer handed him a loudspeaker. "You want to duel with me? Is that it? You want to fight me now?" Alexei glared at Spider-Man from a distance, old grudges and new fury mingling in his voice as he taunted his nemesis. Parker stood atop the car, megaphone in hand, and called out to Alexei. "On behalf of the good citizens of New York City and the true rhinos of Earth, I now demand that you raise your claws and surrender." "Never. I'll crush you. I'll kill you. I'll destroy you." Alexei roared in fury at Parker's words, slamming the ground fiercely with his rhino armor. Parker bantered, "So, you want me to come down there just so you can kill me?" "Yes." Alexei immediately waved his hand and shouted back in response, "I'm on my way." Ah, nothing beats the feeling of coming home. Parker muttered to himself as he tossed the megaphone back to the officers behind him. Knowing he couldn't afford to be careless against Spider-Man, Alexei fully armored himself, even securing the rhino's horn atop his helmet, which he hadn't attached before. He began charging at Parker in great strides, just like a real rhino, launching several missiles from his shoulder as he advanced. Parker flipped forward, hands to the ground, and in a swift motion grabbed a manhole cover, using it to deflect the missiles with a thunderous explosion. He emerged unscathed, leaping into the air. While airborne, he used his webs to swing the manhole cover, batting away the remaining missiles, then hurled it straight at Alexei. As the scene froze on the sky screen, Tony frowned and asked, "Is that where it ends? Nothing more? What happened to Alexei?" Rhodey spread his hands in a gesture that said, "Don't look at me. I have no idea." Seeing that the sky screen offered no further answers, Tony had to quell his impatience and wait. Little did he know that this was where the story of the Amazing Spider-Man would come to an abrupt end. Tony replayed Alexei's rhino armor, as well as the equipment in those special project rooms belonging to Felicia. Then he noticed something peculiarly familiar. "Banner, look at this. Isn't that Dr. Octavius' mechanical tentacle? And check out those wings next to it." Tony called Banner over, and Rhodey joined in as well. After a glance, Dr. Banner nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, those are the devices Otto used before. I wonder if their universe has an Otto too." "Maybe," Tony replied. "But that sounds like a headache for that second-generation Peter Parker to deal with." He then pulled apart the holographic simulation of the rhino armor, inspecting it piece by piece. "Honestly, nothing special. It's about on par with the first Ironmonger suit I built." "Hey, not everyone can be like you, Tony." Banner couldn't help but quip when Tony started to get snarky. Tony, ever the narcissist, instantly replied, "Yeah, not everyone is me, the great savior, Tony Stark." Rhodey rolled his eyes. Here we go again. Meanwhile, after a fierce struggle, Alexei finally ended up being tossed by the burly Mexicans at the entrance of the local police station. As soon as the Mexican government received word, they immediately prepared to deport him back to the United States. Little George's mother gave him a stern scolding, warning him never to do anything so dangerous again, or he'd have a taste of the family discipline. With the conclusion of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Peter Parker, who had been keeping a low profile, finally sprang into action, setting out to track down Gustav Fiers, the mastermind lurking in the shadows. Although the company was still in turmoil, Harry chose to help Parker investigate the possible secret bases of the gentleman and used Oscorp's AI to search for connections between Fiers and Macon. After Gustav Fiers' partial exposure on the big screen, Macon lost his last shred of hope. He had been counting on Fiers to rescue him, since they were still partners, after all. Yet now, with the gentleman himself in dire straits, Macon realized all was lost. He quickly turned on his former ally, spilling everything he knew to the FBI in exchange for better treatment. At the same time, he hoped this would spare him from physical suffering, because the FBI agents, frustrated after days without capturing the gentleman, were growing increasingly impatient. The public was intensely curious about Fiers, demanding his swift capture and arrest. As long as such a dangerous schemer remained at large, everyone felt on edge. Under mounting public pressure, making sense that if he kept silent any longer, the FBI might resort to harsher methods. Normally, someone of Macon's status would be immune to such things, but the FBI's grudge over the Rudget Ratha affair meant all bets were off. Were it not for concerns about public opinion and fears of being accused of extracting confessions through coercion, Macon probably wouldn't have survived this long. With Macon's confession, the gentleman's identity was fully exposed. When the FBI announced the news through George, Oscorp immediately came under siege. Since fears had vanished without a trace, the police listed him as a fugitive evading justice and discovered numerous illegal experiments and research projects within the company. In an instant, the entire situation at Oscorp spiraled out of control. The company's stock plummeted day after day, and the employees were living in constant fear, as FBI agents would frequently come to take staff away for questioning. At the same time, Alexei Sitsovic was deported from Mexico to the United States, where the FBI took custody of him and transferred him directly to another secret prison for detention. Because of concerns about his dangerous nature, the prison holding him was not far from New York. This way, even if he managed to escape again, the spider couple could quickly capture him. At the same time, many citizens were worried that the terrifying equipment and weapons inside Oscorp might be seized by ambitious figures like Firths. Harry stepped forward as well, declaring that he would further strengthen security measures for special projects, vowing never to let them fall into the wrong hands. Parker and Gwen also came out to vouch for Harry. Due to the public's trust in Spider-Man, the heated debate in the media gradually died down after more than 2 weeks. Firths, who had been on the run for over 10 days, was finally apprehended in a secret location in New York. Since he had no superpowers of his own, faced with the FBI's guns, he had no choice but to surrender quietly. His ambitions were crushed before they ever took flight. One wonders if he came to regret his greed. After arresting Firths, the mastermind behind the scenes, the director of the FBI's New York branch held a press conference in person. He addressed the silencing of Rudget Ratha and responded to the crimes of the two major culprits, Macon and Firths. Parker, after meeting with Macon, finally learned the full truth about his parents' past. Yet, the dead cannot return. His parents were gone forever. Let Richard Parker and Mary Parker be together now. When all the dust had settled, 3 months had quietly passed. The sky screen opened once more. Hello, everyone. Earlier, we witnessed the stories of the first and second Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Now, let's take a look at the tale of the third Spider-Man. But to understand the third generation, we'll first need to learn about some other key figures. The narrator's voice rang out. Is it jumping straight to the third generation? Is the second generation's story already over? What about the mysterious mastermind? And what happened to Alexei Sitsovic and Harry? Tony frowned, puzzled, his gaze fixed on the sky screen. What's going on? Both Toby Spider and Garfield Spider looked up in confusion as well, hoping for an explanation. Hey, what's the deal? The second generation's story clearly isn't finished. Why are we already seeing the third? And who are these other people we need to know about? Tony shouted at the sky screen. But the screen ignored the crowd's confusion and pressed on. As everyone knows, there's the first-generation Spider Spirit, the second-generation Spider-Man, and as for the third generation, my father, Iron Man. P.S. As usual, distinguishing Toby Spider and Garfield Spider. Unlike the first and second generations, the third Spider-Man's abilities are well-balanced. But compared to the previous two, what truly sets him apart is his talent for scientific research. Thanks to Tony Stark's technological legacy, even if he doesn't fully tap into his own powers, he still possesses formidable combat abilities. He simply knew so many extraordinary people that, when faced with difficulties, he never thought to rely on himself. Instead, he would seek help depending on others so much that he was never able to fully realize his own abilities. Even his spider sense became unreliable. Tony exclaimed, "What? Is this Iron Man the same Iron Man I know?" "Me." He spread his hands in disbelief, staring up at the sky. Nick Fury's eyes widened as he gazed at the screen above. Without hesitation, he chose to call Tony. How could he not have known that Tony had a son? Tony, upon receiving the call, was completely baffled. Did he really have an illegitimate child? Impossible. Although he had been quite the playboy in the past, he was certain he didn't have any unknown children out there. Yet now, Tony began to doubt himself. The Sky Curtain wouldn't make such claims without reason. If it said so, then it must be true. There is no need for anyone to lie about something like this. Pepper, please, let me explain. I honestly had no idea I had a son. Seeing Pepper turning away with a cold expression, Tony hurriedly hung up and dashed after her, trying desperately to explain. But Pepper, suddenly learning that Tony might have a son, Spider-Man, no less, and likely not with her, was absolutely furious. Her anger flared so intensely that she truly became Pepper Potts. Tony held tightly to Pepper's hand, refusing to let her leave the villa. With much pleading, he finally managed to calm her somewhat, preventing her from breaking up with him in a fit of rage. Iron Man? That Tony Stark? The one who, as a mere mortal, stands shoulder to shoulder with gods. For a moment, all those watching the sky screen were in utter disbelief. Judging by the first two Spider-Men, the third should also be named Peter Parker. So why was his father Tony Stark? That made no sense. Why didn't he have a Stark surname? Was he adopted, perhaps? Meanwhile, in the main MCU universe, Aunt May's expression changed. She knew very well that her young nephew was likely destined to become Spider-Man in the future, but he was only 10 years old now, still several years away from the age shown in the sky screen. Now that the sky screen had suddenly exposed him, how could she possibly protect young Peter Parker? Moreover, she couldn't understand why the third Spider-Man's father would be Iron Man. She was certain Peter Parker was not Tony Stark's biological son. As a former agent, Aunt May knew all about Tony Stark's exploits. Could it be that, in the future, she would somehow catch Tony Stark's eye? That made no sense. Would she really end up winning his affection? Would he adopt Peter Parker, or perhaps become his godfather? For a moment, Aunt May's thoughts were in turmoil, her mind a tangled mess. Tony Stark and young Peter Parker were destined to cross paths from early on. Their first encounter took place at the Stark Expo. As the voice from the sky faded, a little boy appeared. On the screen, wearing a mask modeled after Iron Man and holding a toy repulsor blaster. Suddenly, an Iron Soldier descended, scanned him, and then aimed its weapon at the boy. Right after, Tony, clad in his Mark armor, dropped from the sky and landed beside the child. He pointed his own repulsor at the Iron Soldier and, with a single blast, destroyed it completely. Well done, kid. Tony praised him with a smile before taking off into the sky, leaving young Peter Parker standing there, quietly watching his hero's silhouette vanish. Wow, that boy is Peter Parker, my son, Tony shouted in disbelief, unable to contain his astonishment. Pepper glanced at his excited face and took several deep breaths to calm herself. Aunt May, that's me, little Peter Parker called out, pointing eagerly at his image on the screen. For him, being so close to Iron Man was the most thrilling moment of his life. Yeah, we're in big trouble now, Aunt May muttered under her breath as she watched the screen, her instincts as a former agent telling her that this was going to bring them a heap of trouble. Jarvis, help me find that kid. Tony called out, but then realized Pepper was right beside him. He quickly quieted down and addressed Jarvis again in a lower voice. At the same time, countless people began investigating this future Spider-Man. Nick Fury reacted the quickest. He had already gathered all the relevant information. When the boy's age was revealed, Fury immediately knew who he was. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to inform Tony Stark. As much as he wanted Spider-Man under his control, the sky had said the boy's father was Tony, so Fury had to respect Tony's wishes. Better to let father and son meet, even if there was no blood relation between them. Fury had already investigated Peter Parker, his parents, and his family inside and out. He even knew the exact hospital where Mary Parker had given birth to him. No sooner had Tony instructed Jarvis to search for information than Fury's report landed in his hands. Without hesitation, Tony suited up and headed straight for Queens. The first time Tony met the grown-up Spider-Man was when tensions within the Avengers were about to boil over. He needed more allies, and his eyes turned to Spider-Man, who was already playing the role of the friendly neighborhood hero in New York. On the screen, a teenager with a backpack and a laptop in hand stepped out of the elevator. He fished his keys from his pocket and unlocked the door to his apartment. Unaware that there was a stranger inside, he called out with his head down, "Hello, Aunt May," and walked straight in, setting his backpack and laptop on the table as he passed. "How was school today?" Aunt May asked with concern. He walked around a bit and replied, "Not bad. There's a luxury car parked outside." He hadn't even finished speaking when his eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected person sitting on the sofa. Sitting there, still elegant as ever, was Aunt May, and next to her sat Tony Stark, holding a half-eaten cookie in his hand. "Oh, Mr. Parker." Tony turned his head and smiled at Spider-Man. Peter quickly took out his earbuds, pointing at Tony with an expression of shock and delight. What are you doing here?" Suddenly coming face to face with his idol, Peter was at a complete loss. "Hey, I'm Peter," he stammered out his introduction. "I'm Tony," Tony replied, regarding him coolly. "You're here? What are you doing here?" Peter was baffled as to why Tony would suddenly show up at his house. "I figured it was time we met. You got my email, right?" Tony said, a faint bruise still visible above his right eye, a souvenir from Bucky. Peter had no idea what Tony was up to, but he instinctively played along. "Got it? Yeah, I got it. About." Clearly, Peter had no clue about any foundation, which was really just Tony's excuse for coming by. Aunt May, not in on the ruse, turned to Peter and said, "You never mentioned anything about a foundation." The foundation. Peter was racking his brain for an explanation when Tony smoothly stepped in. The September Foundation. With a lifeline thrown, Peter nodded quickly. Right. Do you remember applying? I approved it. So it's settled. Tony took a sip from his cup. Aunt May was surprised that she hadn't heard a thing about this and pressed Peter. You never told me. What's going on? Are you hiding anything else from me? I know how much you love surprises, so I wanted to tell you later. By the way, what did I apply for? Peter was still completely at a loss as to why Tony had shown up and couldn't recall applying for any foundation. That's exactly what I'm here to clear up, Tony said calmly. Okay, clear it up, sure, Peter replied, looking at Tony in utter confusion. She's actually an aunt now? It's unbelievable. Tony complimented Aunt May to Peter. Yeah, well, there are all kinds of aunts out there, Aunt May replied, a bit embarrassed by the praise. These walnut and red date cookies are fantastic. Tony raved about Aunt May's baking, even though the cookies tasted terrible. Can you please stop? Peter finally had enough of Tony's over-the-top flattery and tried to rein him in. What's wrong? Tony turned his head to glance at him. This fund, does it have something to do with money? Little Spider looked at Tony, puzzled. Yeah, the funding is more than adequate. Do you know who you're talking to? Tony replied, brimming with confidence. Can I have 5 minutes alone with him? Hearing Tony's words, Little Spider couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Tony immediately decided to have a private conversation with him. Go ahead. Aunt May had no objections whatsoever. Oh, this is just terrible. Aunt May let out a sigh. Things had escalated. Now Tony Stark himself was at her door, and she was completely exposed. What's going on here? Tony narrowed his eyes, flying at high speed while gazing at the sky, full of confusion. It was clear he had no blood relation to Peter Parker, so why did the third generation call him Father Iron Man? And what about the injuries on his own face? What was this looming split within the Avengers? Tony wasn't the only one with these thoughts. The egg-headed man was pondering the same thing. He squinted, mulling over the meaning of the narrator's words by the sky. Could it be that the Avengers would eventually break apart? A flood of possibilities rushed through Mother F. Man's mind, so many that he couldn't sort out what was truly happening. Toby Spider and Garfield Spider looked at this incredibly young little spider. He was even younger than they had been when they first donned the suit. Toby Spider had become Spider-Man right before graduating high school. And Garfield Spider had also graduated not long after his transformation. But from Aunt May's words, it was clear this little spider had just started at a new school. He was definitely much younger than they had been. Meanwhile, neighbors began knocking at Aunt May's door, recognizing the single mother raising a child on her own. At the same time, many people started speculating about the mysterious organization known as the Avengers. Tony and Little Spider made their way to the latter's room. Tony casually locked the door behind them, then stepped over to the trash can and spat out the cookie in his mouth. As far as walnut and red date cookies go, this one isn't too bad, Tony remarked dryly, prompting a strange look from Little Spider. Tony then cast a disdainful glance at the computer and equipment in Little Spider's room. What's all this? Vintage tech? Thrift shop? Salvation Army? Found in the trash. Little Spider replied. You a garbage truck driver? Tony's tongue was as sharp as ever. Yeah, that's me. Whatever. I definitely never applied for your fund. Little Spider got straight to the point, looking Tony in the eye. Tony cut him off. Let me go first. Okay, I have a counter question for you. This is you, isn't it? Tony pulled out his phone and projected a video. In the video, a car thief was about to steal a car when, out of nowhere, someone in red and blue pajamas swung by on webs and knocked the thief to the ground. Of course, the little spider wouldn't admit it. He denied it without hesitation. No. What? What do you mean? Realizing his secret had been discovered, he glanced at Tony, looking a little nervous. It's you. Just look at your moves. Tony swiped on his phone, projecting another video. In the footage, a car gone out of control at high speed was barreling toward a city bus. The little spider dropped down in front of the bus, caught the car with ease, and walked away without a scratch. Tony praised him. Wow, nice catch. A 3,000-pound car, going 40 miles an hour. That's no small feat. You're really something. That's all stuff from YouTube, right? You must have found it there. It's all fake, just computer effects. Like that other video, what was it again? The little spider pretended to know nothing, walking over to his computer, trying to hide his expression from Tony. He hoped to brush Tony off with an excuse about special effects, but Tony was already sure of his identity and wasn't buying it. Yeah. Like the flying saucer over Phoenix, right? Tony quipped, glancing up at the ceiling. There, he spotted a hatch. Without hesitation, he grabbed a stick and poked at it. Immediately, a suit tumbled down. The little spider had hoped to bluff his way through, but Tony had exposed him in a heartbeat. What's this? Tony grinned. No. The next second, the little spider lunged forward, snatching up his homemade suit and stashing in the closet. He turned away, glancing at the ceiling, his mind racing for an explanation, knowing he couldn't talk his way out of this. This is phew. He let out a sigh, realizing the truth was out. So, you're Spider-Man? The crime-fighting spider? The Spider Kid? Tony stepped closer, uncertain about his actual name. Spider-Man. The little spider replied, arms folded across his chest. You call yourself a man in that onesie? Tony teased, eyeing the suit. This is not a onesie, the little spider protested, hugging his chest as he walked from the closet to the desk and flopped down in the chair. Tony, meanwhile, pulled the suit from the closet and examined it with interest. Incredible. You know, today was actually going pretty well for me, Mr. Stark. I didn't miss the subway, found a perfectly good DVD player without even trying, and I aced my algebra test. His words hinted that if Tony hadn't shown up, he'd have had a near-perfect day. But Tony caught the meaning and didn't care what the little spider thought. Who else knows? Does anyone else know? Tony asked, fixing his gaze on the little spider. He shook his head at the question. No one else. Not even that exceptionally charming aunt of yours knows. Tony sat down with pajamas in hand and asked again. No. She doesn't know. If she found out, she'd freak out. And if she freaks out, I'd panic. Little Spider explained to Tony. Do you know what I think is really impressive? This web, Tony said, holding up a web shooter he'd found on the pajamas, and then tossed it to Spider. Without even looking, Spider caught the shooter effortlessly. Tony gave him a compliment, then looked at him curiously. The tensile strength is incredible. Who made this? Me, Spider replied as he tossed the shooter into the closet. Oh, looks like, just like the second version, he has to rely on web shooters. I guess I really am special, Toby Spider remarked, watching Tony pick up the shooter from the clothing. Yeah, and it seems like he's a bit different from you too. He has someone to rely on, and he's got quite the knack for science, doesn't he? First Gwen glanced at Toby Spider. If Toby Spider hadn't dreamed of becoming a photographer, perhaps he would have made a brilliant scientist. Still, things weren't bad now. Toby Spider still often photographed Spider-Man and posted the pictures online, but spent most of his time learning and researching with Dr. Otto and Dr. Connors and the others. When he wasn't out fighting crime at night, he'd go to dangerous places where he was needed, like fire scenes. If he was on site, New York, firefighters treated him like a legend. His presence had dramatically reduced casualties. Dr. Otto and all the elite teachers at school spoke highly of him. Of the three Spider-Men, the one with the weakest scientific skills was probably the second, Garfield Spider. He was so unfocused in class that he'd forget even the most basic knowledge and needed Gwen to remind him. Climbing walls. How do you do it? Sticky gloves. Tony still couldn't figure out how Spider could crawl up walls like a real spider. It's a long story. Spider was just about to explain his superpowers when Tony interrupted him. Tony grabbed 2 sunglass lenses from the pajamas and held them up to his eyes, seeing only darkness. He pulled a face and joked, Good heavens, how are you supposed to see with these things? I'm blind. Yes, I can see. Spider snatched the onesie out of Tony's hands and tossed it into the closet. Then he added, I can see, all right. It's just after that incident, my senses became super sensitive. I get way too much information. So, wearing those helps me focus. Spider explained to Tony why he wore them, then sat back down on his bed. You're in desperate need of an upgrade. Head to toe, a systematic overhaul. Everything needs to be refreshed. That's exactly why I'm here. Tony explained to Spider-Man one of the reasons he had come. Then he asked, Why are you doing this? I have to ask, what's your motivation? What gets you out of bed in the morning? Because Spider-Man looked down at his hands, hesitating for a moment. Because I've always been just an ordinary guy my whole life. 6 months ago, I got these powers. I go to school, I build computers. And I really wanted to play football. But I couldn't before, and now I still can't. Spider-Man knew he was different now. If he tried to join the football team, he'd never be able to hide his secret, so he couldn't do it. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, because you've changed. Exactly. But I can't tell anyone, so I haven't said anything. At this, Spider-Man swallowed and looked at Tony, speaking with grave sincerity. Look, if you have this power, but you don't do anything with it, then whatever bad things happen afterward, that's on you. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but lean in, listening intently. Spider-Man's words struck a chord deep within him. Here was someone with incredible abilities, but also a strong sense of responsibility, compassion, and empathy. Someone who got up every day, working tirelessly to help others. How rare was that? Though Tony was deeply impressed, he knew he couldn't make a decision hastily. So he asked, So you want to help the little guy? Do your part? Make the world a better place, that sort of thing? Yeah, I just want to help the little guy. That's it. Spider-Man answered without a moment's hesitation. Tony couldn't help but stand up, walking over to Spider-Man. I want to sit here, so move your legs. Spider-Man quickly straightened up, and Tony sat down beside him, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder before asking suddenly, "Do you have a passport?" No, I don't even have a driver's license." Spider-Man blurted out, surprised. "Have you ever been to Germany?" Tony asked. Spider-Man shook his head. "Oh, you're going to love it there." Tony grinned at him. "I can't go to Germany." Spider-Man suddenly realized what Tony was suggesting and shouted in protest. "Why?" Tony looked at him, puzzled. I still have homework." Spider-Man stammered. "All right, I'll pretend you didn't say that," Tony replied, giving him a quick wink before getting up. "No, I'm serious. I can't drop out of school," Spider-Man exclaimed, eyes wide with earnest concern. Tony walked to the door on his own, speaking as he went, "It might be a bit dangerous. You'd better tell your lovely aunt I'm taking you out." He placed his hand on the doorknob. In a flash, Little Spider jumped up and used his web shooter to glue Tony's hand to the door, but he hadn't noticed that Tony had locked the door beforehand, so it wouldn't open anyway. "Don't tell Aunt May." Little Spider stared at Tony with a serious look. "All right, Spider-Man." Tony could tell Little Spider had relented. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds before Tony complained, "Now get me out of this." Only then did Little Spider snap out of it and step forward. "Sorry, let me fix that right away." Max watched Little Spider speak. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang out with startling clarity. Max couldn't help but think of what he'd seen under the sky curtain. Spider-Man didn't draw people's attention just because of his superpowers. People naturally side with those who treat them kindly, regardless of whether they have abilities or not. Even if Toby Spider didn't have powers, he would still dare to rush into a burning building to save someone. As long as you're willing to help others, you're sure to win their goodwill. That was something he hadn't figured out under the sky curtain. Spider-Man stood out because he helped others, while he himself hadn't done anything at all. Most important of all was that selfless heart willing to give for others. That's what had won Spider-Man so much applause. He's so mature, at such a young age. Not like our Peter. He's nearly finished high school and still doesn't listen, staying out all hours of the night. The second Uncle Ben said this to Aunt May, who nodded in agreement. Garfield Spider couldn't help but cover his face at the comparison. It was true. He fell short. Little Spider had just started high school and already understood what it meant to help others. Second-generation Gwen, standing beside him, watched Garfield Spider's distress with a cheerful smile. This had become an everyday, much-enjoyed scene in their household. Not long after, George and Helen arrived with their 3 sons. Uncle Ben hurried to greet them, with Parker and Gwen following close behind. "Hey, Ben." George greeted Uncle Ben, nodded to Garfield Spider, and walked inside. Today, they were hosting a party. Harry and Connors would arrive later as well. The main purpose of today's gathering was to discuss why Garfield Spider's story had ended as it did. Many people now believe that perhaps Garfield Spider had died at the hands of Alexei, which was why there had been no continuation. Meanwhile, Tony had reached the doorstep of Little Spider and Aunt May's home. A curious crowd of neighbors had gathered around the door, which Aunt May kept tightly shut. When they saw Iron Man arrive in his suit, the crowd parted to make way for him. Tony announced himself at the door, and once Aunt May realized it was him, she finally opened up, after Tony went inside and locked the door behind him. Aunt May looked at him with a hint of nervousness. Tony glanced around and found that the situation here wasn't much different from what he'd seen in the sky screen, except that the little Spider-Man was still just a child, not yet 10 years old, though it was clear he bore a strong resemblance to his future self. "It seems like things aren't going so well for you. Looks like you need a new place to stay, huh?" Tony set his suit of armor down beside him, ruffled young Peter Parker's hair, and looked at Aunt May as he spoke. "Maybe so. What brings you here?" Aunt May couldn't quite figure out where Tony stood. "Why am I here? Didn't the sky screen make it clear? His father in that world is me. So why else would I be here? Of course, I'm here to protect him." Tony crouched down and looked Peter in the eye. Who could have imagined that this child would one day grow up to say such remarkable things? "Let's get out of here first. You're not safe anymore. Your identities have been exposed. Staying here would be too risky. There are those out there who'd rather the world not have one more meddling Spider-Man around." In the end, Aunt May agreed with Tony. She and Peter really did want a new home. When Tony stepped outside, Natasha was already waiting downstairs with a car ready for them. Natasha had actually met Aunt May several times before, though Aunt May had never known her true identity. So when she saw Natasha now, Aunt May was astonished. She realized she'd crossed paths with this stunning woman more than once. She'd always had a good impression of Natasha, never imagining she'd been sent to investigate and make contact with her all along. Natasha noticed the look in Aunt May's eyes and offered her an apologetic smile. It was Natasha's investigation, after all, that had convinced Nick Fury that young Peter Parker was almost certainly destined to become Spider-Man. Tony helped Aunt May and young Peter into Natasha's car, heading for the new home he'd just purchased for them, while he himself flew above the vehicle, watching over them as they traveled. Alexander Pierce had learned that Tony had gone alone to fetch Spider-Man, but he had no intention of interfering. He still needed Tony to handle the coming war. Though Pierce was pushing the Insight project forward as hard as he could, he wasn't confident it would be enough to deal with aliens, or even with the Ancient One. So many of his plans had to be put on hold. Hydra had been completely dormant lately, not making a single move, all for fear of being discovered by the Ancient One. But Pierce didn't understand the Ancient One at all. He didn't realize all his precautions were ultimately futile. Once Tony had settled Aunt May and young Peter into their new home, he and Natasha made their way to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to see the director. "Looks like you're pretty satisfied with him, aren't you?" In the conference room, the director eyed Tony as he spoke. "Yeah," Tony nodded, then turned his head just in time to see a most unexpected guest walk in. The visitor turned out to be none other than Thor, the god of thunder. Ever since the turmoil of the Bifrost's energy subsided, Thor had come to Earth in search of Jane Foster. He'd actually been here for quite some time. Tony simply hadn't noticed, having holed up at home. All this while, upon Nick Fury's invitation, Thor had also joined the Avengers. When Tony and Thor finally met, they exchanged a nod, a silent acknowledgement of the strong bond forged. On the battlefield, though they had only met once before, that didn't diminish Tony's fondness for these future comrades. Surely, they too must have taken part in that war yet to come. Once Captain America, Barton, Banner, and Carol, who had rushed back from the cosmos just yesterday, had all taken their seats, the man with the eye patch laid out. The reason for today's gathering. The purpose was to discuss why a rift was forming in the Avengers, and why it even sounded as if a civil war was about to break out among them. Otherwise, Tony wouldn't need extra hands, let alone go out of his way to recruit a high school student. Judging from the scars on Tony's face, it was clear that he'd recently been in some sort of confrontation, though the celestial screen above had only shown a brief segment. No one knew the full story yet. That was precisely what they needed to figure out. What could possibly lead to the Avengers' imminent split? And who exactly would be on each side? Just as Tony was about to speak, the narration from the sky suddenly rang out. To truly understand the third Spider-Man, you must first know who Tony Stark is. You've all heard of him, I've told you before, but you may not know how he became Iron Man. Tony Stark is known by many labels: genius inventor, billionaire, playboy, Iron Man. But in the beginning, he wasn't Iron Man at all. He was the world's largest arms dealer. Tony's expression shifted just slightly. The narrator's words brought back some unpleasant memories. Those were the darkest days of his life. Thor, who didn't know much about Tony's past, was intrigued. The others, having heard bits and pieces before, understood this wasn't a chapter Tony looked back on fondly. Tobey's Spider-Man and Garfield's Spider-Man watched on with interest. They, too, were curious about who Tony Stark really was. In fact, if they could, they'd love to learn the stories of Natasha, Banner, and Strange as well. What kind of war could sweep across the entire universe? What kind of force could lead to such staggering casualties, plunging all of existence in a life-and-death peril? On the screen, a convoy of military Humvees appeared, kicking up great clouds of dust. Inside one of the vehicles, Tony Stark sat with a glass of whiskey, noticing a soldier nearby, staring at him intently. He couldn't help but crack a joke. "You look like you're taking me to a court-martial. For heaven's sake, what have I done?" He chuckled, then added, "Honestly, it feels like you might just pull over and shoot me any minute. Is someone stopping you from speaking? Hey, say something." Tony shouted at the soldier sitting next to him. The soldier seemed at a loss for words. Tony glanced at him and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "No, they're just afraid of you." The female pilot, driving up front, suddenly chimed in. It was only then that Tony realized she was a woman. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, you're a woman. I honestly didn't notice. I'm so sorry." The military believes in equality between men and women, right? "First and foremost, I'll treat you as a fellow soldier." She replied coolly, "I'm a pilot." "Seriously, you got quite the figure. I have to admit, I kind of want to take a few more looks at you. Can you blame me?" Tony's playful remark finally eased the tension inside the vehicle. Everyone burst out laughing at his sense of humor. "All right, relax, sweetheart." The soldier sitting in the front passenger seat turned to Tony and raised his hand. "Sir, I have a question. Is it true that every cover model from Maxim magazine last year spent the night with you?" Tony took off his sunglasses and looked at him. "That's a good question. Yes and no. March was a conflict in my schedule, but luckily, December was a pair of twins. Any more questions?" His answer brought smiles to everyone's faces, including the female pilot. Encouraged, another soldier raised his hand. Tony teased him. "Why are you raising your hand for no reason?" "Would it be an honor to take a photo with you?" the soldier asked. "Yes. And it's not that easy, you know. The soldier immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, handed his camera to the front seat passenger, and flashed a peace sign as he leaned in next to Tony. I don't want to see this photo on your personal webpage, all right? Don't post it online. Upon hearing that, the soldier quickly lowered his hand. I'm just messing with you, Tony said with a glance, and the soldier's face lit up as he raised his hand again, full of excitement. Yeah, peace. I love peace. Peace would put me out of job. Tony muttered to the camera. Just as the front seat soldier was about to take the picture, the military Humvee ahead suddenly exploded with a deafening blast. Oh damn, I can still remember that soldier smile. Tony, recalling the scene from a third-person perspective, couldn't help but bow his head. So, this was the first moment when the accident happened. Rhodey glanced at Tony. God knows how long he'd searched for Tony in the desert after the incident. He never found him. Tony only turned up after escaping on his own. Yeah, Tony nodded. Suddenly, his thoughts turned to Ian's son, his good friend. Without Ian's son, there would never have been Iron Man. He never would have survived that cave, Pepper narrowed her eyes as she watched Tony speak, thinking to herself that it was a good thing he wasn't standing before her right now. Otherwise, she would have shown him the true meaning of thunderous fury. Peace would put him out of job? George frowned slightly, recalling how the screen had just revealed that Tony was the world's largest arms dealer. It didn't take much for George to piece together what Tony's real purpose on this trip was. Meanwhile, Garfield's attention was caught by the fact that Tony had slept with so many cover models. He couldn't help but glance over at Harry. Harry gave a discreet cough. He'd done similar things himself, though nothing quite as outrageous as Tony. 12 women, including a pair of identical twins. That was on a whole other level of wild. Gwen noticed Garfield looking at Harry and remembered that Harry had mentioned something about this to Garfield during the broadcast. She shot Harry a glance. Garfield caught her gaze and hastily turned his head away, fiddling nervously with the spoon in his hand. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. Tony, startled, shouted, "What's happening?" "There's something going on to the left," the female pilot yelled, and the moment she stepped out of the vehicle with her gun, she was gunned down instantly. The co-pilot ordered Jimmy to protect Tony, then jumped out, gun in hand. A barrage of gunfire rang out, and the co-pilot was killed on the spot. Jimmy leapt out, ready to fight, but Tony had no time to stop him. Jimmy was riddled with bullets the instant he left the vehicle. Bullet holes pockmarked the entire car door. Tony, paralyzed with fear, looked around desperately, only to see every soldier assigned to protect him lying dead. In a panic, Tony scrambled out of the Humvee, ducking behind a boulder as gunfire roared around him. He fumbled for his phone, hoping to call for help, but just then, a missile landed in the dirt right beside him. Stark Industries was stenciled on the side of the missile. As the shrill whine of the projectile grew unbearable, Tony sprang to his feet, trying to escape, but it was too late. He was blasted off his feet by the explosion. He landed flat on his back, gazing helplessly at the sky, a fierce ringing echoing in his ears. His shirt was shredded with tiny holes, and blood had turned the white fabric a deep crimson. Frantically, Tony tore open his shirt to reveal the body armor beneath, only to find that it had been pierced. Jagged shrapnel was embedded in his flesh. Dazed, Tony began to hear a name being called. Suddenly, the sack over his head was yanked off, and he found himself, battered and bloodied, surrounded by a group of armed men. One of them was filming him with a video camera. "Obadiah Stane, this is Ghoul Mira. We want you to know, you never told us the target for the assassination was Tony Stark. Obadiah Stane, you must pay for your lies and deceit. The price for killing Tony Stark has just gone up." The group of thugs all wore masks over their faces. One of them held a sheet of paper and began to read aloud. Whoa, is it really that dangerous? Even the bulletproof vest was penetrated, and it was their own company's missile that broke through. Toby Spider watched in astonishment. The missile that had landed right in front of Tony was clearly marked with the name Stark Industries. That alone spoke volumes. Tony's own weapons were being used against him, and as for Obadiah Stane, it was obvious he was the one who had betrayed Tony Stark. Tony held his head in his hands and said nothing. At that moment, his mind had been clouded, and he couldn't recall what the thugs had done or said. He had barely escaped death at Obadiah's hands. Time rewinds to 36 hours earlier. Rhodey stood at the podium, playing a video. An inventor, a genius, a patriot. Even as a young child, the son of Howard Stark, heir to a legendary weapons developer. He dazzled the world with his brilliance, designing his first circuit board at age 4, building a V8 engine at 6. At 17, he graduated top of his class from MIT. After his great father's untimely passing, Howard Stark's lifelong ally, Obadiah Stane, stepped up to fill the void left by that legendary founder. But then at 21, the prodigal son returned, found his way, and shouldered the responsibility of leading Stark Industries as CEO. With the reins in his hands, Tony ushered his father's empire into a new era. He developed smart weapons, advanced robotics, and satellite targeting systems. Today, Tony Stark has utterly transformed the world of weaponry. He has powerfully defended freedom and stability, ensuring national security and interests on a global scale. When Obadiah Stane's face appeared on the big screen once again, a flicker of disgust passed through Tony's eyes. Even though the old man had been dead for years, Tony still couldn't bear the sight of him. Seems like you're still holding quite a grudge, Tony. Nick Fury commented with a faint smile. Yeah, if you'd nearly been killed by someone, would you ever forget it? Tony shot back with a dramatic eye roll. As the video ended, Rhodey addressed the audience from the stage. As liaison between the military and Stark Industries, I'm truly honored to work with a genuine patriot. He's my friend, and also my greatest teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to present this year's Pinnacle Award to the esteemed Tony Stark. The crowd erupted in applause, but Tony was nowhere to be seen. Rhodey, a bit flustered, called out again, Tony. Obadiah, sitting below the stage, shook his head, then walked up to accept the trophy from Rhodey's hand. Thank you, Colonel. Thank you for coming to the rescue. Rhode whispered his gratitude to him. Obadiah gazed at the trophy in his hand and praised. It truly is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Unfortunately, I am not Tony Stark. His words drew laughter from the audience. But if I were Tony, I'd tell you all how incredibly moved I am to receive this highest honor. How happy I am. Speaking of Tony, his greatest strength is also his biggest flaw. He only knows how to work. Rhode, how come I didn't know I was your teacher? Tony looked at Rhode with a mischievous glint in his eye. Hey, come on. That was just part of the speech. You didn't actually believe it, did you? Rhode replied, spreading his hands, unwilling to let Tony turn him into the butt of a joke. Oh, that really hurts my feelings. I thought I'd gained another student, though honestly, I wouldn't have taken you on anyway. Tony joked, exaggerating his disappointment. Captain America, unfamiliar with the group and still struggling to catch up with modern ways, watched Tony with a puzzled expression, not quite used to Tony-style conversation. Just moments earlier, Obadiah had claimed Tony was too obsessed with work to attend the award ceremony. Yet now, Tony was at a casino, happily gambling away. Behind him stood Happy, his driver and bodyguard, and beside him were two beautiful women. Tony was flirting with one of them when Rhode appeared at his side, his tone anything but friendly. Unbelievable. No one else would pull a stunt like this. Really, Tony, you never cease to amaze. Noticing Rhode's sour mood, Tony immediately gave in and said, I'm so sorry. They told me that if I presented you the award, you'd feel truly honored. Rhode replied with a forced smile, his eyes cold. Of course I'm honored. Because it's you. So when's the ceremony? Tony put on a mock serious face. Right now. Please accept it. Rhode raised the trophy and held it up to Tony's face. This is almost too easy. My apologies. Tony said, sincerely apologizing once more. It's fine, whatever, Rhode replied, knowing Tony hated those formal occasions. He was only annoyed because Tony had nearly left him in an awkward spot. Tony then casually handed the trophy to the beauty beside him. All right, feast your eyes. You've never seen anything like it, have you? He asked her to blow on his dice for luck, then tried to get Rhode to help as well, but Rhode just brushed Tony's hand away. Tony took the hint, tossed the 2 dice onto the table, and called out, All right, Colonel Rhodes is rolling the dice. Watch this. The dice landed, showing a pitiful pair of 2s. Rhode shrugged. That's just terrible. Tony replied nonchalantly. Victory and defeat are just part of the game, even if you did help me out a bit. With that, the 2 of them left the casino. Just before they reached the door, Tony shoved the trophy into the hands of one of the staff inside. He doesn't seem to care about this top prize at all. Uncle Ben, the original, remarked as he watched Tony offhandedly give away the trophy. Yeah, Peter nodded in agreement. So this is what it's like to be a billionaire. To be so indifferent to an honor that others see as the ultimate achievement. Peter had never imagined someone like that could exist. You mustn't follow his example, Peter. Never forget where you come from. Aunt May took Peter's hand and spoke to him earnestly. Understand, Aunt May. Peter looked at her and replied. Of course, he knew what truly defined him. Was it his superpowers? No, it was his warm heart. That was the real reason so many people loved him. Meanwhile, surrounded by his bodyguards, Tony strode toward his luxury car. Happy had just opened the car door for him when a woman called out, Mr. Stark. Excuse me, Mr. Stark. Christine Everhart, from Vanity Fair. May I ask you a few questions? She asked, looking directly at Tony. Happy quietly asked Tony what to do. Let her ask. Tony answered. Hey, yeah, sure. Go ahead. Turning around, he faced the pretty reporter. You've often been called the modern-day Da Vinci. What do you think about that? She raised her recorder and asked the first question. Tony replied coolly, "That's a strange comparison. I can't even paint. And what about your other nickname? The Merchant of Death? That one's more accurate." Tony nodded, then shot back. "Did you graduate from UC?" "It was Brown University," Christine corrected him. "All right then, Miss Brown. The world isn't perfect, but we don't have a choice. The day we no longer need weapons to keep the peace, I'll start making building materials for children's hospitals." She immediately caught on that Tony was reciting a prepared line. Tony grinned. "Every night before bed, I practice it in the mirror." "I can tell," she replied. "Maybe I'll invite you to see it live sometime." Tony extended an invitation right then. Christine Everhart didn't reject him outright. Instead, she said, "As long as you answer my question sincerely." Of course, my father believed in one philosophy. You only get peace if your stick is bigger than everyone else's. Tony said, folding his arms as he looked at her. "Word to live by. Spoken like a true stick salesman," she retorted, mocking Howard Stark. Though Tony wasn't particularly fond of his father, he wasn't about to let someone insult him so casually, so he shot back. "My father helped defeat the Nazis. He accomplished quite a lot. Many people, including professors at your university, call him a hero. But there are also plenty who call him a warmonger." Christine Everhart showed no sign of stopping her questioning. So Tony took off his glasses with a swift motion, looked at her, and asked, "Tell me, would you be willing to report on how we've saved billions by improving medical technology or how our smart crops have prevented famine? All these advances are inseparable from military funding, darling." Christine countered. Tony's eyes became serious and intense. "Wow, don't you ever have sleepless nights?" Christine asked curiously. "That depends on who I'm with," Tony replied coolly. The next moment, the two were already tangled up in the sheets. Christine was wild and took the lead, pinning Tony beneath her. Tony tried to turn the tables, but they both ended up tumbling off the bed onto the floor together. "Whoa, that was fast. Huh, we like this too, Harry." The amazing Spider-Man marveled. Just a moment ago, she'd been mocking Tony Stark, and the next, she was in bed with him. Harry Osborn, caught off guard by the question, paused before answering. "No, it happened before, but never this quickly." Spider-Man shot him a doubtful look. "Really? Yeah, really," Harry replied, nodding helplessly. "Oh, Tony's romantic escapades. Ha ha ha." Rhodey laughed as he looked at Tony. The others around couldn't help but chuckle too. Although everyone knew Tony was a notorious playboy, seeing it displayed so bluntly was a first. Tony spread his hands and said, "Don't be jealous. Not everyone gets the chance to win the favor of a beautiful woman." But what he didn't know was that Pepper was watching this scene with narrowed eyes. If the pen in her hand weren't made of steel, it surely would have snapped by now. Christine Everhart's expression turned sour. This exposure would seriously damage her reputation. She had once hoped this would help her climb the social ladder, but Tony never really cared for her. Now, her plan had backfired, ruining her good name. Tony realized this as well, but there was nothing he could do about it. What's done is done. There's no turning back. Christine lay sprawled on the bed, when suddenly Jarvis's voice startled her awake. "Good morning. It is now 7 a.m. As Jarvis's announcement sounded, the glass wall of the room turned transparent, revealing the deep blue ocean outside. She was in Tony's Malibu villa in California. She wandered into the living room, but didn't hear any sign of Tony. She called out a couple of times, but with no answer, her curiosity got the better of her, and she began to explore the villa. She noticed a smart lock on the wall and reached out to turn the switch, but Jarvis's warning startled her. "You do not have access to this area, ma'am." "That's Jarvis. He's the electronic butler here," Pepper explained, appearing behind her without her noticing, holding some clothes in her hands. Pepper handed her back her clothes and told her that there was a car waiting outside. She could go wherever she pleased. Christine Everhart gave Pepper a once-over before stepping forward and saying, "You must be the famous Pepper Potts." "Right on," Pepper replied with a nod. "All these years, and Tony still has you running his errands?" Christine said, her tone dripping with insinuation. "Whatever Mr. Stark needs from me, I'm happy to help, even if it means dealing with his leftovers. Is there anything else?" Pepper responded, blinking and smiling with a sharp edge, her words barbed but her demeanor unflappable, truly living up to her nickname, Pepper. "A war between two women, huh? No gunfire, but just as deadly," Uncle Ben II remarked with a chuckle, sipping his tea. "Yeah, and it looks like this isn't the first time it's happened, either," George nodded in agreement. "How did I never notice how good she is at stirring the pot?" Tony frowned as he watched, relieved that Pepper had immediately fired back. Otherwise, he knew he'd end up paying for it when he got home. "You're on your own, pal," Rhodey shrugged. "Angry women are the scariest. Don't ever make one mad," Natasha added calmly. Tony covered his face, already wondering how he was going to make it up to Pepper when he got back. Suddenly, intense music blared. Tony was busy dismantling the engine as Pepper came downstairs. He called out to Jarvis, "Show me the exploded view." Jarvis quickly analyzed the engine. "There's an issue with the third cylinder. Insufficient pressure." Meanwhile, Pepper answered a phone call while keying in the code to open the garage door, turning down the music as she did so. Hearing the music fade, Tony called over his shoulder, "Don't turn down the music." Pepper hung up the phone and looked at him. "You're supposed to be on the other side of the world by now." Before she could finish, Tony asked, "How was her attitude?" Pepper shrugged. "Arrogant." "Why are you trying to rush me out?" Tony asked, examining a cylinder head gasket. "Because your jet was supposed to take off an hour and a half ago." "That's odd. It's my private jet. Shouldn't I decide when it leaves?" Tony said, utterly baffled. Pepper ignored Tony's complaints and said to him, "Tony, before you leave, there are a few things I need to talk to you about." "I'm telling you, what's the point of having a private jet if it doesn't wait for its owner?" Tony grumbled incessantly. Pepper still paid him no mind and continued on her own. Larry called. "That Jackson Pollock painting has a new buyer. Do you still want it?" Tony didn't know much about art and thought it was one of his Spring masterpieces. Pepper had to explain that Springs was actually a place in East Hampton where Pollock used to live and work. She told him the title wasn't about the season, and she thought the painting was quite representative, even if the price was a bit outrageous. Hearing that Pepper thought it was representative, Tony immediately decided to buy it. A faint smile appeared on Pepper's face, as she genuinely liked the painting too. "Okay, one more thing. The commencement speech at MIT." Pepper glanced at the files and followed behind Tony. "That's in June. Don't bother me with things that aren't urgent," Tony complained as he walked. "Well, you're bothering me too. And I already said yes. Before you board, sign this for me." Pepper opened up one of the documents. "Deal with your own headaches. Don't dump them on me. Why are you so eager to get rid of me? Got something planned?" Tony turned to look at her, signing the paper all the while. "As a matter of fact, I do," Pepper replied, glancing at him. "I don't like it when you have plans." Tony shook his head. "It's my birthday. Of course I should have plans." Pepper shot him a glare. "Your birthday?" Tony was taken aback. He had completely forgotten when Pepper's birthday was. Although he truly had forgotten, he tried not to make it too obvious. He quickly covered by saying, "Of course. Is it already here?" "Naturally. What's so strange about that?" "It was the same day last year," Pepper replied, giving Tony a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Give me a beautiful gift. I already bought one. It's exquisite, very tasteful." "Thank you, Mr. Stark." Pepper had guessed Tony wouldn't remember her birthday, so she wasn't upset. "You're welcome, Miss Potts." Pepper tapped the cup in his hand to remind him it was getting cold, so Tony finished it in one gulp and handed her the empty cup. "Peter, do you remember my birthday?" At that moment, the second Gwen suddenly turned and asked Parker. Peter's mind went completely blank, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember Gwen's birthday. "Well, I suppose I never told you when my birthday was." Seeing Peter's hesitation, Gwen stopped Helen from trying to secretly give him a hint and stepped in to rescue him. "I'm really sorry, Gwen. I promise I'll never forget." Garfield Spider held Gwen's hand tenderly, gazing into her eyes as he spoke with heartfelt emotion. Harry, standing nearby, covered his face with his hand. He felt like he'd had more than his fill of their public display of affection. He couldn't help but chime in, "Hey, could you two not? There's still a single guy over here." "Oh, I'm sorry, Harry." Garfield Spider and Gwen turned around, apologizing to Harry with sheepish smiles. "So that's the real reason you were 3 hours late that time? You told me it was some natural disaster, that your car broke down." Rhodey stood up, shouting at Tony. "Aha, yeah. What could I do?" "You know how it is." Tony laughed awkwardly, hoping to brush off Rhodey's questioning with a joke. Rhodey rolled his eyes and sat back down, clearly annoyed. "Oh, don't be like that, man. Drinks on me when we get back." Tony offered, try to lighten the mood. "Hey, so you're only buying Rhodey a drink? What about the rest of us?" Barton looked at Tony expectantly. "Everyone's invited. Let's make it a party." Tony replied, waving his hand grandly, not hesitating for a moment. Out on the road, a white car and a black car sped past, racing toward the private airport. Tony was behind the wheel, with Happy close behind, while Rhodey had already been waiting there half the day. "Impressive. I thought I'd lost you for good." Tony called out to Happy in admiration. "It was touch and go, sir. I hit a red light." Happy replied, walking over to the trunk to fetch Tony's luggage. "What's going on with you?" Rhodey demanded, his tone full of irritation. "What?" Tony played dumb, pretending not to know what Rhodey meant. "You're late. Come on. What could I do about an act of God?" Tony shrugged off the complaint, climbing aboard the private jet. "A full 3 hours. You left me waiting here for 3 hours." Rhodey grumbled. "Let's go, come on. Time to take off. Let's get this party started." Tony called out without looking back, striding into the plane while Rhodey, resigned, took off his hat, and followed. On the plane, a beautiful flight attendant set the table for Tony, his eyes never leaving her as she worked. Rhodey, sitting across from him, kept his gaze fixed on his newspaper. "What are you reading, man?" Tony asked, curiosity in his voice. "Nothing important," Rhodey replied over his shoulder, clearly uninterested in conversation. "Come on, don't be mad. Stress is bad for your health." Tony knew Rhodey was upset with him, but Rhodey would never admit it. Instead, he insisted, "I'm not mad. It's whatever, okay? I apologize. I apologize." As Tony spoke, 2 flight attendants arrived, handing them warm towels. "I'm really not mad. If you don't respect yourself, of course you won't respect me. Got it? I'm just your babysitter, that's all. If you want a diaper changed, or if you need a bottle, just let me know, okay?" Rhodes spoke bluntly, not holding back at all. Tony, however, wasn't offended in the least. Instead, he called out to the flight attendant, "Hey, a cup of hot sake, please. How about you? Thanks for the reminder." "No, I didn't say I wanted a drink. We can't have alcohol now, we're on the job." Rhodes protested, though he was tempted himself, but he couldn't let it show. Tony, on the other hand, couldn't care less. "You have to have sake with sashimi. You're just born irresponsible," Rhodes accused. "Not drinking is what I call irresponsible. It's just a little something before bed, that's all." Tony waved his hand dismissively. The flight attendant came over with the bottle and asked, "Hot sake?" Tony nodded. "Yes. 2 cups, please." "No, absolutely not. I'm not drinking." Rhodes refused firmly in the previous second. But in the blink of an eye, Tony and Rhodes were already sitting at the plane's bar, sake cups in hand, watching beautiful women dancing energetically. Rhodes leaned against Tony, bottle in hand, and the two, emboldened by their drinks, started complimenting each other's business prowess. "Ha ha, Rhodes, didn't you say you weren't drinking?" Tony grinned widely at Rhodes, realizing he would have forgotten this scene if not for the reminder. "Damn it, I told you I shouldn't drink." Rhodes covered his face and lowered his head in embarrassment. Now, it was his turn to want to crawl under the table. Little Spider watched with curiosity. He still couldn't quite understand why Tony was hugging that woman, or why he seemed to enjoy watching the women dance so much. To think the liaison officer who looks so upright on the surface actually knows how to have fun in private. Garfield Spider clicked his tongue in surprise. "This isn't even that wild, just watching some pretty girls dance." "Guys will be guys," Harry commented indifferently. In his eyes, only someone like Tony could be called a real playboy. Garfield Spider nodded thoughtfully, having never been exposed to high society and not really understanding what it meant. Most of the citizens, though, were simply envious of Tony's lifestyle, the dazzling nightlife, beautiful women by his side, never repeating the same companion 2 days in a row. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, at the Bagram Air Base, as the plane touched down, Tony stepped out. A group of soldiers was already waiting for him at the foot of the stairs. "General," Tony smiled and stepped forward to shake hands. "Welcome, Mr. Stark. We've been looking forward to your weapons demonstration." After a few brief pleasantries, Tony wasted no time and began his presentation, standing in the center, facing the crowd. To inspire fear or to inspire respect? I wonder, is it possible to achieve both? Now, let me introduce you to the finest product in Stark Industries' Liberty Weapons line. This is the first missile system equipped with our independently developed propulsion technology. Some say the best weapon is the one you never have to use. I beg to differ. Personally, I prefer a weapon you only need to use once. This was my late father's experience, and it's also America's experience. This is the kind of lesson history has already proven. Find an opportunity to test this weapon out. I can promise you all, those villains will never dare crawl out of their holes again. With that, Tony gave a casual wave of his hand. At his signal, the launcher, standing nearby, immediately whirred to life. All the soldiers present turned their eyes to it as it locked onto a predetermined target. In a thunderous roar, one of the missiles shot out. As it soared through the sky, the missile split into dozens of smaller warheads, each scattering precisely toward the target area. "I solemnly recommend this to you all. The Jericho missile," Tony declared, his back to the landing site, with a clear view of the impact. He spread his arms wide, and behind him came an ear-splitting explosion. The blast was immense, far beyond what anyone present could have imagined. The shockwave swept through the crowd, instantly blowing the hats off the general and Rhodey, even pushing Tony a couple of steps forward. Tony then opened a case he'd brought along, revealing several bottles of fine liquor and matching glassware. Casually picking up a glass, he announced, "Any purchase over $500 million comes with a complimentary bottle of fine wine. For peace." He took a sip. "Wow," exclaimed Toby, jumping up in astonishment. The sheer power of the weapon was terrifying. Yet Tony Stark kept talking about peace, one word after another. The first Gwen watched in a daze, and at that very moment, People all around the world were left utterly shocked by the weapon's devastating might. But no one was more stunned than the governments of various countries. A single missile could cover such a vast area, with its own guidance system and so many submunitions. It was nearly impossible to intercept. It was truly terrifying. So this is the Jericho missile. Dam var profiteres, dam Tonystock. Wanda stared at Tony's image on the sky screen as he showcased the weapon, unable to forget that her own parents had died from a Stark Industries missile. Even if the sky screen proclaimed Tony sacrificed himself to save the universe, Wanda couldn't forget the disaster he'd brought upon her family.